Crossing his arms, the man asked if anyone recognized where they were. He introduced himself as Carl, a mercenary. Another man, lost in thought, said his name was Lyle, a carpenter from Edora, and admitted he had no idea where they were. A frightened young man, eyes squeezed shut, stammered out that he was Grit, a stall owner from House Saya, and he didn't know how he got here. A girl named Jenna turned her gaze away, confused, and said she lived deep in a forest but didn't recognize this place at all. Then, confidently, another guy spoke up. His name was Han, a farmer. He added that he also remembered nothing. All around the area, people's voices filled the air. Some said it must be a dream. Others confessed they couldn't recall anything. The three men exchanged uneasy glances when someone nearby suggested a magician had brought them here for experiments. But Lyle stayed deep in thought and said it was obvious. They were all from Tayanir, and they needed to piece together their facts to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a girl zipped between the group, joyfully flying around and asking what everyone was doing. She happily declared that the master had opened a rift in space and time, and everyone should get ready for battle. Two men stared at the small, flying figure in shock. One of them leaned closer and asked in disbelief who she was. The girl introduced herself as Isol, the guardian fairy of this place, warning them not to pick a fight if they valued their lives. Carl stepped forward, scowling, and demanded if she was the one who brought them here. Isol brushed him off without answering, pulling out her sword instead. Carl grew angrier, accusing her of kidnapping them and refusing to explain anything. Deciding he had enough, he gritted his teeth and prepared to make her talk. Isol sighed and told him to stop before he did something he would regret. Ignoring her, Carl tightened his grip on his sword and shouted that she was getting cocky for a tiny creature. Isol smirked, asking if this was bravery or just plain foolishness. Carl, fueled by rage, charged toward her. In an instant, he froze, eyes wide. His body crumpled to the ground, his head severed, blood pooling around him. A system message popped up. The man had gotten too worked up and died by suicide. Everyone around stared in horror. With a cold voice, Isol reminded them. She had warned him. Those who listened could only stare at her in wide-eyed terror. The fairy faced the group, warning them not to even think about raising a hand against her, or they'd meet the same end. She said it was simple self-defense. As everyone stood frozen on the field, panic suddenly broke out. People scattered, screaming in disbelief that the mercenary was truly dead. Isol glanced away in surprise when a system window appeared before her, announcing that the group had been officially formed and it was time to move the heroes into free slots. Looking up, the fairy smiled, realizing the master had finally decided to begin. Scanning the crowd, Isol called out for everyone to prepare themselves. Standing near a large door, she raised her voice and commanded the rift to open. The heavy doors creaked, and a glowing portal slowly appeared. The people stared, frozen in fear, unsure of what was waiting for them. With a bright smile, Isol pointed at the portal, telling them to step through if they didn't want to end up like the mercenary. Someone near her hesitated, starting to protest. Han stepped forward, frustration clear in his voice, asking Isol to request the master for some weapons. He explained that they were only at 1 star and didn't even have basic gear, yet they were supposed to climb a tower. Jenna looked at him, confused, wondering what tower he was even talking about. Isol glanced thoughtfully at Carl's lifeless body, realizing that Han had a point. Tapping on her invisible keyboard, she sent a request to the master, asking if the heroes could be provided with equipment. Lyle, wide-eyed and nervous, leaned toward Han and asked if he actually knew anything about this place. Han answered calmly that he hadn't been here in a very long time. Moments later, system windows popped up in front of everyone, announcing that swords and bows had been distributed. Watching Han carefully, Jenna finally started to realize how serious this was. They needed to be ready. Pointing toward a nearby house, Han shouted for everyone to head to the arsenal and grab their weapons because things were about to start. People chased after him, desperately asking what battle he was talking about and what beginning he meant. Panic filled the area. Everyone shouted that they weren't ready to fight, that they couldn't fight at all. Inside the arsenal, rows of weapons were lined up. People frantically grabbed whatever they could, trying to prepare for the unknown. Moments later, everyone came out of the arsenal, now fully equipped. Isol, grinning, stood beside the portal, pointing straight at it and shouting for the group to move forward. Someone hesitantly reached out, hand brushing against the glowing portal. The others, tense and nervous, stared at it in disbelief until the fairy barked at them again to hurry up. Jenna watched in surprise as Han grabbed a flimsy shield. Deciding it was better to stick together, she walked over to him and asked if he knew what was waiting behind the gates and why they needed weapons in the first place. Han let out a frustrated sigh, eyes dropping to the ground. He said it was too many questions at once, but all they needed to know was that they were being sent into an arena to fight enemies, and the rest didn't matter. As they hesitated, a system window appeared, announcing that one woman had already left their world. Seconds later, more notifications popped up. Almost the entire group had died. Han glanced at the windows and muttered that he hadn't expected much from a bunch of 1-stars anyway. Isol frowned as she saw the notification, confirming that one group had been completely wiped out. Even Han was a little surprised it happened so fast. Isol, growing irritated, heard the master's command telling the surviving heroes to move into the free slots. Han realized it was their turn now. Meanwhile, Jenna was still wondering why no one had come back through the portal. One man, trembling, approached Isol and begged her to show mercy because he was suffering from arthritis. Jenna noticed how calm Han stayed through all of it. Grabbing the man's clothes, Jenna shouted that they needed to stick together if they wanted any chance of survival. Without waiting, the group stepped into the portal. Behind them, Isol's voice echoed, telling them they could do it. Their feet hit solid ground. Jenna and the others glanced around, wide-eyed, taking in their new surroundings. Confused voices filled the air as they tried to figure out where they were. High above, they spotted writing on the walls of a massive building. The door marked it as the first floor of the main dungeon. Han stood tall, eyes focused, as the system window flashed a new message. The gate was about to open, and they needed to prepare. He quickly rallied the group, shouting at everyone not to panic. Suddenly, everything shifted. The light grew brighter, and they found themselves standing in a completely new world. Grass swayed under a calm, open sky, but fear gripped the group as they realized they were now in the middle of a wide field. Confused, the heroes asked where they had ended up. Before they could react, goblins began charging at them. The monsters' levels flashed above their heads, and a system message appeared. Defeat your enemies. Watching the monsters close in, Han shouted for everyone to stick together. If they didn't fight, they were dead. But as soon as the goblins came closer, panic hit. The heroes turned and ran, fear overwhelming them. Han stood there, speechless, not even sure what to say. Jenna screamed, glancing around wildly, asking where the old man had disappeared to. A system window popped up, showing that Jenna was gripped by fear, and her stats had dropped by 30%. The old man was already sprinting away, shouting that he felt much better now. 3 more guys bolted after him. New system messages flashed, confirming that fear had reduced their stats by 30% too. Jenna turned her head and saw them crash straight into a wall. They stared, stunned, realizing they were trapped. There was no way out. One of the men banged on the wall with a shield, shouting angrily to be let out. Han looked back at the scene, mocking them, calling them pathetic cowards. Jenna, still shaken, locked eyes with Han, trying to stay calm. She asked if killing all the goblins would open the way out. Staring ahead, Han answered confidently, they have to fight. He'd charge in a melee while she covered him from a distance. Jenna hesitated, then asked about the others. Without even looking back, Han said not to worry about them. They were useless. The goblins opened their mouths wide, rushing toward the group with terrifying speed. Han braced himself and ran forward, even though deep down he realized he had never actually held a real sword and shield before. The monsters leapt at him, trying to take him down. Facing them head-on, he gritted his teeth and said his name out loud, Han. He and Jenna fought back, dodging and blocking, doing whatever they could to stay alive. Han knew exactly what was happening now. He was trapped inside a game that depended almost entirely on luck. The portal behind them was sealed shut. The loading screen of game Choose Me flickered in his mind. A mobile game played by millions. The goal was simple: climb to the 100th floor of the tower. Players crafted items, strengthened heroes, and carefully planned their moves to clear each stage. Up until yesterday, Han had been just another player, sitting on his couch with his phone in hand, staring at a new event called the Paranormal Dungeon. He remembered thinking that the highest rank in the game was 7 stars, and he had terrible luck. He had opened thousands of cards and never once pulled a 7-star hero, even though everyone else already had them. Sitting there, he had realized that this game was brutal, unlike others. In game Choose Me, heroes had only one life. An urgent warning flashed on the screen. Clutching his phone tightly, Han couldn't understand why his players were all panicking, each one marked with the fear status. Watching calmly, Han noticed his own fighter trembling in fear. Then, out of nowhere, a boss with a level of 999 appeared and started wiping out his players one after another. Confused, Han stared at the phone, thinking it must just be some glitch. Before he could react, the level 999 monster attacked so fast that his players were dead before he even saw the full attack. Suddenly, a dark shadow burst out from the phone, roaring that it had finally found him. Han froze, fear creeping up his spine. This couldn't be happening. The game had just ended, hadn't it? Darkness swallowed everything around him. A system window flickered in the darkness, telling him to create his account. A message appeared, asking Han to choose a name. Without even touching the screen, his nickname was automatically set, and the game world began to load around him. One system window after another welcomed him into the game. Then a new message popped up asking if he wanted to start his training. If he accepted, there would be a reward. Standing there, sword in hand, Han looked into the distance, heart pounding. The system's voice echoed, explaining that in a small, unremarkable town lived a boy named Han. Hayam territory, it said, was a region where people lived side by side with slaves. The window flashed again. An unknown enemy had invaded these peaceful lands. If Han wanted to save this world, he would have to climb to the top of the tower. Gripping the edge of a nearby wall, Han stared out into the distance, fear tightening his chest. Another system message appeared, ordering him to destroy the goblins that had attacked the city. Still half in disbelief, Han watched as a goblin lunged straight at him. There was no time to think anymore. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his sword tightly and swung it with all his strength. Pushing his fear aside, he attacked again, cutting down the monsters. Swing after swing, his body moved on instinct. Screaming loudly, Han struck at the goblins, refusing to stop even as exhaustion gnawed at him. He couldn't believe it. He was actually killing living creatures. Dragging himself forward, barely able to lift his arms, Han noticed a system window pop up. The task was complete. Han stared into the distance, stunned. Slowly, it started to sink in. He was standing in the main square inside game Choose Me. Mouth hanging open, he shouted into the empty space, demanding to know what was happening. At the top of his vision, a system window appeared, instructing him to summon new players from the main menu. Suddenly, a door in front of him creaked open, pouring out a bright, blinding light. Inside one of the nearby buildings, the shadowy outline of a new player took shape, the first summon he had called forth. Still in disbelief, Han watched as the silhouette became clearer. The girl stepped out and headed toward him. Looking directly at Han, she asked bluntly if he was the one who summoned her. Her name was Shay, she said, and she introduced herself as a knight. Without wasting time, they plunged into the dungeon together. Unlike Han, who still fumbled with his sword, Shay moved with ease, cutting down goblins like it was second nature. Exhausted, the heroes glanced up as a system window confirmed the mission was complete. Han checked their stats and immediately noticed a gap. Shay had 3 stars more than him. Not long after, another system message popped up for Han, telling him to tap on Synthesis, a way to strengthen his heroes. Grinding his teeth, Han realized with growing frustration that he was completely outmatched. Meanwhile, Isol buzzed around him, urgently pointing toward the door and shouting for him to hurry. The master was waiting. Still confused, Han looked up at the little fairy. He loudly asked if her name was Isol. The fairy paused, surprised. She asked how he even knew that. Standing near her, Han calmly introduced himself. But as she scanned through the player cards in the system, her frown deepened. There was no record of anyone by his name. Glaring at him, Isol snapped that he didn't seem like a player at all. Han stayed calm and explained that he was Han, from Seoul, not Taenir. The moment she heard he was from Earth, Isol's face twisted in anger. Flying up, she yelled that this was insane, that it shouldn't even be possible. They started to argue, Han shouting back that he wasn't going through that door because he would die if he did. Ignoring him completely, Isol shoved him forward and screamed for him to get inside. Shay, standing beside the man, calmly explained that he had barged in loudly, and now his hands were absorbing magic. Han stared at his body in horror, muttering that this was the start of a synthesis. In this brutal process, one hero sacrifices themselves to empower another. As realization dawned, he looked away bitterly. Shay was a 4-star hero. He was only a 1-star. No sane player would ever choose to sacrifice someone like her for someone like him. The knight silently stood off to the side, eyes closed, head lowered, jaw clenched. Han shut his eyes as well, frustrated, knowing what was coming. He was about to be absorbed. But then, a system notification flashed before him. Synthesis complete. His eyes flew open in shock. Shay's form began to dissolve into radiant light. As Han looked on, stunned, he asked her why she was vanishing. She lowered her head, voice steady. This was her fate. The system had chosen him. Smiling softly, Shay gave him her final words. Good luck. Moments later, he was left completely alone. He stared ahead, unable to grasp what had just happened. Grit suddenly let out a furious scream, and from a distance, Han's voice rang out as he fought alongside Jenna. Don't lose focus. If we run, the monsters will catch us. Amid the chaos, while slaying goblins, the man clenched his jaw. He had survived. That's when it hit him. Synthesis was essentially digesting another hero. It wasn't easy to decide who to merge, and once you did, you had to drag them into it. Turning away in disgust, Han scowled. The only reason they were still alive was because the game's master was unbelievably clueless. This whole world was garbage. Jenna, sprinting beside him, yelled that she'd taken one down, but the second was still coming. Suddenly, Goblins swarmed, one sinking its teeth into Han's shoulder. He winced but turned his head away, teeth gritted. None of it made sense. How had he ended up inside this game? But one thing he knew, Han had been summoned by a one-star hero. As his shield slammed into the goblin with full force, he remembered. A monster, level 999, had locked eyes with him and then simply walked away. Now, with blood on his hands and enemies surrounding him, the hero began to understand. He had crossed paths with someone he should never have messed with. Jenna ran over to the wounded guy, who sat frozen in fear. Ignoring her concern, he muttered that the wound would heal once they got back. Sitting in the field, clutching his side, the hero quietly reflected. Players here didn't really control the fighting. The AI handled all of that. Still, despite its flaws, the game had over 1 million downloads, and all because of one thing. Han glanced up at the sky and saw it, the eye. In this world, someone was always watching, like a god looking down on their creation. With a bitter laugh, he raised his head and called out to the sky, asking if the watcher was enjoying the show. Slowly rising to his feet, Han came to a harsh realization. He was a player too. He knew how it worked, crafting gear, building strategies, leveling up heroes. Turning aside, he thought to himself, whoever's watching, they better be paying close attention. I'll make it to the end. A system window blinked into view. Floor cleared. Soon after, battle rewards popped up. The MVP card displayed Han's name. The card showed countless others who had fallen, their names etched beside the words. All perished. Only 2 cards remained lit, Han and Jenna. That meant they were still alive. As he began training again, Han accepted the truth of his situation. There was no room for complaining. That was for the weak. If he wanted to keep going, he had to push forward. While running, one thing was clear. This world wasn't real, but he was living in it as a one-star hero. Yelling off into the distance, he reminded himself. In this place, there were only 2 ways to die. On the battlefield, or through synthesis. 1-stars had no value. They were throwaways. But Han wasn't ready to be discarded. Weak stats and slow progression? Worthless. If he stayed like this, he'd be used up and tossed aside. Clenching his jaw, he looked out over the horizon. He needed power, not just to survive, but to take revenge, and one day return home. As he kept running, his mind raced. He had no idea what the future held, but if he couldn't adapt, he was done for, swallowed up by the system. Forgotten. Strengthening his body wasn't enough. He had to build up his resolve too, his willpower. Fighting stuffed training dummies, he pushed through the exhaustion. Somehow he was used to it. He'd grown up this way alone. No one ever looked out for him. And now, nothing had changed. The guy dropped down and started doing push-ups. Watching him in confusion, Jenna asked what he was even trying to do. But when Han snapped back with a rude reply, she calmly said she was just trying to find him. A moment later, she silently picked up her bow. Still facing forward, she told him she'd been thinking all night about their next move. Drawing an arrow, she added that her father had been a hunter. He was the one who taught her archery. She didn't believe anything would change by sitting around and crying. The arrow whistled through the air and hit the scarecrow square in the head. Wiping his face, Han asked how skilled she really was with a bow. Watching her technique, he quickly realized she'd gained 4 stat points the day before. And while she might still be weaker overall, her accuracy was the real deal. No wonder she had no trouble with the goblins during her first fight. He looked at her again, realizing how fast she had bounced back from losing her allies. More than that, she had clear goals and a plan. That was enough for him. He extended his hand. Jenna smiled and took it, saying her father always told her that having strong connections was one of the most important things in life. And for once, he was absolutely right. Han glanced at their joined hands just as a system window appeared. Relationship bonus granted. Then, the hero suddenly glanced around, shouting for Isol. Flying in with an annoyed huff, the fairy snapped that she was busy. Glaring at Han, she said she wasn't answering any questions, and if he needed anything, he should climb the tower himself. Jenna raised an eyebrow as she heard Han ask if he was the only one who could see the pop-up windows. Looking away, Jenna shrugged him off, saying she had no idea what he meant. Staring back at Isol, Han commented that she was level 257. The look on her face confirmed it. She wasn't saying it out loud, but the answer was clear. Only he could see the system messages meant for the master. Curious now, he asked what would happen if the master just stopped playing. As the question hung in the air, he began to piece things together. The synthesis with Shay, it had been a major mistake. He'd absorbed a 4-star hero and wasted her potential. All because the player controlling him had carelessly clicked. The account was tied to a phone. That meant no reset, no do-overs. And last time, the master hadn't even logged in again for a full week. With that realization, the weight of it all began to sink in. The hero stepped closer to the fairy, asking if time flowed differently here than on Earth. But Isol, clearly annoyed, snapped that she wasn't answering anything else. Still grinning, Han studied her reaction. That told him everything. Time here was different. Looking at Isol's irritated face, he understood something more. She couldn't actually stop him. Fairies could only act when directly commanded by the master or in self-defense. That meant he could keep asking questions, digging for answers, and slowly uncover the rules of this world, unless the master shut it all down. Standing beside Jenna, Han explained that their goal was to climb all 100 floors of the tower. Jenna glanced at him, and he waved his hands, adding that all their missions came from the master, relayed through Isol. Whether they liked it or not, they had to follow those orders. But if they could reach the top, then maybe they could escape. To do that, they'd need to train. A lot. And fast. Walking up to him, Jenna asked if it would be just the two of them. Han shook his head. The master had the power to summon more heroes. So no, they wouldn't be alone for long. Still, every move from here on out had to be calculated. Standing in the vast square, Han realized something chilling. Their fates still rested in the master's hands. After a full day of non-stop training across the massive grounds, Han made an interesting discovery. Inside the house, he noticed that essentials, food, supplies, were automatically restocked every day. More than that, if you imagine something specific, it would just appear by the fireplace or tucked away in a closet. But it only worked for basic needs. Game-related items like weapons, currency, or gear. No such luck. Still, as training continued, he found something even more surprising. The lessons he was learning here weren't things he ever grasped while playing the game himself. It went deeper. He realized that even among one-star heroes, there were standouts, those who showed raw talent. And yet, their strongest trait wasn't talent. It was relentless effort. While training didn't directly raise levels or stats, it did help unlock new abilities and sharpen hidden skills. And the more battles they went through, the more patterns emerged. Han began to understand how the master judged heroes. First, fortitude, because panic on the battlefield was a death sentence, and Shay had proven that. Second, skill. Higher-ranking heroes came with abilities already unlocked. One-stars had to earn them the hard way. And finally, physical training, which was exactly what he was grinding through now on the third full day of pushing his limits. The moment the master logged in, Han stared into the distance and called out to Jenna, telling her to get ready. The master was back. He quickly checked his status. 2 skills. That was all he had for now, and he knew that was his current limit. As they stood in the square, a system window popped up. The master is initiating a summon. Han immediately understood what that meant. The group was supposed to have 5 members, so 3 more heroes were about to be pulled in. Seconds later, 3 new heroes materialized within the training grounds. Jenna headed straight for the arsenal, shouting for everyone to prepare. The battle was about to begin. At the rift, Isol fluttered beside it, yelling for it to open. She was impatient, as always. Han and Jenna rushed to gear up, knowing they had little time left. But as Han walked toward the portal, he noticed something. There were no fresh weapons for the new arrivals. They were left with whatever the dead heroes had dropped. Toby, one of the new recruits, glanced at Jenna with a scowl and asked bitterly if she was just another one-star like them. Without waiting, Han stepped into the portal and said they'd figure it all out soon enough. Leaving the grumbling newcomers behind, he called back to Jenna not to dwell on it. It wasn't their concern anymore. Moments later, Isol sent the players through the portal. She barked at them to start listening if they didn't want to get hurt. As the door began to close, she gave them one last smirk. "Have fun," she said. Now inside the shielded area, a system window appeared, 2nd floor reached. Han looked over at Jenna with a calm nod, completely ignoring the panic on the faces of the 3 newcomers. Beasts were already creeping around the field, slowly closing in. The 3 new players stood frozen, eyes wide, tears forming. "What is this?" one of them muttered. Han's expression darkened. He turned to Jenna and saw from her system window that she, too, was gripped by fear so much that her stats had dropped by 30%. Without hesitation, Han slammed his shield into her with full force and barked, "Did you eat enough porridge or what?" Jenna glared back at him, furious. Han simply pointed ahead. "You've got 2 goblins coming your way. I'll handle the wolves." Han glanced at the newcomers from the side, instantly sensing he was of no use to them. The wolves wasted no time. They charged at the man. One of the beasts lunged, jaws stretched wide. But before it could bite down, the hero dashed forward, shouting, and drove his sword deep into its mouth, piercing straight through the snout. Watching the gruesome strike, Han realized the weapon was powerful, but one blow wasn't enough. He whipped his arm around, swinging the sword in all directions, slashing through more wolves. As the battle raged, he gazed out toward the distance and knew this was his limit. Moments later, his blade severed the last wolf's head. Without pausing, Han turned sharply, eyes burning with fury. Another wolf leapt to attack, but Han rammed his shield into its mouth mid-air. Gritting his teeth, he met the beast's eyes. Suddenly, yet another wolf lunged from the side. Without hesitation, Han sprinted toward it, sword ready. The blade struck true, and blood splattered across the battlefield. Still gritting his teeth, Han looked into the distance and asked what was going on with the goblins. Oddly, the monsters all carried weapons. Approaching the goblins, he turned to the girl beside him and asked in disbelief how many times she had shot them. The heroes stared at the pile of corpses, every one of the monsters already defeated. Power surged around them as they stood in silence. Above them, a system message appeared, floor secured. Han and Jenna began walking away while the other 3 heroes followed quietly. Suddenly, the ground rumbled beneath them. Jenna, alarmed, asked what was going on. Han answered that they had cleared the 2nd floor and were now ascending to the 3rd. He watched the 3 players closely, understanding something. The master would always keep climbing. Looking ahead, Han wondered what awaited them on the next floor. Would they clear it right away? Letting out a deep breath, he caught sight of a system message. The master has logged out. Isol, pulling herself up, yelled that she was exhausted. As Han turned to the portal, a thought hit him. They were clearing 1 floor per day. And if time moved 3 times faster here, that meant the master would return in just 3 days. He returned his shield to the arsenal. Han began to realize something. His intelligence had dropped by 1 point, but his strength had gone up by 2. His character stats jumped by 4, and even his leveling speed had increased. In short, he was getting stronger. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the 3 players yelling at Jenna. Instead, he wondered why the master wasn't rushing forward. Constantly pushing upward would only lead to more problems. Watching the group, Han came to a conclusion. 1-star heroes were just regular people. No combat experience, no battlefield instincts. Thinking back to Carl, it became clear why people treated them like cannon fodder. Then his thoughts shifted to Shay and the way she fought. High-ranking heroes didn't hesitate, they acted. Unlike the 1-star types, who panicked when it mattered most. Han glanced at Jenna, wondering if Shay had clued her in on something. Jenna stood beside him and suggested they try to explain things to the others. Han gave her a disapproving look. Why bother, he asked bluntly. Jenna looked at the trio, realizing that maybe, if they explained it all, the others might finally understand, and maybe even fight alongside them. Watching the group closely, Han muttered that they'd probably die soon anyway. Better to see how things played out. Still, he saw they were beginning to adapt, so he finally told them not to freeze up. They'd be fighting together soon. As he walked off, he glanced back at Jenna, his expression unreadable. Then he muttered that he wasn't wasting any more time on her. Suddenly, Toby grabbed him by the shirt. In one swift motion, Han flipped him over and punched him square in the face. Looking down at him, Han said coldly, "While we fight, you hide." Then he threw a sharp look toward Jenna. Happy now. The next day, training resumed. They began sparring with scarecrows. After physical conditioning, they moved on to weapon drills. But calling it training felt like a stretch. Han was just swinging a wooden sword, while Jenna practiced her archery. The trio didn't even show up. They acted like they'd found an exit and had nothing more to learn. Meanwhile, Jenna fired arrow after arrow with growing precision, and Han slashed with increasing speed, teeth clenched in focus. Then it happened. He looked down and saw an arrow lodged in his leg. Jenna ran to him in a panic, asking if he was all right. The wound was already healing. Han assured her that things worked differently here, injuries healed fast. Still clutching his sword, he barked at the group, "Get ready. Fight starts now." Han came to a clear realization. Pain wasn't something to fear. If he could feel it, it meant he was still alive. Suddenly, arrows began slamming into his shield one after another. At that moment, a system notification appeared. The master has returned. Isol glanced around at the group, raising her voice, calling everyone to gather in the square. Jenna stepped forward, stretching her arms, saying her hands were itching for action after all that training. Han raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly she was adapting to this world. Meanwhile, the 3 guys stared angrily at the fairy, demanding she send them home. Isol's patience wore thin. With a burst of energy, she flung them into the air, shouting that they were driving her crazy. Han and Jenna stood back, watching the scene unfold in silence. The 3 landed hard, now quiet, while Isol barked at them to get inside. Just then, a system message appeared. 3rd floor initiated. New monsters deployed. Han took his stance, turning to Jenna. "We've gotten stronger," he said firmly. "Let's use what we learned in training." Moments later, he charged into the goblins, cutting through them one by one. Fighting side by side with Jenna, he muttered, "This is starting to get boring." Jenna glanced at the 3 others with visible irritation. They're just standing there. Again, Han looked up and spotted a tip in the system. Send uncooperative fighters to restart. Jenna caught his eye and nodded. They couldn't afford to let their guard down just yet. Suddenly, the scene shifted. They were back on the 1st floor. Looking around, Jenna noted it wasn't so bad. Facing the monsters again, the group realized they hadn't changed. Jenna, grinning, raised her bow and swiftly took out the last of them. Glancing upward, Han saw it. The master had chosen to repeat the first floor. Together, he and Jenna pushed forward, floor by floor, slaying every monster in their path and collecting rewards as they went. Jenna, now barely able to stand, gave him a look. She clearly hoped they wouldn't be thrown in a battle again so soon. Eventually, they stepped out of the rift. She walked ahead, muttering that she was tired of protecting everyone. Han followed calmly, stating that the master probably didn't care about weaklings. At the center stood a large building. Its doors opened slowly, and a system message appeared. Synthesis process initiated. The three other heroes stared at it, confused, trying to figure out what it meant. Han glanced at the others, noticing a system window on the screen. It was asking the master to drag certain heroes in as sacrifices. Watching the players closely, he realized something. They'd never once taken the opportunities given to them. The map displayed every location in the game, marking where players had been throughout the day. Just then, gates opened in front of them. Han stared ahead, his thoughts grim. They had chances, maybe more than one. In his mind, he pictured the game world. Even if the small details weren't always visible, the master still had a general sense of what was going on. He could see which players were earning achievements, who was fighting, and who just stood around doing nothing. Reaching out her hand, the fairy instructed them to head to the synthesis chamber. Han calmly told her not to worry. Nothing would happen to her. One of the men behind them hesitated and asked, "What happens to us in there?" Without turning around, Han answered, "You get what you deserve." A second later, the man screamed, mouth wide open, insisting he'd been brought here against his will. Han turned to him coldly. "No one cares what you think." The fairy nodded. "For once, I agree with him." Facing the trembling man, Han went on. "You've always hid behind others. You don't fight. You never tried. That alone was enough." The fairy, clearly done with the excuses, added, "We're all tired of babysitting you. Now get inside." Suddenly, the gate slammed shut behind him. A system message appeared. Synthesis initiated. From inside, a terrified scream echoed. "Let me out. You can't do this." But it was too late. The room erupted in blue flames. After a moment, a girl with red hair emerged. Synthesis complete. Looking around, she asked what just happened. "That guy. He disappeared." Han, eyes still forward, replied flatly. "That's what happens to useless heroes." Then he turned to the group behind him, curious. "So, who's next to learn a lesson?" The fairy pointed at them. "Move it." One of the guys stared ahead, frozen, his face going pale. Han didn't move, his head lowered. As the next guy stepped forward, he suddenly laughed. "You're sending me home." "That's right. I'm finally going back." Han, still looking down, replied quietly, "Believe whatever helps you sleep." After a while, a system message popped up. Synthesis complete. In a flash of bright light, the player vanished, gone without a trace. Moments later, Han completed his own synthesis. His level rose, and he unlocked a new ability, cold-bloodedness. As he walked past one of the guys, he remarked flatly, "You're lucky." The girl turned toward him. "So, if the master decides we're no longer needed, we just disappear in that room." Han glanced back. "Why so shocked? You were the one who said you were tired of them." Her body trembled. "But what if I become unnecessary too?" Han turned away. "Then that's that. Every floor we climb, the monsters get stronger. So does the hero the master brings. We either die fighting or disappear in synthesis." Lowering her head, she replied quietly, "So you knew this from the beginning." Still facing away, Han answered, "Maybe you should have listened more to what your father told you." She averted her gaze in silence. "Sticking with the right people," Han added, "is the only way to survive." The scene shifted to the next day. With her head down, the girl shouted, "I'm counting on you." "What's the point?" Han replied dryly. She lowered her hands. "You said, if I stay by your side, I'd survive. So I want you to know, I'm trusting you now." Han shot her a cold look. "Then follow orders. Do that, and you'll live." Just then, someone clenched his fists and stepped forward, asking to join. The tall guy, voice shaking, looked straight ahead and confessed, "I was an idiot. I made things worse. I was scared. I didn't help. I left everything to you, but I want to change." Hearing this, Han asked sharply, "And why should I trust you?" The man lowered his head. "Then let me kneel, if that's what it takes to be forgiven." The girl spoke up. At least he understands his place now. Han picked up a stick and stared at the guy. "Ever fought a monster?" The man didn't answer at first, clearly unsure. Then Han tossed him a wooden sword. "Then show me." Han glanced at his teammate and said he was just trying to make it through. Then he pointed to the spear and suggested he take it. He wasn't totally sure, but he'd heard it was the easiest weapon for beginners. At least it suited mid to long range combat, which was what he knew best. The girl smiled, folded her arms, and chimed in. She had close range covered with the sword, mid-range with the spear, and long-range with the bow. With that, they had all distances secured. Holding the sword in his hands, Han nodded. For a group of 3 with 0 prep, this was probably their best setup. Then, frowning, he snapped, asking what the guy was still standing around for. He needed to get ready. The nervous one looked forward, clearly shaken, and asked if maybe someone should teach him first. Han shot into the air and landed right in front of him, yelling that no one had taught him either. He had never used a spear before in his life. He was figuring it out on the fly, so the guy should just copy him. He launched into a flurry of attacks, saying at least the guy had someone to train with. He himself only had a scarecrow. The boy gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, and swung the spear, only to get kicked by Han, who barked at him to never close his eyes mid-fight. Clutching his stomach from the hit, the guy groaned. Han looked at him and said that even with holding back, this was all he could manage. If it had been a real monster, he'd be dead. From behind, the girl asked if it was the guy's first time. Maybe Han shouldn't go so hard on him. But Han coldly replied that he didn't care. He didn't need dead weight. He wasn't about to waste time on someone who couldn't even keep up. Walking closer, he asked if the guy had any family. The boy muttered that he had a younger sister waiting for him. Han's tone shifted slightly. At least that was something. He, on the other hand, had no one. Raising the wooden sword to his new teammate's throat, he stared him down and told him to imagine what would happen to his sister if he never came back. The guy's face drained of color. Han pressed on. If he was going to die anyway, then he shouldn't even be out there. Monsters wouldn't show mercy. Dying to synthesis will be less painful. Better to figure that out now than too late. The guy clenched his jaw, silent but furious. Seeing this, Han smirked. Now that was the look he wanted to see. The scene shifted to their base. 2 system notifications popped up. Han had built a new structure, the arsenal, specifically a forge. It cost 500 crystals to make. Looking around, Han nodded. Things were already improving. Now they had a forge. Speaking out loud, he asked if the fairy could hear him. If she could, she should come over. Flying toward him with an annoyed expression, she snapped. Who did he think he was? Ordering her around? Han replied dryly that she really needed new material. That kind of attitude was getting old. The fairy, clearly furious, started pounding her tiny fists against Han. He stayed calm and remarked that she was the one sending those system messages. Might as well admit it. The messages looked just like posts from the game forum. She must have internet access. Crossing her arms in annoyance, she grumbled that she did, and that she browsed the forums occasionally in her free time. Han raised an eyebrow and said if she had forum access, then she must have seen the top strategy threads. Start with the training center, unlock 10 weapons, then build the forge. The fairy's eyes narrowed. How'd he know that? Han just shrugged. Why wouldn't he? That post was one of the most famous ones on the forum, written by none other than Loki. Her eyes widened. He even knew that. Of course, Han replied. I was a player too. The fairy lit up, smiling now. Loki, the top-tier player. Now, just a low-ranking character stuck on the lower floors. Meanwhile, Mr. Loki himself, master of all masters, god of the game, would be in first place right now if he had even one 7-star hero. Grinning, Han asked what she liked so much about this Loki anyway. She smiled dreamily and said he could make the impossible happen. Then, stretching out her arms, she floated away, muttering to herself how amazing he was. She paused midair, confused, when Han called out and apologized. What for? She asked, puzzled. Han stared ahead, deadly serious. Because I am Loki. A system interface popped up showing a list of building upgrades. The fairy froze, then zipped back, yelling that this had to be some kind of stupid joke. Han calmly stated, account number, 46,631,900. His expression darkened. Only the player and the server admins know that. Check it yourself, or give me another email. The fairy, eyes wide, punched in the number and gasped. This can't be real, she whispered. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head. Then, suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she shot up screaming for him to sign an autograph. If she got one, she'd be the star of the Loki fan club. Han frowned, completely lost. What fan club? The fan club. Loki, master of all masters, she shouted. If I get your autograph, I'll become a top-tier member. Still glaring straight ahead, Han muttered that he'd never even heard of it. The fairy trembled. I really said all that to the real Loki. Sighing, Han signed whatever she handed him and said dryly, Great. I'm a 1-star hero now. Big deal. Suddenly the fairy shrieked. Wait, you can't just disappear. What'll happen to the settlement? Han shrugged. No idea. The scene changed. 30 floors of a towering fortress, big enough for 20,000 people. Most of the buildings were maxed out to level 22. Incredible infrastructure, but none of it mattered now. He was the dungeon master. The fairy, staring at the fortress with fear in her eyes, asked quietly, What's going to happen to all those people? Han looked at the fairy and said flatly, if she was really that concerned about the people in the settlement, she should just disband it. Her face went pale. I can't, she muttered. Han crossed his arms. I figured. You're just a mid-level moderator, handling the minor stuff. He tilted his head slightly, then added, the person who owned this account, he was human, and the heroes summoned here. They're not AI, are they? The fairy shook her head. No, they come from different worlds. But every single one of them is real. She went on, explaining that the creator himself didn't even know. To him, it was just a game. He treated the heroes like expendable tools, throwing them into danger without a second thought. Hearing that, Han turned away, his expression hardening. So, if I reach the top, can I go home? I don't know, she replied quietly. Still frowning, Han asked again, then tell me, who brought me here? The fairy shook her head. I can't say. As she began climbing higher, Han folded his arms and asked what exactly her permissions were. She explained that she could give advice to the account holder, manage buildings, offer choices here and there. But that was the extent of it. Han glanced toward the imagined layout of the settlement. Do the other masters' cities look the same? More or less, she said. There are differences, but the structure is similar. Han's mind raced. He pictured a massive number of floating islands, millions of them. Then came the faces of countless heroes, the system that generated them. He had believed it was just a randomizer, creating endless combinations of skills and traits. But it wasn't. These weren't artificial. This wasn't just quantum AI. The whole thing was a lie. The heroes were alive. The infinite content system, the near-limitless worlds, he now realized they were real. As he stared at his phone and pressed a button, it finally sank in. Everything happening inside the game was reality. All those careless choices he made before, he'd sent actual people to their deaths. Frustrated, he called the fairy over. When she floated near, he fixed her with a stern look. If you want to make it to the top, then listen carefully. We cut to the mannequin. The girl was swinging her blade with smooth precision. Watching her, Han thought to himself, she was something else. A prodigy. The way she adapted, the speed of her growth, it was far beyond what other heroes at her level could manage. This was her first time holding a dagger, and she was already mastering it. Meanwhile, the tall guy was struggling just to block. Han glanced at him and thought grimly. If this was his best, he wasn't going to last long out there. The girl pointed behind her and said she'd gone easy on him, but it didn't seem to help much. Han didn't let it slide. Don't get cocky, he said. We're moving out. The girl glanced over and asked if something was wrong. Was he really planning to skip training as #1 assistant? Before Han could reply, the fairy suddenly burst into view, shouting indignantly. #1? She's calling herself #1? I'm the top assistant here. She kept yelling, proud and loud, until Han grabbed her mid-rant. It's not time for you to be working, he said bluntly. Even with her arms pinned, she protested. Doesn't matter. I'm still the first assistant. Han looked at her, silently wondering if maybe it was better not to tell her the full truth just yet. He turned away and headed toward the warehouse. Open it, he instructed the fairy. Inside, a message flashed. Han had found iron, leather, and wooden boards. Once they were back outside, he asked her to unlock the forge. As she did, the girl pushed a cart and asked what he was up to. I'm not going to keep swinging this lousy sword forever, Han replied, glancing at the forge. His thoughts drifted. Based on what he'd learned so far, he was part hero, part master. He stepped closer to the furnace. Could he really access areas that were usually reserved for masters? The fairy flew up and asked excitedly, so what'll it be? A Leviathan weapon? Or a brunk? Han answered flatly, not in a place like this. A system message popped up immediately. No building upgrade found. Penalty, no master blacksmith available. Penalty, no blueprint present. Success rate, extremely low. Proceed with crafting? The fairy, still hovering nearby, asked again, what exactly are you trying to make? An item, Han replied. Another system prompt appeared, asking for the difficulty level. The higher the difficulty, the greater the potential reward. Without hesitation, Han said, Extreme hell. The fairy gasped and jumped back. Extreme hell? That comes with triple penalties. Han remained calm. Just watch. As the forging process began, he muttered, this is one of those overlooked systems for masters. Usually skipped, but the payoff's worth it. Another message appeared. You have 3 minutes. The fairy stared into the forging interface, panicked. I can't even tell what shape it's taking. Han stretched out his hand and picked up a small cube. Bowing his head slightly, he said, that's not a problem for me. Then the girl watching gasped as realization hit her. Wait, that's the legendary 1,000 hands technique. Han's hands moved at lightning speed, grabbing and rearranging the cubes. A system message appeared. Absolute success. UC rank, cunning long sword created. The fairy lit up with excitement as she admired his work. Another notification followed. The cunning long sword. Durable, lightweight, and razor sharp. Mediocre materials, expertly crafted. Han didn't stop there. His hands blurred again, reshaping the cubes with precision. One by one, new system messages popped up. Balanced short bow created. Sharp long spear created. Strong iron shield created. He picked up the shield, inspecting it. Only C rank, he muttered. You could tell from the materials. The fairy, still floating nearby, said sternly, "You're not doing this again." Han nodded. It could draw attention. I don't need the other masters catching on. The scene shifted to the forest. The girl stood with her bow drawn, eyes sharp. With a swift release, the arrow flew, striking its target dead on. The enemy dropped. They were now on the 4th floor. The mission: eliminate all enemies. She looked down at her new weapon, smiling. The draw strength is so much higher. No one's going to try and steal this bow. Han, scanning the area, replied, "Use the personal weapon feature. That'll make sure they can't." Just then, monsters emerged from the trees. Han's eyes narrowed. Only 3 of us, and a master wants us to clear this floor? What's he thinking? They had to take out the harpies. The team moved into formation. The guy began swinging his spear clumsily, trying to hit one of the flying monsters. Han gritted his teeth as he stepped in to block an attack. A system message popped up. Allies affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. He's panicking, Han growled. The guy swung wildly again, trying to land a hit on a harpy. A second later, the girl slammed her fist into his face. "Snap out of it," she shouted. Staring at the blood trickling from his nose, he froze. She didn't stop. "You get it now? Your life is on the line." Han charged forward, cutting through a monster, and called out, "Get it together." The guy raised his spear again, this time with focus. "I got it," he said. All 3 launched a coordinated assault, striking the monsters in unison. A system message appeared. Floor cleared. Rewards: 10,000 gold, iron or leather. The guy stood there breathless, eyes downcast. Then he looked up and muttered, "I was just a burden again. What's going to happen to me now?" Right then, a system message popped up. "You have been added to the master's favorites." Han, looking ahead, replied calmly, "You'll live for now. The master marked you as a favorite." The guy's eyes widened, then his mouth dropped open. Clenching his fists in triumph, he yelled, "I did it." The girl bent down, glancing at Han. "First your number 1 made it. And now number 2's passed to?" Han shot back. "I don't have subordinates." He turned and walked toward the warehouse. His gaze dropped slightly as he thought, if I ever did have a first subordinate, it'd probably be her, my ex. Images flashed through his mind. Several cards featuring high-tier heroes. A 5-member team, all 6-star. Each one, level 99. Each wielding divine or otherwise broken abilities. Maybe, just maybe, they were still out there somewhere. Thinking back to his city, Han muttered inwardly, "This is a full kill game." The Vice Master could manage the city just fine, especially since she was covered. Those 2, they were so sharp, sometimes he questioned whether they were even AI at all. Then an image of a tower filled his mind. The truth hit him again. They weren't programs. They were real. We cut to the tower. A girl looked at her companion and asked, "You're really leaving?" Her friend replied, "Every minute matters now." Clad in white, the girl said quietly that she wouldn't be able to help with this part, so the research was in her hands now. There was a pause. Then, watching her friend walk away, she added softly, "I hope you find the master." Back at the house, a system message appeared. Living area upgraded to level 2. Hero limit increased. Dining room completed. Higher quality meals now available. We jumped to the training ground. Training area upgraded to level 2. Training efficiency increased. Next, near a smaller building, another message popped up. The forge, carpenter's workshop, and metalworking station have merged into one structure, equipment workshop. Finally, settlement territory upgraded to level 2. Watching all this unfold, the girl stared with her mouth hanging open. "What is happening?" The guy next to her added, "This master's some kind of wizard. How's any of this even possible?" Han glanced around and casually said he'd just invested some money. Seemed like he really enjoyed the game. Staring at the new building, he admired how lively the heroes acted and how realistic the battles looked. To him, it wasn't just animations. The characters felt like actual people. Then he mentioned that the higher they climbed, the better their living conditions would get. Eyeing the fairy, he commented that the user played only at set times, probably someone with a day job. Not only did that player explore the game, but they also spent money on it. His girlfriend chimed in, saying they were lucky it wasn't some broke college student. After all, the guy had shelled out $65,000 for a gear set. Smirking, Han lowered his head, thinking how unlike other games, this one didn't hand out crystals for completing quests. Earning them was tough. He added that finding someone willing to spend real money like that was a huge stroke of luck. Suddenly, his expression changed as a system alert popped up. The master is summoning 10 new heroes. The portal lit up. The guy turned around, surprised, and asked if this was actually summoning. Han replied that the renovations were done. It was time to celebrate. Inside the newly built house, Han pictured the hero cards in his mind. He knew there were 2 summoning options, one using gold and a more advanced one using crystals. Obviously, the second was far more powerful. The game had to find ways to push players into spending real cash. A shocked crowd suddenly appeared in front of the gate. One old man looked around, confused, saying he'd just been at home a moment ago. Han listened to the growing murmur of complaints. Without warning, he pointed his sword at the old man. Startled, the man asked who they were. Han stepped forward with a stern glare, telling everyone to shut up. There would be no explanations yet. First, they had to survive. Whoever made it through, then they'd get answers. At that moment, a fairy raised her arm and shouted for everyone to pay attention. She asked if there were any carpenters. If so, they needed to move over there. Scanning the nervous crowd, she added that they also needed a blacksmith or anyone who could work with metal. Any cooks, she called out. The crowd kept grumbling in confusion, and a girl nearby asked in disbelief, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Han, eyes closed, calmly explained that the fairy was assigning roles. New positions had opened up. The fairy, pointing at the portal, kept speaking to the crowd. Watching her, Han muttered that if those who had died earlier were summoned now, their fate might have been different. This settlement, it was changing fast. Before them stood the beginnings of a thriving city. As he looked around, a system message flashed. To create a group, drag your chosen heroes into available slots. Han stepped forward, saying they had to give it everything they had. With only a few stars, they couldn't afford deadweight. Those who were useless wouldn't even be worth a raw potato. He went on to say that the master would decide who was valuable. One-star recruits would be thrown into the dungeon. Most wouldn't survive long. Just then, the fairy gestured to the portal, telling them to move quickly. It began to glow as another system alert appeared. A fighter couldn't return. His spirit will be remembered forever. Han narrowed his eyes. That happened fast, he said grimly. The girl beside him asked if it wouldn't be better to at least explain things properly. But Han cut her off. There was no point wasting time on those who couldn't even make it through the first floor. Peering into the portal, he added, 2 are already dead. Only 2 made it out. The crowd stiffened, fear spreading as they stared ahead. One man backed away, panicked. I can't fight monsters. I won't make it. Suddenly, one of Han's comrades stepped forward, voice firm. Then I'll go with them. But the fairy quickly snapped back. Don't meddle where you're not needed. The girl chuckled, asking if he'd always been like this. Han replied that he might as well join in. His skills weren't far from a rookie's. Let him help, he said. Then, shooting a hard look at the man, he added, I'm glad you want to help, but don't get in the way while they gain experience. The girl, throwing her hands up, blurted out that she just wanted to go home and eat a real meal. All they'd been fed lately were potatoes. Han glanced at her, realizing she'd completely shaken off her fear. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he quietly said it looked unusually bright, almost like someone was watching them. Turning back to her, he added that it was like a god, seeing and hearing everything. With a grin, Han told her not to worry. No way someone up there cared about every little thing they said. Imagining the system screen in his mind, he figured none of their conversations were ever heard. Everything was filtered, summarized, and sent off as short, simple messages. After some time, the guy returned, this time with a group of fresh recruits. Han eyed him and noted that no one had died. How many goblins did you take down? He asked. The guy replied, just one. Han stepped aside and said it was time to head back. They'd finally get to eat something different. The scene shifted to the dining hall. Glancing around, Han remarked that everything looked much better now. With an actual dining room, their meals could start to improve. If a master saw they were worth the investment, maybe they'd be rewarded. The girl suddenly jumped up, cheeks flushed with excitement. This is amazing. I want the best lamb steak, she shouted. The guy beside her chimed in. Turkey sounds great too. Han raised an eyebrow at them. Why are you even listening to me? He muttered. Just then, plates were set down, filled with potatoes. An old man glanced around nervously and shouted that the kitchen had plenty of spices, but all they had to work with were potatoes. Han frowned, remembering that the man had claimed to be a cook. He checked the man's stats and scowled. No cooking skills at all. Turning to the man, he walked away, visibly annoyed. Maybe someone else has the skill, he thought. He looked at the girl and asked for her name. You're the new cook, he told her flatly. The girl dropped her gaze, clearly nervous. The man, hearing this, shouted desperately that he could try making something else. Han looked at him and said he was quick to adapt, but if he was going to lie, he'd better know he'd be caught easily. Then, after a short pause, he added, I'll let it slide this once. Soon after, the table was filled with a spread of dishes. The girl took a bite and gasped. This is incredible. I had no idea you could make so many things from potatoes. She explained that the kitchen had tons of spices, and that made all the difference. Han stabbed a piece of potato with his fork. Eat and listen up, he said sternly. I'm not repeating this. He closed his eyes and added that the newcomers needed to hear the same message. Their survival depended on it. Night fell, and a group of people gathered, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really true? Someone asked. The girl smiled and said, I'd never fought before coming here. So don't worry. You can handle it too. The fat man, staring forward with a hard look, asked what would happen to them now. Just because he'd been made a cook, did that mean he couldn't help in other ways? Nervously scanning the room, he blurted out that he could also work as a carpenter. Han shot him a cold glance. If you lie again, he said, you'll be the first one up for synthesis. Honestly, you'd be perfect for it. He turned to face everyone at the table. Jobs in the settlement are safer, yes, but don't get too comfortable. Space is limited. If someone with better skills shows up, you'll be replaced and sent into combat. He paused, picturing the growing settlement in his mind. The next day arrived, and the quiet routine was already over. Outside, Han looked at the small group in front of him. Only 3, he asked sharply. His eyes scanned the faces of the few who had shown up. The girl explained, looks like the rest got scared. Probably hiding somewhere. Han sighed. I'm just tired of the usual sparring, he said. Time to try something new. He challenged the newcomers to a fight and easily overpowered them. The stat gap was massive, about 7 or 8 points. In real-world terms, it was like an adult taking on a child. No way this kind of power leap would happen on Earth. He glanced at the girl as she loosed an arrow with impressive speed. Archery was already at level 5. Her dagger skills? Level 2. Then he turned to Han's comrade, who leveled a spear forward. Spear mastery, also level 2. But it wasn't rising anymore. Even though he trained harder than anyone, his growth had stalled. Looking over the new recruits, Han noted that all 3 had reached level 1 in ball control. Their development was strikingly similar, maybe because of their age. Still, they were way ahead of the ones too afraid to leave their homes. Not long after, the master summoned 10 more heroes. This time, Han's comrade and the others handled everything without needing help. The girl, watching the new arrivals, smiled. There are more and more of them, she said. Han nodded. This is just the beginning. He thought to himself. Only 1 person had died during this last wave. A solid outcome. Then the girl turned and asked, why hasn't the master sent us to the 5th floor yet? It's been a while since the last cleanup. Han stared into the distance, his gaze sharp. He considered the question. The 5th floor was bound to bring a brutal spike in difficulty. Because he's not an idiot, he finally said. He hasn't decided who's ready to go. In his mind, the image of a massive tower began to take shape. He continued thinking. Every 5th floor brought a huge spike in difficulty, like facing a boss battle. Even he couldn't guarantee survival in those conditions. The image of a storm looming over the city filled his mind. No matter how much they trained or screened recruits, many would still die. And just how steep the difficulty climb would be, even his girlfriend had no idea. Cards of combat heroes flashed before us, all marked with just 1 star. Then came the support hero cards. The scene shifted to the 4th floor. The heroes stood ready in formation. Watching them, Han said, right now they're just shields. No need for them to charge ahead. We've got spears and bows backing them up. With a shout, the team charged forward. One guy blocked a harpy's attack. Someone yelled, even weaklings have their own path to victory. Another knight parried a blow from a monster. A voice called out, this only works if you fight as a team. A spearman slipped to the side and lunged, landing a hit. More shouts followed. It's not about being the strongest. Combine your strength. Han, watching from behind, thought to himself, he could clear this floor on his own, but then they'd learn nothing. They needed to grow as a team. A system message popped up, battle begun. Reward, 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The team members grinned, shaking hands, proud of their progress. Han watched them, wondering what the 5th floor might throw at them. Among all the possibilities, there might be one mission even he couldn't complete solo. He pulled his comrades into a hug, smiling. So what do you guys think? The girl smiled back. You all did great. Yeah, he said. I agree. The scene moved to the armory. The master had started logging in less often. From his second batch of 10 heroes, he had summoned a blacksmith, a tanner, and a carpenter. They worked non-stop in the workshop, forging mostly E-rank swords and shields for the new recruits, gear that noticeably boosted their survival. The main team, meanwhile, received higher-grade equipment. Looking over the player map, Han noticed 3 heroes marked for synthesis. They had skipped training, claiming they'd run at the first sign of danger. One of them was the guy who had lied about being a cook. A few days passed. The guy looked at his shield, surprised. We're heading back to the 4th floor today, he asked. I want to go higher. Han stared straight ahead, his tone sharp. So we're not heading to the 5th floor today. The fairy responded, most likely not. The girl, catching on, asked, wait, are we actually going up? He stepped forward, voice firm. This won't be a regular floor sweep. Don't panic, but don't get too comfortable either. One of the guys shouted, got it, just as a blinding light engulfed them. Suddenly, they were standing in a ruined structure, broken walls, debris everywhere. 5 heroes had been teleported to what looked like an abandoned street. Aaron scanned the area. No monsters in sight, he said. Form up, Han ordered. We're heading for the center of the city. Looking around, he noted how eerily quiet it was. No people, no monsters. This isn't a regular clearing. Then Aaron let out a yell. Han, over there. A skeleton lay on the ground nearby. He glanced back and added, this whole place, it's completely empty. The girl walked past slowly. There's only dried blood. This place is nothing like the last floor. There were flowers here before, Han muttered, staring at the tower. We need to head up. The girl stood quickly and scanned the area. Han asked if she'd seen anything. She hesitated, then pointed forward. There's a city ahead, but then she suddenly froze. Her voice dropped. I want to believe I imagined that. Aaron followed her gaze. She saw something. She stayed silent for a moment, then finally whispered, is this really happening? She lowered her head and shouted, there's a massive goblin horde outside the city. They're coming this way. Han's expression hardened. How many? Still staring ahead, she answered grimly, thousands. A system alert appeared. Objective, survive and outlast the goblin horde. Aaron looked up in panic. You're serious? The girl shot back. Do you think I'd joke about this? Everyone calm down, Han ordered. Aaron clenched his fists. What the hell went wrong? Han answered firmly, don't panic. This isn't a floor capture. It's a survival mission. We just need to hold out long enough. The guy ran up to Han and asked, can't we just hide somewhere? Han shook his head. Buildings are off limits. We gotta move now. Without hesitation, they all took off running. Aaron shouted, how long do we have to survive? 10 minutes after the first contact, Han replied, scowling. Based on the pattern from earlier floors, this kind of mission had only a 9% chance of appearing on the 5th. Just their luck. Get off the main streets, he yelled. Into the alleys, now. As they darted through the narrow paths, Han kept thinking. Low-level cities lacked safe zones. Players often complained that heroes in those areas were wiped out too easily. The guy behind him asked, isn't there a better spot? They'll break through no matter where we go, Han replied. And we don't have time to search. They stopped and quickly formed a circle. We're holding here, he ordered. The passages are narrow. They can't flood in at once. Even if there are 10,000, they won't break through in a wave. The guy nodded, determined. All right then, we'll give it everything. Han turned to his team. Guard the passageways. We'll rotate fighters. Use every moment of rest wisely. His gaze locked onto the girl. You stay in the middle. Conserve your arrows. Fire only when I say. The guy stood ready, eyes locked ahead. Han barked. Barricade everything before the goblins reach us. If they break through even once, we're finished. Han narrowed his eyes. 30 minutes. Is that game time or real time? He wondered. The timer starts the moment they make contact. Then he saw it. A small goblin creeping through the passage. It froze and stared at them, grinning. The countdown began. Han shouted, we don't even have a barricade up. He rushed forward, slicing down the goblin. More came charging right after. They're coming. Han yelled. His voice rose with intensity. Forget the barricades. Use their corpses instead. He took down another and another. But for every goblin that fell, more kept pouring through the passage. The girl watching the fight yelled out that she was firing on cue. Han, eyes locked forward, stayed focused. His strategy was simple. Block, then strike. Without hesitation, he barked out that these things were idiots. Let them live up to their name, goblins, he snapped. The creatures, mouths gaping, kept swarming in chaotic waves. One of the spearmen spun around and shouted that they wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. Head low, Han replied calmly. When have I ever lied to you? The goblins just kept pouring in, squeezing out from every crack in the walls. Watching them flood the battlefield, Han clenched his jaw. We're not dying here. Not today. As the first light of dawn crept in, one goblin charged, jaws wide, only to have a blade sink deep into its neck. Han didn't even flinch, just stared ahead and shouted, Ed, rotate out. Ed let out a long sigh and said he could still fight. Han snapped at him, just shut up and move. Still watching the front, Han thought to himself, he was running out of stamina. Then his eyes landed on a soldier barely standing. It's not just about level, their form is sloppy. He's burning out too fast. One hit was all it took. Sword drawn, Han reminded himself. One strike, one kill. That's the fastest way. Block, strike, repeat. These are just like the weaklings on the first floor, he shouted, cutting through another wave. Still, they just kept coming. The battlefield was teeming with them. Someone yelled if these things even knew fear. They just kept charging, reckless and wild. Han turned again and commanded another rotation. His comrade, eyes ahead, nodded firmly. Got it. Han, surveying the field, spotted a flaw. This is our weakest point, he thought, then turned to the girl. Shift position. Try intercepting with their own arrows. She didn't hesitate. Spinning around, she loosed an arrow and yelled, I'm done waiting. It flew straight into a goblin's eye before it could break through. Aaron raised his arm mid-swing and shouted. Han said 10 minutes. Han, unwavering, responded, "We've only held for 5. Just then a goblin lunged, jaw snapping, but something knocked it back hard. The girl had smashed it with her knee and yelled, "Quit crawling at us." Suddenly, one of the men let out a bone-rattling scream. A system message flashed. One of the squad members was bleeding, and his health would keep dropping. Han scowled and yelled for him to be swapped out. "Forget him. Take his spot. Stop the goblins." The injured soldier tried to protest, but Han turned with a glare and barked, "Quit whining. You'll recover once you're out." The soldier collapsed to the ground, trembling. Another system message appeared. He was afflicted with fear. All his stats had dropped by 30%. Han slashed through a goblin with full force, then kicked another one away. He shouted at the wounded soldier, "Get it together. You want to die here." The soldier mumbled an apology, and Han called out to the girl, "Stop his bleeding." She knelt down without hesitation and started bandaging him. Han yelled again, voice sharp, "If you don't start fighting, your friend's going to die." Suddenly, a goblin came at Han from behind, but he spun around just in time, slashing it down. He stomped on another's head and roared, "Get lost." Still, the goblins kept swarming. One of the fighters cried out that his sword had gone dull. His comrade gritted his teeth, forced himself to his feet, and grabbed the weapon. "I can still fight." Seeing the battered blade, the first guy looked uncertain. Han shouted, "You want to live? Then fix it." Cutting down another monster, he thought this was bound to happen. Better than F rank, sure, but still just a basic iron sword. He yelled, "Goblins die just fine with or without a sword." He bashed one in the head with a shield. "No sword? Use your shield." Then he spun to Aaron, ordering, "Switch out." The man turned and replied, "I'm good to keep going." From behind, the girl sliced through another goblin and said, "You should rest while you can. Don't be stubborn." Han growled, 3 minutes left. Just hold for 3 more. He thought to himself, why does half an hour feel like a lifetime? Then he barked at Aaron again, "Move forward." The girl stared ahead, afraid. He turned to her and said calmly, 10 seconds. That's all we need. He signaled the switch, then looked at her again. "Cover us with arrows." But then his eyes landed on her quiver. Only 4 arrows left. He frowned. "Not nearly enough." "Don't hold back," he shouted. "If they break through, it's over anyway." Drawing back her bowstring, the girl responded firmly, "Got it." She loosed 2 arrows, both flying straight at a goblin. But then, one of the creatures lunged forward, eyes wide, clutching a jagged stick. It broke through their defenses. On the ground, the injured soldier was barely clinging to consciousness. Suddenly, the goblin stabbed him deep in the gut. Blood poured from his mouth. The girl immediately fired, taking the goblin down. Her eyes fell to the wounded comrade. He was sprawled out, blood pooling beneath him. A system message appeared, "Critical condition. Life at risk." Seeing it, Han snapped. He charged forward, cutting through everything in his path. Jenna froze, staring at the dying ally. Panic gripped her. Should I try to save him? But if I move now... Meanwhile, on the front lines, one of the fighters raised his shield and called out, "Hide! Can you cover me? Just 30 seconds? A powerful monster surged toward him. Its strike came fast, but Han deflected it, using his body to block the blow with perfect timing. Then Han roared forward, tearing through the enemy ranks. He reached the fallen soldier's position. "Left flank, go now," he shouted. The boy hesitated, glancing around. "What about Hyde? He's resting. We move now." Just then, a system message popped up. "The fallen warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will be honored forever." The soldier bowed his head, then turned back and rejoined the battle, cutting down the next wave. Han looked to Jenna. "We can't help them anymore," he said. "Forget them. If you fall, we all die." Gritting her teeth, she nodded. "Understood." Han bashed away another goblin with a shield. Nearby, Jenna continued fighting, blades flashing. "How many are left?" she called out. A system message appeared. "Basic dagger skill, level 3. New skill acquired. Fast movement." Han lifted his sword in a sharp signal. "Throw everything you've got at them," he said. "If you want to ask about time, make it count." Right after, another system update flashed. Heroic Awakening triggered. Sword and shield technique, level 5. Pain threshold, level 2. Cold-bloodedness, level 3. While fending off another goblin with a shield, Han couldn't help but wonder, what's the point of this if they're all going to die here anyway? Just then, one of the warriors let out a sharp scream. He'd been hit. A system message appeared. "Bleeding. Health will decrease over time." Surrounded by crazed goblins, the wounded soldier raised a trembling hand and cried out, "Han, help me. I don't want to die." Tears welled in his eyes, fear written all over him. Hearing his name, Han clenched his teeth, face tight with frustration, but he didn't turn back. The goblins began to close in on the helpless boy, who kept begging for someone to save him. Han didn't stop. He veered away and barked at Jenna and Aaron, "Follow me." Jenna glanced back, her mind flooded with memories of their fallen allies. Han said coldly, I'll mourn them when we get out of here. The group sprinted through a crumbling alley in the ruined city. As they ran, a system notification flashed. Your companion has returned to the arms of God. His spirit will be honored to the end of time. Jenna halted and stared ahead. Are we going to die too? Don't talk like that. Their leader shot back. He turned sharply and pointed behind her. Climb that wall. She looked where he was pointing. You want me to run by myself? We're right behind you, he said. Then, as the goblins came rushing in, he added, we'll have to cut through a few first. He raised his sword. One monster per strike won't cut it anymore. Then he charged, slashing through multiple enemies with one powerful swing. From above, Jenna shouted, I'm up. Hurry. Without wasting a second, Han leapt up and grabbed the edge of the rooftop. Get up here, he ordered Aaron. Jenna reached down, take my hand. Aaron didn't hesitate. He grabbed her arm and started climbing. But then, a cry of agony. A goblin had driven a blade into Aaron's leg. Han jumped down in an instant, cutting the creature down. Jenna, don't let go, he shouted, eyes fierce. Then, blade in hand, he turned and faced the next wave. There's no time, Han muttered. I have to cut the leg. Without hesitation, he brought down his blade. His ally screamed in agony as pain surged through him. A system message popped up. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. Helping support him, Han turned to Jenna. Lift him now. Another notification flashed. Critical condition. Life at risk. They looked down, and what they saw was terrifying. A mass of furious goblins, climbing on top of each other like a living ladder. They're using each other to climb, one of the boys shouted, panic creeping into his voice. It's smart, too simple but smart. Eyes wide with fear, he suddenly shouted, you have to kill Aaron with a spear now. Jenna didn't question it. She thrust the spear down while trying to hold off the incoming horde. We can't let him get back up, Han growled. We've got nowhere else to go. But then Jenna's grip failed, and the spear slipped from her hands. It's gone. What now? Kick them. Han snapped. As more hands reached up for them, Jenna cried out, how much longer? There's too many. We can't keep this up. 30 seconds, the boy shouted. His ally gritted his teeth. Feels like an hour already. I'm serious. We don't have much time. Still swinging his blade, Han focused his thoughts. Just a little longer, just until that timer shows up. And then, it appeared. A system message flashed with a countdown ticking down the final seconds. Suddenly, a goblin lunged, its hand snapping forward and grabbing Han's shield. With a vicious pull, it yanked it down. Han didn't flinch. He raised his sword, ready to strike. But another goblin plunged a blade straight into his stomach. The creature grinned, sly and smug, its eyes locked on him. Han's body trembled. He clenched his jaw and growled, you bastard. Then the goblin twisted the blade and yanked it free. Pain shot through him like fire. He screamed, barely staying upright. His vision blurred. A system message appeared. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. Nearby, Jenna had also been struck. Another notification. Bleeding, health will gradually decrease. They were both on the brink. Kneeling amidst a sea of snarling goblins, the boy stared blankly, defeated. So this is it, he thought. This is how it ends. Dying on the 5th floor, such a pathetic place to fall. His head dropped. Why? Why'd I have to go through this nightmare? Why me? I didn't ask for this. Not back on Earth, not here. He spiraled into despair until something snapped. His eyes flared open, fury igniting within him. Why? He demanded again, now aloud. He lunged up and sliced a goblin clean through. You freaks, he roared, the rage taking over. The system lit up, berserker mode activated. His blood-red eye glowed against the blackness in his gaze. You really think you can kill me here? On the 5th damn floor? Blade drawn to his side, he muttered, there's no reason for this. Just then, a maddened goblin lunged. Han didn't hesitate. His sword tore through it, and every other monster that dared come close. I'm not dying here, he shouted. In moments, goblin limbs littered the ground. Surrounded by carnage, he glared forward with wild, unblinking eyes. Come on, he dared them. The system announced, skill awakened, berserker. The monsters, once feral and fearless, now trembled. Jenna watched, unable to move. Even breathing hurts, she thought. My whole body feels like it's breaking. The boy inhaled deeply. Bloodlust filled his voice. You want to kill me? Then come and try. He swung again, cutting down a goblin. I won't lose. Blades flashed as he tore through wave after wave, each strike merciless. But then, his weapon cracked and shattered into pieces. The goblins roared with twisted joy. But the boy didn't stop. Even if I have to use my fists, he thought. He launched forward, feet pounding the ground, eyes locked on the enemy. I'll never stop. Snarling, he charged into the crowd. Right then, the timer hit 0. Suddenly, every goblin around him began to shift in color. He froze, staring in disbelief. A massive swarm of monsters, all of them, stopped in place. Silent, motionless. Jenna and Han stood frozen, stunned by what they were witnessing. Just then, they noticed Aaron, still alive, lying motionless on the rooftop. A system message appeared. Floor cleared. Their levels had increased, and Han was named MVP. The rewards rolled in. 5,000 gold, iron, ore, leather, and boards. Without warning, the system transferred them all into a new space. Congratulations on clearing Floor 5. Daily dungeons are now unlocked. Gather materials. Strengthen your settlement. Train your heroes. Their remaining weapons had been moved with them. Jenna dropped to her knees in disbelief. Han stood still, barely breathing, his body still shaking from what just happened. Aaron, among them, was quiet but breathing. Jenna looked at him, eyes wide, then suddenly smiled, tears welling up. And then she laughed, overwhelmed by it all. Han didn't move. He couldn't make sense of it. The chaos, the survival, it hadn't settled in yet. From a floor, Jenna looked up. Can you hold me up? I don't have the strength. Without a word, he reached out. As he pulled her to her feet, she asked quietly, Did we really make it? Yeah, he replied. This is the waiting room. The floor's cleared. She looked around. Is every floor like this? He shook his head. No, this was a special case. Picking up the broken pieces of his sword, he added, In missions like this, everyone's survival depends on each person's choices. If the others had been a bit stronger, maybe it would have ended differently. He stepped closer to Jenna. With a well-synced group, these missions wouldn't be this hard. But we got hit at the worst possible time. Jenna nodded, lowering her head. They left the waiting room quietly. Outside, a boy ran up, beaming. You guys crushed it. Chloe's got food ready. Where's everyone else? Still inside. They're dead, Han said flatly. The boy blinked. What? They're all dead. The boy fell silent, stunned. As they walked past him, another voice rang out. Unknown, yet commanding. The master is calling for heroes. Everyone whose names are announced, come forward. Back in his room, Han collapsed on his bed, face pressed into the pillow. He didn't feel much about the deaths he'd seen. Up here on the front lines of the tower, that kind of thing quickly became routine. His thoughts drifted to the new skill he'd picked up, Berserker. As he lay there, he began to wonder, how could that possibly go with his cold-blooded trait? Those two couldn't be more opposite. Cold-blooded kept him composed no matter what, while Berserker traded control for raw power. It had to be some kind of glitch. Maybe it had to do with him being both a hero and a master. Still lying in bed, Han reminded himself that there was a lot he didn't understand yet, but he could figure that out later. Right now, rest came first. With a sigh and eyes slowly closing, he muttered that things were only going to get harder from here. The scene then shifts to the training ground. It's early, and Jenna is already deep in her practice, slicing through the air with precision. Surprised to see her up so soon. She usually slept in. Han asked what brought on the early start. She answered simply, she wanted to stay alive. Watching her fluid movements, he remembered she got a new skill yesterday. She was clearly gifted and relentless. Thinking of Aaron, he realized that despite working just as hard, the guy never got anything in return. Still balancing on his hands, Han figured his current limit was skill level 5. Pretty standard growth for a 3-star hero. Then, a system notification popped up. His level was 9. He studied his stats. Just one more level to go before he'd need to upgrade to 2 stars. Right then, Jenna leaned in and poked his torso. He looked down and asked what she was doing. She commented that his pose looked cool. He told her to knock it off. After a light smack to the head, she pouted and said his muscles didn't even look worn out. As he threw on a shirt, he quietly admitted to himself that she kept catching him off guard. He couldn't believe how quickly she'd bounced back from yesterday. Holding her head, Jenna then said Aaron hadn't shown up. Han told her to leave him be. He probably needed space. After all, he was closer to the ones they'd lost. They both drifted into silence, lost in thought. Jenna broke it, mentioning how Aaron usually arrived earlier than everyone else to train. Standing nearby, Han added that Daika was the same. They both pushed themselves harder than anyone. Turning his gaze to the side, he muttered that, in comparison, those two were real heroes. Watching the others scattered around the training field, Han noted how they always pretended to be busy with something just to avoid synthesis training, only showing up when the master was around to keep an eye on things. With a look of quiet frustration, he remarked that those guys did have potential, but they never had enough time to prove themselves. Maybe it would have been better if one of them had died back on the 5th floor. Jenna, standing beside him, didn't argue. She just suggested they get back to training. Just then, a voice called out, apologizing for being late. It was Aaron, and something about his expression seemed off. Concerned, Han asked what was wrong. Aaron replied that if he'd been just a bit stronger, maybe things wouldn't have ended the way they did for those two. Han met his eyes with a flat look and said plainly they died because they were weak. Nothing more, nothing less. From a distance, Han looked around the base camp, thinking that it had already been a month since he arrived. Though in the real world, only about 10 days had passed. Glancing at his phone, he reflected on how often whatever logged into the game and calculated that the in-game time moved 3 times faster. Whatever checked in morning, noon, and night. Visualizing the game on his phone, Han thought about how, during battle events, the game time synced with real time. Otherwise, those survival missions wouldn't last 30 minutes. They'd be more like 90, and they'd never make it out alive. Just then, Aiel appeared, grinning, and praised Han, saying everyone should follow his example. After all, he cleared the 5th floor, even with a bunch of slackers on his team. She went on, boldly calling him the master of all masters. Jenna leaned over and whispered, asking what Han had done to make Aiel act like that. He brushed it off with a grin, saying it was classified company info. The fairy, still fired up, shouted at the others, calling them useless for lounging around while she was out there giving her all. She warned them there'd be consequences for their laziness. As the scolding went on, Han quietly slipped away, thinking it was better to leave them be. They'd end up where they were needed, especially if someone gave the order. Right after that, a system notification popped up. Group 4 had been formed. It included Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and someone named Owen. As the others stood there in shock, Han listened quietly, showing no reaction. Suddenly, a voice announced that the selected heroes had to head into the rift of time and space. Immediately, Jenna, caught off guard, asked why they were grouped with people they didn't even know. Inside the rift, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Han told Jenna not to worry. This time would be way easier. A portal materialized ahead of them. It was a daily dungeon. These opened every day and were meant for gathering materials. Today's target was the Kenout Forest, and they'd be stuck there for 11 hours. Reading over the mission details, Han realized the daily dungeons were finally accessible. A man beside him asked if they'd really be fighting together. Han glanced over and asked for his name. The guy introduced himself as Owen and quickly added that he didn't think they'd be of much help. As the portal flickered to life, Owen explained there was nothing to stress about. Combat wasn't immediate. In the blink of an eye, a beam of blue light flashed, and they were dropped into the forest. Once inside, the system notified them again. Group 4 had officially entered the lower-tier Kenout Forest. Their objective: gather resources and return when time ran out. It also reminded them that dungeon types rotated based on the day, so it was smart to check ahead before assigning teams. Scanning the area, Jenna asked where the enemies were and if this was going to be another round of special missions. Walking up to her, Han tugged her cheek. She looked confused, not seeing the joke, until he told her she looked ridiculous. Then he crouched down, picked up a small stone, and explained that daily dungeons weren't for fighting. They were for gathering. He tossed the stone into a strange, floating portal nearby. One of the guys asked what that was. Han said it was basically a trash can. Just think of it as storage. Right then, the system chimed in again. Trash collected. This item is not needed by the settlement. Recommend not picking up such items. Snapping a branch off a nearby tree, Han explained it was better to toss gathered materials, like branches, into the storage portal. As he tossed it in, he added that the system would absorb the items and eventually create new ones. A system prompt popped up stating that 100 branches would be needed to create a log, which in turn required a carpenter's bench. Owen stared at him, clearly rattled, and asked if that was really all there was to it. His teammate chimed in, asking if they seriously wouldn't even have to fight. Han shrugged it off and told her it wasn't her concern. Then he suggested they go hunting instead. As they followed him, Jenna complained that the 5 of them never gave her a break and asked what they'd be hunting. Boars? Deer? Rabbits? Either way, she was just excited they'd finally get to eat some real meat. Eventually, they stumbled upon a deer standing in the middle of a clearing. Jenna's eyes lit up, and she practically drooled at the sight. Claiming it as hers, she told the cutlet to stay still. In one smooth motion, she drew her bow and fired, hitting the deer cleanly in the neck. Walking over to her prize, Jenna admired how good it looked. Han, standing just behind, asked if she even knew how to butcher it. She confidently replied that she did. She'd watched her father do it countless times. She got to work, explaining step by step. First, drain the blood, then open the belly and remove the organs. Han stood by in silence, watching her handle everything. As he turned to leave, he told her to toss all the remains into the rift when she was done. Nothing was to be left behind. She asked where he was going. Without turning back, he answered that he had something to take care of, and besides, he was tired of eating just potatoes. Han made his way deeper into the forest, eventually arriving at a massive waterfall. Checking the timer, he noted they had just 30 minutes left before they'd automatically be returned to the settlement. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a group of animals nearby. Spotting them made him pause. He'd found what he was looking for. Drawing his blade, Han focused on the largest one, a rare forest queen. Rare monsters like these sometimes showed up in daily dungeons, and while not hard to spot, they were important. He pictured a low-grade attribute stone in his mind. These monsters were key to upgrading heroes, and getting one could be a game-changer. Without hesitating, he rushed in. Hearing the noise, the deer snapped its head up, alert. In a single, clean swing, Han decapitated the creature. A moment later, one of its kin charged at him in a fury. Without hesitation, Han retaliated, slicing into it over and over with ruthless precision. Now face to face with the queen of the forest, he stared her down. "Your friends are gone." "Too bad," he said flatly. The regal white deer glared back with cold fury. Pointing his blade at her, Han invited her to come at him. The narration briefly shifted, explaining the cycle of daily dungeons. Monday and Tuesday feature the Israelita Mine. Wednesday and Thursday, the Kenout Forest. Friday and Saturday, Simral Plateau. And on Sunday, all dungeons are unlocked. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a panicked shout echoed through the trees. A boy screamed that there was a monster up ahead. Owen, who was with him, squinted into the foliage, confused. He couldn't see anything. Peering through the leaves, they caught a glimpse of glowing red eyes. Owen cautiously told his friend to wait. Something fell off. Then, from the brush, Han stepped into view, dragging his catch. With a smirk, he asked if they were expecting someone else. He dropped the severed head of the forest queen onto the ground with a heavy thud. Jenna, eyes wide, remarked how massive it was. Han exhaled and admitted he was exhausted. He needed help hauling the rest. As one of the team members stored the body in the portal, Han turned to Jenna and asked how much she had gathered. The system notification answered for her. She had harvested the queen's blood. Jenna added that she'd taken down 2 deer and a boar, enough meat for everyone. Picking the queen's head up again, Jenna asked why he'd kept it. It wasn't good for eating. Han, strapping his shield onto his back, explained that he needed the horn. It couldn't be removed any other way. Looking at the head, Jenna casually noted it was female. Surprised, Han asked how she could tell just from that. She replied that she'd lived in the forest long enough to know. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. Jenna had unlocked a new skill, Forest Hunter. Humming a tune, she began carving into the deer's head, cheerful as ever. Han watched her work, stunned by yet another one of her awakenings. Glancing at her awakening stone, he thought to himself that she'd have no trouble ranking up soon. The system notification popped up, stating it was a low-tier wind attribute stone, an elemental item charged with forest energy, typically used to craft gear that boosts a hero's rank. As the narration ended, the scene shifted to the tavern at the hero's main camp. A table loaded with roasted meat filled the air with mouth-watering aromas. The people inside lit up at the sight, clearly overjoyed at finally getting some real food. Jenna walked over with a cheerful grin and told Han that everyone had devoured an entire deer. He casually replied that if she was done eating, she should come with him. He began thinking about all the dungeons they could access. Today, the Simral Plateau was open, one of the daily changing dungeons. It also happened to be a good place to farm attribute stones. Soon after, the two of them entered the dungeon. Another system alert appeared, confirming that a temporary 2-person team had entered a low-tier Simral Plateau instance. Looking around, the girl asked if this place could really help them get stronger. Her companion explained that attribute stones were the key, and now they just had to find them. Jenna stepped slowly toward the cliff's edge, gazing out at the stunning landscape. The breeze swirled gently around her. Just then, Han spotted something, clusters of live flowers growing near the edge. That caught him off guard. He stared at them, certain he'd seen them before. They were the base ingredient for health potions. He made a mental note to collect some later. Suddenly, the sound of combat echoed across the plateau. The pair were now locked in battle with a massive wolf. After a fierce fight, they managed to bring it down hard. Watching their victory, Jenna smiled and said one wolf wasn't much of a challenge. As he slid his sword back into its sheath, Han warned her that more beasts might come, drawn by the scent of blood. Jenna nodded and quickly began dissecting the wolf. She asked what to do with the fangs and claws, and he told her to cut them out. While he examined a low-tier water attribute stone, the system pinged again, identifying it as a water-type skill stone charged with plateau energy, another ingredient for crafting and ranking up. Still working, Jenna remarked how peaceful it was here. Han shot her a look and told her to save that kind of talk for her after he was done draining the blood. Jenna smiled and said if things could always be this simple, just hunting and gathering, they'd have plenty to eat and a safe place to stay. It would have been paradise if not for the master. Her words caught Han off guard. He suddenly remembered that he used to think the same way when he played this role. She quietly wished the master would never return. As he glanced at her, Han wondered if the people of Nibelheim also thought better of him without the master's shadow looming over them. Holding a low-grade attribute stone, the girl explained she didn't see the point in fighting forever. The threat of synthesis was gone. Closing her eyes, she asked what he would rather do for her. Something quieter, perhaps? Han admitted it was possible, but everything still depended on the situation back at the settlement. Then Jenna asked him directly, why suggest something peaceful if he had no plans to step away from the front lines himself? Her words left him speechless. He simply closed his eyes and gave a soft smile. The story then jumped ahead a few days. Deep in a forest, the group was teleported again. A system alert confirmed they were now on the 6th floor, and their task was reconnaissance, scouting an unfamiliar area. The system also notified them that Daika had joined Group 1. With confidence, he declared they could count on him. Aaron, clearly uneasy, pointed out this wasn't one of the usual daily dungeons. The group leader noted that recon missions were rarely typical. Scanning the area, Aaron commented that things seemed quiet, too quiet, like on the 5th floor. But he was quickly hushed. No talking, no peeking out, came the firm reply. Following that, the whole team dropped to the ground in silence. One confused teammate whispered that lying flat wasn't necessary, but Han looked over at Aaron and calmly explained that things were different here. If they followed instructions, they could get through it smoothly. Aaron nodded and followed his lead. A while later, they spotted 3 goblins, each level 8. They figured the enemies wouldn't be a problem, but then Han noticed something, a horn hanging from one of the goblins' belts. That meant reinforcements weren't far off. Looking up at Jenna perched on a branch, he asked if she saw anything. She confirmed there was a goblin settlement up ahead. As she descended, she added there were a lot, about 100 of them. The moment he heard that, Han realized it was a setup. If they engaged, they'd be surrounded in no time. Analyzing the battlefield, Han quickly issued orders. Jenna was to take out the goblin on the right, while Aaron would go for the second one once they were distracted. Aaron gave a quick nod, ready to strike. Turning to Daika, Han drew his blade and instructed him to cover them if anything went wrong. Daika agreed without hesitation. In the next instant, Jenna loosed her arrow. It pierced straight through the goblin's forehead. At the same time, Aaron leapt out of the bushes, driving his weapon clean through his target with a swift thrust. Seeing his comrades fall, the last goblin reached for the horn at his waist, but Han was already there. He told the creature it was too late for help, then cleanly decapitated it with one smooth strike. The system flashed with a notification. The floor had been cleared. MVP Han. He was rewarded with 5,000 gold. Moments later, the group was teleported out. Daika, surprised by how quickly it ended, asked if that was really it. But Han replied that it wasn't over yet. They still needed to scout the area. Taking off in a sprint, he thought to himself that there had to be clues about the next floor. Recon missions often offered hints about what was coming. While most events were randomized, subtle patterns could still be uncovered. Eventually, he reached the fortified goblin settlement. Inside, goblins were keeping wolves chained up. Peering through the fence, he was struck by the sheer size of the village. Suddenly, a goblin turned towards something odd, only to see a faint trail of vanishing blue particles. Just then, the entire group was pulled into the waiting room. Standing beside him, Jenna asked why he had suddenly bolted. He explained he'd just been scouting ahead. Lost in thought, he began piecing things together. Main dungeons often dropped subtle hints, and recon was just the beginning of a chain of quests known as the Flow. Whether those clues meant anything depended entirely on the master's awareness. He didn't know if the others had seen what he did, and that uncertainty gnawed at him. The pace of events was picking up, faster than he had expected. That's when Chloe ran up, breathless. She warned him of a problem. Strangers had appeared, she said, and they weren't just any travelers. They were armed, and something about them felt off. The moment Han heard this, his expression shifted. He understood immediately. In his mind, he pictured high-ranking heroes. Right after, system notifications appeared one after another. A mercenary group, called the Wolves of Destruction, had arrived. The alert also indicated a powerful link between 5 summoned individuals. It was a rare event. When summoned heroes shared a connection, their strength increased dramatically when fighting as a team. Han turned to Isel as she appeared and asked if their master had made another investment. Beaming, she replied that he had purchased a beginner's set for 50,000. Han immediately calculated. That translated to 25,000 crystals and 50,000 gold. Glancing at Chloe, who stood frozen with fear beside him, Han could tell right away they were high-ranking heroes. If it were him, he'd have summoned them just to help clear the 5th floor. He then told Chloe to head back to the kitchen, reassuring her that nothing would happen to her. These people were just different. As Aaron passed by, he casually remarked that their group could take it easy for now, but in the grand scheme, nothing would really change, even with new arrivals. The scene shifted to a nearby building, where a stunning black-haired girl stood. Jenna, spotting her, hurried over and greeted her enthusiastically. Taken aback, the stranger returned the greeting and asked her name. Introducing herself as Edith, she hesitated slightly before returning the question. Jenna, meanwhile, imagined the striking man behind Edith as Han. He looked intimidating, but was actually kind. The man hushed Jenna as he took a closer look at the new girl, checking her status window. She had a class. Immediately, he recognized her as a 3-star hero, a classic thief type. Low in strength and health, but with high dexterity. She clearly favored daggers over a bow. Staring her down, Han asked again for her name and whether they could talk in private. They moved into the tavern, and Jenna brought them water. Edith then asked if he truly knew anything about this place. He replied that he knew a bit, but not everything, and turned the question back on her. When he asked if she remembered how she got here, she looked down, somber. She didn't recall much, only that she had been summoned to fight, and any attempt to remember more gave her a headache. Intrigued, Han asked what she knew about synthesis. The moment the word left his mouth, Edith's expression darkened. She explained, synthesis was the act of growing stronger by absorbing others. That revelation made Han think. Knowledge clearly varied by rank. Judging by her gear, he figured she had once worked as a mercenary. Propping her head on one hand, Edith quietly revealed she had been part of the Wolves of Destruction. Jenna beside her perked up, saying the name sounded pretty cool. Edith added that the last thing she remembered was being on a job in Halsea. Then she woke up here. While running through the different character cards in his mind, Han quickly realized something. Edith wasn't just a 3-star hero. She had the skill set to match. She'd clearly been a mercenary too, but the gap between her and someone like Carl was enormous. Jenna, intrigued by Edith's story, commented that it sounded really interesting. Edith hesitated, unsure if Jenna truly meant it. Then, turning her gaze away, she quietly muttered that things had changed now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, someone from the fair calling out for Diego, Jack, Kevin, Dirk, and Edith, telling them to come outside. The master was calling. Han glanced toward the window and pointed out that it looked like it was time to head to the square. Just then, a burly man emerged from his room, clearly annoyed. "Who called me?" he grumbled. Edith stood from her seat and calmly said that the master really needed them. It was time. Jack, chewing on a chunk of meat, grumbled that it had been a while since he'd had a proper bite, and muttered that he should have known what kind of master this guy was. Then he slammed the door and stomped outside. Chloe came rushing into the hall, visibly shaken. She said the man had demanded meat, then hoarded so much it could have fed 5 people. Furious, Jenna snapped that they needed to make him give it back. Han, rising from his chair, simply said they needed to get to the square. At the same time, the newcomers gathered and agreed on something big. They would rename Group 5 to Wolves of Destruction. A system notification confirmed the change, assigning them to new slots and officially forming the group. The system then announced that the following heroes had joined the Wolves of Destruction: Diego, Edith, Dirk, Jack, and Kevin. Diego was designated the group's leader. As they all stood side by side in the square, a man observed them and muttered that something about the situation felt off. They even had a gun. The boy next to him said he had one too. The man began fumbling for another excuse, but Han pointed out the obvious. They gave off the vibe of dangerous people. No denying it. Just then, Isel ushered the newcomers inside, saying the master was waiting. The man nodded in approval, thinking to himself that their fear made sense. Those folks didn't look friendly, and they were definitely strong. Han suddenly turned to Jenna, who stood behind him, and asked what she thought of the newcomers. She replied that Edith seemed normal enough, but the rest? Hard to say. Then, turning to the group, Han asked what exactly they wanted from him. Was it really protection? They nodded. With a smirk, he challenged them. Was that all they were after? Protection for nothing? A nervous man admitted that Han was strong, and that's why they'd come to him. Staring at them with a cocky expression, Han scoffed. You all skip training day after day, and now you're here begging for help from someone stronger? Everyone around was left speechless. In his mind, he compared them all to Daika. None of them were anywhere near his level. They just put on a show whenever the master was around. Then he looked over at the rallying meat Jenna had brought. They'd had plenty of time to pick up a craft, learn something, become useful, but all they focused on was avoiding synthesis. His voice turned cold. He told them to leave before he lost his temper. The narrative cut to the stat cards of the current Wolves of Destruction mercenaries. The man from earlier, now pale with fear, didn't hesitate. He hurried out of the square, the others trailing behind. Han then turned to Aaron. While he was bleeding out, swarmed by goblins, these guys were lounging around, eating and sleeping in peace, he said. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. His eyes drifted to Daika, who stood nearby, battered and bruised. You've really been fighting, huh? Han asked. Daika looked surprised. How did he know? Han just shrugged. It's written all over your face. Daika, still confused, explained that it was just a duel. He had asked for it himself. After a moment, Han told him they could take a break now. He turned to Jenna again, who was quietly humming a tune by his side. Why are you still hanging around? He asked. Not long after, a system message flashed. The floor has been cleared. A group of mercenaries emerged from the portal, grumbling that the place had been full of weaklings. Just goblins. No excitement at all. Then Djax stepped forward, his eyes locked straight ahead. Who the hell are you? He demanded. Han just smirked. With a casual wave of his hand, he replied, Why does it even matter to you? Jakin, clearly annoyed by Han's response, stepped forward angrily, demanding to know just who he thought he was. Jenna, standing between them, calmly pointed out that they hadn't even introduced themselves yet. Kevin, confused, turned to her and asked who she was supposed to be. At that moment, Djax decided to speak up. He introduced himself as the captain of the mercenary group, the Wolves of Destruction, and said it was time for proper introductions. Han, sitting beside him, still relaxed, smiled, and said his name was Han. Seeing that Han carried a weapon, Djax assumed he must be a mercenary. But Han, still in his seat, simply replied that he was nothing more than a farmer. Djax stared at him in disbelief, clearly not buying it. Letting that slide for now, Djax gripped the hilt of his sword and asked if the locals usually gathered in the square during conscription. Han confirmed that they did, then asked why he wanted to know. The mercenary captain didn't answer directly. His glare made it clear he understood the situation all too well. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. The master is summoning 10 heroes. They all waited to see who it would be. Han was surprised. 10 regular summons at once? He couldn't help but wonder what the master was planning. As the gates opened, another message flashed. The master has begun synthesis. Heroes must be moved to free slots to proceed. Once used in synthesis, they will be lost. A group of bewildered people stepped out of the portal, looking around in panic, having no clue where they were or what was going on. The fair, watching this unfold, sighed and said the master had summoned yet another batch of nobodies. Isel stepped forward, calling out several names and ordering them into the synthesis room. The newcomers, terrified, had no idea who she was or how she knew their names. She silenced them coldly, saying the master gave the order and they were to follow it. Suddenly, Jakin stormed over to one of the new arrivals and grabbed him by the neck, accusing him of being the one responsible. In a strange twist, the man's value started to rise. Jenna, watching in horror, muttered that this couldn't be happening. Her ally next to her simply replied that anything was possible. After all, they had just arrived. Meanwhile, Djax reminded his subordinate not to forget about the second target. The subordinate, still stunned, asked who was next, mouth hanging open. Once he located the last person, he dragged both of them toward the synthesis gate. Watching it unfold, Han couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this how all heroes summoned with real money ended up? Beside him, Jenna muttered that it was all wrong. They weren't even given a chance. Han stayed quiet, but he knew she was right, and was making a huge mistake. He couldn't help but think. Even among all the one-star trash, there were hidden gems. But the master didn't bother to check. He just threw them all into synthesis. Then, a muscular man glowing with golden light stepped forward. He shouted triumphantly that he'd grown stronger. The system confirmed it, a level up. Right after that, the fair announced another list of names. Screams rang out across the square. The newly summoned heroes, terrified, pleaded for their lives. But it was no use. Drawing his weapon, the mercenary leader gave a cold order. Don't let anyone escape. His subordinates obeyed instantly, blades drawn and ready. Djax glanced back and saw Edith just standing there. What's with you? You part of this or not? He barked. But she didn't answer. She simply looked down and shut her eyes, accepting what was happening. Then, in silence, the black-haired thief pulled her dagger from its sheath. That's when Han spoke up. He told Isel to send a message to the master. A suggestion. Don't throw heroes into synthesis without even checking them. Isel quickly opened a keyboard, typed the message, and sent the warning, pointing out that the master could be losing valuable assets by not verifying them first. Han closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting. Since arriving here, everything had changed. This really was a new life. Jakin, now fuming, stormed over to him. You better stay out of this, he growled. Still smiling, Han replied calmly, I'm not interfering. I just gave the master a little advice. With a smirk, he turned to the glowing warrior nearby. Doesn't feel so amusing now, does it? That hit a nerve. Enraged, the warrior ripped out his axe and swung it furiously. You damn bastard, he shouted. Just then, an arrow whistled past Jakin's head, stopping just short of hitting him. Joanna stood ready, bow drawn. The next one's going between your eyes, she warned. Jakin clenched his teeth in fury. You scum. Djax raised his sword, pointing it directly at them. Did you just attack us? He demanded. Edith quickly stepped forward, urging him to stop and just talk it out. But Djax brushed her aside and barked at her to stay quiet. Turning his blade toward Han, he demanded, Do you even know who we are? Han didn't flinch. Of course I do, he said calmly. Then, with a smirk, he looked up at them and declared, You're just trash. Right then, a system notification popped up. Hostility detected toward 4 heroes of the Wolves of Destruction. Feud status has been triggered. Monitor inter-hero relations closely. The mercenaries all turned toward him, eyes sharp, ready to strike. But before anyone could move, the fairy flew in and raised her hand to stop them. Heroes aren't allowed to fight each other, she warned. Unless you want the master to punish you. Han looked at her coolly. There's no rule like that. The fairy hesitated. She couldn't argue. Han's tone turned serious. Let's stop pretending, he said, facing the group. You call yourselves mercenaries? Djax narrowed his eyes. That's exactly what we are. Just regular mercs doing a job for a reward. Han laughed coldly. No, what I see is a bunch of bandits. Djax's expression darkened. I've shown you patience, he growled. And that's how you repay me? You really looking to die? Han ignored the threat and looked up at Isel, who was still floating nearby. These so-called heroes? They'll just drag us down. Rank means nothing without character. They'll stir up trouble and ruin everything. Deadweight. Isel stared at him, stunned and speechless. Then, with a sly grin, Han raised his hand and said, let's start with a duel. Then, a system notification popped up. Han had issued a duel challenge to Djax. It explained that duels were a formal way for heroes to settle disputes, and that special terms could be added. Djax's commander, the mercenary leader, looked at him in disbelief and asked if he'd lost his mind and what had gotten into him. But Han, staring him down, said he could think of him like a wild dog biting anyone in sight. Recalling their past actions, Han said he'd seen enough to know exactly what kind of people they were. He asked if all the residents were gathered in the square. Once the mercenaries realized there weren't any real powerhouses in the settlement, their fear vanished completely. With his hand moving to the side and his eyes closed, Han muttered that the new recruits wouldn't be enough to stop them. Djax raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. From behind Han, Jenna looked confused, unable to make sense of his words. Han clarified. If he wins, he absorbs Djax. If Djax wins, the same happens in reverse. That was the deal. The mercenary leader let out a wicked grin. Right then, another system message popped up. Djax had accepted the duel. Both heroes agreed to the special condition, synthesis. The system asked if they were ready to begin. Han, envisioning a blade forming before him, smirked. This was going to be fun. As the duel setup screen displayed the agreement button, Han reached out, ready to press it. Djax, clearly enjoying the moment, unsheathed his sword without hesitation. Before confirming, Han asked if Djax was nervous. Feeling the weight of protecting the townspeople, he turned to Jenna and asked her to evacuate everyone to safety. She blinked, surprised, and asked if he could really handle it all on his own. Without answering directly, Han began stretching, prepping for the fight. Catching Jenna's uncertain gaze, he asked if she was actually worried about him. And with that, the button was pressed. The duel was officially on. The two fighters locked eyes, coming to a clear understanding. The duel would only end when one of them admitted defeat. Djax knew he needed his opponent alive, not dead, to accomplish his plans. Han turned to Isel, asking her to make sure no one interfered. But before the request had even settled in the air, Djax lunged forward in an aggressive strike, frustrated that Han hadn't even drawn his weapon yet. Han quickly assessed the threat. Djax's power was nearing 20, and his swordsmanship had reached level 3. He wasn't to be taken lightly. Then, without warning, Han slipped into a berserker state. His eyes flared with a vivid red light. Djax's earlier confidence began to crack. He'd underestimated his foe. Han dodged with precise, effortless movements, appearing behind Djax in an instant. He grabbed his arm, then seized his head and slammed him into the ground. Djax hit face first, skidding across jagged stones and collecting painful gashes. Wasting no time, Han drew his sword and spun it easily in one hand, making his dominance clear. He then drove the blade deep into Djax's body and commanded him to surrender. Djax let out a scream, writhing from the pain, but his cries drowned out his own voice. Han, unsatisfied, pushed the sword in even further, demanding that Djax repeat his defeat loud and clear. Just then, Kevin stepped forward, pleading for Han to stop the torture. Han turned to him, his voice cold. Djax and his crew wouldn't hesitate to wipe them all out. This wasn't some harmless conflict. Kevin hesitated, thrown off by Han's unwavering stance. He believed both sides shared similar goals. Han didn't back down. His icy tone held no room for doubt. If he said it, then that was the truth. Djax, now bloodied and broken, looked down at the ground. Tears streamed from his eyes. His voice shook as he asked why. Why Han hated him so much. They had agreed to the duel. Wasn't it up to them how it ended? Before Djax could get the words of surrender out, Han suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth, cutting him off. He declared that since the enemy was silent, the fight was still on. Turning to Kevin, Han announced that Djax was now his prey, and only he would decide what fate awaited him. With that, he yanked Djax close, locking him in a firm hold. Dirk and Adis watched in stunned silence. unable to hide their discomfort at the sight of their comrades' humiliation. One of Djax's allies shouted a warning at Han, promising that this wouldn't be forgotten. He reminded Han exactly who they were and threatened that he'd regret every bit of this. But Han didn't flinch. He tightened his grip on Djax, ignoring the threats completely. Then his gaze shifted to Adis. Calmly, he asked if it was true they were mercenaries. She couldn't even meet his eyes and gave a faint nod, admitting it was true. They'd worked as mercs in the past. Han smirked, cutting her off mid-sentence. To him, they weren't mercenaries, they were bandits, plain and simple, even robbing the ones who paid them. Then he asked her directly, why was she still with them? Caught off guard, Adis stammered. She said she only stayed because her father had asked her to, and urged Han not to be so quick to judge. Still holding Djax down, Han looked her straight in the eye. He asked one more question. Did she really want to stay with him? Or was she ready to join his side? Adis stood frozen, clearly torn. Behind her, one of her comrades exploded in rage, shouting that she had no right to even consider such a betrayal. Meanwhile, Djax quietly reached for his sword, trying to break free in the chaos. Her partner kept yelling, threatening Adis with the consequences of turning her back on the group. Just as Djax's fingers brushed the weapon, Han reacted instantly. He drove his sword through the man's hand, pinning it to the ground without blinking. He didn't take his eyes off Adis. His voice was calm, unwavering. There was only room for one more on his team. Her partner screamed that she would pay dearly if she left them. Adis trembled, her body tense, then closed her eyes. After a moment of stillness, she made her choice. She walked away from the wolves of destruction, slowly, but without looking back, straight toward Han. Han felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Adis's decision had shifted the balance. This was the turning point. Her former comrades burned with fury, their faces twisted in anger and betrayal. But Adis stood firm, unmoved by their emotions. She told them to disappear, brushing off their threats like they meant nothing. Meanwhile, Han tightened his hold on Djax, forcing him harder into the dirt. Djax gasped, struggling to breathe, tried to squeeze out a surrender. But Han wasn't buying it. He asked if Djax truly meant it, or if it was just a ploy to escape a final, humiliating defeat. Djax snapped back with venom, saying Han would regret everything. Then he screamed for help, calling out to his allies. That was the trigger. Adis's former team charged at Han in a blind rage. But before they could reach him, Isel materialized in their path. Her eyes glinted with cold authority as she warned them. The duel was still underway. No one had the right to interfere, but they didn't care. Blinded by fury, they barked at her to step aside and kept moving, ready to tear Han apart. Han noticed them charging and simply chuckled to himself. He knew Isel wouldn't stand by and let them break the rules. Her eyes gleamed with a wild light. She stared down the attackers and said one last time that they had been warned. In an instant, the air filled with screams. Bodies were flung in all directions like ragdolls. Blood splattered midair, and Isel, calm and composed, lowered her hand without a flicker of emotion. She stood amidst the chaos and reminded them she had given them fair warning. Now their fate was sealed. They had returned to the hands of death. Djax watched in horror. His body shook, eyes wide, realizing he was caught between two overwhelming forces. Isel floated back to Han, as serene as ever, and asked if she'd done the right thing. Han, clearly pleased, praised her without hesitation. She handled everything perfectly. At that moment, Djax finally broke. In a faint whisper, he admitted defeat. Han heard it, and at the same time, the glowing symbol in the air shifted, signaling the end of his berserker mode. His hair swayed gently in the breeze. Han felt a faint throb in his head and quickly realized using that mode again just wasn't worth the strain. He made a mental note to be more cautious the next time he activated it. Turning to Djax with a slight smirk, he remarked that if his opponent truly understood the system and the consequences of this duel, he would have never gone through with it. Floating above them, Isel issued a warning. The master had been tapping the screen repeatedly, clearly irritated by how things were unfolding. Just then, a glowing card flashed before Han's eyes. It showed his skills had leveled up. He wasn't shocked, but Isel looked on with alarm. She feared the master, frustrated by the events, might abandon the game entirely, especially after spending a hefty amount on a hero he'd barely used. Han, however, remained calm. If the master was that easily discouraged, he would have quit long ago. After synthesizing the 4-star heroine, Han rose to his feet, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He recalled how many summons had gone to waste, all leading to this moment. Still, he knew deep down, those heroes had just been dead weight. Losing them wasn't much of a setback. His eyes swept across the scattered bodies. Maybe the master would see the flaws in his choices someday. But right now, he was clearly furious. Reaching level 10, Han realized his stats now rivaled those of a solid 3-star hero, more than enough to prove his worth in battle. He knew one thing. Unless the master chose to synthesize him, he'd never stand a chance of reaching the tower summit. Han lifted his gaze to the sky. High above, the master's eye stared back at him. What was going through his mind? What was he feeling? Staring at that ever-watchful eye, Han quietly vowed never to let it disappear. His voice rang with steady resolve, a warning to the one who controlled his fate. Outside, the sun blazed overhead, and a massive wall loomed around the city. Han leaned against a nearby house, closing his eyes for just a moment, trying to shut out the noise of the world. But the peace didn't last. A crowd quickly gathered around him, voices filled with admiration and praise. Daika, in particular, couldn't contain his excitement. His eyes sparkled with genuine respect for the hero before him. Han didn't share in the crowd's excitement. He gently cupped Jenna's cheek and, with a hint of disapproval, asked why she had told everyone what happened. The townspeople, oblivious to his frustration, continued expressing their gratitude, praising him for saving them from the threat that had loomed over their peaceful lives. With a tired sigh, Han looked over the crowd and told them they were missing the real issue. One man stepped forward, full of emotion, and declared they would gladly lay down their lives for him. After all, he'd saved them from certain death. But Han's expression turned cold. He turned his back and replied bluntly, that had nothing to do with them. Confused, a man beside him asked what he meant. Han faced him again and explained that the master, the one who ruled over their fates, was furious. That's why he had summoned his allies. The villagers exchanged uncertain looks, whispering in worry, but one of them tried to reassure the rest, saying it was just a matter of defeating a few goblins. Jenna, visibly shaken, turned to Han. Why 6 people? She asked nervously. Wasn't 5 enough to win? Han didn't even look at her. His reply was cold and final. It was for synthesis. The word landed like a hammer. The villagers fell silent, their faces pale with horror. One of them, his voice trembling with anger, stepped forward and shouted that they had always fought, always struggled to survive. But Han ignored the outburst. Instead, he called over Eren and Daika. The 2 boys approached hesitantly, uncertain. Han looked them in the eyes. Do you really believe these people gave it their all? He asked. What were they doing while we pushed ourselves to the brink? Then he turned to Jenna again. Did they help you hunt? She paused, then admitted they had helped her carry the meat. Han didn't flinch. Even beasts can do that. Their worth isn't any higher than cattle. The villagers erupted in outrage. One man snapped and screamed to Han. Without hesitation, the hero struck him hard, dropping him to the ground. At that moment, Isel materialized before them, furious. Her voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. She was tired of being ignored. Everyone to the square. Now, one of the city residents stepped forward, desperation in his voice, begging Han to speak with the master. Only he, they believed, had the power to change what was coming. But despite the fear etched into the villagers' faces, Han stood firm. Jenna turned to him hesitantly. Who are you sending first? She asked. Arms crossed. Han replied without hesitation. Adis. Her level was too low, and as a newcomer, she was the obvious choice. The girl's eyes widened in panic. She pleaded for another chance, but her fate was already sealed. A card appeared near the gate bearing her image, announcing the synthesis had been completed and her level had risen. The villagers watched in stunned silence as Adis glowed faintly with a yellow light. Horror spread through the crowd. Han's eyes were cold. He warned them. If they thought they could cling to him and do nothing, they were wrong. If they wanted to survive, they'd have to prove they were worth the effort. A man near the front stammered, his voice shaking. He admitted he didn't know how to fight. His hands trembled from fear. Han didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned to his companions. He asked them to help get the villagers trained. The blacksmith was hesitant. Teaching the craft from scratch wouldn't be easy. But Han had no doubt they were motivated enough to learn. He added that anyone who thought they had what it took for close combat could come to him directly. He'd show them exactly what they were made of. He continued. Those who wanted to learn to hunt or butcher could go to Jenna. For carpentry, Enoch would handle them. Han made one thing clear. They had options. They just needed the will to survive. Jenna watched him quietly. Something about him had changed. He was softer, more open to helping people. She commented on it, but Han brushed it off. Still, deep down, he knew she wasn't wrong. If they listened to him, they might avoid dying for nothing. As they approached a massive building and climbed toward the 10th floor, Han realized he'd soon need a second team, one that could match the main group's strength. The next morning, while the sky was still dark, Chloe stood nearby holding a tray of freshly baked buns. When she saw Han, she greeted him cheerfully. Curious, he asked what they were cooking. Chloe explained they were making bread. Though they had no flour, her partner used to be a baker and had improvised. She smiled and told him they used ground potatoes instead. Han tried a piece, then nodded thoughtfully. It was a clever workaround. He suggested they take some wheat to the plateau. It could be the start of something bigger. Just then, The door creaked open and Han stepped outside. Adis stood waiting for him, suggesting they head to the training arena. Her confidence caught him off guard. On the field, Jinna stood ready, bow already drawn. Han approached and asked her to spar with Adis, using daggers instead of her usual weapon. Jinna blinked in surprise. She was skilled with a bow, but daggers weren't her strength. Still, she agreed without hesitation. Spinning the blades in her hands, she approached Adis. The fight began. Adis ducked and weaved, impressed by Jinna's control and speed. But then Jinna called her out, reminding her that she wasn't a kid anymore. She needed to fight like an adult. The pace of the match picked up. Both girls moved so fast they were nearly blurs across the field. In one swift move, Jinna knocked Adis to the ground and held a dagger to her chest. Adis, breathless, stared up at her. "Are you really a mercenary?" she asked. "Or from some noble warrior family?" Jinna shook her head. "No, I'm just a hunter's daughter. This is all from years of training." Han stepped in then, commenting that if the wolves of destruction had trained this hard, they'd be a real threat. Adis might be weaker now, but her potential went far beyond that of any first-level hero. If she kept pushing, she could close the gap. Suddenly, Eren burst into the scene, shouting in frustration. "That's not true. I've been training like crazy, and I still haven't caught up." Han closed his eyes, calm as ever. "It's about more than just effort. It's how you train, how you grow." He turned back to Adis. "I don't care who you were before." Adis wiped her face, voice quiet. I remember your work." Off to the side, Eren jogged in circles, panting hard. The group practiced on training dummies while Han observed, thinking to himself. It wasn't a matter of preference anymore. They had to raise their value, or they wouldn't last. Even with the volunteers for support, they were still short. Only 2 spots remained, and someone, inevitably, would be chosen for synthesis. Han's gaze shifted and landed on a guy standing off alone, hands buried in his pockets. He walked over. "What's your name?" he asked. The man, drenched in sweat, answered, "Usher." "That thing, Master, brought us here to fight." Han picked up a club from a nearby barrel and gave Usher a quick once-over. The guy was in decent shape. "So," Han asked, "who were you before all this?" Usher explained that he used to work as a porter for mercenaries, carrying their gear, standing guard, and setting up rest stops. Han raised an eyebrow, noting that Usher fought surprisingly well for someone in that role. Embarrassed, Usher admitted he had always hoped to become a mercenary himself one day. A grin tugged at Han's lips. Without saying much, he pulled out his club and told Usher to attack him. He wanted to see what the guy was really capable of. Nearby, 2 angelic figures were carved into a stone, a symbol marking the beginning of the weeding process for the new recruits. That evening, the Master's indifference became clear. He didn't care who volunteered for support or who didn't. Despite Eren constantly throwing himself into battles, he was overlooked again. 2 people were chosen and didn't make it. They were used for synthesis. Usher's card lit up with a bright glow. The result? He leveled up, now a level 3. The rest of the group was dispatched to the daily dungeon. Terrified, one of the newer recruits sprinted from a monstrous enemy. Meanwhile, we learned that the mine holding fire-attributed stones remained sealed off. Under the night sky, calm but tense, the settlement slept. At dawn, a crowd gathered on the street. Arms folded, Han stood at the front, surveying the group. "Any guesses why I brought you all here?" he asked. The expressions around him shifted instantly. Daika tentatively raised his hand. "Are you picking the new team?" Jinna blinked in confusion. "Isn't that up to the Master?" Han shrugged. "He listens to suggestions. I'm making mine." Holding up a glass filled with folded slips, he announced, "We're drawing lots." The group murmured in surprise. With a sly grin, Han continued, "We're splitting into 2 teams. 6 of us. 3 per group." Daika frowned, unsure. Han reassured them, "Relax. There are no losers here. Each team gets a leader. One team has me. The other," he said, glancing over, "has Adis." Adis blinked. "Me? Not Jinna." Han looked down and replied flatly, "I don't like Jinna." Adis hesitated. "Why split up at all?" "Because it's risky to invest everything in one team," Han said. "If they fall, it's game over. We need balance." Han closed his eyes for a moment and reminded everyone that the remaining slots would be filled by the Master. He would make that call himself. As he stood there, memories of the brutal battle on the 5th floor resurfaced. The gap in strength back then had nearly wiped the whole team. A few weak links almost cost them everything. He visualized various maps in his mind. If it were possible for a single team to clear every floor, then dividing wouldn't be necessary. But they were reaching a point where more people would be required, especially for special missions, where dozens or even hundreds of heroes might need to join forces. If someone too weak slipped in, it could put the entire operation at risk. The second group wouldn't just be backup. They'd be the settlement's insurance if the first team was ever wiped out. Inwardly, Han acknowledged that Inniton was summoning heroes with real money and zero strategy meetings. Still, there had to be some tricks to that system, and he could only hope to figure them out in time. Clutching the glass of lots, Han declared, "Reds are with me. Blues go with Adis." The teams were balanced to avoid complaints. No one would feel shortchanged. Placing the glass down, he raised his voice. "Let's go." A gust of wind swept across the training field, stirring the dust and whipping past the dummies. Jenna and Aaron held red slips in their hands. Adis glanced at her new teammates. Judging by their expressions, they clearly didn't believe in her. Daika didn't even try to hide it. "We don't," he blurted. Adis just smiled. "I'm new, barely experienced." "I get it." Han watched from a distance. Everyone knew their skill levels varied wildly, but that couldn't be helped. Not yet. With a smirk, Han looked at Adis. "You'd better catch up fast, unless you want to be left in the dust." Adis's eyes gleamed as she answered. "After yesterday's synthesis, we won't lose that easily." The moment both teams appeared, rain started pouring down. From all directions, furious monsters began gathering in the forest. A system message flashed. This was the 7th floor. Their mission: wipe out all the goblins. Despite the downpour, Han and his group stood their ground, surrounded. Aaron, with a grin, shouted that they were in luck, and this would be easy for him. Drawing a blade from his back, he readied himself. But Han stepped forward, telling them all to stay back. He was taking this one alone. As the goblins lunged at him in a frenzy, Han took a deep breath. A message popped up. He had activated Berserk mode. In an instant, his body glowed with a red aura. Han tore through the goblins like a storm. Lightning fast, he raced around the battlefield, slashing down enemies left and right. His onslaught was relentless. Soon, only one terrified goblin remained, trembling. With his blade resting on his back, Han stood silently. Jenna walked up behind him and asked if he wanted to finish it. But Han shook his head. There had to be clues about this floor, and it might be better not to end the mission just yet. He told Jenna to let the goblin go. It wouldn't pose any threat, and that they needed to scout the area. Looking up at the heavy rain, Han made his way to the river. There, he spotted a shattered dam. As he examined it, messages appeared, floor cleared. Their reward: 10,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. Once outside the dungeon, Jenna mentioned she was going to wash up, while Aaron said he'd head to the arena for some training. But Han suddenly paused and called out to Aaron, asking him to wait. Another message appeared. Master had selected the double beginner's pack. He received 5,000 crystals and 100,000 gold for just 90,000 won. Turning to Jenna, Han told her seriously to bring the lot from his room. Then he looked Aaron in the eye and instructed him to go bring Adis. A message confirmed the payment had gone through, and the rewards would arrive by mail. Gazing at a nearby building glowing pink, Han remarked that new players would be showing up soon. Smiling to himself, Han thought it was no surprise. He was the type to rarely buy anything, but once he started, he couldn't stop. He recalled how, back when he first signed up, the level of artificial intelligence had blown him away. Watching the heroes in action was always entertaining. New users were hooked by the synthesis system, the intense battles during floor clears, and the way the heroes acted. Han had invited plenty of people himself, always pointing out how fun it was to watch real players. Even the support heroes managed to steal attention, the way they followed commands, the precision in their actions. In his mind, countless scenes with different players flashed by. Han knew that as the game's difficulty rose, new content unlocked. It wasn't hard to see why masters loved pulling the strings and guiding others. Just then, two figures appeared before him. System messages identified them as Ialka and Roderick. Roderick frowned and asked who she was, while Ialka, startled, stumbled, and fell in front of Han. Jenna walked over and asked what was going on and why the girl was on the ground. Han simply replied not to worry. It was probably just the clothes being uncomfortable. Adis stepped up beside him, noting that Ialka was clearly an aristocrat. Glancing at her, Adis added that she had seen plenty of mercenaries in her time, and she could read people well. She was curious. What was a noblewoman doing in a place like this? Sunlight poured over the walled settlement as Han reflected on what he did know. He understood the ideas of master summoning and synthesis, but things like levels and skills were still a mystery to him. He was just a city guardian, really. Looked ordinary, aside from a deeply rooted sense of duty. Roderick, looking uneasy, muttered that he had this strange feeling, like something was controlling him. It was as if an enemy was standing right in front of him, and he couldn't shake the urge to act. Han nodded, and he promised to explain it all after the draw. He and Adis were about to begin the lot selection. As the drawing started, Han observed Blue had chosen the old man, Red had picked the girl. Seeing both newcomers, he mused to himself, a seasoned guard versus a young noblewoman. It was clear who had the edge. Jenna rushed over, holding glass. Setting it on the ground, she said it was time to choose lots. Han took off running, hand outstretched toward the glass. He had already decided. He wanted the left one. Ialka kept her eyes on them the whole time. Just then, something caught Han off guard. His mind raced. Was that fire magic? Adis and Han each grab a lot, their hands meeting in the middle. They locked eyes, both asking the same thing. Who's letting go? Turning back toward Ialka, Han asked if she was a mage. She stood there, holding a glowing ball of fire. Ialka replied calmly that it should be enough for an introduction. Neither Adis nor Han had any intention of backing down. They both wanted that lot. Watching Ialka silently, Han thought to himself, warriors, thieves, and others could be recruited in countless ways. But mages? They were a whole different story, extremely rare, only available through donation summons, and even then, the odds were dismal. Ialka, confused and visibly overwhelmed, asked why they were treating her like this, as if she'd done something wrong. Suddenly, Jenna exploded. She realized they'd peeked at the lot and shouted that it was cheating. Grabbing the glass from them, she yelled that this kind of thing should come down to luck alone. Ialka, bewildered, asked what they were doing. Han replied they were simply deciding who would get her, pointing out she had moved slower than the old man. Still stunned, Ialka asked how she was supposed to understand anything. It all happened so fast. Roderick told her to think carefully, then turned to her and asked if she had claimed the lot. Covering her mouth, Ialka said the whole thing was disgusting. Jenna, arms crossed, said this time, no more tricks. It had to be fair and square. Han looked at Adis and said it was time to draw properly. No hard feelings. The boys picked their lots. Holding them up, Han grinned and declared it settled. He turned to Ialka and told her she'd be in his party, sending her the invitation. Just then, a hand grabbed the other guy. Isel dragged him away. Looking back, the guy gave Han a frightened stare, saying they promised no harm would come if they worked hard. Han looked at him and calmly said he just couldn't handle support skills. Then he turned to Ialka and warned her. If she didn't want the same outcome, she should listen to Isel. Han's expression hardened. Ialka's card lit up, and messages popped up. Synthesis complete. Her level had increased. With eyes closed, Han said this would happen to her too, if she didn't keep up. Watching Isel take the others away, Han muttered that synthesis was unavoidable in this case. Better to stay on track than be forced into it. Standing beside Roderick, Han told him he'd be up next, casually noting that the others were just synthesis material. As he scanned the settlement, a message popped up. Roderick had leveled up. At the gate, Isel raised her hand and called out to open the space-time rift. Watching closely, Han thought to himself, this was all part of the rookie trial. Isel then announced that Team 2 was to enter the rift. Turning back with a smile, Adis said she'd be leading Roderick. He'd be the hero of this round. Han glanced at Ialka and asked her directly what kind of magic she used. Arms crossed, she snapped back, asking why he needed to know. Frowning, Han demanded she answer. Ialka, taken aback, hesitated, then burst out in anger, saying it was disgusting and that she shouldn't have to fight strange creatures for no reason. Coldly, Han told her that disobedience would only lead to sacrifice. Fear flashed across Ialka's face. Han, standing firmly in front of her, asked again, what kind of magic did she possess? Sitting on a bench, Ialka finally replied, she used fire magic. The strongest spell she could conjure was a third circle flame. Han, arms crossed, asked if she could teleport or use support magic. Ialka answered that any third-rank mage could learn support spells. Then, smirking, she claimed her skills would blow him away. Looking at her, Han thought it was unfortunate. He could only hope her power lived up to her confidence. Unlike offense, defense magic was far more versatile, and that's what he was really looking for. Ialka remained seated, while Han reflected on why he had asked. She had no skill window. Maybe she hadn't awakened fully yet, though the chances were slim. With a serious expression, he asked if she understood that from now on, she'd have to fight. Just then, Adis and her group emerged from the rift, all smiling. From the look on Adis's face, Han guessed Roderick had impressed her. Turning to Jenna and Aaron, he said it was their turn now. Time to get ready. Isel called out, announcing that Team 1 would now enter the space-time rift. Han smirked and said it was time to move. As the group stepped into the dungeon, he calmly guessed they'd land on the 4th floor. He introduced the types of monsters ahead. Nothing advanced just yet. The next stage wasn't unlocked, so it would be enough to test Ialka's magic here. Harpies and goblins roamed this level, more than enough to figure out what kind of mage she really was. With a satisfied look, Han said that once the battle began, they'd hang back. This was about testing her abilities. Turning, he added that each of the 3 of them could clear the 4th floor solo anyway. Ialka hesitated, unsure of herself, prompting Han to recall how just moments ago she had confidently claimed he'd be blown away by her magic. Now, as she pointed a finger forward, she urged him to wait, assuring him he'd be amazed. Isel, blinking in confusion, waved her hand and smiled. Suddenly, a message appeared. The door would open in 10 seconds. Still stunned, Isel wished them luck. As the door creaked open, Han couldn't help but think their master was insane. Before them stretched a dungeon, and not just any level, but the 8th floor. Alarmed, he yelled for everyone to ready their weapons and stay alert. Clenching his jaw, Han questioned if this was payback for their earlier misstep, suggesting they should consider retreating. Ialka glanced around, recognizing the area. Han abruptly shouted for everyone to hit the ground. His eyes darted to Ialka, who was frozen in confusion, until an arrow came flying toward her. Quick to react, Han tackled her to the ground just in time. The arrow zipped past them, trying to piece things together. Han recalled something and confirmed it when a new message appeared. This was indeed the 8th floor. Their objective, eliminate 27 level 9 goblin riders. Out of nowhere, goblins came charging. Jenna raised her bow and loosed an arrow, striking a goblin and knocking it from its wolf mount. Shield raised, Han barked at Eren to engage. As the enemy closed in, Han turned toward Ialka to speak, but Han's sudden movement caught his eye. He just blocked an explosion with a shield. Han stared, stunned, but a goblin lunged at him from the side. Han evaded, blade flashing as he cleaved the monster in two. More goblins advanced, and their wolves went straight for Han, who called out to Eren. Eren responded, thrusting his spear into a goblin. The creature, clutching a crossbow, managed to fire. The arrow hurtled toward Eren. Han shouted for Ialka to start casting. Caught off guard, she asked what exactly she was supposed to do. Han reminded her. She called herself a mage, and this was the moment to prove it. As he moved to intercept the goblins, Han demanded to know how long she needed to prepare her spell, dodging another attack in the process. Han, now visibly frustrated, yelled at Ialka to start casting already. With a flurry of sword swings, he slashed through another goblin. Ialka closed her eyes, and glowing runes shimmered into existence around her. A dense sphere of mana began to form in her hands. Meanwhile, Han barked at Eren to intercept the bolts aimed at Jenna so she could keep firing. Eren spun his spear, acknowledging the command without hesitation. As the goblin horde charged toward Ialka, Han stepped in front of her. He realized their main goal was to take out the mage. He could stall them, but he knew he couldn't hold them all off. Han leapt back, muttering that a magic shield would be essential soon. Han glanced over his shoulder, unsure if Ialka could target enemies behind protective shields. Ialka, completely immersed in focusing her mana, ignored his glance. Jenna's voice cut through the chaos, shouting that Ialka was a sitting target. Han frowned. This couldn't be happening. His eyes locked on Ialka, who had floated off the ground, still channeling her spell. In his head, he urged her to forget the barrier. She wasn't even capable of casting while moving. Monsters closed in. One wolf bared its fangs, lunging. Shield up, Han braced himself and tried to keep the goblin rider at bay. Han stood his ground, but a sudden push knocked him off balance. He rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a goblin's attack, then countered with a fierce blade swing, taking the creature down. Another wolf lunged at Han. Han responded swiftly, slicing the beast clean in half. Blood splattered across the ground. Han whirled around just in time to see a goblin bearing down on Ialka, weapon raised. Without thinking, he rushed over, grabbed her, and bolted. As they fled, Han shot Ialka a look. He called her reckless for casting without any sort of defense. Behind them, the group made for the forest. Breathless, Jenna asked if the forest path was still blocked off. Han replied that they'd deal with it when they got there. Clutching Ialka's hand, he told her to unleash her magic the moment they reached the trees. Monsters were closing the gap fast. Ialka nodded, fully focused. Jenna glanced back and suggested they could try entering the forest. Ialka hesitated, unsure. Without warning, Han yanked Ialka toward him and gave her a firm kick, asking bluntly if she thought death would spare her from suffering. Han came to a halt, his body beginning to shift. Fangs emerged as he ordered the others to move ahead, assuring them he'd catch up soon. A notification flashed. Han has entered berserk mode. A deep red aura flared around him as he stepped between the advancing horde and his teammates. It was his second time transforming that day. He was exhausted, but there was no time to rest. A goblin took aim with a crossbow. Han deflected the bolt with his shield just as a mounted rider charged. The speed caught him off guard. He ducked just in time. Staggering, he dropped to one knee, struggling to keep upright. Surrounded and bombarded from all sides, he gritted his teeth. Another goblin rushed in. Han clenched his shield, ready to launch a brutal counterattack. He dashed forward, crashing through their ranks like a storm. As he smashed into the enemy, he roared that he'd strip away their biggest advantage, their mobility. His shield struck hard, sending one goblin flying. Still surrounded, he fought with relentless force. Then, Eren's alarmed voice rang out. Han had been hit from behind. A system message flashed. Berserk mode deactivated. A goblin loomed above him, spear raised. As the weapon came down, Han twisted and drove his blade upward, skewering the creature. Blood gushed from both the goblin and its wolf mouth. Wrenching his sword free, he faced the incoming wave. Eren, frozen in fear, cried out. Han barked that he'd handle the swarm, and Eren just needed to hold off those coming at him. Han kept moving, narrowly avoiding another set of attacks, then asked if Ialka was still charging her spell. Jenna, still in shock, shouted that Ialka had finished. Seizing the moment, Han sprinted from the goblins. He vaulted into the air, leaping high above the battlefield. Below, Han weaved between blows, stepping on a goblin's head to stay mobile. Han surged forward, urging the monsters to vanish. A crimson aura enveloped Ialka. Wind whipped her hair as energy crackled around her. The grass trembled underfoot. Goblins were still giving chase when Ialka opened her eyes and released her spell. Ignite. A roaring stream of fire tore through the air. Flames erupted, sweeping over Han but leaving him untouched. The explosion rocked the battlefield. As smoke billowed and flames danced, Han looked around, stunned, wondering what kind of terrifying power Ialka had just unleashed. Ialka unleashed another blazing beam, ripping through everything in front of her. From behind a tree, Jenna peeked out, stunned. Was that really magic? Han, spotting more goblins nearby, called out for backup. Han was locked in a tough battle, starting to feel the weight of exhaustion. But he pushed through. If brute force wasn't enough, he'd rely on his skills to end it. As Han deflected a goblin strike with his shield, Han struck down his opponent. Suddenly, an arrow soared through the air, hitting another goblin. Jenna grinned and asked if that came in handy. Eren appeared right after, finishing off the creature. The goblin's wolf mount collapsed beside it. With a smug look, Eren told Han to lean on him if he was getting tired. Chuckling, Han noted that Eren was finally starting to grow a backbone. Arrows zipped toward the monsters as Jenna leapt into action. She dodged an attack, drew her dagger, and drove it into a goblin skull. The now riderless wolf sprinted straight toward Ialka, who stood still, eyes closed. But before it could reach her, its head was pierced by a bullet. From the ground, Jenna remarked that things are getting way too serious. Looking at Ialka, she called out, urging her to snap out of it and run. Flames began swirling around Ialka's hand, and glowing runes spun around her face. Panic rising, Jenna screamed for the team to retreat. Ialka's spell wasn't ready yet. Ialka slowly opened her eyes. As Han and Eren pulled back, Ialka clenched her fist and muttered that the goblins would burn. Suddenly, the ground beneath the enemies began to scorch. A massive explosion followed, sending a searing gust across the battlefield. Han shielded himself, thinking they might get caught in the blast too if this continued. When the smoke started to clear, the area was unrecognizable. Han looked around and asked if it was finally over, only to be cut off as more goblin riders burst through the flames. Raising her hands, Ialka whispered, "Go beyond." Ascent. A swirling firestorm erupted around her. The vortex tore through the remaining enemies, devouring them in an inferno. Jenna clung to a nearby tree to keep from being swept away by the force. The flames spread, engulfing the entire area. Ialka remained still as everything around her burned. Han stared at her wide-eyed. Her final strike had carved a massive crater into the earth. A message appeared in front of them. Floor cleared. Rewards listed: 20,000 gold, iron, or wolfskin. And the MVP, Ialka, stunned and silent. The group left the floor behind. Eren pointed out that over 20 goblin riders had been wiped out in a single blast. Laughing, Ialka proudly declared that this was the might of the Great Fire. She added that if she ever unleashed her true abilities, they'd all be left speechless. Placing a hand over her chest, she revealed that she carried the soul of the Rivel Witch. Suddenly, blood dripped from her nose, and she collapsed. Han checked on her and reported that her energy had dropped to 0. As Han looked at her unconscious face, he figured she wouldn't be able to cast any spells for at least a full minute. That meant the rest of the group would need to protect her in the meantime. He pictured Ialka's character card. She couldn't use support magic, and her strength, stamina, and agility were all on par with a 1-star unit. Back when he led as a master, he had many mages under him and knew how to deploy them, but he had never come across someone like her before. Not that they didn't exist, but such mages were incredibly rare. Han pictured her like a walking tank, one without armor or safety features, built entirely for destruction. No defense, just pure firepower. A weapon designed solely for war. Jenna slung Ialka over her back with a grin. Watching them, Han quietly noted that raw power like hers was worth serious attention. They exited the portal, spirits high. Han remarked that it might not be long before he was no longer the one taking center stage. The view panned out to reveal the growing city. 3 buildings near the training grounds had merged to form a new complex. the magic hall. Sweating and frustrated, Ialka protested. She ran ahead of the group, eyes squeezed shut, demanding to know why someone with her ranking had to go through these ridiculous training sessions. After all, she insisted her weapon was her brain. Han realized that more than anything, she needed to improve her dodging skills, even when casting spells. Meanwhile, Han began pulling ahead, calling out for her to pick up the pace. He teased her for talking too much and reminded her that stamina was key in real battles, especially with weapons like swords and spears. Running ahead, he glanced back and said it was way better seeing her in training gear than in that stiff dress. Han brought up that the dress in question was custom-made by her family. It wasn't just any dress. It was a magical item that boosted fire-based powers. Han kept running, calling out that even though this was called endurance training, it was barely anything, just 3 laps without weights and at a slow pace. Compared to his own training, this was easy. With a grin, he sprinted forward and joked that she must want potatoes for dinner. He'd make sure to tell someone. Then he turned to the guy, watching from the side, chuckling that he was just standing there doing nothing but observing. The scene shifted to Han introducing the city's magic hall and a map of Ialka. The building was a lucky break. They'd managed to get a mage on their team just as they neared the 10th dungeon floor. He checked the dungeon access map, thinking how the newly opened Israelita mines let them gather all the materials from 3 weekly dungeons in one sweep. He pictured a dark room, imagining all the loot now sitting in their storage, ready to be used. It was time to start crafting consumables, things like potions. Just then, a system notification popped up, ending has logged out. Jenna, still running, raised her hands with a smile and encouraged Ialka to push through. Han explained that potions were usually made by top-tier pharmacists and alchemists, but just like gear, anyone could craft them using a minigame. Han stood in the middle of the magic hall, thinking about his own avatar. It looked like he was holding a book, though he couldn't read it. Looking over at a cauldron, he said it was time to begin brewing. Han tossed in some flowers and fangs, activating the minigame system. Han quickly tapped through the game interface as healing potion notifications started popping up. He glanced down at the glowing test tubes filled with vibrant liquids. Standing beside Icel, he thought about the 6 healing potions and 2 magic ones he had made. Someone might get suspicious, but it was better to be prepared than to risk dying. As night fell over the city fortress, Han stood by the cauldron with his team. He announced that a mage had officially joined their group. Turning toward a brazier, he asked if they could guess why he had brought it there. Han smirked, gave a casual wave, and told them to pay close attention. Jenna and her friends stared at him, stunned, as he calmly placed his hand into the burning coals. They asked what he was doing, completely shocked. Han just smiled and said that since Ialka used fire magic, the rest of them needed to adapt too. With a crazed grin, Han kept his hand in the flames and began counting aloud. The others watched in disbelief. Then, suddenly, he yanked his hand out, revealing a charred palm. Despite the burn, he looked at it and declared he was fine. Han clenched his jaw, watching as his own hand healed almost immediately. Standing before his group, gripping his wrist, he made it clear, Ialka's fire spells weren't just flashy attacks. In battle, if they weren't ready for it, her magic would hurt them just as much as the enemy. If they couldn't handle that, they wouldn't last long beside her. Jenna, clearly uneasy, asked if they really had to do it now. Aaron looked down, frowning, and quietly asked how they'd know when to stop. Han raised his hand and said that they'd stop when they couldn't take the pain anymore. The real goal was to keep doing this insane training until they developed fire resistance. Aaron let out a nervous grin, recalling how terrified he'd been back on the 5th floor and the painful lesson they'd learned from their mistakes. Jaw tight, he reached toward the brazier. But before he could go through with it, Han stopped him, holding his wrist and leaning in. He whispered that Aaron should practice when no one was around. There was no point in watching others scream just to prove something. Jenna stood frozen, fists clenched, clearly terrified. She protested, saying she didn't want to do this. She always fought from the back anyway. Smiling, Han gently took her trembling hand and guided it toward the fire. He reassured her, if they did it together, it wouldn't hurt as much, just a little sting like a mosquito bite. Was she really planning to keep running away every time Ialka used a spell? He pictured Ialka in the middle of a fight, surrounded by monsters. She couldn't teleport or shield herself. Without them protecting her, she'd be in real danger. She couldn't even dodge a slow-moving creature. If Jenna didn't want to see their mage die, then she needed to adapt to fire now, before they stepped onto the 10th floor. He'll make sure of that. Han unsheathed his sword and turned to Aaron, saying he was sorry, but there was one last thing. He spun the blade in his hand, slicing his palm. Turning back with a grin, he said they needed to train for pain resistance too. Han handed a knife to his visibly shaken friend, telling him he didn't have to follow Han's exact method. Any approach that helped build pain tolerance would work. Even though it felt wrong, Han knew it had to be done. Han raised his hand over the brazier again, thinking about how healing potions closed wounds, but not without causing intense pain. If they wanted to keep fighting, they needed to develop the ability to endure it. He looked at Jenna and told her this training wasn't mandatory for her, but even so, it might benefit her down the line. Jenna looked worried and asked if she could try later. Han glanced at the windows and explained a different skill, switching. With it, she could alternate between daggers and arrows instantly, whether up close or from distance. It would give her flexibility in battle. He pictured their group inside the game and said they wouldn't rely on building separate formations for each range anymore. From now on, they'd operate in a triangle formation with Ialka at the center, and training would start tomorrow. Han looked at Jenna and admitted that even though this plan wasn't exactly her style, he and Eren couldn't protect Ialka alone. She'd have to step up too. Han imagined their party encircling the mage like a defensive shell. It was like guarding a princess, but if they wanted to make full use of Ialka's power, this was the only way. He added that the best team setup usually included 2 mages, and having a support mage would be ideal. Unfortunately, they didn't have one. He thought about how they still hadn't cleared the 9th floor, and realistically, they probably wouldn't. The second group would most likely go instead to rack up experience. Even Inning knew they were forming a backup team. Han set a bucket of water down and reflected on the hint they'd received. Words like subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, and escape. He laid out the team strategy cards for the 10th floor and considered the implications. This mission clearly required at least 2 active groups. Han lit a match and tossed it into the brazier, thinking to himself that with this being a joint mission, the risk was on a whole different level than anything they'd faced before. Han stuck his hand into the flames, frowning. He knew they had to be fully prepared this time. Smoke began filling the room, and he started coughing. The scene shifted to a small house glowing with light, and a notification appeared. Han had unlocked the fire-resistant skill. He then stood in front of Ialka, who looked stunned. He told her bluntly that in her current state, she was useless. If she planned to lower the attack power of her spells, she needed to cast faster and cut down her mana usage. Staring at her sharply, he asked if she was willing to do that. Startled, Ialka hiccuped and quickly ran ahead, saying she'd follow his instructions. Han pictured Ialka in battle, launching bursts of fire and explosions. He explained that she used 3 categories of magic: ignition, flaring explosive flames, and focus blasts, each with their own variants. The stronger the spell, the more mana it drained. As he approached Jenna with a sword in hand, he thought about how powerful her magic really was. But to make the most of it, they needed to ramp up the burn rate in training. He reminded himself they were inching closer to the 10th floor with every passing moment. From now on, their training would need to be far more intense. Jenna let out a confident smile and fired an arrow, saying she was ready. The guy swung his sword and deflected it, thinking how normal sparring used to be just dodging arrows. But now he tossed his shield aside and added new challenges. Jenna gave him a wink and a grin, saying he was improving fast. His growth rate was impressive, but Han stared at the tip of the arrow with a serious expression, saying they weren't here for compliments. They were training. He sliced the arrow in midair, and a notification popped up. He had gained a projectile defense skill. The system also reported that his fencing basics and shield basics had reached level 6. Suddenly, Jenna charged at him with her knife. He leaned back and dodged. She reached into her quiver with a focused look, drew another arrow, and activated the switch skill mid-motion. Han raised his sword between them, watching her carefully. He thought about how she started out as a 1-star player, but her potential was massive. Her ability to learn was far above average. Without his own gaming experience, she probably would have stayed underdeveloped. Smiling, Jenna pressed a finger to her lips and teased, asking who was the one muttering about not needing compliments during training. Han grabbed his friend by the cheeks and grinned, declaring that one day people would be asking where she got her battle scars. Turning toward the door, he shifted focus to Eren, describing him as your typical 1-star. Right now, he had barely reached level 3 with the spear. For a while, he'd stopped showing up to training, locking himself away and trying to build pain immunity on his own. Meanwhile, Ialka stood in the middle of blazing flames, training at a special facility inside the magic hall. Even when suppressing her power, her magic was still overwhelming. Unless absolutely necessary, she should stick to using only first-class spells. Han glanced toward a group sitting near the wall and mentioned how a bunch of random 1-stars were struggling in the corner. Not one of them was useful enough to form a full team, not even close. With a cap of 5 fighters per party, they needed real talent, and it didn't seem like Enning was planning to summon any reinforcements. Han looked down, tense, wondering if maybe Enning was thinking of forcing these weaklings into their group. The next day, the story shifted. Adis's squad returned after clearing the 9th floor. Injured players stepped out of the portal, arms crossed. Han averted his gaze and noted how some of them seemed to be missing limbs. He asked bluntly what the mission had been. Ada stood in front of him, eyes closed, and explained that their task was to take over a goblin village, around 50 of them. He pressed her to recall anything unusual. Lowering her head, Adis replied quietly. She remembered fighting monsters on wet, slippery ground. It was like it had been raining there for days. Walking away, she said that nothing else really stood out. Han looked forward, knowing it was now their turn. A burst of flame lit up the scene. A notification appeared. The floor was cleared, and Ialka had leveled up. Han stepped out of the portal with the rest of the team, deep in thought. It was clear the fourth floor couldn't be used for training anymore. He took stock of where everyone stood. He was level 10, Jenna at level 8, Aaron at level 6, and Ialka had reached level 4. Clenching his fist, he looked away. With the current number of floors available, they'd hit a ceiling. That was as far as their levels could go for now. The guy introduced his team, saying the new dagger production was up and running. Thanks to that, everyone's gear had gotten a serious upgrade. The weak D-rank leather armor was replaced with sturdy D-rank iron plate armor. Both he and Aaron were now equipped with proper daggers. He also showed off Shern and Makin's cards, letting us know that 2 of the guys training on the court had officially joined the first and second squads. They still lagged behind the rest, but that couldn't be helped. Han noted how long it had taken them to finally reach the 10th floor. IEL stretched out her arms and, smiling, asked if this was going to be like Loki, if he'd be the one to decide the challenge, and if he could really handle something that complex. Han sat at a table buried in paperwork and said that if he could solve problems like that, he might as well be a god. He couldn't understand why she always came to him, only to throw random questions his way. If it were him, he'd have cleared all 100 floors already. Han told us this guy was a true expert, top-ranked, handpicked by the system. But even with all that, it had taken him 2 years just to reach the 88th floor. Dozens of teams have been wiped out because of how unpredictable the game's traps and mechanics were. Resting his cheek on his hand, he thought about how the master of Choose Me only grew stronger with his team's failures. But Ink had yet to experience failure. In his mind, the guy pictured the city and realized that, in this game, their first real failure might only come when he dies. Out on the street, a crowd of guys stood facing the guards. Ialka turned her gaze away, clearly uneasy, and said the area was packed, because that little fairy hadn't summoned anyone yet. Han looked off to the side, calm but thoughtful. It had already been 30 minutes since Inning last appeared online. His silence meant he was still weighing the situation. Then the system asked if they wanted to head to the 10th floor. The guy stared at the dungeon entrance, unsure whether to dive in now or wait. Han crossed his arms and frowned. The last recruit hadn't fully synced with the team yet, and even though he'd hit level 10, he hadn't gotten promoted. There were still skill gaps. If they waited another week, they could max out everything they had. He looked at the confirmation button and said that would make their 10th floor challenge way smoother. But knowing how Inning usually operated, that just wasn't going to happen. Icel soared above the portal and triggered the rift of time and space. Han scowled as he looked forward, thinking to himself, this was life or death for them. But for the Master, it was just a game. If they were wiped out, he'd simply summon more heroes. Shern glanced at the guy, clearly worried. When it came time to fight, they were told to hang back and stay out of it. Han knew his swordsmanship was still at level 1. At his current level, just 3, he'd only slow everyone down. He figured it would have been smarter to join the team a week earlier. Then the system chimed in. This was a critical mission. 2 full groups were required. If they didn't have enough people, reinforcements could be summoned for free. And with tactical stations available, heroes could be assigned specific tasks before the mission started. Han stared at the wall, thinking that he probably didn't even know how to operate those tactical stations. They were way too complex for someone just starting out. Crossing his arms, he told Icel to grab what they needed from storage. The system confirmed there were consumables stocked, and if a hero had the right item at the right time, they could use it mid-battle. The guy recalled that they had 6 healing potions, 3 for each group. Adis grinned, holding the potions up proudly and saying everything was ready. Han pointed out that the magic potions were reserved for Ialka. He stood before her with his arms crossed, reminding her they'd likely be split across different areas once inside. If that happened, they'd need to regroup fast. He instructed her to head toward the center of the area. If she couldn't figure out where that was right away, she should climb high and get a better view. Icel, clearly annoyed, extended her hand and shouted that no one should get in Han's way. She'd be watching him. Han told her not to bother. Then he turned and smiled, saying the fairy didn't need to worry. He would climb that tower. A flash of light burst around them. Suddenly, a man was kneeling in a yard, clutching his head and sobbing. He kept repeating that they were all going to die, that there was no way to win, that no one would be spared. Han responded by kicking the panic man aside. The stranger sat there on the ground, confused turning around to ask who they were. Jenna watched him with concern and said it looked like he couldn't see them at all. She asked if he could see them and wondered if maybe he was just an NPC. Han stood outside near the panicked man, thinking to himself, NPCs showing up during missions wasn't unusual. Sure, interacting with them could be glitchy, but that was just part of the game. He turned around, scanning the nearby buildings, and remarked that the city looked oddly familiar. Aaron stood nearby, tense, and said he recognized this place too. It wasn't exactly the same, but something about it felt familiar, more Western in style. Han gave Aaron a surprised look, thinking that couldn't be right. But then the guy pointed toward one of the buildings and said it made sense. They had been here before. Looking at the crowd gathered in the streets, he added that this was the ruined city they saw on the 5th floor. Only now it wasn't destroyed yet. Han imagined leaves blowing over the rooftops. That was the key difference. It hadn't fallen to ruin yet. The girl noted that the timeline fell off. Han stepped in front of Jenna, who looked visibly anxious, and said this wasn't the only strange thing going on. They'd go over the details later. He faced the team with arms crossed and reminded them. They'd already been summoned, and surviving meant completing the mission. One of the guys spoke up, pointing out that the battle hadn't started yet. They still had a bit of time. It'd be smart to use it to gather intel. Han agreed and looked around at the others, saying they had 5 minutes to scout the area. They were to regroup here. Anyone late would be left behind. Dark clouds loomed above the tower. Han stood by a window inside, thinking this was probably the best spot to watch everything unfold. He furrowed his brows as he observed the soldiers. Their morale was clearly crumbling. Down in the streets, an army marched. He figured there had to be thousands of goblins coming from a northern forest. Maybe they'd set up an assault ladder. Thankfully, there weren't any battering rams, at least not yet. He stared at the enraged monsters ahead and recalled the Eastern River, just like what they saw on the 7th floor. There were thousands of goblins, but no siege engines in sight. Then he looked toward the defensive line. Han eyed the knights, forming ranks outside the castle. Less than half of them were actual humans. The rest weren't. The guy ran the numbers in his head, 10-1 odds. Even if things looked manageable at first, this was shaping up to be a worst-case scenario. Han descended the stairs, thinking that since the mission hadn't officially started yet, that actually played to their advantage. If survival was the objective, their odds just got a little better. Han imagined himself shouting orders and figured that if the task was to hold out for a set amount of time, this floor might actually be easier than the 5th. He remembered the packed crowd from before, Ialka's laughter echoing, and thought about how the abundance of NPCs could be used as distractions. Plus, they had a mage whose main focus would be defending the territory. As the team gathered in front of him, he silently watched, knowing the wheel of fate was about to spin again. Then he froze. 3 notifications lit up in front of him. Triple notification. That could only mean one thing: top-tier difficulty. The system displayed the city layout and delivered the mission: prevent the city from falling. Han pictured lines of knights facing down the goblin horde. Even after combining the first and second teams, they only had 10 players. Including groups 3 with 350 NPCs, there were around 360 soldiers total. And they were up against thousands of goblins. With a grim look, the boy said once they finished sharing what they'd found, they need to go over mission strategy and assign roles. Jenna, still perched on a man's backpack, recalled trying to talk to the townspeople. But none of them responded. They could be seen and touched, but not heard, not acknowledged. Aaron stepped forward and unrolled a map. Goblins were advancing from the north and east gates. The south and west had no exits. There was no way out. If the outer wall was breached, everyone inside would be wiped out. Adis's arms were folded as she scowled and asked what they were supposed to do. Han lowered his head. Their only goal now was to defend. Then, standing firm with arms crossed, he laid it out clearly. Their mission was to hold the line. The enemy couldn't be allowed through. In short, they had to eliminate every last one of them. Adis stared at him, eyes wide. That's impossible, she said, shaken. Roderick raised his hand calmly. We'll be pulled back. If we leave the city, we can observe from the outside and launch guerrilla strikes. Han lowered his gaze, brows furrowed. Maybe, but I think the only way to complete this mission is to crush the invading army. If we don't, we fail. He turned toward the central tower. Han's eyes landed on the glowing statue inside. He knew the twin goddesses only appeared during certain missions, key events. Han turned away, alert. Doesn't matter if we kill the goblins or not. If that statue's destroyed, we lose everything. Roderick folded his arms, closing his eyes. That's ridiculous. Do we really have to protect it by fighting off wave after wave? Han mirrored his stance. Yeah, that's exactly what we have to do. He glanced at his team, seeing their concern. If we don't, we're all dead. Roderick stepped in front of Han. There's no escape, no matter where we run. That's the rule. A bead of sweat trailed down Han's cheek. He knew the mission's demands were absurd, but they were still in a game, and that meant there had to be a strategy. Clenching his jaw, He spread out a map. There's a ton of goblins, but their siege gear's limited to ladders. And it's just this one army on the server. If we play it smart, we can buy time. Han scowled. Ada's squad will head to the north wall. Back up the soldiers there. Focus everything on stopping those ladders from hooking onto the walls. Adis looked at him, serious. There's only 5 of us. Even adding us to the 300 here, that's not enough to hold this city. Han understood her doubt. Still, with the second group's reinforcements, they made roughly 50 more fighters. Frowning, he added, and the goblins don't have any battering rams or other siege gear yet. Han pictured the city wall. Ladders, that's all they've got to scale the defenses. If we dig in at the most vulnerable spots, our defense will hold out a lot better. Adis gave him a tense look and said quietly, "That's not what I meant." Han closed his eyes, listening as she continued. "Even if we win this round, it's nowhere near over." He pictured rows of goblins armed to the teeth. Even with both teams fighting side by side, the result wouldn't change. They might hold out longer, but eventually the goblins would push through. The sheer numbers made it impossible. Han visualized the goblins swarming around the city structures, 10 of them for every one of their fighters. Even with everyone fully committed, they'd only narrow it to 5-1. And if the 5th floor had taught them anything, it was that goblins didn't retreat. By any reasonable logic, this was a battle they couldn't win. Then, one of the guys stepped up to Jenna, who looked startled. "There's a river east of the city," he said. "Same one we saw on the 7th floor. He remembered standing in those rising waters, rain pouring down. Back then, the channels were overflowing because of the dam breaking. Han thought back to all the battles across floors 5 through 9. All signs seemed to point to that dam. The game must have led them there for a reason. But the real question was, how could a break in a distant dam affect the goblin assault here? Han tightened his fist. They didn't have all the pieces yet. Suddenly, Jenna stared forward, wide-eyed. She clutched her hands and shouted, "I hear a horse. By the river." She remembered the rain. In her mind, she saw it again, an army gathering on the opposite riverbank. Han turned to her in shock. Now it all made sense. Adis froze, her gaze locked ahead in disbelief. Han grabbed Jenna's face, frustrated. "Why are you only telling us this now?" Han looked at Adis, then away. "Buy us as much time as you can," he said flatly. "If the outer wall falls, retreat to the inner defenses. Use whatever you need, soldiers, even refugees, to slow them down. No matter how cruel it sounds, shut the gates and hold out." Then he turned back, a small smile on his face. "We've got a tougher job ahead, and when we return, I don't want anyone thinking we couldn't handle it." Adis turned back with a confident smile. "We'll give it everything we've got." Jenna looked at the commander, startled. "Wait, this is the whole plan? Isn't it too reckless? What's our role in it?" Aaron spun around, clearly uneasy. "Why are we heading outside the walls? There are thousands of goblins out there. It's suicide." Han narrowed his eyes, lifting his head. "If we stay, we're done anyway." He imagined the soldiers standing by the river. Back on the 7th floor, the dam had already burst. If what Jenna heard was a reinforcement unit, then the reason we lost the city on the 5th floor was because those reinforcements never made it across the river in time. Han rolled out the battle map. "Our mission is on the east bank. We kill the goblins. And we stop the dam from collapsing." One of the girls glanced over with concern. Han unsheathed his sword and growled, "We're moving out. It's time to strike." Han charged forward, yelling, "This is just the inner wall. The real fight's still waiting." As they neared the gate, Han turned to Jenna. "Get up there, scout the area." Then to Aaron, "Be ready to pull the gate." He turned again. "Yalka, prep a spell. The moment that gate cracks open, hit them with 2nd-level magic." Han caught a glimpse of Shern standing nearby. Aaron started pulling the rope. A group of knights rushed toward him, shouting that they had to stop this madness. Up above, Jenna called down. "A ton of goblins are already massing outside. If that gate opens, they'll flood in." As Yalka focused, fiery mana circled around her hands. The gate groaned open. Through the narrow crack, an arrow flew. Han snatched it midair, just before it could hit Yalka. Goblins peeked through the gap. Han hurled the arrow straight back at them. Jenna leapt off a corner and stomped another soldier down. Rain started to fall, splashing against the ground. Han tilted his head up, staring at the sky. The rain. He looked over at Ialka again. Han muttered to himself, "Is it true that water won't snuff outer flames?" Aaron suddenly screamed as the gate creaked fully open, and a flood of monsters surged through. They charged straight at Ialka. In response, she raised her hand and cast Ignite. Flames burst outward, engulfing the goblins. Streams of fire shot from the gate, tearing through the incoming horde. Dozens of monsters were reduced to ashes as the entrance turned into a wall of flames. Jenna and Aaron broke into a sprint, glancing back at Ialka, who now held a potion in her hand. Han urged her, "Drink it. Every time you cast, got it?" His eyes locked on her. Han added, "Can you keep going? We're just getting started. Ialka stepped away from him. Who do you think I am? Shern stood there, speechless. Han raised an eyebrow and smirked, still thinking about tagging along. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Shern was scared. His stats dropped 30%. Closing his eyes, Han said, "Go find Adis. She'll tell you what to do. And if you live through this, she might just hear your confession." Han glanced at the knights. The gates were closing again. As the group stepped out, Han barked, "Lock all the bolts now." Han's voice grew stern. "The exit's gone. Only way now is forward." Facing the oncoming army, Han declared, "Then I'll kill every last one of them." He moved ahead, giving commands. "Everyone, take your positions." Han turned to Yalka. "Use first-level fire magic. Keep it weak, but spread it wide. Burn as much ground as you can." Han looked up. The rain's picking up. They'll push right through the fire. The monsters charged. Han calculated. 20 seconds till Ialka's next spell. A goblin flew at them. Han counted down. Blade ready. 18 seconds, Han noted. Crossbow bolts soared through the air. Han stood by Ialka, blocking the incoming shots with his shield. He kicked aside flying rocks aimed at the goblins. Eren lunged forward, his spear stabbing deep into a goblin's body. Jenna struck cleanly, beheading another, then shot another straight in the face. For seconds, Han thought. Then, one of the monsters crept up behind Eren. Without hesitation, Han hurled his sword, saving him just in time. Han pulled out his own weapon, keeping an eye on Ialka. "Cover her. They're targeting Ialka." Han shouted. "Shift positions now." Ialka unleashed a massive burst of energy. Flames roared across the field. Goblins screamed as they burned alive. Han turned to run. "We're charging straight through Geo." As they sprinted across the scorched ground, Han remarked that the heat seeped through their armor, but it was tolerable. And, thankfully, Ialka was part of their team. The goblins came swarming in, a wild stampede charging straight at them. Han yelled over the chaos, urging Ialka to cast more spells. The rain was putting out the flames too fast. Their firewall was crumbling. As the monsters surged closer, Han ordered Eren to reinforce the left side. He'd handle this wave himself. Steel clashed. While the others held the line, Han counted down in his head, just 20 more seconds. Then, a goblin crept up behind him. He spun, slashed it down, and barked out a new command, "Switch positions." Ialka launched a blazing burst of fire, scorching the goblins in a single sweep. Stunned, Han snapped back into focus, shouting for the team to push forward. "Use the flames as cover," he ordered. Moving in unison, the squad pressed ahead, determined to keep this up until they hit the river. Up ahead, the fire barricade blazed, but the goblin horde didn't flinch. They stood packed tight beneath their war banners, rain pouring down around them. And towering among them was a massive goblin, eyes glowing red, a banner in one hand and a sword raised high. He barked out commands and spat curses at the humans, calling them filthy swine. Then a spell erupted. Fire surged across the battlefield, huge tongues of flame curling through the rain. Han yelled at Eren to push harder, fast. But through the fire, a flash of red eyes emerged. A goblin lunged with a spear. Caught off guard, Han still managed to sidestep and drive his blade clean through the enemy. That's when it hit him. The goblins weren't retreating like before. They were charging straight into the fire. They had changed tactics. Snarling, Han tore into those who slipped through, his sword cutting a deadly arc. One by one, the goblins fell in a blur of motion. But in the midst of battle, something clicked, his eyes locked on the hilltop. That giant goblin was the one leading this charge, roaring for his troops to keep advancing. Han understood now. The delay in Ialka's magic. That goblin leader had picked up on it. He wasn't just big, he was sharp. And while Eren and Jenna were holding up, the suffocating heat and lack of air were wearing them down. Their fire resistance only went so far. In the middle of the chaos, the hero made a decision. He would draw all the enemies to himself, every last one. Han raised his voice above the roar of the battlefield, telling his team this was their one shot. Fail, and they'd all be dead. Eren, confused, shouted back, demanding to know what he meant. But the hero had already made up his mind. The giant goblin had to fall. Meanwhile, that same monstrous goblin was still barking orders, driving his troops forward with a single-minded goal. Kill the mage, no matter the cost. Surrounded by a sea of goblins and encased in a dwindling fire barrier, one enemy tried to push through. But the moment he did, a crushing blow sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth as one of his fangs flew out with it. Arrows followed, raining down, but Han wasn't paying attention to that. His only concern was whether Ialka was still casting. He called out for her to unleash everything she had. At once, flames exploded outward, bathing the battlefield in blinding light. A beam of fire tore across the field, but even as the goblins burned, their leader kept screaming for more aggression. The wave didn't stop. Rage twisted their faces as they surged ahead. Han clenched his fists. One blast wouldn't be enough, not for this. But he wasn't giving up. Around him, the fire began to shift, glowing deeper orange. Then, an eruption. The ground vanished in a wall of flames. The goblins faltered, eyes wide with panic. But still, the massive leader refused to let them fall back, shouting until his voice echoed through the smoke. The team moved, breaking through the scorched remains of the fire field. Jenna raised her bow, steady and focused. Aaron stood at her side, shield up. She loosed the arrow. It tore through the air like a missile. The goblin chief saw it coming. His scream was cut short as the arrow slammed into his skull, blood bursting from a wound. The monster staggered, then dropped. But just as they struck the blow, Ialka collapsed. Han caught her by the shoulder, just in time. She blinked, dazed and disoriented, not even sure what had happened. And neither was Han. Despite their magic, despite the explosion, it wouldn't stop them all if the goblins kept pressing. Their real target was the fortress. The heroes were just in the way. Han realized their commander had fallen, but something felt off. What were they going to do next? Then, one of the goblins began backing away from the flames. Others followed, slowly pulling back, falling into formation, just out of reach. Han watched as the goblins shifted direction, clearly setting their sights on the fortress instead. The wind whipped across the field, waves of tall grass swaying under the pounding rain. The heroes had pulled back closer to the forest, now ignored by the enemy. Han realized why. The goblins had left them alone only because their commander had fallen. They were alive by chance, not victory. He told everyone to take healing potions and recover. The brief pause was a blessing, but it wouldn't last. In the distance, the goblin army had begun storming the northern wall. This was only the beginning. Ahead of them stood a massive wooden pier. Goblins marched forward again, stomping angrily through the soaked grass. Han knew rest was no longer an option. A new fight was coming, and fast. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground. Aaron glanced at Han, clearly rattled, but Han only said one thing. This battle's just getting started. In the growing darkness, a new threat appeared, towering and furious. A level 23 ogre glared at them, its eyes burning. Han reacted immediately. He gave out orders. Ialka was to raise a firewall, and Aaron was to defend it. But the ogre wouldn't be stopped by flames. They needed more. He urged Ialka to hurry. He'd take the monster himself. With a roar, the ogre slammed the earth with an axe-like weapon, splitting the ground where Han had just stood. He dodged just in time. One wrong move, and he'd be crushed. As the beast swung again, Han realized shields were useless. The only option was a full assault. The fire helped keep lesser goblins at bay, but inside the burning circle, it was just him and the ogre. The size difference was overwhelming. Still, Han lunged in and slashed the creature's leg. Arrows suddenly rained in, Genis. They hit the ogre's back and lodged deep. The monster bellowed in pain. They were finding their rhythm. Jenna observed that the ogre's size made it an easy target. Its defense might be high, but it couldn't dodge. That gave him a chance. But after watching her arrows barely pierce, she quickly changed her mind. Han yelled that only weak spots would do real damage, but they had to find them fast. Then Jenna's voice cracked with alarm. Another ogre was coming. Han's eyes widened. He hadn't seen that coming. Han quickly realized that their formation had crumbled. Aaron was too tied up fighting off goblins, and their battle plan was falling apart. The longer this dragged on, the worse it would get. With no time to think, Han took a gamble. He raised a shield and braced for the ogre's attack. The impact was crushing. The force slammed into him, nearly knocking him off his feet, but he didn't back down. Gritting his teeth, ignoring the pain, Han charged forward, sword in hand, eyes burning with determination. Suddenly, the ogre let out a howling scream. Han had struck it right between the legs. That reaction told him everything. He found another weak spot. Furious, the ogre began smashing the ground in a frenzy, but Han was already on the move. He leapt up, climbed the monster's body, and drove his sword into its neck. The blade didn't sink deep enough yet. Without hesitation, he used his shield as a battering ram, slamming it against the hilt and forcing the sword in deeper. Blood poured out as the weapon carved into flesh. Finally, the beast toppled dead. One down. Han turned to face the second ogre, who was already charging. He barked for Jenna to get its attention. She loosed her arrows immediately. The monster, already in a rampage, had struck Aaron and sent him flying. Han's heart sank. They were too late. The ogre was closing in on Ialka. Screaming her name, he braced for the worst. But the attack never came. She was unharmed. Confused, she stared after the monster as it ran past her. Han paused. Something wasn't right. The ogre wasn't charging them. It was heading straight for the dam. That's when Jenna did something reckless. She jumped onto the creature's back, climbing up to its neck. They shouted for her to stop, but it was too late. With one hard thrust, She buried her blade into its throat, forcing a scream from the beast. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward to help, slashing alongside her with powerful strikes. Together, they cut through muscle and bone, until the ogre, thrashing in pain, stumbled toward the river. With one final roar, the creature threw its massive body into the water. Blood spread across the current in thick waves. Han stood there soaked and gasping. They'd made it, but just barely. Suddenly, the water stirred, and the ogre's massive hand shot out with a deafening roar. Han froze, heart racing, unsure of what was happening. Before anyone could react, the beast slammed its colossal fist into the dam, shattering it in one crushing blow. The structure gave way instantly. A torrent of water burst through, flooding the field in seconds. Eren ran up, reporting that all the goblins had been defeated and waited for new orders. But Han just stood there, silent, his expression heavy with regret. He finally spoke, just a few words, and they stung. "We messed up. There were supposed to be backup forces waiting behind the dam. Now, with it destroyed, those reinforcements were cut off. And that meant a handful of exhausted fighters would be left to face over 3,000 goblins alone." The others tried calling to him, desperate for direction, but Han didn't respond. He clutched his sword, still in shock. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to ground him. After a pause, he muttered that they'd have to retreat and come up with a new plan, if there even was one. But just as he turned to go, Ialka stepped forward. She raised her hand, charging her bracelet with a glowing purple light. She murmured a spell as the energy swirled and wrapped around a massive boulder. With a fierce motion, she launched the stone through the air. It crashed into the broken dam, fitting perfectly into the gap. The flood stopped instantly. Han stared, stunned. He hadn't seen that coming. Ialka explained calmly. Telekinesis was one of the fundamentals of magic. He turned to her, both impressed and exasperated. "You could have told me that sooner." She blinked. "I thought you knew. It's basic magic." He couldn't help it. He reached out and squished her cheeks. "Don't keep the good stuff to yourself." Ialka huffed, but he smiled. "We're only still standing because of you." Just as the team started to regroup, Jinna's voice rang out. A scream. The goblins were back. And this time, they brought backup. One of them lunged straight at Han with a spear. He twisted, dodging the attack, and countered with a sharp slash that cut the enemy down. Still, his thoughts churned. There was no sign of help coming. None at all. And in the middle of the chaos, a worrying thought took root in his mind. What if he'd been wrong about everything? Suddenly, it hit them. There was never any real backup to begin with. The hero, desperate, told Ialka to down every last potion they had and use whatever magic she could muster. But before she could react, a goblin sprang from the mob, lunging straight at her. Han's heart dropped. He shouted her name in panic. Just as the goblin's claws nearly reached her, a man wearing a lion-shaped mask appeared from nowhere. In one swift move, he cut the creature down and charged in on horseback, hooves pounding against the soaked ground. Even so, the goblins weren't backing off. They snarled, ready to strike again. Han exhaled, barely believing what he saw. On the horse sat a warrior clad in armor, his blade drenched in blood. Han stared in shock. The goblins remained aggressive, but the masked rider wasn't alone. He shouted for his cavalry to show their strength, and the order to charge echoed like thunder. Han was stunned. It was actually a cavalry unit. From the darkness, shadows took shape. Armored warriors atop horses emerged, slicing through the gloom. The rider commanded Eren and Jinna to get to Ialka, while the cavalry swept forward, closing in on the front lines. Around 500 riders surged toward the battlefield. Though outnumbered, they were far more skilled than common foot soldiers. The clash began. Horsemen tore through goblins like a storm, thundering past Han and the others. Word came quickly. The cavalry was breaking through. The hero declared that their task was likely over. Maybe now, finally, they could catch a break. At least he hoped so. Turning to his allies, Han asked if any of them knew how to ride. He decided then and there he'd learn on the spot. Though the master couldn't take part in battle directly, he could still lend support. He requested a skill book, horse riding. It cost him 500 crystals. Normally, the hero couldn't acquire non-combat skills, but with the right book, he could unlock basic abilities. And just like that, he learned it. Without wasting a second, Han jumped onto a horse. They joined the charge, thundering across the field. The hero felt a flicker of hope. Finally, real reinforcements. The cavalry wasted no time. They were already at the siege lines. At last, it was time to strike back. Han, riding fast, quickly assessed the situation. The goblins were massing to the north. They weren't a major problem, yet, as long as the gates held. He pictured the layout of the city, his thoughts sharp. The biggest threat came from the north, where goblins were climbing siege ladders. Thankfully, the cavalry saw this too and redirected that way. Then, a sudden realization struck Han. If he stuck close to the cavalry, they might just succeed in completing this mission. But he knew better than to relax. This cursed game never made things that simple. Spinning his horse around, Han yelled that the plan had changed. They had to split up. A nearby spearman, confused, asked if they weren't supposed to defend the northern gate. Pulling hard on the reins, Han shot back that he'd honestly thought that would be enough, but now it clearly wasn't. He turned again and shouted that they needed to fall back, out of arrow range, and head toward the northern forest, away from the front lines. Han glanced up at the sky. The rain had finally stopped. Perfect timing. Without wasting another second, they galloped toward the trees. As they entered the forest, Han's eyes widened. A group of goblins was waiting. He instantly assumed the riders had set up an ambush from the woods. If they could cut them off with magic, maybe the attack could still be stopped. Then, out of nowhere, giant ogres emerged from the trees. They stomped forward heavily. The spearmen, stunned, stared at the massive figures, while Han muttered grimly that this was about to get ugly. If the wolf riders joined in now, the cavalry wouldn't last. Riding ahead, Han turned to ask the girl how much mana she had left. She replied that she could still cast spells, but they'd be weaker than before. Frowning, Han told her not to worry about raw power. Focus on hitting a wide area. They were charging through the forest, so if she was going to burn it, she'd better do it right. They drew closer to the trees. Cut to the castle. Goblins swarmed the gate. One defender stabbed a goblin through the chest, but just as he thought he was clear, the creature grabbed his shirt. Eyes wide in fear, he felt himself being dragged. Suddenly, a girl dashed in and took out the goblin just in time. The guy, shaken, thanked her. She barked back not to lose focus and turn her head, eyes narrowing. "What is that?" she shouted. At the same time, the knight in the lion helmet bellowed for everyone to push forward. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They surged into the fight. He followed up with a cry, "Show them what the Iron Lion cavalry is made of." Steel met claw as the knights collided with the goblins in brutal combat. Elsewhere, the girl watched the chaos unfold. From the wall, she heard someone yell. Reinforcements had arrived. A goblin tried to sneak up behind her, climbing the wall. She swiftly severed its hand and screamed for everyone to hold the line. Victory was within reach. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the Ialka launched her spell. Flames tore through the undergrowth with terrifying speed. In seconds, fire consumed the trees. The goblin cavalry panicked. Smoke filled the air, choking them. Flames devoured them. Their mounts collapsed, unable to escape the blaze. Ialka kept casting, unleashing more fire. Watching her, Han realized this was her limit. One more spell, and her mana would burn out completely. And if she pushed any harder, the entire forest might turn to ash. As Han turned in his saddle, a thought crossed his mind. This was actually better. The forest had long been a breeding ground for goblins. Now, the fire would purge it all. A brutal but necessary cleansing. Back at the wall, the battle raged on. A goblin managed to strike down a knight, but the defense held strong. Around 100 soldiers remained on the northern wall. Many had fallen, slaughtered by the ogres before the cavalry had arrived. Han knew if they hadn't set that forest ablaze, the cavalry would have been overrun too. On the field, a goblin's eyes went wide with fear just before a knight's mace smashed into him. Another knight dashed forward, slicing through an enemy with a swift stroke. Watching from distance, Han was in awe. Their precision, their discipline. The knights more than made up for their limited numbers. Bodies littered the battlefield. The knight in the lion mask raised his sword and shouted in victory. Han exhaled. It's over. His allies gathered atop the wall, smiling, embracing, relieved to be alive. From above, a girl waved and called out to him. Riding toward the wall, Han thought to himself, everyone made it. Not a single death notification had appeared. They'd come a long way since the horrors of the 5th floor. Behind him, one of his friends chimed in, saying they weren't the same people they were back then. She smiled and asked why they hadn't left yet. Wasn't the mission complete? Suddenly, Han's smile faded. His eyes widened. He whipped his head forward, then spun around again. A memory hit him. He'd crushed a massive goblin. His companion had set the woods ablaze. He pictured all the fallen enemies, the victorious knights. But there was still no system message. No notification. No confirmation. No sign that the floor had been cleared. His chest tightened. Wasn't it over? His thoughts spiraled. There's nothing left to do here, right? But something was off. Then time stopped. Everything froze. And then a system notification popped up. Loading. Han clenched his jaw, spun around. On the knight's shoulder, another message appeared. System recovery. Confused, he looked around. Another warning blinked into view. Error. Disconnected from server. He turned to look at the smiling girl nearby, but she was still, frozen mid-movement. He glanced at his comrades. No one moved. His blood ran cold. And then, he heard a voice behind him. Turn around. Han turned around slowly, his breath catching. In the distance, a shadowy silhouette stood still, its shape barely visible through the haze. And then he saw it. A max-level creature, cloaked in a sinister dark aura, stood before him. Han froze. That face, it was burned into his memory. He'd seen it before, back when he used to play. His eyes locked on the terrifying figure. Dread crept in. It's him, he thought grimly. The same bastard. The scene shifted. Elsewhere, a team of elite 6-star characters appeared in a settlement. They were legends. The first in Korea to conquer the 88th floor, ranked 5th in the world. Now, Han was logging back into the game, mind racing. It was always a mix of luck, strategy, and raw combat. He could issue commands, sure, but the characters made the final calls. They chose which skills to unleash. Many times, they failed, not because of weakness, but because something simply didn't align. He visualized their cards, running through scenarios in his head. Still, if fate alone decided everything, he never would have made it this far. It wasn't just luck anymore. This game had gripped him entirely, his progress, his fate, tied to it. If he had the skill, even hell couldn't stop him. Back in the present, he stared at the looming dark creature. It's him, he thought again. What level is this monster? Even if a creature reached 7 stars, it shouldn't have appeared here. Clenching his teeth, Han suddenly found himself standing in what looked like a store. Another figure materialized beside the dark creature, cloaked and unreadable. Text floated above him. Level 15, Dark Apostle. With a grin, the figure looked straight at him. I'll be waiting, he said. Han's eyes widened. The apostle turned and began walking away, slowly fading alongside the beast into nothingness. Then, reality flickered. The world around him began to return to normal. A system notification appeared. System recovery complete. As the connection re-established, the girl turned to him, panic rising in her voice. What was that? Before she could finish, Han snapped out of it. Mouth open wide, he shouted, "Everyone, get to the castle. Now!" She stared at him in shock. He kicked off into a gallop, tearing across the ground. "Move," he yelled. Behind him, someone asked, "What's going on?" Han's face hardened. "It's not over," he growled. Images flashed in his mind. Flames, twisted limbs, the dark apostle smile. That thing shouldn't exist here. Not on this floor. Not this soon. And then it hit him. A monster's hand twitched. Something unnatural was stirring. A knight nearby turned, stunned. A foul, grotesque substance writhed across the ground, bristling with unnatural growths. Slowly, a form began to rise from the dead. The man froze in fear for a moment. Then suddenly, the monster lunged with its mouth stretched wide, crashing into the knight, whose scream echoed through the battlefield. At that same instant, goblins by the dozens began clawing their way back from the dead. The man spun around in horror, yelling out, confused and panicked, as he saw the undead crawling to life. Han, watching it unfold, shouted not to panic, to let the resurrected creatures return the way they came. Clenching his jaw, he realized something chilling. These monsters could revive corpses under certain conditions. As zombies tore through the nights, he thought grimly, they won't stop until they smash their skulls in. Up on the castle wall, a girl screamed for someone to open the gate. As it creaked open, Han raced through with her, thinking, this isn't the kind of creature that should exist on the 10th floor. The horse skidded to a stop inside. The girl glanced back, startled. Han grabbed the sorceress, told her she was staying behind, then added firmly that they needed to protect the goddess statue. Everything would hold if they could just lock the gate. They only had to endure until he got back. The girl called out in confusion, asking what he meant. Another man, his voice shaking, asked what they were supposed to do about the monsters. Han suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing. Get it together, he ordered, staring down the advancing horde. He's coming back with me alive, or we both get eaten. The man silently looked ahead, teeth clenched, then gave a sharp nod. I'll bring him back. The girl, eyes fixed on the battlefield, asked softly, are you really coming back? Han gave a small smile, turned toward her, and broke into a run. Of course I am. As he disappeared into the chaos, she shouted after him, then don't you dare die. He turned his head slightly and called back, same goes for you. Step by step, he advanced. Gripping his sword, his gaze locked onto the undead. Disgusted by their appearance, he told himself it wouldn't be hard. Charging forward, he struck the first one, splitting its head open. He'd take them down one at a time. If they all rushed him, it'd be over. Just then, an ogre lifted its massive club and slammed it into the gate with crushing force. As he turned, Han realized the massive enemy had risen again. If that was the case, the gate wouldn't hold for long. Just then, undead wolves charged straight at him, baring their teeth and leaping for the horse. But before they could land, arrows flew through the air, striking the beasts dead. For a moment, the archer stood silent, eyes locked ahead. When she turned back, Han met her gaze with a brief smile. Meanwhile, the knights trembled as the ogre slammed its mace into the gate again. Fear gripped them. Then, a thunderous blast shattered the entrance, flinging the gates open. They could only watch, frozen in terror, as a swarm of furious undead poured through. Turning back, Han muttered in frustration. The gate's already down. No time to waste. He pushed forward, focused on his real target, the Apostle. Picturing him slipping away into the glowing forest, Han thought, that's where he'll be. Waiting, jaw tight, sword swinging, he carved through the undead. Once, just once, and he's dead. Suddenly, another explosion rocked the ground. Han's mind raced. There were only two ways this could go. Glancing at the knights, he thought, first, if they destroy the goddess statue, it's over. Watching the defense crumble, another thought struck him. Second, they give in to their hunger. Their thirst for flesh dulls all the skills and power they had in life. He surged ahead with relentless speed, noting how much stronger the undead had become. Their hunger made them monstrous, 10 times more dangerous. The more powerful they had been in life, the worse they were now. Slicing through a pack in a single strike, he thought, a single mistake could cost us everything. These creatures awakened something in him, a fierce urge to tear them apart. Looking toward the girl fighting on the wall, he thought, she's exceeding every expectation, even in this hellish mess. He imagined two angels above the chaos. Protecting the goddess statue is the top priority, he reminded himself. A mental map formed, tracking the flow of the horde. If the outer walls fall, we barricade the inner gate. Use the same strategy we learned on the 5th floor. That'll buy us time. Screams snapped him out of his thoughts. Civilians sprinted toward the gate, panic in their voices. What's happening? They cried, desperate and pale, pounding on the gate for help. Then, rising behind them, another wave of the undead came surging forward. Sometime later, Han kept moving, his thoughts sharp. It doesn't matter who holds out longer. Everything rides on how fast I can take down the Dark Apostle. Covering his mouth to block the smoke, he pressed forward. Flames roared around him when a system prompt flickered into view. His fire-resistance skill had improved. Suddenly, two undead emerged through the fire. Without hesitation, he shielded his face and sliced clean through their necks. Afterward, he popped a small red potion and tilted his head back. This was it, the edge of the recovery zone. Frowning, he muttered, I know you're here. Just then, 2 system alerts blinked in front of him. His allies were overwhelmed with fear, their stats taking a hit. He stood still as another message appeared. A soldier has fallen, returning to the arms of the Lord. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Han narrowed his eyes. More messages followed. Your ally is bleeding. She will gradually die. A brilliant light lit up the sky. It shot toward him at blistering speed. At the last second, he raised a shield, just barely in time. The arrow tore through, grazing his shoulder. He staggered back, thinking grimly, the Dark Apostle isn't built for frontline combat. But monsters like him shouldn't show up this early. That makes him much stronger than anything we've faced on this floor. Another flash. He dodged by a hair's breadth. The arrow missed by inches. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles rained toward him. Han countered, slashing and deflecting as fast as he could. Then, an attack came from below. A strike nailed his arm, forcing him to recoil. Glancing around, he thought, if I didn't have a defense skill, I'd be dead by now. Another system warning appeared, ally bleeding. Health dropping steadily. He scowled. This is getting worse by the second. The air was thick with smoke, and he could feel it in every breath. One step forward. He didn't have much time left. If he passed out, everyone would die. He looked around, breath ragged. Where's the message? He thought desperately. Where's the floor clear notice? System message. 10th floor cleared. Han's eyes snapped open. Staring at the wall from his bed, he lay still for a moment, wondering, am I really alive? Outside, the world bustled again. Inside the room, a guy sat nearby. Han slowly turned toward him. What happened to your face? He asked bluntly. The man looked over, surprised. So you're finally awake. We were all seriously worried. Han grunted. Then maybe you should explain what kind of thoughts had you looking like that. Looking down, the man responded quietly. I was just trying to figure out why we're even fighting. Han's expression darkened. You were seriously searching for a reason? Still avoiding his gaze, the guy admitted. When I stepped outside the wall, the corpses had already flooded the city. Han's thoughts stirred. Did even the NPCs die? He frowned, feeling the tension coil inside him again. Maybe I'm still too wound up. The guy stood up with a stretch. Anyway, I'm heading to bed. Han lifted his drink. I'll be seeing that look on your face again tomorrow. His comrade smiled faintly. It'll be a better day. He turned and walked away. Left alone, Han stared ahead for a moment longer. Maybe he thought, maybe we're really okay, for now. Evening fell. The dining table was full, covered in plates of food. The girl stared in awe at the spread. Isn't this a bit much for breakfast? Her friend laughed. Han said he used the best ingredients we had, go all out. Han closed his eyes and asked calmly, you really don't like it? She blinked. If you're asking, then I'll say this. I'd love to eat like this every day. Han glanced away. Then, looking back at her from across the table, he thought, they're okay. That's enough for now. He turned his eyes toward the magician. She seems to be recovering too. Then he glanced at the quiet guy across the table. Still rattled. It'll take him time to shake it off. Time passed. A system message appeared. Welcome back to the game. More messages followed. Heroes await ascension. Ascension room required. Part of the synthesis room. The synthesis room glowed, and a new message flashed. Ascension room linked to synthesis room. Beginning construction. Once it was complete, another message popped up. Ascension room successfully built. Hero Ascension now available. Crystals shimmered before him. Another notification. Item synthesis initiated. The crystals lit up in brilliant light, and in the center, a fairy hovered, now cradling a fully formed, glowing crystal in her hands. Then, soaring up to him with a grin, the fairy told him he'd now surpassed the first star. She encouraged him to keep pushing. His path was toward the seventh, and the tower was his to conquer. Han hesitated, unsure if he could really reach that far. The fairy laughed, teasing him. If not him, then who? If it were that easy, Sirius would already be a 7-star by now. Imagining himself as a 7-star character, Han dropped his head. All the effort he'd poured into this, and still no 7-star. There had to be some hidden requirement. Just then, the door to the synthesis room opened. A system alert flashed. Master initiating ascension. So that was it. The new upgrade to the synthesis room. It was an ascension chamber. Han stepped in, thinking maybe entering would automatically grant him 2 stars. It looked like a stairway leading to the next level. He figured ascension was a feature even the master's interface couldn't fully access. Gazing ahead, he guessed that with the right materials and a hero, something would eventually happen here, something the master wouldn't be able to monitor. Approaching the altar, he placed a crystal. Instantly, a blinding light burst forth. A massive magic circle lit up the ground, and a beam of energy shot into the sky. Squinting against the light, memories surged into his mind. Someone sitting in a chair, cradling a child. Han grabbed his sword and demanded to know who the man was. Reaching out, he hit an invisible force field. He couldn't get close. So he just watched. He fixated on the baby. He had no family of his own, but this child wasn't him. Looking closely, he realized the kid was the one meant to be here, not him. Wandering through unfamiliar rooms, confused, Han knew he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Time was ticking. When he stepped outside, the space was empty. Nothing. No buildings in the master's lobby. Then the gates creaked open. A fairy stepped through. Staring at her, Han noted she seemed smaller than before. He asked, was she expecting him to enter the rift of space and time? Han came to a halt before a towering door marked extreme difficulty. As he looked up, a system alert flashed. Advent Dungeon initiating. Suddenly, a crushing invisible force slammed him to his knees. Alarms blared across his vision. Eyes fixed forward, a wave of fear surged through him. The pressure was overwhelming. A message popped up, status, fear. All stats reduced by 30%. His sword fell, embedded in the ground. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists. A red aura exploded around him as he entered berserk mode. Breathing heavily, he steadied himself. Fear wasn't going to stop him. Then his eyes widened. A level 999 dark entity appeared out of thin air. We finally meet, the figure said. Drawing his sword, Han glared. Why was this thing here? Was this the monster that pulled him into this world? He burned with the urge to strike it down, but one glance at the level told him it was pointless. This was the creature that had wiped out his top-tier party. Heroes with memories, 6-star strength, gone in under 10 seconds. The entity stared him down. Why aren't you attacking? Don't you hate me? Jaw clenched, Han fired back. If you drag me here just to run your mouth, might as well throw me back. The entity chuckled. That's more like it. If you didn't have this much control, you would have died already. A sudden burst of pain cracked through Han's skull. He clutched his head, groaning. This is how hero ascension begins, he muttered. The entity stepped closer. Wrong. You're different. You're special. Dark energy coiled around the room, drifting toward Han. This place is my gift to you. A new pair of legs stepped into view. A human figure. This stage, the voice continued, was crafted for the great ranker himself. Han stared, trembling. Who are you? A girl's face appeared, smiling sweetly. She looked like a fairy. He stared in disbelief. She reminded him of the one from earlier, but aged. She spoke lightly. I don't even know how to introduce myself. Still tense, Han muttered, just call yourself disgusting. Her grin didn't falter. With a flick of her hand, a chair materialized behind her. Now that's just rude, she replied, sitting down. Looking straight at him, she added, you thought I looked like the fairy, huh? I didn't copy her. I was made to look like her. Tapping her own chest with a finger, she smiled. I'm just one of her replicas. Number 100,479. Extending her hand, she asked playfully, isn't that the same number as the game's downloads? Han pulled out the CEO's business card and stared her down with clear disdain. What's this? Some kind of joke, he asked coldly. The girl just smiled. I go by plenty of names. Depends on the mood, really. I just pick whatever suits the moment. Han stomped the ground, his glare sharp. She let out a chuckle. That was a bit bold, wasn't it? His voice turned icy. You're one of the ones who dragged me into this mess, aren't you? Still smiling, she nodded. You really do hate me. Funny thing is, I never meant for you to get pulled in. Total accident. Like hell I care, Han snapped. Send me back. Now, or you'll regret it. The girl tilted her head and grinned. Are you threatening me? You're just a weak little one-star. Han's eyes burned with intensity. That won't last much longer. Her expression darkened. She splashed her foot into a puddle and muttered, maybe I should have just killed you when I had the chance. Without warning, she launched a magical projectile. It slammed into him, cracking his armor, then froze in place, hovering inches from his chest. The girl snapped her fingers. Didn't even flinch when the spear hit your heart. You've got nerve, but that doesn't mean you're invincible. Han slid his sword back into place. So what do you really want? He realized something. She'd had plenty of chances to finish him off, but didn't. That meant she had another reason. She stepped closer. It's nothing dramatic. I just want to talk. Then she looked him straight in the eye. You're Loki, right? The indomitable, unbreakable, fifth-ranked master. I'm a fan. She smiled, almost fondly. You don't know how many times I was blown away watching your plays from headquarters. We even had surveillance on your city. How could I not come meet you? Her smile deepened. I came to tell you the truth about this world. She paused. Tell me, what do you really think of the game story? Her gaze dropped slightly. Most players don't care about the story in gacha games. It's all about the content. She raised her hand and added, the plot? It's cliché, flat, predictable. A snap of her fingers, and the space behind her warped. Most masters forget about the open world stuff once they climb a few floors, she continued. Take a good look. You know this place, don't you? Han glanced around, realization dawning. Arms crossed. Han replied flatly, I don't even want to know. The girl glanced away, then said with a shrug, sorry, I tend to get carried away. She pointed at the distorted space around them. This was the city on the peninsula, the same one we passed through on the 10th floor. But now it was nothing but ruins. Scene after scene unfolded, shattered cities, collapsed castles, entire regions left in wreckage. This is what's left of everything, she continued. You think this place is any different? She stepped forward. The whole continent's the same. More than 100 million worlds have ended like this. A gate flickered in her mind as she spoke. There's a book. It predicted this world's fate. A bad ending. Total collapse. But heroes didn't accept that, she went on. They wanted to change the ending. And the answer? Simple. Summon characters from the outside. She pictured Han, sitting with one arm ripped off. Her voice lowered. Force the story to shift, even if it breaks the rules. Even if space and time get twisted. Then she looked directly at him. When a higher level being watches, even that can bend history. That's what this game is really for. Han stared for a long moment, then smirked. That's it? I was expecting something more dramatic. Looking at her, he asked, why tell me all this? She extended a hand. Because I want to offer you a deal. Before she could finish, a dagger pierced her head. Han reached for his sword. I was curious where you were going with this, but it's just insane. Still smiling with a hint of menace, she responded. Then think carefully. Was that a yes or a no? He narrowed his eyes. You dragged me into this nightmare, made me suffer through hell, and now you want to cooperate. He took a stance. There's no way I'd ever team up with someone like you. Go ahead and kill me if you want, but I'll make sure your head hits the ground first. The girl stepped forward, laughing. You're so intense. Honestly, it's kind of rude. Staring at her, Han thought to himself. Sure, she could keep spewing nonsense, but there was no way he could take her down. Not now. Not as a lowly one-star at level 10. He still had a long way to go before he could even think about defeating her. He finally spoke. I'm done talking. Just send me back to where you pulled me from. The girl gave a slow, menacing smile. Now that hurts. I went through so much trouble just to bring you here. She looked out into the distance. You know, I value you more than anyone else. More than any other master. Rankers, real, top tier. It doesn't matter. They don't compare. You want to know why? She said with a knowing grin. It's simple. Like every master, you've seen the message. The one that told you to trust in your bond with your heroes. Han's eyes narrowed. That message only appears after the training arc. She nodded. Right. And out of hundreds of millions of players, you were the only one who actually took that advice seriously. The space around them shifted again. Suddenly, they were standing on the 80th floor. This place look familiar? She asked. 6 months ago, you stood right here. She pointed out the obvious. Only 5 masters, including you, have the strength to protect this floor. That's why everyone below 6th rank is stuck waiting on the 79th. Han looked around and thought, yeah, this is the one that made me tear my hair out. He turned to her. So why show me this? With a wave of her hand, 2 chairs appeared. She sat in one and motioned for him to do the same. Simple, she said. Before anything else, I want you to see what happened. There's no truth standing on your feet. Sit down. Smiling, she looked ahead. Now tell me, how does it feel seeing in person instead of just watching a screen? Isn't it something else? As lava spread across the floor, Han stared grimly. The 80th floor, he remembered now. It was the first of the conquest-type stages. No fixed goal, no clear order. Its difficulty shifted on a whim. Every ranker who reached it had failed badly. The community had nicknamed it the Executioner's Wall. He frowned. I already know how to clear this floor. So what's the point of showing me a replay? The girl smiled and told him it wasn't about what he thought, just to keep watching, and it would all make sense. He grabbed a cocktail, furrowed his brows, and recalled how things went downhill. After crushing the 59th floor, he jumped headfirst into the 80th, and it was a disaster. His entire squad, including his core team, got wiped out. Staring at the swarm of monsters, one word echoed in his mind. Hell, that's what this place was. The 80th floor wasn't just tough, it was a death trap. Then came the chaos, 2,755 monsters at level 113. Following that, shards of despair crawled in, 3,164 of them, each at level 108. Right next to them stood the shards of hatred, 2348 strong, sitting at level 121. Sha narrowed his eyes. So these shards are the reason this floor's brutal. The girl nodded, still smiling. Exactly. You're in the game now. Everything, the floor difficulty, even your summoning odds, depends on your account. His eyes widened. She was saying the reason he never pulled a 5-star hero wasn't bad luck. It was built in. She pointed at the chaos crystals. Massive, pulsing at level 322. There's a reason. In your world, there are no heroes left to summon. Then she turned toward a monstrous, one-eyed beast. Even though the system decides the difficulty, she said, your account, your world, it had S-rank heroes. But it was cursed in every other way. Sha lowered his head, silent. And yet she continued, no one knows how you managed to climb all the way to the 88th floor. Suddenly, a bright light flashed on the island. He looked up, startled. Figures began to materialize, people, heroes. He wondered, were these the legendary 5? But before he could process it, monsters closed in on the island at lightning speed. The girl didn't move, just stood there as system messages flickered to life. Tactical command effect applied. All item levels maxed out. A tactical map appeared. Heroes could be rearranged by simply dragging their icons. Then they moved. Heroes leapt from island to island, fast and precise, ready for war. Han set up multiple defense points with precision. The girl watched him, a faint smile on her face. That's the same tactic you used to clear the 10th floor, she said. It's fascinating, capturing support nodes to push an assault. It's complicated, but the objective is simple. She gestured toward the island. Pay attention to what they do next. As they moved into position, she added, look closely. See what you are to them. Haynes studied the path ahead, their expressions focused. That's why you're their one and only master, she said. From the front line, heroes echoed her words. Your commands, flawless as always. She faced forward, eyes unwavering. Exactly. You are never ordinary. It's something they know, and you do too. Then she raised her hand. They've sworn an oath. A girl with a bow stepped forward, smiling wide. I am the king's arrow. Next came a man gripping a spear. I am the king's spear. A swordsman appeared, framed in steel. I am the king's blade. A mage opened her tome, her grin confident. I am the king's eyes. And finally, a knight unsheathed her sword. I am the king's flame. In the blink of an eye, the battle started. Monsters surged forward. The knight swung her blade. Fire erupted, incinerating dozens in an instant. The girl let out a laugh. Tell me that's not incredible. They pledged themselves to you? Fully, she said, eyes closed. They're known across the server as the 6 stars. No one, not even the 7, can defeat them. You raised them into monsters, Han. He looked at her, unsure. What does that even mean? She smiled again. Skill isn't everything. What matters is how they see their master. She paused, then said, picture a tower. Now imagine those heroes learning the truth and losing all hope. Who would stay loyal to someone who sees them as toys or tools? Her gaze sharpened. But you're not like that. You're the only one who truly led them. You were their king. She lowered her eyes. Even now, they're out there, searching. They know you're here somewhere. She looked at the tiny ferry nearby. Think, Han, what kind of hero would search the world for months just because their master vanished? He shook his head. No one in the other lobbies would ever do that. You're different, she said. Your strategies, they're rigid, detailed, and completely your own. I could have never come up with them. Then, as if seeing a tower herself, she added, what surprised me most, you never even used synthesis. Hearing her words, Han's expression darkened. He went on, picturing the desperate faces of heroes. That's how most players manage their forces. When someone's weak or disobedient, the masters just erase them. No second chances. It keeps the rest in line through fear. Han's thoughts drifted to a memory, a powerful hero, full of potential, but not yet polished. He knew the truth. Even promising low-rank heroes were often sacrificed, just a prey for higher-tier ones. He never had a 5-star. In his mind, he saw the deck. Only one 4-star card. Just one. Everyone said his account was trash. They told him to quit, but he didn't. He had long grown used to unfairness. He remembered himself as a child, standing alone on the street. A man laughed with his son, but when he looked forward, his expression shifted, cold, sharp. That memory stuck with him. No, Han muttered. I didn't treat them like that. Maybe I use synthesis, but rarely. Almost never. She smiled at that. Others used it constantly, daily even, but not you. That says everything. She paused. It's the same with how you treat others. I've seen the way most masters operate. They treat heroes like disposable toys. Toss them out once they're bored. But you, Han pictured the companions he fought beside. He'd never thrown them away. Not if they showed potential. A lobby ruled by fear, he thought. That's a dead end. He remembered how he led, rewarding those who earned it, punishing only when necessary. The girl looked at him. Do you even realize what you've done? Smiling, she said, all of these heroes, they're alive. Real. She turned to face him completely. I don't know how, but there's no way you came up with these methods without knowing that. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in clarity. That's the only conclusion I could reach. Han stood from his seat, stunned. From across the room, she called out to him, do you know something? She glanced his way, smiling. Every hero here, they're real people. She repeated it. No one could play the way you do without knowing that. He turned, disbelief in his eyes. She looked at him coolly and said, that's just my theory. Han pulled out a sleek electronic device, his eyes narrowing as he studied the so-called heroes of this world. He recalled how hard it had been at first to believe their actions were scripted. But even then, each one responded differently to the same command, executing it in their own distinct way. That part still amazed him. The system was brilliant, and yet it never crossed his mind that they could be real people. Back then, all he cared about was perfecting his strategy. With his arms crossed, Han turned to her and asked if that was why she was drawn to him. She admitted she had really wanted to meet him face to face, but on Earth, that had been nearly impossible. He understood immediately and offered a gentle smile, saying he felt the same. Then, in a sudden shift, he changed his tone completely, joking that if that were the case, maybe he'd just go dig her up in some nearby forest. But the moment twisted. Han's demeanor darkened. He stepped forward, his voice sharp, accusing her of provoking too much resentment. He told her straight. He couldn't forgive her. Not after how badly she'd let him down. Kate lowered her head, resting her hand on her glass. She set it down, saying nothing. Han leaned in close and said firmly that he had no connection to Tonia or Nibelheim. He was just an ordinary guy from Earth. Once he'd gotten it all out, he turned to leave, heading for his seat. But Kate stopped him, laughing at his claim. She teased that his heroes wouldn't take those words lightly. Without looking back, Han responded coldly that he didn't care. It didn't make sense. The team was performing just fine. They'd reached the 88th floor with barely any losses. There was no reason she would have summoned him here, just to climb the tower. He had no interest in cooperating. Fury flared in his eyes as he spun back around, ordering her to back off before he lost every last bit of patience. But Kate didn't flinch. She opened her arms and said she saw something in him, a potential to become Han Mobius needed. Then she shrugged it off, saying all she really wanted was for him to reach her floor, and if putting up with this attitude was the price, she'd pay it. Han shot a piercing glare at Kate and demanded to know, was the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor her doing? She met his eyes with a look of disdain and calmly countered. And what if it was? What would you do then? Crossing her legs, she tried to ease the tension, asking him not to be upset. She claimed she had planned to stop interfering after the 15th floor anyway. According to her, Tonia would have welcomed him warmly without her involvement. Leaning her head in her palm, Kate gazed at him and remarked that this place was just as tough as Nibelheim. No matter what he did, she said, there was a 90% chance the master would abandon everything. But if he accepted her help, that could all change. Han stayed silent, waiting for her to continue. Then she reached out her hand. She swore on her own name. If he climbed to the top of the tower, she'd send him back to where he came from. Not just that, she promised him half of her Mobius holdings. With that, she said, he could become one of the most powerful shareholders in the entire corporation. She offered him the chance to become a majority stakeholder and asked if he was ready to make it official. Han gave her a sharp look. He warned her not to push him and brought up her earlier promise to send him back and not empty-handed. He didn't trust the deal. It all sounded too good to be real, and he was sure there had to be a trap hidden somewhere. Kate was taken aback by his hostility. She asked why he still hated her so much, but Han didn't answer with words. He hurled his blade straight at her head. She didn't even get the chance to finish her sentence. That was his answer. He believed he'd find his own way forward. More clues, more answers, and he wasn't about to rely on someone like her. That was the end of it. He'd make it back home on his own terms. Kate calmly pulled the blade from her head. Her body flickered with pixels as she regenerated. She commented that without that kind of resolve, no one could ever reach the tower's peak. She repeated herself again and again. She forgave his arrogance. Then she decided to show him exactly what she meant. At her signal, a massive golden door materialized nearby. She called it a true prologue. The doors creaked open, revealing something radiant beyond. Kate turned to him with a faint smile and said she'd crafted this ending just for him. Then, with a sharp glint in her eye, Kate warned him, threatened him, with the glow itself. In the blink of an eye, Han's surroundings shifted. The scene before him transformed. He now stood in a world where humans and non-humans lived together in harmony. Children, towny as children, ran around laughing, playing without a care. Kate's voice broke through the moment. She explained that this once thriving continent had been shattered by a sudden invasion. Dark forces had torn the land apart. The peace was gone. She turned to Han and asked if he understood why this ending was so difficult. The truth, she said, was that this war had already been lost. To fix it would mean changing the very course of fate. But even now, she insisted there was still a sliver of hope. Kate pointed to the Master and told Han that if he wanted to save this world, he had to conquer the tower. Word was, many heroes would stand with him. He just had to trust in the bonds he'd forge along the way. She reminded him that the future of this entire world rested in his hands. His strength alone could shape what came next. She showed him more heroes, countless lives that now depended solely on him. Then came the warning. She revealed the enemies ahead. Formidable, hidden deep within unexplored lands. Could he really face them? Could he endure the path to the top? Han's frustration boiled over. He didn't trust any of it. But Kate pushed again, urging him to climb, promising her support. She showed him the road forward and said they could reach their goal together. She vowed to wait for him at the summit. Han turned away and told her to leave him alone. Just then, a message appeared before him. He had awakened memories of his forgotten hero self. A dark system prompt confirmed that his card had evolved. His rank had risen, 2 stars. He tilted his head, eyes locking onto the pedestal at the center of the pattern. Relief swept over him. It was finally done. The system chimed in again, congratulating him on leveling up and unlocking new abilities. Aaron, who had been waiting nearby, looked away with a quiet smile. His traveler had finally returned. He asked Han what he had seen. Han gave a short answer. It was just another stage of growth, one Aaron would go through soon enough. Then Han asked him for an update. Aaron replied that everything was the same as always. Han nodded, remembering that Aaron had a little sister. He wanted to make it back to her. That goal hadn't changed. He would keep climbing. He would reach the top, and he would return to Earth. Exhausted, Han lay down for the night, staring up at nothing. Despite everything, nothing had really changed for him, except his mood. As sleep crept in, he made himself a promise. Whoever dragged him into this world, no matter who they were or what name they went by, would pay for it. The next morning, he woke to a glitching system message flashing in front of his eyes. It was an apology, an official one, blaming a severe server error that had happened days ago. Han recalled that the lower-level masters were still experiencing disconnections. This apology was meant to explain the chaos. To him, it only confirmed one thing. The Dark Apostle's appearance on the 10th floor wasn't a coincidence. It was tied to this glitch. Without a doubt, a new message popped up. This one mentioned compensation, 50,000 gold. Not bad. Isel appeared, cheerful as always, congratulating him on his promotion. But then she paused and frowned, noticing the look on his face. Something was clearly off. What happened to you? She asked. You don't look happy at all. Han replied with a hint of unease. I met your original. That caught her completely off guard. What are you talking about? He thought for a second and guessed it must have been the CEO of Mobius. He asked Isel if that could be true. She was clearly upset and confused. She had no idea how much her original had revealed. Han, however, dismissed it. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to dwell on it. He was just venting. All that mattered was climbing the tower. And for that, he needed her help. Isel nodded and agreed, ready to support him. She handed him a gold coupon, surprising him. He hadn't even known such a thing existed. She was stunned by his ignorance. You really don't know what this is? It's a gift card. You can exchange it for anything. Han eyed the coupon suspiciously and asked who sent it. She told him it came from a master himself, because even he was impressed by Han's achievements. It was a reward for heroes who excelled, and the value of the coupon matched the gift's worth. Han had heard about these cards being given out during events, but this felt different. Maybe the master was just shocked that heroes had managed to climb so far without his help. He handed the card back to Isel. I don't need it, he said. Give it to someone else who does. Isel's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really turning it down? This card lets you get anything you want. But Han just shook his head and reminded her 10,000 gold means nothing in the item shop. Then he glanced at her, tired and clearly done with the conversation. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm going to sleep. Isel held him back for a moment. Suddenly, the system flashed a new notification. Han had made a purchase using the gift card. Confused, he looked up as Isel pulled a small horse statue in front of her. He read the system message, a gift from a hero you admire. Frowning, he asked what it was and what he was supposed to do with it. Isel simply said it was a gift from the master. Disgusted, Han dropped the wooden trinket to the ground with a thud and kept walking. Gifts should mean something, he muttered. As he walked, he thought about the other heroes. How unfair it would be if only he received something while everyone else got nothing. It would have been better to reward everyone who had proven themselves. Staring down at the broken horse statue, he figured most people wouldn't even want something so meaningless. If a gift had no use, then it wasn't worth having. Later, Han lay on his bed, lost in thought. Even he knew what kind of gifts would actually make heroes happy. But then he caught himself. What was he even thinking? That wasn't like him. Soon, he stood before a massive portal, not the least bit surprised. Voices around him called for the rift in time and space to open. He quickly assessed the situation. His low level wasn't a problem anymore. What mattered now were the enemies hidden within. He sighed, disappointed, and told the others to wrap this up quickly. As he stood there, his thoughts drifted to the master. How recently he'd entered the game and how much power he already held. Just then, Han noticed Ialka. She looked tense. Understandable, he thought, given all her training and what she endured back on the 10th floor. She turned to him and asked where they were heading next. Han knew that, at this pace, they wouldn't make it through the coming floors. No one really understood how the Choose Me ending worked. And yet, here it was again, a message bold and bright. Climb the tower and save the world. His blood boiled as he read it. Then, a new notification appeared. This is the main dungeon of the 11th floor. Before he could even react, another message flashed. Prepare to enter the gate in 10 seconds. Han gave a sharp look and told the group to get ready. They were heading straight for the 11th floor. Ialka glanced at him, clearly caught off guard by the sudden decision. Meanwhile, Han recalled a phrase often thrown around by some players. Those who blindly trust their heroes to breeze through stages, thinking skills alone are enough to climb the tower. He couldn't agree less. In his eyes, it made more sense to build up experience by tackling the lower levels first. The fact they were being pushed ahead like this? Pure proof of the players' total ignorance. Just then, a system prompt popped up. The 11th floor mission had begun. Objective: wipe out every enemy. Han was seething. The player acted like a pro, but didn't have the slightest clue. How are they ever going to reach the 100th floor with someone like that in control? Han's character card had 2 stars, one of the top-tier heroes. The screen darkened, and the only light came from the pale moon, casting long shadows over rows of tombstones. The ground shifted. Skeletal hands emerged from the soil, followed by bodies with glowing eye sockets and weapons drawn. They weren't just for show. These level 11 enemies were the real deal. Scanning the area, Han gave the order. Everyone fell into position, weapons raised, tension thick in the air. As the skeletons lurched forward, he stood firm at the front. This was his moment. Luck may have landed him in this mission, but proving he belonged was entirely up to him. The clash began. Skeletons dropped one after another under his strikes. But it quickly became clear, if the enemies got any stronger, this climb would be a brutal one. The skeletons exploded into flames as they fell. The sight sparked a memory. The first time he faced a 4-star enemy, and how the master had merged it with him. He also remembered the 5 heroes he'd received last time. Only one survived. Still, that didn't mean the master had failed. Nearby, Jenna fought off a skeleton with a sharp kick. She looked irritated. These foes weren't just tough, they were infuriating. Han kept swinging, fighting off wave after wave, his mind drifting back to the start of it all. Back when the master actually tried, building structures, training heroes, crafting gear, and following the strategies Han himself suggested. But that didn't last. After the 5th stage, something shifted. The master began acting on impulse instead of logic. Beside him, Aaron moved in perfect sync, parrying a skeleton strike. Their teamwork was seamless. As the battle raged on, Han remembered the mission where all hope was supposed to be lost, and yet they pulled through. But after that victory, it was like the master lost his compass. Ialka closed her eyes, drawing in energy. A glowing fireball formed in her hand moments later. Watching her, Han couldn't help but reflect on how many missteps the master had taken. He summoned heroes 5 separate times without meeting the right requirements, then threw them straight into the 10th floor with no upgrades or preparations. Even so, somehow they'd survived, standing now amidst piles of charred bones, their bodies worn but spirits high. They had beaten the odds again. Their breaths were heavy, but they were proud. Still, Han couldn't ignore the root of the problem. The master had made the fatal mistake of confusing his own worth with the power of his heroes. He relied too much on them and forgot his role. But this time, it wasn't the master who led them to victory. It was Han. He had proven himself. A radiant glow surrounded him as his level surged upward, power coursing through him. He had finally taken a real step forward. The night remained still. Wind whispered through the trees. The dim lanterns outside the stone house flickered softly. Han leaned back against the wall, arms folded, and called out. In an instant, Isel the fairy appeared, her voice crisp and clear. Locking eyes with her, Han asked if she would always come when summoned. Isel nodded, replying that she would. Then she asked why he called her. Serious. Han told her he had questions. Isel hesitated, clearly uneasy, and warned that there were limits to what she could reveal. But Han wasn't fazed. He just wanted the closest answer she could give. Flustered, she closed her eyes and yelled that she'd answer, but this would be the last time. Without delay, Han asked her the name of the original fairy. Caught off guard, Isel paused, hand to her chin, thinking deeply. She finally answered. The director had many names, over 100 million, and each time she entered a new world, she chose a different one. In Tonia, she had gone by the name Kate. Han repeated the name Kate under his breath, figuring that in Nibelheim, she probably went by something else. He started piecing things together. After clearing the 10th floor, each master is assigned a personalized lobby, and the world's name shifts with each rating. If what Isel said was true, then the destiny of every world hinged on its master. And with over hundreds of millions of worlds already in existence, and growing, that truth was staggering. He moved on to his next question. What is Mobius? He asked. Isel paused, looking unsure, and asked him to be more specific. Han clarified. He wasn't talking about a company. He meant the spiral galaxy, the one said to hold an infinite chain of worlds. Listening closely, Isel eventually confirmed that each master is indeed given a unique world, one that never repeats, even among heroes. Looking her in the eye, Han said he knew Kate. He wanted to know who she really was. And did she ever hurt the master? That's what he truly wanted to understand. Isel responded carefully. No one could become a master unless they had once lived on Earth. But that wasn't the part Han cared about. What mattered to him was whether Kate had ever wronged the master. Isel fell silent, unable to give a straight answer. But her hesitation spoke louder than any words. Hearing Han press the issue, she grew visibly upset. The idea that someone like Kate could have caused harm clearly bothered her. She told him to wait while she checked the information and vanished. Alone now, Han lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He knew chasing answers about Mobius or its problems wouldn't change anything right now. The fire in the hearth crackled, occasional sparks dancing in the air. He let himself relax. Eventually, Isel returned. She stood tall and declared that the master was just a regular user, nothing more. There was no danger. Han, still unsure, asked again if she was absolutely certain. She nodded, saying she had confirmed it with another director. Everything was fine, but she also added that such interference carried serious risk and had to meet strict conditions. Han leaned back, sinking into the pillow. He understood now. The wind howled outside. Nearby, training dummies stood against the wall. Usher shouted, calling for the duel to start. As the fight began, Han landed the first hit. In that moment, he knew. The master's failures weren't some grand mystery. They were simply the outcome of poor choices. Just then, Roderick's weapon came flying at him, but Han dodged in time. The attack confirmed his suspicion. His teammate was going all in, but Han was ready. He raised a shield to block the next blow. That's when it hit him. The master was infected, blinded by the delusion that he was the best. Usher launched into a flurry of attacks, moving faster with every strike, but Han kept evading. Still, he could tell, if the symptoms of that arrogance grew worse, things would spiral out of control. Another strike came in, Usher again, but Han blocked it just in time. Then Adis appeared behind him, her daggers flashing. One of them sliced across his face. 3-on-1. No way to win fairly. But Han wasn't just thinking about the fight. He knew the master's condition was still in its early stages. If they acted quickly, there was a chance to reverse it. Another enemy approached, and now Jenna and Aaron moved toward him with purpose. Heroes clashed, attacking, defending, testing each other's limits. Amid the chaos, Han realized the truth. To cure the master, they had to eliminate the one hero he leaned on most. And that hero was him. With that, Han charged forward to rejoin the battle. Later, the sun cast its glow across the city. Han and his companions walked down a quiet road. Jinna turned to Aaron, asking if she'd heard right, that they were heading straight to the 12th floor. It felt like they were rushing. Aaron, a little uneasy, admitted he thought it was too soon. From Han's spot behind them, he couldn't believe it himself. They'd cleared the 11th floor just yesterday, and by Earth's time, not even a full day had passed. Suddenly, Isel appeared in front of them and requested that a rift in space-time be opened. The gateway to the next level began to materialize. If they pushed forward now, they'd be clearing more than 2 levels in a single day. Jinna stopped in front of the glowing entrance and turned to Han. "You coming?" He closed his eyes, then looked toward the ferry. "Which floor did the master choose?" Isel hesitated before answering. "The 12th. Han narrowed his eyes. "I figured." His companions looked at him in confusion. Han knew they had a choice. They could speak their minds or ask the master directly for guidance. But he made up his mind. Arms crossed, he turned to the ferry and said, "I'm not going." Isel froze, clearly stunned by Han's refusal. But he met her gaze, cold and unflinching. "I'm not joking," he said. "Not when it's something this serious." Jinna stared at him, baffled. "Wait, we can actually refuse?" she asked. "I thought we had no choice, that we had to follow orders." Han looked around at his team. "There's always a choice," he said calmly. "But you've got to be ready to face the fallout." Jinna frowned, remembering stories of those who tried to resist being forced in. Didn't others get dragged in any way? "They just didn't know the rules," Han replied. Isel, clearly irritated now, raised her voice. "You need to reconsider. This is dangerous." Han cut her off. "Dangerous?" he asked. "Throwing us into the dungeon without a second thought. That's not dangerous." The fairy tried to argue, but Han didn't let her finish. "I already know what you're going to say." A brilliant blue light pulsed from the gate. Han understood the line he couldn't cross. Refusing to enter was one thing, but he couldn't reject synthesis. If the master got angry, he could easily sacrifice him to a more obedient hero. Still, Han stood firm. "I'm not going," he said again, this time with finality. Ialka's voice rang out, angry and hurt. "So you're just leaving us? Making us fight on our own?" "That's your decision," Han replied. "I won't stop you." The team stared at him in disbelief. Aaron gripped his spear tighter. "If he's not going," he said, nodding at Jinna, "then I'm out too." Jinna stretched, her voice cool. "I'm disappointed in you, Han. You could have told us we had this choice sooner." She stepped back. "I'm not going either." Her partner looked shocked. Then Ialka, now nervous about being left alone, followed suit. "I am not going either," she stammered. A glowing message appeared before them. "Group deployment denied." Sometimes, heroes may refuse to obey. The master may choose to listen or to punish. Han stared at the message, then smirked. "Let them try." Isel was completely shaken. This isn't in the script," she whispered. Jinna turned to Han. "So what now?" He looked away at first, silent. Then a small smile tugged at his lips. "Now we wait." A massive eye opened above them, the player watching. "And see how he reacts," Han finished. Heroes lifted their eyes to the sky, where the all-seeing gaze of the master loomed above. In that moment, Han realized something critical. The master likely had no clue that his creations could choose not to obey. It seemed just as likely he'd never even read the manual, and that oversight had brought them all to this point. Sensing the heavy mood, Isel summoned the rest of the team. Han's allies soon gathered. Adis glanced at them with interest and asked why they'd been called over. One of the guys replied simply, they weren't going on the mission. Adis blinked in surprise. Why not? Outside, the sky was cloudless and the sun beamed down. Han sat calmly on a bench, responding to Adis's questions without flinching. She grew frustrated, quickly grasping the danger they were now in. If Han couldn't prove his worth, there'd be consequences. Still composed, the guy admitted he understood the risks, and that his decision might cost him his life. Their talk went on. Adis voiced her doubts, warning that the player probably wouldn't take kindly to Han defying commands. Han narrowed his eyes and fired back. Would she just follow every order the master gave without question? He reminded her that they weren't fighting to serve, they were fighting to survive. His words struck a chord. Adis turned to her teammates, trying to make them understand. Han watched silently, the truth dawning on him. Loyalty wasn't what kept them together. It was survival. Adis turned to Han and told Aaron they were going ahead anyway. They needed to get stronger. She added that she had no desire to be synthesized. The group moved toward the portal, leaving Han and Jenna behind on the bench. Jenna sat beside him and quietly asked what would happen to them now. Han gave it to her straight. He didn't know. Everything depended on the master. If he ended up synthesized, he told her to surrender, to save herself. Jenna stared at him with quiet pride. You'll outlast all of us, she said. Aaron agreed, and Ialka added that if nothing else, Han had more resolve than anyone. Han closed his eyes with a faint smile. His friends had come a long way, grown stronger, wiser. Then, suddenly, a message flashed in front of him. One of his partners was bleeding out. Another alert appeared, then another. Each one carried the same warning. The 12th floor was a different beast. From the gate, his allies emerged, battered, barely standing. Wounded and weak, they leaned on each other as they stumbled toward him. Han turned to Adis and asked how she was feeling. She stayed silent for a moment, then quietly said his name. Her gaze shifted to the others, sharp and direct. How can you just ignore an order like that? Han grinned. Simple. You just do. Right then, a new notification popped up. Adis had officially declined the mission, and because of that, the second group could no longer be deployed. Adis's team stood barely upright, leaning on one another for support. Watching it unfold, Isel was stunned. Panic began to creep in. Things were spiraling fast. But Han only gave a short laugh. He pointed out that with both primary teams now inactive, the Master wouldn't be able to enter either the main weekly or the exploration dungeon. He turned to his allies and calmly said they'd keep training like nothing had happened. No reason to tip the Master off that they were resisting. They needed to restock potions, and Jenna and Aaron could start soloing daily dungeons to level up. He'd join them there. Isel was furious. If you keep this up, the Master might just leave for good. Han looked up, unbothered. Then he was never going to make it to the top anyway. Isel, trembling, shouted that the player could decide to synthesize him. But Han shrugged. I'd take a clean death over that. Besides, if anyone gets synthesized, it'll be the one who stirred up this rebellion. Isel lowered her head, hair falling over her face as she struggled to hold back tears. Han kept going. He mentioned that while the Master's stress level might spike and his spirit might drop, it could have the opposite effect on the team. They'd start paying attention, maybe even trust him more. He reached out a hand to Isel. The Master can still fix this, earn our trust, lift our morale. With that, Han and his allies turned and walked away. As they left, he threw out one final thought. Our player isn't exactly a genius. Isel watched them leave, anxiety written all over her face. The following day, the team made their way to the weekly dungeon. Their goal, to collect elemental stones for ascension. The portal clearly displayed the objective and the location. Han decided they'd split up to cover two separate dungeons, and from one of them, they secured a standard fire elemental stone. Jenna and Aaron headed toward the forest path, while Han and Ialka made their way to the ravine, where glittering crystals lined the cliffs. Afterward, they resumed their training. Han's skill with a sword and shield reached level 6, but he realized that any further improvement would require tougher drills or opponents on his level. He weaved around his teammates' strikes and assigned Ialka a new goal, focus on unlocking telekinesis. Ialka wasn't thrilled. But I'm only good at fire magic, she protested. Han smirked. Then I'll make sure your diet consists of nothing but potatoes. The skies had turned gray, wind sweeping through the area in heavy gusts. That day, and the next, the Master didn't log in. Leaning gently on Han's shoulder, Isel whispered her fears. What if he's gone for good? Han took a slow sip from his mug. No idea. Just then, a notification flashed before them. The Master was online. Isel lit up with relief. He didn't forget us. Adis joined them. Maybe he's finally come to his senses. But Han remained cautious, sipping again from his cup. If the Master's condition was that easy to fix, he wouldn't have been sick in the first place. Setting the mug down, he noted that the Master's intentions were obvious now. He figured the player would likely use the compensation currents to change up the raid lineup. A moment later, a message confirmed it. The Master had initiated an advanced summon and pulled in 3 rare cards: Stein, Mazel, and Tazur. Adis turned to Han. If they're anything like us, we'll have to draw lots. But Han stood up and turned away. No need. None of them are joining this party. Adis looked puzzled. Why not? You'll see, he said calmly. Near the stairs, the new recruits had already started bickering. Mazel complained loudly about Tazur's strong odor, while Stein attempted to defuse the tension. The man suddenly snapped at her, accusing her of showing off and turning hostile. Mazel didn't back down and shot right back at him. Things got heated fast. Just then, Han walked over and noticed that the two had barely logged into the game before starting a fight. Stein saw Han and rushed over, asking if it was true that he'd arrived before them. Han confirmed it. Meanwhile, the 2 new players behind Stein were still going at each other. Stein introduced himself as a knight in training and asked Han to do something, since the arguing pair wouldn't listen to him. Tazur, standing nearby, scoffed and said he had no intention of listening to a weakling. That made Han pause. Mazel chimed in, siding with Tazur, saying she had no reason to take orders from some spoiled rich kid who only got lucky in life. Stein clenched his fists, saying he could overlook the insults aimed at him. But dragging his parents into it? That was crossing the line. His anger flared as he turned on his so-called allies. Adis, watching it all unfold, asked Han what was up with the guy. Han explained that not every hero combo was beneficial. Some actually lowered group stats when placed together. Then, Stein couldn't hold back anymore and charged at them with his sword. Han had seen players lose control before, but this was next level. These characters were full-on brawling with weapons right outside the summoning gate. Tzur jumped in too, shouting that he'd teach Stein a lesson, and hurled knives at him. Stein blocked them just in time with his shield. Isel had had enough. She stepped forward and shouted that they were out of their minds and had a death wish. Tzur froze, startled by the sudden appearance of the fairy. He asked who she was. Isel placed a hand over her chest and declared herself the master's confidant, warning them all that she was far stronger than the rest of them combined. Stein just facepalmed in disbelief. Then, Isel folded her arms and gave a final warning. The fighting ends now. She let it slide this time, but there wouldn't be a next. Mazel glared at Isel and pointed at the two troublemakers, demanding that she get rid of them. She said she couldn't work with those two, or even breathe the same air. Then she turned her sword toward Han and declared that if she had to be in a party, she'd rather join a real hero. Isel met her gaze and firmly replied that party selection wasn't up to any of them. The master was the only one who could make that call. Just then, a new team assignment screen popped up in front of them, and a time rift portal began to open. Adis noticed Han heading out and asked where he was going. Without even slowing down, Han replied that he was going to sleep. He looked at her briefly and added that those new characters weren't coming back. He flopped onto the bed. As he lay back, notifications began popping up. Tzur had entered a state of madness and was launching an attack. Han just laced his hands behind his head, eyes shut, ignoring the alerts. More messages popped up, warning about health losses. The blaring notifications wouldn't stop, making it impossible for Han to fall asleep. Annoyed, he rolled onto his side and leaned on one hand. Eventually, another message came in. All three characters had died in battle. The master had lost. Up above, Isel hovered silently. A system prompt appeared, asking if the master really wanted to exit the game. When the system said goodbye, she threw her hands forward and screamed. Flying just above Han, she asked what they were supposed to do if he never logged back in. Han answered bluntly, it could happen. The fairy tugged on his hair and demanded to know what would become of her and everyone else. She reminded him that if he didn't log in for 6 months, his account would be deleted, and he knew that. She pleaded with him, saying users couldn't just abandon them. Han responded quietly, saying that during those 6 months in the real world, a year and a half would pass for them inside the game. Isel's voice trembled. Tears welled in her eyes as she said they couldn't build anything without a master. She would lose her power and vanish like she was never even there. She whispered that she hadn't been alive for long. With his eyes still shut, the boy sighed and called Isel a drama queen, telling her to quit the act. They didn't even know for sure if the master was really going to leave. Isel wiped away a tear as Han told her to calm down. If the master were truly that weak-willed, he'd have quit a long time ago. She hesitated, then asked if that was really true. Han glanced at her, and she softly replied that she believed him. So he asked why the panic. Was it really that serious? Would she actually die if they didn't climb the tower? The boy's eyes narrowed as Isel, wings fluttering behind her, quietly said yes, she would disappear. Han froze for a moment, staring ahead as a bead of sweat formed on his face. Half a year, he turned his eyes to the window, thinking about Niflheim and how little time he seemed to have left. The settlement outside was surrounded by a tall wall. The next day, a system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to buy now. Mobius was rooting for the master's success. A new message popped up. The triple gold pack had been selected. It included 5,000 diamonds and 3 gift cards, costing 90,000. Another window asked if he wanted to proceed with a 90,000 deduction. A blonde man appeared before Han, just as a message declared that an advanced summoning had begun, and the master was eager to see which hero would arrive. A burst of light flashed, thunder echoed through the building, and Noken grinned as he looked around, asking where they were and noting that there were girls here. The system announced, rare hero obtained. A bearded man stepped forward, staring ahead. He said this place seemed interesting, but first they needed food. The system confirmed, rare hero obtained. A gray-haired man looked forward and asked who the leader was, then told him to take them to the shelter. Another message, rare hero obtained. Han looked over at the blonde newcomer and said the fresh recruits needed to be taught a lesson. He asked the guy if he wanted to handle it. The blonde just replied, no. Noken, standing behind Han, stepped up and asked who those people were and if they were looking to die. Han turned to him and said he was talking way too much. Now, he should shut up and listen. At the training ground, the red-haired girl glanced over at Adis just as Han announced she was on standby. Jenna commented that this situation was way more delicate than when her own team was summoned. Noken pointed his sword at Han, demanding to know how he dared speak to him like that. Han stood there, bangs covering his forehead, while someone nearby muttered that this had nothing to do with the new recruits. It was about how he was acting. Han answered with his fists, landing a series of punches right to Noken's face. Nearby, the dark-haired girl threw a punch herself, frustrated by the guy's terrible spinning streak. 3 in a row, and a failed strategy once again. It felt like he was trying to throw together a group of weak 1-stars just to fill space. Adis joined in, hitting the player while Han held him still, thinking how some masters managed to mix low-level and high-level heroes, but it always required balancing ambition with reality. Sometimes it was better to just blow through 5 spins at once. A system notification popped up. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, and Jian have joined Group 3. Han placed a hand on his belt, welcomed the team, and apologized that they'd have to figure things out as they went. Their first real battle was starting in just a few seconds. A glow filled the hall as the rift of time and space responded to the command and opened. The bruised-up heroes stepped through the gate one after another. Someone noted it was a relief that the 3 didn't end up killing each other. Even though one of them was badly hurt, they'd made it through the trial. Isel handed out the reward, congratulating them, and announcing that it was a gift from the master. Someone quietly observed that the rookies had gotten a solid grasp on their roles. The wooden dummies swayed in the wind. A few days passed. Jenna trailed behind Han, asking if he thought they were really in danger. He shot the question right back at her. Heroes had taken down the guys earlier, and she explained it was because of those new recruits. If they kept causing trouble, the group could lose its standing. Noken looked away, sweat beading on his face when his eyes met Han's. The blonde turned to face the other heroes. Jenna stood behind Han, who told her to step back. Noken moved in front of his teammates. Someone mentioned that time was running out, and while they still didn't have a mage, the group was balanced enough. Group 3 was growing steadily, and for now, they hadn't lost a single member. It looked like the master's plan was working. The blonde crossed his arms and asked if anyone knew why those guys weren't going on missions. Then he answered his own question. It was because their master had abandoned them. His teammates sat around the table as he added that if they just leveled up a bit more, they'd easily surpass the others, except for the mage, since their team actually needed her. Jelen asked if they weren't already at full capacity. The bearded man responded with a grunt, saying there were 2 useless freeloaders on the team, and they could just toss one out. Noken's mouth dropped open in shock. Han calmly commented that it was an interesting way to look at things. The blonde stood behind Han and asked what brought him here. Han replied that he just came for a drink of water, and then casually suggested they keep talking and not hold back. Noken grumbled that there hadn't been much talking, and it was time for him to get some sleep. Han watched him leave, thinking to himself that these guys had no clue what teamwork even meant. They didn't see their teammates as people, just numbers on a roster. Yet somehow, their master was satisfied. His mind wandered to a tall tower, floor after floor, stacked above each other. He remembered how their team had clawed their way through the 14th floor, not without problems. Surprisingly, the 13th and 14th levels were manageable. The 12th, though, that one was brutal. Maybe they just gotten lucky. He raised his arms slightly, deep in thought. No one in Group 3 had even reached level 10, yet the masters still kept sending them up. Once they cleared the 15th floor, their team would be eligible for synthesis. Jenna came running behind him, asking if they were seriously going to keep going in circles. She said they'd be caught soon if this kept up. With her eyes shut, she admitted she didn't know what else to do anymore, and that all her hopes were riding on him. Han simply replied that he was doing what needed to be done, and if she wanted to switch to Group 3, he wouldn't stop her. He bent his leg mid-stride as Jenna quickly answered that she had no intention of joining them. She didn't like them one bit. Han smiled and told her to wait. It wasn't their time yet. He dashed ahead and turned back to ask if she'd mastered telekinesis yet. Jenna confirmed, then tossed back. Who do you think I am? She curled one finger, and a wave of purple energy wrapped around nearby objects. Sweat ran down her face as she said it was easy. Han nodded, impressed, saying that was solid progress. In his mind, he thought, if she was already casting without verbal cues, she had to be at least beginner level. A faint blue barrier shimmered above them as Han realized something. Despite everything, the master wasn't making any real progress. He pictured the city from above. The lobby had its charm, plenty of nice buildings, but it was packed with heroes. Ever since clearing the 10th floor, new construction slots had become available, and it was time to start building the 3rd-tier structures. Yet there was no sign of master plan to do any of it. Heroes were too busy fighting each other anyway. Han narrowed his focus to Group 3. Sunlight streamed into the room as he considered how the preparations for the 15th floor raid were shaping up. Chloe stood in front of Jelen while Han watched the new members, starting to see what the master saw in them. Slowly, their real personalities began to show. So far, just minor stuff like complaining for extra meat or stealing a sofa from the dining room. But if they cleared the 15th floor, things might get messy. Suddenly, A voice echoed across the settlement, ordering Group 3 to gather in the square. Noken and Jelen exchanged smug grins. Finally, one of them said, "This'll be easy." A system notification appeared. Third group members have been given basic health potions. Han and Jenna sat quietly on a bench. She muttered that they'd worked so hard, and now the master was handing the rewards to another group. It felt unfair. Han calmly replied, saying they could always restock later. Nervous sweat dotted the onlookers' faces. Someone mumbled that when they first reached the 10th floor, the square had been empty. Now it was packed with people watching. Another replied that it was a good thing. A radiant glow lit up the space in front of the gate as a voice commanded the rift of time and space to open. The blonde pointed forward and addressed the spectators, calling them arrogant bastards. He warned them that when they returned, he'd ask the master to personally give them a good beating, so they'd better wait for it. Ada stood just behind Han, teasing that he sure was popular. Han thought to himself, if Noka made it back alive, then yeah, he just might do it. Then someone asked the question lingering in everyone's mind. What happens if they actually complete the mission? Jenna looked away, her face tight with worry. Han answered flatly. If they made it past the 15th floor, they'd have no choice but to follow the master's commands. Otherwise, it was game over for all of them. Noken was suddenly surrounded by a glow of white light as Han considered the possibility. Maybe Group 3 would survive the 15th floor. There were moments where it looked like a guaranteed wipe. Yet heroes always came back. And if they did it this time, the master's confidence would skyrocket, and the rest of them would be pushed further into the background. Han turned to his teammates and told them straight. If Group 3 return alive, follow the master's lead. No fighting it. The group shimmered in blue light as they were teleported away, and Han realized what that meant. He was going to be tossed straight into synthesis the moment they succeeded. Noken's voice rang out, sharp and eager. Time to kill. A structure rose behind heroes as they disappeared, and Han thought about the stakes. Either they cleared this level or were crushed by it. It was a constant gamble. The blonde stared ahead, fear spreading across his face as he understood where they'd landed. The dark-haired man stood still, arms crossed. Jenna sat in front of Aaron, clearly uneasy. Ada stood with a few others close by. Another blonde folded his arms. Han stood with his arms crossed as well, thinking it had already been 5 minutes. No alerts. Maybe that was a good sign. Then his eyes widened. A system message flashed across his vision. Mission failed. Group eliminated. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robiel, and Jian have returned to the embrace of God. Their fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Han stared blankly. Winged beings loomed near the gate. He wondered, did everyone in Group 3 just die? Another message answered him. Group 3 has been destroyed. The master has failed. Han froze, stunned. This had been a special mission. It hadn't even lasted 5 minutes. Jenna stood beside him, eyes wide. What's going on? She asked. A new prompt blinked into view. Does the master wish to exit the game? Icel's voice cracked with panic as she reported. The master. Through the phone. Then came the system's cold farewell. Goodbye, user. Icel yanked at Han's clothes, eyes wide with fear. This is bad. What do we do? Han, still calm despite everything, looked around and said, everyone's watching. Let me go. Han stood up beside Jenna and suggested they head back. There was nothing left to see here. Jenna hesitated, then asked about Group 3. They're gone, he answered plainly. Aaron glanced at Han as Jenna quietly said they had just entered. Han thought to himself that the team had been wiped out before the real fight even began. They hadn't scored a single point for that floor. Then he added out loud, just proves how weak they really were. Night fell over the settlement. A scream rang out from the wooden dummy field. Someone was gripping a weapon tightly with both hands when Han heard his name called. Icel stood behind him and asked, what are we supposed to do now? What should we do? Han didn't look back. I'm training, he replied. You should go get some sleep. Shields and swords were scattered across the ground. He added simply, life goes on. We'll wake up, eat, train, eat again, train more, and keep going until dinner. Icel's jaw dropped. It's been 10 days, she shouted. The other 1-stars are already slacking off. She pictured them sitting lazily around the table and explained that they thought they could do whatever they wanted now. No master, no synthesis. There was nothing holding them back. Only a handful were still even bothering to enter the weekly dungeons. Han raised a hand to his chin. 10 days in the lobby. That meant only 3 days had passed in real time. Just then, a system message appeared. Download complete. Time to take action. Welcome back, user. Icel's eyes filled with tears of joy. She spun toward the source. Master, she cried. Han looked up. He's really back, he whispered. A bright flash lit the sky. Han cracked one eye open as a new system notification popped up. Screenshot captured. Save the gallery. Then came another message. Would you like to exit the game? And finally, goodbye, user. Isel glared ahead and demanded to know if he really came back after all this time just for that. The fairy, looking uneasy, asked if he was seriously planning to quit the game. Han replied that the master's appearance wasn't random. He even took a screenshot. Turning away, Han asked how he knew that, then guessed it must have been for memory's sake. When questioned about the master's intentions, Isel stood beside him. He asked her to remind him of her hobby, and she answered that she liked digging around online. His eyes lit up as he realized that meant she could access the internet. She confirmed with a nod, folding her arms. Han quickly said he needed her help. As lights flickered inside the building, Isel asked him to wait. Did he really want to connect to the network from this place? Lying on the bed, Han asked her not to tell him she couldn't do it. The fairy snapped that of course she could. Isel looked his way and said meddling with another dimension wasn't simple. There were consequences. When asked why she was reluctant, the fairy closed one eye and explained they'd have to account for every lingering trace of the master's influence. If Han only watched, they'd have an hour. But if he posted or commented, time would drain faster. Han leaned back, hands behind his head, admitting it sounded like a pain. Isel muttered that it always annoyed her, and she hadn't even visited Ragnar Loki's blog in ages. Sitting up, Han said he still had to go through with it. When asked if he'd handle it solo, he answered yes, if it was even possible. Sweat trickled down the fairy's face. Slapping her cheeks, she let out a shout. Isel threw on a dress, shouting that this was just for Han. A laptop's silhouette flickered into view as she summoned her power. Looking at Isel, Han heard her apologize. She couldn't maintain this for long. He asked if she really had to hold that posture. She said she needed to focus. It helped her concentrate. Floating over the screen, the fairy urged him to hurry. He told her to keep quiet if she was getting tired. He was moving fast, staring at the computer screen before him. He realized it had been a long time since he'd last visited. On a plain white background, a flood of game info filled the screen. Han scrolled through until he landed on the help board, and a sly smile crept across his face. A post with the screenshot clearly showed the master's username. As Han reflected on how he had suspected this all along, he eyed the player's card, wondering if that was supposed to be his portrait. Had he really ended up inside the game? Who even drew that? Was it an AI? Dozens of comments cluttered the thread. People were clearly passing judgment on the master. Isel raised her arms as Han realized time was running short. The fairy was already pushing her limit. He placed his hands on the keyboard and thought that if he could upload all his game data from the cloud, maybe things could shift. A cursor blinked on the screen. Comments started flooding in under his post. Isel threw her head back and let out a yell just as Han realized. He probably should have posted anonymously. The fairy collapsed onto the bed. He told her she did great, that everything was set. She looked over and asked if it really worked. Han answered that it all depended on how the master would react. Isel looked drained as she asked if he'd actually sent something. He nodded. It was his game logs. Her hair tied back. Isel looked puzzled and asked again, clarifying if he meant a heavenly book. Steam puffed from her nose as she explained a rumor. The public strategies weren't complete. Locke, it was said, had hidden the real raid guide, and the book supposedly held all the game's secrets. She then asked if he just handed that over to the master. Han asked her to give him a break. Sitting behind the fairy, he admitted she was partly right. What he sent was 2 years' worth of playthroughs and deep analysis. It was practically a thesis. Isel's eyes lit up as she declared the book was real. Flames roared in the cauldron as Han clarified. It didn't hold everything, but it did contain everything he'd documented. Pages spilled from a slot while he wondered if the master would even bother to read it. The volume was massive and never meant for outside eyes. Reflections shimmered in the window as he thought. If the master actually reads and understands it, this could get very interesting. A sly grin tugged at Han's lips. The lights in the house windows glowed as he wondered. Would the master lose interest and disappear for good? Or would he return and try again? The settlement sat protected behind a wall when a system notification popped up. Download complete. Tap to proceed. As he reached out, the system greeted him. A dagger twirled midair. Han sat calmly, hands before him, thinking he was finally back. A fairy appeared, floating in front of him, holding a small horse statue. She said it was a gift from the master. Another system alert blinked. Battle Comrade statue purchased for 5,000 gold, granted to the user. The boy held out his palm and asked for it. She hesitated. Was he going to break it again? Han took the statue and said that before sending his message, he made a small change to the ending. Gazing at the horse with contentment, he explained. He'd added a note suggesting the master gift the Battle Comrade to a hero he truly favored. A new system notification followed. The user was pleased with the gift, and the bond had deepened. Taking a step forward, Han realized the master had read every single word. Above him, a massive eye appeared. Han thought to himself, he didn't need a careless master. If this one really intended to reach the tower's peak, then he had to be equal to him, or better. Anything less, and control would be impossible. Clutching the statue, Han wondered if the master even grasped the full depth of what he'd shared. Facing his allies, he declared, if the master had true resolve, he would become his guiding star. Another system message appeared. First group loyalty restored. A statue of the horse stood near the fountain when someone asked, what if the master never changed? Behind the fountain stood a building. Han replied that it was unlikely. Looking up at the windows on the roof, he wondered aloud when the next opportunity would come. Then came the question, was he talking about going online again? The answer, it all depended on how fast the interference points piled up. Han bent down to adjust his shoes and asked what was going on. As he slipped on his jacket, the fairy explained, it was how the main office kept a connection to cause, effect, and the game's core mechanics. When the master was active and online, interference points would build up. Leveling up would only make those points stack even faster. Icel grinned ear to ear and excitedly added that there were also diamonds, the physical forms of the glasses. They were precious gems infused with the power of creation. With his back turned, Han asked if that was the same power tied to spending real money. The fairy answered that human cash carried enormous weight. Virtual currency was fine, but actual money? That was way more potent. Plus, if you deposited real money, the system gave a 1% bonus. Han took a step and scoffed, just 1%? Sounded pretty stingy to him. His teammates turned to look as he told them to stretch their limbs. Their joints were probably stiff with dust by now. Walking ahead, he declared they were taking back their refusal to fight. System notifications popped up. The first group was now available, and the master was impressive for shifting Hero's outlook. Jenna and Aaron followed behind. Jenna shrugged and said she didn't really care, but at least they weren't stuck in limbo anymore. Someone asked if she wasn't fired up. Ialka quickly chimed in. She absolutely wasn't. Then, flustered, sweat dotting her face, she blurted that she was fired up and had been waiting for this. Aaron turned to Han and pointed out that even if the master had changed, they were still one short. There were only 4 of them. Han told him not to worry. The dark-haired girl looked away as someone said the master had instructed her to temporarily join the first group. Adis came down the stairs and asked if they'd seriously canceled their refusal. Han told her to see for herself. Adis then asked about the master. She was told she'd find out soon enough. Another system alert came through. The second group was now available. Adis smiled and said that if he said so, that was good enough for her. A final message appeared. She had officially joined the first group. Then, in front of them, a white light burst into view as the rift through time and space began to open. Adis told the group not to expect her to stick around for too long. Han replied that he never asked her to, and reminded her that she'd be leading the second team again once they made it past the 15th floor. Suddenly, a system alert flashed in front of them. It announced that the current challenge was on the 8th floor. The gate would open in 10 seconds. A bright light flared, and a cityscape materialized behind them. Another system message confirmed. This was the 8th floor, and their mission type was Conquest. Wipe out every enemy. Aaron echoed the obvious. 8th floor, huh? Han answered, time to show what our training's done. Then, a monstrous beast stepped forward, planting its paws firmly on the ground. A wave of goblin riders charged, shouting as they charged. Ialka raised her hand and gave a command. Spin them. The goblins responded with wide, open jaws as the air filled with their shrieks. A wave of mud surged ahead of them. Jenna lifted her bow. Arrows flew and struck their targets. Ialka thrust both hands forward and activated Ignite. Flames roared to life, engulfing the monsters. Han shielded his eyes from the heat, thinking about how she once took 40 seconds to cast that spell. Now, it took only 10. This is it, the final stage, he yelled, slashing through the enemies with ease as blood splashed in every direction. Adis, now smeared with gore, asked him why he even bothered calling her in. A notification popped up. The floor was cleared. Aaron and Ialka leveled up, and the team earned 5,000 gold along with some leather as a reward. Han looked away for a moment, realizing that Jenna had become such a skilled marksman, he could finally trust her to guard the rear. The girls exchanged glances, and the archer asked Adis if she was bored. Adis smirked and said, nah, it's kind of fun watching this mess. Han thought she hadn't quite settled in with the team yet, but she was sharp. She'd find her rhythm soon. Ialka closed her eyes and asked, that's it for today? I'm worn out from all this spell slinging. Right then, a system message declared her the best performer of the battle. Han reflected on how far she'd come. Her control over magic had improved dramatically. A huge step up from before. Han pulled the girl along with him, saying he wasn't done just yet. She groaned, complaining she was already tired. Someone told her not to worry. They didn't have much work to do anyway. Ialka shot back. I don't believe that for a second. You always trick me. Test tubes lined a nearby rack as a system message popped up, noting that Han cap for research had been reached. A new notification followed. suggesting they try some research, since results were essential for running the lobby efficiently. They were now standing in a dimly lit room. The girl looked around and guessed it was some kind of magic lab. Hands on her hips, Ialka demanded to know why he brought her there. I told you. No physical work, he answered casually. She tilted her head, confused, until he clarified. Her new task was research. Another system message appeared. They could now explore hero responses, expand buildings, and delve into dungeon data. If they sent heroes to the research lab, they'd earn research points, essential for customizing and improving the lobby. A new alert asked if he wanted to assign Ialka to research, pointing out that she was a recommended candidate. Just then, a small fairy materialized beside Ialka. Startled, she screamed. Ialka looked over at Isel and scolded her. Don't jump out like that. You scared me. The fairy replied that it wasn't really her choice to appear like that, and suggested Ialka just accept it. In front of them sat a table with a chair. Isel explained all she had to do was solve the problem and drop it into the container. Still confused, Ialka asked why she had to do any of this. After all, she'd already studied this kind of stuff back at the Magic Academy. Isel snapped, because the master ordered it. Do what you're told unless you want to get kicked out. Han opened a book while Ialka leaned on her hand, looking uninterested. A system message appeared. They had received a research unit. Current speed, 10 units per hour. It also noted that 10 diamonds would be used each hour. A blue flame suddenly flickered to life inside a cauldron. The guy glanced over at Ialka and thought, 10 hour? That's awful. But makes sense. She's got 0 research talent. Another system prompt appeared, setting the research time at 3 hours daily. A tip followed. If a researcher was overworked, they might become unhappy. So don't forget, they've got lives outside the lab. Ialka's mouth dropped open when Isel repeated, 3 hours a day. That's your schedule. The girl threw up her hands and cried out that her brain was about to melt from all this. Right then, a system alert chimed in, registering her complaint. She scowled and shouted that this wasn't as easy as it looked. She was practically dying just trying to solve one problem, calling it slave labor. The guy paused, realizing she wasn't wrong. Her schedule really was packed. He snapped the book shut, thinking he needed a way to keep their momentum without burning out. Then he called out to Isel, asking to send a request to the craftsman. A system message followed. Han had requested a fur coat, spending 3,000 gold. A luxurious white fur coat materialized. Ialka instantly snatched at the moment it appeared. The guy told her she wanted it anyway, and she could think of it as advance payment. If she kept working hard, more rewards would follow. Ialka shot back, asking how he had the audacity to bribe her with buns and a coat. They both tugged at the garment, and Han teased, "Give it back, then, if you don't want it." She glared and snapped. "Who said I didn't want it? I'll handle everything." Behind them, a waterfall roared past a bridge. The system noted that the craftsmen continued upgrading, sending heroes into weekly dungeons and forging weapons in the central workshop. A hammer struck a shield with a loud clang as heroes stood lined up. The boy thought about how the master had assembled a new team with the recently arrived recruits. Han leaned on his hand, watching everything, thinking that the master had changed, and for the better. Nearby, a girl at the next table struck up a conversation. Ialka, eyes closed, mentioned that although she only wielded fire magic, she had solid knowledge of all other types. She added that Han seemed pretty talented, then asked if he was interested in learning magic. Han, seated diagonally from her, asked again to confirm. She replied that it'd be tough to teach him all by herself, but with the books they had, it was doable. He pulled out 2 game cards, thinking about how he currently held 2 stars, meaning he was in a beginner class. He explained that with 3 stars, he could pick a specialization. Right now, he'd most likely end up a warrior, but if he met certain conditions, a hidden class would unlock, like swordsman mage. Han's jaw dropped. He thanked her, but declined, saying he'd rather focus on one path. After all, just because a class was rare didn't make it strong. She smiled and told him to let her know if he ever changed his mind. Ialka's mouth dropped open when someone asked if she was only bringing it up because she didn't want to make the decision alone. Offended, she snapped. What kind of ridiculous assumption is that? The guy smirked because it was right on target. She lowered her gaze, looking defeated. Han, sitting beside her, asked about her past, what life was like before all this. She quietly replied that he used to be a farmer. Ialka scoffed. That's a lie. No one would believe that. A lamp flickered beside the window as someone reminded Ialka to focus. Pen in hand, she sat quietly while Han explained that she came from a renowned family, but lost her relatives in the war. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. Han's eyes widened as a faint glow formed above them. Ialka asked, "What is that?" He looked up, eyes lighting up. "It's the beginning." The air above the table shimmered, and a system message announced that hero reaction research had reached level 1. Sparks burst across the room as another message followed. The goddess had blessed the lobby. Ialka stared at the glowing particles in shock. The boy pulled out 3 game cards, explaining that the research offered 3 paths, and a master had invested 30 points in a hero reaction research. Ialka slumped down onto the table, saying she didn't feel well. Han glanced at her and suggested she check the statistics window. A screen popped up in front of her. She screamed in surprise. Han looked over and said he figured she could see it. All her skills were now broken down into numbers. He pictured players gathered in front of a building and remembered how the third group had been wiped out because they never understood the mission's true objective. They didn't see system messages, but hero reaction research solved that. Ialka looked nervously at the system window. Han asked if she could see her stats: strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills. She nodded, saying she had a mid-level spell called telekinesis. He told her those were her core abilities, then got up, telling her to follow him. He needed to inform the others. Ahead, a loud scream rang out, someone shouting about a ghost. A glowing spark hovered in front of a blonde-haired boy, who panicked and shouted that a strange ghost orb was chasing him. Han grabbed him from behind. "Don't be an idiot. That's not a ghost." "Then what is it?" the blonde asked. The spark floated closer to his chest, and a pink flush spread across his cheeks. Jenna stood in front of them, narrowing her eyes at Han. She guessed what he kept staring at and added that she'd caught him muttering under his breath a few times. So she just started mimicking him. Lights glowed in the windows of the nearby building as the group sat around table. The girl pointed out that apparently there were things like levels, stats, and skills, and that these helped them grow stronger. She added that after some battles, she could actually feel a sudden rush of strength, which must have come from leveling up. Ialka frowned, saying that was hard to believe. Even the most powerful mages couldn't pull something like that off. She turned to Han and asked how he figured this out, since none of them had ever heard about it before. He casually replied, "By accident." Ialka crossed her arms. "Seriously? That's the best you've got." Jenna jumped in, explaining that he'd been there longer than anyone else. Ialka gave Han a skeptical look when he claimed he had enough experience. She shot back that it still sounded shady. Sitting across from Jenna, she finally shrugged and said he could keep his secrets. Everyone had something to hide. Either way, his advice had been useful. The archer nodded in agreement, saying his tips were spot on. Aaron, seated beside her, chuckled when Ialka called Jenna a master flatterer. Jenna grinned and said, "It's called survival." Han sat between them, silently thinking that if they could hold on until the very end, he'd tell them everything. After all, they'd already been through so much together. He smiled softly, eyes closed, realizing that when the time came, it'd also be the moment to say goodbye. The next day, morning light spilled over the building as news of the stat window spread across the lobby. System screens appeared in front of heroes, although most could only see fragments of their stats, likely because of the low research level. Some couldn't access them at all. On the training grounds, shadowy figures moved through drills. A hand gripped about tightly as Jenna fired shots. Han deflected them with fluid swings of his sword. Jenna held up an empty quiver and asked, "Is deflecting all of that really a skill?" He tossed her a fresh quiver and answered, "It is." She sighed. "That's not fair. I can't even block one." Han smirked and asked, "Well, did you ever think, if there's a skill for reflecting attacks, maybe there's also one to counter it?" The girl turned her gaze, startled, and asked him again. The guy suddenly leapt, landing behind Jenna. She swiftly sidestepped his strike and shouted, demanding to know if he was trying to kill her. Han grinned, mouth wide, and told her not to worry. He wasn't aiming to kill with one hit. After all, they were still in the lobby. He added that they wouldn't get stronger unless their training got tougher. When Jenna was told to act more decisively, she spun away, dodging another strike. She raised her bow defensively when someone questioned whether their old training wasn't thrilling anymore, especially now that they were using real weapons and fighting without any rules. Han fastened a shield to his arm and raised his sword, announcing that from now on, their training would push them to the edge, literally. They'd fight until someone was nearly beaten unconscious. A sharp sound rang out near the wooden dummies. The men nearby turned to watch, marveling at the guy's power. One of them wondered aloud if the rumors were true. Had he really been a farmer? A fierce fight played out before the onlookers. Another voice dismissed the rumor as nonsense. Jenna crouched low, touching the ground, and asked what kind of training this even was. Han looked ahead, determined, and asked if she was giving up already. Then he added that Aaron was waiting. Han thought about the idea of training them all together. The blonde stood beside the girl and reassured her he'd be patient. She nodded, saying she'd give it another shot. Jenna glanced around quickly. Han charged forward, shouting, "Here I come." A dagger's tip flashed toward his eye. He parried it with a quick swing of his blade. The girl bent her arm in front of her, a glowing red mark appearing in her eye. She let an arrow fly. A system alert popped up, skill acquired, exposure weakness. Han blocked the incoming arrows with difficulty. The girl across from him dropped to the ground, exhilarated, and cried out how amazing it was. Someone asked her how she even managed to learn it. The archer gave a light smile and said she just wanted it badly enough. He'd mentioned there was a skill that could counter his defense, so she simply focused on it, and it came to her. The guy stared ahead, puzzled but impressed. Had she really mastered skill just by wishing for it? It was strange, but interesting. He asked if she wanted to go another round. Jenna drew her bow again and warned him it wouldn't be easy this time. As Han dodged her shots, the girl began thinking strategically. Make him evade the first arrow, then aim the next one, or the third, at a weak spot. Maybe throw in a few fakes. A glowing mark returned to her eye. She focused on how deception and archery could make dodging far harder. Han's pupils narrowed just as a system alert popped up. Jenna's basic archery skill increased to level 6. A flurry of arrows tore through the air. Han, caught off guard, asked if her skill had really leveled up mid-fight. Han batted away the arrows, noticing how rapidly she was improving. The girl with the glowing mark smiled while he silently questioned if this was the moment he'd actually lose. The spectators looked on, stunned. One of them asked if they were even human. Another nodded, saying both the guy and Jenna were insane in their own ways. Sweat dripped from Han's face. Aaron turned away, saying it was incredible, and that Han had real potential. The veins on Aaron's arm stood out as he clenched his teeth, frustration bubbling up. His hand trembled. Nearby, the wooden dummies stood untouched. Jenna loosed another arrow. Han swung his sword to counter, struggling to close the gap. Han raised his blade, deciding the shield would be his last resort. After all, this was about pushing boundaries, about unlocking new abilities. As he dodged, he realized tracking a target wasn't enough. He needed to go beyond. Arrows kept flying. One of them glowed with a red aura. Han wondered, what if he could sense the shot before it was fired? Suddenly, glowing marks traced across his body. The sharp point of another arrow flashed before his eye. System notification, new skill acquired, insight. Arrow defense upgraded to level 3. Basic swordsmanship advanced to level 7. Han instantly deflected every arrow. In the blink of an eye, Han stood right in front of the girl. Jenna clenched her teeth, eyes locked forward as dust swirled around them. Lowering his blade, the guy asked if that really counted as his 19th win. Jenna glared at him and called him a monster. He glanced at the system window, thinking he'd picked up a couple of new skills. Then Jenna turned to Aaron and asked how many skills he had. Only 3, Aaron replied. Spear mastery, pain threshold, and fire resistance. Jenna leaned closer to her own system window. When the guy asked about her skills, she listed them one by one. Bow mastery, dagger mastery, weapon change, rapid fire, weakness identification, Hawkeye, and dexterity. The blonde stood behind Han and said that should be enough. But Han stepped in, reminding them that just having a lot of skills didn't mean someone was powerful. It all came down to how those skills matched their level. He introduced 2 dark-haired heroes and explained that if a skill wasn't compatible with a person, it could actually backfire. He gave an example, his own berserk and cold-blooded abilities, which didn't work well together. But his case was unique. As Jenna wiped sweat from her face, Han couldn't help but think. 9 skills. She was easily top tier. Aaron looked over at her thoughtfully as leaves drifted through the settlement. A system alert popped up, item combination in progress. It displayed 3 elemental stones, fire, water, and wind. The final product would be a normal exaltation stone, and the success rate was 87%. 3 stones floated in a magic circle. A new message appeared, asking if they wanted to proceed. The stones began to glow as fairy power activated the fusion. Then, system notification, combination failed. Items destroyed. Later, Han and Jenna sat on a bench. He quietly stewed over the failure. 87% odds, and still it didn't work. Jenna broke the silence, asking if she could ascend now. The fairy replied that time was flying, and that Jenna had already reached 2 stars. System notification, combination complete. Common ascension stone acquired. The palace gates creaked open. The system message echoed. The master has begun the ascension. Jenna turned to Han and quietly asked if she was going to die. Before he could answer, she added that she'd return soon. As he listened, Han's mind drifted. He was level 12, Ialka sat at level 8, Aaron at 9, and Jenna was already at level 10. He kept his gaze steady ahead, recalling how his own ascension had been anything but ordinary, thanks to that interference. Ahead stood the horse statue, positioned directly before the fountain. Han knew that whatever Jenna was seeing now, it wasn't the same sight he saw. Just then, a system message blinked in his vision. Jenna's lost memories have been restored. The girl has completed her ascension. She now bore 2 stars. A game card bearing her image materialized at the temple's entrance. Jenna slowly walked toward Han. Her eyes dropped to the ground as she said she'd had a strange dream. Her old forest, the one near her childhood home, was engulfed in flames. She sank down beside him. Han told her not to worry, brushing it off as just a bad dream. You're right, Jenna murmured with her eyes closed. Just a dream, nothing more. Then, staring out ahead, she was asked if there was anything else. She nodded slightly, saying it felt like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Han turned his gaze away, thinking quietly. Maybe this was what the Ascension really was, unlocking pieces of the past. His mind flashed to the man wielding a hammer. That's when it clicked. Every hero started their journey with no memories. He pictured himself standing before enormous, looming walls. At the 4th or 5th star, the truth would finally come out. The reason they were summoned, the secrets of the world they left behind. He recalled a city engulfed in flames. That's when he realized they would eventually learn what had become of the old world. Soon after, another notification rang out. A blonde-haired warrior had also completed his ascension. His game card shimmered into view. Holding a spear in both hands, the guy stood tall, his presence intense. Han couldn't guess what kind of dream he'd experienced, but whatever it was, it had clearly fired him up. The blonde walked over to Han, standing by his side. You really not leaving yet? He asked. Han shook his head. I've still got things to handle. Facing each other, Aaron stepped in with a jab, saying Han was grinding harder than him lately. He challenged him to keep it up, but warned that pushing too hard could wreck his body. Then added, it's just how Han was built. Sweat streamed down Han's face. His eyes turned crimson as the system alerted. Berserk mode activated. He lashed out, landing hit after hit on the training dummy. Aaron quietly turned his gaze aside, eyes low. Then, without another word, the blonde turned and began walking away. Standing before the training dummy, Han clenched his fists. He knew he'd gotten stronger, no doubt about that, but the power inside him still wouldn't go where he needed it to. His mind flipped through the icons of his skills. Sure, Berserk made him stronger, but it dulled his precision and wrecked his focus. The trade-off was frustrating. He then pictured the icons for his weapons, thinking how strange it was that they hadn't achieved synergy yet. If they had, they'd have fused long ago, just like the foundational sword and shield skill. After all, when two compatible skills aligned, they merged into one. Leaning against the wall nearby, Adis watched quietly. Still at this late? She asked. Han looked over. What brings you out here? She walked up to him, stopping just short. I wanted to ask something before we reached the 12th floor. Her gaze was sharp. Is it true your group started out with zero combat experience? Jenna was a forester, Aaron a hunter, and you a farmer? She folded her arms. I don't buy it. Han nodded. Yeah, that's true. Adis's expression tightened. Have you ever killed someone? Han averted his gaze. Your group already hit floor 12, huh? I guess you want to know how far we're willing to go. Her eyes sparked. Exactly. Survival depends on it. He stared ahead, voice flat. I'm standing here because others aren't. 3 people were fused with me. Adis's eyes widened in shock. He continued. Now you've got your answer. She lowered her head. So it's true. You're the one who wiped out the wolf mercenaries. He turned and started walking. What? Are you here to judge me? She quickly responded. That's not it. Han's blade cut through the air. Everything that shows up on these floors is classified as a monster. That means we eliminate it. Simple. Adis crossed her arms. That might be how you see it. But maybe your teammates don't. He stopped. Then maybe I need different teammates. Night had fully settled over the settlement. The sky a deep black. Han looked up. I know them better than you think. You don't have to worry. Adis hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Just then, a blinding white light surged in the distance as a fairy's voice echoed through the air, commanding the rift of time and space to open. The group trailed behind Han as they moved forward. Jenna glanced up. Are we heading back to the 11th floor again? Han shook his head. We've done enough there. The 12th should be opening any minute now. Right then, a system message flashed. Prepare yourselves. The door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Standing at the front, Han faced the archer. No matter what happens, just stick to the plan. Do your jobs. I got it, the girl replied quickly. Han added, then do it better than usual. You know what's at stake. A brilliant light exploded around them. A soft blue glow wrapped the team as another message appeared. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Jenna turned, scanning the space. Wait, where are the enemies? We're supposed to suppress something, right? She stopped suddenly. Her eyes widened. Raising her hand defensively, her pupils tightened. Han's voice rang out. Hold it, everyone stop. A line of warriors holding spears stood ahead, shouting, drop your weapons. State your identities. A message hovered over their heads. Level 11, human soldiers. Sweat trickled down Jenna's face. What? What is this? The soldiers halted, facing them squarely. Adis looked away, irritated. Jenna seemed frozen in disbelief. The squad of soldiers stood still, tense and ready. Han narrowed his eyes, studying them. His team's focus shifted, all eyes on the standoff. Eren finally blurted, "They're not monsters. They're people." Standing behind Han, the blonde leaned forward. "You're not planning to fight them, are you?" "I didn't say that," Eren answered. "But we should at least try to talk." From the back, Ialka nodded. "He's right. Maybe they know something. We can't just start attacking blindly." Han turned toward her. "You really think that?" She nodded again. "We should avoid pointless bloodshed if we can." Han turned to Jenna. "What about you?" She stayed quiet, her expression uncertain. Images of armored warriors flashed through her mind. These weren't like NPCs. They could see them. That could only mean one thing. These humans were their enemies. Eren stepped closer to Han. "So, what do we do?" Han's eyes darkened. "Raise your weapons." He unsheathed his sword, the steel catching the blue light. "If any of you don't want to fight, then stop me yourselves." He faced them with his blade ready. Han's gaze was firm. Ialka stood still, uncertain. Adis's eyes stayed locked forward. Jenna bit her lip, uneasy. Eren gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Han exhaled slowly and looked away. Then he muttered, "Do what you want." Eren closed his eyes and gave a quiet nod. "Thanks," he said, stepping forward. "I'll try to talk to them." He approached the soldiers, raising his voice. "I'm Eren. Can we talk this out?" The soldier in the helmet stepped forward. "Fine. We're listening. We were dragged here out of nowhere." Eren stopped a few paces away. "What do you mean?" "It's complicated," the soldier replied. "Hard to explain like this." "Come closer." As Eren moved, 3 warriors raised their spears, clearly uneasy. "Drop your weapon," one of them ordered. "We're just being cautious." Eren hesitated, his fingers tightening around the spear. The soldier added, "We don't want to fight. We just want to go home." After a moment, Eren placed his weapon gently on the ground. Just then, Han placed a firm hand on Eren's shoulder. "Are you insane?" he asked sharply. "Doing exactly what they tell you." Then, turning to the soldiers, he shouted, "If you want to talk, then you come here, without weapons." The helmeted soldier hesitated. "That might be a problem." Han stepped forward. "Oh, really? So we drop our weapons, and you keep yours? That sound fair to you?" After a tense silence, a few soldiers moved forward, planting their spears into the ground. "3 of us will go," one of them said. The leader extended his hand. "We've disarmed. Now it's your turn." Han let out a breath and tossed his weapon down. "Fine. That good enough?" The armored soldier nodded. "Now we talk." Eren stayed still, eyes sharp. One of the soldiers stepped closer. "Do you hear it?" he asked, eyes twitching. The voice, it won't stop. Another, bearded and shaking, muttered, "It's talking to me." Even now, Han gave a half smile. "And what's it saying?" Black veins suddenly spread across the soldier's face as his expression twisted. "It's telling me." Before he could finish, the armored warrior jerked back, hand flying to his blade. "Kill them," he screamed, eyes wild. In one motion, a hand shot under a cloak, another soldier raised a crossbow, and the sound of steel whirled through the air. Han's mind flashed back to what he had seen once before, back when he was a master. Han tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. One truth echoed in his mind. Heroes who hesitate to fight don't make it out alive. Without a moment's pause, he drove his sword straight through a soldier's neck. Jenna's eyes went wide in shock. A heartbeat later, Han hurled a dagger at another enemy. The second soldier's head snapped back from the impact. He slashed through the next attacker, without slowing down. There's no room for compromise, he thought grimly. His blade tore clean through the soldier's torso. It doesn't matter who or what they are. A crossbow was raised toward him, but before the soldier could pull the trigger, another dagger found its mark, burying itself in his skull. Adis lowered her hand, her stance sharp and ready. All around them, fallen soldiers littered the ground. Eren stood frozen, sweat running down his face. Han turned to him, eyes piercing. "Well," he asked, "still think we can talk our way out of this?" Eren stared ahead, stunned. Then slowly, he gripped his spear with both hands. "I'll fight," he said. Adis blinked in surprise. Jenna was already reaching for an arrow. "What about you?" someone asked. She nodded. "If we don't strike first, they'll take us out anyway." A glowing mark lit up in her eye. "It's fine. I'm ready." Her arrows flew, tearing through enemy lines. Ialka stepped forward, hands glowing with energy. "I'm starting the spell." Ada smiled faintly. "Guess I didn't need to worry after all." "Told you," Han replied, steady and calm. He drew his blade again. "Monster or man, it doesn't matter. An enemy's an enemy." As soldiers with glowing red eyes charged at them, Han reflected. "When I picked my team, I didn't choose them for power or skill. I chose those with the right mindset, the will to survive, no matter what." Behind him, his party stood firm. They're not just allies. They're beasts in human skin. He turned to face the enemy. "Get ready. This one's going to be a brawl." The soldiers dropped into formation, spears raised. Adis slashed with her dagger, voice sharp. "Something's off." Han's eyes glinted. "I feel it too." Without hesitation, Hanes launched themselves forward. Han called out to Yalka as he swung his sword. Eren yelled, teeth clenched, pushing through the front lines. Yalka's eyes blazed red as she activated Ignite, and a wave of fire exploded from her hands. Jenna's bow snapped. Her arrows ripped through their enemies. Eren's spear struck true, skewering a soldier mid-charge. The real battle had begun. Han weaved past the enemy's attack and retaliated with a swift slash, his sword cutting into the soldier's side. They're weak, he thought mid-swing. Their armor's solid, but they're sloppy. No tactics, no formation. Another soldier rushed in, but halted before striking. Han observed him silently. They've got the gear, but no discipline. His eyes sharpened. One of the enemies collapsed to the ground, dropping his weapon. Please, he gasped. My wife, my daughter, they're waiting for me. I need to go back. Han stood over him, expression unreadable. Go back, he asked coldly. How are you planning to do that? The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale. He clutched at his head, trembling. Then he began coughing, choking on thick, black liquid that poured from his mouth. The warrior collapsed at the feet of the man, while Ialka stood behind Adis, commenting on how bizarre these people seemed. Adis nodded, replying that they looked brainwashed. She'd encountered this kind of thing before, but never in such large numbers. Han glanced at her and asked if these were the same ones from before. Adis confirmed it, saying she was sure she'd already killed them. Nearby, a hand lay in a pool of thick, black blood. The guy knelt down, remembering Kate's expression when she bled the same way. He dipped his fingers into the dark liquid, lost in thought. Han cut in, saying it was still too early to draw any conclusions. The evidence was thin. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The floor had been cleared. Jenna and Adis had both leveled up. They were awarded 3,500 gold and some leather. Han's game card appeared next, as the system declared him the top player. Han turned back, telling his teammates they'd better start getting used to this, just like he was. The others stood behind him as Eren asked if that meant they should treat killing humans like any other enemy. Han nodded, saying there was no difference between people and monsters. The armored warriors held their spears tight. Han thought about how the 14th and 15th floors were also crawling with humanoid enemies. Their armor, faces, and strategies might differ, but one thing didn't: their hostility. As he pictured the first wave charging toward them, he felt a twisted relief. It made it easier to strike them down without hesitation. The team walked across a field of grass. The boy reflected on how fighting human-like monsters drained their mental energy far more than regular beasts. Their master must have sensed it too. He'd given them a full day to recover. Han looked at their updated game cards, thinking how their level had climbed high enough to face the 15th floor. But Ialka and Adis had started with higher ranks, which slowed their leveling. It was one downside of having a high starting point. Just then, a bag appeared in front of their house. Han explained that the equipment workshop was also working around the clock. Thanks to the new leather pouches, he could now carry much more. Inside the test tube was a red liquid. Just then, system notifications popped up. Han had equipped a basic health potion. Isel stood nearby, warning him not to drop it since it was pricey. The fairy's eyes followed the falling test tube. Too late. The red potion splashed across the floor. The system chimed in, noting the potion had shattered and reminding him that items could sometimes break during handling. Han looked away sharply, repeating that the fairy had just said it was expensive. Isel quickly backtracked, saying it actually wasn't and claiming she didn't know. Then she shifted the blame, saying it was the master's fault she was stuck recycling things. The rest of the first group turned to look in the same direction. Han glanced at Isel and asked what she meant. She faced the team and told them plainly, if they wanted to survive, they had to listen to Han. No slacking off. If they started acting out, things would get messy fast. Standing before the passage that marked the end of the 14th floor, Han thought about how they'd finally reached the 15th. He had no clue what kind of mission awaited them, but he was sure it wouldn't be a story mission like the one on the 10th. He turned to the team and told them they'd be fine, as long as they kept doing what they always did. Jenna agreed, saying that was true as long as they followed his lead. The guy asked them not to depend on him too much. Adis replied that he was dependable and that his orders were always clear. A system window showing his stats popped up. He noted he only had 107 points, about the same as a seasoned 3-star hero. Then it hit him. 2 months had passed since he arrived, and he hadn't taken a single break. Another system alert appeared, this time about the recording feature. It said he could now record floor runs and replay them anytime. But first, he had to purchase the function. Han smiled, guessing the master wanted to start recording gameplay. He agreed. It was a smart move. A new notification asked if the master wanted to buy the recording ability for 300 diamonds. Moments later, another message congratulated him. He now had access to playback anytime. An image of the recording materialized on the ceiling. The boy thought about how helpful it would be for improving skills like evasion and insight. For now, the master couldn't influence the missions directly, but that would eventually change as they reached higher floors. With his team gathered before him, Han stepped up and said there were two things they had to know before starting the mission. First, he explained, this mission wasn't like the others, it was special. He held up a statue of two angels and reminded them of the goddess statue he'd mentioned back on the 10th floor. Just like that mission, if the statue got destroyed, they'd all die. The 15th floor had a similar condition. He pictured the previous group surrounded by a blue light, then revealed something grim. The third team didn't even last 5 minutes. They failed the mission without fighting a single enemy, just because they didn't understand what was happening, and that cost them their lives. Han stood in front of Adis as they discussed that the first thing they needed to do was figure out the mission's objective, fast. Han looked at the archer and said they only had 15 minutes. She pressed him again, and he repeated that the third group was wiped out in under 5. He asked if she realized what that meant. Looking off to the side, he said if they stood around doing nothing, the mission would fail by default. Everyone would die. That, he said, was the second critical thing to remember. Han pictured the tower and thought about how time passed differently in the lobby versus on the floors. They had exactly 15 minutes. He recalled their settlement and how tiny it was, making it clear the mission was time-based. Just then, system alerts popped up. They were now on the 15th floor, and the door would open in 10 seconds. It was time to prepare. Han turned around after hearing that they had 3 minutes to gather intel before the mission would officially begin. A flash of light burst across their vision. Han cracked open an eye. Blue sky, sunlit houses, people walking casually down the streets, their footsteps echoing on solid ground. The team stood in the middle of the town square, surrounded by homes and citizens. Han eyed a bearded man and thought, this floor was another city. Nearby, passers-by whispered, wondering if it was really him. An elderly woman walked past Aaron. Han realized the people couldn't see them. They had to be NPCs. The streets were bustling, but the vibe was peaceful, nothing like the 10th floor. Then the system window appeared, confirming the mission type, defensive. Their job was to protect someone. Sweat formed on Han's brow as his team stood surrounded by a sea of people. He questioned aloud, how were they supposed to find a single person in this chaos? In his mind, he pictured the gray blur of people moving in all directions. He thought back to Noken and guessed they must have panicked when they saw the crowd. Without understanding the mission's true purpose, they probably assumed the townsfolk were the enemy, especially if they hadn't cleared the 10th floor before. Chances were they misunderstood everything. That panic likely led them to attack the residents or miss their real objective entirely. Han looked up, clouds drifting lazily over the rooftops, as he narrowed it down to 2 possible reasons for that group's failure. Either they killed innocent people and triggered the mission's end, or they let the one person they were supposed to protect die. In short, if they didn't want to meet the same fate, they needed to locate the target fast. Facing the group, he told them their mission was protection, but that wouldn't matter if they didn't find a person first. Otherwise, they were all as good as dead. Jenna glanced away, asking how they were supposed to search. There weren't any monsters around, just regular people. Han folded his arms and asked if anyone knew the area. Aaron spoke up. He'd been here before, back when he worked as a merchant. The sun beat down on them, as Aaron explained they were in a Dilth, a trade hub full of crossroads and heavy traffic. Han squinted and confirmed this as Antonia. Then he asked Aaron if there were any notable landmarks nearby. As sunlight gleamed off a temple in the distance, Aaron pointed it out. A famous sacred site, a silver-white hall, and one of the 3 grandest temples outside of the holy city. Jenna chimed in, saying she'd heard about it, said it was massive. Han stepped closer to Aaron and guessed aloud that the crowd seemed to be headed that way. Aaron agreed. It looked like some kind of event was taking place there. Han turned to Adis and said they were moving toward the temple, and that they needed to prepare for anything. Adis nodded. She took off, bounding from wall to wall until she landed on a wooden board overlooking the city. From there, she had a clear view. People packed near the temple gate, guarded by men holding spears. Something caught one of the guard's attention just as Han approached. The guard began to speak, saying they couldn't enter, but he never got a finish. Han struck him mid-sentence. His fellow guard looked on in horror, cursing just before Han slammed a shield into his face. Han grabbed the enemy by the head just as Aaron rushed over, trying to stop him. Han let go of the man and calmly asked if Aaron even understood what was happening. Turning to the rest, he pointed out that the guard had clearly seen them, and that meant only one thing. They were the enemy. He recalled how the soldiers and cavalry on the 10th floor couldn't even perceive them. But here, blood dripped down the injured guard's face, and Han realized these weren't ordinary NPCs. The second guard lay unconscious, helmet dented. Ialka looked down at him, worried. She said maybe they weren't enemies after all. Han admitted that was possible, but reminded her he didn't kill them. Still staring at the beaten men, Ialka murmured that they already looked half dead. From above, one of the group members commented on the city view. Someone else asked if this was the snow-white Hall of Silver. Aaron confirmed it was. Near the temple fence, an elderly man holding a staff walked forward. The bearded figure narrowed his eyes at the crowd forming in the square. With a cough into his fist, he suddenly slammed his staff down. Glowing magic circles spread out across the area. The old man's amplified voice echoed, asking everyone to stay calm. The rays of the sun were about to appear. Ialka stood speechless, mouth agape. Her eyes widened as she realized he'd used voice amplification magic. But Han cut her off, saying they didn't have time for this. They had to get to the temple immediately. Jenna asked again what the plan was as they pushed toward the entrance. Han thought to himself that, judging by the scale of the event, their mission was likely to protect the central figure of this entire gathering. Just then, another guard stepped up and barked that they weren't allowed inside. Without hesitation, Han reached for his sword and warned them to back off if they wanted to live. The guard hesitated, noting their weapons. Then, eyes wide, he demanded to know if they were heretics. Han allowed a sharp smirk, stepped forward, and kicked a nearby statue. The sculpture shattered instantly. The guard's eyes flared. He yelled for the others to kill the intruders. The rest of the guards charged. System alerts flooded the air. Level 13 soldiers detected, along with an unidentified enemy of unknown level. Han's grin only grew, and Ialka, watching him, muttered that he was completely shameless. The group advanced into the fight. When Han asked if any of them actually believed in this religion, the group gave a unanimous no. Meanwhile, the armed guards charged, yelling that the heretics had to be driven out. Han turned to the team and laid it out clearly. They were pushing through, no stopping. Their objective had to be inside the temple. There was no turning back. Running alongside Aaron, Han shouted that it was time to break through. Han raised his shield, deflecting an incoming strike, then countered with a fatal stab. Aaron deflected a spear and cut down another guard with a brutal swing. Another enemy lunged with an axe. Han blocked with his shield and struck back hard. He held the shield high, urging the group not to slow down. "Don't try to fight them all. Just keep pushing forward," he shouted. One of the guards pointed his weapon at them, barking out orders to stop the intruders and defend the temple. Jenna loosed an arrow that struck him before he could do more damage. Han snapped that there was no time to get bogged down. They had to keep moving and strike back only when necessary. As they battled through, Han was sure of it now. The person they were meant to protect was somewhere inside. He didn't know how he knew, but he felt it deep in his gut. If they didn't find that person fast, everyone here was going to die. He kicked the temple doors open and dashed in, knowing they only had a few minutes left. Planting his feet wide, he braced himself. Time was running out, and if they failed to locate the target in time, it was over. Han halted in front of the temple's towering windows. A system message flashed. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect the target. Time remaining, unknown. His eyes widened. He shouted the girl's name, voice echoing through the hall. Ialka stepped up beside him, extending her hand. "I've got something," she said. A surge of purple energy surrounded the furniture nearby. She flung it aside effortlessly. A girl stood revealed, facing them. Just then, a man asked who they were. A priest holding a thick book stepped forward, demanding to know how they'd gotten inside. Han's gaze flicked to the mission window. It hadn't changed. That meant this wasn't the person they were meant to protect. "It's not him," he muttered. The door stood open, and Han thought there had to be other ways in, side corridors, maybe. More guards stormed in, demanding to know if the intruders knew where they were. Han launched himself forward and shouted, "Split up, take the right side." Then he added, "I'll handle the left." His team nodded, voices calling back, "We'll catch up soon." The moment the command was given to capture him, Han dashed past the guards and struck the knight mid-threat as he shouted he'd finish him off. With the corridor door left wide open, Han bolted down the stairs, mind racing. Where was the real target? Flashes of memory struck him. It wasn't the old man. It couldn't be. No, the true target had to be the rays of the sun. Just then, a shadow filled the doorway. A knight raised his sword, declaring himself as Kyle, a holy knight, vowing to deliver divine punishment. But Han didn't even flinch. He sped right past. "Hey, I'm not done introducing myself," the guard barked, stunned. But there was no time. Han charged down the corridor, kicking the next door, searching desperately. He flung open another door, shield in hand. A garden stretched out before him, flowers blooming under the sun. Sweat dripped from his face as he came to a stop. The sunlight lit up the plants. His eyes locked onto the door. Shadows moved behind the glass. A figure stepped forward. Han's eyes sharpened. The armor of another guard came into view. A different knight turned away as the rest raised their swords. One of them pressed the blade to his forehead and coldly pronounced, "The heretic must die." Sunlight poured through the glass. A girl stood with her back to it when someone spoke her name. An old man appeared behind her, mentioning the townspeople had gathered in the square. Friases turned and asked if something had gone wrong in the garden. The bearded man scowled, replying that intruders had entered but would soon be dealt with. No reason for concern. Back in the garden, Han raised a shield just in time to deflect a blow. He clenched his teeth as blood stained the flowers around him. He was up against 3 guards now, skilled ones, far stronger than the ones he'd fought earlier. He stepped on one of their feet and drove his blade into the enemy's shin. The knight staggered. Without wasting a second, Han broke free and dashed away from the clash. Han swung his sword with brutal force, severing the enemy's head in one clean strike. Gritting his teeth, he blocked an incoming attack and then hurled his shield straight into the knight's face. Without pause, he lunged forward, driving his blade into the guard's skull. Another knight charged at him, intercepting with a sharp counter. The two clashed, steel against steel, as the enemy unleashed a flurry of strikes. Han, jaw clenched, absorbed the hits and retaliated. His sword slashed through the air, locking again with the knight's blade. Sparks flew. The knight staggered, struggling to block as a crack split across his sword. Han pulled his arm back, teeth bared, and with a swift swing of his second sword, he beheaded the knight. The body dropped. Meanwhile, a girl stood before a gathered crowd. She spoke with conviction, saying she was grateful for the chance they'd given her, promising she'd never forget. An older man with gray hair nodded solemnly, saying even the goddess would be pleased. Elsewhere, Han eased open a door. The old man inside spun around sharply. Bleeding and bruised, Han stepped in and was immediately called an invader. The bearded elder grabbed his staff, demanding to know how Han had slipped past the guards. With a furious swing, he launched an attack. Han flinched, startled, as the gray-haired man roared a death spell. Friases turned her head at the commotion. The old man's staff was pointed not at Han, but at her. In a flash, Han darted forward. The gray-haired man twisted to react, but it was too late. Han's blade came down hard, severing his head. He stood over the lifeless body, the staff still clutched in its hands. A red beam of energy burst out from the balcony above. Chaos erupted. People screamed and scattered. Han, sword and shield in hand, thought to himself. He hadn't come to harm a heretic. He turned and saw the girl, terrified. It was her. She was the one they needed to protect. He stepped in front of Friases as she asked who he was. He answered simply. She didn't need to know. She tried to understand, asking if he had come to kill her. Before he could respond, the blonde screamed. Han raised his shield, blocking an attack as arrow shards scattered across the floor. She looked up at him, confused, asking what was happening. He told her to stay down. Across from them, assassins stood perched on the rooftop. More enemies advanced toward them. A hooded figure hurled something. Han's eyes caught it midair. A coney. Friases watched the blades closing in, heart pounding. Han shielded her, keeping her behind him. He glanced at the coney and knew instantly. It was laced with poison. As one of the assassins lunged straight for Friases, Han realized without a doubt she was their target. The assassin raised his arms, then was launched backward by the force of blow. On the rooftop, a girl stood poised with a bow. Without hesitating, Han surged forward, his blade piercing clean through his enemy. Another assassin thrust his hand out. Something shot from his sleeve. Han raised his shield just in time, blocking the projectile, then swiftly ended him with a sharp strike. Behind him, Adis landed with a thud. That wall was insane, she muttered, brushing herself off. Took forever to climb. She glanced over at the girl and added, there were 2 more, handled. Then her eyes narrowed as she stared at Friases. Wait, who's the kid? She looks kind of familiar. The blonde's eyes widened. Who are you people? You can't just barge in like this. This is a noble's estate, not a place for commoners. An arrow zipped past her, making her flinch. Just go back the way you came. Han leaned down toward her. You sure? He asked calmly. If we leave, you're dead. Confused and panicked, she tried to make sense of the situation. Another assassin reached for an arrow. Han didn't wait. Come with us if you want to live. Stay and you die. Your choice. He looked at her with a faint smirk. So what's it gonna be? Sweat beaded on her face. She closed her eyes. All right, I'm coming. A system notification flashed. Mission complete. Special NPC has joined the party. They stood together on the balcony, surrounded by fallen enemies. A new prompt appeared. Mission objective updated. Escape. Escort the NPC out of the city. Han gritted his teeth. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He picked up a crossbow and turned to Adis. Get ready, we're heading down. He took aim as the others shouted that they were out of time. Soldiers were already closing in. Han gave a half grin. Look at her face. Remember it. She's the one we're protecting. I'm not a child. Friases snapped. He chuckled, and she hates being called one. Ialka pointed toward the blonde. Jenna blinked in disbelief. I never thought we'd run into her here. Friases frowned. Who even are you? How do you know me? Han, loading another bolt into the crossbow, replied flatly, doesn't matter. Adis knotted a rope and secured it. We're going down this way. It's the safest route. She glanced over her shoulder. Left side's got the fewest guards. It's a tough climb, but perfect for staying hidden. We'll follow right behind, the guy answered quickly. Han scanned the group and laid out the plan. We move in order. Ada's first, then Aaron. I'll go next with Friasis. Ialka and Jenna follow behind. He turned to Ialka. Put up a wall of flame. We need to cut them off. He then ordered, Adis, Aaron, get down there and make sure no one messes with our descent. Flames burst up as Ialka cast the spell, and guards scrambled away, shouting to take out the mage first. Adis swung herself over the edge. I'm heading down, she called. Aaron grabbed the rope and started climbing. Han looked at Friasis. You're with me. Stay close. They began their descent, Han holding the rope firmly. Don't let go. Hold on tight. Arrows flew past, and Friasis squeezed her eyes shut. Han, gripping the rope, told her off now. We're almost clear. He glanced up at Ialka and urged her to hurry. On the ground, Aaron fended off guards with his spear, roaring as he fought. Then he staggered. A blade had pierced his side. Friasis' eyes widened. The guards, faces twisted with pain, pushed through the fire. System alerts flashed. Aaron is bleeding. Aaron is poisoned. Health will decline over time. Han looked over stunned. Aaron, he shouted. I'm fine. Aaron grunted, refusing to fall. Flames lit up the space around them. He clung to the rope, panting. Han uncorked the potion, silently noting that Ialka's barrier wouldn't hold for long. Their pursuers would catch up soon, and if they got boxed in, things would turn ugly. Ialka clutched the flask tightly. The hero added that if she could push her magic to tier 3, they'd be able to move forward. Their mission still had a shot, as long as there was an emergency escape. Han turned to Aaron and asked about his injury. Aaron gave a crooked grin and muttered something noncommittal. The hero didn't look convinced. His eyes locked on Aaron's hand, still pressed against the wound. Aaron admitted that the pain hadn't eased even after taking the potion. Jenna asked if there was any way to heal him. Aaron looked down in silence. A voice then asked Friasis if she had any useful skills. When she asked what kind, the reply came. Healing would be ideal. Some NPCs have rare traits. If she had anything like that, she dropped her gaze and apologized. Han stared at her for a moment, then sighed and said it was all right. Everyone turned toward Aaron. Adis wrung her hands. Jenna's eyes widened. Ialka pressed her lips together. Han lowered his head, deep in thought. A chilling realization struck him. This wasn't a regular wound. It was poison. Standard potions wouldn't work. Aaron probably had 10 minutes of mobility left, if that. They had no antidotes, and there were no NPCs nearby who could help. Aaron trembled as he spoke. If he couldn't keep pace, he'd leave. And now, it seemed that moment had come. He stood and said he'd buy them time. They had to move on without him. Johann covered his mouth in disbelief. Jenna, her voice laced with fear, pleaded for them to escape together. Aaron shook his head. There was no way. A flash of memory crossed the hero's mind, something blurring past him. Jenna pulled back her bowstring, a faint smile on her face. Aaron's body trembled. He clenched his jaw, swallowed hard, and shut his eyes. I'm just not strong enough, he admitted. Han looked to Ialka for guidance. She averted her eyes and said quietly that it was his call. If they wanted to go with the most logical choice, they'd have to leave Aaron behind. Han stared at the ground. Their target couldn't fight, and carrying Aaron wasn't an option. Protecting one injured person was already a stretch. Protecting two was nearly impossible. The hero shut his eyes, then suddenly popped open the flask. He took a long drink and handed it to Aaron. Aaron hesitated, holding the flask. What's this? Drink it, Han said. Aaron shook his head. Potions won't help me. They won't fix it, the hero replied. But they'll stop it from getting worse. He turned to the others. Get the supplies ready. One of them held a bag. Han added, 1 dose every 10 minutes. Aaron stared at the bag. That's a waste. I've made my choice, the hero said firmly. Then the voice chimed in. They have to split up. Han nodded. Group 1 will be me, Adis, and Friasis. We'll get her out of here. He continued. Group 2, Ialka, Jenna, and Aaron. Protect him until Friasis is clear. Jenna's voice cut in. So we're just helping Aaron? Han's expression hardened. They're after Friasis. If we draw them away from her, she has a real shot. Aaron's voice broke. Wait, quiet, Han snapped. Adis turned to him, concerned. That route's going to be packed with soldiers. Reaching the exit like this will be nearly impossible. Han shook his head. We're changing tactics. The voice asked, what do you mean new tactics? He began explaining. Originally, our goal here was to locate the target, rescue them, and escape. Now, our mission is just one thing. Make sure the target escapes. He paused, then muttered, fine. They won't let us come. Someone mentioned waiting for nightfall. A thought crossed Han's mind. The team had lost combat strength by splitting up, so fighting their way out was off the table. But there was a benefit. Smaller groups meant stealth. If we don't fight, he reasoned, we won't need a mage. Fire magic will just draw too much attention. That meant Ialka couldn't go with them. Jenna and Aaron, however, will be able to adapt and think fast if trouble came. Han told them to head for the outskirts. Search teams would be combing the area all night. There was no time to hesitate. Just take Aaron and run. Aaron hung his head. I'm sorry, he muttered. Don't fool yourself, someone told him. We're not saving you for your sake. Then Han looked at the girls. If it comes to a point where you can't protect Aaron anymore, leave him. No second thoughts. Your lives come first. That was the end of the break. Group right. We'll go left, Han ordered. The girls guided Aaron in one direction while the rest headed off the other way. As they walked, Han brought up shelters. Adis answered, saying there were a few, mostly hidden among the winding park alleys. Some buildings could be entered too. Did you already try those? He asked. I checked earlier, she replied. As she walked, Adis noted how different this floor was from the fifth. Not necessarily worse, just unfamiliar. They passed a man sitting blankly on the pavement. Adis averted her eyes, keeping her pace steady. Friasis glanced back. The man reached toward her. Are you lost, little one? She flinched, letting out a startled hiccup. He rambled. Ran away from home. Didn't you? I'll walk you back. Adis shoved him down by his legs. A sharp yell followed. She turned briefly to the collapsed man. These slums reek, she muttered, but it's a good place to hide. Twisting streets, too many buildings, perfect. She moved forward again. I'll scout ahead. Find a hiding spot. A mission tip floated to mind. Long missions could include hidden dungeons, stretching the objective. Even if the master logs off, Haynes keep going. Han thought about that. Long missions meant downtime, something a master wouldn't enjoy watching. But this girl, scared as she looked, kept a steady head. She clearly understood that things weren't so simple. If she were just a normal kid, she would have refused to go with them. But she hadn't. The blonde knew sticking with them was her best shot at surviving this chaos. The setting sun dipped low in the distance. Han nodded toward a building. Found a solid spot. There's a back door. Good in case we need to bail fast. Ada scowled. We'll stay hidden here until night. I'm setting a trap by the entrance. Tell them to tread lightly. Friasis let out a breath. So we just wait now? Adis glanced back. I'll be right back. Han asked if she was heading out again. With a smirk, she replied that she had her own responsibilities, and that he alone was more than capable of keeping her safe. She promised to find them a way out. As she left, Han sank into a chair, wondering if Jenna might have been a better fit for his role. In this situation, he felt powerless. Suddenly, someone called out Friasis' name. Han turned toward the voice. She repeated herself, clarifying that it was indeed her name, and that she was second in line for the imperial throne. He asked again, not sure he'd heard right. She confirmed it, then added that he clearly didn't care. Her gaze lingered on him as she asked where he was from. Han shut his eyes and answered flatly. It wasn't her concern. Friasis pointed out that she'd shared her identity, so he could at least return the favor. But he replied that even if he told her, she wouldn't understand. She asked if he was being serious. Was he saying they came from a place she couldn't even imagine? Maybe, Hans said. Friasis nodded slowly. That might be true. Then she added something else. She believed they were the same squad that had saved Nelsa. Yes, Nelsa, that city on the 10th floor. She remembered overhearing the NPCs talk about it. Adjusting her crown, Friasis said it all felt familiar, like something she'd seen in her dreams. Han's expression shifted. Dreams? She explained that she'd dreamed of soldiers fighting desperately to defend a city. Their faces were blurred, but she was sure it was them. As she removed her ceremonial headdress, Friasis went on. Survivors from Nelsa had said a certain squad saved them. If not for that group, the city would have been lost. But none of them had seen their rescuers clearly either. Looking down, Friasis admitted that she'd been having eerie dreams for nearly a year now, visions filled with dread. In them, everything around her seemed to be awaiting destruction. The Empire, the city of the 4 founding families. Every town and village across the continent, consumed by fire. These dreams convinced her that disaster was approaching. Soon, the entire continent could fall. She looked at him seriously. Do you know what's happening on Earth? She asked. Strange illnesses, parasites, monsters, all growing stronger. Then she added something chilling. She believed the invasion of Nelsa was just a part of something far bigger. After all, monsters normally don't cross into human lands. Han asked why she was telling him all this. Friasis looked at him and said plainly, because she needed power. Power, he echoed. Power to save the world, she replied, her eyes flashing. Han raised an eyebrow. So you want my help? She nodded. Yes, I do. He leaned back. But why me? Don't you have endless resources? Shouldn't knights be lining up to serve you? Friasis looked down. I'm nothing more than a figurehead, she said quietly. Just a princess in title. That's all. She bit her lip, voice growing bitter. No one listens. No one follows. Han folded his arms behind his head. You've got money. Hire mercenaries. I'll pay you whatever you want, she said immediately. Maybe I'm a puppet, but I have the funds. I still closed, Han replied. No thanks. There are plenty of others who'd take your money. She clutched her crown tightly. But no one takes me seriously. They dismiss my dreams as fairy tales. Her voice softened. But you didn't laugh. She gave a small smile. That's why I want to hire you. Han frowned. Inwardly, he thought how irritating this all was. If what he'd learned about the game was accurate, then this floor was just a reflection of Kate's past. According to her, they were supposed to force the story to shift, even if that meant breaking the logic of the world, even if time and space got twisted. Even if he wanted to help, nothing would truly change. Birds soared overhead. This girl, just an NPC. Once the mission ends, there'd be no connection between them. Friases asked again, so is that a no? Han replied, I have my reasons. She pressed him, what reasons? He smiled. You'll probably laugh. Her eyes widened in surprise. He answered, we're from another world. She asked what was different about that. Well, he said, glancing at the sky. There's not much to do before sunset. No harm in talking a bit. He gave a small grin. It's a pretty messed up place. In our world, we're given missions. Fail them, and we die. Han said that this time, their mission was to protect a specific person. They didn't know who it was at first, but eventually, they realized it was her. He looked directly at her. If we fail to protect you, we die. Friases paused. Wait, so you and your team came from another world just to complete this mission? Yeah, Han nodded. Once it's done, we're pulled back to our world. That's why I can't stay to help you after. She raised an eyebrow, her tone a mix of amusement and doubt. Another world? That's quite the excuse. Are you lying just to turn me down? Han shrugged. Believe whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. But to his surprise, she smiled. No, I believe you. You're warriors from another world. Han met her eyes. Friases added softly, I won't doubt your story. You didn't mock mine. I'm sure you have your own reasons. She looked away. I won't try to convince you anymore. You've got your mission. I've got mine. Han asked, and what exactly is your mission? She frowned. Isn't it obvious? I won't let my dreams come true. He studied her for a moment. So, you're the one who gathered everyone in the square? She tilted her head. You mean the Hall of White Silver? He nodded. Yes, she confirmed. I'm giving a speech there. Why? To gain more influence, she replied. Right now, I'm nothing compared to my brother. Han thought about it. This girl, who would already be dead without their help, was trying to rally power. If these choose me missions had meaning, then maybe it was this. Friases was an NPC worth saving. He turned his gaze to the distance, then stepped out of the room. My name's Han, he said. Friases' eyes widened slightly. Han. A soft smile appeared as she repeated it again. Han. Thanks, she said. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive right now. We're not done yet, he replied. I understand. Do you have any idea who wants you dead? He asked. She shook her head. No clue. Han handed her something. She blinked, surprised. You stand out too much, he told her. Like a walking notice board. Notice board? She asked, picking up the clothes he gave her. She looked at them, confused. You want me to wear these? And what about what I'm wearing now? Han told her to toss her old clothes. There was a trash can right outside. He asked, What, you don't want to? Friases hesitated. No, that's what I thought at first. Then she quietly asked if she could be alone for a bit. Han looked a bit taken aback. Then he frowned and turned away. As he walked off, his thoughts lingered. She was crying. Even if it was just words, she was still a princess. Probably around 15. It was no wonder she was struggling to accept everything happening to her now. She changed into the new clothes and remarked that the fabric felt strange. Han picked up her old clothes. Yeah, probably because the fleas love them, he said. The girl let out a furious scream. He tossed the clothes in the trash and added, I was joking. That was a horrible joke. Friases shouted. Han dropped into a chair. We're moving in 2 or 3 hours. Get some sleep. She didn't respond, just turned away in silence. If something happened to Eren, Han knew the system would notify him. For now, they still had some time. Hopefully, Eren could hold out. The moon hung quietly in the sky. Friases closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Han sat quietly, watching her. He let out a long breath. Maybe he'd said too much. Just then, Ada stepped into the room. She's out cold, she said. What about the exit? Han asked. I found one, she said. But there's a small problem. There's a level 21 knight stationed in the square. Plus regular human soldiers, level 11. Han's thoughts raced. Over 24. That was too many for their group to handle. Try another gate, she offered. He shook his head. We just waste time. It's probably the same there. He looked over at Friases and considered something. He could try breaking through himself, but he wouldn't be able to keep her safe at the same time. And the mission would only count as a success if she made it through the wall. He glanced again toward the square. That knight was at least 5 levels higher than any he'd fought before. He was running out of options. Turning to Adis, he asked, Do you know where Eren's group is? She shook her head. No. Han pressed on. Do you at least know the city layout? She nodded. He met her eyes. Then go back to the shelter. You'll find a dress and a crown there. Find Jenna. Make her wear them. His expression darkened. We're using her as bait, he said. Based on Adis's intel, there was no other way out. If they had more time, they could have analyzed the situation better. But with Eren barely holding on, they couldn't afford the luxury. The voice suggested that if Jenna showed up dressed as a princess and stirred up some trouble, some of the soldiers might be drawn away. Jenna snapped back, saying fine, she'd go. Han figured he'd have to ditch the shield. The shine might give them away. He told her they had less than an hour, no later. She needed to stay put until he gave the signal. Friasis blurted out that he could get hurt. He replied calmly, even if it cost him his life. She turned, hesitated, and said this might be their last moments together. He gave her a quiet smile and agreed. It probably was. Their eyes met in silence. Suddenly, something darted past. The windows had long gone dark. Eren wiped blood from his mouth. Ialka asked in a shaky voice how much longer they had. At this rate, he wouldn't make it. Jenna bared her teeth, called out to Han, and told him to hurry. He knew right then they couldn't wait anymore. Adis glared at the outfit tossed in the trash, then slipped slightly on the ground. Han's eyes sharpened. If they moved fast, they could still get out before sunrise. Houses loomed like ghosts in the ruins. The girl panted heavily, her head hanging low. The guard didn't move. Han peeked out from behind a plank, sword gripped tight. He realized Jenna and Friasis had similar builds. It'd be hard to tell who was who in this kind of darkness. Then the shock hit. Eren had been poisoned. And not just any poison, but something lethal. Han surged forward. A notification flashed. His health would drop for a while. He was getting weaker. Eyes forward, he thought. If Jenna got exposed, the soldiers would swarm her, putting them all in danger. They needed to create a distraction and protect Eren at the same time. It was risky, but there was no other choice. His vision burned with resolve. If he didn't act now, it'd be too late. Suddenly, a system alert blinked. His skill had awakened. Han had unlocked stealth movement. The guard stood still, torch in hand. Blood had been wiped from the guy's face. The girl glanced at him and asked how much longer they had. At this rate, he'd fade away. Clenching her jaw, she muttered, "Please." Just then, someone stepped up beside her, holding out a dress. She told him to change into it. Sitting against the wall, Han thought this kind of skill, usually it's thieves who master it. Still, luck seemed to be on his side today. Eyeing the guard, he counted 22 enemies. He had no clue how many would follow once Jenna began her act. His eyes flared blue. Worst case, I'll have to take them all on. For now, he'd wait for the signal. He glanced to the side. A massive typhoon had formed beyond the fortress. Looking up, a man shouted, asking what was going on. A knight ran over, pointing off in the distance. "We found her," he said. "White dress, gold crown, just like you said." The captain raised his sword high and yelled, "We're moving out. Give her cover." The knights thundered behind him, charging in formation. Han watched them go. 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 18. For left. He spotted a knight still stationed there. That could be trouble. Still, the odds were better than he expected. He broke into a sprint. One guard glanced up in surprise. Too late. Han's blade sliced clean through. Another knight raised his weapon, but Han struck before he could react. The guard's eyes widened, then more heads rolled. Standing among them, Han stepped forward. "Back off, and I'll spare you," he said calmly. But the last guard didn't budge. He grabbed his weapon instead. Han frowned. "This won't work. Not with my current strength." His blade couldn't pierce that armor. He'd have to aim for the gaps. But those were few and narrow. Suddenly, he dashed forward. His eyes lit up, no time to think. A countdown appeared, 20 seconds. He focused on the knight's hand. The guard blocked his first strike. Han followed up with a powerful slash. Light burst from the impact. Blow after blow rained down, but the knight parried every single one. Han jumped back, gritting his teeth. Eyes locked ahead, he muttered, "This bastard." He noticed something strange. The guard wasn't attacking. Twice, he'd left himself open on purpose. And yet, he didn't counter once. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Han muttered, "That freak knows he doesn't need to win. Just stall me long enough." Then he growled, "Fine, let him come." A system alert popped up. "Jenna is bleeding. Her health will drop over time." The knight smirked. Another notification followed. "Eren is critical. Life signs unstable." Drawing his blade forward, Han snapped, then let him die. Rage began to surge through his body. He was entering a berserk state. With a sudden burst, he leapt into the air, delivering a vicious blow. My strength, it's up by 40 units, he realized mid-strike. If I can't slice through that armor, I'll just smash it apart. His train of thought was broken when he caught wind of a new message. Ialka is entering mana frenzy. His eyes widened. Damn it, we don't even have a full minute left. He turned toward her. An alert explained. Mana frenzy is triggered when a mage overuses their magic. Ialka suddenly sprinted forward, her footsteps loud against the stone. She charged toward the knight. Han yelled, "Don't focus on anything else. Just run. Get through the castle gates, straight down the road." He stomped the ground, driving the enemy back. "Fall behind," he barked. The guard started to move. He lunged at Ialka. The knight swung hard. Han deflected it with precision. Then, from above, someone dropped from the rooftop. Han snapped his head up in shock. A cloaked figure hurled a weapon. It flew straight at Ialka. Without thinking, Han intercepted it. The blade sank into him. Ialka screamed. Another message lit up. Han has been poisoned. Health will decrease over time. Through clenched teeth, he shouted, "Don't stop. Keep running." The system flashed more alerts. The group is in critical condition. Immediate danger. The weapon stuck deep. Blood began to flow. Han is bleeding. Health loss imminent. The knight swung again. Han met the attack with another parry, eyes burning. Then the guard slammed a foot into the ground and launched forward, slamming Han to the floor. Pain racked his body. Lying on the ground, Han gasped. If it weren't for the breastplate, my ribs would have been shattered. With a pained grin, he muttered, "Guess I gave him just as much damage." The knight clutched his own head in pain. Han asked coldly, "What's the matter?" That hurt. His moment of grim satisfaction was cut short by another message. Adis is poisoned. Her health will steadily drop. No time to deal with this, Han thought. The cloaked man raised his weapon again and fired at Ialka. Han lunged. His sword rammed into the attacker's face. He stared him down. "What are you looking at?" The knight swung his blade, but Han shot up, legs coiled. In an instant, he slammed into the knight, sending him crashing to the ground. The guard scrambled to grab his sword. Eyes locked forward. The knight froze as Han lifted his weapon overhead. Outside, the girl was sprinting from the castle. Han brought the sword down with force. Metal shattered. The knight's armor broke apart, and the blade clattered to the floor. Slumped against the ground, Han coughed up blood. The poison spreading too fast, he realized. Propped against the wall, he muttered, "This is hell." Peeking around the corner, he watched the girl run. Then he shut his eyes and whispered goodbye. A soft blue glow began to wrap around him. Staring forward, he thought, "I'm so tired." Jenna was surrounded, guards closing in. She bolted, knights chasing. Ialka clutched her head in panic. Still slumped, Han cracked his eyes open. Jenna kept running, wide-eyed, not slowing down for a second. Then, the crown on her head slipped. She stumbled and fell. Suddenly, a blue aura engulfed her completely. A notification flashed. Target has escaped the city. Best player, Han. A player card appeared. Floor cleared. Jenna, Aaron, Ialka, Adis. Reward, 100,000 gold plus iron ore. Light shimmered around the team. Looking away, the girl muttered bitterly, "I thought I was going to die. You're the one who made me wear that ridiculous outfit." Han, still on the ground, asked, "What? You didn't like it?" She answered, "That's not the point. At least you knew the soldiers were out for blood." He replied casually, "No one died, though." A message popped up. Recording complete. Video saved. Save to gallery. Shareable with other players. Han nodded. "We did good. Everyone's alive." Floor cleared. Another prompt appeared. Exit game? Yes was selected. Adis smirked. "Well, I gave it everything I had. Without me, you'd be toast." He looked at her. "You're right." She waved him off. "I just did what I had to. Anyway, I'm off. Back to my squad. I wasn't planning on staying long. I'm sure the master's already lining up someone new." Han watched her go. None of this would have worked without Adis, he thought. That bait plan? Her maps and recon were the real key. Honestly, she was the MVP. The girl shut her eyes. "Every time we play, you nearly get us all killed. I need sleep. My skin's going to hate me." Then, with a smirk, she added, "Lighten up. You weren't dead weight. You just had terrible luck." Aaron suddenly turned to Han, who was standing behind him. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "This all happened because of me." Han replied without hesitation, "I get it. Just don't do it again. I won't be saving you a second time." Then he heard Aaron say something else, something that made him pause. "There's no guarantee it won't happen again." "What the hell are you talking about?" Han shot back. Aaron stood still. "You're dragging me all the way to the top of this cursed tower," he muttered through clenched teeth. "But no matter how hard I try, I don't think I can keep up. It feels like the gap between us gets wider every single day." A projection flickered to life, a portrait of a girl. "Ialka," Aaron whispered. Off to the side, Jenna was firing arrows, and Aaron said her name too. Red particles swirled around Han. You're something else," Aaron mumbled. "What?" Han squinted, but Aaron just shook his head. "Forget it. Just talking nonsense." Han watched him. He couldn't deny it. This mission had been brutal, and a lot of that was Aaron's fault. If Aaron hadn't been injured, maybe they wouldn't have had to take such reckless chances. But still, it had been his choice to save him. Maybe that was the real mistake, acting without thinking. Aaron was level 14. On paper, same as the others. But the difference in stat growth was staggering. Han or Jenna gained 5 to 6 points per level. Aaron's barely moved. And his skill set? Barely passable. A few good basics, but nothing special. And he wasn't even good at using what he did have. Han glanced back at him. For now, we can still manage, he thought. But this gap, it's only going to grow. Eventually, Aaron would fall behind. Whether it was from low stats or lack of skill. He'd either be left out or die in the field. As Han stepped through the portal, one thought lingered. There's not much time left with him. He wasn't keeping Aaron around out of sentiment. It was just that they'd grown up together. But Han wasn't stupid enough to drag dead weight along forever. Leaves drifted in the breeze as he stared ahead. If Aaron couldn't keep up, he'd be left behind. That's just how it was. How it always was. The camp came into view. A girl greeted him with a grin. You're not seriously planning to feed me just potatoes, right? I didn't skip training for that. Standing in front of her, Han gave a short nod. Already said, yeah. She gave him a mock glare. So I've been lied my whole life, huh? For now, he replied. Just train however you want. No need to follow the program. Glancing at the squad, Han added, it's just 3 days. Call it a mini vacation. The master had no plans to throw them into battle anytime soon. Hearing this, the girl smirked and asked what they'd do in the meantime. She was told it felt strange to take a break. He'd just train until dinner, then sleep. Standing in front of her, Han asked why he was pushing himself so hard. The answer was simple. No one else was going to do it for him. Charging ahead, Han noted the weights, 10 kilos each. Running without them wouldn't even drain his stamina. His body was already operating at the peak of human potential. Eyes locked forward, he figured this must be thanks to the interference points Isel mentioned. That had to be the key. As soon as he gave the ending the manual, the whole vibe in the lobby shifted. Newer, lower-ranked heroes were fired up, pushing themselves harder, knowing they could be cut at any moment. But that spark didn't last long. Eventually, they all eased up. There was no point trying anymore. Enning wasn't making a living off synthesis anymore, so the pressure to rise had faded. Spitting to the side, Han turned aside and asked what the famous third group wanted with him. With a sly grin, he said he overheard something when he first entered the lobby. Walking alongside the girl, he said it didn't matter who they were before this, nobles or nobodies. If they were here now, they needed to prove they were worth something. Holding out his hand, he remembered someone once said those exact words, and it fired him up. Anything could happen here, as long as you proved your value. He even grew to love battles that put his life on the line. But now he paused, staring ahead. He mentioned hearing the laughter of fools. Then there was Velkist, second gen, still a complete wild card. He chose to dive into training on his own, without anyone forcing him. His drive was just like Aaron's, and his natural ability left people stunned. The girl closed her eyes, then Han, thinking Narizo was the same way. Gripping his weapon, Velkist muttered he regretted not getting here sooner. Everything was so different for what they'd been told. Licking his blade, he added that, if allowed, he'd gladly teach them all a lesson. When asked if that was okay, Han looked aside and told him not to interfere. Velkist just grinned, saying he'd stop right before anyone died. Lifting his sword, his eyes gleamed. Scary, isn't it? He said. Then forgive me. Looking forward again, he asked, but tell me, wasn't everything you said just a lie? He wasn't here to talk. He was here to prove he was worth something. By the fountain, a group sat talking. One of them mentioned he didn't think any of this really mattered. He'd heard there was a great system called synthesis. It was supposed to clean out the useless ones. But strangely enough, the master wasn't using it at all. Han clenched his teeth. Let them do as they pleased. Sooner or later, they'd learn. Turning away, the guy simply replied, all right then. I'll be waiting. Han stared at them, unblinking. A large structure came into view, and a thought surfaced. Synthesis shouldn't be used carelessly. It was a rule he'd set back when he built Nibelheim. When he shared his strategies, many masters began to follow suit. The men nearby laughed, but he knew the truth. They'd all failed eventually. Fear, it remained the most powerful motivator. Without the looming threat of synthesis, heroes stopped obeying. Discipline broke down. Laziness crept in. Chaos followed. That's why there were so few truly active heroes, despite the massive numbers. As he walked forward, he realized the team had just come back from their daily dungeon run. Enoch, the carpenter, was among them. What's going on? He asked, noticing Enoch heading to the warehouse alone. Enoch shrugged. No one else is helping. We gathered a few materials, and now everyone's off playing in the woods. The door swung open as Enoch added. So, all the work ends up on me. Elsewhere, people chatted in a circle. They said things had really changed. Back then, they would have all been dead by now. A man lowered his head and quietly asked, has the world really become a better place? Watching from nearby, Han realized something. Enning should have figured out by now. Progress was slowing down. Han's overall performance was dropping fast. A grid flickered to life, the barrier system. The lobby appeared in full view. He thought to himself, only 2 options remained. The first, mass synthesis. That would mean sacrificing most second-gen heroes, but training and productivity would skyrocket. Of course, if pushed too far, it would cause extreme stress among the survivors. The second, find a new way to motivate these so-called hamsters. A view of the building shifted again, and a research prompt popped up. Current development. Research options. Hero reaction study, level 1. Lobby expansion research, level 0. Deep dungeon analysis, level 0. He selected lobby expansion research. It cost him 150 research points. 3 new cards appeared. Lobby expansion research had officially reached level 1. A soft glow lit up the area as new messages appeared. The range of available buildings had expanded. He can now customize their details. A new menu unlocked, customization settings. It was built specifically for the master, allowing him to tweak building features however he liked. He could shape the lobby to match his vision. Lifting his head with a grin, Han thought to himself, a new group would be forming soon. Watching him, a guy stepped up and offered to spar. Got time, he asked. Right now. I just finished a match with Adis. I'd barely last a minute. Raising an eyebrow, Aaron said he was fine. Han turned to him. You think pushing past your limits will actually make you stronger? Just then, word came in. A general assembly was being held at the square. Han paused. Training can wait. The master's calling all of us for the first time, the girl said. Think it's because of the synthesis? Adis asked. Looking ahead, Isel asked if everyone had arrived. She floated upward, scanning the area. Anyone still missing? Aside from the ones stuck in the dungeon. If they're skipping this, they're in trouble, someone muttered. The girl looked around and nodded. Everyone's here. Perfect, Fairy replied. Then let's head to the warehouse. The warehouse building came into view. A man glanced at Isel. What's going on? If you get swept away, you'll disappear, she warned. Swept away by what? He asked. Raising a finger toward the sky, Isel said simply, renovation starts now. Everyone's eyes widened. A message appeared. The lobby lit up. Construction has begun. Select the type of building you want to place. A warm glow filled the room. Another message popped up. Dwelling number 3 selected. He chose to expand it. Training center number 3, expansion in progress. The girl raised her finger again. We've done this before. We got more people now. Time to scale up. Another message. Dwellings are now level 3. Hero capacity increased. Adis looked at her. Renovation, huh? She shrugged. I figured. The master adds new stuff to the lobby sometimes. It'd be great if he made something like a bathhouse. With hot water. As if on cue, a new notification popped up. Bathhouse selected. Construction continues. The guy glanced sideways. So what do you think we'll get this time? The system chimed in with an update. Work had begun on expanding both the recreation area and the cafeteria. Han, watching everything unfold, commented vaguely. Who knows? Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the lobby. Another message popped up. Great news. The area is evolving to level 3. Someone nearby muttered. Well, that was unexpected. Aaron glanced over and asked again. Han's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. Let's see. A girl nearby reassured everyone. Relax, he's just constructing more buildings for us. She reminded them of the miserable huts they started out with. When someone asked what she meant, she explained, the master's upgrading everything. The guy nodded, raising his eyebrows. That's awesome. My bed sucked anyway. Another chimed in, hopeful. So, does that mean the menu's getting an upgrade too? Off to the side, Isel confirmed. The rearrangement's complete. We can head out now. Eyes widened as the boys stepped outside. She's right. Everything's different. Another message appeared. Amazing. The locked lobby is evolving to level 2. The new lobby appeared before them, now with 2-story buildings. Where does that staircase lead? Someone asked. It was clear this was their new home. Way more space now. A sweeping view of the island stretched before them. A message said the floor count had increased, giving him access to new areas. External cartographic data confirmed that building locations had shifted. Fresh structures dotted the cityscape. Another message followed. A bathhouse has been built. Han's satisfaction with the facilities had gone up. A recreation area is now available. Heroes will recover faster. The cafeteria has reached level 2. Better food is now being served. The girl leapt up, excited. A bathhouse. Adis echoed. No way. Aaron grinned. Let's go check it all out. A new residential building had appeared, this time fully furnished. Glancing toward the lobby, one of the guys asked, Wait, what about the sofas? No decorations? No carpets? He looked puzzled. Even the fireplaces are gone. They walked into an empty room. There aren't any beds either, someone said. Are we supposed to sleep on the floor? Jenna placed her hand on her face, frustrated. What now? Han just grinned. Sure we can. A staircase appeared again. See that? We got a second floor now. Let's go check it out, he said. The girl let out a cheer and ran ahead. A new room came into view. Unlike the ones before, this one was clearly much nicer. It was so appealing that everyone immediately wanted to stay there. But the question quickly arose, how would they split the rooms? Inside, a bed stood ready. No way he's sleeping on the floor now, someone commented. As they explored further, the dining room came into view. Voices echoed. If he starts whining, the others will too. So who's staying downstairs? The table was already set with food. One suggestion came up. Why not just move the beds to whoever really needs them? Another voice added, but how are we supposed to divide up the rest of the space? Then a bathroom appeared. Someone claimed, I need to be upstairs. I take a bath every day. He was immediately challenged. You saying the rest of us don't wash? Arguments broke out. The girl interjected. What does the master think about all this? Overhead, Isel flew past and scolded them. What kind of nonsense are you all going on about? A man tried to follow up with another question, but a woman cut in. Room assignments are serious business. Turning toward the second floor area, the fair calmly stated, the General Assembly is up there. The master will assign everything. People gathered in the designated area. A system initiated detailed adjustments to each object. The fair opened a large book and declared, we'll review it now. Just 35 pages. The master's orders are as follows. She read aloud. Housing, Building 2. Dining room, Level 2. Bathhouse, Level 1. Rest area, Level 1. Managers, Chloe. Food inventory, meat, potatoes, fruits. A message appeared. Settings confirmed. Changes saved. Wait here. The fair instructed as Isel closed the book. I'll announce who's living where. Han stood with his group. You're all assigned to the second floor. Choose whichever room you like. Looking over, a man smirked. Knew it. Mr. Han's definitely on the second. The guy smiled back. The same rule applied to the second group. Plenty of rooms for them to pick from. The girl grinned when she heard they were on the second floor too. Then Isel extended her hand and added, the rest of you are assigned to the first floor. Confused murmurs filled the room. What? Wait, what does that mean? We don't agree with this. Velkus groaned. What meeting did we miss? We were out hunting. Someone told him flatly, doesn't matter. The master already made the decision. The girl glanced at Han. What is going on? Everything's getting weird. He replied calmly, no, this is what normal looks like now. A display of room assignments appeared. 13 people per floor, she announced. Looking ahead, one of the guys asked, so, the third group is downstairs too? The crowd erupted. There are so many rooms upstairs. Why shove everyone below? What a waste. Until now, things had always been equal among heroes. Everyone received the same, no matter their effort. But clearly, that was starting to change. The fairy clenched her jaw the moment she heard the complaints. There's room for at least 30 people on the second floor, she muttered. This kind of management works fine when there are only a few heroes and the master uses synthesis, but if he wants them to grow stronger, he has to split them up. Jenna raised her hand. Do we really need to divide them like this? Isn't there another way? The answer came fast. It's simple. Nobles and peasants. Fanning herself casually, another girl chimed in. It's the easiest method if the master wants full control. I don't like how they've been acting anyway. This setup is for the best. Hearing that, another girl echoed. Nobles and peasants, huh? Han's teeth clenched. He should rethink this. She wakes up at dawn, trains nonstop, fights in dungeons daily, and still helps on missions. Jenna smiled slightly, hearing the truth. More than half the meat everyone eats? She's the one who hunts it. The people protested loudly. And what about us? Staring directly at them, the girl said coldly. You've done nothing. She's been pulling the weight alone. Simpleton, someone muttered. Gritting his teeth, Adis demanded. What's going on here? Instead of synthesis, now we've got a ranking system. People were shouting in frustration over the room assignments. How are we supposed to sleep without beds? Our backs are going to snap. At the beginning, building customization had been just a fun way to make the lobby look nice. That was before the masters realized heroes weren't just stats and pixels. They had limits, routines, habits. They were human. Inning's model from the launch of game had all its flaws, but it worked. It reduced the need for synthesis by adding structure. Isel's fist clenched hard. They tricked me, she growled, and slammed her hand into the ground. A man clenched his teeth as she screamed. Do they even realize what they're doing? A month ago, they should have all been synthesized. Her voice rose to a furious pitch. Do they even know how lucky they are? A guy tried to push back, but she snapped. What? No. You want to find out what my nuclear strikes feel like? Everyone fell silent. The fairy, voice sharp, yelled, enough whining. Let's move on. As they looked ahead, someone said they noticed another floor behind them. A girl blinked. There's a second floor? Yes, came the reply. You'll be handling food service there. One guy raised his hand. Wait, how are we supposed to eat? Isel didn't flinch. Figure it out. That's your problem. The fairy, eyes wide with disbelief, added, first floor? No meat. You've got potatoes in the pantry. Fry those or something. The man, glaring, snapped. That's it? That's all we get. The fairy nodded. Yes, there are some issues. His voice rose in anger. So you're telling us to sleep on the floor and survive on potatoes? Clenching his jaw, he growled. I didn't even want to come here, and now I got to put up with this? The girl stared at him calmly. So what are you going to do about it? He glared, his voice shaking with rage. You want to know what I'll do? Then he lunged forward, shouting, die. The fairy raised her arms to defend. His eyes went wide. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm mid-strike. Isel's voice cut through the air, sharp and furious. What the hell do you think you're doing? Velkist, now holding the attacker's arm, smirked. Relax. As long as nobody dies, it's all good. A house appeared in the background. A voice echoed through the air, cool and firm. I don't care who you used to be, aristocrat or nobody. It makes no difference now. The man sat at a table, his tone cold. If you want to stay alive here, prove your value. That's what matters. He added with a smirk. That's exactly what Mr. Han said. Raising a finger, he warned, better play by the rules if you want to stick around. Don't mess with the first or second groups. They're not just strong. They're monsters. One of the guys rubbed his face, looking worn. I watched their training. They're insane. If they're sparring with each other, maybe I've got shot, Aaron, but he placed a hand on the table and turned to the man. How strong is Han, really? The man replied flatly. Can't say. I was never in his group. The guy frowned. Then where's all this talk coming from? Jenna, the man replied. Unlike the others, she actually shares stuff. Across from him, Velkis leaned forward. You ever seen fusion? No, the man answered. I came here after the master ended that phase. That's probably why I'm still breathing. Hand to his face, the guy muttered, Fusion, with every fight, you gain strength, and your skill set keeps growing. Then, grinning wide, he added, and the one leading this whole place? That's Han. The boy stood up. Got it. Thanks for the info. The man nodded. Name's Alan. If you got more questions. Don't care. Velkis cut in, looking away. The fairy turned her gaze away, unimpressed, and asked, What the hell are you even doing? The boy gave a smug grin. As long as I don't kill the guy, it's fine, he said, raising his sword. I heard all about what the elders went through. Sounds like it was quite the thrill. Shame I showed up late to the fun. The man simply raised a hand in front of him, clearly indifferent to whether the boy proved anything or not. The boy looked off to the side and muttered, From what I've heard, this place had a top-tier garbage disposal system. So why'd the master stop using it? Velkis tossed something toward him, his severed hand. You can have that back. Press it hard enough, it'll grow back. Everyone around gasped in shock. He didn't know that kind of thing was even possible. He'd never been through it himself. Velkis gave a wide grin. Right on time, huh? I kind of like it here, but man, it gets dull. He looked around. Anyone else want to try walking around one-handed? Someone from the crowd muttered that he was clearly a psycho. Velkis just shrugged. Better a psycho than a useless pig. Han locked eyes with him. Why are you even interfering? Velkis gave a flippant wave. Sorry, couldn't help it. The whole thing was just so gross my body acted on its own. Han glanced at the man again. Lucky break. If Velkis hadn't stepped in, Isel would have taken his head clean off. The fairy turned to the guy and asked, What did you hear? He asked about the difference between the first and second floors. The first floor is a dump, he said. The second, absolute paradise. She nodded. That's all true. Our team's on the first floor too. Velkis smirked. Don't worry. That's gonna change soon. Grinding her teeth, Isel snapped. Let me spell it out for the slow ones. Out of 35 of us, only 13 made it to the second floor. The rest are stuck on the first. They stepped into the lobby, and the rules became clear. Those on the second floor had access to every building. First floor residents? If they even thought about trespassing, they'd end up as corpses. Isel gave a sharp grin. So if you want to survive here, get stronger. That's the only way. Just look at him. Our unbeatable super ACE. Try copying him. Han grabbed her face, interrupting. Isel went on. You all saw what he pulled off on the 15th floor. Those insane moves of his. He looked out over the group. If you want better treatment, then prove you deserve it. The master's watching. Stepping forward, Han addressed everyone. If he thinks you're ready, you'll get your spot on the second floor. The man spoke up, his voice shaking. But this is too cruel. We were dragged here without a choice. Why should we be forced to live like this? Velkis turned his head, visibly confused, while Han clenched his teeth. That's enough, he muttered. The boy let out a mocking laugh. You think you're special? We didn't get a choice either. In fact, we had it even worse. Han turned to the girl. Is that true? She nodded. Yeah, no food. One mistake, and you get fused. The man's eyes widened as the reality set in. They had trained endlessly, not because they wanted to, but because they had no other option. But what does that even mean? He asked, baffled. A faint glow began to surround Han. You expect them to fight like that? Han shut his eyes and responded calmly. At the moment, we don't really need more support or gathering roles. Most of the slots are for combatants, and only a handful will make it to the second floor. Everyone began murmuring. It seemed half of them had come to terms with it, while the other half boiled with resentment. Looking forward, Han mulled it over. They were used to comfort. Trying to drop them straight into the system like this was bound to backfire. It would have been smoother to offer them a free gacha or ease them in gradually. Change sparks resistance, especially when people are used to stability. One man burst out angrily, brow furrowed. You expect me to fight when we're treated like garbage? What kind of twisted system is this? We won't accept it. The boy grinned. Funny, you didn't fight back when life was good, either. A voice shouted from the crowd. Isn't that the truth? More cries followed. We're taking what we're owed. The man smiled wide, but there was something off about it. You think we won't figure out that secret you've been hiding? Han narrowed his eyes. What secret? Looking him dead in the eye, the man said, Tell us, how do we change the master's mind? The fairy stood frozen, shocked. So he knew that monster couldn't harm them. He'd done everything to keep it hidden, but now they were onto him. The man spun around. What's the point of fighting and risking everything just to live the way we used to? Someone confirmed coldly, he's right. People began raising their hands in protest, shouting, We're not fighting. A message blinked into existence. Sidhan has refused to participate. Group 4, inoperative. Group 5, inoperative. Han shut his eyes. 10 people refused. He opened them again, voice low. Looks like they don't know their place. A system message flashed across the air. Mass strike initiated. Haynes had gone on strike. A sword hit the ground with a heavy clang. One of the men stared down at it. His expression twisted in fear. Then the weapon began to spin on its own. Teeth clenched. Han spoke coldly. I'll cut off a hand from each of you with this sword. The man, still nursing his own injured hand, murmured bitterly. It's mine, after all. Sidhan turned pale as he realized what Han meant. You're seriously letting them live after that? Han gave a calm smile. If words don't work, we move to the next step. It's a steep lesson, but they'll learn. The man clenched his fists. That's not a threat. That's underscore. They already know they don't have to follow the master's orders. Standing before them, Han nodded. Yeah, they've got the right to disobey. Isel can't touch them, unless certain conditions are met. Adis extended a hand to the side. You all need to get your heads straight. Refusing orders? That's risking your lives. Sidhan frowned. And how is that any different from fighting? The risk is the same. The girl looked at him coldly. You don't get it. Not even close. Han chimed in, but that attitude you've got, that's what gives you the guts to take the risk. Raising his hand, Sidhan snapped. Don't tell me what to do. Isel stepped forward. Names. A door creaked open in the nearby building. A voice urged them. Move. Go through. Now. Velkis glanced away, startled. The man beside him stared ahead, stunned. Someone asked, What synthesis? Isel responded without hesitation, stretching her hand to the side. That's it. The fairy added impatiently. Get in. Quit wasting time. The man repeated, What is it? Synthesis, the guy said, eyes turned away. Han overheard the murmurs. First time seeing him, and they're stuck like statues. Move, or she'll kick you straight in. He chuckled. They know their rights, but this is the first they're hearing of synthesis? The girl sighed. I did tell them. They just didn't take it seriously. Fear spread among the crowd. Whispers flew. Synthesis hadn't been used in ages. Most of them weren't even alive back then. The entrance lit up, and people dropped to the floor, overwhelmed. One of the men muttered, This is impossible. Another message blinked into view. Synthesis initiation ready. Velkis turned his gaze. Oh, him? Alan. Good to see you again. Appreciate the help last time. The guy placed a hand on his face, puzzled. Didn't he say I could ask him something? Then he grinned wide. Well, forget it. Doesn't look like I'll be getting any answers now. The man yelled out, his voice cutting through the chaos, as a building suddenly formed before them. A system message popped up. Synthesis complete. In a flash of radiant light, 2 figures vanished. Velkis' level increased, and with it came a new skill. As they descended the stairs, a guy exclaimed how incredible everything felt, his eyes gleaming. But he quickly added, it still wasn't enough. There was more. Spotting some rewards nearby, he turned to Han and asked if that would suffice. Han shook his head. Definitely not. It was time to end this. The other guy sighed, saying it was a shame. One man looked at him, eyes full of fear, as he heard someone mention the experience had been great, and hopefully it could happen more often. Isel turned to address the group. Another man objected, saying he had been working. But then someone corrected him. It wasn't Alter, it was Walter. They needed to hurry. Walter seized the man, shouting in frustration, accusing him of lying. He had insisted that nothing bad would happen. The man defended himself, saying that's what he was told. Then why, Walter demanded, had the other 2 not returned? Avoiding eye contact, the man admitted he had been tricked. He never expected things to go this way. Isel responded coldly that it made no difference. A brilliant light flared around her. People screamed. She smiled grimly and stared ahead. Another notification. Synthesis complete. Oliver was gone. Walter followed, dissolving into light. Then her card materialized, glowing yellow particles swirling around Nariza, who stood still, eyes locked forward. The man suddenly shouted. He wanted to take back everything he said. A message came through. Group 4 is ready for deployment. Isel began calling out names. From somewhere nearby, a voice cried out, Save him instead. It was all his fault. Take his life instead. Jenna simply replied that there was nothing anyone could do now. Eyes wide, the man screamed again. He already said he regretted it. Why hadn't she stopped? With a hand to his face, Han thought to himself. There was no turning back now. This show wasn't for them. It was for everyone else. More names echoed through the air. A fairy circled the guy, who cried out that he refused to go. A thought flickered through his mind. Anything was better than making synthesis the main strategy. Still, he couldn't move forward without fear. Sitting on the ground, he muttered that he needed to act. Han pressed him, "What now?" The guy mentioned he heard there was a way to speak to the master. Maybe he could convince him to end this madness. But when he heard the response, he froze. He'd have to cut off his hand first. Stunned, he asked again, hoping he misheard. Han clenched his teeth and asked if none of this could have been avoided, had they not worn those devices. This mistake, it would cost them all. The guy's eyes went wide as he pointed off to the side. Han, clearly unsettled, asked if he'd lost his mind. Han shrugged and asked what the problem was. The guy snapped back. That was way too brutal. Not just a finger, an entire hand. Grinding his teeth, the man reminded him. He was the one who claimed he was ready to put his life on the line. The guy's hand shook as he muttered that in that case, let him do it. He couldn't. Han shut that down immediately. Raising an eyebrow, he asked if the guy wanted everyone to die instead. Without flinching, Han replied that wouldn't be such a bad outcome either. Lowering his head, Han reflected on everything they'd done so far. There was no room for hesitation. Not if they wanted a future, but if even one among them had the resolve to sever their own limb. Maybe that person deserved a chance to survive. It wasn't easy. Many had tried. Most failed. You needed skill, like sword mastery or extreme strength. Without it, you'd end up sawing through yourself. Isel turned toward Han and said Han. Han noted that everyone else had already gone. Only one remained now. The building came into view. The man trembled, asking what would happen to him. He was told not to worry. It didn't hurt. Han looked down and quietly said something, but it was drowned out by the system prompt. Synthesis complete. He dissolved into radiant light. Han's stats shot up. Han just muttered. It wasn't anything remarkable. He paused, then said there were 25 heroes left. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They're not people. They're monsters." Velka spun around, asking who had said that. Han told him to back off. Clenching his fists, the guy muttered there was still one last lesson left. Not everyone knew their place. Han asked why he was so worked up. The guy told him to stop smiling. He called him too soft, said if it were up to him, he'd have wiped them all out right then and there. That would have been the end of it. Looking away, he added that they were moving on now. They'd meet again on the second floor. A deep purple glow filled the space. Notifications flickered in. The master has begun summoning 10. He thought to himself. He wished he could see which hero would show up next. On the usual platform, the lobby came into view. A new thought emerged. Going forward, the summoning platform would depend on hero rank. Free summons would appear on the first floor. Paid summons on the second. The thinning process was about to begin. Some wouldn't make it. Only a few would survive long enough to reach the second floor. Staring straight ahead, Han reminded them not to get too comfortable just because they'd made it here. Demotion was still very much on the table. The girl beside him replied bluntly that she'd rather not find out what that felt like. The squad turned their attention to heroes nearby. Someone noted that with the addition of a second floor, a third was probably inevitable. Growth couldn't be stopped, and ranks would continue to split further. On the second day, the lobby appeared once again. A view of the common room opened up. The girl smirked and said he was finally awake. Glancing at Han, she added that it was strange, but today's breakfast was downright addictive. He chuckled, saying it made sense. There were fewer mouths to feed now. Looking over the meal, Jenna commented on how wild it was that Amarin and Chloe used to cook for 30-something grown warriors every single day. Han chimed in, half joking that maybe all that time had actually improved their cooking. Honestly, the first floor now looked like a giant potato peeling assembly line. Han turned to gaze out the window. From up here, the buildings were easier to spot. And yet, even from any structure, the second floor remained clearly visible. It was designed to push heroes to work harder. The guy beside him muttered that it was already morning. Walking up, Han asked if he'd even slept. The guy replied, just 3 hours. Then he added, this is insane. The biggest upgrade? They now had a dedicated hall for training and dueling. These duel halls could be sealed from the inside, giving them space to safely hone skills like Berserker mode. The hall even reduced regeneration. It was a unique property of the space, making fights feel just like the real thing. If things got too serious, dragging the injured outside would be enough to save them. Han looked forward again, thinking that with upgraded buildings, team structures would have to shift as well. Who would fill the vacant spots in the first and second squads was now the key question. The guy swung his sword, adding a thought, Velkist. The girl followed up with a strike of her own. A realization hit. Nariza and Velkist were still in their barbarian phase. Velkist was fearless, yes, but incredibly skilled too. The ability he unlocked yesterday? It was extremely rare, only a 1% drop chance. a passive that turned negative status effects like rage into raw power. Combine that with the status deviation skill, and you'd have insane energy output. Nariza wasn't quite as strong, but she was smart, composed, and excellent in stealth and recon. She might not have his brute strength, but she had her own kind of potential, just as valuable. Han watched the guy in silence, hand pressed to his face, thinking to himself, there was no hope for the rest of them. Suddenly, Velkus turned toward him with a wide, toothy grin. Han scoffed and called him an arrogant bastard. The battered group nearby averted their eyes. Grinning, the guy strode forward confidently. He asked what Han planned to teach him, adding mockingly that this place was full of nothing but pigs and dogs scared of blades. Standing firm, Han asked if that meant he didn't like pigs and dogs. A glow burst around the guy as he declared that, in his eyes, they were all just animals. Raising his sword high, he said that training meant nothing without real consequences. Han smiled. Velkus' eyes gleamed. Without warning, they clashed. Group 1 had shown up, while Group 3 stood with only 2 members. The guy charged in, swinging his blade fiercely. Han dodged each strike, then suddenly delivered a powerful kick, sending the guy sliding across the ground. Velkus' eyes widened, but he sprang forward again. Han met him head-on and thought to himself, there was no need to go berserk just yet. Deflecting blow after blow, he added silently, but one day, the buildings came into view as a voice called out, Group 1 was gathering. Watching from above, Isel commented to the girl beside her that these climbs were getting tougher with age. The girl asked what was wrong. They were being sent to a dungeon, weren't they? Behind them, Han chimed in, it was unlikely. They were still short one member. The girl frowned. Then what were they doing here? She added she wasn't even sure they qualified for a weekly dungeon. Ialka blinked in surprise when she heard that the master had ordered them to conduct research. The girl asked again, confused. Looking forward, Han thought it through. Research, the main dungeon, and weekly dungeon. Those were always the 3 available missions. Han glanced up. The research dungeon had unlocked after clearing the 10th floor, but they were only heading there now. Isel replied that she'd already opened the rift of time and space, so they could go back to the 1st floor. She pointed toward the entrance. The girl noticed a similar gate nearby and asked if they could use it. Staring at the gate, Han responded they couldn't. The guy gripping his weapon asked if the research was really that important. Han walked forward without stopping. Not really, he said calmly. Heading down the stairs, he added that for now, they just have to eat. Maybe for 2 or 3 days. Then he said, there'd be even more waiting in the lobby. The girl asked, why are we staying here so long? He simply replied, you'll see. She raised an eyebrow. So, there's something even you don't know? Suddenly, system notifications popped up. It suggested granting heroes benefits to help with their research. A goal was also assigned. Reward each hero with 3,000 gold. Holding a bag in each hand, Han announced, this is a gift from the master. Take 3 each. Lifting her arms, Jenna exclaimed, gold? We're about to be loaded if we take these with us. But Han warned, don't get too comfortable. There's still fighting ahead. They gathered in front of the research dungeon. A new message flashed. Research had officially begun in Heim's zone. Time until return, 48 hours. A side note mentioned that staying longer was possible if they ventured into deeper dungeons. Heroes could also be tasked with gathering rare materials. As the research dungeon loaded, the girl muttered through gritted teeth, here we go. A scenic view spread out. A winding river, rolling hills, and a castle in the distance. Someone called out, Nelsa? Jenna's eyes widened. Isn't this the same place from the 10th floor? Yeah, came the reply. It's strange. Last time, everything was in chaos. Burned forests, so many deaths. Ialka placed a hand on her face and whispered, now it looks perfect. I've stopped trying to be surprised. Turning his gaze, the guy asked, so what's the plan? Hunt down the enemy? Han frowned. No need to rush. Let's explore first. Unlike the main or weekly dungeons, this research one didn't have a set objective. Sometimes heroes left empty-handed. Other times, they found rare treasures. Peering ahead, Han wondered if the NPCs could see them this time. A guard stepped forward and raised his hand. Entry permit. Han handed him a coin. What's this for? The guard shrugged. Didn't say I was charging a fee. Han chuckled. I'll head to the northern gate then. The man nodded. Fine. Just don't cause any problems. Jenna clenched her teeth. These guys are idiots. He responded flatly. Money's worth more to them than their own mothers. Before they cleared the 10th floor, Nelsa had already started to weaken. The enemy had broken into the inner castle, yet there were no signs of a fight. A new system notification popped up. Group 1 was now exploring Heimer. Time until return, 47 hours, 48 minutes, and 22 seconds. So, we just wander around? The girl asked. Aaron followed up. What kind of info are we supposed to gather? Han shrugged. Just go with whatever feels right. Jenna blinked in disbelief. Wait, what? They all stared, surprised at the suggestion. Yeah, Han confirmed. Roam around, gather intel, relax. You got money from the master. Go enjoy something good, breathe some fresh air. Jenna asked again, you're serious? Ialka leaned in. So we can actually do whatever we want. Their eyes lit up when they heard the confirmation. Exactly. Just enjoy yourselves. I'll handle everything else. Looking away, one of the girls said she was heading outside the city and warned him not to get in her way. She was going far. Han smirked. Just remember, you're still responsible for your condition. No breaks until we hit the 20th floor. Keep that in mind. She grinned. So I can go? I want to see the ocean. He nodded. Sure. As soon as the 2 days are up, I'll teleport everyone back to the lobby. Walking ahead, the guy muttered, well, since I brought it up, Jenna chimed in. I'm coming with you. But Han immediately declined. Han turned away, hearing that his planned raid was off. They'll have to call it off, he thought, frowning. Weird. There's a ton of mercenaries here. He turned his head toward a notice board. As he read the posting, Han realized it was about that girl. The wanted poster listed everything imaginable. Heresy, demon summoning, insulting the imperial family, murder, arson, robbery, assault. They just dumped in every crime they could think of, he thought, grinning. It even stated that her royal status had been revoked for such severe crimes, despite her imperial bloodline. Someone nearby asked, so you're after the witch too? Without turning, the guy replied flatly, keep dreaming. Everyone's chasing her, and none of them found anything. If he's really a bounty hunter, he should already know that. Gritting his teeth, Han demanded to know why the man had called the girl a witch. The man shrugged and said, well, she did rip out babies' hearts for sacrifices and messed with forbidden dark magic. That caught someone's attention. He raised his hands and asked, wait, dark magic? Yeah, the guy nodded. She summoned 4 forbidden beasts. No idea what that even means. Han glanced over at the notice board. Tell me more, he said. The man brushed him off. Busy, he replied, flipping him a coin. Han didn't back down. Keep talking. The guy grinned. Fine, I got all day. A building came into view. Her name, he said, was Phreases. Though stripped of her title, she was now just Phreases, the rightful heir to the throne. Seated across from the man, Han asked for his opinion. The guy explained that those announcements started popping up about a year ago. Right, Han nodded. That was when the decree was issued. He pointed at the notice. What do you make of this? Han folded his arms and thought back. Just a year ago, barely a week had passed since they'd first met Phreases on the 15th floor. He'd seen that same seal in other places, on the armor of enemies he'd fought and defeated. Putting it together, it all made sense now. The purge had started right after Phreases escaped the city. She had to be nearby, and still alive. At the table, Han asked, this city, was it attacked by monsters? The guy replied, yeah, Goblin Horde invaded a couple years ago. The Order handled it fast. Then, extending a hand, he leaned in. Rumor is a witch triggered the whole thing. Goblins don't swarm like that on their own. Han narrowed his eyes. They were framing her, blaming her for everything. As food arrived, Han pressed for more. Well, the guy continued, there was an epidemic. Monsters went berserk. Weather turned cold. But the most shocking change, he said, was the dungeons. Han tensed. Dungeons. An entrance appeared nearby. Apparently, a couple of years ago, places started revealing strange inner spaces, almost like ancient ruins. The guy explained that these structures had begun showing up all across the continent. People called them dungeons. But here's the thing, he added, they're bizarre. Normal people can't even get inside. Looking at him intently, Han asked what it meant. Who were these unusual ones that could enter? The man grinned. Exactly the kind you're thinking of. Han's brows drew together as he listened. There was a rumor, the man said, about a strange stone deep inside the dungeon, one that could grant power. Han immediately thought, that had to be it. A glowing stone flashed in his mind, the Stone of Advent, the source of his third skill. Josh was stunned. Wait, there's supposed to be one here too? It all fits, he muttered. Still seated, Han mentioned that bands of mercenaries were crawling all over the region. Then he smirked, saying all the chatter wasn't worth a coin unless the guy could prove it. If he really wanted payment, he'd have to earn it. Nearby, a man with a missing arm lay on a stretcher. Josh glanced over and admitted, that's why I didn't want to come. Han spoke up. The dungeon's inside the city, isn't it? He looked ahead at the towering temple, right in the city center. That's where it must have appeared, right after the invasion. Iron fences now surrounded the entrance. Josh pointed out how something like that wouldn't just be ignored. And if they'd posted guards, there had to be a reason. Han observed the gate. It looked ordinary at first glance. A handful of adventurers were already in conversation with the guard. Josh explained that dungeons held all kinds of loot, gold, gems, rare gear. And with the crowd forming, it was obvious this place was a treasure trove. But treasure or not, people still died trying to explore it. The guard handed a square tablet to one of the adventurers. Josh added that the Order had full control of the dungeon. They raked in gold by selling entry passes and claimed a cut of anything brought out. Scammers, he muttered, turning away. The guy figured he'd earned his share for the day. If you need me again, he told Han, you'll have to come find me. How will I do that? Han asked. Not my problem, the guy called back, already walking off. But next time, bonuses. Now alone, Han watched the crowd gathered at the dungeon gates. Judging by their gear, they were clearly ready to stay in there for days. Han scowled. He figured he'd check the place out later. Most of his crew had gone to rest, and he had nothing lined up. He noticed how cautious the mercenaries were. They watched the area closely, yet no one dared enter. Those able to pass the barriers stood apart from those who couldn't. It seemed like only a select few had what it took. Han stood, watching the dungeon entrance for a good 30 minutes. Out of the massive crowd, he figured less than 10% actually made it inside. He also noticed something else. If the group leader was granted entry, the rest followed without question. Han crossed his arms, sure of one thing. Nothing was going to keep him out. Clouds drifted slowly overhead as he kept his eyes on the gate. Just then, Josh returned, breathing heavily and clearly winded. You're still here? He asked in disbelief. Han looked at him, equally surprised. I thought you left for good. Josh explained between breaths that he'd run off to appraise the coin Han had tossed him earlier. Turned out, it was worth way more than expected. Something ancient, maybe even rare. Han narrowed his eyes. You weren't planning to steal from me, were you? He asked over his shoulder. Because you're not getting anything else. Josh threw up his hands, offended. What? No, I wasn't asking for anything. Still tagging along. He then offered Han a free version of those extra services he'd mentioned before. Han didn't even flinch. Not interested. Josh grinned, undeterred. Right. You're worried about the witch. Fine. I'll tell you who spread the lies about her. I know. Han cut him off flatly. Josh blinked, stunned. What? But I had to dig deep for that info. Ignoring the protest, Han glanced up at the rooftops around them. Trying to stay useful, Josh suddenly offered to give him a tour of the city. Said he used to be a guide. I know a few spots with amazing food. Han gave him another sharp look. I said I don't need it. Why do you keep following me? Josh didn't answer right away. Then he shouted after him. You remind me of the younger one. That made Han stop. He turned around slowly. The younger one? Clenching his fists, Josh nodded. You're from the East, right? He went on to explain that among the people he knew back there'd been a kid, small, looked just like Han. Same black hair. Same eyes. That's why I talked to you in the first place, Josh admitted. You look just like him. He tapped a finger to his lips and added that Han was the first person he'd met from the East in a long time. He opened his mouth, about to say a name. Don't. Han cut him off again, turning away. The look on Josh's face froze. Han didn't look back. Just keep it to yourself. Han's expression darkened. Josh casually remarked that his name sounded pretty basic. Ignoring him, Han kept his eyes on the road and simply asked to be taken to the armorer. The armory was packed. Armor lined the walls, with weapons hanging like decorations. In another corner, shields leaned together beside a barrel brimming with swords. Jenna spotted them and greeted Han with a smile, then glanced at the unfamiliar face beside him. Without wasting time, she held out a new bow and showed it off. Han raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jenna reminded him that he'd been bugging her for a longbow, so she finally got one. She mentioned it might even be enchanted, and the best part? It only cost 2 coins. The system chimed in, revealing that while it was a stylish D-rank bow, it wasn't all that useful. Sure, it boosted stamina a bit, but it wasn't worth much in practice. Without sugarcoating it, Han called it trash. He pointed behind him to a pile of stones and said the coins could be better spent elsewhere. Jenna walked over, curious, and was stunned to find an elemental stone among them. Han was sure their master would be thrilled. They were exactly what heroes needed for ascension. Still holding the bow, Jenna asked what to do with it now. Han told her to ditch the junk. He had more important things to focus on. His eyes landed on a stone with a spiral pattern. That one, a regenerative stone. Totally worth the price. Turns out, it stored footage from previous battles like old film reels. These items let you revisit already cleared floors. No experience points, but you could reattempt missions. Jenna turned to Josh again, asking who the new guy was. Han waved her off, telling her not to bother. They didn't even know each other. Josh scoffed at that, clearly annoyed, and insisted otherwise. As Han and Jenna started walking, Josh rushed after them, calling himself a guide and formally introducing himself. Han smiled, said, "Perfect," and tossed him another coin before waving goodbye. Josh barely managed to catch it before launching into a speech about his investment ideas. Nestled in his palm was yet another ancient coin. Han praised his efforts and told him to go take care of his own business. Josh lit up, thanking him for the support. Han asked if he was planning to start some kind of business. Josh grinned and said the details were top secret, but promised to return the favor. Han told him not to worry about it. Josh gave a wide smile, saying he couldn't stand being in debt. If Han ever needed anything, all he had to do was ask. Han told Josh that if the chance ever came, he should lend a hand to the witch. Josh froze mid-step, thinking he'd misheard. Behind him, Han and Jenna had already vanished into the crowd, their boots echoing across the cobbled street. Jenna caught up to Han, puzzled. She asked what he meant. He explained that the girl they'd rescued earlier, she was a witch. Jenna quickly guessed he was referring to the princess. Elsewhere, the baker had dozed off behind the counter. Han glanced at the time and mentioned they still had plenty of it. He told Jenna she could wander around if she wanted. The wind swirled through the streets, carrying dry leaves along with it. Ialka flicked her hand aside and admitted she hadn't made it to the beach, not since the lockdowns. Han gave her a look. You actually tried? He asked, surprised. Of course I did, she replied. For now, their team only had access to a limited section of the city. The rest remained sealed off. Han figured out the pattern. They were confined to a set perimeter. Every 10 floors, a new research dungeon opened. If they managed to conquer all 100 floors, the whole place would be theirs to explore. The plaza near the fountain bustled with activity. Ialka spotted a few unfamiliar faces and wondered aloud how many days had passed. About a week, Han answered. Ialka blinked. She thought it had been shorter. Watching people moving up and down the stairs, she guessed some had already cleared the second floor. She then asked if anyone was helping out in the workshop with the gear. Han gave the girls a nod and told them to take the rest of the day off. Training would resume tomorrow. Ialka didn't seem too thrilled about that. Jenna nudged her, suggesting she go take a nice bath. Just then, Aaron was seen climbing the stairs. Han called out, asking where he thought he was going. Aaron stopped. Han reminded him he was told to rest. Pushing himself too hard would only backfire. Aaron turned to argue, but Han cut him off, repeating that training resumed tomorrow and rest wasn't optional. Han's gaze lingered on the lone figure of the spearman. There had been a few warriors like him in Niflheim, driven, relentless. But most of them didn't make it. He knew now, willpower alone wasn't enough to survive. Han pictured Aaron's spear, stuck alone in the dirt of some forgotten battlefield. In his mind, if someone gave it everything they had and still came up short, then they simply lacked the talent. People like that needed to find another way, or die trying. Night settled over the city, casting shadows beneath a faint protective barrier overhead. From the training grounds, the clang of steel echoed. Usher struggled to keep up as Adis pressed forward, not letting up. Come on, move faster. Adis shouted. I get it. Usher yelled back, trying to defend. I'm just tense. Han stood off to the side, arms folded. Jenna raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected the second group to be training this hard, especially with real blades. Han watched in silence, scanning the scene. Jenna asked if something was wrong. He replied quietly, Daika wasn't here. Adis, Usher, and Roderick were present, but Daika, who'd been with him from the beginning, was now missing. The image of Daika's back drifted into his mind. His presence felt like a memory now. Just then, 2 new names popped up, Velkist and Neriza. The system announced their removal from Group 3, showing cards for both. At the same time, the nearby building appeared to expand. Along with it, a new alert. Heroes were being relocated. A display showed the updated floor plan and living quarters. After selecting Velkist, the system dragged him forward and detailed the changes to his access. Cafeteria, Level 2. Bathhouse and rest area, Level 1. Han glanced over and noticed the fresh arrivals. Velkist had his hands in his pockets, looking around in awe. Looks amazing, he said. Way better than the first floor. Han sheathed his sword. Time to restock, he muttered. Jenna offered to bring the ones chosen by the lottery, but Han told her to hold off. His eyes lingered on Velkist and Neriza. It seemed clear the master only wanted one elite group. Han crossed his arms again and welcomed the newcomers to the second floor. He thought of Daika and realized he'd been left behind, likely exiled to the first floor. His thoughts darkened. Daika couldn't even bring himself to kill. Adis stiffened, jaw clenched. Han could tell. The second team was shorthanded now, and since none of them could advance yet, they had only one option: push their training even harder. Han quietly wished the master would start assigning more seasoned heroes to their group. Nearby, Adis pressed her palm to her forehead with a sigh. But Han didn't think that would happen anytime soon. His thoughts stayed focused on the current team. Velkist gave a slight smile and asked why Han looked like he was ready to murder them. He had only come over to say hello. Neriza, on the other hand, was cold and direct. She made it clear she wasn't here to make small talk. Han didn't move, still standing with arms crossed. Neriza assumed she'd probably end up in either the first or second team. Han dismissed the speculation as a waste of time. But Velkist was caught off guard when Neriza confidently said she wanted to join the first group. She was sure she wouldn't slow anyone down. He grit his teeth, clearly irritated, and told her she was out of her mind. Then he warned her not to get cocky. Neriza shot him a sharp look and calmly said that strength wasn't everything. She added that she had plenty of skills beyond brute force combos, and if Velkist paid attention, he'd know that. Before it escalated further, Han, now with the rest of the group behind him, cut in and reminded everyone that none of them had the authority to decide team placements. Nariza agreed, saying that only the master or team leaders could make those decisions. Jenna turned to Han and asked what they should do with Nariza and why she seemed so eager to join them. Han admitted plainly that he had no idea. He looked to Nariza, asking directly. She closed her eyes for a moment, then explained that she used to think the rumors about their group were blown out of proportion. Placing a hand on her chest, she admitted she hadn't believed the talk at first, but after what she'd seen, she'd changed her mind. Han guessed it had to do with the regeneration stone. That artifact had recorded their past battles. It let users replay completed floors or watch footage from others, and was commonly used to review dungeon runs. Han confirmed it. He had shown the recordings of their fights to both Velkist and Nariza. Han narrowed his eyes. How much did you see, he asked. Nariza met his gaze. Everything, she said without hesitation, and added that the rumors weren't exaggerating at all. If anything, they didn't do the group justice. Jenna and Aaron stood just behind Han. Nariza explained that it made perfect sense to want to be with the strongest team if survival was the goal. That's why she wanted in. From across the field, Adis, standing with Usher and Roderick, called out, "What about the second group?" Nariza said plainly that she still preferred the first. Usher looked offended. He insisted their team was just as capable. His words stumbled out, and though he meant them, he was clearly frustrated. Velkis shrugged, confused by the pushback. To him, it didn't matter who joined when only the strongest survived in this place. And if someone like Usher had been around longer and still didn't understand that, then it was just disappointing. Han gave Velkist a long, thoughtful look. Velkist, not backing down, said he wanted to be part of the first group too, and even guaranteed he'd be more useful than Nariza. Nariza, waving her hand dismissively, pointed out that the group's lottery method was purely based on luck. She believed there needed to be a more reliable way to decide. Adis lowered her gaze and pushed Han to make the call, but he clearly wasn't eager. She let out a breath and said she didn't want anyone on her team who didn't actually want to be there. Han reminded her that she was still missing one person, and without that, her team was non-functional. Jenna stepped closer to Han. She sensed that, no matter what choice he made, it would stir up trouble. She asked if he had anyone in mind. Han admitted he wasn't sure. Truthfully, he would have picked Velkist if only the guy wasn't so aggressive and hard to deal with. Looking between Nariza and Velkist, he said that since neither of them wanted to rely on chance or let others decide for them, they should prove they deserved a spot in his group. So he laid it out clearly. If they wanted in, they have to fight. He pointed to the caged arena, explaining that healing spells didn't work in that zone. The duel would go on until one of them dropped. Only then could he make a fair decision. Velkist didn't hesitate. He opened the gate, stepped in, and said he never turned down a good fight, especially since it had been a while. He glared across the arena. "Can I kill her?" he asked, dead serious. Han didn't flinch. "Only if you can." Velkist grinned like a lunatic and took his place. Facing Nariza, he told her to fight however she wanted. He wanted to see what she was really capable of. Nariza calmly pulled a vial from her bag, clearly not fazed by the threat. Velkist blinked, stunned. "Are you insane?" he asked. Nariza poured a thick, purple liquid onto her blade. She reminded him that she'd been given permission to fight on her own terms. It was a paralysis poison, triggering violent convulsions. Poison-based techniques were her specialty. She held her sword steady and said she'd tested it on monsters countless times, but this would be her first time using it on a human. Velkist unsheathed his weapon and growled that she'd never get the chance. He formally issued a challenge through the system. The duel was accepted. Jenna watched silently from the sidelines. The air between the two was thick with hostility, enough that she could feel it. She had a sinking feeling. One of them might not make it out alive. Han figured the odds of someone dying weren't low. The system prompted confirmation to begin the duel. Han gave a small nod, and the match was on. Velkist sprang forward immediately. Nariza met him with a barrage of rapid jabs. But Velkist, grinning like a madman, slipped past every strike with ease. He countered fast, forcing her onto the defensive. Han and Jenna kept their eyes fixed on the fight, tracking every move. Usher watched too, stunned. This wasn't the same Velkist he'd faced before. Was he holding back? Adis wondered aloud. Jenna and Aaron stood at Han's sides as he told them to pay attention. There was a lot to learn here. Velkist attacked with a wild smile. Han noted that both fighters were using level 4 weapon techniques, like Usher, but their approaches couldn't have been more different. Velkist's blade smashed into the arena wall just inches from Nariza's shoulder. She swung back, but he ducked under her counter with perfect timing. Meanwhile, Ialka had wandered up silently. She noticed the new recruits and quietly admitted they were impressive, especially given their lower levels and limited skills. Han, watching Nariza maneuver carefully, realized she was using the arena itself to her advantage. He turned to Ialka. Weren't you supposed to be doing research? He asked. Inside the cage, Velkis kept up his relentless assault, that twisted grin never leaving his face. Ialka, now holding a knife, flipped it casually in her hand as tension built in the air. Sensing danger, Velkis twitched, but too late. Nariza flung a knife at him. He dodged, but it grazed his cheek. A system alert popped up. Velkis was bleeding. His health would now drop over time. Nariza calmly informed him that the blade was laced with paralysis poison. Parts of his body would start shutting down. She smiled, thinking it was over. But in a flash, Velkis drove his sword into her stomach. Nariza gasped, stunned. She'd been too focused on her strategy. With the hilt, Velkis struck again, knocking her into the arena fence. She collapsed against it, trembling and pale. Velkis wiped the blood off his cheek. It's your fault your body's giving out, he growled. You lose. He turned toward Han and declared the duel finished, asking if there were any objections. Han, watching intently, nodded. It was a good fight. Velkis faced him again. So, what now? Han's face tightened. I've made my decision. Nariza, barely upright, managed a faint smile. She'll be in the first group, Han announced. Velkis' face twisted in fury. What? Aaron blinked, confused. Jenna gave a light smile. She's good. Usher looked even more bewildered. Ada stayed quiet, thinking. Han glanced at his team. He figured only Adis, Roderick, and Jenna had figured out. Nariza hadn't really lost. She'd faked being cornered, on purpose, to get Velkis to lower his guard. Han found it amusing when the girl slashed the enemy's cheek with her poisoned dagger. That's when he realized the flashy twin dagger routine earlier was just a decoy, a setup for this one precise strike. Velkis then struck Nariza with the hilt of his sword, confident in his own ability in pressing forward. While the others were caught up in the heat of battle, they missed the deeper strategy at play. They didn't see the real plan unfold. Velkis' expression darkened. He was skeptical. He demanded a repeat. Han narrowed his eyes, saying he could do it as many times as needed, then declared once more. Nariza was joining the first group. The winner of the fight clenched his jaw, furious, and demanded to know why. Han remembered their past battles, the way they fought side by side with their squad, each one skilled in their role. A swordsman, a spearman, a mage, and an archer. Every member was laser-focused in combat. Nariza wiped blood from her lips as Han explained they needed someone like her, someone who could adapt fast in the middle of chaos. Through the fence, Han looked at Velkis and admitted he had believed he could bend on this one issue. But now he saw he couldn't. The swordsman was sure that, without cheap tricks, he could have beaten Nariza in under 5 minutes. With arms crossed, Han agreed the guy was talented, but calmly added that their group didn't have a place for Velkis. Han gave a sharp grin, daring Han to a fight. If he could last a full minute, he considered taking him in. Velkis was stunned. Han stayed cool. Then Han turned to Aaron and brought up the last member of their group. Ialka walked over as he explained the roles of swordsman and spearman. This wasn't about raw power. It was about how the formation worked. Velkis smirked, saying that did make sense, but then turned to Aaron and said bluntly, he wasn't even living up to his role as a spearman. The winner of the earlier duel stood silently, watching the first group's matches unfold. He admitted he was genuinely curious. The swordsman stared at the injured Aaron and started to question whether they really needed a spearman so badly they'd overlook his flaws. He ended by saying Aaron was dragging the team down. Jenna rushed to Aaron's defense, yelling for Velkis to stop spewing nonsense. Aaron was doing just fine. Her jaw dropped when Velkis coldly added that someone with her talent should know. Sometimes, false comfort only makes things worse. Han's face turned cold as he ordered everyone to quiet down. Velkis responded with a faint smile. Han closed his eyes and admitted, maybe a spearman wasn't essential. If a skilled swordsman joined, the formation could still work. Jenna looked disheartened. Velkis stepped out of the arena and began to heal. Meanwhile, Han turned to Velkis and asked if he really believed he could contribute more than Aaron, even if he was technically the better fighter. Velkis answered plainly. He wouldn't have brought it up if he didn't believe it. The swordsman then pointed his blade at Aaron and challenged him directly. The arena went still. Jenna and the others said nothing. Nariza glanced at Velkis, but kept her thoughts to herself. Han's expression darkened again. He asked Velkis if he was really ready to stand by his claim. Han stepped up and reminded Velkis that Aaron had been around far longer. But if Velkis was confident enough to challenge him outright, he was willing to reconsider. Velkis gave his word. If he lost, he'd join the second group without complaint. Aaron remained silent. Han told him he didn't have to go through with it. He still had a choice. Han watched Aaron, who asked for a moment to think. He looked up at the sky. Han could sense it. Aaron had been pushing himself hard lately, and he feared it might be too much. Aaron gripped his spear tightly. Even so, Han still believed Aaron brought more to the team. Years of teamwork couldn't be ignored. He admitted Aaron had fallen behind, but insisted he could still carry out his role. Then Aaron straightened up. He agreed to the duel. Han felt it, that spark. It was the push Aaron needed to rise to the challenge. Velkis looked pleased. It was finally happening. The system confirmed. Both fighters had officially challenged each other. Aaron climbed the steps into the arena. Han laid out the condition. Only the winner would remain in the first group. The two duelists gave a firm nod. No backing down now. The system registered their consent. The ring's gate shut behind them. Now, Velkis faced a new opponent. The system turned to Han one last time, asking whether to begin the sanctioned duel. Aaron began to spin his spear. Velkis twirled his sword. Both stared each other down, brimming with confidence. The battle began. Jenna tensed. She hadn't thought Aaron would actually go through with it, even though Han had made it clear he didn't have to. Han stated plainly, the choice was Aaron's to make. Velkis lunged in with full force. The archer understood what was at stake, but dread crept in. Velkis wasn't just confident, he was strong. If Aaron lost, she didn't even want to imagine the outcome. Aaron struck Velkis' guard with a firm blow. Han believed he had a real shot, as long as he executed just like they practiced. For now, they seemed evenly matched. Both fighters had weapon mastery at level 4, though Velkis held a slight edge with a couple of passive skills Aaron didn't have. The swordsman launched forward again, but Han knew. Aaron had one key advantage. Aaron caught the attack, then drove the butt of his spear into Velkis' chin. Experience. That was the difference. Velkis smirked and admitted Aaron was faster than he expected. Aaron adjusted into a stable stance. Usher, fired up from the exchange, silently cheered him on, hoping Aaron would humble the newcomer. Aaron moved with precision. He wasn't just fighting, he was commanding the pace. Han didn't care who Velkis was before showing up. What mattered now was that the guy had zero experience against monsters. Meanwhile, Aaron had survived hundreds of real fights. Boss-level monsters, trained warriors, he'd seen all. Velkis? He hadn't even faced a spearman like Aaron or Roderick, let alone a deadly creature. In battles between seasoned veterans, spearmen like Aaron became something else entirely. Their technique looked almost supernatural. Aaron launched a flurry of jabs. Velkis tried to sidestep, but the spear curved and struck him in the back. Aaron kept the pressure on, slamming down from above. Usher, a little too pleased, started hurling taunts at Velkis, joking that he'd end up washing dishes if he made it into the team. Parchment illustrations lay nearby, records of the spear's long, battle-proven history. Used since ancient times for hunting and war, the spear evolved over generations for one purpose: reach. Longer shafts made them deadlier in open combat. But in one-on-one duels, things were different. Against a swordsman, a spearman's odds dropped fast. A sword offered better agility and tighter spacing. The true range difference? Barely a meter. That edge only helped in rare cases. And when facing someone up close, a dagger user, for instance, the spear lost all advantage. It had neither the precision of a sword nor the distance of a bow. Against the wrong weapon, it became almost useless. Aaron, on the other hand, was steadily overpowering his opponent. These weren't average fighters. They were heroes, pushing well beyond human limits. With a powerful overhead strike, Aaron slammed into Velkis. Normal logic didn't apply here. From the sidelines, Usher shot Velkis the thumbs down, clearly furious, and barked another threat. If he lost, he'd be washing dishes for the team. Aaron kept swinging relentlessly, giving Velkis no breathing room. A sharp thrust landed cleanly. Without letting up, he followed it with another heavy swing. Velkis was rattled. The spearman sliced through the air like a reaper's scythe. Velkis barely dodged by flipping high into the air. Han watched carefully. Even if Velkis had raw talent before entering this world, that meant little now. Becoming a hero changed everything. Han observed Aaron closely. He'd sparred with Han hundreds of times. He knew this guy was trained to go toe-to-toe with beings far stronger than humans, even monsters. Aaron thrust forward, slicing through the air. Han could see it clearly. Swordsmen and spearmen approached combat with completely different strategies. Jenna stood silently, watching with furrowed brows. Aaron was doing well, but something about his behavior felt off. Ialka noticed and asked what she was muttering about. She pointed out that at this rate, Aaron was going to win by a landslide. Velkis suddenly grinned and slid down the length of Aaron's spear shaft, closing the gap in an instant. "Look closer," Jenna urged Ialka. Velkis' grin widened. The tide was shifting. The archer noticed Aaron's attacks weren't landing like before. Ialka squinted and nodded slowly. She saw it too. Adis crossed her arms, quietly agreeing. They all sensed it. Velkis landed with a thud and called the fight boring. Aaron tightened his grip, but stayed focused. Han acknowledged that while Aaron's strikes were precise, they lacked variety. Predictable patterns were easy to read. That was the real danger. Velkis' perception was sharp. He'd already figured out Narisa's techniques in a short time. Clearly, his observational skills were advanced. The swordsman stepped in close, closing the gap even more. Han had a hunch. It wouldn't be long before Velkus developed something like the spiritual eye. Velkus scowled and asked if Eren was even trying. Eren, dripping with sweat, answered steadily. No joke. The fighters leapt apart. Velkus landed near the edge of the arena, eyeing Eren with suspicion. Why aren't you going all in? He asked. Are you holding back? Eren stayed silent, a deep frown on his face. Across from him, the swordsman raised his blade and remarked that he'd heard rumors. The first group trained like they were out for blood. But this felt different. The spearman tensed. His mood darkened when Velkus questioned why Eren was avoiding obvious weak points. Han was clearly annoyed. To him, Eren had lost his edge. Watching closely, Han studied the spearman's back. His movements were too predictable, and Velkus was adjusting faster than expected. There was only one solution. He called out Eren's name. The spearman looked stunned when Han asked him, when did he start worrying about his opponent's life? He couldn't believe Eren had gotten so strong that he could afford to hold back. Han's eyes lit up. He demanded Eren stop messing around and show his true strength. Velkus gave a faint smile, as if he'd been waiting for that moment. Eren looked down but nodded. He twirled his weapon and warned his opponent. If he died, don't hold a grudge. The swordsman lowered himself, one leg forward, declaring that this was how he planned to end it. Both sides readied themselves. The final phase had begun. Eren tightened his grip and charged. Velkus met him head-on. The spear's tip grazed the swordsman's nose. Eren unleashed a flurry of swings. Velkus clenched his teeth and barely deflected the next hit. Then came a lunge. Velkus was exposed. Eren thrust forward, but Velkus dodged just in time, countering with a series of rapid strikes. Still smiling, Velkus weaved through each jab. Eren shifted his stance, lifting his weapon behind his back, and swung with full force. Velkus had to throw himself to the ground. The spear shattered the ring's edge. The clash echoed through the city. Jenna watched anxiously. Usher stood frozen in disbelief. Explosions of sound rocked the arena. Ialka turned her face away. Roderick shut his eyes. Then, one final blow. A silence followed. Blood stained the arena floor. Velkus, bleeding heavily, admitted the blood loss was making him nauseous. Eren collapsed to his knees. The swordsman declared victory. Usher stared, stunned. He couldn't believe it. Eren had the upper hand. He glared at Velkus, accusing him of cheating. There was no way, he said, that this was a clean fight. The swordsman just blinked and said he had no idea what Usher was accusing him of. But Usher wasn't backing down. He leaned forward and called Velkus a liar. Before things could escalate, Roderick stepped in and stopped him. Just then, the system confirmed it. Velkus had won. Ialka frowned, uneasy. It didn't sit right with her. She had been sure Eren would win. Jenna looked just as troubled. She admitted Eren had fought well, but in the end, it all came down to a single strike. Han's expression darkened, agreeing with her. Han studied Velkus back. There was something hard to explain, something more than skill in the way he fought. From the very start, Velkus had picked up on Eren's patterns. That was the truth. And as the fight progressed, he adapted quickly, defending better and shrinking the distance between them. At one point, he even threw himself to the ground, flipping the battle in his favor with one move. No matter how fierce Eren's attacks were, Velkus held firm, waiting for the perfect moment. He looked like a lunatic who knew exactly what it would take to win, just one shot. That was all he needed. He took hit after hit, calculating the timing. And then, when the moment came, he pounced like a mad wolf, seizing his chance without hesitation. Now, Velkus looked at Eren with the cold intensity of a predator. Han summed it up. Velkus wasn't just skilled. He was methodical, sharp, and unervingly patient. He'd measured everything, including his odds of victory. As the swordsman passed by Eren, he said it was a real shame, because the match would have been a lot more thrilling if Eren had gone all out from the beginning. Holding his bleeding shoulder, Eren quietly agreed. Narisa crossed her arms, clearly dissatisfied. She didn't think Eren was ready yet. Han's expression hardened slightly, but he stayed true to his word. No one objected. Velkus exited the arena. Han announced he'd be joining the first group. Eren, who remained kneeling on the ground, had been eliminated. The system chimed in, reporting that Han had proposed a new team lineup. Eren's heart sank. The updated first group: Han, Jenna, Ialka, Narisa, and Velkus. Then the system asked, did Han approve of Eren's exclusion? The answer was yes. Eren dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by disappointment. Han explained it clearly. Eren had lost not because of strength, but because of something deeper, and he knew Eren understood that. Usher, however, refused to accept it. He believed Eren had held back to protect the team, not because he wasn't good enough. Han cut through the tension, demanding that everyone stop making excuses. This wasn't about friendship. They weren't here to play nice. Usher's face darkened, but he couldn't argue back. Han stepped in, reminding them all of the brutal truth. They were here to survive and to win. Anyone who didn't understand that would die. Jenna turned to speak, but Han didn't let her. He dismissed everyone. It was late, and they needed rest. Left behind in the now empty arena, Eren sat alone. The system confirmed it. Neriza and Velkist had officially taken his place. The swordsman smiled, clearly amused. Neriza said she was looking forward to working with the new team. Standing before them, Han admitted he was puzzled by one thing. Did they really believe being in group one would make things easier? He warned them. It was the opposite. The missions they'd face were far more dangerous than anything Group 2 would ever see. Velkist, still flashing that unsettling grin, said that's exactly why he wanted in. He was here to grow stronger. As the others began to leave, Han walked over to Eren, who was still in the arena. He told him bluntly, sitting there wouldn't change a thing. Eren admitted he didn't want to leave. Han was now climbing the stairs, watching from above. Eren added that it wasn't anything complicated. He'd just gotten weaker. Han pressed him. Why hadn't he aimed for Velkist's weak spots? Eren slowly stood. Han reminded him. He had the upper hand at the start. So why let Velkist back in? Eren's answer was quiet. They weren't supposed to kill each other. Han turned, staring at his back. Since when did Eren start caring about that? He was sure he hadn't raised someone so soft. Eren lowered his head. He confessed there had been a moment, just one, where he thought Velkist might have chance. And besides, he never saw himself as particularly gifted. In the heat of battle, he was convinced he could beat Velkist. But deep down, he feared something worse. That if he failed, Velkist would return stronger, more dangerous. A wild, unstoppable wolf. Eren's face darkened. He realized he didn't have the right to take out someone who burned brighter than him. Looking at Neriza and Velkist now, it hit him. Everything he'd done, the time, the training, the struggle, none of it mattered. Not when it all came down to talent. Han looked at Eren and asked flatly, was that the reason he handed the fight to Velkist? Eren replied he couldn't hurt his master. He believed both of them were more important than him. He was stuck in a haze that wouldn't lift. He couldn't see in himself what he saw in Han or Jenna. It felt like he was frozen, stuck in place. Han tilted his head slightly. It was clear Eren was cracking. Then, almost offhandedly, he mentioned something unexpected, an open instructor position. Eren's eyes widened. Han shifted his gaze toward the training grounds. He explained that the first floor was used to train new recruits, and someone like Eren or Daika would be a great fit. Instructors didn't fight on the front lines. They guided and trained others safely from the sidelines. Han added that competition for this role was usually brutal, sometimes dozens of candidates for one slot. But he was ready to recommend Eren and Daika himself. Eren stared at the ground, silent. His shadow stretched across the blood-stained arena floor. Han asked him directly, what was he hesitating for? What was his real goal? He already knew. Eren didn't crave power like Velkist did. He wanted something else. He wanted to go back home. Eren looked at him, eyes searching for words. A lump caught in his throat. Then he moved past Han, paused, and quietly accepted. He would become an instructor. Han scoffed, calling it a stupid choice. Eren turned. Han told him not to do it out of obligation. Not if his heart wasn't in it. He recalled another spearman he'd once known. Someone just as untalented as Eren. That guy only made it to the second rank. He glanced at Eren and asked, did he really want to get stronger? Eren froze, fear flickering across his face. Han turned away, assuming the answer was no. But then Eren collapsed to his knees. He shouted that he didn't want to be this weak anymore. Tears welled up as he confessed. He wanted strength, not out of pride, but because he was tired of thinking like a failure. He didn't want to live in fear of himself anymore. But he didn't know if someone like him could ever reach that kind of strength. Eren finally calmed down after Han told him something and gently wiped his tears. The main character told everyone to hold tight. There was a gate behind the arena, and he said they should wait for the right time. As they moved closer, a faint design started to appear. Looking toward the ring's exit, he told Eren he'd take him to Nibelheim when the time came. The spearman asked where that was. Han gave a knowing smile and said it was a great place. The area fell quiet. Jenna reached out to the newcomers with a friendly gesture, introducing herself. Neriza and Velkist averted their gazes, still uneasy. The protagonist noticed their discomfort and recalled there were some basics every newcomer needed to know. Han broke the silence by saying their group was currently fighting inside fire. He figured Velkist and Neriza already realized this since they'd used the regeneration stone, but he warned them that they'd need to adapt quickly. Neriza clasped her hands behind her back and asked if he was referring to fire resistance. The protagonist confirmed and said it was essential for them to learn this ability fast. He asked if they had any idea how. Velkist responded that it involved grabbing the flames. When the swordsman muttered that it sounded ridiculous, Han just grinned and said, ridiculous or not, it worked. Arms crossed, Velkus declared he'd master it in 4 days, then glanced at Nereza, expecting hesitation. But Nereza replied that if that was the case, she'd do it in 3. Then the protagonist turned to Jenna, saying she'd be taking Aaron's place. She looked puzzled. How could she manage that with a bow? Han turned to Velkus and reminded him they were close-range fighters. He warned him not to overextend and encouraged him to fight where he could rely on backup. He added that if Velkus planned to go solo, then maybe he wasn't the right match for their team. The swordsman gave a light smirk and said he understood. Han's gaze shifted to Nereza. She had a wide range of talents, swift with a sword, deadly with daggers, and skilled in other weapons too. She had stealth, speed, and advanced senses. On top of that, she could use poison and pull off an ambush with ease. Still watching her, Han guessed that before arriving here, she was likely an assassin. Nereza admitted she had done something similar before. That made Han frown. He figured that in her case, something more unconventional might be needed. The protagonist believed she didn't quite fit into a single role. She sat somewhere in between. He assigned Nereza to the central position, explaining that her role would shift depending on the situation. Sometimes she'd be needed on the front lines, other times to protect Yalka and Jenna. He also didn't rule out the possibility of sending her deep into enemy territory. Nereza closed her eyes and promised to remember all of it. Han then added that she'd also be in charge of gathering intel when ordered. The protagonist watched her closely. He knew people like her could say all the right things without truly committing. If she wasn't fully on board, it could lead to serious trouble. He also suspected that her time on the first floor might have left her with a few bad habits. Yalka suddenly stepped up, pointing at herself and asking what her role would be. Han told her to focus on running and reminded her about the sandbag training. Yalka left, clearly disheartened. Adis let out a long sigh. The protagonist could see she was still short on teammates. Han crossed his arms and said they'd probably always be understaffed. After all, the master wasn't using Gacha to summon more. He told Adis that if she couldn't find anyone useful here, she should check the first floor. That caught her off guard. Han explained that if she paid attention, there were promising people even down there. He mentioned that Daika had chosen to become an instructor on the first floor and advised Adis to ask him to focus only on those with real determination. In his view, that was her only shot, at least until more summons arrived. Not far away, a girl with blue hair was busy practicing sword swings on a dummy. Han glanced over. Everything with the free gates was going according to plan. More than 20 were already queued for the first floor. With that many, there had to be at least one standout. Adis tapped her chin, thinking it over, then decided to go with his plan. The protagonist reminded her to stay discreet if she found someone with real potential. Otherwise, it could spark jealousy and backlash. As they spoke, a few people began to gather near the training girl. Adis turned to Han and asked if he meant bullying. Right then, 3 guys with smug, mean looks walked toward the girl. The protagonist explained that in this place, it was common for people to gang up on those who performed well, especially if they didn't have outside help. The arena sealed shut. With his arms crossed, Han said now was a good time for everyone to start learning each other's strengths and weaknesses. Han turned to Nereza and Velkus and announced there'd be no rules. Real weapons were allowed. Velkus stepped up with a grin, admitting he liked the sound of that. The protagonist asked if he was really ready to take him on alone, then called Nereza over, guessing the two were aiming to push him to his limits. Velkus grinned wider and asked if it was truly allowed. He warned that this wouldn't be a typical sparring match. Han narrowed his eyes. You're serious about a one-on-one? Velkus' eyes lit up. If you let me, yeah, I want that. The protagonist agreed and drew his sword. Instantly, the system registered, Berserk mode activated. Just a few days back, Chloe had mentioned something. A group of 3 from the first floor, former members of the third group, had challenged Velkus after he lost a duel. It ended badly. All 3 were left broken, some missing arms, others legs. None had even touched him. That same group still roamed around, picking fights with second-floor hopefuls, but the candidates had no trouble handling them. Even so, right now, there wasn't a single hero fit to move up. Velkus launched the first attack, his sword cutting through the air, but suddenly his movements jerked mid-swing. Han noticed it immediately. His opponent still had things to learn. With one strike, he knocked Velkus' sword clean from his hand. The blade soared and landed in the ground yards away. Han let his strength speak for itself. He wanted Velkus to realize that beating weaklings didn't make him unbeatable. Velkus still wore a smile, but it had lost its edge. He admitted Han was far stronger than he expected. Nereza called him reckless, saying the result was obvious. Velkus retrieved his weapon, chuckling as he said he was glad to be part of the first group. He then looked at Nereza and said he'd need her help if they were going to take Han seriously. She didn't object. She coated her blade in poison. Han raised an eyebrow. You really going to use that? Nereza calmly replied. Isn't this exactly what you wanted from me? With that, the two fell in a stance. Velkus thought to himself, Now that they were both going all in, even someone like the protagonist wouldn't have it easy. The protagonist re-entered berserk mode, clearly unimpressed. The entire floor had gone quiet, the ring still and tense. Velkist and Nariza were catching their breath, winded from their loss. Velkist thought that if they fought together, they could take Han. But the protagonist shut that idea down. More people didn't mean more strength. He pointed out that the two had no synergy at all. Then he added something that surprised Jenna. Velkist and Nariza wouldn't even stand a chance against her, much less him. At best, they could handle someone like Eren or Usher. When Han called her over, Jenna stepped forward hesitantly and admitted she was nervous. He told her not to be. She was strong, stronger than she realized. Now standing between the newcomers, Jenna waited. Han turned to Velkist and Nariza, telling them to forget solo fights. From now on, they'd battle as a team. Their new task? Beat Jenna, no matter how many tries it took. Velkist was visibly annoyed, frustrated that Han thought so little of them. He muttered that there was no way he'd lose to Jenna. Han just said, "You'll see." Velkist glanced at Nariza and said flat out he didn't like working with her. He was convinced she'd slow him down. Nariza, unsurprisingly, thought the same about him. Looking down at them from above, the protagonist told them to stop talking and prove themselves. If they managed to defeat Jenna, he'd give them all the sparring matches they wanted. Velkist nodded, hoping Han would follow through, then scoffed at Nariza to stay out of his way. Facing Jenna, he confidently declared he'd handle her. Jenna didn't hesitate. She fired first. Velkist blocked the arrow mid-air, but he missed a critical detail. While he was focused on that one shot, a barrage came from above. He leapt back, barely managing to avoid the downpour of arrows. While dodging, Jenna fired a special shot. It zipped straight toward his neck, but ended up lodged in the wall, just inches away. Han watched and said again, "Jenna is stronger than you." Velkist cracked a nervous smile, muttering that he felt like a frog stuck in a well. The protagonist reminded them, this was a team effort. Nariza was part of it. The arena was now scattered with Jenna's arrows, each one a warning shot. They had 2 days to figure out how to defeat her. Han remained at the bottom of the stairs, certain Velkist had seen enough records of real missions. Ones where people fought against far tougher enemies and made it through because they worked together. He couldn't understand why new recruits were always trying to go solo. And so far, these two didn't even know the basics. Nariza stepped forward, frowning. "My turn," she said. Han closed his eyes, calling them both stubborn. Silence fell over the arena. Heavy breathing echoed. Nariza's arrows were embedded all around her, completely surrounding her. The protagonist watched, disappointed. Neither she nor Velkist had lasted more than a minute. Both of them looked rough, worn down, and injured. Velkist muttered that all they had to do was beat Jenna together. He didn't like her, but he was willing to work with Nariza. She admitted it wouldn't be easy, not this time. Together, they charged. Han watched from his usual spot, unfazed. He simply called them pathetic. Nariza deflected one wave of arrows. Another was already flying. Out of nowhere, Jenna was right in front of her, striking with a dagger before sprinting along the wall to line up another shot. Velkist was now in her sights. Arrows landed one after another, cutting into him. Han looked at the swordsman, puzzled. He was doing worse now than when he'd fought alone. Velkist cursed under his breath. Frustrated but still determined, he went in again. Han told him that swearing wouldn't help, and if this kept up, he'd send him to the second group, where things were easier. Storming past Nariza, Velkist called her useless for not even lasting 10 seconds. She scoffed, finding it ironic coming from someone who hadn't even gotten a swing in. Han frowned, watching their pride slowly shatter. Jenna drew another arrow. She wasn't just skilled, she was raised in the wilderness, more used to dealing with wild beasts than people. The protagonist saw it clearly. Nariza and Velkist weren't just struggling. They were being hunted. Jenna was in her element. And now, she faced two chaotic opponents with no coordination. They were wild, unpredictable, but Jenna had the advantage of discipline and instinct. Nariza and Velkist charged again. Jenna released. Nariza took an arrow straight to the chest. Velkist caught too. She was pinned to the wall. He was barely able to stay on his feet. Han stared at them through the railing. "Don't waste time," he said flatly. "You'll regenerate once you're out of the arena." Then he added, "Stop trying to be heroes. Just leave." Leaning against the wall outside the training ring, Han took a moment to rest. Ialka walked up and noticed something strange. Those two actually made a surprisingly good pair. Han was confused. Ialka was supposed to be practicing telekinesis, not hanging around here. From a distance, Eren watched the scene quietly. Without hesitation, Han threatened Ialka. Unless she vanished within 10 seconds, he'd tell Chloe everything. He immediately started counting down. Ialka protested but didn't fight it. She turned and left. Velkist flexed his muscles, clearly itching for another round. Jenna wasn't so sure that was a good idea. Meanwhile, Han was gathering arrows and quivers. He called it a day and told everyone to try again tomorrow. Nariza didn't seem too worried. She figured they still had time. Jenna held the flask, visibly frustrated. Han spoke up, saying that thanks to the rookies constantly challenging her, she'd missed out on her own training. She asked them not to waste others' time and made it clear. If Velkist and Nariza couldn't beat Jenna tomorrow, he'd start looking for new teammates. Velkist was stunned. He couldn't believe she meant it. But Han backed her up. It wasn't a bluff. As she walked away, arrows in hand, she allowed them one last sparring match tomorrow. If they lost, then that was that. Both Velkist and Nariza were crushed. Han silently hoped they wouldn't let her down. Jenna turned to him and asked if he really planned to cast them out. Han asked her back, had he ever lied? She opened her mouth to argue, reminding him of a recent incident, but caught a quiver to the head before she could finish. He kept walking, head held high, and said that even the most talented person was worthless if they couldn't function in a team. Jenna couldn't imagine who could possibly fill the gap if those two were dropped. She guessed maybe he wanted Aaron back. But Han cut her off. That wasn't the plan. Velkist clutched his sword tight, his grip trembling. Han could tell their form was decent. It wasn't skill that held them back. The issue was deeper. They either didn't trust their teammate, or they trusted themselves a little too much. Velkist looked like he was ready to explode. Han could only hope they'd work out their issues by tomorrow. The next morning, on the training floor, Han, Ialka, and Jenna gathered in the square. Jenna looked around and asked where the two had gone. Maybe they'd chickened out before the match even started? Han answered calmly. They'd gone down to the first floor. Ialka, sounding hopeful, asked if training was canceled for the day. Jenna was more curious. Why had those two gone down there? Han explained that they'd asked for a little time, then smiled and declared that with Nariza and Velkist gone, the rest of them would be working twice as hard. Ialka groaned. She'd seen this coming. Jenna spun around at the sound of footsteps. To her surprise, the so-called dropouts were walking straight toward them. Han narrowed his eyes. You two ready for this? They walked through the archway. Nariza said they'd done everything they could. Velkist stepped forward, calm and confident. Let's go. The arena before them was the same as the day before. Han reminded them of the rules. Real weapons only, no other limitations. But this time, the rookies would get only one shot. Nariza stepped in front of Jenna. We understand. Velkist looked at his partner. He didn't love the idea, but he agreed he'd go along with it. From a distance, Jenna notched an arrow. What? They're just standing there. She fired, startled that neither of them had moved. The arrows flew toward the assassin, but Velkist blocked them with ease. Nariza hurled her dagger. Jenna dodged, regrouped, and let another volley loose. Velkist smiled, excitement in his eyes. I can see it now. Jenna was stunned. He was cutting through her attacks, and not charging in blindly this time. The system suddenly triggered. Velkist's skill awakened anti-projectile defense. Without wasting time, the two charged her. Jenna fired again, but saw they were still too far to land a clean hit. Nariza, Velkist, and the arrows closed in on each other. Velkist moved up front, knocking away arrows from the ground, while Nariza stayed behind, hitting those raining from above. Then they split off in opposite directions. Jenna was flanked, attacked from both sides at once. She jumped into the air as their blades carved through the earth below. But that was when Nariza's dagger came flying straight at her. She barely managed to rebound off the ceiling to avoid it, and landed right in front of something wild. She turned. Velkist stood there, radiating killing intent. He thrust his blade forward without hesitation. Jenna barely dodged in time, flipping into a spinning assault to push him back and gain distance. Jenna suddenly felt a presence behind her. A blade touched her throat. Nariza stood behind Jenna. The assassin calmly declared this was the end. Jenna groaned, realizing her loss. Velkist just smiled, saying it had been too easy. Han seemed satisfied too. Turning to the new recruits, he pointed out that they'd been struggling all day simply because they hadn't caught on sooner. Han quietly observed Nariza vanishing behind the overwhelming presence Velkist released. It wasn't surprising that Jenna had lost track of her target. The pressure from another had completely consumed her attention. Han looked at Velkist, and Nariza now lined up beside Jenna and told them they'd pass regardless. He advised them to remember this feeling. Surely, by now, they understood that the strength of a team would always outmatch solo skill. Anyone watching their boss fights should have realized that by now. Velkist grinned and asked if this meant they could take on Han as a team. Han teased. Was he ready to give a shot? The arena was always open for challengers. But Han knew how it would end. He'd crush them both without breaking a sweat. He'd take Velkist down with a single strike in berserk mode. And the moment they left an opening, he'd finish them off. It wouldn't be the first time Velkist and Nariza had nearly died trying to challenge him. The gates hadn't opened yet, so Han figured there was still time before their next climb. It seemed even Anwhite Hyunji wasn't rushing to throw them into the next fight. Han guessed The master wanted to give the newcomers time to sync up and build some chemistry within the group. As the now fully geared squad approached the gate to the second floor, Han slung his sword behind his back and mentioned that Jenna would be joining the duels next round. Sitting by the wall, Velkist raised an eyebrow. What was he going on about? Han clarified that Nariza and Velkist would be forming a team. The news caught the two off guard, but he told them to relax. It wasn't a permanent pairing. They'd be trying out different combinations. The goal was to make sure everyone could fight alongside anyone. Leaning on his knee, the swordsman admitted something. He'd always thought this group fought solo. After all, during the battles on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors, it had mostly been Han carrying them. He hadn't expected the rest of the members to be this strong. Velkist turned to Han, questioning the point of training in teams like this. Han quietly thought his eyes must just be for decoration. He recalled their past fights. None of it could have been done alone. Han cut in, explaining bluntly that a strong team can't be built with weak solo players. But the reverse was also true. Even if every individual was strong, they'd still fail without proper teamwork. Han lowered his gaze. Sure, someone powerful enough could carry the group, but he wasn't confident they had anyone like that. And he certainly didn't see himself that way. Velkist pushed himself up from the ground. Han told him and Ariza to quit whining. He promised that once they nailed team coordination, he'd train them one-on-one as much as they wanted. The swordsman admitted he was getting impatient. As the newbies made their way up the stairs, Han watched quietly, thinking they were progressing fast. Now they could finally run 2-on-2 duels, a big step forward. The arena was rarely empty. Mornings were for basic drills. Afternoons were weapons practice. They spent nearly every moment sparring. This time, Jenna teamed up with Velkist against Nariza and Han. The lineups kept rotating after each match, though there was one consistent outcome. The team with Han always came out on top. Slowly but surely, everyone began learning how to fight together. A week later, Ialka joined the rotation. They began working on structured formations, honing in on both Ialka and Jenna's weak points and building strategies to overcome them, while maximizing their strengths. Han focused his training with Nariza and Velkist specifically on those two areas. During a break, Nariza glanced at Han. The more she learned, the more it amazed her how perfectly the tactics played out. Sitting across from him, she couldn't imagine what he used to do before all this. He casually reminded her. He'd told her before he was just a farmer. Nariza scoffed and said he needed a better lie than that. It wasn't even close to believable. Just then, a call rang out from the ferry. The first group was to gather in the square on the first floor. Velkist leaned on his sword and muttered how they'd really been kept waiting. As they headed down the corridor, Han asked if they were excited to finally join the action. Outside, the swordsman answered. Anything was better than swinging at wooden dummies. Han signaled his team to move out, reminding them they weren't heading out for a stroll. As they prepared to leave, Aaron stepped forward, wishing Han well. Han told him not to worry. They'd handle it. The first squad moved toward the same gate they had used before. A crowd had gathered in the square outside. Nariza approached from behind. When Han asked who all the onlookers were, she explained that they were from the 3rd generation, called up after the 4 divisions. The 3rd gen recruits eyed Han with distrust. An assassin walked up, assuming Han might be out of the loop, and warned him that strange rumors had been circulating. Han stiffened. He had a feeling something like this was coming. He, Jenna, and Adis were part of the original team, 1st generation. Nariza and Velkist had joined as part of the 2nd, after Han had handed over his guidebooks to the master. These people gathered here with a newly summoned 3rd generation. Someone in the crowd shouted out, calling Velkist an arrogant idiot. The swordsman snapped, barking back and daring the loudmouth to say it to his face. Han warned him to let it go. Then an elderly man stepped up to Han and loudly introduced himself as Melkard. He claimed he'd been there for 4 days and had a request. He wanted to be transferred straight to the 2nd floor due to chronic health issues. Han didn't even hesitate. He shoved Melkard aside and glared at him. He reminded the old man that the healing in the lobby could cure anything from a cold to cancer. Was he seriously trying to fake an illness? Overhead, Isel hovered and scolded the crowd, demanding they stop interfering. The master was waiting for the first team. Han glanced at Nariza and asked when people had started acting this way. She replied that it had started the moment the floors were split apart. As the gate in front of them began to dissolve, Ialka questioned what had caused people to become like this. Han answered that it was just a side effect of the separation. Ialka nodded, admitting it was definitely strange. But Han pushed the thought away. It didn't matter now. They had a mission. That's all that mattered. Just then, the system alert echoed. It was the entrance to the 16th floor of the main dungeon. The doors would open in 10 seconds. Han turned to the team, his tone sharp. He expected everyone to follow his orders during battle. Then he asked if anyone had a problem with that. Velkist and Nariza responded with confidence. No complaints. A flash of light hit, and the group was gone entering the 16th floor. The system announced that this was a reconnaissance mission, an exploration of an unknown area. Velkus frowned, admitting he'd never done anything like this before. Jenna recalled a similar mission back on the 6th floor and shared her experience, mentioning how they had to scout an area during that walk. She gave Han a hopeful smile, saying she hoped this one wouldn't be too hard. But Han wasn't so sure. He pointed out that this mission on the 16th floor wouldn't be anything like the 6th. They need to assess the place carefully before making any assumptions. The place they landed in reminded Han of an old castle, or maybe a mansion. Nerissa immediately stiffened, clearly uncomfortable. Han turned to her and asked if she recognized it. She wasn't sure yet, but said she'd speak up if something came back to her. Han stepped up to a large door, figuring that the exit to the next floor had to be hidden somewhere nearby. He knocked, and a metal grid slid open, but it was no surprise when it turned out not to be the exit. In fact, this door wasn't even within the mission zone. Han moved away from the zone's edge and told Nerissa to go ahead in stealth mode. Her task was to scout silently and report anything that looked out of the ordinary. She nodded and vanished into the shadows. With that, Han drew a sword and gave the order. They'd move in formation. Dim lamps lit the walls, and statues loomed silently from stone pedestals. The hallway stretched on endlessly, and Velkus took up the rear. Ialka glanced around, uneasy. She guessed this had to be some kind of haunted mansion. There was no other explanation for how empty it felt. Han pointed out that the place was surprisingly clean. That meant someone had to be maintaining it. It clearly wasn't abandoned. Whatever was going on, they'd find out soon enough. Han tested a few doors. None would budge. Ialka looked around in disbelief. The space was enormous, seemingly infinite. Velkus commented that the floor plan was all wrong, and the halls were way too big. It made the place feel warped, like something was off, even from the outside. Ialka gave a teasing grin and joked that Velkus was smarter than he looked. The swordsman immediately bristled. Ialka quickly backed off, realizing that joke might not have been the best idea. Han cut through the tension, telling them all to quiet down. Jenna looked ahead, eyes widening. Massive corridors stretched out in all directions, left, right, and straight ahead. Jenna was clearly unsettled. Han explained what they were looking at. It was a labyrinth. He narrowed his eyes, noting that this wasn't just some ordinary mansion. Every path twisted and turned like a maze. Ialka asked where they were supposed to go from here. Han replied that, for now, they'd stay put and wait for Nerissa to return. Leaning casually against the wall, he commented that they'd ended up with a pretty dull mission. Jenna admitted she'd never been in a place like this. Compared to their previous missions, this felt way more complicated, especially with how deserted it was and the maze-like layout. Velkus agreed, clearly disappointed. It was just too quiet. Han gave him a look and asked if he really went on missions, expecting them to be fun. The swordsman shrugged. He didn't get how anyone wouldn't be bored without strong enemies to fight. Closing his eyes, Han let the group relax a little, but reminded them to stay sharp. He was convinced there had to be monsters somewhere. Han turned his head and quietly agreed. They were definitely here. Velkus perked up, suddenly excited. Wonderful, he muttered. 5 minutes passed. In a corridor lit by dim lamps, Han snapped to attention as Nerissa finally returned. She said she'd taken the middle path and found that, strangely, all the routes seemed to lead to the same place. It didn't feel like a maze meant to confuse, just oddly connected. She added that she hadn't run into any enemies or traps, though there were definitely strange things. Han narrowed his eyes. What kind of strange things? Nerissa hesitated, then said she saw a bleeding maid. She couldn't quite explain it. Thought Han would understand better once he saw it. The doors to a hall opened. Inside, a girl sat slumped on the floor, her head bowed low over a pool of blood. She was crying, her body trembling. Nerissa pointed out that the girl hadn't responded to their presence. Something about her felt off. Suddenly, the girl spat up blood. Han turned away from the sight, his voice calm but firm. This didn't feel right. If someone really wanted to kill her, they would have already. And if he didn't plan to do that, then the best thing to do was to leave her alone. Sometimes, he said, the safest move when something looks suspicious is to stay away. Jenna's eyes went wide. She said the girl really looked like she was in pain, maybe seriously ill. Maybe she needed help. Han shot her a look. And what? You want to heal her? Jenna paused, then shook her head. I'm not that nice. Then let's keep moving, he said. They stepped past the girl. Han frowned as metal railings came into view deeper in the mansion. Ialka lifted her hand and sighed. This is getting boring. The girl beside her responded. There's got to be a way through this place. Somewhere. The guy lowered his head, and Han told him to stop whining. Something was bound to happen soon. Just then, the floor of the room shifted. A thought crossed their minds. They had passed through 3 identical vestibules already. This labyrinth wasn't one of the tougher ones. Most of the path had just been a straight walk. Things only changed when they approached the 4th corridor. Nerissa pointed out enemies ahead. Han said he had a feeling about the next passage. Narissa confirmed. There were 7 of them, armed with swords, spears, and crossbows. Han clenched his teeth. The ambush would trigger the moment they stepped in. Jenna and Narisa would handle the crossbowmen. The rest would deal with the swordsmen and spearmen. They could see the guards inside. Peeking from behind the door, Han raised his hand. 3, then lifting a finger 1, he closed his fist. Instantly, the group lunged forward. The guy turned his head, startled. The hero dashed ahead, appearing in front of him. Han's blade struck fast. One of the guards gasped. "Who's there?" Before his head was sliced clean off. Velkist attacked next, his strikes relentless. Once the clash ended, the team stood among the fallen enemies. Han turned his gaze as the group looked up the staircase. The hero's thoughts flickered. Something was off with the upper floor. Doors shut behind them. Han's brows furrowed as he gripped his shield. Without warning, he hurled it at the barrier and stretched out his hand. The hero realized they weren't allowed to access the second floor yet. He called out to Yalka, instructing her to prepare a level 1 magic circle near the exit. She asked for confirmation. Suddenly, the exit revealed itself, and a wave of soldiers, 18 at level 14, 5 at level 17, rushed in. Yalka cast her spell. Flames burst through the room. The hero shouted to Velkist and Narisa. They sprinted into action. Han swung his sword, his eyes flashing. Jenna let arrows fly, while the guards closed in. A knight engulfed in fire let out a scream. Han brought his weapon down again, and a charred body collapsed. As Han slashed his sword, he announced that everything was ready. The team regrouped. Standing behind him, a girl asked how he knew. He questioned her right back, and she added that more enemies were likely on the way. The shield struck the barrier again. Han noted that it still hadn't vanished, meaning some enemies remained. The fire continued to burn across the room. He looked around. Finally, the barrier disappeared. Now, they could reach the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, the hero reminded everyone they still needed to prepare before they reached level 17. The guy agreed, saying, yeah, this one was seriously boring. When Han asked what he did for fun, blowing things up, he admitted, yeah, pretty much. Han stepped forward into the portal. A notification popped up. Floor cleared. Velkist and Narisa leveled up. Reward, 50,000 gold. Top player, Yalka. The lobby came into view. Looking off to the side, Jenna asked if he thought the 17th floor would be similar. He said it might be. She frowned. She didn't like that. She preferred things wrapped up quickly. Even the foreman had left while they were still hanging around. Stretching, the girl mentioned it was getting late. She was heading for a bath. Han said they'd done well today. Then he looked at her. Still here? Something on your mind? Narisa nodded. She had something to tell him about the place they'd visited. Cut to a wide shot of the building. They were sitting at a table. Han poured some tea, slid a cup toward her. So, what's up? She took a sip, then set the cup down. Gritting her teeth, Narisa said she recognized the mansion. Han looked ahead, narrowing his eyes. Narisa added she hadn't just recognized it. She had worked there. Han clenched his teeth. What are you saying? Why now? She leaned forward, hands on the table. Because I think you got a shot. A real one to survive this to the end. An emblem shimmered into view. She continued. The mansion was called the Golden Manor, home to the Haljan clan, one of the most powerful clans out there. Han let out a slight grin. I wouldn't know. I'm just a farmer. Narisa rolled her eyes. Seriously? No one buys that. From her, he learned that the continent, Tayanir, was ruled by a single nation, known as the Empire. Within it, major clans existed, each with power that rivaled even the imperial family. She sat back down. Even the emperor doesn't mess with them. He asked if the mansion truly belonged to the Haljan clan. Blueprints of the place appeared. She said it was just her theory. She couldn't say for certain. The entrance matched, but the interior layout was off. Something didn't add up, and she had no idea why. Narisa looked away and said she didn't know why they'd been assigned that mission, but something about it felt off, like it was linked to them. She was certain after checking the mission records. Han clenched his jaw. What are you saying? She replied, the mansion had 5 floors in total, and the bloodlines of the 4 clans, they weren't normal. Each one carried the blood of monsters. He stared at her. Monsters? Narisa nodded. Yes, but not just any kind. I can't confirm it, but I've heard rumors that dragon blood runs in their veins. Han lifted the cup to his lips, lost in thought. Dragons? What does that even mean? Then, the 20th floor. A huge milestone in Pikmi. It's what separates rookies from real contenders. Only those who cleared are seen as true masters. Why? Because the layout of that floor is the same for everyone. Han stared straight ahead. There wouldn't be any common monsters like ogres on that floor. They were about to face something entirely different. Some elite, one-of-a-kind boss that counted only for their progress. The first major wall in Pikmi was the 5th floor. About a third of players dropped out there. The next, reaching the 20th. Only half of all users ever make it that far. Narisa sat across from him. She mentioned seeing him save the Imperial Princess on the 15th floor. But what she couldn't wrap her head around was why the Golden Manor showed up right before the 20th. Han said he didn't know why it was there, or what she was doing near it. But if there's something you want to say, now's the time. Nerissa smirked. I'm not going anywhere. Those people, they're all scum. Every last one of them deserves what's coming. She stood up. That's everything I know about that place. I hope it's at least a little useful. Han closed his eyes. Not far away, hidden behind a wall, Isel listened in. She stepped out. So done talking? The fairy smiled. So you noticed me, huh? He looked at her. Noticed what? She laughed. Well, I thought I could blend in, but I guess I was too sparkly for that. He looked away. What is it? She paused. Nothing. Just, it's nice we've been making steady progress in the tower. But I guess I'm a little nervous. Han clenched his jaw. This is where it truly begins, he muttered, eyes locked ahead. The 20th floor loomed near. As the game's interface flickered to life, a fairy popped into view and confirmed it. This was real. Even the game's official fan group was buzzing with complaints. The pinned posts about grinding strategies were swamped with angry comments. Lowering his head, Han murmured, yeah, this is where things get serious. For anyone. Isel turned to him. Did Nerissa tell you anything helpful? He kept his gaze down. If I piece her info together with what I learned earlier, the whole picture is finally starting to make sense. Just then, a system notification flashed across the screen. There's an order, he continued, and they're targeting the key NPC on the 15th floor. Somehow, it's linked to the Haljan clan. Most of the order's funding comes from them. He paused. I don't know everything about this group, but what I saw back there, they're definitely tied to the goddess in some way. Isel looked taken aback. Wait, you're saying the floors are actually connected? That's right, he said as he turned to leave. And I found out two major things from Nerissa. A map of the labyrinth flickered into view. First, he explained, the golden estate that forms the base structure of the labyrinth has 5 floors. And the layout? It lines up perfectly with the 16th through the 20th levels. He gazed out the window. The people living on the 5th floor of the mansion, they've got dragon blood. Isel blinked. Wait, are you saying? Han's eyes gleamed. Exactly. The boss on the 20th floor is going to be a dragon. A wicked grin spread across his face. They're monsters. Nearly invincible. Good thing I'm not a pureblood. Isel shook her head. Pureblood or not, a dragon is still a dragon. Han's fist tightened. Then we prepare. That's all we can do. She stared at him, nervous. He looked out again and spoke firmly. We're finishing this quest. Just back me up. The fairy's hands curled into fists. Got it. Suddenly, the scenery shifted. Buildings appeared outside the window. In the square below, figures gathered under a glowing blue light. In an instant, the squad materialized indoors. They had arrived on the 17th floor of the main dungeon. A grand view of towering arches spread out before them. Glancing around, Velkus pointed out, 5 exits. Definitely better than the 16th floor. Han nodded. Stay sharp. If this really is the same labyrinth, we'll be here a few days. Gritting her teeth, one of the girls asked, we won't get lost or starve in here, right? Han gave a half smile. Don't panic. Just follow the rules. It's all manageable. But inside, he wasn't so confident. The difficulty level on this account was far from normal. Suddenly, a trap triggered in front of the girl. The group sprang into action, clashing with a wave of guards. Moments later, a system message popped up. Floor cleared. Reward, 50,000 gold. MVP, Velkus. Exhausted, but steady. The team kept moving down a long corridor. Han sketched a floor plan onto a sheet of paper. Another floor cleared. This time, they'd made it to the 19th. Out of nowhere, the girl charged ahead, slashing through the guards. Again, the floor was cleared. A massive archway emerged before them. Jenna smirked. That's it? Reaching the 19th wasn't nearly as bad as you made it sound. You talked about starving. Nerissa chimed in calmly. There were a few rough spots. Han narrowed his eyes. We repeated the same route over and over. That's why we got through so easily. Just then, a message appeared. He was allowed to build. A construction prompt asked him to choose a building. He picked Level 1 storage. Ialka tilted her head. What are you making, master? Things have been getting noisy around here. He looked at her. A storage unit. We'll need a place to stash everything. She blinked. Isn't that just another warehouse? A soft glow surrounded the new structure. Han's gaze sharpened. No, this one's different. He clenched his fists. It's a tomb. Surprised, the girl stared at him. A tomb. The construction finished. The vault now stood complete. Looking back, he saw the names and images of fallen heroes, those who had returned to the goddess's side. Their dates of death were listed in an album viewable from the vault. The massive gate to the vault stood tall. The squad now gathered in the central square. Staring down, Han spoke. The masters finally brought the second team up to the 16th floor. The new teams needed to be developed, and the master knew it. Overhearing, some of the others whispered, the third group's going to try next, huh? They all understood. One way or another, they were heading to the 20th floor soon. The girl glanced off to the side, catching wind of new instructions. She was now to focus solely on training with a tight bow. She could ask others for additional weapon advice, but her main priority was mastering tight string bow skills. Ialka stared ahead, absorbing her own task. Raise her fire magic to the 4th circle, if possible. The 4th, she echoed. That's no small feat. Nariza, gritting her teeth, declared she'd tackle the weekly dungeon. But this time, she wouldn't be using paralytics. She planned to craft lethal poisons, though it would take time. Velkus grinned. Let's spar again, with real weapons. Standing across from him, Han asked, morning work? Velkus shrugged. Time doesn't matter. Han smirked himself. What a strange one. Keeps going, no matter how many times he gets knocked down. He's wired completely different from Nate and the rest. Just then, a girl stepped closer. I want to train too, she said. He looked at her. I thought you didn't want to be involved. I've changed my mind, Maria said quietly, eyes shifting away. I'm not exactly excited about that creepy vault either. The vault entrance loomed before them, its doors carved with engravings. She clenched her jaw. What exactly is this place? Han replied. It looks like the master is getting ready for the 20th floor. She frowned. By building a tomb? That sounds terrifying. Why call it a vault? Inside, torches flickered, casting shadows along the stone walls. Someone mentioned it was more like a crypt, a space to hold the items the heroes used before their deaths. Bodies couldn't be retrieved, but at least there would be something left to remember them by. One guy turned his head. What kind of structure is that? A place to grieve? I'd rather have a new training ground. Jenna smiled. I like it. It shows the master cares. Ialka crossed her arms. All right, enough. Now, I'm starting to think someone is going to die on the 20th floor. The girl beside her pulled her into a hug. Don't say that. With Han around, we'll be fine, just like on the 15th. Ialka pulled back. Fine. We nearly died back there. Jenna chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder. Relax. No one's dying, not this time. Nariza let out a grin. You know, I'm actually a pretty tough girl. The hero shot back. Without someone who thinks like you, Jenna would have never made it this far. That's why I kept you close. The girl closed her eyes for a moment. Well, the next floor is the 20th. I'm guessing it won't be easy. Han glanced away. What, are you scared? Of course not, Nariza said quickly. If I was, I'd be on the support team, not here with the main group. Han replied quietly, still not meeting her eyes. It's not too late, you know. She stood there in silence, her head lowered. Suddenly, flames flashed. Ialka unleashed an attack. Velkus struck the hero's shield with full force. Han grinned as a notification appeared. New skill acquired. Swordsmanship, level 5. He looked at Velkus. His swordsmanship had climbed to level 8. Nearby, the bowstring snapped taut. Jenna's eyes lit up as her arrow shattered the target in one clean shot. The girl blinked in surprise. She had just unlocked the tight bow skill. Han unstrapped his training weights, letting them crash to the floor. As he turned his head, he thought to himself. Everything was falling into place for the 20th floor. A battle card flashed across the screen, highlighting new support upgrades. More skilled recruits were assigned to the 2nd floor. An apothecary capable of crafting healing potions had been sent to the magic hall. Tom, now an instructor, had returned upstairs and even thanked Han for recommending him. With the 20th floor drawing near, support became vital. Interns were added. Their blacksmith had leveled up, too, now able to forge weapons of D+ rank and higher to meet growing demands. Meanwhile, the 3rd group pushed steadily through the tower. Word was, after this run, they'd be fully added to the 2nd floor roster. No longer just potentials. They were on track to become official walkers. The armory came into view, now fully stocked with supplies. The scene shifted to the house. Sitting at the table, Han mulled over how brutal the 20th floor was. Even if you checked how much my party suffered when I was the master. My teams have been wiped out 3 times. No room for error. Not on the 20th, and definitely not on anything that followed. A massive gate stood in front of them now. Eyes forward, Han spoke firmly. Take care of everything you need before we go. Whatever it is, do it. He paused. And if anyone leaves behind a will, he clenched his fists. If you die, I'll personally rip your last words to shreds. The girl smirked. Ialka's definitely the one scribbling. The guy chuckled. Scribbling what? She shot back, clearly annoyed. None of your business. Nariza stood still as they prepared to move forward. Han stepped ahead. We're all making it out of this. Have I ever lied to you? Ialka rolled her eyes. Only 1,000 times. A system warning blinked. 3 groups required to complete this mission. What is this? One of the girls asked. A boss raid? Possibly. But it sounded like only one enemy would be waiting for them. Another notification appeared. Teams can choose when to enter the battle. The girl's eyes widened. Then I'm going all out. A hint popped up. Subsequent teams may only join once the current team reaches a certain condition or after a set time passes. Jenna raised an eyebrow. So, this is basically war? Han nodded slightly. Strange, right? A mission like this needing multiple groups. That's when the tremble hit. It was announced someone had already gone ahead. A scout, a sacrificial lamb, sent alone to the 20th floor to gather intel. This started back on the 16th, he muttered. Didn't you know? Icel snapped. So what? Why was he sent in alone? Let him go. He barely lasted minutes. Han grinned. It's our turn now. A message flashed. Group 1 selected to go first. As the portal shimmered, the fairy hovered above the scout. Listen what Han tells you. Stay alert. The guy groaned. Still sucking up to him, huh? What did he do to deserve that? Grinning, the girl waved him off. Go on ahead. We'll catch up. Han locked eyes with her. Then, the entrance appeared, the 20th floor of the main dungeon. The portal flared to life, glowing bright. A message displayed. Mission recording active. Progress will be saved. The squad stepped through. Han's expression darkened. Once we pass these doors, it begins. Do as you've trained. He pushed them open. Warning screens flared. They entered a bleak, shadowed square. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all hostiles. The girl looked around, unsettled. Another weird place. Lowering her gaze, Ialka started casting. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed. A man screamed in rage. It's all because of you. All of this. Han locked eyes with him. He's burning. Jenna released a shot, just as Ialka's spell ignited. The flames surged. A blast hit the man directly. He was completely engulfed in fire. Han's eyes lit up. Keep firing. We'll flank it. The squad surged ahead, slicing through the flames. Then, without warning, a level 42 half-black dragon emerged from the fire. A system message blinked. Unique monster detected. No time to be shocked. Han barked. The girl pulled back her bow. Red energy swirled around the string. She loosed the arrow. It streaked toward the dragon, struck the barrier, and bounced off. The dragon glared at them, enraged. A message flashed. Monster is resistant to physical attacks. Ialka stepped forward, palms out. Burn! Flames erupted, spreading across the battlefield. But the dragon only smiled. Another message appeared. Monster is resistant to magic. Even second circle fire magic had no effect. Han rushed in and struck. The blade clanged uselessly against its body. Gritting his teeth, he realized it was resisting everything. Velkist's eyes lit up. Neriza's glowed blue. They attacked in sync, but the dragon took no damage. The beast lifted its head. Back off now, Han shouted. The dragon curled tightly into a ball, then unleashed a devastating burst of energy. Han leapt to block the blast with his shield, but grunted as he turned to see Neriza bleeding. She began treating the wound. It's fine, nothing serious. Jenna knocked another arrow. I'll aim for the eye. She fired, but the arrow shattered against the same invisible barrier. Wide-eyed, she gasped. Why isn't anything working? The guy smirked bitterly. Swords, arrows, magic. Nothing's touching it. His scales are way too thick. Han clenched his jaw. It's not impossible. We just haven't found a way to break through yet. Velkist blinked. Break through? We're not even scratching him. The dragon suddenly charged. Then what do we do? Someone shouted. We can't just sit here. As the beast bore down on them, Han turned sharply to Velkist and Neriza. I'm ready, the guy answered instantly. Shield raised, Han braced for impact. Neriza launched a sphere of flame with a fierce glare. Fire whipped through the air, circling the dragon. But once again, the flames rolled off, no effect. Crouching, one of the guys shouted, What now? Nothing's working. Swinging his sword, the main character ordered everyone to fall back. He'd handle this alone. Charging at the dragon, his strike shattered the barrier, but the beast barely flinched. Physical attacks weren't doing much. Eyes wide, Han yelled that they were wasting energy by crowding the attack. This was a solo target. The dragon's scales drove into the ground, and suddenly smoke poured out. From it, shadowy figures emerged, level 14 greedy shadows. Grinning, Han muttered that there was more than enough trouble to go around. One of the others stared in disbelief and asked if they should just wipe the creatures out. Without warning, the dragon landed a direct hit on the hero. Behind his shield, he stared through the chaos and confirmed. There had to be a way through this. Velkist rushed forward, shouting that their attacks were finally having an effect. He'd carve his way through every last one. Taking aim, the girl said they just needed to hold out long enough to strike back. She fired, dropping to the ground. Han ran through his thoughts. The enemy resisted both physical and magical attacks. It used 3 main moves: shooting scales, close-range claw swipes, and summoning minions. Straightforward but relentless. The dragon lunged, snapping its jaws, but the hero struck back. Again, the blow did little. He cursed under his breath. This was turning bad. A new wave of shadows arrived. and Han's eyes burned with resolve. He lunged, slashing at the dragon, but it hurled him away. Blood poured from Han's wounds. His health was dropping fast. He grabbed a healing flask and drank, the empty bottle clattering to the ground. Wounded, but not done, he launched himself back at the dragon. Fresh cuts open on his body. He crashed to the ground, bleeding out. From a distance, Jenna screamed that Han was in danger. But the hero roared back, telling her to focus on her own safety. Reaching out, Ialka demanded to know what was happening. None of her attacks were landing. These freaks just wouldn't die, and she wanted to finish them all here. Slashing through another enemy, the hero shouted that they just had to hang on a bit longer. Velkist, glancing around, asked how much longer that would be. Han dodged another blow. Thinking hard, he was out of ideas. When would this phase end? The dragon lifted its head, summoning more shadows. The enemy was invulnerable and endlessly spawning monsters. It felt like a battle with no exit. Han glanced at his wounds. High on the walls, the guards were watching. When did they even get there? Why weren't they helping? Just then, the dragon slammed into the ground, its claws closing in on the spirit. Velkist yelled out that he could feel it, just like when he watched Han's earlier battles. But this time, this mission was actually fun. Standing before the dragon, the hero heard someone say he'd definitely take the monster down. He scoffed in reply, saying the guy had gotten even better at spouting nonsense. Suddenly, a glow pulsed around the dragon. The battlefield formation had completed. Now, the rear guard could be deployed. The tower lit up. An official offer to support the front line had been made. Rear guard selection began. Turning to the side, the girl asked who those people were. The master had chosen Group 2. They stepped forward and declared their arrival. The girl looked over at the hero, confused. The boy beside her shouted Han's name. Gritting his teeth, one of the men questioned why they weren't allowed to go down there. The boy responded that it looked like their role differed from Group 1. The guard's eyes gleamed. Soldiers at level 18 and 20 advanced. Sparkling particles swirled behind them. The statue began to glow. One of the men frowned and questioned why they had to cut through these enemies and secure the object. While the hero clashed with the dragon, it became clear the vanguard was holding the boss while the rear guard had to capture a key point. This was a multi-objective operation. Han braced his shield, wondering if they'd really pull it off. From behind, someone shouted at him to take out Jinna's first. The girl confirmed she was on it. Slashing her blade, Adis yelled for everyone to hold position. She'd break through fast. The second group launched into battle. The boy swung his sword, and the rest followed. Glancing away from the dragon, Han yelled that all the minions had to be cleared before Group 2 reached the altar. They needed to ready third circle magic. Looking at him, the girl asked if something would change once they arrived. As the first group pressed on, she seemed to understand and began preparing her spell. The dragon howled under the pressure. More monsters charged. Ialka cast her spell. Flames surged forward. Reaching out, she shouted for the fire to consume everything in their path. The blaze spread, and she swore they'd push through. Jenna handed over a potion, urging the hero to drink. Lowering his head, he realized they'd finally cleared out the last of the minions. But then his eyes shot to the side. In a flash, he slashed his sword. Light exploded outward. Blood splattered across Han. His blade shimmered brightly. The dragon lifted its head as the second group successfully captured the altar. Power surged from the structure. The goddess's blessing had begun. A message popped up, asking the master to swipe the screen and unlock full power. At once, the hero's weapons were infused with holy energy. The girl glanced away while Jenna stared at the glowing weapon, stunned. Velkist flashed a wide grin. Smirking, the hero declared it was time to beat this monster into the ground. Group 1 reappeared. A display showed the current setup of Group 2. Facing the dragon head-on, Han said their attacks were clearly landing now. They needed to split up. One subgroup would focus on the boss while the rest handled the shadows. He'd lead the first team. Velkist and Nariza would form a second. Jenna and Ialka would make up the third, providing support from behind. The dragon began to coil, and Han warned that it was about to launch a barrage of scales. Everyone had to be ready. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed its attack. Then it froze. Without hesitation, Han and Velkist dashed in, weapons swinging. They landed hit after hit. The dragon howled as Han's eyes lit up with determination. One of the scales struck the ground, releasing smoke. From it, a corrupted level 14 shadow emerged. Looking to the side, the hero shouted that the boss fight was intense. When he was healed, he'd jump back in to deal with the shadows. For now, Group 3 would cover him. The girl let her arrows fly, striking the enemies. Jenna took out more monsters, but then she froze. Her quiver was empty. Seeing this, Han's eyes went wide. She was out of arrows for the short bow. But then, he had an idea. Charging ahead, the hero shouted for her to switch to the longbow and focus fire on the boss. He'd handle the rest of the minions. Jenna's eyes widened. She reached into her pack, pulled out the longbow, and fired. The arrow flew straight toward the dragon. Blood splattered on the floor as the monster staggered. The hero stepped into the crimson puddle, eyes glowing. He lunged forward and struck again, shield raised. Then he called out. Subgroup 2 needed to rotate in. Once he returned, they should immediately start pouring in potions. A blade hurtled toward the dragon. Han snatched it midair and drove it into the beast. The dragon shrieked and flung him away. Adis yelled from the side. She couldn't hold on much longer. As he jumped to his feet, Han thought grimly. Group 2 could only keep it together for a short time. The guards scrambled up the wall, and someone shouted that they couldn't keep blocking the enemy much longer. Eventually, the creatures would break through, and once that happened, the altar would fall. Another voice screamed for them to drop the ladder, to stop the enemies from climbing up. Hearing the cry, Han spun around, just in time to see a spear pierce a boy's side. Blood spilled out. The girl turned in shock and yelled for someone to pull him back. Ialka raised her arms, asking if things were getting too dangerous now. Gritting his teeth, the hero repeated in his head, he knows. He knew exactly how bad it was getting. The group gathered near the altar. A grim realization struck. They were nearing their limit faster than expected. If they lost the altar, they'd be wiped out. Only 4 people were left in the second group. They'd barely last another 5 minutes. Han looked to the side in surprise. Adis's eyes widened in awe as a soft blue glow wrapped around the fortress. Particles filled the castle gates. The field formation was complete. The rear guard could now be deployed. Adis took position in front of the guards. Group 3 was ready. They charged onto the battlefield. The hero yelled for them to run. Confused, the girl turned her head and asked what he meant. Eyes wide, Han snapped. Were they blind? Climb a tower. Run now. Up on the wall, a crossbow was in position. It was heard that the ballista was locked on target, aimed straight at the lizard. A guard called out that they were ready. The hero shouted again for them to hurry. Suddenly, the girl swung her weapon. Nearby, Velkus said it was time for a swap. Han nodded. He was ready. The dragon was struck again. Adis clenched her teeth and asked if the poison they used would work. The hero replied that it should, at least a little. The dragon growled, its sense of direction distorted. He urged everyone to take advantage of that. The girl took aim and loosed an arrow. Holding her shield up, Han asked how many longbow arrows she had left. She answered 5. He told her to use every last one. The fight continued near the altar. A thought echoed through the group. They had to end this before the enemy overwhelmed the second group. Someone called out for Aaron to hold off the climbers. Dylan would take the ones charging from the front. Running to the crossbow, the girl yelled, "They're here." Everything would come to a head soon. Another thought pressed down hard. They were out of time. The players spread out across the castle grounds. A chilling thought struck them all. If they lost control of the altar, the monster would regain its immunity, and their chance of victory would drop below 1%. The girl turned in shock when she heard someone was already seated at the ballista while the others were blocking the door. She asked how to even use the thing. Out on the battlefield, the hero asked what this whole mess was supposed to teach them. She replied simply, she'd fire. The rest just needed to hold the line. Staring straight ahead, Ada shouted for faster action. The girl loosed her last arrow and announced it. The hero called out that now he'd take care of the shadows with his daggers and protect Ialka. He charged toward the front line. The girl settled into the ballista seat. Looking down, she gasped. Her ally was moving way too fast. Group 1 returned to the field, followed by the second group. Then the third unit's layout was displayed. Sword swinging, Han turned to Velkus and Nariza and told them to stall the dragon, even if just for a moment. The girl, already on the ground, called back that they'd given that chance. The dragon swept his massive hand and flung them aside. Han's eyes flared as he kicked at the creature's paw. The beast roared in agony. Han's eyes widened. This was it. He shouted to fire. Sharon, wide-eyed, admitted she'd never controlled something like this before. When she first arrived, she was nearly broken. And she wasn't the only one. Only those who adapted fast had any shot at survival in a world this twisted. She'd grown up poor, barely enough food or clothing. Her only support had been her older sister, but even she had sold her off once Sharon came of age. From there, it was hard labor among ruthless people with dangerous pasts. A broken doll appeared. Faint crying echoed. Lying there, the girl whispered that her sister should have helped her. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared. A man looked away and barked at her. What was she waiting for? Don't freeze. Just shoot. Sharon stood beside the cannon. She clenched her jaw as the words hit her. Someone shouted again, fire. She closed her eyes. Then, with a sharp frown, she pulled the trigger. The ballista fired with force, the shot slicing through the air toward the dragon. Watching it fly, she muttered that it hit. Sharon smirked. She could do anything she set her mind to. She swung her sword and added, anyone could be strong in this world. There was no need to bow to anyone, not as long as her comrades stood beside her. Han turned back and shouted that this wasn't over. They still had fight left in them. He had to pull himself together. Then his eyes widened. Sharon was gone. She had returned to the arms of the gods. Her spirit would be remembered forever. Jenna froze, eyes wide. One of the boys screamed. Fear finally crept into his voice. The hero roared, ordering them to wipe out the undead. Someone needed to take aim. Now, Ronnie was having a full-on panic attack, and Jakali stood paralyzed by fear. Han clenched his jaw, growling about these kids. Velkis chimed in grimly. Things were falling apart. Ronnie and Nadine were already dead. A shout echoed. Now's the time. Take him out while he's unconscious. Be ready to move. But what about Group 3? Should they be pulled out? Ialka, mid-spell, screamed that she couldn't do it. There were too many. Rodel and Jakali had also fallen. Group 3 was wiped out. Han shouted for the others to retreat. He'd hold the line himself. Usher was barely clinging to life. Someone said he wasn't part of their unit anymore, and the boy himself confirmed it. He was just a mercenary now. The hero charged forward, sword raised, thinking he had one shot. Go for the heart. The ballista's arrow was still embedded in the dragon. The blast had torn off some of its scales. If he drove his sword in at just the right angle, deep enough to reach the hilt, he could strike the heart directly. Adis cried out from behind, begging him to stay alive just a little longer. He shouted back that he intended to. He'd walk the whole continent if he had to. Dylan grit his teeth as another voice rang out. When he gives the signal, storm in. Adis, just hold out. Han, hurry. Then, suddenly, a blade pierced him. Blood poured from the boy's side. A swordsman stood behind him. He dropped to his knees, vision blurring. Looking ahead, Usher whispered that it was cold, too cold. Where were they? He reached out, hand trembling, crying out for someone to help him. Turning to the side, Usher heard it. No. He didn't want to die. He shut his eyes as cries for help echoed around him. His body went limp. The guard raised his weapon. Dylan was gone. Tossing his bloodied sword over his shoulder, the man told the boy to stop daydreaming. What was he even staring at? And when the boy stammered something about becoming a mercenary, the man snorted. Don't even think about it, he said with a smirk. Do you even know how to hold a sword? The man laughed, and Usher lowered his head, staring at his hand. He muttered that he knew. Then he gripped his weapon tightly and grinned. Yeah, he said. He knew how to hold a sword. Han dodged a series of attacks, eyes lighting up. Suddenly, he struck the dragon, but his sword shattered on impact. The monster still resisted every blow. The girl, sitting on the ground, apologized. The altar had fallen. The goddess's blessing was gone. Usher was dead. The corpses of the heroes lay scattered. The grim realization hit. The third group was completely annihilated. The ballista was useless now. Soldiers stood by the altar, helpless. The second group was in just as bad a state. It was unclear how long it would take to retake the altar. For now, it was out of reach. Han stood, panting, trying to figure out a way forward. Glancing at the dragon, he acknowledged the harsh truth. Their whole team was wounded. 2 members from the second group were dead. The third was gone. The dragon attacked again. The hero blocked the blow and was knocked back, sliding across the ground. From behind, Jenna spoke up, saying something like this had happened before, on the 5th floor. What should they do now? Recapture the altar? He told her no. Moving the second group would just wipe them out. They needed to stay put. Turning to Velkist, Han asked for his sword. Velkist hesitated, then handed it over. The girl asked what was going on. The reply came, light it on fire. Han turned to her again. Could she create sticky flames using her hands? A purple glow lit up around her palm. She said she'd try, using psychokinesis. The sword began to shine faintly. She looked down, noting that with the goddess's blessing, the fire could be manipulated, but it wasn't strong enough to fully reforge the blade. However, she could cast a more powerful spell, one that would strengthen the blessing. It would just take some time. Smirking, the hero said that was good enough. She asked if a 4th circle spell would work. Looking at her, he replied, if he can land the hit, it will. Turning to another, the guy asked what his role should be. Han told him, protect Ialka. Don't let anything near her. A glow surrounded the hero. You think you can? Someone asked. I know I can, he answered. The girl closed her eyes and began the spell. Han dashed toward the dragon. Its eyes glowed in response. And at that moment, a single thought ran through his mind. It knows. It's hunting his weak spots. The hero suddenly leapt into action, landing a hit on the monster, only for it to hold firm. A barrier flared up around it. He realized then, his blessing wasn't enough. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through its anti-attack defense. Near the altar, the girl stood still as he vowed to reclaim it. He fired the ballista once more. The monster's next strike came fast, but the hero countered. His only hope was to hold on until blood loss did him in. But even then, the creature's strength remained overwhelming. Teeth clenched, Han could only think of the worst. He unleashed punch after punch, cursing that he didn't have time to figure out a real plan. He'd just have to keep trying anything and everything until something worked, until he killed that damn thing. Off to the side, Velkis looked away and muttered that even now, he was still as badass as ever. Nariza shot back, asking if now was really the time to be distracted. The hero dashed in again. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He caught sight of the dragon bleeding. A thought struck. He could lock onto the wound using weak spot detection. Without hesitation, he sprinted beneath the dragon. Han landed a sharp blow as the monster glanced away. Just as he hoped, no invulnerability message appeared. The blessing had worn off. This was his chance to tear open the wounds and finish it. As the dragon moved toward him, the hero raised his shield and struck. His shield flew aside from the impact, and the monster's eyes flared. Then, Ialka's magic burst forth, pulling the beast's attention. Han's eyes went wide. The dragon launched a furious attack, scales flying in every direction to break away from Ialka. The hero's gaze sharpened. He began slashing at the airborne scales. An attack came his way. He took a hit. Blood poured out. Jenna rushed to his side, asking if he was okay. Still bleeding, he told her to worry about herself and keep protecting Ialka while he kept the shadows at bay. Flames danced around the girl as screams rang out, warning the enemies to stay away. The dragon howled, suddenly shifting into berserk mode, and Han matched it, bursting into his own frenzy. He shot upward, the dragon's eyes lighting up as their gazes locked. A flash of light ignited between them. The dragon lashed out with its tail. The hero skidded across the ground, sword in hand. He swung, but cracks split through the blade. It shattered on impact. Without hesitation, he called out to Nariza. Tossing a sword his way, she shouted that it was all she had left. He caught the blade. A radiant glow surrounded it. The weapon tore through the air, light pulsing from every edge. The hero's eyes blazed red as his strikes landed, forcing a scream from the dragon. Staring ahead with fierce resolve, Han grimaced. Nariza's sword wasn't familiar to him. It could shatter at any moment. He shouted for the others to throw him whatever weapons were left. The dragon barreled toward Ialka again. It was after her, still. She flung a sword his way, yelling for him to catch it. He did. A brilliant light erupted as he launched himself forward, though he felt his legs grow heavy. His vision blurred, his body begging for rest. Flames raged around Ialka. A single thought pressed on him. If he let go now, if he surrendered everything. The blade split into two. It met the enemy's strike. Gritting his teeth, he held on. Suddenly, the light shifted. Blue flames roared to life, growing bigger and hotter. The dragon was almost on Ialka. With a cry, the hero slashed his sword at the beast. The battlefield was a mess. Group 1 was badly hurt, Group 2 had lost 2 members, and Group 3, completely wiped out. Bloodied and battered, Han unlocked a new ability, Indomitability. His soul surged past its limits. Scales pierced his body as the berserk skill jumped 2 levels at once. He raised his glowing sword high. A blue beam shot out, then another, and more still. The dragon let out a pained shriek. Velkis, grinding his teeth, cursed, "Damn, they just keep coming." The hero brought his blade crashing down. It stuck in the dragon's flesh, but the beast was still resisting. Han snarled through clenched teeth, furious. The dragon's eyes turned red. It let out a monstrous roar. With a fierce leap, the hero closed in. Jenna screamed his name. He landed on the dragon, and it bit into him. Han retaliated with a crushing kick. Blood burst from the dragon's eye. Light flared around him as he locked in, teeth clenched, refusing to fall. The wound widened. He let out a guttural roar. The dragon opened its jaws and vomited blood. Han's eyes were aflame. The creature's body trembled as crimson spilled from its wounds. With a final crash, the beast collapsed. A new title appeared, Dragon Slayer. He gave a faint grin. The berserk state faded, but his body was wrecked. He began to fall. Before he hit the ground, the girl caught him. Smiling, she told him he'd done a great job. Across the battlefield, shadows still lingered. A voice rang out. One of the guys yelling for the others to regroup. Not everyone had made it. And just then, the dragon twitched violently. Its claw lashed out. Jenna turned and sprinted. Nariza turned away, shouting that it couldn't be. His throat had been cut. How was he still standing? Velkis called back that the blessing had faded too. There was nothing more they could have done. But Han just smiled. No need to get all dramatic. The girl glanced down. It was then announced. Ialka had completed her casting. The spell ignited. Flames surged forward, slamming into the monster. Fire engulfed it completely, spreading across the field like wildfire. Eyes wide, the girl realized what she was seeing. Ialka's fourth circle fire magic in full force. The hero admitted he'd never witnessed it in action before. Ialka raised her arms. She spoke the word, unification. A blazing sphere shot toward the monster. In an instant, its head was gone, vaporized. A sudden flash of light erupted. The guy turned away in surprise. Narise's eyes widened. Everyone on the wall was watching. Jenna stood frozen, awestruck. A massive explosion tore through the area, like thunder splitting the earth. The floor had been cleared. A global announcement went out. All players had leveled up. The loot was announced: Dragon Heart, Bones, Scales, Claws, and 150,000 gold. Best player? Han. Portals shimmered into view. A message followed: Floor 20 complete. Master was granted the title of Amateur. More updates rolled in. Weekly low-level dungeons now unlocked. The second exploration dungeon, Hausia, was open. New structures became available. A hero was waiting to ascend. Then came the final alert. The dimensional rift could now be opened. With a smirk, the girl remarked, "No one died." Velkist replied dryly, "Well, none of us, at least." Han, sitting beside her, said, "You can let go now." She chuckled and nodded. Standing nearby, a guy stared at him. "You're really human?" The hero tilted his head. "What are you talking about?" Velkist jumped in. "Yeah, I've never seen a human take down a dragon one-on-one." Han scanned what was left of the team. 5 from the first group made it. The girl looked at him. "Forgive them. They didn't fulfill their roles properly." He replied. 3 made it from the second group too. Grinding his teeth, he asked, "What are you even saying?" "We got through because of them." He turned to her, adding, "Take care of your team. Don't fall apart over something like this." She nodded. "Got it." Narisa stepped forward. 15 heroes went in. Only 8 made it out. Han added, "The entire third group's gone. Sure, it's better than losing everyone, but we've lost key support now." He placed his hands on his hips, then said with a grin, "Still, we did great. Let everyone rest tomorrow. Do whatever they want." The guy suddenly spoke up, saying he wanted a duel. The hero just waved him off, telling him to relax. A soft blue glow shimmered as Isel stepped forward, holding a statue with both hands. With a serious tone, she praised them for clearing the 20th floor, saying they were truly remarkable. Handing over the statue, she added it was a gift from the master for their dragon slayer. The hero looked at the statue, wondering what he was even supposed to do with it. A new scene opened. The girl stood quietly at a doorway. Adis let out a long sigh. Her eyes shut for a moment, then opened again. She stepped forward, glancing around the room. "I'm back," she said. "Made it through again." Adis dropped to the floor. "Only you, just you again." A sudden scream echoed through the house. Back at base, it was confirmed 2 had died from the second group, and the third group was completely wiped out. Han looked away and muttered, "Didn't I tell everyone to take the day off? So why are you here?" The girl stood with her hands on her hips. "Was thinking of checking out the storage room," she replied. Then, closing her eyes, she added, "Too tired to train anyway." "Then go," he told her. Just then, the storage room's entrance appeared. Jenna glanced at it and asked what was going on, where he was heading. "I'm a busy guy," the hero answered. Many had returned to the Lord's embrace after their last mission. Usher, from Group 2, was a natural 2-star. Eads liked him. He was sharp, fast to learn, and deeply invested. The same couldn't be said for the 1-stars. He might have made a strong team with Dylan. He'd only recently been accepted, but still, there was potential. It's not that Sharon and the others weren't good. They simply lacked the battle experience needed at the boss level. Their deaths made it painfully clear what was missing. In the lobby, people stood silently, heads lowered. The girl gazed down at the floor. A system message appeared. "A hero is ready for ascension. Han." The player selected the conversion room as a new addition to the synthesis room. The room was built, unlocking the ability to convert heroes. With ascension now at level 2, synthesis efficiency increased. The master initiated the conversion. The tab lit up, conversion unlocked. It was the second way to fuse underperforming heroes. Inside, a voice cried out in panic, pleading for mercy. He didn't want to die. The building's entrance glowed. A powerful light burst out. The transformation was complete. A notification appeared. Basic spirit stone acquired. Sitting on the bench, Han mulled over the conversion process, how it could turn heroes into materials. When a level gap between the target and the sacrifice became too wide, synthesis lost its edge. That's when conversion stepped in. Now, they finally had the 3 components required to proceed. Staring ahead, he added that the guy wasn't even worth synthesizing. Watching it unfold wasn't exactly pleasant. The synthesis process began. Success rate, 91%. Everything was automated. He sat quietly, listening to the mechanical hums. Then it was done. He received a medium exaltation stone. Isel smirked. "Congrats. That's a 3-star stone now." Han studied the glowing crystal. "So this is the second one." She nodded. "Yep. Out of 7 stars, you've still got 4 more to go." "Right," he said. "More importantly, how many intervention points do you have left?" Isel hesitated. He looked at her. "What did you do? Don't tell me you used them all." The fairy fidgeted. "No, it was YouTube's fault. I only watched a couple of videos." Then she sighed, raising both hands. "Okay, fine. I use it all. But I had no choice. There were too many heroes. I was working nonstop. I thought I'd drop dead from exhaustion. How much do you have left? He asked. You didn't burn through everything, did you? She glanced away. About 30 minutes worth. She reminded him. If he sends a message or writes a post, that time will vanish instantly. Han grabbed his weapon. That's enough. Just get everything ready. He made his way to the storage room. Inside, he looked around. A glowing pedestal stood in the center. He stepped up and placed a stone on the stand. It lit up immediately. Shielding his eyes from the brightness, he winced. Looking down, he muttered, just like last time. He turned sharply. A boy sat on the floor, crying. Not again, he thought. He walked toward the barrier and pressed his hand to it. The area was sealed off. Just as he figured, no way out from the other side. He let out a breath. Can't move forward. Can't leave. The boy's sobs echoed in the room. Han clenched his jaw. The boy cried louder, calling out for his mom and dad. Frustrated, the hero pounded on the barrier. His arms crossed, eyes locked forward. He's really starting to get on my nerves. And then, something shifted. A piece of his long-buried past flickered back to life. Han had completed his ascension. He was now a 3-star hero. The hero stepped forward, and in that moment his level and skill ceiling rose. He'd unlocked the potential to choose a new class. Meanwhile, Isel was snoozing on a bench. Seeing her like that, Han asked, surprised, how she could already be asleep when he'd only been gone a short while. Han clenched his jaw, annoyed by the number of people around. Let's talk in my room, he said. Isel agreed, without question. The master began summoning. 1, 2, 5 in a row, marching forward without pause. Watching it all, Han guessed the master was calling in more heroes to make up for recent losses. He turned to the fairy. You sure you don't need to be anywhere? He asked. Maybe later, she answered casually. The next election starts tomorrow. A residential building came into view, lit softly by candlelight. Before anything else, she said she wanted to share something. Isel shut her eyes and admitted she hadn't just been browsing the internet for games. She'd actually tried to help, digging through everything that could be useful to them. Han started undressing. What is it? He asked. She clarified. You want to know what she'd found, right? Because it was something huge. With a small motion, the fairy held out her hand and declared. That master had subscribed to his channel. Han blinked, taken aback. Isel raised her head and told him that he was finally being recognized. His Majesty, no less. He stared at her. What do you mean? Master joined your fan group, she grinned. You've got a national association now, the #1 fan club, a master among masters. Smiling wide, she teased. Did you expect anything less? That test of yours was insane. I'm so jealous. I want something like that too. He looked at her. What exactly? At that moment, the hero's eyes widened in shock. She told him this was about Niflheimer. The fairy let out a sharp laugh. They'd started advertising, taking in new students. Minimum requirements. 3-star rating, level 20, second-tier heroes ready for class advancement. Turning his head, Han asked, what students? She motioned to him to look at the details. A screen popped up before the fairy. The recruitment panel appeared, and a message from Niflheimer's Educational Training Center unfolded. She spread her arms wide. Isn't this hilarious? They're right here, showing off like this. She stared at him. You're not even surprised? I thought you'd be shocked. He shrugged. I saw it online too. Through your feed. They're just doing what we're doing. Leaning on his shoulder, Isel asked what he was talking about. Han replied. It was the heroes from Niflheimer. A letter materialized in front of them, and the thought struck him. He was here, but the author was Han. Only someone from Niflheimer could pull this off. Covering his face with a hand, the hero tried to process it. They had managed to interfere with the user system. That kind of access was unthinkable. Maybe the Vice Master's authority went way deeper than he'd realized. Then came the kicker. Another message revealed the entry requirements for the second server. Level 20 and above, but still unclassified. His eyes shot open. This was it. A building rose in front of them, and he muttered, It's like they're calling me. Han's card flashed into view. Isel pointed at it and said Mike hadn't posted in ages. Maybe they should take a look. A voice chimed in. 5 months. Yeah, Isel confirmed. 5 months, Earth time. But Han's here right now. So who's behind this? The hero replied. There are only 2 who could have inherited his power after he vanished. Ceres, the top-ranked hero, and Urnith, right beside her. Han narrowed his eyes. This reeks of Urnith. That service they mentioned, it allowed transfers from other lobbies. Trainees would get access to elite buildings, top-tier instructors, all within the RA. And it paid well. He loved using it to rake in diamonds. Isel asked how to get in. He told her registration was required. She replied that the odds were crazy, about 100 applicants per spot. But maybe the master would make an exception for him. The fee was steep, 500 diamonds per hero. Han chuckled. Didn't you say Enning subscribed to me? Then you already know the answer. And then it hit him. If Enning was in his fan club, then he was the one who'd sent the files. Turning to the fairy. The hero asked if he could send a letter. She gave a quick nod. Then she lifted her arms and shouted, "Power of the fairies!" A magical computer shimmered into existence beside her. Isel trembled from the strain, and Han thought back. There'd been no reply to the last message. No greeting, no sign-off. Just silence. He had nothing left to say. The streets outside were empty. The girl walked out of the building. Adis turned abruptly. Han was right beside him, inviting him to come along. Inside, the windows glowed. They sat down at a table. Han asked, "Did you get any rest?" Adis looked away. "I don't know." Frowning, Han noticed something was off. She looked like she was holding too much in. "How's your team doing?" he asked. Adis looked down and quietly said the old man was doing fine. Aaron? He was still pushing himself, training harder than ever, even now. Then her expression shifted. She frowned and mentioned the folks from the first floor. Some were wavering. Those who once dreamed of becoming warriors had changed their minds after what happened to the third group. A few even said they'd rather live off potatoes forever than risk their lives in battle. The hero nodded. Not surprising. Fighter survival rates are brutal, he said. The balance between frontline warriors, support units, and backup groups is all over the place right now. Adis asked if there was any way to fix it. Han shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe with better training and more real combat experience." A voice echoed, a reminder that the third group's downfall came from their lack of boss battle experience. If only they had more reproduction stones, they could simulate fights. But they didn't, and their current training setup, far from ideal. Han went on. In the end, it's all up to the master. It depends on where he chooses to invest. Adis's eyes widened. "How do you know all this?" He muttered something under his breath. She shook her head. "No, I'm just impressed. You always seem to know what you're doing. You make smart calls, you fight like a pro. I never imagined I'd face that dragon alone." She fidgeted with her fingers and admitted, "Compared to you, I feel like I'm nothing. I used to think I was doing okay, but now it feels like I barely moved forward at all." Han asked why she was thinking like that all of a sudden. "Didn't I already tell you? None of this would have happened if I'd been on my own." Adis nodded. "Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry." Then he dropped the news. "I'm going to vanish for a while. About a month. I'll be out of the lobby." Her eyes went wide. "A whole month? An expedition?" "No," he said, eyes closing. "Somewhere far from here." He told her she'd be in charge while he was gone. There was going to be a lot to handle. Adis smiled softly. "So you're leaving it all to me for the sake of what's coming?" He nodded. "Yeah, as long as we're not dragged down by unnecessary baggage, that should be enough." She hesitated, then asked, "But where exactly are you going?" "To another lobby," he answered. Her face froze. Another lobby? The thought passed through his mind. Aside from himself, Adis was the most crucial hero they had. Jenna and John couldn't compare to her when it came to leadership. In his mind, there was no doubt Adis was irreplaceable. Han tightened his grip, debating how much to reveal. He figured giving her just enough for now would do. The place around them stretched endlessly, and Adis gasped, estimating there were around 100 million similar spots. The hero chuckled, saying that number was just a rough guess. There were far more in reality. She pressed him again, and he admitted they'd likely only come across 10 or so of them, so she shouldn't stress about it. Still uneasy, Adis asked what kind of place this really was. Then she sighed and said it didn't matter. She'd follow his lead. Han gave her a small smile, assuring her he trusted her. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Berserker had leveled up both Indomitability and Dragon Slayer. The stat boost from Berserker was around 10 points. Indomitability helped resist things like bleeding or poison. It was one of the best support skills to pair with Berserk mode. Dragon Slayer gave a damage boost against dragons, a rare skill unlocked only by achievements, not training. Despite not landing the final blow on the dragon, Ialka had. Han still received the merit bonus. His luck was absurdly bad, yet somehow things kept swinging in his favor. Gazing out the window, Han muttered that it wouldn't be long now. He'd soon be standing face to face with the other heroes. He activated a board and announced, "Go ahead, choose me." A system message followed, explaining the space-time rift. Sunlight lit up the square as the notification read. Opening a space-time rift would grant access to the dimensional community shown on the right panel. It also came with a warning. Once opened, coordinates would lock in, and there'd be no turning back. The board asked one last time. Was he absolutely sure? Yes or no? He hit yes. Arms crossed, the fairy screamed, then flung her hands wide. The rift roared open. The message popped up. Space-time rift successfully activated. Option added to menu. Departure. Isel stared into the horizon and muttered that she already had doubts about this. But Han countered, this rift would unlock far more possibilities. A small grin tugged at his lips. With it open, he was finally moving toward his goal. Then he recalled. Niflheimer had approved the registration from Enid. Isel flew over and asked what he'd written to the master. Han shrugged. Nothing major, he said. But was important. There were 3 key steps: open the rift, complete registration, and post a private comment. He had asked Niflheimer to add a special note to the comment, something only they would recognize. So, it didn't matter if the odds were 100 to 1 or 1,000. And the second step? It was a game tip. Isel blurted out that he'd already given him a guide. Han, eyes shut, calmly replied, it wasn't enough for what they were facing now. The hero explained that the lobby's main goal was to help low-ranked heroes grow. A solid approach, but not something they could lean on entirely. Isel pointed out that occasionally low-ranked heroes have real talent. Han nodded, adding that real improvement only happens when the system is built around that hero's unique needs. Just tossing them into training won't cut it. They still needed strong, high-ranking heroes too. Isel then asked about the third part. Han said it, so that he wouldn't be fully dependent on leadership. At that moment, the system locked in the spatial coordinates of the Tonia City lobby. A voice followed. The lobby's leadership would need to adjust as things changed. Eventually, Init would have to start making calls on his own. Now, he had access to the dimensional community's newbie protection. Until he hit level 40, he'd be shielded from death. A thought crossed his mind. Unlocking the space-time rift had opened up an entirely new layer of content. He could now connect with other players, visit different lobbies, transport heroes, join battles, and take part in events. Eyes closed, he considered the cost. When he opened them, the realization hit. This also meant outside heroes could now come to them. Standing before the portal, a warning flashed about evacuation protocols in case of an invasion. Han pressed his lips together, thinking that while he was still part of Niflheim, this was their lobby. He turned around, certain that it would grow stronger from here. Then came another update. To fully experience external content, a flying ship was required. Sunlight gleamed off the shutters on the fence. A massive gate loomed above the steps. Below, chaos. Velkist, eyes wild, slashed furiously with his weapon. Eren blocked him with equal fury. The blade sliced through the air. Eren ducked low, snarling as he launched a flurry of strikes. His spear flew fast, aiming for Velkist's eye. But Velkist jerked back just in time. The strike missed. A split second later, his own blade hovered dangerously near Eren's throat. Velkist smirked and taunted, asking what was happening. Looked like they were just relaxing. Han called out to Eren, asking to speak with him. The man moved in silence, cloaked in black. From his side, a girl cheered. It was finally over. Ialka clutched her head. Han looked around and asked curiously if they even had chess here. Jenna turned and shouted out that they did, and that he actually knew how to play. He and Ialka had never met before. The girl blurted out that she'd never really played seriously before. Jenna raised an eyebrow and asked how that was possible. Hadn't she lived her whole life in the woods? This was her first time even seeing the game. Han cut in, saying he needed to speak with both Jenna and Eren, since no one else was around. I'm here, you know, Ialka shouted. A voice joked that she could step out for a bit. It wouldn't take long. Ialka rolled her eyes, but agreed and stepped away. Han took a seat and motioned for Jenna and Eren to join him. Once they did, he told them straight they needed to prepare to leave. Both of them froze, eyes wide. Sunlight streamed through the windows, the doors sealed tight behind them. Jenna asked in disbelief, all 3 of us? To another lobby? Han nodded. They'd train there for about a month, then come back. It would be worth it. Eren looked down and asked quietly if there weren't better candidates than him. Han frowned. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to get stronger? Eren stared at the floor, then finally muttered that he'd pass. Han simply said that made things easier and turned to Jenna, asking for a minute alone with him. Eren suddenly called out, asking if this was the place Han had mentioned before. Han nodded. It was Niflheimer. For them, it'd feel like a month. For him, it might be forever. Jenna paused at the door, turning back. Han added that he might never return. Eren's eyes widened. Do you get it now? Han asked. What I'm offering. He went on. The instructor roles were still vacant. Daika couldn't manage it all on his own. Eren didn't have to fight. There were other paths he could take. He told Eren he'd give him more time to think. No need to push through every thorn right away. Eren tried to say something, but the words caught in his throat. He clenched his fists. Then, with resolve, he said he'd go. Han nodded, eyes closed. Good. Ask Adis. She'll let you leave the group. Your training, it won't be a month. It'll take a year. A year. Eren echoed, stunned. Han explained that while a month might be enough to grow stronger, changing one's belief took longer. But here, the wheel of fate turned 3 times faster than in their world. Velkist, puzzled, asked why he couldn't go too. Where are you all even headed? Ialka shouted. And what about me? Han calmly said he'd send for all of them when the time was right. Nereza agreed, saying she'd been thinking the same thing. Han told everyone to listen to Adis, especially Velkist. With a grin, he added that Velkist needed to relax a little. Nereza glanced at him and asked if it was really true, considering his past. Velkist took another bite and turned to Han. You sure you're coming back? Han raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Velkis said seriously. Are you planning to stay there forever? Han didn't dodge the question. He'd thought about it. But no, he assured them he was coming back. No reason to worry. Ialka looked at him nervously. Just then, a system alert chimed. Niflheimer's flying ship Rangrid 07 is requesting landing permission. The board lit up again. A second flying ship from another account had made a landing request. It was temporarily docking in this lobby. The display showed a rift opening in time and space to receive the ship. A trade request came in, 1,500 diamonds. The captain was initiating it. Han asked, "Everyone ready?" Jenna and Aaron both nodded. Adis and Roderick stood nearby, watching. Adis asked if they were really leaving already. Roderick added that things were going to be boring without them. Velkis grinned. "Have fun out there." Ialka turned away. Nariza spoke gently, saying they'd all be waiting. Han chuckled. What a dramatic send-off. Suddenly, Isel's voice rang out. She flew over and shouted frantically that she'd heard a strange rumor. Was it true he wasn't coming back from Niflheimer? Han asked who'd started that nonsense. Jenna smirked and told him not to worry. She'd make sure he came back. The fairy panicked, yelling not to let them steal it. They're all a bunch of thieves. Han tugged her cheek and admitted it was probably his fault. She quickly clarified it wasn't him she meant. They shook hands, and the fairy told him, no matter what, he had to come back. Promise me. Han sighed. Enough with the whining already. Isel screamed. You promised. Aaron, chuckling, said Han was the only one she ever talked to like that. The group headed toward the portal. Energy spiraled around Han as a voice commented on the incredible sight ahead. Everyone turned their eyes forward, full of awe. A flying ship hovered before them. Jenna gazed at it, completely taken in. Someone asked if she knew much about flying ships. Only stories from my father, she replied softly. Han watched too. He'd seen them before, but back then, he couldn't use them. He didn't have the nobility for it. The identity checks were complete, and the ship slowly began to move. With that, the journey to Niflheim officially began. Han figured this vessel was a newer model. As they boarded, a guide welcomed them. She would be with them for the entire trip. Han didn't recognize her. After all, he'd met hundreds of guides before. Jenna nervously asked if everything would be all right. Nearby, a few passengers chuckled under their breath. Han shot them a look, and they quickly looked away, embarrassed. He realized this wasn't their private ship. They couldn't afford to let their guard down. The ship rose into the air and glided into a glowing portal. Everyone else looked uneasy, but Han remained steady. They flew over jagged terrain that looked like a desert. The ship emerged from the portal and entered Tan. Jenna and Aaron were blown away by how stunning the dimension was, but Han wasn't easily impressed. The girl noticed. He already knew it would take 2 days to reach their destination. A massive tower appeared in the distance, and beneath them lay the ruins of what once was a beautiful city. It had already fallen. There were 20 selected trainees on board. Jenna quietly questioned why Tonia was barren, unlike other lands that were covered in water or engulfed in flames. Then a voice echoed throughout the ship. Everyone was asked to come up to the deck. Their journey was almost over. Han realized they were close, but hadn't seen Aaron. He remembered Aaron mentioning something about an empty warehouse he wanted to train in. The guides had warned them. Stepping outside the protective barrier was risky, especially with turbulence expected during landing. Jenna and Aaron exchanged confused looks as everyone gathered on the deck, a wave of unease passing through the group. Panic began to set in for most, but Han stood still, unmoved. Dozens of ships hovered nearby in a place that looked like the entrance to hell. Aaron and Jenna stared in disbelief and asked the conductor what they were seeing. It was a colossal carrier ship, capable of transporting an entire fleet. Patrol ships flanked its sides. Their own ship moved toward a vortex, another portal, strong winds whipping around them. Everyone shielded their faces as the ship pushed through. The conductor stepped forward and announced their arrival. They had reached Niflheimer. The ship descended into an enormous building, landing smoothly. The stairs were already unfolding for disembarkation. As the group exited, the conductor bid them farewell. Jenna was stunned by the massive crowd waiting outside. Suddenly, someone recognized them. They were among the 7-stage trainees. Elderkin, the top instructor there, stepped out and instructed them to follow him. Han recognized Elderkin, but others saw him in a very different light. Aaron was stunned by how massive the place was, and it turned out to be even larger than it looked. Elderkin barked an order. Everyone was to form a single line and enter one at a time. One of the trainees began to voice his anxiety, but before he could say much, the hero cut him off with insults. In a flash, the old man struck, knocking the boy's teeth out in a single hit. Blood spilled as the trainee crumpled to the ground in agony. Without hesitation, Elderkin grabbed him by the face and hurled his body aside like trash. Then, coldly, he repeated his command, one at a time. Everyone stood frozen, trembling at the sheer force he displayed. Han immediately understood this man was stronger than him. And not just strong, fast too. Even more unsettling, Han couldn't access Elderkin's status window. That meant one thing: they wouldn't be able to beat him. Jenna, shocked that anyone could surpass her partner, started to speak, but Han told her to keep quiet and act properly. Nearby, sleek elevator-like platforms began to descend. They stepped onto one that was heading to the 5th floor, but it didn't stop there. It continued, smoothly lowering them to the 4th. Alongside several others, the group stood in silence, watching the breathtaking city reveal itself through the glass. Han knew he couldn't remember all the thousands of heroes he had met. The elevator finally stopped at the 2nd level, Niflheimer's elite training facility. Eren and Jenna were blown away by the sheer scale of the training field. They could hardly believe their eyes. They were ordered to form a line again. The Major General would be arriving soon. One of the women nearby scoffed, calling it a ridiculous pastime. But her mockery didn't last long. Terror seized her face, and she collapsed to her knees in front of Elderkin. Han recognized it as a fear-inducing skill. He stood behind her, watching in silence. It was clear now. These people were leaders, and in this place, power was the only authority. Elderkin warned the woman not to act out again, or she'd be beaten half to death. The structure they were in followed a strict top-down hierarchy, though nobody knew what was hidden at the very bottom. One trainee whispered if it was really possible to improve under such brutal conditions. The answer came quickly. If they followed orders, they wouldn't regret it. Perfection wasn't required, only discipline. Han was growing tense from everything happening around him when suddenly, a woman stepped forward and addressed the group. She introduced herself as Aklet, head of training at the facility. Calmly, she explained that it was entirely their choice, train or don't, but if they decided to grow stronger, everything would work in their favor. She welcomed them as guests, just like she once had been. Then she pointed to a random man in the crowd and asked how many ships his world had. 2, he answered. Aklet replied that they had 427. The man snapped, accusing her of mocking him. Aklet didn't flinch. She simply stated they were 3,000 times stronger, and that their masters were watching closely, expecting results. Then she looked over the group and asked if they were prepared to die for their masters. Jenna and Han exchanged confused looks. They didn't understand what she meant. Aklet continued, asking if any of them truly believed their masters could stand beside someone like Loki. That's when it all clicked for Han. He finally understood the scale of this place and why there were so many people here. Aklet laid it out bluntly. 90 out of 100 would be useless. Most would become nothing more than discarded tools. But here, everyone would be rewarded based on what they earned. Then she raised her voice, declaring that this was their shot to become part of Niflheimer. She explained the 2 main reasons newcomers were recruited. The first was diamonds. The second was to attract more fighters. Their master didn't care about anyone's past. Aklet herself used to be their enemy. Han remembered fighting her, taking her lobby, and bringing her over because they were short on people. Jenna looked puzzled, but Han clarified. The top 3 performers would be accepted in a Niflheimer. That meant their lobby affiliation would change. All those present were handpicked by their masters. This place was made to shape them, and the higher-ranked individuals would eventually receive invitations. The price varied, but with around 1,500, you could obtain at least a 3-star hero. That was why Isel had been so anxious. Aklet urged them to think it through. Niflheimer would take responsibility for their future. Elderkin then stepped in, ready to begin assigning classes. Warriors were given red, and bandits blue. Han explained that by the end of training, everyone would receive their class. Jenna ended up separated from Han and Eren, having been placed into the bandit class. Not far from them stood an impressive building, resembling a palace. Elderkin ordered everyone to line up. It was time for skill evaluations. Based on their performance, the trainees would be sorted into one of 4 levels, a system that Han himself had designed. Eren was placed in a lower rank due to his weak spear skills. It was finally Han's turn. Elderkin checked his data and paused, visibly impressed. It was far above average. His assistant took a look and reacted the same way, clearly surprised. Elderkin told Han they need to speak privately and instructed him to step aside. He added that Han was free to choose his class alignment, though it seemed he'd already made up his mind. Han began to wonder what this personal conversation would be about, but Elderkin revealed it wouldn't be with him. The Major General wanted to speak to him directly. Elderkin, like Han, had also been born a 1-star, but he had panicked during his very first battle. Han felt uneasy. The heroes he had once trained were now out there, moving on with their own missions. Just then, a woman arrived and said she'd received a port. Aklet entered and eyed Han carefully. "Are you Han?" she asked. He gripped his sword immediately, sensing this wasn't just a friendly visit. Without warning, Aklet lunged at him with blazing speed. She deflected his attack and confirmed she wasn't here to chat. The next second, Han had her sword at his throat. This was an interrogation. Eclet remarked on how fit he was, but made it clear he wouldn't last against her. Han knew she was right. She demanded information, but Han didn't even know what she meant. Then Eclet's demeanor shifted, her eyes wild, as she asked how he knew Master Loki had vanished. She threatened to kill him if he didn't talk. Who even are you? She demanded. At that point, Han stopped playing along. He muttered that someone should probably step in, and suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through the area. Footsteps echoed. Someone was coming, someone important. The presence was overwhelming. Then a figure stepped into view. It was Uranith, dressed in a flowing white robe. Han narrowed his eyes as she approached. She greeted him formally. Uranith was the second highest in Niflheim, and she had 6 stars to her name. The surrounding city gleamed, fortified by massive walls. A man named Gilbert stepped forward next, offering a handshake with a friendly smile. He introduced himself as an instructor and seemed genuinely pleased to meet Daika. Despite his young appearance, his authority was clear. Gilbert admitted the place was brutal. Anyone who couldn't adapt would be crushed. Daika was taken aback by how young the instructor looked, but Gilbert just laughed it off. He came from the mountains, where it wasn't unusual to learn from a child. The man quickly reminded everyone that he'd arrived here long before any of them. He explained that this place played by different rules. If you surrendered yourself to it, you could surpass even him in strength. But if you didn't, suddenly, he clutched Gilbert's hand with crushing force. Gilbert let out a wild scream. The pressure didn't ease as the man warned them. Otherwise, they'd all be dead. A voice called out nearby, interrupting the moment. The young man turned, curious about why she had come. She said she was looking to appoint someone as an instructor. He replied that lately, many ambitious people had shown up. He recommended 2 men for the job, noting how often teams were reshuffled. And with that, their chemistry constantly changed. He thought back to some guys who worked well together, despite being quiet types. The 3 of them, he believed, could make a solid team. Just thinking about it sparked a slight unease in him. He also remembered Raymond. But before that thought could settle, a strange purple light erupted behind him. It looked like a summoning. They realized the activity was taking place on the 2nd floor. A man with wild eyes figured someone powerful had finally made it through. Then, lion-like legs stepped out of the light. The girl's grin echoed a lion's fangs. Above them loomed a massive structure, floating among the clouds. It had a lower level, set apart from the rest, a world of its own. The scene shifts to Niflheim, where Uranith approached and greeted her master. Han, injured at the neck, told her there was no rush. She apologized, saying she'd been waiting for him. Someone told Eclet that she'd hurt the master, but she instantly denied it, shaken. Uranith expressed concern for the hero's condition, but he insisted Eclet needed help more. Her rage was overwhelming. Uranith then asked the hero to pass a message to Master Loki. She regretted pointing a sword at him and speaking harshly. Tears welled up as she begged forgiveness. Han stared at her, eyes stern. He asked how she planned to atone for her actions. Fear filled her face. She held the sword to her own neck, but Han could tell she didn't even know who the real enemy was. Uranith said she could handle it, but added this wasn't the right place for such a talk. Her body began to glow with purple light. In the next moment, they stood inside a serene gazebo. The table before them gleamed with golden dishes, and everything around them was wrapped in blooming flowers. Han realized they were now on the 13th floor. Uranith served him a cup of hot tea. He asked how she had known it was him. She replied that there were no leaks, just solid information. But Han cut her off, quickly realizing that only she could have known for sure. Still, that wasn't enough. Uranith explained that the moment he vanished, she was certain he'd been pulled into Mobius. She listed everyone aware of his presence and offered to summon the other residents. She was confident they'd all be thankful to see him. Lisa was out on a mission, and Uranith herself was on standby. But what caught Han's attention was Ceres. Something clicked. Responsibilities had been reassigned, and someone had moved the residents outside of the original location. But it was strange. Ceres should have been there. For the secretary, meeting the hero was a huge honor. Han, however, believed they resented him and had expected him to be quietly eliminated. Uranith asked if this was about how he had used her as a pawn. She said she never could hate him, not after everything. He had always given them hope and led them to victory. If not for him, this place would have collapsed long ago, taking them all with it. To them, Han was more than enough. They had even prepared a mansion just for him, his own place, right at the heart of the 13th floor. But Han turned it down. He said he didn't need luxury. Uranith, surprised, asked if he was planning to go back to the 2nd floor. She had invested so much into welcoming him back. But Han refused all of it. No parties, no special treatment. She offered help in different forms, but he rejected each one. He had training scheduled, and she could come afterward. Uranith even proposed sending all the students back, but he refused without hesitation. She then offered to replace the instructors, but he denied that too. Desperate, her ideas became more erratic, yet he remained unmoved. Crushed, Uranith whispered that he was surrounded by greatness. Han corrected her. There was no such thing. Looking completely distraught, she turned toward her servant. Han decided it was time to go. He ordered a discreet portal to be opened. A small portal appeared at the entrance. He acknowledged that Uranith had done an incredible job without him and asked if she still saw him as her master. Shocked, she nodded and bowed deeply. Han smiled faintly. Suddenly, a voice rang out, someone shouting about finding the master. It was Elderkin, crashing through the barrier, desperate to see him. Uranith warned that time was short. If he lost focus now, it could end badly. Han understood and stepped toward the portal. Moving slowly, he crossed through and emerged into a crowd of regular interns. Nobody seemed to notice any change in him. Suddenly, a maid pointed out the direction where his companions had gone. He was surprised to see her here too. He asked why she had come along in the first place. Her answer was simple. For his protection, she declared that no one would dare lay a finger on him. If they tried, she'd break every bone in their bodies. A gentle glow flickered over Han. The only thing on his mind was going home. Above him, a massive city floated in the sky. The lower tier was sealed off with delicate bars. Han lay back on a bed in a large room, thinking about Uranith. He had to admit, she'd done an incredible job. Though he was technically in the intern dorms, his room was on the faculty floor. He was originally assigned to the 4th floor, but that room had mysteriously caught fire. Now, as he fastened his suspenders and got dressed, a maid entered. She offered to assist and suggested moving him to the 3rd floor. Han declined, making sure that no one else knew who he really was. The secretary assured him she'd stay close behind. Descending the grand staircase of the dorm, Han was greeted warmly by Jenna, with Aaron beside her, looking completely worn out. Han could tell the guy hadn't slept well, but simply returned the smile. Jenna shared that she'd already spoken to the girls. The place was impressive, full of powerful people. She also mentioned hearing that Niflheimer had never lost a battle. Han knew they were talking about duels between the masters. This place really did feel like a haven. No danger, no worries. He asked if his team wanted to rise to the top among the trainees. Jenna said she'd head back for now. Their friends were waiting. Aaron agreed. Han realized that becoming top trainees could mean being sold to Niflheimer, but he didn't have much choice. In a large hall, Elderkin stood at the board, facing the trainees. He asked them what was truly essential for survival. Han shouted the answer: knowledge. They had to understand the rules of this world and know exactly what qualities and skills mattered. Trainees had to be sharp and assess every situation properly. Jenna said it all sounded strangely familiar. Han replied he'd already taught them this before. Elderkin, meanwhile, pictured a game of chess in his mind. He was convinced it existed here too, in the trainee realm. Everyone needed to realize something. Here, they were chess pieces used by the masters. The heroes were nothing but playthings. And without those masters, no one could survive in the so-called beautiful garden. Outside, flower petals and leaves drifted silently through the air. Uranith admitted she understood her role, just a pawn in the grand game, and perhaps even part of the hero's amusement. Han asked how she knew he was even in this world. She reminded him of what she'd said the day before. The bond between a master and their hero ran deep. She brought up interference points. The higher their rank, the stronger the link. 5 of them had failed at the moment he fell into Mobius. Han asked if this applied only to those on the 13th floor. Uranith explained that the difference lay in their vessels. Eclet and Uranith were both 6-star, but their combat ability varied greatly. That difference came from immense effort they each had put in. Just then, a system interface appeared in front of them. Han was stunned that Uranith could interact with it. She explained that with power came interference points, and Han realized these weren't just regular heroes anymore. Uranith reflected that they were more like 6.5 stars now, with 1 foot already in the earthly kingdom. It was all thanks to the hero's guidance. Han had no idea he'd had such an impact. He asked how he was perceived here. Uranith told him plainly. The closer he stayed to them, the more they grew with him. That's when it hit Han. 7 stars weren't just another tier. They were something entirely different. Uranith agreed, saying 7 stars were less like heroes and more like hybrids. Part hero, part master. She recalled a time when, during a system crash, she'd fought a 7-star. His level was unbelievable. She was confident Han could reach that same level without any special tools. But he dismissed it, said she was getting ahead of herself. He changed the subject. What about Ceres? Uranith admitted she hadn't searched for her. She simply left. Han understood now why he hadn't seen the fairy either. Uranith had taken over her duties. Still, he wondered how much longer Niflheimer could hold out. Uranith guessed what was on his mind. Account deletion due to inactivity. She reassured him. They had enough interference points to last a decade. That brought some relief to Han. Uranith looked like she wanted to say more. Above them, a grand chandelier lit the hall. its candles flickering high above. Thick columns lined the space. It was the castle built specifically for him. On the wall ahead, a massive painting showed a fierce battle. Yurnitha's emotions were mixed. She was happy because she got to see him again, but also disappointed. She looked at Han and said quietly that the time had finally come. It was time for him to ascend to his rightful throne. Urnith asked him to stay in Niflheim. She told him he had become something more than just a hero, someone who could now step into the role of a master. Kneeling before him, she offered to hand over all authority. They needed him, she said, needed his guidance, his presence. Light poured down on them, on Han, standing still, and Urnith kneeling at his feet. A system notification appeared, giving him the option to accept or reject the title of Vice Master. It stated that Urnith was transferring her rights and awaited his decision. As the man in the hat bowed before him, Han frowned and said flatly that he was no longer a master. The girl smiled gently. She promised their full support and mentioned that Tonia would be under their protection. There was nothing he needed to worry about. Urnith grinned, confident, and asked again to confirm. But Han hit no on the Vice Master option. Urnith looked surprised. He turned his back as she tried to reason with him, saying if anything was missing, they could fix it. But he cut her off. It wasn't about them. Han turned around, eyes steady. He said he was simply too weak right now. She insisted that with time, they could build him back up. But he declined again. He was going back to Tonia. Framed by the doorway, he added it didn't mean he hated them or disliked the place. He asked if that was really so hard to understand. The girl rose slowly. She said she understood, but also made it clear they wouldn't give up on him. Her expression softened. Then she asked, what would he do if he couldn't return to Earth? Han didn't answer right away. He looked toward the curtain and finally said, if that time came, he would do whatever she wished. A faint, aching glow lingered in the space behind him. He turned toward her. Someone asked what kind of trick she was pulling. Urnith revealed a copy of him, an exact duplicate. She said she'd concluded that training was pointless for someone like the Master, so she fused several spells to create a substitute. Even his companions wouldn't notice the switch. The brunette scowled, asking again if she really intended to use a double. They had limited time. They needed to use every moment efficiently. Wasn't that right? Han frowned but gave in. She asked only for permission to make use of this small opportunity. He agreed. Elsewhere, in front of a corner building, a blonde stood bloodied, gripping a spear. His teammates were surrounded by knights. One guy stared in disbelief, sweat rolling down his face, completely caught off guard. Han turned to Eren and asked what he was doing. He had to move, had to take them down. The dark-haired man yelled back that he had to hurry. They couldn't hold out much longer. Just then, the system triggered a notification. Eren, 2-star rank, has unlocked hidden potential, awakening. His grip tightened around the spear as the system added that all of his stats had surged by a massive percentage. Eren charged forward, delivering a wide, powerful strike. Enemies were sent flying in all directions, crashing down one after another. Jenna, stunned, asked when he had become this strong. Velkist, watching grimly, muttered that he never expected Eren to have that kind of power. Maybe he'd underestimated him. A bearded man chimed in, amazed at the scene. Someone shouted Eren's name, snapping him out of the trance. He came to, eyes wide in horror. Han gave a satisfied smirk. Well done, he said. Tears welled up in the blonde's eyes as he called out to his teacher. Later, Eren opened his eyes and found himself lying on a hospital couch. He sat up dazed. Had it all been a dream? Across the room, someone stood by a lectern giving a speech. Around him, people in suspenders sat with serious faces. Jenna had dozed off, drooling onto a piece of paper. Han sat nearby, arms crossed and clearly annoyed. The blonde looked at him, lost in thought. Eren quietly turned to his desk, something finally clicking in his mind. Neon lights flickered in the hallway. The brunette called out to the others, urging everyone to stay in line. Han, sizing up their uniforms, thought they were definitely from the main building. But before he could say more, the maid interrupted. She motioned toward a door and called him Master. In front of a tall set of ornate doors marked with a goat emblem, she explained that only high-ranking members could use the elevator. It connected all 13 floors and gave direct access to Lady Urnitha's garden. The elevator moved past several rooftops as it descended, massive square lights glowing along the walls. At the bottom lay a building crowned with large domes, yellow roses blooming in the courtyard. Inside, the blonde considered sending 1,000,000 diamonds to the city. Han calmly sipped his tea and told her not to interfere with the other's business. Urnith turned away, wiping tears from her eyes. She said he was making her emotional, not because she was upset, but because she found it amazing that he was trying to grow stronger without leaning on them. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted him to stop relying on them altogether. She lit up with a smile, just as he added, with perfect timing, that he was actually about to ask her for a favor. She questions if that's really true, but Han gently pushes her face away and says he's feeling a bit uneasy, asking her to give him some space. The scene shifts to a rugged, rocky terrain. The brunette observes the ground and identifies it as black iron, material far tougher than steel. He notices the jagged, sharp gouges in the surface and immediately understands. Only one person is capable of leaving marks like this. Inspecting the cracks further, Han unsheathes his sword. He mutters that the hero who did this is so gifted. For a moment, he even thought the guy might be a glitch character. The name comes to his mind, Rudigen. He'd been waiting for him. As the system announces Rudigen's arrival, a scarred man turns to look. In his thoughts, he recalls Rudigen being born a 2-star hero, hailed as the most brilliant among the 1,000 they've summoned. He remarks that this feels like their true first encounter. Rudigen drives his sword into the ground, saying that just as he once helped Han grow stronger, he's here to do it again. The narrative emphasizes that the most perfect sword master Han ever knew is now standing before him. Rudigen bows his head and declares that this time, he'll be the one making Han stronger, calling him master. Han notices something strange. He can't sense any presence from Rudigen. It's like facing an inanimate object. Then it hits him. This is what pure serenity looks like, the ultimate form of self-control. Rudigen stares at his own reflection in the blade, revealing another ability. His sword and body are completely unified. The brunette prompts him to go ahead and insert it. The scarred man stands and questions if Rudigen's training methods have changed. Rudigen replies that Jessica should have already granted him access to see for himself. The system displays Rudigen's stats. A 6-star hero, level 99, class, swordmaster. Every core stat, strength, intelligence, health, agility, is maxed out at 10. There's one skill, though, whose details remain hidden due to the effect of the heavenly sword spirit, which itself is fully maxed. Han studies him carefully, realizing that Rudigen's stats mirror those of a standard level 1 hero. It dawns on him. Rudigen intentionally kept his numbers at the bare minimum, even while slicing through black iron. With a confident smirk, Han nods. Perfect. Now I'm sure of everything, he says, inviting Rudigen to begin. Rudigen answers coolly, I'll follow your lead. Right then, the system alerts that Han, as a 3-star hero, has activated Berserker mode. The brunette declares they'll go all out, a red aura flaring around him. A game card flashes on screen. Hero name, Han. Rank, 3 stars. Level, 20. Experience, 58 of 160. Class, beginner. His strength is 55 out of a base 45 with an extra plus 10. Intelligence is at 0 with a minus 10 modifier. Endurance, 31 of 42, boosted by plus 10. Agility stands at 49 of 310, also with plus 10. His skills include Basic Sword and Shield Mastery, LV 8. Insight, LV 5. Fire Detection, LV 3. Pain Threshold, LV 4. Composure, LV 5. Berserker, LV 6. Indomitability, LV 1. Dragon Slayer, LV 1. Stealth Movement, LV 1. Horseback Riding, LV 1. With a powerful strike, Han cracks the ground behind him. Charging forward, he meets Rudigen's sword head-on. Spinning into a heavy blow, he's stunned to see Rudigen completely unmoved. The scarred man effortlessly blocks every attack. Again, Han swings, and again he misses. Rudigen remains unshaken, watching the sparks fly from their clashing weapons. One after another, Rudigen shuts down every move Han throws at him. Frustrated, Han realizes Rudigen isn't just strong, he's faster too. Rudigen retaliates with precision, and for every 3 steps Han takes, Rudigen takes just 1. Han's eyes burn red as the scarred man raises his sword. Even with all this, Han thinks, I still can't touch him. Suddenly, Rudigen kneels, apologizing for drawing his blade. Han snaps, saying there's no need for apologies. It only gets on his nerves. Rudigen closes his eyes and calmly explains, Of course, if you were at my level, beating you wouldn't be so easy. Han replies with a bitter laugh. This is my limit. Sad, huh? You'd have made one hell of a sicko if you went all out. He pauses before adding, You were the most gifted hero I ever had. The man goes on, saying that Han's Inter could have reached level 10 in basic ball control, while he himself was still stuck at level 7. Han explains the only reason he never broke through that cap was because of the limits set by his class. At first, he thought it was a bug. Rudigen answers respectfully, saying he's honored by such high praise. But he adds that if talent alone decided everything, then someone else should have been the one standing closest to him. Before he can finish, the brunette cuts in, agreeing. He summons a shield on his forearm and declares that while he might not surpass Rudigen in every aspect, all 5 of them are equally matched in raw power. Any one of them could win in a one-on-one. Han's berserker mode ignites once more. He urges Rudigen to keep going. He's not stopping until he's had his fill of the fight. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the cafeteria. The girl scans the room, then looks at Aaron, asking if he's noticed their brunette friend acting odd lately. Aaron, chewing his food, asks what she means. She gestures toward him, noting how he's been distant and quietly observing everyone. In another corner, a man with long hair boasts that no warrior in this place could match him. He mocks the others for having to train alongside idiots, then asks if there's anyone more gifted here. A guy with a red mohawk retorts, asking if the loudmouth plans to actually fight or just keep running his mouth. Before either of them can act, Han drops them both with just his left hand. Aaron watches the scene and shrugs. Honestly, seems pretty normal to me. A girl with a ponytail storms in, asking what they think they're doing. She warns that if they want to get kicked out, they're on the right track. Trainees are strictly forbidden from fighting one another. She reminds them that if there's a conflict, it needs to be resolved another way. One more fight, and she won't let it slide. Jenna suddenly stands up and admits she doesn't see anything wrong with Han. The blonde turns to her again, pressing. Then what are you getting at? Then, a bald guy steps forward, points to himself, and says it's perfect because real value can only be proven in battle. He challenges Han to try him, claiming he only needs one finger to take him down. Han instantly slams him in an arm wrestling match with a single blow. Aaron, still watching, comments, I really don't know what my red-haired girlfriend's so worked up about. To me, he's acting exactly like he always does. The scene shifts once more to a windswept, rocky terrain. The wind grows harsher as Rudigen stands tall, waiting for the next strike with a sense of grandeur. The brunette charges at him from above, fury in his swing, but Rudigen blocks it effortlessly. Han is thrown off. Why didn't Rudigen parry as expected? Why the sudden change in technique? He swings again with force, but Rudigen blocks it once more. In the middle of the clash, Rudigen thinks to himself, objectively, he's among the top 1% of all players. With 10 abilities under his belt, including ones with incredible synergy like cold-blooded, berserker mode, and indomitability, he's a high-value asset. He estimates his worth to be over 5,000 diamonds. He'd pay that much to hire someone like himself. But then, bam, he takes a sword hit to the temple. He realizes that his opponent's value can't even be measured in diamonds. Rudigen narrows his gaze, his blade just inches from Han's neck. Holding the tip of the weapon in his hands, he mutters that only real players understand what it's like to lose. He urges Han to fight him again, because in this city, he's never experienced a proper defeat. They clash again, swords flashing, blows landing. As they fight, Han reflects on his journey. Even among high-ranking heroes, none had ever truly bested him. But this is different. His weapon gets knocked from his grip, Rudigen has the upper hand. Until now, Han had only ever battled weaker opponents. This time, he's the one being outclassed. Rudigen, holding the sword he just intercepted, notes that his opponent is on a completely different level. He adds that despite the short time they've spent, Han has already achieved enough to soon reach an average level in weapon proficiency. Just a bit more effort is needed. Han smirks, acknowledging that he's facing a monster, someone entirely beyond him. Then he asks, what about the power sword? Last time, you showed me a smooth one. Its stats didn't seem to limit you at all. Rudigen responds by launching a spinning sword at him, asking, so what do you think I'll show you this time? Han frowns and grabs the weapon midair. It slices through the air in front of him, but he realizes it won't even leave a scratch. Even though he only has 40 out of a possible 100 strength, it's still not enough. Rudigen blocks his counterattack and explains, just because I'm strong doesn't mean my sword hits hard at the same rate. Taking the sword back, the scarred man continues, even if someone cut me here with a sword that had 10 units of strength, I wouldn't flinch. Han grins wide and goes in again. The blonde remains calm, blocking each blow without budging. Han grins and asks, so what's the strength stat on that sword? Rudigen responds calmly, about 8 units. Then with a slight pause, he adds, for me personally, it's around 3 times my actual stat. Landing from a step back, Han addresses him by name. You really are as strong as I imagined. Rudigen replies, it's an honor to hear that from you. They both charge forward. Han strikes, blocked again. The scene cuts to a corner building. A man in gloves knocks at the door, but pauses. Inside, a cloaked figure watches the door remain shut. A girl thinks to herself, it's been days since she's seen him. She knows she can't just call a trainee who's deep in training. Their schedules never align anyway. She smirks, wondering how she could even reach out, considering how rude she was last time. Suddenly, someone off-screen yells, calling for their master. Back in the rocky area, the scarred man speaks again. Even if he trained here for half a year, or just one, he'd end up many times stronger than he is now. Han, now attacking in fury, admits the man's right. His opponent takes the hits, noting, your fighting style, it's different from mine. Rudigen blocks with precision, analyzing. You've got solid base weapon proficiency, enhanced by multiple skills. You fight more like a swordsman. He adds, I'm more of a generalist. I can adapt to any kind of situation. Han unleashes a savage series of blows, thinking to himself that even if they scoured the entire game world, they'd only find a handful of 3-star heroes who could match this man. Redigen twirls his blade, saying, if you keep growing at this pace, you'll be the strongest. Han catches his breath. It's not as easy as it sounds, he says aloud. But inside, he's convinced this guy is the only hero with a shot at defeating that man. The scarred man looks ahead, silently, while Han continues his thoughts. He's a specialist in small-scale combat. And duels between people? He's almost unbeatable if the enemy's human. Aloud, he adds, my edge right now is being able to activate Berserker mode without losing control. He calls him Master, assuming that's the only reason it's possible. He's half hero, half master, he thinks, while rage boils in the background. Then he reflects. Redigen is somehow balancing cold-bloodedness and Berserker mode, two skills that shouldn't be able to coexist. No doubt about it, he concludes, he's a bug character, one who broke past the system's limits. Redigen glances over and says that right now, he's probably more suited to a 7-star rank, since all of them are above level 100. Then, looking directly at Han, he adds that it probably applies to his abilities too. The way incompatible skills are combining, skills that normally couldn't merge, proves it. Han narrows his eyes and says that kind of thing disrupts the balance. It's basically cheating. Redigen shrugs and counters. If the number of skill slots really is unlimited, then it changes everything. Then the scarred man adds that from what he's discovered, the 7 stars come with another unique trait. Han raises an eyebrow and asks what that trait is. Redigen answers, and Han is taken aback. The 7 stars have insanely high efficiency. Redigen explains that in a regular synthesis, more than 90% of the hero's data is lost. So, even if a hero with 100 strength is sacrificed, the new hero only gains about 10. The brunette jumps in to clarify. So it's different for 7 stars? Redigen nods and points out that the guy, Han, seems to be getting special training in swordsmanship. He adds that this kind of development didn't happen back on Earth. A girl watching asks if Han's a rookie since he seems weak. He replies that it's his first time here. Then, analyzing his moves, he says he sees traces of nighttime swordsmanship in Han's style. That's when Han puts it together. She must be the 4-star heroine who was synthesized with him. That's where the sudden skill surge is coming from. Still, he asks if this new talent is only because of that synthesis with a higher-ranked hero. But Redigen answers that if it were just about that, Han's sword mastery would look very different. Sure, it plays a part, but it's not the whole picture. Redigen continues. Based on what he's seen, Han's swordsmanship is currently at an average level. Then he asks if Han is able to use the sword technique of that other hero. Han grips his sword. The reflection of Redigen appears on its blade. I'll give it a shot, he says. The brunette closes her eyes. In his mind, the girl's voice speaks. This is fate. They chose him. She smiles and wishes him luck. Suddenly, a flash of light shoots across the distance. Han opens his eyes. His body surges with speed as he charges forward and slashes. Redigen doesn't flinch. The system chimes in. It's an awakening. Han's basic swordsmanship, currently a 3-star skill, has leveled up. Midair, Han spins and goes for another strike, aiming straight for Redigen's chest. Redigen blocks with ease, but acknowledges the improvement. That was way better than last time, he says. Sheathing his blade, he finishes, this isn't just about absorbing someone else's experience. Your synthesis goes deeper than that. Redigen turns to Han and warns him. Having high efficiency isn't always a blessing. It can backfire. There's a real danger of his data merging or getting corrupted by the girls. Han furrows his brow, thinking it through. Overusing synthesis might scramble or distort his own data. Gripping his sword hilt, Redigen reflects that this might be why he's never been able to grasp any defensive techniques, even though he's mastered the sword and shield style. Han nods, saying he'll have to tread carefully. His goal is to reach perfect harmony between his sword and his body. Just then, a maid hurries over carrying a tray. She sets up a table, chairs, and stacks of neatly prepared food along with utensils. Bowing gracefully, she announces that lunch is served and suggests they take a short break. The boys glance at her. Han agrees and suggests they eat before continuing. Redigen nods in return. The scene shifts to a dim hall on the 18th floor. The mission type is marked as research, with the goal of surveying the current region. A blonde-haired member calls out to a girl, asking her to cover him. Without hesitation, they all agree to follow through with the plan. The red-haired girl lunges forward, swiftly eliminating a knight with her spear. The leader then instructs Colt to aim at the knights taking cover. Theo, the blonde, observes that the enemy knights are trained in proper swordsmanship and warns the girl to be careful. She responds that she already figured that out. Suddenly, someone yells for everyone to duck. The team freezes in fear, turning toward the source of the scream, only to see a figure cut down several foes in a single sweep. The blonde smiles grimly as the system notifies them. The floor is now secured. 2 members, both 3-star characters, level up. Each team member receives a bonus of 50,000 gold. Ryman is named MVP. He commends the group for staying focused, even when facing human-type enemies. One of the girls replies that she adapted back on the 12th floor. Survival depends on it. Rosa gives Lilani a shout-out for her performance. Lilani nervously responds that it was all thanks to her guidance. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, a dark-haired girl stands silently. Voices from nearby echo. Someone mentions that the 3rd group was immediately transferred to the 2nd floor when they arrived. Another voice says they should push themselves so they can move up too. A third agrees, grumbling that he's sick of eating the same old potatoes. Another teammate jokes that their meals would probably taste better with a different cook. Someone chimes in, saying they heard Julia has 3 kids. Lilani asks if that means she's a great cook, but someone else laughs and says all she does is toss random ingredients together and call it food. In the background, the brunette watches a visibly annoyed girl. She sighs, muttering that as long as she's stuck on this level, decent meals are out of the question. The brunette fixes the group with a sharp glare. Then, she starts explaining the structure of the raid units. Groups 1 through 3, she says, form the core raid team. These teams include the top heroes, the ones who defend the tower floors. They're the only ones allowed to live on the 2nd floor, which serves as the base of operations. A system message follows. Groups 4 and 5 act as support units. These teams back up the main raid force and are made up of heroes with potential. Since their role is flexible, their composition constantly changes. They don't have fixed members. Another update pops up about Group 6. This is a temporary reserve unit, created specifically for dungeon analysis and daily recon. They usually send just 1 hero ahead to scout and verify floor missions. Group 6 and those below it are where the less successful or inconsistent heroes end up, ones that haven't proven themselves in Groups 4 or 5. The final message explains that heroes deemed unfit, those likely to be synthesized or converted, don't gather here at all. These are the rejects, already marked for recycling or transformation. In the distance, a playground comes into view, with a structure in the center of the arena. Something glows brightly inside a cage. A battle is underway. The brunette, clearly frustrated, is launching attacks. She's hammering away at the blonde. A gray-haired man readies to strike. Screams echo from the force of the blows. The brunette shouts, demanding to know why they're holding back. The yellow-eyed girl snaps that she already told them. They need to fight like they mean to kill. Anything less, and they'll end up dead. She warns them not to get complacent, just because it's 5-on-2. At that moment, the group manages to take down only one opponent. The blonde, looking flustered, asks her to repeat the instructions. A sword comes flying at him, but one of the girls blocks it just in time. The red-haired girl takes a hit to the neck. Then the second girl goes down the same way. Ryman swings his sword, but the girl counters and preps a strike from below. He takes a clean hit to the jaw. He strikes back from above, but she reads the move easily. As she observes him, she realizes he still holds back when fighting allies. He isn't used to aiming to kill when it's someone from his own team. He's close, but not quite there yet. Still, it's not a total loss. She already has 5 candidates in mind for the second group. Later, in a cozy 3-story house, the team gathers around a table overflowing with food. The brunette asks how the meal turned out. The others cheerfully praise the meat dishes. It's delicious, and everyone's enjoying it. She smirks, then she drops the bomb. They'll be joining the second group. Surprised and confused, the team stares at her. As they start to react, she rises from her seat, ready to hear and deal with any objections. The guy shakes his head in response to her declaration. He's not thrilled. Sure, moving to the second floor sounds great, but it comes with a cost. He admits it would be a huge deal for him, finally having a shot at living on the second floor. The archer tells him not to be so dramatic, but the red-haired girl chimes in, pointing out that life on the second floor means way more dangerous missions. She even heard someone died not long after getting transferred. The girl continues, saying she was scared the moment she set foot there. For someone like her, making it into the second group is already overwhelming. The dark-haired one suggests she just stay behind on the first floor. But the yellow-eyed girl cuts in solemnly. Either way, she says she's going to die. Whether she fights or hides all her life, the end won't change. She's already watched people die. Slicing into her meat, she goes on. She could be assigned to solo recon missions or even be used as a test subject. That's just the reality. Everyone settles back into their seats. She casually praises herself, saying the mood in the lobby has shifted ever since the third group was formed. They've already cleared the 14th floor. She's confident they'll hit the 18th soon. Once that happens, competition for the second floor will get even fiercer. The longer it takes, the slimmer the chances of anyone else making it. She stares down at the stake in front of her and says she needs to make a smart decision. Night falls. Faces grow tense. Rosa folds her arms across her chest in frustration. Lilani watches her, clearly concerned. Someone claps a hand on the blonde's shoulder. It's Ryman. He congratulates him on being chosen for the second floor. All around, people exchange looks. Off in the distance, a warrior without eyes sits silently as leaves swirl in the wind. Suddenly, the system announces that the master has begun a transformation. A column of light blasts from the building, shooting straight into the sky. A young man, left behind, throws out his hand in desperation. He begs to know why he was excluded. He insists he tried so hard. You said I'd make it if I push myself, he says, voice trembling. What am I supposed to do now? Let me out. With the beams still glowing behind him, he pleads for another chance. Please help me. The system responds coldly. Transformation complete. The user has received the main spirit stone. Then comes another notification. Synthesis of items has started. If the main spirit stone is combined with the main enhancement stone, it will yield a mid-level enhancement stone. The success rate is 91%. The process will be automatic. Cheers erupt. Someone's thrilled. The system confirms. Synthesis complete. The user has received mid-level enhancement stones. Then, a second wave of announcements. The blonde 3-star hero has been promoted. A new image has been created for his card. The brunette's level has increased by 3 stars, and her card has also been updated with a new image. And finally, the third team member has successfully leveled up. She, too, now bears the 3-star rank with a brand new image of her own. The man looks around and asks where the 3 have disappeared to. He's told simply, they'll finish eventually. But another voice chimes in, saying that with his current skills, there's no way he'll make it to the second floor. Suddenly, the blonde takes a hard hit to the solar plexus and is sent flying. The man with the bandage scoffs, reminding him, wasn't he the one who said he'd only survive by becoming stronger than even him? And now, time's running out, even for someone like him. Wiping blood from his face, the guy nods. That's right, he says, and congratulates him, adding that the master will probably place him in the 4th or 5th group soon. The bearded man smirks and turns to the brunette, asking if she's now a candidate for the second floor. Then he nods toward the guy again, noting that he reached the 11th floor just 2 weeks after arriving, clearly proving his worth. The man looks away, but the grin on the bearded one grows wider. The story shifts outside the tower, onto the rocky grounds. The battlefield is littered with shattered stones. Swords of all colors clash in fierce combat. Redigen calmly absorbs the strikes from his master, while Han watches with a grin. He thinks to himself, once he hits level 10, he may have no choice but to start sharing what he knows. In his mind, he pictures a chessboard. A voice says, if basic weapon proficiency is the battlefield, then intermediate proficiency is a full-blown war. A piece moves a pawn. Another voice responds, saying that intermediate level is where strategy comes into play. It's about protecting your domain as much as defeating enemies. Another piece advances, a knight. The opponent declares this is the heart of intermediate weapon mastery. Glowing zones appear on the board, marking claimed territory. He continues, mastery is the tool to wage war, and he's already secured his ground. The knight shifts again. It's not over, he says. The other player places the queen. Redigen observes. He must build impenetrable walls, fortresses that enemies can't cross, let alone survive. The queen radiates energy across the board. The system flashes a notification. Sword and Shield Mastery level 10 awakened. Basic Sword and Shield Mastery has reached max level. Skill can now evolve. New development possible once conditions are met. Han landed a solid hit, but Redigen only grinned. Incredible, he said, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Han staggered back as green energy flared around him, the rocky terrain behind them rumbling with power. Redigen, calm and confident, declared, once I master the art of ball completely, I won't even need to swing the blade. I'll cleave through mountains just by existing. As shards of rock exploded outward, he added, but none of that is really needed to win a fight. Meanwhile, under a barrage that felt like a meteor storm, Han clenched his fists. This was never supposed to happen, he muttered. I never planned to take on the expert class. He turned to Uranith, who stood nearby. Sweat dripped from his palm as he asked, how far have you come in your training while I was gone? He began getting dressed, then instructed her, open a portal to where that person is. I need it ready by tomorrow evening. Do you mean Dimension 0584? She asked for confirmation. Han nodded. His thoughts drifted to a certain blonde man. I've got something I need to send over there. The scene shifted to a grand estate. A knock echoed on the large front door. After getting Han's permission, the maid answered. Master's already awake, she informed the visitor. Inside, the boy spotted Niall cleaning rapidly. Is all this really necessary? He asked. It's the least I can do for Master, she replied without looking up. Accepting her answer, he gestured toward a nearby illusion. Uranith, get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. The system chimed in. Are you actually heading to training now? Yeah, Han responded, already fading out of sight. I need to check on everyone and talk to a few people. Got a full day ahead. A moment later, he reappeared next to his group of friends. Jenna immediately noticed and smiled. Something's different about you today, she said. Different how? He asked, walking up to her. She paused thoughtfully. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Maybe your vibe? Just feels off, but not in a bad way. Aaron raised an eyebrow in surprise, and Han couldn't help thinking how perceptive Jenna was. The archer stretched lazily. I'm getting sick of all these lectures. I feel like I'm turning into a statue, just sitting there. We're switching topics soon, Han reassured her. Things should pick up. Jenna lit up. Still weird, though. Every lesson lines up with stuff you've already told us. You're like a walking prophecy or something. Han was taken aback. She's really sharp. Even someone with half a brain could see he didn't fit the mold of a typical hero, not with everything he'd done. He turned to the spearman nearby. When you're done here, meet me in the backyard, he said. Without hesitation, the spearman nodded. Got it. The story quickly shifted to the Academy's training hall, where armed heroes stood ready, anticipating battle. A voice rang out across the room. It wasn't time for theory anymore. Today was all about action. The heroes wouldn't be relying on teammates. Everyone was on their own. Their opponents stood prepared as well. The instructor's voice followed, stating that anyone who'd paid attention in class should be able to handle themselves. With that, the signal to begin sparring was given. From a stands above, Han watched silently. His thoughts locked onto Jenna. Her growth is unreal, he thought. To go from 1 star to this. She let loose a volley of arrows in the blink of an eye, her movements fluid and sharp. Her agility was off the charts. Every skill she used seemed perfectly tuned. As the two teams clashed on the floor below, Han noticed something else. Her teammates, all at her level, couldn't keep up. If she used one of them as a distraction, she could wipe out the entire opposing team by herself, he noted. His gaze then shifted over to Aaron, engaged in a one-on-one fight. Without warning, the scene transitioned to a long corridor within the academy. Han led the way as Aaron followed behind, confused. Where are we going? Aaron asked. You'll see. Just follow me. Han replied without turning around. Suddenly, Aaron froze, eyes wide. Right in front of him was something unexpected, an open portal. Han glanced back, smiling. Go on in. Still stunned, Aaron stood there, trying to process what was happening. After a pause, he stepped forward and entered the portal. They emerged into a vast garden. Looking around in awe, Aaron asked, Where are we? Nild, who had been walking behind them, answered calmly, This is the 13th floor of Niflheim, the Misty Gardens. Aaron's expression shifted. Wait, isn't that where the strongest elites gather? Without a hint of emotion, Niall nodded. Yes. Just then, a cloaked girl appeared before them. She placed her hand on her chest, smiling warmly. I'm Uranith. It's a pleasure to meet you. I serve as the right hand of our master. Niall's brow furrowed. The right hand of the master? But that's Ceres. At her words, Uranith cast a cold glare in her direction. Confused, Aaron turned to his friend. What's going on? He asked quietly. Uranith raised an eyebrow. Did you just call him your friend? Ignoring her surprise, Han asked casually, The portal to Muden. Is it ready? Of course, his subordinate answered. It's already open. Aaron glanced at the girl, noticing how she seemed to light up in Han's presence. But he couldn't make sense of it. Then Han turned to him, his expression suddenly serious. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? He asked. Well, this is me helping you do just that. Aaron stood frozen, unsure how to respond. If you're not ready, it's fine, Han continued. You could stay here, learn to become an instructor instead. Teach others when you're ready. Before Aaron could answer, Uranith spoke up, her tone firm and her eyes sharp. I'd actually recommend it, she said. I've seen plenty like you. People who had no natural talent and had to work twice as hard just to stay afloat. Aaron listened quietly, head lowered. You'll hit a wall, she went on. And when you do, you won't be able to climb over it. Han looked back at his subordinate. Don't take it personally. That's just how it usually goes, he said. But then Uranith added, though, there was one fool with even less talent than you. He made it, reached our level. Aaron's eyes widened. Uranith nodded. Muden, no matter who trained him, he couldn't grasp a thing. It was hopeless. That caught Aaron's attention. Then how? He asked. Uranith raised her hand, casting a spell. See for yourself. A portal opened beside her. This leads to dimension 0584, on, she said. Han stared into the portal. On. That's where the global raid happened 2 years ago. And where Muden lives now. Uranith looked toward the swirling gate. This place is draining his life force, she said flatly. Niall stepped in, her eyes closed as she spoke. Many chased after Muden to learn from him. They followed him into that place. Han finished her sentence. They all died. Eren felt a chill run through him. He stared at the portal, his grip tightening on his weapon. Han looked over. Less than a 3% survival rate. If you care about your life, stay out. Eren said nothing, but his knuckles turned white around the hilt of his weapon. But what if I survive? He thought. Would I really come out stronger? Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. I'm going, he declared, standing before the portal to Wanon. I'm not planning to die. I just want to do everything I can. Urnith approached him slowly. Time works differently there, she warned. Don't forget that. Eren closed his eyes, considering her words. For a moment, he hesitated. Then his eyes opened again, clear and resolved. Without another word, he turned and walked straight into the portal. Eren asked Han to handle everything in his absence, locking eyes with him one last time. The young man turned to his subordinate, asking how she expected him to make it out alive. She calmly stated the odds were slim and informed Mutant about it. Without looking back, the protagonist gave a direct order. If he came back, send him to Tonia right away. The girl quietly noted that he might never return. Han, clearly downcast, muttered that everyone already knew what was at stake. While Eren entered Luanon's dimension, the young man realized this was the start of his own journey, and he was ready to take the same step. Right after this moment, the story cuts to the high mountains. There, Redigen swung his blade, parrying an incoming sword strike. The clash sent him sliding back slightly. Breathing heavily, the protagonist standing before him asked if that was good enough. Urnith's sword acknowledged the effort, saying he believed he had reached his target. Still catching his breath, Han realized his level was stuck at 20, and his stats hadn't budged, but something inside him had definitely shifted. As the system screen showed his unchanged stats, he visualized his skills. His basic swordsmanship had advanced to the intermediate tier. He had managed to break apart his abilities, losing some mastery and shield technique in the process. However, his grasp of swordsmanship had grown sharper, and his resilience, calmness under pressure, indomitability, and other passive traits had improved significantly. Holding an emblem featuring a shield, blade, and twin axes, he reflected that the biggest change was earning the warrior class. This allowed him to develop new skills, but at the cost of giving up hidden movements. Still, he wasn't disappointed. That skill had never fit him anyway. Recalling the emblem of the Row class, he thought about Jenna. She, too, had been assigned a profession. Her growth had been fueled by a streak of 37 wins and intensive sparring with fellow students, earning her exemption from group training. Her archery had risen to an intermediate level, and now she was working on combining precision targeting with rapid-fire techniques. She also planned to learn from Sarah, ranked 13th among top archers, right behind Lisa. Then Han remembered Urnith. She had offered him a legendary grade ring, a symbol of the fallen heavens, forged from Niflheimer's star iron. It had the power to override any set rules. When he took it, she explained that it marked him as a master. Any other participant would instantly recognize him upon seeing it. The ring also allowed telepathic communication. As long as he wore it, they could stay connected across any distance. But Urnith's sword mentioned it wasn't necessary, perhaps because words weren't needed anymore. As he studied the new artifact on his finger, Urnith continued her explanation. The ring, she said, was infused with an advanced information manipulation spell. It could influence elemental data, modify stat displays, and even tamper with system logs. Still examining it, Han asked how long the ring's effects would last. Just then, the system notification appeared, labeling it as a Ring of Darkness, surprisingly, with a very low rank. At the same time, Urnith mentioned that the ring's effectiveness would drop once Master reached the 50th floor. Sitting across from her at the table, the boy nodded, impressed. He remarked that crafting something like this alone must have been incredibly tough. Urnith responded softly, saying she'd actually started working on it before he arrived and had nearly completed it by the time he showed up. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. She confessed that the thought of him leaving again was tearing her apart. Her master, calm and composed, asked her not to exaggerate. They would meet again. Then, leaning in with a bright, hopeful look, Urnith seemed overwhelmed. Flustered, he said he only intended to check in once before heading back to Earth. Urnith, clearly disheartened, said that wasn't the reassurance she needed. At that moment, Han stood abruptly. He announced he'd forgotten something crucial, leaving his subordinate visibly surprised. Focusing, he pictured the entrance to the weapon storage and requested it be opened. His gaze turned serious as he looked over at Urnith. He had decided to claim a weapon from Niflheimer. The scene shifts to the legendary armory at the highest level. Han entered with his subordinate beside him. Before them stood racks lined with weapons, spears, axes, and more. After scanning the area, Han selected a premium-grade steel sword forged with high steel, crafted using a specialized method. As he examined the blade, Urnith, standing just behind him, commented that such a basic weapon didn't suit him at all, and urged him to follow her. They walked through the armory's hallway, eventually arriving at a massive door embossed with a ram skull design. Stopping before it, Uranus turned to the man standing behind him. Uranus stretched out her hands toward the door, activating the embedded magic circles. She explained that everything beyond that point was S rank or higher. True treasures, all forged by her master himself. As a massive metal door groaned open, they both stepped inside with steady, deliberate steps, Han expression serious. Han asked if it was true that there were 132 weapons stored here. Uranus, eyes closed, nodded and confirmed. They were all present. They stood in a vast chamber lined with shelves, each holding weapons forged by the master's own hand. Glancing at Miss Stilltine, who stood off to the side, Uranus asked if he really intended to take it. The blade in question, she said, could pierce even the most advanced defensive barriers, an essential asset for ascending the tower. A system notification popped up, detailing the weapon's specifications. Lifting the dark blade, Han examined it closely. He recalled the black dragon that had appeared on the 20th floor. It had helped him bypass the dragon's formidable resistance to both physical and magical attacks. But placing the sword back on the shelf, he noted its limited utility. He needed something more flexible. His subordinate pointed toward another weapon. "How about this one?" she asked. In front of her rested the S+ rank Baselar blade, forged from the horn and scales of the Shadow Demon King. Uranus explained that its unique physical penetration ability bypassed normal defenses. Created from a being who hid his body within a spiritual dimension, the blade could slice through even the most fortified armor or scales, rendering tough opponents vulnerable. Han ran his hand along the dark surface of the blade, then commented that it would be useless against magical defense. For him, that made it a liability. He needed something more balanced. Uranus then suggested another option, Gungnir. Gesturing to the weapon before her, she waited for approval. Her master raised a brow, asking if she truly believed in that choice. She nodded, saying he didn't need any specialized spear training to use it effectively. Han noted that it was also compatible with the early model of Bryanak. He could potentially wipe out dozens of enemies from a distance with a single throw. With a proud smile, Uranus looked at her leader and declared that he had every right to take all of these weapons. After all, he was the one who created them. Han gave a faint smirk at that. No, he said, he didn't do it alone. Without their help, the best he could have crafted was maybe an A-rank weapon. Their efforts made the S rank and above possible. Looking around the secret vault, he added that many of these weapons were already in active use. He couldn't just take everything on impulse. And besides, he didn't believe the one weapon he truly wanted was even here. After those words, Uranus smiled, concluding that while the treasures here were powerful, none of them truly measured up to his expectations. Then, without hesitation, he turned toward his subordinate. She immediately locked eyes with him, standing at attention, ready for whatever came next, her gaze unwavering. He announced with certainty he would forge a new weapon. Without hesitation, Uranus opened a portal to the forge and respectfully bowed to her master. Through the swirling gateway, the glow of molten lava flickered. Once through, they stood beside the primary blast furnace at the highest tier facility, as confirmed by a system notification. Staring down at it, Han solemnly asked for all preparations to begin. Uranus, placing her hands on his shoulders, nodded in agreement. Then, the protagonist activated his verification skill. Black lightning erupted from the ring on his finger, flooding the entire forge. Watching the surge, Uranus silently communicated that the rite of Niflheimer's master was now in motion. A moment later, several bright pink system notifications appeared before him. He now had permission to craft his own custom weapon. Reading the system's query, Uranus mentally asked what type of weapon his master wished to create. After thinking for a moment and choosing the stats, he responded, "One that grows." Immediately, the system warned him. The casting method he had chosen carried risk. A failure would come with penalties. Han confirmed the selection anyway. The next prompt asked for ingredients, and a detailed list appeared. He quickly chose the suitable materials, received the system's approval, and the storage portal opened, releasing all the required resources into the molten forge. As magma splashed violently, Uranus signaled that all materials and furnace preparations were now complete. The workers will be summoned. A plump, elderly man stepped through a portal she had opened. Confused, he asked Uranus why she had brought him there. She simply stated it was the master's order. The blacksmith, baffled, insisted the master wasn't present. But then he looked up and instantly froze. There stood a boy who could see the system notifications. Realizing what this meant, the old man was left speechless. Uranus calmly stated that this gathering was to initiate the first class, and all blacksmiths of that rank or higher were required to attend. Staggered by the revelation, the old man quickly agreed. Standing above the furnace, Uranus turned to the team and called them to give it their all. At that moment, the system window confirmed. This was the highest grade equipment forge, and if the right conditions were maintained, a weapon of exceptional power could be born. Urnith raised her voice again. Step 1 was about to begin. As soon as she gave the word, a flood of rare materials poured into the blazing furnace. The master asked for the next set of instructions, and Urnith responded, launching the creation sequence. A complex network of magical circles activated around her, pulsing with energy. Urnith explained that the enchantment type would be a self-evolving flow. It would analyze the master's combat style in real time and adjust itself accordingly. At the same moment, the blast furnace and processing unit powered on. The old blacksmith reached out to the master via the system's interface, reporting that all required personnel were now present. However, he admitted there was a challenge. The combination of all 13 types of minerals wasn't working well together. Despite the issue, everyone else was pushing forward with their tasks. Urnith responded calmly, asking him to be ready for the next round of instructions. Urnith turned to the master, concern in her voice. Was he absolutely sure? According to their projections, the complexity of this forge exceeded expectations. When he asked how high, she answered, beyond even the gate to hell in terms of difficulty. Han cracked a sly grin, rolled up his sleeves, and declared that this was like forging 5 divine-ranked weapons at once. Urnith, still managing several active magic circles, remarked that the actual difficulty might even surpass that. With focused energy, Han asked if she was ready to cast the bells. She confirmed without hesitation. Standing before the first furnace, Han thought to himself that this wasn't an automated process. He imagined 8 distinct difficulty levels for artifact creation and noted that this structure was fairly standard. He then tapped the interface linked to the furnace, stating it was time to begin. The system responded. Those who wish to enter the gates of hell must first make a sacrifice. The first furnace roared to life, and the next step required selecting items of offering. If the right items were chosen, the hidden difficulty tier would unlock. Reading the notification, Han spoke aloud. He would sacrifice Stormbringer, Vigalta, and Azoth. Urnith, surprised, asked if he really meant those 3. He confirmed without hesitation. She stepped forward and dropped the legendary blades into the molten core. The system immediately confirmed the sacrifice was worthy. The gates of hell had opened. The forge's difficulty had now reached the highest divine rank. Upon hearing that, Han frowned. Then came another alert. The difficulty penalty had activated. As a result, the effectiveness of the final weapon would be reduced by 33%. The final verdict, success was now deemed impossible. The system paused, prompting him with a critical question. Did he still wish to proceed? With a sly grin, the boy glanced at his subordinate and remarked that although the system kept urging him to fall back, he'd already come too far. He'd made sacrifices. There was no turning back now. As he warmed his hand, he pondered whether the riddle had any real meaning. Urnith didn't hesitate. Of course it did. At that moment, something clicked for Han. His expression grew serious as he opened the system notification. Without delay, he confirmed his choice to proceed. Instantly, the system displayed a message. The puzzle was being prepared. Several difficulty levels related to the supreme deity popped up in front of him. The interface then asked if he was ready. With arms crossed, the boy selected the first puzzle, a cube, and turned to Urnith. You ready? Her eyes focused. She extended her hand and gave a firm nod. They both meant business. Out of nowhere, an unfamiliar cube appeared, spinning wildly in every direction. The system window flashed again. The puzzle had started. It was a 27 by 27 cube set to a brutal difficulty, hellish level with penalties. Han remained perfectly still, eyes locked on the artifact. He dove deep into concentration, fingers flying across the keyboard as he began entering values into the system. Fully immersed, his gaze shifted rapidly, right, left, up, down, manipulating the cube piece by piece. Suddenly, a new system alert triggered. A penalty had been activated. A curse of blindness. In an instant, darkness swallowed his vision. Now blind, he learned he had 29 minutes to complete the challenge. Without missing a beat, he kept typing with lightning speed. He'd already figured out the solution. 3 left, 2 right, 5 up, 4 down, 2 left, 1 right, 2 up, 8 down. Time ticked by. Finally, the cube clicked into place. The system declared the test complete. Time taken, 14 minutes. Accuracy, 100%. A brilliant beam of energy erupted from the artifact, shooting straight into the furnace. A new message followed. The eternal flames of hell had lit the first blast furnace. Meanwhile, Urnith was busy inscribing a vast network of magic circles. She confirmed the transfer of interference points and called out. The processing plant was ready to begin. With unwavering focus, Han activated the second challenge, a rhythm game, ramped up to hellish difficulty with penalties in play. The system instantly generated a synthesizer interface and set the goal. Hit a 128-note combo. Wasting no time, he jumped in, striking each key precisely as needed. The music surged, and so did his speed. After a rapid-fire sequence, the system declared the trial a perfect success. As magma spilled from the first blast furnace, the system moved on to the third challenge, Tetris. Same punishing difficulty. Same penalty, blindness. Even in darkness, Han began arranging the falling pieces, stacking them in flawless formation. One combo after another, he hit a streak of 15. The system responded with approval, announcing that the first furnace had been fully charged with hell mana, pouring in from a massive red magic circle. The fourth challenge came next, pinball. It wasn't just hellish. It was now set to triple acceleration. Despite the chaos, Han kept his calm, guiding the ball exactly where it needed to go. As soon as he nailed it, the fifth trial kicked off, solitaire. Hands moving swiftly, almost effortlessly, he completed the card game with surgical precision. The system didn't let up. Sixth test, spot the difference. Nearby, the blacksmith stared in disbelief. He couldn't accept that Han had really returned. While that played out, Uranith summoned her grimoire, cast a spell, and confirmed that the fusion process was complete. She then began tossing new materials into the blazing furnace. Back on task, Han swiftly identified every single difference in the images. The system praised his accuracy. No break. The seventh trial launched, Mosaic. Pieces appeared on screen, and Han arranged them in perfect sequence, clearing it without delay. Next came the eighth challenge, a maze. He conquered it just as smoothly. The ninth test began, hidden objects. He circled each one with quick, sharp taps, missing nothing. Straight into the 10th test, Minesweeper. One by one, he flagged the bombs, avoiding every trap. Then came the 11th, a puzzle. He blazed through it, barely slowing down. For the 12th trial, he faced a password riddle. This time he paused. One wrong guess could mess everything up. Carefully, he decoded it and entered the answer. Then the 13th challenge began, a puzzle made of blocks and complex shapes. As the pieces hovered before him, he flew across the keyboard, muttering to himself how crazy this all was. Still, he pushed forward, zoning into total concentration as the pieces locked into place. Han stretched his hands forward, muttering to himself that for someone who'd already surpassed human limits, this was barely a challenge. Just then, the system window popped up. He'd cleared the stage. Meanwhile, the molten metal inside the furnace bubbled and flared wildly. Blacksmiths hurried about, checking the materials and double-confirming that everything was in order. Behind her master, Uranith watched it all unfold, stunned. He had blitzed through 13 brutal trials in just 5 minutes and leveled up massively. Cracking his knuckles, Han said flatly, "This is just the beginning." Almost immediately, the system triggered the next stage. Trial 14, a massive 35 by 35 cube puzzle. Hellish difficulty. Double penalties. Right before him, the enormous cube took form, its countless pieces spinning in every direction. Han narrowed his focus. This had to be a secret divine-level trial. Wasting no time, he launched into it, his fingers hammering the keyboard with speed and precision. Left, up, down, right? Over and over. The logic was the same, but now he had to handle twice the pressure. Eventually, the cube clicked into place. The system acknowledged his feat. The first blast furnace was now filled with the spirit of hell, pouring directly from the solved cube into the molten core. As the blazing alloy began to take shape, the sword's outline slowly emerged. Uranith called out. The molding was done. They were ready for the next step. Then came the 15th trial, a labyrinth with only 30 minutes on the clock. Time passed. The system finally confirmed the test completion. The first blast furnace in history had now been infused with eternal hellfire. Magic circles blazed to life, enchanting the sword with automatic regeneration, special mastery, and incredible power. But before he could catch a breath, 2 more system windows appeared at once. Trials 16 and 17 were starting. A dual test, 100 by 100 find the difference, and Mosaic. Han was shocked, 2 tasks at once. Stealing himself, he zeroed in and launched into it, moving at breakneck speed to piece together the mosaic while scanning for every tiny difference. This wasn't made for humans, he thought. Still, he pulled it off. A crimson lightning bolt tore across the sky overhead as several more magical domains activated around the sword. These enchantments layered on new properties, self-growth, vegetative judgment, and overwhelming attack power. Now, barely hanging on, pushed to the limits of his endurance, Han received yet another system alert. Trial 21 had begun. A rhythm game, this time with 7 keys. This is bad, he thought. His focus was already slipping. Just then, the sword's handle began to form. The system declared it immortal, the first furnace-born weapon to be cursed with the wrath of hell itself. Uranith raised her grimoire and called out for the entity to appear, commanding it to reveal and manifest, its presence wrapping around everything as the book's pages turned. Eyes closed, she whispered that this would be the final spell. Behind her, her master stood trembling, barely able to stay on his feet. Then, the system made its final announcement. The last phase had begun. Every riddle from the previous trials was now combined into one massive challenge, all to be solved within 5 hours. Suddenly, an overwhelming number of system windows opened before Han. Without hesitation, he dove in, fingers flying across multiple keyboards at once. One test after another, he knocked them out. After a few completions, a blue magic circle formed around his sword. He kept at it. More keystrokes, more rapid calculations. A green magic circle followed. His body ached. He gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the exhaustion setting in. After clearing another test, an orange magic circle wrapped around the blade. Still, he pressed on. His fingers moved with expert precision across the keyboards. A purple circle emerged, pulsing with energy beside the weapon. Finally, using what little strength remained, he gathered all his power into a single finger and struck the last key. Out of nowhere, a brilliant light burst through the darkness, flooding the entire space with radiance. The system window lit up. He had succeeded in forging a 3-star Bifrost. Han collapsed to the ground, drained. Behind him, Uranith completed her final incantation, gently closing the grimoire. Her breathing was heavy. Lying there, Han turned his head and asked, "Did I mess up?" With a faint smile, she shook her head. "No, look for yourself." There it was, right before him. A black blade, the Bifrost of an unknown rank. The system described it as a long sword forged from the eternal flames of hell, holding limitless potential. 3 notes followed. Reading the info, Han was confused. Why was this connected to the proof of the fallen heavens? Uranith turned her gaze away, almost guilty, and admitted she had simply been worried about him leaving. Han stared at her, stunned. So that was it. She confessed she had added something extra, without telling him. It would allow him to move across dimensions and summon any weapon from Niflheimer. He stood and took the sword, now fitted with a scabbard, into his hands. He'd never seen or heard of an enchantment like this before. Looking down at the weapon, he said one thing. "This blade is beyond powerful." Uranith, standing behind him, remarked that while he might excel at everything else, foresight wasn't one of his strengths. Just then, Han cut in, boldly claiming he actually could see the future. As his cloak rested on the ground, Uranith stepped forward, asking if she could leave Niflheimer to follow him. She feared that if he died, she'd have no one left. While the protagonist examined a new sword to match his sheath, Uranith warned him the weapon summoned from Niflheimer would only save him 3 times. Turning to her with a serious glare, Han confirmed he'd call on his own world's weapon 3 times and demanded to know what other limits there were. Uranith's gaze softened, silently apologizing. He admitted his power was somewhat restricted during the main mission. Imagining how the skill functioned, Uranith explained that due to the great distance, the blade could only be summoned once unless further permission was granted. Meanwhile, from above, people near the forge observed the mysterious boy. The boy reassured her not to worry. No error or bug report would matter once this weapon was revealed, though he'd avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Looking down at his old weapon lying nearby, he declared it obsolete. His subordinate asked if it should be disposed of, and at his nod, she tossed both sword and shield into the molten furnace. In that moment, Han said he was starting to miss his master too. He slung his new sword over his back, casting one last smirk before the scene cut to a system message. It displayed the stats of the Bifrost blade, a long sword forged from the eternal flames of hell, packed with limitless potential. The screen also introduced a legendary item, calcium, proof of the fallen heavens, made from Niflheimer's star iron. It could nullify any law, but required powerful magic to wield. The scene shifted to the training arena. A black-haired girl launched a kick, her blow crashing into the stairs. The stairs' weapon responded instantly. A bandit dodged to the side, just as a spearman suddenly emerged from behind her, spear aimed and ready. From above, Han and Jenna observed silently. Watching the students spar, the girl mused about what they'd learned in their final class. She wondered if Han saw the same thing she did, though she couldn't keep up with their speed. The spearman entered a combat stance and instructed that wielders of long-range weapons must always maintain proper spacing. Never allow the enemy to dominate in close combat. At that moment, Veselin hurled her sword into the air, advising her classmates to aim for vulnerable spots like the neck and to keep shifting their movements, making it harder for enemies to predict their actions. Suddenly, a swordswoman chimed in. She reminded them that their instructors would personally train them to overcome their flaws. Until then, they should stand by and wait their turn. After some time, It was the archer's turn to face her mentor. As she stepped onto the field, Jenna charged forward, swinging her blade at the black-haired girl. But the girl dodged effortlessly, a faint smile playing on her lips. She weaved around Jenna's attacks, silently noting how most students backed away once they realized her strength. Yet this one didn't hesitate to close the distance. As the instructor kept evading every strike with ease, her thoughts drifted to the man who had entered the same lobby with her. Meanwhile, across the field, Han sent his own mentor flying with just a single blow. The observing students gasped in disbelief. He had actually landed a clean hit on his instructor? That couldn't be real. Stunned, the swordswoman stared at him. A level 20? Managing that? Her shock quickly turned to fury as she clenched her teeth. Just then, the system flashed a warning. Veselin has entered berserk mode. Crimson energy surged around her. Before she could act, a hand rested on her shoulder. A calm voice told her to stop. Feeling the touch, Veselin snapped out of a rage. The man behind her reminded her she was crossing the line. Regaining her composure, she reverted to her usual form, gave a small shake of her head, and apologized. That man stepped forward, his face unreadable. He reflected on how this was the 7th group of recruits they'd trained from different lobbies. In all that time, after meeting thousands, he had never seen talent like this. His eyes rested on the boy, now standing confidently before him. He knew Veselin hadn't even gone all out, yet no trainee had ever managed to wound an instructor. Elsewhere, Uranith observed it all, quietly sipping tea. A soft laugh escaped her as she remarked that maybe things were getting a little too intense. The story shifted to a massive, floating island of machinery in the sky. Then, to an elegant estate shining with pristine polish. Inside, Nilde looked at her master with clear disapproval and asked if he was ready. He sheathed his sword, smiling, saying it was his final day. So he figured he'd leave the place tidy. Suddenly, he remembered an announcement that congratulated him for achieving first place. Curious, he asked his subordinate about it, unsure what he had done to deserve the honor. She explained simply, he was the most talented and capable out of hundreds. At that moment, Uranith's gaze fell on the sword strapped to his back. Nilde caught the look and nodded, confirming it. This was his reward from Niflheim for taking first place. Hearing that, Han immediately asked who came in second. Uranith, picturing Jenna in her mind, replied that Jenna was first among the bandits and second overall. She was quite skilled. Her master added that she probably wasn't even putting in her full effort, considering he had to drag her back himself. Uranith confirmed she had already notified the Major General. Taking the letter in hand, Han's thoughts drifted to Adis. He asked what she had said about him. The reply: she'd been lingering around, trying to apologize. He quickly scribbled a short note to help calm her down and asked Uranith to pass it on. Then, turning to the maid beside him, he told her she was a good girl, too. She gave a respectful bow, saying it was an honor to serve him. The scene shifted to a garden gazebo. Uranith sat at a tea table, looking downcast. She asked her master if he truly planned to return to Tonia. He could have stayed here. Then, sounding confused, she admitted she was sure her feelings were real. Sitting across from her, Han simply thanked her. His path and his battles were calling, and without her, he might never have made it this far. He went on to say they were all fascinating people. His words caught Uranith off guard. Still seated at the table, Han reflected aloud. If he were in their shoes, he'd be frustrated. After all, he was the one manipulating them, pushing them into brutal battles, bending their very essence to his will. And yet, no one had ever rebelled. Except Ceres. With a calm smile, he admitted he wanted to reward them for their loyalty, but the truth was, he had nothing to offer. Smiling back warmly, Uranith told him not to say that. If he really wanted to make them happy, he just had to send a message now and then. Setting his teacup down, Han confessed he didn't even know how. Uranith reminded him of the ring she'd given him. It had a communication feature. It wouldn't last forever, but once a week would be enough for her. As her hair fluttered in the breeze, Uranith said she'd be happy just to know how he was doing, if he was okay, or sick, or facing trouble, because if anything happened, they'd come running to help. Standing up, Han promised to reach out once a week. As he turned to leave, Uranith called out that Ledigian wanted to see him too. He had some advice to share. From there, Han traveled to the mountains to say goodbye to Uranith's sword, the one that dwelled there. Before parting, the sword taught him a few last techniques. Clad in full gear, the swordsman declared that everything he needed to say had been said. From now on, all that remained was to answer the call, if it ever came. Right after that, the scene shifted to a magical airship ready for departure. Standing before the gathered students, a red-haired girl asked if it had truly been a month already, if they'd managed to learn anything worthwhile. She hoped their time in Niflheim had been valuable. Then, reminding them of the dangers outside, she warned everyone not to lean against the railings. Admiring the view, Jenna commented that they were finally leaving and that all she wanted now was a proper bath. Han, standing beside her, silently wondered if she had really disliked the place that much. But with a faint smile, she clarified, it wasn't that Niflheimer was bad. The instructors were impressive, and the architecture was stunning. Still, it wasn't home. She was more curious about what had changed while they were gone and figured they'd probably see a lot of new faces. The instructor then asked everyone to prepare for an interdimensional jump. As the airship approached a massive yellow portal, it passed through and emerged in an entirely different realm. The students looked around in shock. They'd arrived in a strange, hellish landscape. Flames erupted from beneath the ground in violent streams. With a smile, Han quietly noted that these were the flames of Levitan, burning brilliantly. He glanced down at Ceres, now in her fiery form. But it wasn't time to face her yet. If they met again, it would be when he was much stronger. The ship continued gliding through the unfamiliar terrain. The narrative then moved ahead, 2 days later, under a cloudy sky. As the ship soared above a barren desert, the instructor informed everyone that arrival was near. If this was their destination, they didn't need to head up to the deck. A system message appeared. Now entering dimension 1935 Tonia. The ship floated toward a towering structure. A girl approached 2 students preparing to disembark. She told them they were the top trainees, first and second place. Hearing the compliment, she added it might have been better if they had stayed in Niflheimer. But Jenna replied their comrades were waiting for them. Another system message popped up, dispatch complete. Han and Jenna had returned safely and were once again active. Their statuses had been updated, and viewers were directed to check the character tab for more details. As the instructor waved them off, she asked them to take care of themselves. The pair descended from the ship, looking around the eerily quiet area. Jenna wondered aloud if anyone was coming to meet them. Walking ahead, Han explained that he hadn't told anyone their return time, and couldn't figure out how anyone could have known they were back. Just then, Isel came soaring toward them, tears of joy streaming down her face as she shouted the protagonist's name. She flew straight into him, wrapping her arms around his face in a tight embrace. Overwhelmed with relief, she said she thought he'd never return, that he'd left for good. But he looked at her, clearly annoyed, and reminded her bluntly she was the one who told him to go back. Floating a bit away, she dabbed at her face with a handkerchief and quickly changed the subject. She asked if Niflheimer wasn't much grander than this place, and if the people there hadn't tried to convince him to stay. He replied, somewhat awkwardly, that they had. Embarrassed, Isel assumed he turned them down because of her. Han, still clueless, stared at her confused. Meanwhile, Isel kept flying alongside the protagonist, noting that he must be exhausted and should take a break. She mentioned that the buildings had changed. This wasn't the old Tonia anymore. Curious, he asked what else had changed. With a bright smile, Isel replied, a lot. You're going to be shocked. Intrigued, he glanced her way, and with that, the scene shifted to the main city. Han was wide-eyed, staring at a newly added 3rd floor. Isel, flying nearby, confirmed what he saw. He let out a breath of relief. He had been worried enemies might breach the place. From above, the fairy gave a breakdown of the floors. The first was filled with what she called useless slackers. The second housed support units and trainees still getting their footing. She was about to continue when the protagonist cut in, saying the 3rd floor must be where the combat units were. Isel nodded, adding that the food was better now, the beds comfier, and there were more ways to unwind. Processing everything, Han wondered if editing had seen the letter he sent. He recalled the last message he wrote, offering 2 suggestions. Use extended summons to cover the lack of strong heroes and focus on developing personal skills rather than leaning too heavily on him. Turning to Isel mid-flight, he asked how many people were stationed on the 3rd floor. She told him 15. He noted that the number had nearly doubled. That meant both the 2nd and 3rd squads would soon be full. Mulling it all over, he came to a decision. Tomorrow and the next day, they'd train together to strengthen their teamwork. Then, they'd make their move on the 21st floor. Flying quietly beside him, Isel struggled to find the right words. She hesitated, then asked him not to take it the wrong way, but things had shifted a bit. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at her, waiting. She continued, saying that while he was gone, Tonia had changed. Glancing toward the teleportation portal, he figured that during his absence, the others must have continued their climb. Isel confirmed his assumption with a nod. Trying to mask her unease, she listened as he admitted he didn't get why she seemed so tense. After all, he didn't mind as long as people weren't dying off like insects. She quickly responded that no one had died. With his hands in his pockets, Han kept walking and casually asked what floor they were currently on. Isel replied that they were on the 25th, which left him stunned. Gazing out over the wide space of the 3rd floor, he could hardly believe it. They were actually on the 25th floor, not the 24th. Isel repeated it to be sure he believed her. Still wrapping his head around it, he realized they must have taken down the floor boss. It hit him that maybe he'd been underestimating the situation. Just as Isel had said, a lot had changed. But he hadn't expected this much. Thinking back to the summoning gate, he asked when the master had used the extended summoning. Isel told him it happened just a month ago, right after he left for Niflheimer. He immediately requested to see the system logs from that time. Without hesitation, she brought up the system notification windows, surrounding him with the full details. Han watched closely as the log showed that the master initiated an extended summoning for 25,000 diamonds. 5 consecutive times, no less, burning through a hefty stash of resources. Isel added that he also bought the promo pack that came with it. Then something caught his eye. Buried in one of the system alerts was a notification about a super rare pull. The master had drawn a 4-star hero. Staring at the screen with clear irritation, the protagonist muttered that this was Eniting's second 4-star hero. Lucky bastard. With only a 1% drop rate, pulling 2 4-stars was unreal. Thinking about those heroes, he figured he could have easily taken them down if they were summoned recently. But by now, they were probably much stronger. He asked if those were the ones who cleared the 25th floor. Isel explained that they had collected enough recording stones. If he wanted, he could ask the master to watch their raid videos tomorrow. Grinning now, Han said he couldn't wait to see what those guys were really made of. Right after that, the story shifts to the training grounds, where a mannequin clad in metal armor stood silently, until it was suddenly struck hard. The blow came from Velkist, who was intensely practicing with his blade. Just as he focused for another strike, the protagonist approached. Velkist paused, glancing over sharply as Han asked what he was doing out there so late. With a grim tone, Velkist muttered that Han was finally back after a month. Han calmly pointed out that yes, he had just returned, and asked if something had happened. Velkist brushed it off, saying he was just training. But Han noticed the blood on his hand gripping the sword, and remarked that it looked more like he was venting on the dummy. Velkist readied himself again and said he'd finish up in a minute, then asked if Han wanted to spar. From behind, Han replied that he was heading to bed, but Velkist didn't drop it. Letting out a deep sigh, he asked seriously just one match. Han didn't respond. He just stood there, quietly watching his student. Velkist raised his sword, gaze locked forward with sharp focus. Then, with a sudden burst, he slashed at the mannequin, his blade moving at incredible speed. In seconds, he landed multiple precise strikes, and the armor on the dummy cracked under the pressure. Turning to face Han, Velkist declared he was ready. Pieces of shattered armor fell behind him. Glancing down at the broken fragments, Velkist muttered that it didn't even count. Then he looked up and asked if Han had really left everything behind. Han answered simply, "A lot's happened this past month." They both stepped into the training hall. Taking a stance, Velkist eyed his opponent's sword and commented on how unique and cool it looked. Han smirked and asked if he was jealous. Velkist shot back. "Would you give it to me if I said yes?" He got a flat no in return. Without wasting another second, Velkist charged. His strike came fast, but Han parried it smoothly. The two clashed fiercely, blades flashing in the dim light. Blow after blow, strike after counter, their spar intensified. Grinning mid-fight, Han thought to himself, Velkist improved. He might already be at sword mastery level 9. He was fighting like someone with something to prove. As if reading his mind, Velkist swung again and, while dodging smoothly, confirmed it. He was fighting angry. At that moment, Han's expression sharpened. With a swift motion, he swung his sword toward Velkist at incredible speed, a grin still on his face. Velkist raised his blade just in time to block the strike, but the impact was overwhelming. He was sent flying straight into the wall. A harsh cough escaped Velkist as pain surged through him. Standing still, Han casually rested his sword on his shoulders and remarked that if Velkist really wanted to fight, he should at least wipe the sweat off first. He wouldn't last long if he was already worn out. Still pressed against the wall, Velkist let out a breath and admitted that Han had become much stronger. He asked what kind of training he'd gone through. As he slowly walked back toward his master, Han simply said it was a commercial secret. He added that at one point, it didn't even feel like a person was attacking. It felt more like getting hit by a battering ram. Just then, a new voice echoed through the training hall, commenting on how unpredictable the world had become. Appearing behind Han, the speaker admitted he never imagined he'd lose so badly to some boy. Han turned his head slightly, eyes cold, and asked if he really just called him a boy. Velkist smirked and shrugged it off, saying appearances can be deceiving. Even he had made that mistake. As he walked toward the exit, he gave Han a final warning to be careful. Han watched him silently as he left. The scene then shifted to the dormitory building. Inside, Ialka had fallen asleep at the table after eating her fill. Passing by and spotting her, Han paused in confusion, wondering why she was sleeping there instead of in her bed. Continuing down the hallway, he thought about how the new dorm was arranged. 3 corridors, each with 5 rooms. It seemed the master had split them into teams. Entering his room, Han immediately dropped onto the bed, then lay back with his arms folded behind his head. His thoughts drifted to the third group. The story moved ahead to the next day in Tonia. Entering the meeting room, where a candle-lit chandelier hung from the ceiling, Han noted that it had been a while since everyone had gathered together. An upset voice cut through the silence. Ialka said she wanted to see him, especially since he vanished without a word. Han admitted she was right and apologized for not waking her. Looking at him, Ialka asked why they didn't celebrate his return. After all, they now had a third floor and better food. But Han calmly turned her down. There wouldn't be a celebration. Training was starting. Hearing that there would be no celebration, Ialka pouted and said that was just cruel. Han replied bluntly, there wasn't going to be any fun. From the sidelines, Velkist quietly watched the exchange, arms crossed. Just then he brought up something strange. He mentioned the exact moment the master logs in. But before he could finish, Han's eyes caught something under the table, a clawed foot. Without hesitation, he kicked the table hard, sending it crashing away. Everything on top of it flew through the air. With a smug look and a sly grin, Han stared straight ahead and said a rat had snuck in, one that clearly needed to learn how to hide better. Spinning around in alarm, a beastkin girl stood up from her crouch under the table. Clearly frustrated, she put her hands on her hips and declared that she had no choice now. She introduced herself proudly as Rakari of the Great Gale tribe, claiming they were on a whole different level than the rest of them. Then she went a step further, calling everyone else in the room a bunch of dirty little cowards. With a cocky stance, the wolf girl stood tall in the center of the room as the rest of the group looked on silently. Then she smirked and laughed, asking if they were all so scared they couldn't even speak. You're just people, she scoffed. In the next moment, Han had her by the scruff of the neck, lifting her up effortlessly. Panic flashed across Rakari's face as she struggled and demanded to be let go, calling him a dirty little man. Unfazed, Han stared at her and asked sarcastically what kind of monkey she was. Across the room, Narissa calmly explained that she was a member of the third group. She had been summoned about a month ago. Still defiant, Rakari barked that he was a coward and said she expected nothing better from a human. Han blinked and muttered that she was the one who snuck in. Rakari snapped at him to shut up, then suddenly shouted for help, calling out to the one who had been beaten yesterday. Velkist flinched at her words, clearly irritated. He stood abruptly and reached for his weapon, seething with anger. Jenna, sitting next to him, tried to calm him down, insisting that Rakari was just a kid. But Velkist growled back, asking if she seriously expected him to just let this scarecrow go. Hearing that, Rakari turned red with fury. Right then, something caught Han off guard. With no warning, the wolf girl slashed out violently with her claws, unleashing a powerful blow. She hissed in frustration as Han dodged just in time, leaving deep claw marks gouged into the floor. Looking at the scratches, Han narrowed his eyes and asked what that was supposed to be. Someone quickly explained. All the members of the third group were werewolves, a rare race from the distant far east of the Empire. Han stared at her, visibly annoyed as the tension in the room kept rising. Rakari had summoned her crew to strike fast so she could finish them off, but before she could act, a blow landed on the back of her neck. Velkist had taken her down with a single hit. As the she-wolf collapsed, he commented that she talked too much. The other warriors glanced at her and remarked that it was clear they didn't share the same mindset, and probably didn't care much for humans either. Jenna, inspecting the unconscious Rakari, teasingly asked what he planned to do with such a cute enemy. The protagonist simply replied he hadn't decided, then added that she was a pain anyway. Right after, the scene shifted to the dorm hallway. Han was carrying the unconscious Rakari over his shoulder, heading straight for the forced exit. She hadn't stirred the entire time. Soon, he was deep in the woods, still hauling his captive. As he scanned the area, he couldn't help but wonder how much it cost to build such a forest just for them. Eventually, he stumbled upon a cluster of small houses. Surprised by how deserted it felt, he was caught off guard when a voice suddenly asked who he was. Turning around, he spotted girls watching him from the trees. Gently placing Rakari on the ground, he said she'd been sent to spy on them, but completely blew it by acting wild, so he had to deal with her. The warriors exchanged looks, whispering among themselves that he might be the one they'd heard about. One of them stepped down and asked if his name was really Han. Cautious, he asked how they even knew that. The red-haired girl grabbed Rakari and stated flatly that she was taking her. Then, without warning, both strangers disappeared into the forest. Still puzzled, Han kept moving until he saw something odd. Logs strung up in a tree, clearly not part of any normal setup. Off to the side, training dummies stood in formation. Suddenly, loud laughter rang out across the camp. A voice called out, saying she'd been waiting for him. Leaping down from the trees, Kishasha introduced herself with a grin, saying she'd heard a lot about him. Apparently, word was he was the strongest male in the entire lobby. Han stared, completely lost. With a confident stance, Kishasha lit up with golden energy, saying she'd been watching his battles through some kind of strange magic, and she'd never been this pumped for a fight before. Without warning, Kishasha lunged forward, springing off the ground with incredible speed. She challenged Han to fight her head-on. As she closed the distance, she swiped at him with her claws. Han blocked it with his sword, surprised to see someone using claw-based combat so skillfully. Before he could react further, Kishasha launched a powerful kick. Han barely dodged, and the ground beneath him shattered from the force of her strike. Watching her with a grin, he couldn't figure out how someone so young could be this powerful. He asked if she seriously wanted to fight him. Kishasha nodded confidently, saying she'd been waiting for this moment. For her, there was nothing more thrilling than battling a strong opponent, human or otherwise. She rushed in again, claws slashing. Han met her attack with his blade, and the surrounding terrain cracked and tore apart from the impact. As they clashed, Han remembered Kishasha from the third group. Seeing her now, he realized the rumors were true. They really had cleared the 25th floor. She came at him again, claws slicing through the air, and it was then that Kishasha's player status flashed before our eyes. She was a 4-star character. A system notification appeared, revealing details about a seal slot. It mentioned that she carried the bloodline of the Werewolf King, a warrior who once fought for dominance over the continent and empire. Someone bred for battle and completely fearless. Back in the fight, Kishasha pushed harder. Han grinned. This confirmed she was indeed from the team that conquered floor 25. Another player card popped up, describing the seal skill as the forest faded into view. Han swung his sword. Kishasha countered and was thrown back from the impact. But she was fast, already charging again. As she slid across the ground, Kishasha smiled, clearly enjoying every moment. Han noticed a gash from her last hit and realized that she outclassed him in every single stat. Raising her hand mid-battle, Kishasha remarked that he was different. She hadn't expected him to be this good. Her stats appeared again on screen, and Han noted that she had not only all the right skills, but even a seal. She was easily top tier, even among 4 stars, maybe even on par with a 5-star based on raw stats alone. Grinding his teeth, Han admitted to himself that he would have been in serious trouble if he hadn't mastered the unity of body and sword. Just then, Isel appeared and asked calmly what the two of them were doing. Han casually told Isel to let them be. They weren't trying to kill each other, just saying hello in their own way. Kishasha laughed, agreeing. She called it a conversation through combat, a ritual that deepened their bond. Pushing off the ground again, she added that even though he was human, she liked him. Han responded that he was glad to hear it, tightening his grip on his weapon. He pushed all other thoughts aside. No need to worry about details. This was about power. He didn't have the natural talent to master every sword style like Lydigian, but his blade gleamed as he resolved to go all in on the one path he could master. As he swung, he reminded himself, true unity between body and sword only came through action. Kishasha slid to the side, easily avoiding the blow. She grinned and said it looked cool. With a sudden burst of speed, she kicked him hard, landing a crushing strike. Han clenched his teeth. She was still holding back. He muttered that he had too much going on to be dragged into a long fight. It was time to end this. Then he activated Berserker mode. Seeing his shift, Kishasha smiled and asked what that was all about. He just replied, "What a pity." But before he could finish his thought, Kishasha's expression shifted. Her eyes went wide. Han's face hardened. Something was changing. In the next instant, a massive shockwave burst around her. The trees were scorched, leaves burned away. Looking at her now, Han realized this was her real form. An exclusive skill, imprinting B+, the heir to the Werewolf King. Now it made sense why they were called werewolves. A beast lunged at him from within the explosion. Elsewhere, the guard stood frozen as another attack ripped through the area. Velkus stepped in front of a training mannequin, shielding it. Narissa, walking nearby, asked why he'd shown up early. Wasn't he still in training? Velkus snapped that it was none of her business. Narissa closed her eyes and smirked, saying his pride must have taken a hit after getting labeled a weakling. Gritting his teeth, Velkus growled that he didn't care what others thought. A bright light flashed. Narissa glanced down and noted that just one day after the summoning, they'd cleared the 4th floor and returned alive. Velkus asked if that meant the third group would head straight for the second now. Narissa shrugged. She figured everyone usually struggled on the 1st floor first, according to local tradition. Adis chimed in, saying that Tom couldn't train werewolves, so there was no point in keeping them on lower levels. As he walked away, he added that if this was what the master wanted, then there was nothing more to say. He was told flatly, they weren't stronger yet, but they'd catch up soon enough. Glancing to the side, he muttered that he wasn't interested in them anyway. They were still weak, and their real training wouldn't even begin for a few more weeks. Suddenly, names were called across the floor, summoning everyone to gather in the central square on the 1st level. People turned their heads, stunned. The werewolves were walking in, calm and confident. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Had they really returned from the 25th floor? It had already been surprising when they were sent to the 21st, but the 25th? That was something else. No wonder there were gaps in the first and second groups. It didn't seem possible. They were that powerful. The mood shifted completely. Turning to Adis, one of the men commented on the sudden change. She admitted that even she hadn't expected the werewolves to pull it off. How could she explain that to Han when he got back? Arms crossed. Another man murmured, "So that's the level of strength it takes to move to the second floor, huh?" The nearby fairy grinned and said it was time for everyone to head to the storage room. The view shifted to the glowing lobby. It extended up to the third level. Watching it unfold, Velkist asked if they really built an entire forest just for the third group. "Not bad," he added sarcastically. Narissa rolled her eyes, accusing him of always whining. "Why don't you complain to Isel instead?" she shot back. "Though who knows what she'd do to you if you did." Looking down, she added that she'd only come to see what people liked about this place, even though it looked miserable. Then she smiled, asking aloud what was up with that girl. Her attention shifted as she asked if Velkist was supposed to be the strongest one here. Velkist didn't respond at first. He just looked at her and smirked. "Yeah," he finally said. Nearby, Rikari was lying unconscious on the ground, and Dory had already slung her over her shoulder. Velkist was still smiling when something made his eyes suddenly widen. His jaw tightened, and he took a step forward. Kishasha turned toward him. "What's that supposed to mean? You're not the strongest human around, you know." She added that she'd heard the strongest one was someone else, a black-haired guy. Flames flickered around her hair as she said the strength she'd seen wasn't bad, but still not good enough. Standing in front of him now, Kishasha told Velkist flatly he wasn't allowed here. A blast shot toward the dummy Velkist had been guarding. He raised his hand to his face, deep in thought. He had once believed he could take on monsters, but now, seeing the real thing up close, he knew there was no way he could ever defeat a beast like that. He gripped his weapon tightly, frustration bubbling inside. Like this, he didn't stand a chance. He wasn't strong enough, at least not yet. Turning away, scowling, he bit back the anger. The protagonist leapt up, catching a snippet of conversation. It sounded like things were about to escalate. He cracked a smile. Rumor had it, if the dragon slayer who took down the true beast ever spoke, the monster itself would rise to fight. Velkist clenched his jaw. "I'll be strong enough to beat them all someday," he growled. Han unsheathed his sword and asked, "So what is this beast, anyway?" The creature's eyes glimmered. Raising its weapon, it sneered, "Looks like you need to be broken in." Their full squad emerged. The assault on the forest had begun. Trees shook and laughter rang out. Crouched low, a girl chuckled. "It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Worth coming out here." Eyes closed, the protagonist listened. Someone asked if he was all right. He simply replied, "It's nothing." Injuries weren't new to him. He was told, of course not. He was a seasoned warrior. But as he looked away, a thought crept in. 10 more seconds, and it could have ended differently. His body might have been ripped apart, or Kishasha's head lying lifeless on the ground. No, more likely he'd have gone down first. Luck was on his side today. The girl reached out. Her combat skills were impressive, far beyond average. She could even shift form. Odd as she was, Kishasha wasn't someone to underestimate. Hand over her face, she muttered, "Sending Rikari to fetch him? Dumb idea. Forgot how much she hates people. Can't blame her. Lost her parents because of them." Watching silently, Han noted, "Looks like she's been clashing with Velkist." Leaning on a tree, the girl replied, "Just curious. He looks strong." Kishasha cut in. "We don't like people much, but we're not out to get everyone. Sorry if it came off harsh. I'll take a good fight over grudges any day." Peeking from behind a tree, another girl hissed, "How could you bring him back? A traitor?" The hero sighed. "So restless." Seated on the grass, Kishasha changed the subject. "I like meat. There's plenty of game here. We just scored a fresh batch." Raw meat lay before them. The protagonist glanced at her. She offered, but he declined. He wasn't in the mood. He simply said he wasn't hungry. Grinning, Han chimed in, "Well, I hope we can count on you guys for the next missions. Climbing the tower would be a hell of a lot easier with you on board." The girl looked him straight in the eye. "Is this really something we need to talk about? We came here under contract." She glanced at the group. "I was planning to offer you the same." The hero looked at her. "And what exactly is this contract?" Licking her fingers, Kishasha replied, "The end of the world. Our homeland started vanishing into darkness. Right then, we heard a voice. It said it could save us." She knelt, and I accepted the offer. Pointing at the guy, the girl said, "But the rest of us don't remember anything like that." It was strange. Resting her hand on her knee, she continued, "Anyway, we're still doing missions. Most people here are idiots. At least there's one real warrior among them." Raising her hand, Kishasha declared, "I should tell the others to stay out of our territory. We don't forgive trespassers." Then she pointed forward, "But you." You can come by any time. The next day, they arrived at the dark forest and began training. Changes had taken place in the lobby. The biggest update? Each faction now had its own training center. No more awkward overlaps. Things would be much smoother now. Inning finally logged in. A familiar house materialized before her. A notification popped up. One unread message. Training results flashed across the screen. He'd earned a high-grade spirit stone, 2 exaltation stones, and a hefty sum of 300,000 gold. Players around him also got rewards. Isel looked over surprised. The master gave me another gift. The protagonist glanced at her, confused and underwhelmed. He turned to the fairy. Tell her to stop sending me this stuff. She blinked. But I thought you liked them. He shrugged. Would rather get something I can eat. The fairy nodded. All right, hold on a second. A tip appeared on screen. If the protagonist doesn't like the gift, try giving him something else. Then a white horse statue materialized. A message followed. Han was extremely disappointed with the white war horse statue. Without a word, the protagonist tossed it aside. It shattered, fragments scattering across the floor. He looked around the lobby. About 100 people were gathered, but he still had control over everything. Then he turned and said, let me review the mission logs from the 25th floor. Use the replay stone. Isel gave a nod of approval. Han then requested access to the 25th floor mission replay. Standing in the center of the hall, the protagonist received a notification. He had chosen to activate the replay stone on Han. The replay began. He shut his eyes, then quickly opened them again. Now he stood on the edge of a cliff, staring out across what looked like a vast desert. The mission type still hadn't revealed itself. Kishasha's team had already cleared the area. A city soon emerged in the distance, and he figured the objective might become clear if he explored further. Suddenly, shouting erupted. A crowd charged forward, yelling to catch someone. A man barked orders to seal off every exit. Not even an ant gets out. Glancing aside, he ordered someone to prepare a wanted poster. I knew it, muttered a bystander. The girl was cornered against a wall. Eyes wide, she pleaded, please let me go. I'm looking for something. I won't cause trouble. One man unsheathed his sword. Looking for something? My son caught your plague. He's dying. More voices joined in. She's the reason the monsters went berserk. It wasn't me, she cried out. Shut up, came the harsh reply. The girl froze as someone called her a traitor. Friasis turned, folding her arms. The protagonist watched quietly. She wasn't a child anymore. Someone asked if they should shoot. Another replied coldly. Even dead, there's a bounty. Let's finish her. Crossbows were raised. Friasis stared at them in horror. The bolts flew, but just before they struck, they shattered midair. A wide smile spread across her face. Filthy people, yes, so many of you. She lunged forward. I can wipe every one of you out. Kishasha slashed through the air. Protect her in this one. Leave the rest to be shredded. A man recoiled in terror. She's the Empire's most wanted criminal. Lifting his head, he warned, if you defend her. He didn't finish. A blow took him out mid-sentence. Friasis turned, startled. A notification popped up. Floor 25 mission type. Escape. Objective. Escape the restricted zone. Special objective. Protect NPC Friasis. The current team lineup was displayed. A man ahead asked, where the hell did they come from? With his eyes wide, he shouted, urging everyone to listen. They didn't want to fight. They were only after the wish. But before he could say more, an attack suddenly came flying his way. The girl raised her hand and said flatly, this is exactly why I hate dealing with people. She questioned why she'd even bother speaking to someone she planned to kill. Kishasha looked down and told him to follow her. Friasis, surprised, asked, wait, they're werewolves? She thought there weren't any on this continent. The girl turned her gaze and said she heard something odd and caught the scent of blood. She suggested someone go check it out. Nishaz agreed without hesitation. Staring out the window, the girl explained the mission's goal. They had to escape the area with the NPC. Friasis suddenly gasped, realizing they really are heroes, the very same kind that once saved her. Kishasha glanced away and asked what she was even talking about. Nana snapped that she was being too loud and threatened to quiet her down by ripping off her arm. Then, the girl stepped forward and asked if there was a man named Han among them. Black hair, black eyes, taller than her, fought with a shield and sword. Nana scoffed, confused, asking what nonsense she was mumbling about now. Some warrior? Friasis smiled softly, saying that if they knew Han, she wanted to know how he was doing. She pointed ahead and asked if they came from the same place as him. Kishasha replied that he had been there, but he wasn't anymore. The protagonist caught her meaning. He hadn't just left. He ended up somewhere strange, called Nil something. Maybe even dead. That thought stuck. Why was she talking like he was already gone? Suddenly, the girl jumped up and shouted. When she landed, she warned that monsters were leaving the city. They'd be arriving soon. Kishasha finally understood why no one around seemed alarmed despite all the commotion. She told them they had to leave now, urged him to come with them. Ricari glanced over and remarked that he didn't look bad for a human. Phreaces looked away, unsure if that was true. Then a monster roared, tension surged. The lizard beasts lunged at the soldiers. People scattered in panic. Watching Phreaces, Ricari asked with a grin, "Can you run any faster?" She replied, out of breath, that this was as fast as she could go. Kishasha, glancing away, said they didn't have a choice. They need to slow down. Suddenly she shouted, "Dory!" Just then, Dory leapt across rooftops and landed in front of them. Without meeting their eyes, Dory said she was there. Quickly, she asked for an update. Gritting her teeth, she explained. There were 3 exits, west, east, and north. Monsters were flooding in from the west. Civilians were evacuating east. The north was clearer, but slow-moving groups were guiding camels that way. That meant the others, including Means, were heading east too. But the monsters would reach them any second. Dory feared it was already too late. Monsters were already surrounding the area. Hearing this, he knew they'd have to escape north. When last checked, there were about 30 of them. Just then, Kishasha turned, saying he should wait. She had something to say. The girl was gasping for air, but spoke up. "Can't we save them?" She raised her head. If they had just 5 more minutes, just enough time, the people could get out. Kishasha heard her. The girl knew she had no right to ask. They were the ones who saved her. But those villagers, they were innocent. Ricari grabbed her, snapping. "Why do you even care if they die? Weren't they the ones who destroyed everything?" The girl gritted her teeth and said yes. They did, but they had no other choice. Kishasha stepped in, pulling Ricari back. "Enough. Don't hurt her." She only asked. "You could have just said no." Then Kishasha turned to her, looked straight at her, and said, "I'm sorry, but we can't." Phreaces quietly asked if she'd reconsider. The crowd had gone silent. Kishasha answered firmly, "No." The girl clenched her teeth, staring at the ground. Phreaces pulled back her hood. Kishasha's eyes widened in shock. A system notification appeared. Conflict created. Special NPC Phreaces requests assistance. She tightened her fist. A branching side quest activated. Evacuate the civilians. The system noted the master could assign heroes to quests, and it showed each hero's stance toward the request. The girl shut her eyes. Kishasha said softly, "Open them." The quest had been denied, and Kishasha added, "I'm sorry, but it's just too dangerous." Kishasha's eyes blazed as she declared she wouldn't sacrifice her own kind just to save humans. Despite the tempting experience points, gold, and bonus rewards, Kishasha turned down the rare opportunity. Phreaces, frustrated, muttered that she still felt so powerless. Given how rare Kishasha's group was, losing even one of them would be devastating. They were nearly impossible to replace. Stepping forward, Phreaces warned that the monsters would arrive any second. Smoke began to blanket the city as creatures surged forward. The girl's smile stretched wide as she launched into the fray. Phreaces weaved through fallen bodies, her jaw clenched tight. Meanwhile, the protagonist moved steadily forward, thinking this mission wasn't difficult at all. It felt more like a break, just an escort quest with an NPC. Not even 100 lizard men had attacked. No boss monster either. From what he could tell, the 25th floor was no harder than the rest. He glanced to the side, noting that regardless of how the floor was cleared, Kishasha had clearly been the MVP. Standing in the room, a system notification popped up, recording complete. He received the full experience of the 25th floor. Looking at the screen, Han realized the quest had split into a branching type, something that allowed re-entry to face the boss, which hadn't been possible before. Staring straight ahead, he thought about the rewards: experience, gold, better NPC relations, and a bonus prize. Whether the rewards went to another hero didn't matter. As long as one of them got it, they all benefited. More importantly, he figured that bonus reward could hold clues about the next floor. Reaching the 30th was the real goal. Smirking, he said, "This is the mission." Turning away, he added quietly, "And I'm going to be the one to complete it." The night settled over the city like a heavy blanket. Han, arms crossed, looked up and said that tomorrow they'd head for the 25th floor. Nearby, Velkist, gripping a dumbbell, asked if they were really training all night. He doubted a few hours would get him back in shape. Ialka glanced over her shoulder and said she didn't mind, but something about the protagonist had changed. He wasn't even using his shield anymore. She asked if they were switching up their group dynamics, and if it might be too soon. Standing tall before them, Han told them not to worry. Their roles wouldn't change much. They'd train with the second group to get back on track, but not push so hard they burned out before tomorrow. Velkist shut his eyes and calmly said he noticed the second group had brought along a few kids to fill the ranks. He wasn't convinced they'd be able to keep up with training. Han kept his eyes on the newcomers, his mind turning over the same doubts. The square was packed with people. Adis pointed at a small group and introduced them. Anin, Lilini, and Bennick. One of the boys perked up and called out enthusiastically, saying he'd heard plenty about Han and even witnessed him take down that dragon. It was awesome. Lilini, looking a little shy, introduced herself softly. Bennick, with a more serious tone, mentioned he'd heard stories about Han's strength and was honored to finally meet him. Anin chuckled, adding that Bennick might seem cold at first, but that wasn't really the case. Adis turned toward the others and said the trio had joined up just 2 weeks ago. They were full of drive and had already shown solid progress. Smiling, she pointed out they'd definitely be useful on future missions. Han said nothing, just stood there with a calm gaze focused on the group. Han quietly told Adis not to get too close to them. It would only make things harder down the line. Adis clenched her fist and said firmly that she understood. This time, she wasn't going to let anyone die. With that, the protagonist closed his eyes and said it was time to begin. Suddenly, the building's windows lit up with a purple glow. Adis's group instantly shifted into battle stance. Han and the others readied themselves. Without warning, Anin stumbled back, caught off guard. The protagonist had struck him hard. As Han swung his blade, he asked whether fighting with real swords gave him a new perspective after all that time playing with toys. Anin, now furious, blocked with his shield. Han told him bluntly to treat this like a real fight. Aim to kill. Han slashed an arrow out of the air and glanced at Bennick, who was already knocking another one. The protagonist smirked, admitting he liked that Bennick could react that fast. Lilini dashed in with her spear, but missed. Just then, a wolf-like figure appeared behind her and taunted that it had been a while. He was genuinely surprised the so-called coward had managed to prove herself. Velkist launched a barrage of strikes at Lilini. He ducked low with a sly grin, slipping past Adis's counterattack. Han, looking on with satisfaction, asked Velkist if he recognized her. Velkist replied that Lilini had been there during his very first battle. Back then, he thought she wouldn't make it past the first floor, but somehow she did. Nerissa moved in and struck at Lilini, saying her biggest obstacle was her own mindset. Otherwise, she had the skill and movement to go far. Adis glanced at Han with a smile and told him not to go easy on them. What they needed right now was a tough lesson. The overwhelmed rookies were barely holding up under the relentless attacks. The protagonist and his crew stared them down with wild eyes, announcing they could do anything to them, short of killing them. Adis covered her face, regretting ever speaking up. Night had fallen, blanketing the building in darkness. A table was stacked with potions. Han stared at one, filled with yellow liquid. Notifications flooded in. He'd successfully crafted a heat-resistant item. Isel inspected the potions, impressed. She asked if the protagonist really made them himself, pointing out that the master might get suspicious. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Han's ring, asking where he got it. He replied that it was a gift from someone he knew back in Niflheim. Gazing at the potions, Han reasoned that while the 25th floor might not be the toughest, he still needed to be ready. Thanks to Ialka, everyone had fire resistance, but that wouldn't stop the brutal desert heat. The mission would be short, but he didn't want to waste energy battling the climate. The settlement sat in silence as the night passed. When morning came, a notification popped up. Han, the leader of the first group, had submitted a raid request for the 25th floor. Suddenly, the space-time gate cracked open. A message flashed across the screen. This was the main dungeon, and the goal was to climb the tower. A bright light poured out of the portal. Out of nowhere, Phriases appeared, kneeling. She gritted her teeth and slowly opened her eyes, startled to see Han in front of her. Confused, she asked how he got here. The protagonist calmly asked how she'd been. Phriases looked around, asking where the werewolves that had been there had gone. Han told her they were at home resting. No need to worry about them now. His companions figured Phriases must be here to ask for something. Still in shock, she asked if this was some kind of magic. Lifting his blade, Han said this wasn't the time for talk. They had work to do in that direction. Wide-eyed, Phriases asked if he really meant he was going to help. Without another word, the group downed their potions and headed out. The protagonist said they were already on the move. Jenna asked if the point was just to buy time for the others, and added that it sounded like a solid mission. Stunned, Phriases got a notification. The leader of the first group had sent a request to complete a side quest. Her eyes shut tightly, and she started to shake. Then, smiling through tears, she began to cry. Chaos broke out. Lizard men were tearing through the area, slaughtering everyone in sight. Just as one was about to strike, it suddenly collapsed. They turned to see Han standing over it, the monster's head lying at his feet. The enraged lizard men turned their focus toward the protagonist and his squad. Surrounded on all sides, they calmly reported. Only 17 enemies remained. Drawing his blade, Han gave a clear command. Wipe them out in 10 seconds. Jenna unleashed a volley of arrows, mowing down several in an instant. Narissa drove her blade straight through one of the beasts, finishing it cleanly. Another wave charged toward Ialka, but she raised her arms and released a torrent of fire, engulfing them. Ialka remarked that the heat was brutal and, if not for the potion Han gave them, they would have been in serious trouble. Velkist slashed through the creatures effortlessly, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Off to the side, a terrified man clutched his head and muttered in disbelief. Were these people even human? While Han continued to cut down lizardmen, he asked if the bystanders could still see them. Jenna responded that the crowd didn't seem eager to run. They were rooted in place. Velkis drove his blade into another monster and said flatly that if the people could see them, they were probably already dead. One stunned bystander stared at the blood-soaked ground and mumbled something about ghosts. Watching them, the protagonist realized they weren't visible. Only the aftermath of their actions could be seen. Phriases rushed over to the crowd and warned them to head to the eastern gate unless they wanted to die. She told them plainly that they were being protected, and only she could actually see those doing the fighting. The people turned to her and asked if these were monsters she had summoned. Phriases firmly denied it. She didn't control anything. She just asked for help. One furious man stepped forward, pointing at her and yelling. He accused her of being a traitor to the Empire, of selling her soul to call forth demons. Without missing a beat, the woman slammed a shovel into his back and told him he talked too much for someone who only helped nobles escape. She gripped the tool tightly and declared that she didn't care who saved them, as long as someone did. The boys ran toward the gate, shouting that they wouldn't forget what had been done for them. Watching them go, Phriases allowed herself a small smile. It had worked out, but Han, expression stern, reminded everyone it wasn't over. The side quest was still active. Phriases stared at the incoming wave and asked, stunned, if there weren't too many. The protagonist looked toward the massive horde and said that if they could hold the line here, they wouldn't have to worry about being flanked. It was still better than the chaos on the 5th floor, where they were attacked from all directions. He instructed everyone to spread out more. The ground began to tremble as the lizardmen started pounding war drums. Watching them, their chieftain, face twisted with rage, roared out, demanding to know why these intruders were defying the laws of nature. An explosion ripped through the air, instantly decapitating the lizardman who had just declared his intent to bring judgment to these cursed lands. Jenna, bow in hand, glanced at the smoking corpse. Should I just take out trash like him? She asked flatly. Phriases, standing behind her, turned to Han. Are you sure we'll be okay? There's way too many of them. There's 100, Han replied coolly. We each handle 20. Without hesitation, Han charged forward, telling Phriases to just stay back and watch. Ialka stepped up and raised her hands. Flames burst out, surging in waves and incinerating the oncoming beasts. Jenna followed up, firing arrows with lightning speed. Each shot struck its target with such force that the lizardmen exploded on impact. As she reached for more arrows, her quiver glowed, and fresh arrows appeared instantly. A system message popped up. Mana increase quiver. Magical gear. Expands arrow capacity to 100. A glowing orange crosshair appeared before Jenna's eye. She locked on, releasing a rapid barrage that tore through the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, Han leapt into the fray, swinging his sword and lopping off a lizardman's head in one clean motion. Blood sprayed across the field. He kept moving, and as he delivered a crushing blow that severed another's arm, a message appeared, skill acquired, powerful blow. Velkist wasn't far behind. He lunged at a cluster of lizardmen, cutting several down in a single slash. A notification blinked. Basic swordsmanship. Max level achieved. Narissa muttered grimly. This is insane. Phriases, stunned, looked at them in awe. You've all gotten ridiculously strong, she said, eyes fixed on Han as he sheathed his blade. You're on a whole different level than last time, she added. Then, smiling faintly, she looked at him. You haven't changed a bit in 3 years. Han replied calmly, but you have. Facing them, Phriases nodded gratefully. Thanks, guys. What about the two with the spear and daggers? They're alive, Han said. Adis and Aaron, just somewhere else right now. Suddenly, another wave of lizardmen came charging, yelling that they'd spotted humans. Han looked ahead, 31 of them, all level 22. As they reached the battlefield and saw the remains of their fallen kin, the monsters abruptly halted. Then, without a word, they turned and fled. Velkist watched the fleeing lizardmen with a puzzled look. Why are they running? He asked. They've learned fear, Han answered, glancing at the fallen bodies. Looking around, Velkist muttered, that wasn't even hard. As they began surveying the settlement, Han turned to Narissa. Sweep the area. Let's assume it's dealt with for now. Ialka waved a hand in front of her face. This weather's awful. Even the potion's not helping. Jenna moved over and started leading her away. Come on, let's get out of here. She motioned for Velkist to follow. Han, stay behind. watching them walk off. Then he looked back and thought to himself, there was no need for any of this. Phriases approached him slowly. How have you been? She asked, settling down on the ground. I thought you were dead, she said softly. But here we are again. A small smile touched her lips, her cheeks faintly red. As the evening sky spread across the desert, she looked up. So really, how are you? Han shut his eyes. I'm fine, he replied quietly. Hugging her knees, Phriases said, I thought I wouldn't make it. Han crossed his arms. The werewolves joined recently. We don't know them well. They're new. Grinning a little, he added, still, you managed to stay under the radar. Just lucky, I guess, Phriases replied. She raised her eyes to the tower. But honestly, it all turned out this way because of you. She held out a golden crest. The Haljan clan, one of the 4 great clans, they were the only ones actively looking for me. If not for them, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Weird though, the entire area is just empty now. Han listened silently. His thoughts drifted to that long hallway, his team walking with him. Nerissa's story replayed in his mind. The Hans were tied to the Order, the one she'd been fighting against. And, somehow, the 20th floor connected to it too. Still, he couldn't shake the eerie atmosphere of that mansion. The evening light bathed the desert in gold. Han broke the silence. So why are you here? I'm looking for something, Phriases said, standing now. Han faced her. What is it you're looking for? She smiled faintly. Something I saw in a dream. A key. His gaze sharpened. And what are you going to do with this key? I'm going to save the continent, she answered, her voice calm. Then she looked at him again. I don't really know what it is yet. It's more of a feeling. But I think I'll understand once I've gathered enough. Han stepped beside her, still talking in riddles. Even back then, when we first met, you kept going on about dreams. And the end of the world. As Han looked at Phriases' face, a thought struck him. She'd already appeared in 2 of the main missions. Even the ones where she wasn't directly involved could still be tied to her somehow. A mental map of the village formed in his mind. There were 3 exits in the settlement. While most evacuees were headed east, Phriases had chosen to go north. Smiling to himself, Han figured they'd run into each other again sooner or later. Then, a portal started to open. A message appeared. Quest completed. Phriases blinked, startled. What's that? Don't overthink it, Han replied, watching as the corpses scattered across the ground began to vanish. It's time we got moving, he said, turning away. Phriases followed beside him. Things always get weird when I'm around you, she murmured. Han's thoughts lingered on her image. He knew she'd already died once. Faces from the other team flashed in his memory. Another group, hired with gold, who had tried to beat the 15th floor. None of them made it. Then came the newly assembled werewolf group. They cleared the 25th floor with success. As he watched Phriases run alongside the werewolves, it clicked. This was her 3rd life here. Han considered the single teams that were used to measure the stage's danger. If you counted all those, the death toll was even higher than anyone realized. The evening light stretched over the towers as they neared the exit. Phriases paused and asked, will we see each other again? With arms crossed, Han replied, we'll meet on another floor. She smiled. Then I'll survive. For all of us. As she walked away, a final system message appeared. Quest complete. All team members leveled up. Reward, 100,000 gold. MVP, Jenna. After teleporting out of the desert, the group stood before a towering gate. Han recalled something he'd read. It was possible to clear a bonus stage inside the rift of time and space. But there was a catch. It could only be attempted once, and only by a single person. With a fan covering her face, Ialka remarked that it gave her a bad feeling. From experience, she said, when things start off smooth, they usually end horribly. She turned to get the protagonist's opinion, and he nodded in agreement. He then stepped away from the group, telling the others to move on ahead. The girls, puzzled, began speculating. Maybe Han wanted to farm materials, or simply rest and enjoy the view. Han stood alone before the gate. Calmly, he acknowledged that the bonus stage was meant for a solo challenger, and he couldn't ignore it. Without hesitation, he entered the portal. He found himself in a pitch-black chamber. As he surveyed the surroundings, he figured out it was a maze, twisting corridors with countless branches. Yet, strangely, there were no traps or monsters. He pressed on through the silence. An hour passed. Then, a system message appeared, bonus stage completed. Stroking his chin, Han mused that he had actually expected to fail. Glancing down at a sketch in his notebook, he noted that, either way, the problem of the 25th floor was solved. Tomorrow, they'd move straight to the 26th. As the gate reopened, Han thought to himself, if his hunch was right, then everything that happened on the 25th floor was just the prelude. A warm-up. He chuckled to himself, recalling Ialka's warning. Then an easy start always led to a brutal ending. And she knew this game too well to be wrong. The next day, sunlight bathed the desert in a blinding glare. Phriases trudged across the sand alone, clearly worn out. Seeing her drained, Han asked if she was still alive. He and the others stood before her, completely unscathed. Catching her breath, Phreases admitted she had thought she was ready, but it had been tougher than expected. Han handed her a bag, telling her it had heat-resistance potions, water, and food. Smiling weakly, Phreases joked that she was only pushing herself this hard so she could get their help. Velkus turned to Han and asked what kind of mission they were dealing with. Han responded that it was straightforward. They just had to follow Phreases and keep her safe. Phreases pointed ahead, saying she'd seen all of this before in her dreams. Now, all she had to do was follow the signs. Scanning the vast desert, the protagonist quietly wondered what signs Phreases had been referring to. Before he could dwell on it, something caught him off guard. Han spotted a massive swarm of lizard beasts charging straight at them. The monsters, wild with fury, rushed in with no hesitation. Without missing a beat, the group grabbed their weapons. Someone shouted that they were better equipped than last time. This would be a perfect warm-up after eating. Blood quickly sprayed across the sand as the battle erupted. Watching the carnage unfold, Phreases, clearly shaken, admitted that even the royal palace guards didn't seem this powerful. As the last enemy fell, Han and the others began fading from view. With a confident grin, they told her they'd see her on the next floor. Phreases met his gaze and agreed. A system message blinked across their screens. The floor was cleared. They were awarded 50,000 gold, a desert essence, and more importantly, the highlight of the floor was the protagonist, surrounded by his companions. Velkus glanced around and muttered that he still didn't get the point of these missions. Wasn't this all just babysitting some girl? Han cut him off sharply, warning him to mind his words. Velkus smirked, clearly amused, and asked why. Was she royalty or something? A princess of the Empire? Yes, Han replied without hesitation. Velkus was stunned. Wait, seriously? He asked. With arms crossed, Helen stepped in, pointing out that Velkus should have realized it if he'd paid attention back on the 15th floor. Still confused, Velkus admitted he hadn't fully grasped what kind of place this was. The moon hung high and bright above them. One last lizard, filled with rage, lunged forward with a blade, bellowing that those who defy nature must die. Velkus swiftly sliced it in half, scoffing at the nonsense. Stepping past the fallen beasts, Phreases said softly that time was running out. They had to move quickly. Looking to the sky, she revealed that if her dreams were right, they only had 10 years left before the world would end. Han slung his weapon over his back and asked how she planned to gather the keys when she didn't even know what they were for. Placing a hand over her heart, Phreases answered, it wasn't just a mission. The keys were part of something ancient, a legend tied to the Empire's origin. Standing beside him, she declared that if she found all the keys, they would grant her their power. Then, revealing a blue crest, Phreases spoke of the House of Asines, one of the Empire's 4 great families and the strongest of them all. With that, she continued forward, following Han. Phreases told them she had made a vow to prove her worth, and to do that, she'd have to accomplish the impossible. The protagonist frowned and asked bluntly, are you saying the impossible is gathering the keys? Turning to face him, Phreases asked why Han was helping her at all. With her arms folded, she admitted she had nothing to offer, no power, no leverage, just her body. Taken aback by her own words, Phreases was even more confused when Han calmly said he didn't want anything from her. He turned and walked off, casually adding that it just so happened this mission aligned with his own. Grateful, Phreases smiled and thanked him. Behind her, Jenna and Ialka exchanged whispers, watching the two. They giggled about how it felt like a scene pulled straight from the romantic novels they'd read. An imperial lady and a knight, side by side. Suddenly, Han appeared behind them and asked what they were whispering about. Without missing a beat, he grabbed Ialka's cheek and reminded her, with mock irritation, that misunderstandings were his favorite thing. A system message flashed. The floor had been cleared. Phreases turned to Han and asked if they'd meet again on the next floor. He clenched his fist and said no one could be sure. They weren't the only ones involved anymore. Her brows furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Isel spotted several others emerging from a portal and was caught off guard. The protagonist imagined a massive dragon looming ahead. He figured the 30th floor required multiple groups, so it was unrealistic for just one party to handle everything alone. He recalled what happened during the 20th floor raid. The entire attack squad had been thrown into chaos because of another team's blunder. He was certain Anakin had witnessed it. If Anakin hadn't learned from that mess, then he really was a fool. The scene shifted to the settlements. The narrator explained that by the next evening, the 3rd group had already been dispatched to the next floor. Staring at a band of werewolves, Han noted that they would now be escorting Phreases. He didn't like their personalities, but Gwen was competent, and that counted. Looking up at a tall structure, the protagonist mused that a training center had been built in Niflheimer while he was away. Though its features were still basic, it was a smart addition. For now, it offered only foundational lessons, but it was a solid start. Watching Velkist and Helen in action, Han pointed out that both of them had reached 3-star ranks, warrior and thief. Their growth was visible in every strike. Elsewhere, Adis and her squad were covered in blood. The narration confirmed that the third group had successfully completed the raid on the 28th floor. The next day, the second group was deployed to tackle the 29th floor. While they managed to complete the mission successfully, the three newer members clearly struggled to keep up. Standing before the next gate, Han reflected. What awaited them now was the 30th floor, a boss-level stage. Given how easy things had been back on the 25th floor, they knew this one wouldn't be forgiving. The protagonist mentally went through all three groups and their members. Altogether, 15 players from the third floor, including himself, would be entering this challenge. But the truth was glaring. None of them were truly ready. Everyone was underleveled for what lay ahead. To even attempt the 30th floor, the recommended level was 30. He pictured a tower rising above them and decided they would rerun the 28th floor to grind experience and earn his promotion. Other floors were currently locked due to connected quests, so editing would send them in right after the second group. As they battled through the 28th floor again, slaying hordes of lizard men, the protagonist noted that Friasis wasn't with them. This time, it was all about gaining XP by eliminating every creature beyond the desert hills. But then, everything shifted. Night fell over the settlement. Studying various maps, Han discovered something troubling. Some people back on the first floor had secretly plotted to steal loot from the weekly dungeons. Instead of sending their rewards through the dimensional inventory portal, they kept them hidden in their personal storage. Suddenly, a purple glow radiated from a nearby building. Half of those involved were instantly dragged into the synthesis chamber. The rest, sent off to faraway prison zones, their fates uncertain. As the gate opened, the warriors stepped through into the unknown. The story revealed that later that night, editing dispatched a group of thieves to the 30th floor to scout ahead. They never stood a chance. Frightened and unprepared, the thieves arrived on the floor. A message immediately flashed. This mission required 5 full parties. Any empty spots could be filled by summoning backup, either for free or at a cost. But it didn't matter. They all died within 5 minutes. That alone made one thing certain. The protagonist envisioned the tower once more. The 30th floor wasn't just tough. It was going to be a nightmare, especially for Tonia. Since it demanded 5 complete teams, Enning had sent 5, each with a designated leader. As the night sky cloaked the buildings, Han suddenly heard Urnith's voice. It came through his ring, her tone echoing in his ears. She said she had expected him to call her the moment he arrived. But he hadn't, and that hurt. Looking down at the ring, Han's expression grew serious. He shut his eyes and sighed. Jokes like that, he said quietly, aren't good for the heart. Seated at the table, the protagonist mentioned that he'd soon be heading to the boss floor. He figured it was best to let Urnith know, just in case. She looked at him and asked if he was trying to say there was a chance he could die. Glancing at his notes, Han replied calmly, it was possible. Urnith urged him to use the ring without hesitation if things went wrong. He looked at it with a faint smile and agreed to her request. As he returned to writing, Urnith offered to send Nahaku to help if he wanted. But Han quickly shut that down. It wasn't an option. Satisfied, Urnith leaned back and told him to take care. His life wasn't his alone anymore. Still sitting in the gazebo, she listened as Han told her they'd talk again later. Eyes on the table, she asked him not to die, no matter what. He promised to contact her when he returned, so she wouldn't have to worry. Hearing that, Urnith closed her eyes, finally a little relieved. Han touched the ring gently, raised his head, and let out a slow breath. He turned back to his notes. The 30th floor was a complete unknown. If this were a standard run, he'd expect a raid, a recon mission, or a forced escape, but Townia's missions always flipped expectations. Studying the layout of the maze, he noted that the labyrinth from the bonus stage was bound to show up again. Everyone needed to memorize its paths. With pen in hand, he crossed out sections related to the party breakdown. From a synthesis of the 5 captured thieves, they'd learned something crucial. This mission required a full roster of 25 people. As he moved too fast, his arm knocked over the ink bottle. Han stared at the spilled ink, watching it soak into the paper. The scene shifted in his mind. Under a sky slowly turning gray, Kishasha lifted her hand with a sly smile and delivered a deadly kick, driving her attack straight through an enemy. Nishaz dashed ahead with her ally, grinning as she charged into the swarm of monsters. The others narrowed their eyes in disbelief and swung their blades, tearing through the opposition. In his thoughts, Han saw the battlefield littered with corpses. To speed up their progress, he had made the third group repeatedly run the 28th floor to gain experience. He recalled one fighter who struck out in fury, pushing beyond his limit. Now, all that was left was to raise the levels of the remaining teams. That's why the fourth and fifth groups have been called in more frequently. He pictured a sword dripping with blood and said that they had been sent into the desert zone, specifically to hone their combat strength. Han recalled the moment that sinister girl signed the documents, then shifted his thoughts to the intense preparations underway outside the battlefield. Ialka had been sent off to the magic hall, working non-stop, 18 hours a day, solving complex problems until she finally mastered high-speed research. In all of Tonia, she was still the only one capable of doing such research. A man introduced Night City and explained that the hero's reaction rating in the lobby was just level 3. For their reaction research to be useful, it needed to hit at least level 5. There were 5 separate research teams working toward this. Han remembered how exhausted yet cheerful Ialka had been. After 3 relentless days and nights, she was finally freed. Just then, a system window popped up displaying a card. The hero's reaction research had reached level 5. The lobby received the goddess's blessing, and a new communication feature was unlocked. Now, the groups could easily stay in touch. Leaning against the wall with arms folded, the protagonist mentally noted that long-distance communication was finally possible. Grinning at a surprised girl, he spoke through the radio, explaining that due to the current low reaction levels, communication still had limits. The range maxed out at 1 kilometer, and only team leaders could use it. Adis shut her eyes, pressing her fingers to her temple as she focused. This function would be crucial on the 30th floor. She needed to inform the others. Jenna walked up to the guy, hand on her hip, teasing that it had been a while. He'd been swamped with work. Han glanced at the fighters in the distance, noting they'd been at it since morning. There was a sense in the air, something new was coming. He turned to look at Velkist, eyes fierce with energy, and commented to his friend how impressed he was. Velkist was pushing himself harder than even Eren, putting his life on the line instead of just going through the motions. You could feel it in every clash during sparring. Watching the fight, Jenna remarked that they were training hard, but from what Han said, it seemed they still held back during regular practice. Neriza clenched her teeth, swung her sword with force. The blade spun through the air and landed behind her opponent, buried in the ground. Velkist scowled and ordered her to pick it up. Drenched in sweat, Neriza wiped her chin. With arms crossed, Han stared straight ahead, deep in thought. The trajectory of his sword was evolving, just as Ledigian had described. This was the requirement for reaching intermediate weapon mastery. It looked like he was about to level up. His gaze shifted to Neriza, still swinging her blade. She trained just as hard, though her strengths leaned toward support, gathering intel and detecting traps. The protagonist watched closely, catching the reflection of her opponent in her eyes. He could clearly see the difference. There was still a big gap between her and Velkist in actual combat. Suddenly, Han leapt in front of her, parrying the incoming strike. Swinging his sword with precision, he told her to fall back. He'd take it from here. Velkist stepped forward with a grin, saying he'd been waiting all day. Han smirked, his grin turning wild as he replied that joining the first group was worth it. He wouldn't have gotten this kind of challenge in the second. Drawing his sword, the protagonist laughed and asked since when Velkist had become so chatty. A window popped up, displaying his stats. Velkist's smile turned sharp as he dashed forward. Han immediately raised his blade and blocked the strike. The clash echoed as the protagonist pushed back the attack, charging him with focus. He looked at Velkist coming at him and thought, this guy lives for the fight. With a grin, Han dodged another blow and said that no matter how many times he's knocked down, he'll keep getting back up. He doesn't give in, even when facing someone stronger. He tightened his grip on his sword, thinking that this kind of resolve is what made him trust Eren to be part of their group. The two continued to exchange strikes, fast and fierce. Velkist flashed a grin as he drew his blade again, and the system announced he'd achieved intermediate sword mastery. Not to be outdone, Han smirked as he swung his weapon, the system confirming he'd reached intermediate mastery at level 3. Night had fallen over the city under a glowing dome. Lights filled the windows of tall buildings. Inside an office, the protagonist stood before the assembled teams, arms crossed. For the first time, he said, all 5 groups are gathered. Adis placed a hand on her hip and replied that she hadn't expected Group 3 to show up. Kishasha, sitting casually on the windowsill, smiled and reminded them they were part of the mission too. She might not be the most combat-ready, but she took her responsibilities seriously, unlike some others. Ryman stepped forward, extending his hand and introducing himself. He'd heard a lot about Han. Leaning against the back of a sofa, Gilbert said his name and added that it was a pleasure to meet him. Adis, now standing next to the protagonist, pointed at him and clarified that she was the one who gathered everyone, not him. She needed to finalize the command structure for the 30th floor and beyond. The protagonist added that with 25 members total, it was time they appointed a leader. Kishasha chuckled, lifting one leg playfully, and said if they were talking about a military leader, the answer was obvious. just pick the strongest. Wouldn't that make things easier? Adis raised her hand and pointed straight at Han. She nominated him, explaining that he had the most mission experience and was quick to read the situation. Anyone who had fought alongside him knew he was a powerful warrior. Still smiling, Kashasha crouched on the table and said she wouldn't object to the Dragon Slayer leading, but warned that they wouldn't be fighting together. They didn't mesh well in battle. Adis tightened her fist, clearly uneasy. If that was the case, she said, then choosing a leader might not even matter. The protagonist, his brow furrowed, calmly stated that their fighting styles were different. Forcing them to change would only make things worse. Kishasha rested her hand on her cheek and arched a brow, saying he was clever. They knew what teamwork meant, and she'd at least respect his calls during the mission. Han crossed his arms and looked over at one of the men. He said he'd give only the basic orders. The rest would be up to them to figure out. Adis, staring out the window, noted that even if he looked cold, he was kind at heart. The protagonist closed his eyes and told them not to be afraid. In battle, the first to hesitate is always the first to fall. There's always a way out of any situation. They just needed to remember that. Then, without warning, he stepped on the girl's foot. Ryman stared in shock. The protagonist swept his eyes across the group and told them flatly, if they weren't ready to give it their all, they should stay behind. Ryman, nervous and sweating, clenched his fists and responded that he had worked too hard to get here. He wasn't planning to fall back now. Han looked at him with a sharp expression, thinking that they'd find out the truth soon enough. Gilbert stepped up and asked if he could make a request. Turning around, he said he didn't mind Han leading. Everyone already treated him as the de facto leader anyway. Looking ahead with a serious face, he explained that the 4th and 5th groups had gone through a lot to make it to the 2nd floor. Just when they did, the 3rd floor was built. He asked if Han could get them moved up, assuming they proved themselves in the mission. The protagonist looked away and said the final decision would be up to the master, but he'd send in a request. He then held up several diagrams, telling them to memorize the layout before the operation. The 30th floor was likely to turn into a labyrinth, and they needed to be ready. Gilbert sat back on the couch, watching quietly. So young, yet already their leader, he thought. They were all here under the pretense of choosing someone to lead, but deep down, everyone had already made up their minds. If this whole setup was just to highlight the gap between the 2nd and 3rd floors, he mused, then they were all just pawns. Still, he smiled to himself, deciding to bide his time. It won't be long before I'm the one in charge here, he thought with a confident grin. The city shimmered under the morning sun. The protagonist drew his sword from its sheath and asked if everyone was ready. Han gripped his hilt and nodded. Ialka adjusted her bracelet and jokingly asked if anyone had written their will yet. Velkist raised his blade and asked her the same. Jenna, holding her quiver, replied calmly that no one was dying today. Han would lead them to victory, just like always. Han stepped ahead, muttering that they were relying on him way too much. Still, the entire squad marched forward through the streets, their resolve unshaken. Ada stood firm in front of her group. Kishasha stood before her team with a light smile. Ryman, frowning, led his unit with determination. Gilbert's group waited outside, weapons in hand, ready for what was to come. Suddenly, a system window popped up, confirming the formation of an attack unit made up of all 5 groups. In front of the dungeon entrance, the gathered forces stood in full strength, 25 heroes in total. The system listed Han as the recommended leader of the operation. Adis glanced at him and said that this time, she'd make herself more useful than she had back on the 20th floor. Ialka, standing behind, looked uneasy. She mentioned how each new boss level seemed to demand even more manpower. At this rate, they'd have 100 people running missions before long. She looked at Han, who stood silently in front, pretending not to hear her. Isel chuckled, placed a hand on her head, and reminded them that this was the 30th floor. They needed to stay alert and not get in Han's way. Velkist glanced over at him with a grin, teasing that Han was becoming popular. He was even getting a little jealous. The portal began to hum as it activated. A system voice announced that the gate would open in 10 seconds. A message flashed, 29 floors cleared. Climb the tower. Save the world. Jenna turned, gave a confident smile, and said that everything would go smoothly, as long as they stayed careful. A blinding light burst from the portal as waves of energy rippled out. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, and the surrounding space shifted, suddenly filled with swirling sand. The group found themselves in the ruins of a city. Ialka held her hood down against the wind and asked if they had just arrived in some kind of city. Han scanned the area and noted that it looked ancient. Frowning, he reached out to Adis over the comms to confirm their location. She responded that it was a strange place, covered in sand and scorching hot. Han glanced at his own surroundings and replied that it looked the same on their end. They needed to regroup. He told the others to head for the center of the city. No need to explain where that was. As they moved down the crumbling streets, Han told Ryman they should head to the center too and to try getting in touch with the other groups. It was too spread out to rely on luck. Trailing behind the girls, Han frowned. This wasn't good. Everyone was scattered. Pulling his collar up against the stinging wind, he instructed the group to make their way toward the center and let Nerissa take point. He also asked them to keep watch for Friasis. She might be somewhere in this area. Nerissa nodded and took the lead, running ahead with purpose. Han reminded them that Nerissa would report anything she saw, but they couldn't afford to drop their guard. The group moved through the sandstorm, eyes sharp. Jenna looked forward with concern and mentioned that the silence was unsettling. It was always quiet right before something happened. Han furrowed his brow and called out to the second and fourth group leaders through the radio. Gazing up at a worn statue of angels, he told them they'd rendezvous at the large central building. Through the haze of dust, he spotted the silhouettes of the girls pushing forward. In the background, he could hear Ryman relaying updates to the other groups. Weapons were drawn. Everyone was on alert. Suddenly, Nerissa emerged from the storm, carrying someone on her shoulders. "I found the princess," she announced. She was unconscious in the middle of the road. Han moved next to her, eyes fixed on a girl. "What are the odds this is a trap?" Ialka narrowed her gaze, her eyes glowing faintly as she scanned the body. "None. She's clean," she confirmed. Han uncorked a flask and brought it to the girl's lips. "What was she doing out here?" he muttered. Friasis drank the potion and slowly opened her eyes. Her voice was weak as she whispered his name. Still holding the bottle, Han told her the elixir would help her deal with the heat. Lying against Nerissa, Friasis clutched the flask and murmured, "I just wanted to find the keys." Han gave her a sharp look and asked if this was really the place. The girl glanced at the statue-topped building and nodded, saying it matched exactly what she'd seen in her dreams. Looking down quietly, she added that the keys were here. Suddenly, a window popped up. Mission info. On the 30th floor, NPC Friasis had to survive. Han's brows furrowed as he stared ahead. The main character was already walking off, telling the others to stay close to Jenna. If anything went wrong, she was their best chance to hide. He tapped his temple, calling Adis over comms, asking if she'd seen a mission window too. She replied, saying she'd gotten data on scouting and NPC survival. Han scanned the buildings and told her not to bother searching. Friasis was with them already. He told her to alert the other teams and head their way. Ialka turned with an annoyed glare, brushing sand from her clothes and muttering how much she hated this place. Han looked up at the tall building again. "You're sure it's here?" he asked. Suddenly, a swirling wind of sand wrapped around the statue on the rooftop. Han stood before the building, eyes fixed above, lost in thought. As a kid, he remembered standing in front of a door, part of a completely normal family. Gilbert, meanwhile, pictured himself in the middle of the city, thinking how average his life had turned out. He remembered standing guard in armor at the fortress, knowing only a bit of swordplay. Then he imagined a terrifying beast, jaws wide open, and realized just how far his life had spiraled. He recalled the surge of monsters charging forward, how the once safe world had become a nightmare. In his mind, arrows flew from all sides. He screamed again as he remembered the moment one pierced his eye. He saw himself trapped, surrounded by orcs. One licked its lips with savage glee. Terrified, he had rushed away without thinking. The orcs gave chase, loosing arrow after arrow. He imagined resting beneath a tree, lost in the forest, unsure where to go. But he knew one thing for sure. There was no place for a deserter. Gilbert remembered the moment when 3 boys found him resting under a tree. He realized that, somehow, he'd ended up meeting decent people. He pictured nights around the fire with them, sharing food, even talking. But deep down, he never let his guard down, always fearing they'd strike when he least expected it. He recalled the feel of a sword driving into a body, wondering if those boys had really been kind, or just bandits wearing friendly faces. Then came the image of him standing over a corpse, sword in hand. Coldly, he admitted he'd killed them. He remembered a boy on his knees, begging for his life, and realized the fear he once felt was now something he inflicted. He let out a crazed laugh, knowing then he had tasted something twisted, ecstasy. The scene shifted to Sand City. Over comms, Ryman announced that Group 1 had secured the target. He asked if Groups 3 and 5 could see the dome building. Kishasha, standing with her squad on the street, answered. If he meant the massive castle in the city center, then yes, they had it in sight and were heading that way. Gilbert touched his earpiece, saying their position didn't give them a view of the structure yet, but they'd move as soon as it came into sight. A city map appeared, showing the team's locations. Groups 1 and 2 were nearing a large building, its angel statues almost buried in sand. Eyes were on the rooftop of the castle now. Soon, all the teams had gathered in the square nearby. The protagonist stood beside the princess, brow furrowed, and announced she was the one they were assigned to protect. The girl glanced over at Ryman and introduced herself. He studied her uncertain expression, asking if she was truly of royal blood. Gilbert imagined Friases as a child and recognized her. This was the same girl from the old footage, just older now. Crossing his arms, Gilbert admitted to himself this was their objective. But what the mission actually meant still escaped him. The protagonist looked up at the structure and stated plainly, this temple was the only significant landmark in the city. Group 1 would head inside. The rest were to remain outside. Adis turned to him, uncertain. They had no clue what might be waiting inside. Was he really that confident? Ryman turned without hesitation and said they'd start scouting the southern area for now. Gilbert glanced at the team and said they'd cover the west side. At the temple entrance, Nereza stepped forward, placed her hand on the door, and noted there didn't seem to be any traps. The door creaked open, and they moved inside. Friases' eyes widened in awe as she stared ahead. A shimmering dagger floated above a pedestal, pulsing with energy. This is it, she whispered in amazement. Nereza pulled her collar down slightly and frowned. Still no trace of enemies, she muttered. The protagonist studied the dagger. Its glow was almost calling out to him, daring him to claim it. But something felt too simple. Friases reached out. The moment the dagger touched her hands, a message flashed. First objective complete. The key of emptiness acquired. Ialka placed her hands on her hips and stared. So, nothing's happening, she said, uncertain. Suddenly, the ground quivered beneath them. Ialka's head dropped slightly as unease crept in. A warning window flared. Han tensed and raised a hand to his temple. Adis's voice came through the comm. You need to get out now. The skies above the temple turned a deep blue. Standing just behind Friases, the guy looked up. Did the sandstorm actually stop? But the ground shook harder. The team stood at the exit as Nereza called out. Nearest way out is southwest. I'll lead. Han tapped his earpiece and relayed the order. We're pulling out. Everyone else, run for it. They bolted as the city began crumbling around them. Ryman, sprinting beside them, shouted, What happened? The protagonist turned back, eyes wide. Kishasha and her squad were airborne, flying over the collapsing city. Ialka looked on, stunned. Velkis smirked. So something did happen. The group dashed forward, the sand roaring behind them like a tidal wave. Ada spun mid-run, shouting, Move faster. Ryman threw a glance over his shoulder, his voice tense. What the hell is going on? Gilbert's eyes flicked away, fear etched on his face. Han turned to Jinna and Friases, extending a hand. Don't let go of her, no matter what. He took off, yelling back, Run? You've got 5 minutes to the exit. He added, Anyone who can stand. Help the injured. We're not leaving anyone behind. Jetty grabbed Gilbert's arm, desperation in his eyes. Don't leave me, he cried out. But Gilbert shoved him back with a cold glare. Get lost. Jetty hit the ground hard, teeth clenched in pain. Behind him, the raging sandstorm began pulling him in. His screams echoed, full of terror and tears. As the others fled, a notification blinked into view. Return to the embrace of God. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The storm swallowed the city, sand waves crashing through the streets. Gilbert looked ahead, rage burning in his eyes. They were just pawns, he muttered. I'll survive this and finish what I started. The storm surged forward. Han vaulted over a wall, reporting through the comms. 1 minute to the exit. His expression was grim as he scanned the path ahead. No more monsters in sight. Turning to the others, he shouted, Don't stop running. Not even after we're out. Buildings disappeared under waves of sand. Everyone regrouped behind the fortress. Friases lowered her gaze, her voice soft. Is this all my fault? The protagonist held up a bottle, staring at it. Blaming anyone won't help now. Ialka raised a hand, eyes closed. At least we made it. Barely. Han squinted into the distance, uneasy. What's that? Jenna followed his gaze, surprised. Then came a sigh. The ground trembled beneath them. An earthquake, she said quietly. The protagonist tapped his earpiece. Everyone, regroup. Ryman's voice came through. Mission accomplished? Walking on the trembling earth, the guy replied, Don't get your hopes up. This is just the beginning. He glanced at the princess beside him. Get your weapon. Be ready. Above them, the sky crackled with energy. Alerts flashed across the system. Sandstorms spun through the city, buildings lifted by the rising dunes. Behind a fortress, the group watched in awe as the city itself climbed atop a massive sand mountain. A monster bared its fangs through the swirling dust. The protagonist stared up. Was this in your dreams? Friases' voice shook. No, I've never seen anything like this. The system chimed in, mission updated. The monster raised a massive paw, fury in its eyes. Inside the fortress, it stood tall. The game announced the new objective, eliminate all enemies. Protect Friases. The boys stood frozen, staring at the ominous, ancient statue. The princess turned her gaze to the looming threat, fear evident in her eyes. Joe's brow furrowed as sweat slid down his face. Adis could only stare stunned. Kishasha crossed her arms, a smirk on her face. Beside her, Raimon clenched his teeth in silence. Gilbert looked up, visibly shaken, his mouth slightly open. What is that?" he stammered, sweat dripping down his face. The creature moved forward, destroying everything in its path. The man watching it grinned. Gilbert's wide-eyed fear twisted into a laugh. "Now this is the real fight," he said, desperation creeping into his voice. The man chuckled. "It's too much, isn't it?" Gilbert's grin stretched wider, bordering madness. "You saved me just to throw me back into this?" Again, his mind drifted. Smoke, flames. He remembered the forest burning. He remembered the horror, murders, arson, looting. He imagined himself sitting atop a mountain of gold, holding the proof of all he had taken. But still wasn't enough. He needed more. Fire consumed the trees around him. He yelled out, spotting knights turning back. A man on horseback shouted, "We've been betrayed. Ride harder." The horse stumbled on a rock. Both man and steed went over the cliff's edge. The boys surrounded a fallen captain, his injury severe. "He won't make it," one said. "We leave him, or we're finished." A young man looked at his severed hand in disbelief before screaming in agony. Gilbert remembered it all, himself on the ground, sword in hand, shouting furiously at the group. He raised his weapon high. "How dare you treat me like garbage? Go on, try that again. I dare you." His thoughts drifted again, to the palace, to his last memory. Standing in the square, he stared down at his hands, thinking back to the spine he broke long before arriving there. And yet, in this place, it was like none of it mattered. He peeled off a bandage, revealing the empty space where an eye once was. Oddly enough, here, illnesses faded. Old wounds stayed, but no sickness took hold. He bent over in front of a mirror, deep in thought. Those who lived on the higher floors seemed to know more about this place. If he could reach the second floor, he could learn too. A sly grin curled on Gilbert's lips. He had been born with 2 stars. That made him better than the simpletons around him. This was his opportunity to rise. He recalled a moment, sitting across from the protagonist, remembering what he had been told, that the leader was a man named Han. A 1-star birth. A mere farmer. Sitting casually on the couch across from him, Gilbert thought coldly, "Nothing stopping me from surpassing him." The monster slammed its foot into the ground, shaking everything around it. Gilbert instinctively raised his hands, trembling. A notification popped up. Fear, status active. All stats reduced by 30%. He looked down, terror-struck. "I never stood a chance," he muttered. His eyes flicked back to the walking statue. It was just like before, when the knights were wiped out. No hope, no way to win. They needed to run. The others stood frozen, staring ahead in horror. Screams broke out as the system echoed. All members of Groups 4 and 5 are affected by fear. Stats reduced by 30%. Ryman, drenched in sweat, turned away and asked, "What is this madness? Shouldn't we run?" Gilbert spun around, panic taking over. "An ant can't kill a giant. Not even if it's armed," he shouted. Velkist folded his arms, smirking. "Who let this much start barking?" He scoffed. "Actually, calling you a dog is unfair to dogs. You're more like a bug." He looked Gilbert up and down with a mocking grin. "What's wrong with your face?" With a confident stride, Velkist drew his sword behind Han. "Let's end this." Gilbert turned to the group, fear gripping him tighter. "What do we do? How do we escape this?" The protagonist stared up at the towering statue. "Seems like you've forgotten how this works. We don't leave until it's dead." He raised his sword and faced the others. "Get ready." Gilbert's breath hitched. He's lost it, he thought, eyes locked on a massive enemy. The fear clawed back into his chest, stronger than ever. He thought he'd buried this kind of terror, this hopeless despair. But the guy wanted to fight, right here, in this nightmare. Han lifted his sword higher. "Prepare for battle." Gilbert pointed at the statue, shouting, "Are you insane? This is suicide." Another alert popped up, panic attack triggered. All stats reduced by 50%. Eyes wild, Gilbert stared at the boy. "You want us to fight that thing? Do you seriously think we can win?" Suddenly, a severed arm flew past him. His gaze followed it, stunned. Velkis stepped beside Han, sword still in hand. "Why'd you stop me?" he asked, calm and ready. "You were about to do the same anyway." A system alert appeared. Gilbert is bleeding out. Health will decrease gradually. The protagonist turned to the trembling boy nearby. "What's your name?" The boy glanced at the severed arm on the ground. "Riken," he muttered. "You're now leading the 5th group," the protagonist said flatly. Another notification flashed. "Leadership transfer proposal. Gilbert, Riken." Riken's eyes widened. "Me?" The system's voice echoed in his head. "Choose, die, or fight." Han looked over his shoulder. "In this place, you fight anything that moves. That's the only way to live." Ialka rested her hand on her forehead, eyes shut. Of course it wouldn't be easy. Jenna raised her fist, grinning. But we always pull through. And we'll do it again. Velkis chuckled, tossing his sword over his shoulder. Nariza turned her back to the group, eyes closed, silent. Riken stared ahead, lost. His expression hardened. He looked down, gripped his sword, and shouted, "We can fight too." Friasis stepped forward, concern in her voice. "Are you sure about this?" Holding the sword awkwardly, Riken asked, "How do we even hurt something like that?" Jenna gave him a calm smile. "We watch. Pay attention. Only then will we know what to do." She focused on the massive figure ahead. The enemy stood over 300 meters tall. She couldn't even begin to guess its weight. Made of stone or something like it. They were like ants facing a mountain. Ryman threw up his hands. "So what now? Say something already." Han stepped forward, facing the group. "We buy time. Gather as much data as we can. Running isn't an option." One of the men buried his face in his hand. "What do we even do?" In the fog behind him, dark figures began to appear. Friasis turned back slowly. Her eyes widened. Out of the pink mist, a horde of monsters surged forward. Bloodthirsty lizards rushing toward them. "First wave incoming," the system announced. Han stood firm, sword at the ready. "They'll be here any second," he muttered, eyeing the second wave of lizard beasts advancing from the west. A system alert flashed. This was the second phase of the monster wave. Adis shielded her face from the swirling dust. Kishasha darted ahead of her squad with a grin, calling out, "Leave these little pests to us." Han glanced at Raimon and Adis. "Ignore the third group for now. The second wave is coming straight at us. The fourth and fifth will trail behind." He addressed the team, introducing himself and the others to the enemy. "Our job is simple. Protect the target and figure out how to take down that giant. Don't let any of the monsters reach us." He turned his eyes toward the towering statue and scoffed. "It's clear who that thing is after. As long as we stay clear, it won't bother with us." The squads fell into formation as ordered. Raimon stood up front, gripping his sword. "Han," he shouted. "They're coming from the east." Another alert rang through. The third wave had begun. The main character scanned the battlefield, trying to piece together the monster's pattern. "This floor, it's trying to wipe us out." Jenna turned, worry etched in her voice as she called his name. All eyes locked onto the feet of the colossal statue. It stomped down, sending sand flying in all directions. The team scattered, barely outrunning the cloud of debris. Han narrowed his eyes, fingers to his ear. "Everyone spread out. Keep your distance. Don't draw that thing's attention." He sprinted ahead, yelling, "Friasis, stay close." Adis's voice crackled over the radio. "We got too many incoming. Some are heading right for us." A wave of furious lizards charged forward. The main character sliced one down, steady as ever. This was bound to happen. Stay sharp, focus on the distant group. More enemy silhouettes emerged through the haze as the game triggered the fourth wave. Riders came thundering in atop lizards, marking the beginning of the fifth wave. Jenna unleashed a storm of arrows with her sidewinder, each shot finding its mark in a lizard skull. Ialka, eyes narrowed, raised her hand. Flames swirled into a vortex, launching the monsters skyward in a blaze of fire. Friasis stood frozen, arms outstretched, spinning in place as panic took over. Han reached toward her, shouting, "Run, Friasis!" But she stayed locked in fear, eyes wide as the monster loomed closer. The creature's fist crashed down. Friasis instinctively shielded her face with her hands. At the last moment, the main character dove in, shoving her out of harm's way. "Are you hurt?" he asked quickly. Han glanced up at the giant's face. "This thing's got power." Just then, waves of lizard men surged into view. The protagonist messaged Adis, "We're holding on for now, but if they keep coming like this..." A system notification popped up. Another wave was inbound. Circling the massive statue, the protagonist analyzed its structure. The material looked tough, the surface slick, with barely any cracks for grip. "Climbing this won't be easy." Jenna ran alongside him, asking, "What are you planning?" Han's eyes locked onto the statue. "We either get inside or get on top." Ialka, catching up, looked at him in disbelief. "Wait, seriously?" He spotted the pink flames nearby, fading fast. "They're not going to hold. Everything's about to be swallowed in fire." Velkist gave a knowing smirk. "Told you, only one way out. But how do you plan to get up there?" Han replied calmly, "It's all about finding the right angle." With a hand to his earpiece, he asked, "Anyone seen the goddess statue? Forget the flames. Just focus on what's in front of you." Someone replied, asking if he meant the strange carving of a woman. His face turned serious. "That's the one. It's poking out of the sand." Spinning around, Han barked, "Everyone, head west." "Friasis, you've got the key." Stunned, Friasis looked down at the key in her hands. "It's not reacting. We still can't activate it." Dashing across the dunes, the protagonist called out to Kishasha, "Touch the goddess statue." Han backed away, waiting for something, anything, to change. But nothing happened. Then, another wave hit. More lizard men charged straight at them. Ryman's voice rang out over the chaos. Group 4, fall back. Link up with Group 1 now. Riken scowled. The other teams are on the move. We should go too. But then he froze, eyes locking on Gilbert sprinting away. Gilbert, get back here. Riken shouted, alarmed. But Gilbert was too shaken, tending to an injured hand. I didn't even see the blade. This isn't right. His mind replayed the guy's warning from before. Once you enter this floor, fear and panic will mess with your powers. And sure enough, panic was clouding everything. Anin ran after him, yelling, wait, take me with you. The monsters watched, eyes burning, as the boys charged toward the flames. Nearby, Theo cried out in shock and pain. Ada stood over him. Hey, breathe. Don't lose it. Drink the potion. Roderick, his face grim, added, only 2 of the 5th group are still standing. If this keeps up, that whole team's done for. 2 already fled. Adis glanced at Roderick. I've seen that look before. That madness. My old squad had it too. The warrior lifted Theo onto his back. Come on, stay with me. Suddenly, Theo's expression changed. His eyes locked on the corpse of his comrade, impaled on a spear. Meanwhile, crossing the burning sands, Han felt the pressure building. We're near our limit, he thought. He visualized the battlefield, noting how the ring of flames was closing in, shrinking their maneuvering space. The lizard horde kept growing, endlessly replacing its losses. In this chaos, formations were useless. Looking toward the wall of fire, he declared, only Friases comes with me. Everyone else, help the others regroup. A small grin crossed his face. Giant monsters? That's my thing. His gaze shifted to the statue of the goddess. It stood above the palace where the key had once been kept. But that entire area had vanished when the monster showed up, wiped clean. He remembered how the werewolves had guarded the statue. It clicked. The second statue must be in the area where Kishasha was still battling. And her being there? No coincidence. Another alert rang out. Another monster wave was coming. Suddenly, a figure soared above. Dory, flying straight at the enemy. She slammed down with a massive impact, blasting the lizard men apart. Red energy flared around the monster's arms. The werewolves rushed in at blistering speed, tearing through the lizard commander like he was nothing. Kishasha's communicator lit up. Han's message came through. We've got the stone brute. Pull the 3rd group back. She turned just in time to spot him. Han, racing straight toward her. The monster took a heavy swing. Kishasha bolted, clutching Friases in her arms. All right, fun's over. We're out of here, she yelled, running as fast as she could. Watching them go, the protagonist muttered that Kishasha could really use some combat training. Meanwhile, the monster was winding up for a massive strike, its fist hurling straight at Han. Nearby, the statue observed everything intently. With a thunderous slam, the golem smashed the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. A golden glow wrapped around Friases and Han, who lay motionless at the statue's feet. Suddenly, light burst from the angels, followed by a loud explosion. A message flashed. The artifact's power had activated. Divine energy from the goddess surged, locking the ancient statue's arm in place. The radiance began crawling up the monster's limb. Behind it, warriors continued to battle fiercely. Ryman, startled, asked if the giant statue had just stopped moving. Seizing the moment, Han climbed onto the monster and shouted to all teams, commanding their attention with his raised hand. The protagonist agreed. It was time to scale the creature. A system prompt floated near the tower, asking the team leader who would go first. Ialka closed her eyes, extending her hands, and began to cast a spell. Her magic ignited flames that swept across the entire battlefield. On the tower, a group yelled for everyone to hurry up. Adis thanked the hero for the assist before beginning her climb to the top floor. Han turned to a weary girl beside him and asked where Roderick was. She told him Roderick had gone to support the 5th team. Meanwhile, a weapon struck deep into the monster's face. One terrified fighter leaned on his sword, catching his breath, and heard a man call out, "Hold formation, then pull back." Roderick was slashing rapidly, striking with brute force. Watching him, Riken gasped, calling it unbelievable. The hero stared forward with quiet determination, lost in thought. Recalling his early days, the man said this now felt more like a vacation than a battle. Sitting back with a grin, Riken held his weapon and said he used to dream of roaming the continent as a mercenary, so maybe that dream had finally come true. Roderick bowed his head, listening quietly. Riken added that he still had a long way to go before becoming a true mercenary. Calmly, the man told him he was already a fine warrior. Riken looked at Roderick, confused. A moment passed before Roderick lowered his gaze, silently staring at the ground. Then, someone slowly approached them and said with quiet resolve, "I'm with you now, too." Dylan, eyes steady, told the guy beside him that no matter what, he was going home stronger. Roderick glanced sideways at him and remarked that he was still just a kid. A memory surfaced, Dylan trembling and collapsing in fear. But now, the hero stared forward with that familiar, sly grin. Dylan's hand stretched out, desperate to act, to hold on to hope. Moments later, a lifeless body and scattered spears rested against the wall. A hand, still gripping his sword tightly, suddenly yanked it free. In one powerful motion, the hero launched forward, blade in both hands, slicing through enemy arms as the warriors charged in. One of the men let out a scream of terror, his mouth wide open. Nearby, Riken wiped his mouth and asked about Gilbert. Adis, sparing a quick glance at the hero, replied that Gilbert probably wasn't dead, but he couldn't win this alone. From the tower summit, the group spotted an incoming wave of monsters. A system window lit up, instructing everyone to advance. Exchanging confident looks and smiles, the heroes gave the signal to attack. In a flash, only dust marked where they'd stood. They dashed off, energized, grinning as they acknowledged the order they'd been waiting for. With swift, agile moves and different strategies, the team scaled the tower at high speed. Suddenly, the tower began to shift. A new system alert warned that the stone statue's defense systems were activating. Gears spun, walls turned, and high above, a hatch creaked open. Something sharp glinted from within, then burst out. Dozens of monsters poured out. Sleek, robotic enemies streamed from the top, descending fast toward the climbers. From the tower's peak, a blinding spear gleamed in the sun and shot down at incredible speed. Its sole mission: eliminate all intruders. Two figures dodged it midair, moving with perfect precision. One landed on the edge of the tower. Meanwhile, the weapon kept evolving, becoming sharper and deadlier by the second. The hero gritted his teeth, summoned his strength, and swung his massive sword, shattering it into pieces. More monsters emerged from all sides, locking onto the advancing hero. Without hesitation, he charged forward, gripping the broken blade's remains, cleaving through robot heads as they exploded in showers of blood. The group pressed on, sprinting forward with no signs of slowing down. The heroine and the man beside her moved in sync, spears outstretched, driving them into the enemy with deadly precision. Two men from the group charged forward, jaws clenched, ready to engage. A wave of magic and energy burst from the heroes, rushing straight toward the robots. One girl shouted at the top of her lungs, "Group 2 is breaking through. It's time to attack." She gripped her weapon tight and swung hard as waves of raw power surged from the team, obliterating everything in their path. The energy spread like wildfire, wiping out the monsters. Turning back for a moment, one of the men yelled that Group 4 was backing up Group 2 and called for everyone to follow him. As they sprinted ahead, he stared into the distance, confidence in his eyes. Formation was back, and now it was all about pushing through this raid. Then, without warning, a towering shaman-like monster appeared at the center. It raised its arms and triggered a frenzy, sending the remaining monsters into a rage. Part of the shaman's magic hit one of the heroes, seeping into his body. Energy coursed through his veins, and his eyes turned wild with fury. A system alert flashed. He was entering berserk mode. With deadly precision, he cut down monster after monster, his bloody sword held firmly at his side. More creatures spilled from the hatch, but he didn't flinch. Surrounded by fallen enemies, he roared to his teammates, telling them to strike from within. Kishasha, eyes burning with intensity, let out a crazed grin and declared she was going in first. Someone handed her a map detailing the monster tunnels in case she needed it. The hero glanced at Friasis and nodded. "You're going inside too," he said firmly. Watching more monsters pour from the hatch, he turned to her again, adding, "It's even worse out here." From below, enemies continued scaling the tower. As the group assembled on the top floor, Han announced that the first team wouldn't be entering. They would hold their ground. He stood tall, staring straight ahead. The protagonist gripped his weapon, yelling for Team 1 to stay and take on this fight. Then he looked over at Kishasha, who was poised for battle. "Wipe them all out the moment you're in," he told her. Flames surged from her body, her aura glowing fiercely. A system prompt appeared. Her exclusive transformation skill was reaching full activation. Planting her feet firmly, she stood tall as a massive tiger wreathed in fire appeared behind her, stationed at the top of the tower. With eerie precision, the flaming beast gently grabbed a trembling Friasis by the clothes, lifting her into the air. Moments later, the monster leapt straight into the hatch, vanishing with the others. Adis leaned over the edge, peering down, and called out to Han, urging him to be careful. Hearing that, Ialka gave a dry smile, gazing out over the battlefield. She turned to Han and muttered, "Our team always gets the worst assignments." Then she turned to the hero. "So what's the plan now?" Surveying the towering structure, the hero shouted for everyone to scale the arm of the tower and destroy any suspicious devices they encountered along the way. The heroine, glancing into the hatch, confirmed that everyone, including the fifth group, had gone inside. Off to the side, something caught a girl's attention. She squinted, eyes narrowing. Out of nowhere, a sharp spear came hurtling down from the top of the tower, headed straight for the team. A pulse of magic lit the air. Han acted fast, wrapping the spear in a flowing blade of energy, slowing it mid-air. Within seconds, the spear shattered into fragments, breaking apart harmlessly. The girl stepped forward, arm raised. Flames shot from her hand, and in an instant, a wall of fire surged outward, tearing through everything in its path. Unfazed, monsters charged forward, mouths gaping wide, charging into the inferno. Jenna raised her bow, locking onto the advancing creatures, her arrows flying one after another, striking with deadly accuracy. All around, the heroes pushed forward, cutting down anything in their way with relentless force. From above, the tower master clenched his jaw, seething with rage as he watched the advancing groups. Han looked up at him, a calm smile spreading across his face. Farther along the tower, Gilbert clung tightly to the structure, sword in hand. His head hung low, mouth open, struggling to catch his breath. Still, he held firm. For a moment, he looked up and realized there was nowhere else to run. No matter where he turned, it was all fire and beasts. Staring at the master's distant figure, Gilbert bowed his head again, trying to make sense of how he'd even reached this point. Yet the battle raged on. The heroes continued to fight with everything they had, believing, despite it all, they could see this through. As Gilbert thought about the others, he muttered that they'd already reached this point while he was still on the run. Meanwhile, the heroine and Friases stepped into the laboratory. Their eyes scanned the strange machines. It was clear they had to destroy everything. Suddenly, the structure began shifting again, upgrading itself. More weapons appeared, and a system alert flashed. The stone statue's self-defense system was now rising to level 2. Flames burst from the heroine as she shouted at Friases to prepare. A firestorm roared through the tower, tearing across the entire area, sweeping away anything in its path. A lizard man stood frozen, overwhelmed by the chaos, unsure of what to do. Ialka stared ahead, unwavering, and triggered a massive collapse. The heroine's blazing magic engulfed the battlefield, annihilating every monster in sight. Then a colossal foot slammed down. A towering ogre emerged from the tower. In an instant, several spears struck the beast in the eye. Han watched the entire battle unfold. Another system notification confirmed. The second device had also been neutralized. Moments later, the ogre's head tumbled off the tower, followed by its body crashing below. Han stared ahead, dazed as a voice responded that the third device had been found, though not without trouble. From atop the tower, the hero heard a confused voice announce that the device was running. Eyes on a crystal encased in a glass chamber, Han heard Kishasha declare that it was near them and they'd handle it. That meant the rest could keep moving forward. Grinning, the two heroes turned and heard Han shouting from above, "Take that thing out." Monsters howled, jaws open wide, blocking the way. But the two heroes pressed on, cutting through with magic until they reached the crystal, guarded fiercely by the creatures. With a confident smirk, the hero rushed forward. Sword in hand, he drove it through the glass. The crystal shattered, shards scattering everywhere. The tower master's expression grew darker. The system now reported that the statue's defenses had reached level 3. Sparks shot from the master's eyes, then burst into a blinding glow that lit up the sky. The heroes looked up, shielding their eyes, trying to grasp what was happening. Every time a crystal was destroyed, the defense systems escalated. They quickly realized the pattern. Level 1 had ballistas and lizardman guards. Then came the ogres at level 2. Now, they braced themselves for whatever horrors level 3 would unleash. With a quiet grin, Han looked into the distance, already preparing for the next phase. A massive surge of magic erupted from the tower's peak, launched straight at the heroes by the master himself. A system alert blared. The ancient stone statue had activated its laser beams. In a flash, searing lasers rained down, blanketing the entire battlefield. Half the tower was ripped apart in an instant. The statue slowly turned its head, eyeing the destruction with eerie calm. A stunned group of fighters stood stranded on the shattered section. Jenna, shocked, admitted she hadn't expected this. Han quickly responded, "We're close to the head. Just hang in there." Below, an ogre let out a deafening roar. While Kishasha's team battled the creatures, Han shouted over the chaos, "Quit smashing the devices and start focusing on the monsters." One man glanced aside, saying nothing, eyes firm with resolve. Two heroes screamed in fear, dodging the deadly lasers as they flew past. Han heard Ada shout back that some strange magic had started pulsing near the lasers, instantly vaporizing nearby monsters. Realizing the attacks inside were intensifying too, the man gripped his spear tighter and broke into a sprint. Han pushed forward, determined to destroy the laser-emitting device. Power surged from him as he ran, his magic blazing a path ahead. Without slowing, he launched his spear into a device on the tower. It shattered with a flash. Ada's confirmed over the comms that their section was finally clear and they could keep moving. Elsewhere on the tower, Kishasha cried out. They'd taken down the fourth target. In one of the fading laser beams, two silhouettes could be seen, a pair of angels embracing, looking skyward. Moments later, the light faded and the angels were gone. The statue's giant hand gently lowered them to the ground. A system message roared to life. The ancient statue no longer held the goddess's power. The effect was removed from the object. Trying to keep her footing, Jenna stared into the distance, panic in her voice. We're out of time. The heroine took off running. Behind her, Ichayan shouted, Don't be scared. I'll catch up. Watching the monsters ahead, one of the heroines declared she was going up too. There was no time to waste. Jenna and Ialka glanced at Ichayan, who was still locked in combat, and yelled for him to hurry and climb. The protagonist, slicing through waves of monsters, called back to them. I'm on my way. All around them, the tower continued to burn, flames erupting higher and higher into the sky. The two boys climbing the tower exchanged worried glances and shouted that this path was way too sketchy. Jenna reached out her hand, yelling for Han to grab it quickly. The hero sprinted forward, making swift, agile leaps. Han rushed toward her. Jenna kept her hand out, eyes on him with admiration. Gritting his teeth, the hero pushed himself harder to reach her. Their hands were just inches apart. Then suddenly, Han's grip started to give. The hero's expression shifted to confusion and fear as Han began to fall. Jenna froze, not knowing what to do, her voice breaking into a scream as she watched him drop, calmly descending. Han remarked that the place was hopeless. There wasn't even anything to grab onto. As he fell, he began forming a magic sphere. Realizing he had to end this in a single strike, the hero clenched his teeth. A powerful force surged as he launched toward the wall, jamming his sword into it to slow his fall. The blade carved through the stone, and half the tower cracked cleanly in two. Exhausted, Han dangled from his sword, barely holding on. As his strength waned, he stared forward in confusion. Just then, the system window flashed. A screenshot had been taken and saved to the gallery. From atop the tower, Jenna peered down, hearing Han shout that he wasn't dead and everything was fine. Fearful, she called back, begging him to wait. They'd come get him. Gripping his spear, Han reassured her. He was okay, and the crystal should appear soon. Still suspended, he turned a glance toward some flame-lit passageways. Realizing there was no other option, he knew he had to head toward those secret entrances if he wanted to survive. Sword still in hand, Han looked off to the side, unaware that Gilbert was behind him. Sword in his own grip, Gilbert stared at Han, mouth open, clearly drained. Han's grip on his weapon weakened, and as he lifted his head, confused, he saw Gilbert, clutching onto Han's hair to stay steady. With a smile, Gilbert said he'd make it. He'd survive and climb back up. A plan forming in his head, he grinned, readying himself to leap into the statue. Glancing off to the side, the hero struggled to make sense of what was happening. After a moment, he looked straight ahead and shut his eyes. Han's form shifted. He exited berserker mode, returning to normal. Gilbert looked up in terror, hands still clutching Han's hair, unable to comprehend what was happening. But with the transformation complete, Han's berserker hair slipped from his head, and Gilbert began to fall. His body drifted away, shrinking from view, and was soon engulfed by the surrounding flames. Moments later, he was completely gone. A system window popped up, announcing that Gilbert had returned to the Lord's embrace. Han stared off again, then focused his gaze forward. With a burst of nimble movement, he launched himself, springing off his sword midair. He landed inside the area filled with hidden entrances. Peering into the distance, he noticed his sword tumbling down from the tower. Stretching his arms forward, Han called it back. His magic made the sword whirl around midair and boomerang back in his grip. Entering one of the structures, Han looked to the side, calling for a report from the group leaders. As someone's legs appeared beside him, he turned his head and confidently stepped further in. Inside, he was quickly surrounded by a swarm of armed monsters. One of the lizard-like creatures bellowed that he was the strongest. But with a swift flick of Han's blade, the monster's head flew clean off. Then came a flying spear. Han instantly recognized the area. He had already been here during a bonus scenario. While others had to rely on maps to remember the layout, he had the upper hand. He could navigate straight to the top, dodging traps and enemies without getting lost. As countless spears flew past, Han called out to the group leader, asking where they were. He heard the girl reply that they were inside some strange circular room filled with odd machinery. Listening closely, Han told her he'd destroy anything blocking her path, including the machines. Near a glass test tube containing a crystal, the heroine cried out in frustration. She was missing the fifth device. Meanwhile, Ialka and Jenna stood off to the side, eyes locked on the statue's head. They spotted another crystal on its far shoulder, but there was a problem. The statue's head was blocking the shot. Moments later, the entire building began to shift. A system window popped up, announcing that the stone statue's defense system had been upgraded to level 4. From a newly opened doorway in the tower, a massive golem mage emerged, its arms completely transformed into razor-sharp blades. The hulking monster suddenly surged forward, charging straight at the group. At the same time, the statue's head began to rotate, activating new magic. Beams of light fired toward them, weaving together to create powerful spells. Seeing the threat, Ialka moved to intercept and halt the spell. But just as the golem's blades came dangerously close to her face, Han leapt in, intercepting the attack with his weapon. He struck fast, stopping the monster in its tracks before it could touch her. The golem, enraged, began spinning violently. But Han knocked it down and raised his sword, driving it down with force, try to pierce the monster's core. His weapon flared with fresh energy, channels of Han's power erupting and flowing in all directions. He thrust his hand forward, channeling even more energy. With a fierce push, one of Han's hands broke through the golem's body, pulling something out. Meanwhile, the statue's mouth opened wide, releasing laser beams with blinding speed. Han stood firm, eyes locked on the statue, and told it to bring everything it had. Suddenly, his sword surged with a unique energy, sparks dancing along the blade. At the same time, the statue unleashed a torrent of laser beams from its mouth, destroying everything in its path. Han leapt high, unflinching as he faced the incoming blast. As the statue's magic clashed with his sword, the collision shook the tower. Still, Han refused to back down, holding his ground as the power surged around him. The force pushed his legs backward, but he dug in, gritting his teeth. Gradually, he started to push forward, step by step. The two forces collided, then began to blend. Finally, Han's energy overwhelmed the statues, and his power surged ahead, tearing through everything in its way as it advanced on the target. The heroes standing behind Han watched in stunned silence as everything around him crumbled and shattered. Turning back with a grin, Han looked at the main character and said he was late. They'd grown tired of waiting. Ialka, both furious and frightened, yelled at Han not to scare her like that. She'd thought he was dead. Glancing at the group, Han chuckled and told them to stop being so dramatic. After all, he was the only one who almost died. Their eyes drifted to the mighty sword in Han's hand. One of them muttered that they wanted one just like it. Without missing a beat, Ialka sent a torrent of fire magic surging across the distance, blasting every crystal in the way. Jem watched in awe as Ialka shook off the flames. She looked at Han and told him he was insane. No one else could have lived through that. But Achan ignored her. Gripping his weapon, he called out to the heroine, telling her to follow. She stared at the statue's gaping mouth and asked if they really had to go inside. Ahead, a group of people sprinted, trying to escape a massive hand reaching from the statue. It pulled back toward its shoulder, attempting to grab them. The group kept moving, now nearing the statue's head. Suddenly, gears within the building kicked back to life. From a dark chamber, another armed golem mage began to rise. Spears and explosions battered its body as Jenna darted around with rapid strikes, hitting the monster's shoulder, sides, and stomach. Smiling, she was thrilled to have landed solid blows. But Achan shouted at her to keep going. Leaping into the gaping hole of the statue's mouth, Jenna called back that she was on it. Meanwhile, other squad leaders yelled to Han that they were meeting heavy resistance but still pressing forward. Looking down into the passage, Achan told her they were close to a dead end. They needed to prepare for extraction. He'd already marked possible escape routes on the map. Inside the building, Han vaulted in with swift, precise movements. The heroes crept forward cautiously, their eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. Jenna whispered that the place fell off. Clutching the ground with a trembling hand, her mouth hung open in fear. Jenna heard the system window chime. It announced that the stone statue's defense system had now reached its maximum level. Han quickly reassured her it wasn't her fault. But before they could react, another aggressive golem, mage, emerged from one side of the room. Then another armed golem broke through a separate wall. From the center, the strongest yet appeared, sword in hand, towering over the rest. Suddenly, voices echoed from above, revealing to the group that they were inside a testing chamber. The monsters advanced slowly, and a voice declared they were now test subjects for its experiments. One of the creatures extended sharp needles from its hand. Meanwhile, robotic parts fused together, forming an entirely new kind of monster. Jenna, studying them closely, asked Han where their weak points were, but he had no idea. The voice introduced its latest creation, a level 46 high golem mage, far more powerful than anything they'd seen before. The new golem stepped forward, and the protagonist thought to himself, level 46? That might even outmatch the halfling dragon. Just then, the gate swung open. Without hesitation, the protagonist charged ahead, his weapon slicing through the space between the doors. As they moved, the golem sneered, questioning what such tiny creatures could possibly hope to accomplish. Watching Jenna, Han said it was time for him to go, and she replied it was good to see him again. The golem shouted at them to halt, but the hero simply answered, "We'll meet again. Wait for us." An ammunition magazine popped open, releasing glowing baton-like lights. Jenna raised her head, asking what the strange glow was. The protagonist told her to ignore it. The beam streaked forward. Someone cried out that one of the 7 ancient statues had taken major damage. Kishasha glanced sideways and said they'd reached a dead end. There was no clear path forward. But Han told her to head up the stairs and take a right. If they followed the forks midway, they'd find the exit. They just needed to wait there. As the protagonist walked down a corridor, Jenna asked what he planned to do. He replied, simply, that they'd take out the statue's head before escaping. She commented that he always seemed to take on the hardest jobs. Then she suddenly turned, saying it felt like something was behind them. Looking at her, the protagonist said it must have already broken through the door. The golem suddenly roared, stretching its arms forward and shouting that they dared not underestimate his ultimate creation. Without warning, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Arrows flew toward Velkist, who clenched his teeth, smirked, and muttered that they'd meet again right here. Ialka shot him a glare and demanded to know what he was talking about. They should be fighting together. At that moment, a notification flashed. Binnick was bleeding out. Ada's message that the number of enemies had suddenly skyrocketed. Han asked how many. Her answer, over 1,000. She was pushing toward the exit. Placing a hand on his forehead, the protagonist muttered that he understood. Even if he had to hold the line alone, he wouldn't let Friasis die. Adis replied she'd give it everything she had. Turning back, Nariza said 3 of them would be enough to keep going. If 2 could hold the enemy back, she'd use her magic to make sure they stood a chance. Han gritted his teeth, urging them forward, asking if she really didn't believe in them. She averted her gaze, but didn't respond. The protagonist told them to run if they got the chance. No unnecessary losses. As he sprinted ahead, he shouted not to die on him. Ialka yelled back, "Easy for you to say." Running beside him, Jenna asked if he'd be all right. Han responded that they had to trust each other. They hadn't trained all this time for nothing. The battle against the golem erupted. Chaos filled the room. Fear crept in, but the fight continued. A strike smashed into the monster. Off to the side, someone shouted for a girl to hold on. She groaned that her head was pounding and to stop yelling. Ryman grinned. The mission was almost over. It seemed impossible, but they were nearly through. If she could hang on just a little longer, they'd all make it back alive. Rose looked at him, her voice trembling. "We'll really make it back?" The golem's eyes flared. A question hung in the air. Would this nightmare ever truly end? Blood spilled from Velkist, and Rose fell. The hero winced. It hurt more than anything. Then a massive monster emerged. The thought struck, this challenge was brutal, and only a rare few could survive. It was almost like the creators didn't even want players to finish it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist recalled it was the same with his own account. The girl turned to him, concerned. He simply said not to worry. They'd clear this floor, no matter what. A steel door suddenly appeared, then burst open with a crash. Someone had knocked it clean off its hinges. Inside, a figure sat calmly on a chair, muttering about how foolish people could be. The protagonist stepped in, frowning. The creature slowly turned in the chair, locking eyes with him. "So, you finally made it," he said with a smirk. Then, with a mocking tone, he asked if the hero even knew what the girl he was trying to protect truly wanted. "She's trying to defy the very laws of the universe." The hero flung his blade without hesitation. "You're wrong," he growled. Just then, the girl let loose an arrow, her shot tearing through the air. As the strike hit, the monster stumbled. Han glared at him and snapped. "What nonsense are you even going on about?" The creature collapsed to the floor. The hero turned to the girl and told her they needed to destroy every last one of the strange devices scattered around. "Leave nothing behind," he said. She nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the golem's eyes lit up again. Velkist and Nariza scrambled to avoid its attacks. Velkist clenched his teeth, thinking how fast and impenetrable the creature was. Every strike it launched seemed impossible to counter. He grimaced. How was he supposed to defeat a dragon if he couldn't even handle this? The hero entered a new room, his eyes fixed ahead. There at the center stood a massive crystal. Drawing his sword, he told himself this had to be the last one. With a swing, he slammed his blade into it. At first, nothing happened. But then, cracks began to spread, and shards exploded outward. A notification flashed. The ancient statue could no longer hold up. Mission type updated. Escape. The new objective, get out of the current region. Bonus objective, keep NPC Friasis alive. Looking over at Jenna, Hans said this place was done. They had to leave now. She hesitated, asking about the others. We'll meet them along the way, he said. You're coming with me. Smoke poured out from the statue as the hero relayed the update. The final crystal had been destroyed. All the doors should now be unlocked, and the flames would vanish. Find the exit, he urged them. Adis chimed in. They found a way out, and were already moving. She asked how things were on his end. The hero responded that they were fine. They'd get out on their own. Then, the ground rumbled. Turning around, the protagonist asked if the first group was okay. Someone answered that the mission had changed. They needed to evacuate. In the chaos, a monster grabbed Rose's lifeless body. They heard someone say they couldn't bring her with them. There just wasn't time. One stepped forward with a grin. Time to move, he said, then offered to clear the path. Just watch. Adis told Lilani to help Anand, then turned to Bennick and asked if he could run. Bennick didn't hesitate. He took off, saying he could handle it. One of the others warned him to run as fast as he could, or they'd leave him behind. Bennick shot back that it was fine and kept his eyes on the path ahead. The main character watched it all, thinking to himself, this was the final stretch of the mission. They had to make it out. Everyone. Group 1 had injuries. Group 2 was bleeding out. In Group 3, not a single member had escaped unhurt. Group 4 had lost 2 people. In Group 5, 3 dead already. As the scene widened to show the full room, Velkist looked away in frustration. Glaring at the main character, he growled that they'd taken way too long. They were supposed to be here earlier. They kept everyone waiting. A massive golem came into view. Someone asked what was wrong with it. It wasn't moving. The response was that it had shut itself down. The golem seemed to question its own existence. Han, off to the side, warned that the entire place was on the verge of collapsing. There'd be time to explain later. For now, they needed to move. Despite a visible wound on his leg, he urged them to follow. Velkis stared straight ahead and muttered that it was nothing to worry about. Just a scratch. Out of nowhere, Nereza grabbed him from behind and scolded him. His stubbornness was going to get him killed. She'd carry him if she had to. Pipes were bursting all around them. The main character focused on the path. Getting out was harder than expected. If they hadn't memorized the map, they'd all be dead by now. A narrow passage appeared ahead. The team had made it to the top of a massive statue. Jenna looked down and asked how they were supposed to get down from this height. Maybe telekinesis? Ialka shook her head. That kind of magic didn't always work in tight spots like this. The main character suggested they get the ropes ready. They dropped a rope down. A voice confirmed they'd be going one at a time. Someone mentioned they'd done something like this before, but this was way higher. At the edge, Han said the rope wasn't long enough. They'd have to drop the last part manually. No more time to think. They had to go. Nereza volunteered to go first. She ran quickly down the corridor. Spotting the opening, she shouted that this was the exit. They were ready to jump. Someone called out in agreement. The team leapt. One of the girls reached up, guiding the others. They slid down along the wall, and the main character looked ahead. He tried to speak, but stopped. He had no words left for what had happened to Group 3. Adis told everyone to get ready to descend and grab their ropes. As the statue began to collapse, people started falling, chunks of stone crashing to the ground around them. Jenna sat on the ground, breathing hard. Nereza looked around and said, "We did it." Below, several squads were already gathered, smiling. Adis praised them, said it was a job well done. The protagonist asked how bad the damage was. Standing before him, Adis said it could have been worse. A few had died, but overall, many were resting safely on the ground. She added that their own group made it through without any losses. The protagonist turned his head away. The girl gave him a small grin. One of the men closed his eyes, exhaled, then looked up with a smile. Rama called out, amazed. Said he wanted to know what the protagonist used to do before all this. He could learn a lot from him. The protagonist chuckled and said Ryman already knew he was impressive, but he still managed to surprise them all. Jenna, still lying down, chimed in. After splitting up with them, the protagonist had pulled off something even crazier. He waved it off, saying he was still too young for that kind of praise. The girl stepped forward, her voice a bit unsure. She said she felt uneasy, not knowing how many people had died because of her. She looked down and admitted that if collecting the keys put everyone at this kind of risk, it didn't sit right with her. Turning to him, Friasis asked, "So what the hell does that mean?" He clarified. If he told her to stop gathering keys, would she listen? From behind him, she softly answered, "All right." Han cut in, telling her not to overthink it. If she was feeling guilty, she shouldn't carry it alone. She smiled and said she got the message. Suddenly, glowing blue particles began to appear around the team. They all turned, startled. A sword shimmered in the man's hands. The protagonist gave a slight grin. A brilliant flash of blue light filled the room. The floor cleared. Everyone had leveled up. Rewards appeared on screen. Han was announced as the top player. All squads reappeared back in the lobby. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought to himself, it was finally over. He looked straight ahead, remembering the real mission, the keys. A girl's image surfaced in his mind. She told him there were only 3, and she had only managed to get one. The rest? That would be much harder. Stretching out her arms, a fairy flew up to him and wrapped him in a hug. She told him he was amazing, like a king, an emperor, a generalissimo. He winced and told her she was making his ears ring. Grinning, Isel said the master had sent a gift. It was a statue of a warhorse. Han stood frozen, staring at it, then slowly reached out and took it in his hands. The protagonist smiled faintly. He had thought he'd lost, but now, holding this gift, he felt genuine joy. His bond with the master was growing stronger. Squad names flashed across the screen. The view shifted to the lobby. Warm meals were already waiting on the table. The man grinned and said he felt like he was in paradise. Looking over at the guy, he admitted that when he first got here, he thought it was hell, but it turned out to be not so bad. He said it wasn't all that different from mercenary work. Let me put it this way, he added, and the other guy nodded, saying he got it. Death was everywhere no matter where you were. A burst of laughter echoed around the room. Ialka frowned, calling their behavior improper. Sitting at the table, the man shrugged it off. You only live once, he said. Might as well live it your way. Adis agreed with a chuckle, adding that it was better to be bold than to hide in fear. The girl lowered her head, murmuring about how many lives had been lost. She took a sip from her mug, closed her eyes, and admitted that it was tragic, but they had to keep going. Adis smirked and said they'd honor the dead, but they also needed to toast the win. That was the mercenary way. The girl nodded and smirked, glancing away. Nearby, the guy clenched his jaw and asked when things would wind down. He was itching to get back to training. The girl looked at him and reminded him how hard they'd worked to set everything up. Don't tell me you're not enjoying this at all, she asked. He shook his head, saying it wasn't that. It was just the eating part. Nereza teased that he was just being shy. Velkis jumped in, asking if she was against having a little celebration to lift spirits and blow off steam. That kind of thing stuck with him from his days in Niflheim. Sure, this wasn't as grand, but it still mattered. The protagonist glanced around, surprised that someone had put this all together without him even asking for it. It helped him feel a little more at ease. Plates of food were spread out when someone suddenly pointed out, "Isn't he the guest of honor tonight? What did he do before joining us?" "I was a farmer," he replied, drawing laughter from the group. "Now look at him, living large," someone joked. With a sigh, Han grumbled to himself about how irritating it all was, but he couldn't just storm off. A girl next to him said they'd only been here about a month. Out of nowhere, Isel burst in, shouting about something urgent. She spun toward the hero, and he asked what was going on. "You're too loud," he said. "Once is enough." Grabbing his shirt, the little fairy insisted she had something to tell him. Frowning, he asked if there was another battle, but she shot back that he should stop worrying. They'd all drop dead from drinking before any enemy got to them. She added that if it weren't for Han, they'd be done for already. He smacked her lightly, looking away. Some of the guys chuckled as she complained her wings were too sensitive and told him to be more gentle. He just muttered for her to shut it. The view widened, revealing the structure ahead. Standing near the fairy, he asked what it was. The fairy replied with a teasing grin, saying he was in for a surprise. A glowing website popped into view, and she proudly declared it was all thanks to fairy tech. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist muttered that it looked like something straight out of it. A video of the 30th floor raid began playing, one that had racked up an impressive number of views. The fairy beamed as the footage rolled. As he scanned the comments, the hero noted that the reactions felt a lot like the feedback he got when he posted clips back in Niflheim. Reading through the messages, he thought the ones he ignored didn't count. The fairy grinned and asked how it felt to be a rising star, both a respected master and a celebrated hero. With a half smile, the protagonist admitted he was actually thrilled. A notification popped up about a monthly limited pack, 4,500 diamonds, 300,000 gold, plus a daily reward of 150 diamonds and 10,000 gold, all for just 50,000 won. Han raised an eyebrow, surprised that Ineton was spending so much. The protagonist admitted he had never spent that kind of money before. Isel nodded, reminding him that the video had pulled in over 50,000 views. He added that he'd used the donations from the videos to fund his in-game purchases. She told him that was a smart move. Then came a new alert. 3 unread messages. Han narrowed his eyes, suspecting his account name might have been leaked. Still, he shrugged it off. As long as no one had their coordinates, it wasn't a big deal. The lobby loaded on screen, and he muttered that if anyone did track them down, other players might try to crash their party. Noticing his expression, Isel asked if something was bothering him. "What makes you think that?" he asked back. She replied that he didn't exactly seem thrilled. The window closed, and he admitted he wasn't in the best mood. Funny, considering the video had drawn a ton of attention from other players. But in the end, he was just a guy punching above his level. Real top rankers wouldn't be impressed. They'd just see through the act. Hands in his pockets, the hero said to keep him posted when the next video dropped. She promised she wouldn't forget. Just then, a man returned with a grin, saying he'd been gone a while and asked what he'd missed. Han replied casually that nothing much had happened. They'd just been talking. Setting his mug down, Ryman raised his own and said he wanted to share a drink with him. The protagonist hesitated. He wasn't a fan of alcohol, but this felt like a moment worth making an exception for. Starting tomorrow, things would get hectic again. Just then, the lobby interface reappeared, flashing a new message. "Congratulations on clearing the 30th floor. Several new weekday dungeons have been unlocked. Israel to Mine, Kindred Forest, Simul Plateau. The third research dungeon, Kaya, was now available. New buildings had also been added. Tonia Lobby had been upgraded. Every 10 floors, the master sector would shift. This was how the system kept low and high-level players apart. And with each new sector level, more content would become accessible. For the 30th floor, a new area called Ancient Ruins had opened up. If they could send a team there on a flying ship, they'd return with rare materials and valuable gems, stuff you'd never find in regular weekly dungeons. But to build a flying ship? That wasn't easy. It required expensive materials, advanced research, loads of money, time, and top-tier specialists. Not to mention a magic engineer with at least 4 stars. For now, it was out of reach, even for Enid. Still, the company had already started looking into renting one. Problem was, the rental fees were outrageous, and any damage meant even more costs. Not really worth it. The protagonist held his sword, thinking how amazing it would be to actually own a flying ship. A guy nearby asked what he was staring at. He simply said he was thinking about getting in some training. Taking a step forward, Han thought there was no need to rush. They'd get a ship eventually. Then he called out to the guy. Suddenly, the protagonist froze. A message alert flashed. He had an unread chat in one of the channels. Looking away, he realized he hadn't even checked it before leaving earlier. But it hadn't felt important at the time. Velkis groaned that if they didn't get started soon, the whole day would be over before they even began training. A light flickered in the building. Rubbing her eyes, Isel asked what was going on. Looking over at her, the hero said he needed temporary master permissions. She furrowed her brow and asked why. He told her he wanted to check the incoming messages they had received. The fairy stretched her arms and said that if he really wanted access, she'd grant it, then added something boastful about fairy magic. The protagonist began scrolling through the unread channel chat. As he read the messages, he figured the player must be online now, someone from the same sector. He looked over at the fairy and asked her to pull up the map and show him the player's location. She nodded, and a map view expanded in front of them. The protagonist noticed that most of the map was gray. Isel explained that the gray zones belonged to masters who hadn't logged in for a long time. Ideally, each sector should have at least 100 active users, but right now, too few are online. The player had written that he was all alone in his sector and didn't want to give up like the rest. He wanted to offer help, said he had a lot of spare materials from farming. The protagonist thought he sure wasn't wasting time getting to the point. Then the player asked for coordinates so he could send supplies. The protagonist told him to wait. Isel echoed that, urging caution. The protagonist said he knew. That was exactly why he paused. Han smirked and commented that this kind of guy was probably a hunter, more specifically, one of those idiot hunters who pretended to help new players, only to rob them later. They usually preyed on users who hadn't played long. The fairy gritted her teeth at the thought. If most of the region was grayed out, it likely meant that this guy had been pulling that scam for a while. She told the protagonist not to bother responding. He wasn't even worth the time. The protagonist rubbed his forehead, clearly weighing the situation. The player messaged again, asking if he was going to reply. The protagonist finally said he would. The fairy was shocked. "Why are you talking to him?" she asked. "If you give him our coordinates, he might attack." The protagonist replied that even if he didn't give the info, there was no guarantee they'd be safe. Looking down, he added that PvP raids were rare on the 30th floor anyway. Isel raised an eyebrow. Wait, he's only on the 30th floor and already has a flying ship. The protagonist shrugged. Either he's incredibly lucky, or he dumped a ton of money into the game. Maybe he's got a high-level friend backing him up. More messages came in from the player. The protagonist sighed. It was getting annoying. He replied curtly, telling the guy to be careful, and was told not to worry. And the player added that he wanted a flying ship too. He said the blueprints were hard to decipher, but he had several on hand and needed help understanding them. The fairy frowned. "What is he really after?" she asked. Han said flatly that once he was done dealing with that guy, You should delete the whole chat thread. The fairy's eyes widened. Wait, she said. Shouldn't you do that when the master's online? But the master wasn't there. It's better this way, the protagonist replied. She stared at him, surprised. Still, I'm calm, he said with a grin. This just reminds me of the old days. I never lost a street fight. He went on to say that many masters had already quit the game. Most fell into one of two groups. Those who gave up climbing the tower and just socialized, and those who turned into PvP hunters. And those hunters? They never missed a fight. There was only one answer to that kind of threat. With his head slightly lowered, the protagonist said, "Get ready. They're coming." Someone nearby asked, "What the hell are you talking about?" "It's the middle of the night." Nereza came over and asked if this was an invasion. "Glad you're catching on," the protagonist replied. "You know what to do, right?" "I'll alert all the group leaders," she said, nodding. Jenna overheard and said he should let the non-combatants know to stay in their rooms. "Already on it," she added. Ialka frowned. "What's going on?" The protagonist reminded her. "I told you. Players from other lobbies can invade." Ialka put a hand to her forehead. "And this is happening now? I thought we'd get a break." The protagonist smirked. "If we lose here..." "Are you kidding me?" she interrupted. Looking out the window, Han's eyes gleamed. "I want a flying ship," he muttered. "And I'll get one. A damn good one." The view shifted to the lobby. People were seated around a table, voices echoing loudly through the building. It seemed like the banquet on the second floor had just ended. By the wall, a man commented that the noise could be heard even from where they stood. Someone replied that the loud laughter probably came from Raimon. "How can he laugh like that when half his squad's dead?" the man asked. "He's a mercenary," came the reply. The man crossed his arms and said he'd heard that half of teams 4 and 5 were wiped out. A bearded man responded, "Isn't that good news for us?" And the other man said, "Gilbert, idiot, died." The men gathered around the table, the air heavy as if a monster like him had fallen. To the elite teams, people like them meant nothing. Sure, those teams had all the advantages, but who knew how long they'd survive? One man stood up and scoffed. Yeah, Gilbert had been a fool, pushing so hard to reach the second floor, only to end up dead. Mark chuckled and asked, "Aren't you all tired of this pathetic life? Is this really living?" Another man pointed at him and asked, "What's that in your hand, Booze?" Holding a sausage, he continued, "Is this how we're supposed to impress the master? Stealing meat and alcohol." Then he grinned, "But now I know how to really show him. And I can show you too, if you're in." The others looked at him, stunned. He asked again, "So what do you say?" Suddenly, a scream rang out, an urgent call for everyone to evacuate. A man dashed in, yelling for them to take cover. They were under attack. Glancing over, the man repeated his question, but Mark interrupted, asking what kind of invasion it was. The reply came fast, "Get inside. Stay away from the outside. This is an emergency order from the third floor." Another man's eyes went wide. "An invasion?" From another lobby. Mark looked just as shocked, repeating the question. People stood frozen in place, pressed against the walls. Raimond asked if it was true. They were really being invaded by another lobby? He couldn't believe it. Eddie's chimed in, "Wait, I thought you called us here with a plan." The protagonist just grinned. "We're going to crush them." Perched casually on a shelf, someone asked, "What kind of war is this supposed to be?" "Just wait for my signal," the protagonist said. "Be ready." Another man frowned. "Only 5 of us. You think that's enough?" The answer came with a shrug. Velkus just smiled, saying he was getting bored anyway. Perfect timing. Han warned him not to rush it, but someone else asked, "If not now, then when?" The protagonist grinned again. "Don't kill them. Not yet. We still got plans. Killing is just plan B. There's a system in place protecting heroes up to the 40th floor," he explained. "They won't actually die in PvP, but if they do die, they'll get penalized." "How bad?" someone asked. "Bad enough," he replied. "They lose stats, skills, permanently. Even the most promising hero can turn into dead weight." A blue portal tore open, and from it, a flying ship burst forth. A system alert immediately popped up. Unauthorized entry detected. The ship was making its descent. It touched down on the ground, and the system reported no active security. None of the heroes had sensed the breach. The danger was real. A ramp extended from the ship. The protagonist peeked from around the corner as people began to disembark. One of them complained aloud, "No welcome party? How dull." Confidently, another said the warehouse should be on the first floor. "Let's loot everything. Gold, valuables, all of it." Grinning, a girl added, "As for the witnesses, we know what to do." The man beside her asked, "You mean bring them half dead?" She folded her arms. "Exactly. We'll force them to join us." More people carrying supplies stepped through the portal. The girl yawned, looking ahead. But then, suddenly, she was knocked backward. A man stepped forward. The protagonist silently moved in behind him. Annoyed, the intruder barked, "What are you staring at?" He turned and froze. A hand clamped onto his wrist. The man dropped to the ground, gasping. Han kicked him in the face. His eyes gleamed as he asked, "Only 7 of you?" The guy, now coughing, replied weakly, "I don't know." The protagonist tightened his grip. "You better talk, unless you want that hand broken." Spitting blood, the captive finally gave in. 7. 4 stationed in different areas. One's the leader. 2 more, including the one from the sky, are still on the ship. None of them are engineers. He was then asked about their departure schedule. 10 minutes, he groaned. But maybe 5 if they hurry. Collapsed on the floor, the man watched as the hero jotted something down. "It's me, Han." Eddie's messaged in, asking for a status update. Han replied coolly, "Handled. Give it 10 minutes, then we can sleep again." Grinding his teeth, the protagonist messaged, "Don't wait." "What do you mean?" came the response. The system controls were locked out. Everything was running on auto. It irritated him. He couldn't interfere. Tied up intruders sat near barrels as a new warning came through. Enemy raid on warehouse in progress. Items were being stripped away. The protagonist realized they were taking only the most valuable goods. His gaze shifted. One of the intruders beamed. "We scored big today." Another laughed. "Plenty for women, booze?" And this place didn't even put up a fight. "Idiots," someone muttered, watching them celebrate. From behind the wall, the hero overheard a voice muttering. "Where even is this place? Where is he? Already asleep or what?" The speaker sounded irritated, thinking they trusted someone unreliable to stand guard. Just then, a flying ship came into view. Someone noted that today's departure was earlier than usual. "Does it matter?" "Sooner's better," they added. A notification flashed. "The flying ship is departing with your belongings." A brilliant light lit up the sky as the ship ascended, jumping between dimensions. The protagonist turned his eyes away. Velkus stood silently behind the door. The ship soared higher, racing into the clouds, flying full speed into a different dimension. Looking up, one of the crew mumbled, "Master didn't used to be like this. Everything's changed." Then, almost as if confirming his own words, he added, "Right?" But before he could say more, a heavy blow sent him flying overboard. Inside the ship, the protagonist strode down the hall and grabbed a door handle just as a battered body was tossed from a room. Velkus raised an eyebrow. "Who's this weakling? Can't do anything, can he? Are we supposed to hide in here like this?" I could barely breathe. Facing him, the hero asked for a status report. The man caught his breath. That was the last one. From the other side, one of the enemies shouted, "Stop! Don't kill him. You'll pay for it if you do." He yelled desperately, warning them that death came with consequences. But the guy ignored him, drove his sword forward, and scoffed. "All weaklings, nothing more." Nearby, Jenna held a bloodied blade and said, "That's it. We're done here." Staring down their foes, she added, "They're worse than we imagined. No doubt, they've pulled this stunt countless times." Ialka frowned. "Still, something about this bugs me. What a disappointment." A girl raised her hand. "So this was your grand ambush plan? Just 5 of us? You sure?" Narissa answered with a grim tone. "There are probably dozens of them. I checked. We might be able to retreat back to our lobby to regroup." But Han cut her off. "No, that ruins the setup. If this ship is even slightly delayed, they'll realize something's off." He looked down. "We're heading straight for their base. No turning back. We finish it all in one strike." Velkist's eyes gleamed. "I could wipe out a wagon load of these clowns, easy." Their weakness was obvious. Despite their levels, none of them had proper training. It was pathetic, especially considering how they'd already given up on climbing the tower. The protagonist nodded. "Loot everything, then burn it. Make sure they never recover." A glow surrounded the group as a thought echoed in the air. If they didn't leave the game now, they'd be completely wiped out. The hero glanced sideways. A system alert popped up. Log-keeping privileges revoked. He scowled. Without logs, he couldn't access external system messages anymore. That gave them a huge disadvantage. Another notification rolled in. The flying ship was returning. Their lobby shimmered into view, along with a message. "Heroes from another dimension have invaded." Standing in front of the landing ship, one man commented, "Back already? Did you at least bring something useful this time?" With a grin, he added, "It's been ages since we got anything good. The master's gonna want to look." He trailed off, eyes widening, too late. The protagonist struck him with his sword. Death protection activated. Their souls were severed. Healing systems in the lobby were disabled during PvP. Bodies hit the ground. A red light pulsed across the lobby. Danger alert. Jenna turned to the hero. "Looks like we've been spotted." He didn't flinch. This is only the beginning. Just then, another dimensional lobby manifested nearby. The hero and Jenna charged forward. Seeing them, one man yelled, "What's happening?" Another pointed, shouting, "It's him, the intruder." The group turned on the hero. "Who the hell do you think you are? We'll tear you apart." But something was off the barrels. Liquid was spilling out, soaking the floor beneath their feet. Confused, they stepped back. The protagonist tossed a lit match and asked, "Don't you love fireworks?" Crackling flames erupted. The air ignited. A system alert screamed. Fire detected on second floor. Eyes wide, the girl cast a spell. Flames roared in every direction. 3 enemies dropped instantly. Charging through the chaos, the protagonist thought, "We'll wipe them out before they even realize what's happening." "Kill them all," he ordered. Jenna let loose an arrow. Han burst through a door. Faces twisted in terror as the hero hurled a barrel into the crowd. The girl launched another flame spell. Another fire broke out in the second-floor dormitory. Following close behind, she shouted, "I actually feel like a villain right now." Han replied calmly, "You either play the villain or end up a victim." Ialka overheard him and said, "If they had attacked us with their full strength, we'd have lost a few too." He nodded, "But I didn't give them a chance. The best ambush hits when they're asleep or when there's no one on guard." The buildings in the lobby were engulfed in fire, and as the flames rose, one thought sparked among them. They could use this chaos to seize control. Their next target was already clear. They were heading straight for the first floor. Similar thrust her weapon forward and declared they weren't going any farther. The hero stopped in front of her, surprised by how quickly they'd regrouped. He hadn't expected them to be this fast. She asked if he was seriously running away already. With a smirk, the hero replied that he forgot to torch the warehouse on the second floor. Still stunned, she repeated, "Running away?" Han simply said he was going to take care of it, and she hurled an insult at him as he walked off. He stepped into the warehouse, only for someone to suddenly appear behind him. A frying pan came swinging at him. He dodged and asked if this was one of the warehouse staff. Flames started to spread rapidly, and a fire alert popped up for the second floor. Jenna looked away and asked if burning everything was really okay. The protagonist shrugged, saying it would be dumb if they were just there to loot, but that wasn't the point. Turning to the others, he said they needed to burn down every building with supplies. Narissa agreed immediately. Ialka admitted it made her feel like the bad guy. The fire raged. The dorm's level dropped from 5 to 3. Similar appeared in front of the hero again, demanding to know what the hell they were doing. Screaming in rage, she swore she'd kill them and told them to come at her. Velkus stepped forward, asking if she had a death wish. Han muttered that Velkus should just kill him already. Velkus grinned. The fight began. The crowd clashed. Similar clenched her teeth, and in a blink, they were swinging at each other. Velkus' eyes lit up. Similar let out a shout of excitement. Velkus laughed, saying she really was asking for death. Suddenly, her hand was severed. Jenna stared in horror. Similar's eyes widened. She screamed that he was cheating. Then in one brutal motion, he cut off her head. The guy cried out in terror, just before a shot blew through his skull. 2 from the lobby were dead. A girl asked if that was enough. Everything was burning. Sure, they were villains, but not all of them had deserved it. The equipment workshop was in flames. The hero turned and said it wasn't over yet. Jenna objected, but he reassured her they wouldn't kill anyone else. They just tear down the rest of the buildings. Most of the top fighters were gone. Supplies lost. Warehouses reduced to ashes. The weapons workshop engulfed. The central square devoured by fire. The dorm half ruined. The equipment shop out of commission. Everywhere fire raged. And then came the thought, burn it all. The whole lobby caught fire. The hero muttered, it was burning so bad. Even the game master would want to quit. A notification popped up. The hero glanced at it and muttered, "Send him." The man panicked. Clenching his fists, he shouted for them not to come any closer. If they fought with everything they had, maybe they could win. Han responded calmly. He just had one question. If the guy answered, he'd live. The man dropped to his knees and said he could ask anything. Standing before him, the protagonist asked where their magic engineer was. The man pointed toward the magic hall. Han gave short thanks. Just then, a small castle appeared. He reached out for the door, and a fairy standing nearby shouted, "No." Clenching her fists, she yelled at him. Why couldn't he stop stealing? Why did he have to burn everything down? Had he ever heard of morals? Ethics? Gritting his teeth, the hero told her to move aside. "No way," she replied defiantly. Suddenly, he shoved her out of the way. Sitting on the ground, the fairy looked up and asked, if he took her, how was she supposed to survive? She mumbled about his dream of becoming the king of thieves. Looking away, she muttered that it had already been half a year since she got stuck with this terrible master. After all that, was he really going to burn it all? Did he not care about her at all? Inside the hall, the protagonist stepped in. Potions were scattered across a table. A girl was sprawled on top of it. He placed a hand on her shoulder, thinking this was the magic engineer, the key to controlling the flying ship. She was somehow still asleep through all the chaos. Rubbing her eyes, she groggily asked who was messing with her rest. She complained that she had worked nonstop for 3 days and nights. Without warning, the protagonist tied her up. He slung her over his shoulder as she groaned in protest. The fairy looked stunned. Han turned to her and asked what the problem was. He was taking her. Standing amid the roaring flames, the hero turned to the people nearby and said if they wanted to live, they should head back to their dorms. The crowd nodded quickly in agreement. Holding onto a cart, Jenna looked over and said, "That's a girl. She's our most valuable target," the hero replied. "Don't let her escape." Jenna asked if this wasn't basically a kidnapping. Han answered flatly, "It is." Gritting his teeth, he said he'd get her to the flying ship himself and finish things here. The girl responded calmly, "That's fine. Just don't waste time." The fairy shouted in rage, demanding to know why he was doing all of this. Murder, arson, kidnapping. How is he any different from a demon? Unbothered, he told her to call it whatever she wanted. She pressed further, asking him why. He explained there had never been room for negotiation. The first time he raided the hunters, they were so desperate he even spared them a few supplies. A month later, they came after him again. And it happened again after that. No matter who it was or what the situation looked like, the outcome never changed. After countless encounters, he had learned that simple truth. Bastards never change, he thought. Clenching her fist, the fairy asked what he truly believed. Reaching her hand forward, she challenged him. Was he just going to walk away now, like it meant nothing? He didn't stop. He said fairies had two conditions under which they could fight back. 1, when ordered by their master. 2, when someone tries to kill them. So why didn't she just surrender already? All around them, flames consumed everything. Survivors sat scattered on the ground. The hero stood in the chaos, holding a burning torch. Grabbing her hat, the fairy warned him. If he really did this, their master, Han cut her off. He's probably quit the game. Tears welled in her eyes as she demanded to know if he had done all of this knowing that already. Then what are we supposed to do now? He turned his back. I don't care. He walked through the portal. A flying ship soared out behind him. Approaching a girl, he thought to himself, what an awful name. Nerissa greeted him, saying, "You're back." He asked how the ship was holding up. She admitted nothing was working yet. They probably needed to verify their identity or something to get it running. Where's the girl? Han asked. Nerissa replied that they had tied her up. The tied-up girl was trying to speak, but her words were muffled. As he untied her, he couldn't make out what she was saying. Then she exploded in anger, screaming that he'd better let her go right now, or she'd kill him. At least now he knew who she was. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're a magical engineer." "Wrong," she screamed. "I'm Catio, a third-rate magician." Just hearing her name made people flinch. Standing before her, Han told her he needed the flying ship to lift off, and asked, how could he make that happen? Catio shot him a glare and snapped. "What makes you think I'd tell you anything?" Then, with venom in her voice, she added, "I should boil you alive." The guy drew his sword, scoffing, "You're getting cocky. Think she'll talk quicker if we lop off a few fingers." The hero closed his eyes. "No, that'd make me feel like an actual villain." Catio screamed, "You are villains." Han raised a brow. "Wow, looks like we've had a little misunderstanding." Grinding her teeth, she hissed, "What misunderstanding?" Then warned him to keep that sword away from her. Without flinching, the hero extended his hand to the side and ordered, "Stand by. But if she tries any magic, cut her hand off." Velkus nodded. "Got it." Turning back to Catio, Han said they'd settle this confusion later. Right now, they had to return to where they came from, and he needed her for that. "You get it, right?" he asked. Still clutching the rope, she growled, "We can't stay here." "That's on you," she added. Looking away, the hero replied, "Shouldn't be that hard. Just move the ship back to its last position." Quiet tears slipped from her eyes. "I'm just a researcher." Velkus scoffed. "Quit whining. That's why I wanted to kill you in the first place." Han thought to himself, this guy's heartless. The true strength of a magical engineer came from support spells. One of their specialties? Quickly dousing flames. If she'd done anything, maybe this place wouldn't look like a war zone. Finally, Catio said, "I'm ready," then turned and asked, "You let me go now, right?" Han looked at her. "Go where?" Then ordered, "Tie her up again." Rope snapped back into place around her. She screamed in frustration. The fairy shouted furiously, "You really took everything. Fine, take it, choke on it, have a great trip. Hope a bottle of rum ends up where the sun don't shine." Han blinked. "Can't say I've ever heard a goodbye like that." He looked back at her. She glared, thinking they'd get away with everything. But at least now, she knew who had their backs. That alone would be a shock. Stretching out her hand, the fairy exclaimed that they'd stumbled into the notorious Solidarity Association, a top-tier guild made up of 30 elite rankers. While their current guild master wasn't much in terms of skill, he had close ties to their true leader. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, touched his face thoughtfully, and looked surprised. Han, puzzled, wondered aloud. He never heard of such a group before. Isel told him to enjoy the peace while he could, but warned him not to expect mercy later, not even if he got down on his knees. The hero smirked, then asked for her name. "Captain Isel," she replied confidently, urging him to remember it. She then asked for his name in return. With a glint in his eyes, he told her, "I'm Loki." Just then, a fiery lobby materialized. The fairy, startled, nearly choked at what she saw. Pointing upward, she affirmed what she'd heard, asking if this meant she was going to die. A ship appeared overhead, and the fairy vowed she wouldn't forget this. Revenge would be hers. Han looked away, mulling over the idea. Revenge, huh? That's such a pain. Suddenly, a voice asked if he was enjoying himself. When the girl grinned and admitted she'd been spying, he asked why. She laughed it off, saying it was just too entertaining to ignore. He blushed at her honesty, and she said this moment earned a spot in her memory album. Hearing his name again, Han told her to quit. It was getting embarrassing. As the ship drifted through the clouds, Han casually asked if she knew anything about the Solidarity Association. Uranith shook her head. This was news to her too. Still, she offered to dig into it. Eyes closed, she declared all she needed was his word, and she tracked down their base and wiped them out. The fleet had been idle for too long and was itching for action. Han leaned on the railing and told her to hold off. Unless they made the first move, there was no need to engage. Uranith grinned, saying that if they ever dared, she'd be ready. Han smiled back, giving her full freedom to handle them however she pleased. Her eyes sparkled. I can't wait, she whispered. As the lobby came into view, Yalka asked what time it was. Jenna guessed it was morning. Han remarked that they'd walked quite a distance. The girls wondered if he was going to make them train today. He shook his head. Nah, you got the day off. Velkus chimed in, asking what they should do with the shift. Han told him not to worry. He'd take care of it. As the building came into view, a bound figure lay on a bed inside. The protagonist wondered how anyone could sleep like that, then asked aloud how long the guy planned to keep napping. Suddenly, the guy jolted awake, panicking and shouting, "Where am I?" Han calmly answered, "In my room." The guy demanded to be taken back immediately, asking why he'd been dragged here. Han sat down on a chair and simply said, "No." He explained that he was now in charge of the flying ship. Catio's eyes widened. Not only that, Han added, he'd also be handling research, spellcrafting, and support magic. With those skills, he could join them on missions. It'd be useful having two mages. Furious, the guy shouted that this was kidnapping. First, they abducted him, and now they wanted him to work? He told them to go to hell. Catio? Huh. Han mused, noting the name. A voice came from behind the door. It was her. She mentioned that he probably hadn't eaten yet. Han told her to come in. She entered with a tray and confirmed that this was the boy from yesterday. Han replied that Catio would be fighting alongside them now, so she should treat him kindly. Jenna approached with the food, noting he must be starving. Here, eat up, she said. You can't escape on an empty stomach. Still tied, Catio snapped that he couldn't eat like this. Jenna asked if he was sure, glancing at him. Han reassured her, saying it was fine. Catio couldn't really do anything in that state anyway. But she shook her head. That's not what I meant. I made this for him. Catio grabbed the sandwich with hesitation and snapped that they couldn't bribe him with food. He wouldn't help villains who torched homes and enslaved people. Han, relaxed in the chair, asked him what he even knew about villains. Did he have any clue what his so-called master had done? Catio froze at that, trembling. Han told him he was an accomplice. Catio shouted back that he was only following orders, and if he went back, he'd be forced to do the same all over again. The food slipped from his hands and hit the floor. Looking down, Catio muttered that his master wasn't like that. He used to be better. Now he was just lost. Catio muttered that he still believed in his master. Han looked straight ahead and asked again, did he really think someone so deep in denial could change? Catio frowned. Han pressed further, urging him to think. Wasn't it better to explore his potential freely here, rather than work himself into the ground over there? The girl glanced at Catio with pity, saying at least their own leader actually listened to them. Han promised her that Catio's master wasn't like that. Watching the boy carefully, he wondered just how much they'd pushed him. He was so exhausted, he couldn't even react in a crisis. If Catio wasn't so worn down, maybe he'd have tried to kill them all already. Smirking, Han thought maybe he just needed to push a bit harder. If you agree to join us, he said, I'll make you 3 promises. Ialka blinked in surprise. First, Han continued, no overtime. Ever. The girl tried to chime in, but he cut her off. Seriously, we respect work-life balance here. Off hours are yours to do whatever you want. He crossed his arms. Second, we don't go around attacking people's lobbies. Catio scoffed. You just attacked one. Han looked at him calmly. Because your master struck first. It's all in the ship logs. You're free to check. As Catio lowered his gaze, Han went on. We're a raid team. We stay focused. We don't waste time on anything else. Sitting on the bed, Catio muttered that missions didn't matter here. This wasn't even his home. Han raised an eyebrow. So, got family there? Anyone waiting for you? No, Catio admitted, but still. Then all the better, Han interrupted. No ties holding you back. A moment later, the third promise echoed through the room. No one here will judge you based on where you're from. Catio stared at him. What are you, some kind of captain? Han held up 3 fingers. Not a captain, but I've got pull. And I mean it, no overtime, mission-focused, zero discrimination. That's the deal. Catio narrowed his eyes. You're absolutely sure about the no overtime part? Han grinned at Catio. There was more to a magic engineer than piloting a ship. With powerful support spells, enchantments, high-grade potion crafting, and research skills, they were top-tier assets. In some places, they were treated like celebrities. Ialka glanced at Han, unimpressed. Wow, you're practically kissing up to him. Why treat him better than me? I'm a mid too. Han shrugged. Because he hasn't agreed to work for us yet. So, since I'm already working my butt off, you don't need to be nice anymore, she said, arms crossed. Han looked away. What's really bothering you? I said I'm fine, she replied, brushing it off. He kept walking. Either way, we're not letting him go, Ialka asked. And what if he says no? Then I'll make him say yes, Han said without hesitation. Ialka looked off to the side. So what if I don't like him? Han clenched his jaw. You want to send him back to that place? She quickly said, I didn't mean it like that. Crossing her arms, she sighed. Fine, whatever. Let's see what he can do. Han thought to himself. So much fuss, and all because she didn't want to work solo. With a casual wave, he said, I'm going to catch a nap. Wake me if anything happens. Maybe I'll show him around later. Ialka raised an eyebrow. And what exactly am I supposed to be doing? Han turned, asked Jenna. I already am, Jenna replied from nearby. Hands in his pockets, Han added, there's still plenty to do. Once the tour's done, we'll be heading back to our lobby. What again? Ialka groaned. As the flying ship reappeared, someone commented that this was the final nail in the coffin. Around them, cleanup crews were tidying the battlefield. Someone noted the presence of mechanics. They must have had some left if the ship was still operational. A cart rolled steadily ahead, pushed by a girl. Han remarked, we'll bring them along too, prisoner and all. As the ship and cart came into full view, an update popped up. Skill characteristics were now visible. Han's current abilities were listed clearly, ready to review. A notification popped up. An airship had just arrived. Word was, it was used for traveling across dimensions. Sitting on the bed, the guy took it in stride. Another alert flashed. A new hero had joined, Catio, a mage. Then came a message. 14 items have been gathered. Isel commented that the master must be stunned. The hero nodded. So much had gone down in just a single day. Turning away from the window, the protagonist muttered that crafting a flying ship takes over a week and eats up rare materials and diamonds. He'd handed the master both a ship and a mage. Of course, the guy was reeling. Isel added that if she tallied up the cost of everything they brought yesterday, it had come out to about 7.8 million gold. And everything was tracked. There was no way the master wouldn't know it was them. He glanced to the side as another alert appeared. Hero Han had submitted a request. He wanted Catio approved. Catio stepped into the room. The protagonist asked what he wanted, but Catio brushed it off, saying he wouldn't be swayed. Eyeing the room, Catio admitted it was nicer than Harura, but insisted he wouldn't fall for its charms. The protagonist froze for a second, then hung his head. Catio shivered at the silence. Well then, he had no choice. He'd have to synthesize it. Looking elsewhere, Han noted the offer was actually solid. He already had 4 stars. Still, he couldn't waste his support on slackers. Catio clenched his jaw, bearing a forced grin. The protagonist said he was kidding. He'd already promised him 3 things. If there was anything else, just say it. Eyes shut, Catio finally said he wanted the March issue of Limogen. It was impossible to get. It only printed in Harura. A new notification popped up. Han wanted Limojani March. The protagonist held it out, ready to hand it over, and asked what else. With a smirk, Catio asked for an Stoat fur scarf. The hero asked again, anything more? Catio's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you even have these things? The protagonist figured Catio probably wasn't used to receiving gifts. Looking at him, he said, all right, one last thing. Han grinned. As he headed out, someone asked where he was going. Without looking back, he said, to get what I want. A notification popped up in the lobby. Han had initiated an expedition. The target? Harura. The mission? Robbery and abductions. As he accepted the task, shovel in hand, the fairy exploded in outrage, slamming into the barrier and yelling, what the hell is going on this time? She ordered them to leave and never return. With arms crossed, the hero calmly said he brought her here for a reason. They were going to make a contract with her. From now on, she was joining their team. The girl gave him a look and said he'd better be sorry. Grinding his teeth, Catio asked how on earth he convinced her. Lady replied simply, she agreed on her own. Looking straight at them, she said she was done with that place. The master never cared if they lived or died. Catio tried to argue, but Ialka turned to the protagonist and asked what he thought. Would he accept? The reply came quick. He should decide already. Today would be the day. As Han turned to leave, the girl asked where he was taking the mage. He said he didn't know yet. He needed to figure that out. The scene shifted to the dorm building. Sitting at a table, the protagonist listened as the girl reported in, she'd finished gathering intel on the Solidarity Association. Raising her eyes, she explained. It was established about 6 months ago. Most likely, this guild had migrated from a major mobile game. From what she gathered, they used to go by the name Blood Alliance and were powerful enough to dominate an entire server. Server L. Han clenched his jaw as she continued. Their recruitment policies were bizarre. Only men over 30 were allowed in, and each member had to spend at least 10 million won per month on the game. He looked puzzled and asked what she meant. She clarified, they literally required their members to spend that much in-game. Hearing this, the hero looked down, thinking they were up against a guild that practically drowned the game in money. Their name even came from the in-game greeting they used with each other. Their mission was clear: take full control of Z server. They kept expanding by raiding nearby accounts, turning them into vassals, and draining them dry. Han's fist clenched. The Free Masters had tried to fight back, but when he asked if they'd had any success, the answer was clear: no. The guild's financial power was just too overwhelming. New players were joining constantly, and the hero asked, what about their military strength? He was told the numbers: 73 natural 5-star heroes and 318 flying ships, with likely even more hidden. The girl closed her eyes, then asked him straight, should she strike first? If he gave the word, she'd launch a preemptive attack, but he told her to hold off. Not unless they made the first move. The protagonist let out a breath. It probably was them. She confirmed it with a smirk. First it was the Dragon Knights, then the Ouroboros, now the Solidarity Association. Same story, different name, history repeating itself. Han sat by the window and asked about those other guys, the ones who once bragged about taking over the whole server. They used to say Niflheimer was the symbol of Server 2. But now, they're gone. And unless these new guys were total fools, they knew exactly what needed to be done. Across from him, Cadio looked up and asked, you're not messing with me, right? You're seriously not planning to drag me into some dungeon and lock me away? The reply came easy, of course not. The guy picked up a pen. A flicker of purple flame lit up. A new notification appeared. Han has successfully recruited Cadio. He is now controllable. The view shifted to the building outside. The fairy reached out toward the hero. He told her to keep it quiet. Her ears were starting to fade. She said the master wanted to give him a gift and asked what he wanted. Isel raised her hands and said she figured he'd want to say it himself if he truly needed anything. The protagonist replied that he'd studied the game thoroughly. He could choose now. Looking away, Han glanced at the statues, thinking they still weren't enough to form a full division. A new alert appeared. He wanted 10 warhorse statues. It would cost 50,000 gold. The statues came crashing down. Han picked one up, smiled as he held it, and said they'd collect 1,000 more. New player cards popped into view. The dormitory scene came back. One guy snapped, demanding to know what everyone was staring at. Were they just hanging around having fun? Velkist gave him a sharp glare. With that attitude, he said, it looked like the guy needed a lesson in manners. The protagonist told him not to push too hard. Maybe he just needed some time to adjust. The guy was visibly shaken. Velkist scoffed, saying he still thought the newcomer might be useful. Just not with that kind of attitude. Ialka frowned and asked why they even brought him in when there were already other groups available. Another girl chimed in, pointing out that none of those teams had a mage. Why were they the ones stuck with him? Several groups had already been considered. The second group had turned him down, saying they were full. The third group didn't even have a proper setup. Groups 4 and 5 still had too many open spots. If he was sent to one of them and they failed, it would mean losing a high-value hero. The team avoided eye contact. Han stood in front of the girl, deep in thought. If they were just starting out, they'd be thrilled to have 2 mages. After all, that adds a lot of flexibility and power. But this group had been working together for a while. In the end, he said they just have to see how things played out in action. Better than endless debating. Off to the side, Ialka pointed out that they had 5 members already. Narissa cut in, saying she wasn't going. It had been a while since they did weekday dungeon runs, and she needed ingredient for potions. She looked away. Ialka lowered her gaze. The guy quietly raised his hand, saying he had something to add. The protagonist asked if he didn't want to fight, but the guy shook his head. It wasn't that. He just hadn't been on any missions in a long time. Cadio glanced aside, realizing something. Even though his master's account had cleared beyond the 30th floor, this guy had only reached the 28th. He probably hadn't gone on a mission since his master quit climbing the tower. Isel gave a sly grin and asked about the mission journal. Looking at Han, the guy admitted he didn't know they could take missions without a master. He asked why nobody told him. Han replied that he just wanted to handle things on his own. The guy nodded, made sense as a way to kill time. But the hero warned him not to overdo it. The master wouldn't like that. They stood now in the central dungeon on the 28th floor. Jenna asked what their formation would be. The guy said he'd cover for Narissa. He could handle it. The girl agreed to give it a shot, even though it wasn't her usual role. A countdown message flashed, 10 seconds until the gate opened. The protagonist figured he should give it a shot and the guy beside him agreed. In the next moment, they were standing on the 28th floor. This mission? A subordination type. The objective? Eliminate the enemies. They silently moved ahead, eyes averted. Han considered jumping in immediately, but decided to wait and watch his move first. Glowing beams flared to life around the guy's hands. Pressing one hand over the other, he slowly stretched them outward, then interlocked them tightly. As particles whirled around Catio, the girl looked on, surprised. "He's using seal?" she asked. With his fist clenched, a dimensional portal burst into view. It allowed him to summon weapons and gear straight from storage. Jenna turned to him, saying she'd seen something like this in regular dungeons before. "What's it called?" she asked. "Dimensional portal," he answered. "Yeah, that's it," she nodded. "Definitely a portal. Thanks to it, they could instantly grab more arrows or potions. As long as there was a magic engineer in the group, the entire team would have limitless access to supplies, a game changer in any fight. Resource shortages wouldn't be an issue anymore." Eyes wide, the girl was stunned by the level of spatial magic. Han added that he could shut the portal. They wouldn't be needing it here. Suddenly, lizard men came charging at them, one snarling a death threat while swinging a blade. The protagonists signaled to engage the enemy like they always did. The team sprang into action, taking down the creatures in sync. Looking at the carnage, the guy muttered that he hadn't expected this. Then he activated his elemental attribute. A glowing stone rose into the air as more stones gathered around it. Out of nowhere, another monster lunged. He struck the lizard man, while Catio spread the elemental attribute across the party. Their stamina surged instantly. With a flick, the guy teleported, then extended his hand, telekinesis activated. Catio threw up a protective barrier, while magical interference disrupted the enemy's powers. Confused, the monster tried to understand what was happening, before Velkist suddenly sliced off its head. A blazing fire typhoon erupted behind them. Turning to Ialka, the guy said she didn't need to drink that. She blinked, puzzled. "What's this mana transfer?" Then, Catio's player card popped up. The guy's eyes gleamed. Surrounded by fallen monsters, the girl, standing among them, asked how many different spells he'd used. He simply pointed out. Why hadn't she asked him directly? "That was awesome," someone said, impressed. The girl admitted she'd always thought mages just threw fire and lightning around. Ialka gave a half smile. "That's old-school magic," she said, adding that elemental spells had a long legacy. The guy waved it off. "It's outdated," he said bluntly. Ialka clenched her fist. "No, it's not." Velkist shrugged. "Doesn't feel any different to me," he muttered, adding he still thought female mages were better. Han chimed in. "That's 'cause you don't see the side effects like we do." Catio stood still, listening. "Can't really argue," he said. "I don't know how you guys fight." As the battle wrapped up, the hero hurled a weapon at a lingering monster and shouted, "What's going on here? Let's finish this." The floor was soon cleared. The guy commented that even though they were fighting, someone had been watching and told him to think it over. He had time. Ialka glanced down at Catio's card as it displayed his skill list. Meanwhile, daylight washed over the settlement. The guy was busy typing threats to Han in the in-game chat. Seeing the messages, the protagonist asked if he'd logged off yet. Quitting now would actually make sense, he thought. He pictured a burning island, imagining all his main characters wiped out. Their magic engineer and ship were gone, the buildings destroyed, and their levels had dropped. He figured the guy should have been fully focused on rebuilding, but instead, he was acting like nothing had happened. Han noticed it too. "He's way too confident," he said, sipping from a coffee cup. Across the room, Uranith sat at a table. The protagonist said to her, "You get what's happening, right?" he asked. She nodded. "Just say the word. I'll launch the fleet immediately." Han calmly replied, "This isn't the time. We'll handle it without a fleet." Setting his cup down, the protagonist reassured her. "Don't worry. We've got this." A few days passed. Now, the ship stood parked inside a massive hall, bathed in blue light. The girl was busy repairing it. Han approached from behind and asked how much longer it would take. She didn't look up. "We're short on workers. I need at least a week." Catio, nearby, turned to the protagonist. "What are you doing here?" Trying to head back to Harura, the protagonist walked up to him. "Can you do it?" Before Catio could reply, a girl's voice came through the ship screen. "This is Captain Isel," it said, "the future king of the bandits." Catio stepped up to the screen, assuming the comms had kicked in. On the other end, Isel exploded with rage. "Traitor," she shouted. "We fed you, clothed you, and this is how you repay us." She stuck her tongue out mockingly. "Hope you all cleaned your necks. Judgment Day is coming." Boldly, she declared she didn't fear storms or hurricanes because she was the king of bandits, reborn time and time again. Expression unreadable, Han asked if she actually needed something. The protagonist reached for the controls. "I'm shutting this off," he said flatly. Before he could, Isel shrieked. "Wait, I haven't even said what I came for." Her tone shifted to bitter pride. I'm here to declare war. The screen shifted, showing a massive display of warships. The Golden Fleet is assembling, Isel boasted. Han blinked, thrown off. You called just a brag? With a smirk, Isel corrected him. No, I'm giving you a chance. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. What kind of chance? A chance to join the invincible fleet, she replied with a wicked grin. After we fire, there'll be nothing left but flames. Bringing her fist to her mouth, Isel added that she was quite impressed by Han, calling him the conqueror of giants and the desert winds. You should enjoy that glory, she said. By my side. The protagonist guessed she must have watched the footage of them clearing the 30th floor. Probably uploaded that night. Arms crossed, Isel announced, so I'll be fighting you. Cadio cut in before she could continue. And what exactly do you plan to do? Standing behind Han, he whispered not to let her attitude get to him. She's reckless, he said, but she's had her wins. Isel zoomed around the hangar on screen, declaring that their preparations were done and support was in place. If you join us now, she offered, I'll personally request the master to call off the battle. Serious now, the protagonist asked one last time. You're ready? Then he hit the power button. I'll be there soon. Turning, Han gave the order. Jessie, prep the ship for launch. She didn't look up. Still in the middle of repairs, she said. Outer hull's damaged. One clean hit and this thing's scrap. You just need to get him there, he told her. Eyes shut, she nodded. 10 minutes, she said. It's doable. We just have to take him back where it all started. Sunlight bathed the veranda. Uranith, eyes closed, held her teacup. Quietly, she said so. Han's going to use it. As he stepped down the stairs, the protagonist muttered to himself. When will I ever get another chance like this? Glancing at the sky, he added, the master just passed out, and the timing couldn't be better. Han slipped on his jacket. Eddie's looked over. Where are you headed? He replied simply, going for a walk. Passing through the portal, he was met by Lady and Cadio. Lady, hold her head, said Sumhat's done. Coordinates are set. Cadio wasn't impressed. That was a dumb move. One arrow in the wrong spot, and this thing drops. Han gave Cadio a light pat on the head. Thanks, he said with a smile. Let's keep this between us, yeah? The ship lifted off. From the screen, the system confirmed. Transition approved, autopilot engaged. The vessel shot out of the portal into the skies. Han pressed the red button. Isel's stunned face appeared on the screen. Is your master online right now? He asked. Closing his eyes, he waited. No, came the answer. He's offline. Eyes opening. Han responded coldly. Good. Then he said clearly, tell everyone to get ready to die. The skies swarmed with Sinuna ships. Furious, Isel screamed, Han, you arrogant fool. I'm no fairy. I won't be so generous twice. Looking at his battered ship, she scoffed. What even is that thing? You really plan to fight in that condition? Then she turned her gaze directly to Han. Why'd you come alone? She sneered, hovering beside a massive cannon that was charging to fire. Don't bother answering. You're done for. And even if you beg on your knees, I'm not letting you walk away. Calmly taking off his glove, Han asked Uranith, how's the connection between the proof of other heavens and the Bifrost? No issues, Uranith answered. With a faint smile, she added, you can summon as many weapons as your mana allows, and it won't affect follow-up uses. Suddenly, streams of red energy surged from Han's ring. A yellow glow shimmered in his hand as he started to forge a weapon. A blade slowly took shape. Gripping the sword, Han braced himself. Isel's cannon launched. A blinding blast of blue mana roared toward him. Expression locked in focus, he raised the blade. As the cannon's beam barreled forward, winds howled around him. Then, with a single precise swing, Han's sword cleaved through the blast, splitting it clean in two. The blade absorbed the redirected attack, and Isel stood frozen in disbelief. In front of him, the protagonist raised his hand, his ring shimmering, and summoned a new weapon. A mass of purple energy formed in his palm, just as a system notification flashed. A special ability had been activated. The Eye of Argos was now in play. Han placed his hand on his face, and purple energy engulfed his eye. Instantly, the enemy fleet's weaknesses lit up before him. As enemy ships opened fire, he sliced through the barrage effortlessly, every swing of his sword deflecting the attacks. Drawing his arm back, Han summoned weapon number 11. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, and a massive spear materialized in his grasp. Winds whipped around him as another message appeared. Fragarak has finished charging. Automatic defense mode activated. With his eye glowing bright, Han locked onto the enemy vessels. Spear in hand, he asked if they'd ever felt what it was like to be outclassed by overgear. Isel, visibly rattled, asked again, trying to process what was happening. Smirking, Han raised the spear and said he'd show her exactly what it meant. With a powerful throw, he hurled the spear. It rocketed straight into one of the ships, piercing the glowing blue core at its center. Sparks erupted from the core, and the entire ship detonated on the spot. Isel could only stare, stunned. The spear returned to Han's hand. Still smiling, he remarked that even if they tried to take these weapons, they wouldn't be able to use them. He made sure of that. Isel, overwhelmed, shouted that no low-level hero should have the power to destroy a flying ship with a single strike. The blade now spun rapidly around Han, shielding him from every incoming assault. It never left his side. Isel clutched her head, questioning if any of this was real. Meanwhile, Han readied another throw. The second spear launched, zigzagging unpredictably through the sky, weaving between ships before setting off a series of explosions. Isel pleaded for him to stop as another ship burst into flames. Catching the returning spear, Han counted only 2 ships remaining. Isel began to retreat, yelling that they surrendered. She admitted they had no clue who he was, but he could take whatever he wanted. Then, the ship from which her voice had come exploded. With the spear gripped tightly, Han noted there was just one left. He soared toward the final enemy ship as it barreled toward him. The vessels collided. Han leapt aboard. A soldier rushed at him, calling out, but the protagonist answered with a punch to the face. Standing over him, Han declared it had been a huge mistake. The terrified soldier backed off. Then, crew members emerged on deck. One by one, they looked at him in awe and called him a great general. The men dropped to their knees, shouting in desperation that they had committed a grave mistake by failing to recognize someone of Han's caliber. Pleading for mercy, they begged him to spare their lives. One of them clung to Han's leg, sobbing that if they returned like this, they'd be synthesized. It was basically a death sentence. Without hesitation, Han kicked the man in the face and told him to stop whining. He pushed open the door and walked into a room where Isel was sitting casually, sucking on a lollipop. Without looking up, she said this was the last candy she'd ever eat. Han approached and simply asked her for oil. Caught off guard, Isel blinked and asked him to repeat himself. Floating in front of him, she shouted that she had already told him to go. Hadn't he caused enough destruction? Han replied that his ship was nearly out of fuel and clarified that he hadn't spared her out of pity or kindness. Choking back tears, Isel said he'd already taken everything. Their fleet was gone. Their heroes were gone. Han stared at her, serious and steady. So you're giving up? He asked. Isel hurled her lollipop at him and snapped, saying they had barely managed to survive and rebuild, and now he'd wiped everything out with that strange weapon. The lollipop smacked against him, and she added bitterly that all those ships were borrowed. Even if they worked forever, there'd be no way to repay the debt. Her hands started to tremble. Do you think I had some kind of dream? She muttered. Then, throwing her hat to the floor, she declared that the so-called bandit Queen Isel could die here for all anyone cared. With a sorrowful gaze, she admitted that she never wanted to be a thief. She wanted to be a hero, someone great like Loki, someone worthy of being remembered. Pointing at a hallway, she said the oil was in the second room, down the left corridor. Then she pulled a handful of documents from inside her shirt and added that if that filthy tower master ever changed his mind, they might still have a chance to return. She was willing to take that chance. She tossed the papers at him. Han caught them midair and studied them carefully. It was one of the strategic manuals, his own work from long ago. Isel placed her hat back on and straightened her posture. She said she wouldn't go out like her sisters, defeated and pitiful. No, she would make her exit in style. With her hands on her hips, she shouted that she had already told him where the fuel was, so he could just head back and blow up their lobby again if he wanted to. As Han watched the ferry pull out another lollipop, a thought crossed his mind. Every account had its own ferry. When an account closed, the ferry vanished too. That's why they fought so hard to keep the lobby alive. He remembered Isel, crying and saying their master hadn't logged in for days. Now, standing before Isel, Han wondered what would happen to her master if she disappeared. Would the lobby survive without her? Fairies acted as the master's voice. They carried out commands and managed everything. Without them, the whole system faltered. There was no fairy in Niflheimer to take that role anymore. But Urnith had stepped up to fill the gap. Han sent a message, asking if Isel was still around. With a storm of tornadoes swirling around her, Urnith replied. She said Isel occasionally sent updates from Ceres, but she wasn't really present anymore. Urnith's calculations were grim. The lobby's efficiency would drop by 87% without a fairy. Orders would glitch. Even the simplest tasks would become nearly impossible. Hearing that, Han nodded solemnly. Got it, he said. With his staff resting on his shoulder, he turned to Isel. Go to Niflheimer. There's an opening. Isel froze. Shocked and panicked, she shouted that if she left the lobby, the higher-ups would come after her. Right then, a portal opened beside Han. Out of it tumbled a cascade of sparkling jewelry. As Isel stared wide-eyed, Urnith's voice rang out. She explained that 13 managers had already been eliminated. Above, a massive ship loomed in the sky. Urnith admitted she thought something had gone wrong. She just couldn't shake the feeling. Han stepped out onto the deck and asked how many people were on board. The answer came back, just 2. Isel looked up and gasped. The men on the ground were trembling as they stared at the colossal ship overhead. Isel turned to Han, realizing the truth. "You're Loki," she said, stunned. Without hesitation, Han tossed her aboard the ship. Standing tall on deck, he issued his next command: evacuate everyone from the lobby who might still be of use, but leave behind anyone who had joined the raids. He then turned to Urnith. "Can you step in for this battle?" he asked. Urnith glanced at Isel, a soft smile on her face. "With her help? Possibly. She's still part of Aurora. I'll try." Han looked to the sky and gave a firm nod. "If you can do it, then do it. If not, that's fine too." Then he lowered his head, took a deep breath, and shouted with conviction, "I am the greatest hero of them all." As the glow from his weapon faded, the protagonist noted quietly, "Only 2 summons left now." A brilliant light spread across the settlement, with flashes of violet pulsing from nearby windows. Cadio came barreling toward Han, furious. "What did you do?" he shouted. He kept chasing, ranting that he'd seen everything. The invasion had been brewing in Harura, a whole fleet being assembled, and now Han just ran off in a broken-down ship and came back like it was nothing. Without slowing down, Han glanced back and snapped, "Quit talking and start running. If I let a mage with that kind of weak stamina hang around, I'd never live it down." Nearby, Jenna pulled back her bowstring, eyes locked on the target. "Feels like we've been stuck in this game for a week straight and still haven't been deployed," she muttered. Her arrow hit the bullseye dead center. Velkus stood beside the dummy and asked, "You know why Han's hesitating?" Han, wiping sweat off his face and lifting his shirt slightly, didn't answer. Behind him, a spark of fire mana flickered in the air. Ialka, observing quietly, guessed that he was trying to figure out how to organize the teams. Velkist raised an eyebrow and added that it probably meant someone from the first group was about to be cut. With a smirk, he asked why Ialka looked so upset. As Ialka walked away, Jenna warned him not to push too far. "Come on," she said. "There's no way the master would remove her. She's essential to the team." Jenna glanced over at Han. "You agree with that, don't you?" Han nodded. "Velkist's not wrong." Jenna watched Ialka go and murmured, "But he's not completely right either." Then she looked back at Han, asking, "What about me? Would you cut me if someone else brought more to the table?" Velkist grinned. "Isn't that up to Han?" Wiping more sweat from his face, the protagonist replied, "Not really. I can only give my recommendations. In the end, it's the master who decides." In his mind, he visualized a chessboard with his team arranged across it. Everyone had trained hard, building up their fire resistance just to complement Ialka's magic. Their strategy revolved around her. If she were taken out now, the entire balance would collapse. And if Initan gave that kind of order, he would refuse to follow it. Jenna, calm and clear-headed, asked if it was true that their group of 5 had well-defined roles, so well that if they weren't effective, they would have already been swapped out. Then, casting a glance at a panting, winded Cadio, she added thoughtfully, "The master isn't planning to change our lineup. But maybe he's thinking about where to place Cadio instead." Night cloaked the building as a soft glow lit the workspace. A girl slammed a vial down on the table and cheered. "We did it! A medium healing potion." Beaming, she credited Ialka for the breakthrough. The formula was different from what she was used to before joining them, but she was finally starting to figure it out. This was Tilda, a pharmacist. She raised her fist thoughtfully to her lips and muttered that the success rate was still low, and the potion used up way too many materials. With limited pouch space, they'd need to prioritize carrying medium potions. She wasn't sure they could make enough before the next mission. Ialka jotted down notes and calmly explained that if Tilda joined the first group, there'd be no such restriction. They could replenish supplies using the interdimensional portal. Tilda's eyes widened at that. With a grin, she said in that case, they'd better prepare even more. Ialka blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her enthusiasm. While Tilda continued her work at the cauldron, Cadio sat nearby, grumbling to himself. Han had said he wouldn't need to work nights. Now here he was, staring at bubbling brews, dreading the idea of having to whip up high-grade potions while scaling the tower. At the gates, Isel stood tall and called for the first group to assemble. Hand over her heart, Ialka boldly declared that elemental magic reigned supreme. Crossing her arms, she motioned toward Cadio and said the schoolboy maid could handle ship duties while she focused on real missions. Shah rolled his eyes and asked if they could resume their flirting games another time. Jenna chuckled and said she hoped their destination wasn't a desert or another endless labyrinth. Gazing at the gate, she added, "A flower garden wouldn't be too bad." As the team stepped through the teleporter, a radiant light enveloped them. Clouds parted to reveal a clear, blue sky. Ialka blinked, stunned by the view. Her eyes drifted down to the sea. The team had landed aboard a ship floating in the middle of a vast ocean. They looked around, or written all over their faces. "This is it," someone muttered. "The legendary ocean." Han quickly shifted gears. "Check everything." There should be something useful on board. They got to work and discover the essentials: food, water, and even a compass and a hold. Ialka threw up her hands and groaned. Seriously? They just dumped us in the middle of the sea for an exploration mission. Han glanced at the compass and said they'd arrived. There was an exit ahead, and they'd follow its direction. Turning to the others, the protagonist asked if anyone could swim. No one answered. Han's expression soured. Crossing his arms, the protagonist announced that everyone except Ialka would take turns rowing. Ialka stepped forward, saying she could row too. But Han cut her off, explaining there were only 2 oars, and they didn't pair up for nothing. He'd split the duties between warriors and mercenaries with purpose. Standing at the center of the boat, the protagonist told her to stay put. If she didn't want to end up fish bait, she'd better keep away from fire magic. Stunned, Ialka didn't respond right away. Han stood in front of her and said she'd understand why if she just thought about it. They were surrounded by ocean, and the boat was made of wood. If it caught fire, they were done. Ialka slowly lowered her head and muttered that she understood. As the sails rustled in the breeze, bubbles suddenly broke the surface. Monsters surged through the water, heading straight for them. Han yanked off his glove, thinking grimly that if the boat flipped, they were doomed. Drawing his blade, he slashed his hand. The protagonist leapt into the sea, calling to Jenna for cover, and disappeared beneath the waves. Diving deep, Han swam through the oncoming swarm, spotting the sharks. He figured the blood would draw them. Sure enough, they turned toward him. Jenna locked onto their fins and opened fire. The sharks went down, but the other monsters noticed him. Dodging their attacks, the protagonist struck back, cutting them down one by one. Coming up for air, he gasped, then froze. Looking down, he saw something clutching his leg. Jenna panicked, yelling that she couldn't see him. Velkis turned to Ialka, saying she might as well start casting if she planned to incinerate their only lifeline. Eyes closed, Nerissa muttered that they'd wait for orders. Blood spread through the water. Han burst to the surface. Jenna helped him back onto the deck, saying it had been terrifying. He'd just thrown himself in a monster-infested water without a second thought. Sitting beside him, she clutched her chest, shaken. Ialka exhaled with relief. Looking over the floating corpses, Han said they had to keep moving. As evening fell, the fight continued. While fending off a merman that clambered aboard, the protagonist noted that these things could sneak on undetected. They needed to stay sharp and remember that. Ialka sat silently on the floor. Velkis plopped down next to her and asked why she hadn't used this as a chance to try another magic attribute. After all, she'd been so sure earlier when she claimed she could steer the boat with telekinesis. Velkis gave a crooked smile and told Ialka that if it was too tough, she might as well quit. He added he was eager to get back and resume his training. Just then, a system notification popped up. There was a chance the quest would go on even if the master logged out, and the search might take a while. Above the ship, the sky kept shifting. A message appeared, floor cleared. Han, top hero. As the protagonist stepped out of the portal, he glanced over at Ialka. She walked up to him with a cheerful smile, suggesting they try using wind magic next. But before he could respond, new notifications popped up. Ialka had been replaced by Cadio. She stared in disbelief. Sunlight bathed the estate. A man rested his hand gently on young Ialka's head, telling her that starting tomorrow, she would begin her magical training at the Schutternberg's estate. He told her to ignore everyone else and devote herself fully to restoring their family's honor. Ialka nodded with a smile. Later, at a bubbling cauldron, she conjured a ball of fire. A woman observing her noted that fire seemed to suit her well. Overjoyed, Ialka shouted that she wanted to learn the next spell. Any element would do. But she was told that wasn't possible right now. Elemental mages typically focused on just one type of magic. Those who could handle multiple were extremely rare. Standing before the firelit cauldron, Ialka told herself she was the pride of her family, and she needed to grow stronger. As other children passed by, she noticed many had already mastered the basics, while she still had a long way to go. In front of a desk piled with documents, Ialka made a silent vow. She would surpass them all. She didn't want to lose the purple crest that hung proudly on the wall. At that moment, the teacher sitting behind the desk remarked that although children from various families had been accepted as instructed, none of them showed real promise. Suddenly, flames roared through the hallway. Turning around, Ialka called for her mistress. The woman approached and asked if Ialka was behind the fire. Ialka replied that she had only been practicing. Fawn watched her silently. Ialka lifted her hand, charged with magical energy, and began laughing. The woman responded with streams of green magic, extinguishing the fire in seconds. She turned to Ialka and remarked that it seemed they had a truly talented young witch on their hands. Smiling warmly, she said she looked forward to seeing Ialka's future unfold. Ialka beamed, thrilled by her teacher's praise. Isel twirled around gleefully and shouted that she had surprise. She danced circles around Ialka, then suddenly announced that Ialka was officially removed from the first group and could relax until the master called for her again. Stunned, Ialka spun around and asked how long this break was supposed to last. The cheerful witch replied she'd be resting until somewhere between the 35th and 40th floor. Ialka yelled in frustration. That was way too long. She'd fall out of practice. But the response was firm. It was the master's command, and they had no reason to question it. Still smiling, Ialka asked if there really was no reason. Han looked her straight in the eye and said he didn't like disrupting team chemistry, but deep down, she probably already knew why this was happening. Seeing her clearly upset, the protagonist asked why she was reacting this way when she was always saying she wanted time off. Standing in front of her, Han reassured her not to worry. If they needed her, he'd request her return himself. Fuming, Ialka stomped into the portal, shouting that she was going to start training in another element instead. Watching her go, the protagonist crossed his arms and muttered that maybe the master could whip up her favorite meal or something. Later, Ialka opened the door to her room, still stewing over what had happened. Meanwhile, the ship rested quietly under an open sky. Cadio was wiping sweat from his face with a rag when Han approached. Cadio asked if he was needed. Without answering, Han started dragging him along. They arrived at the gate of space in time. Facing the rest of the team, Han announced that Cadio would temporarily join the first group. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because Cadio had been sleeping all day. Panicked, Cadio yelled that he'd stayed up late working on the flying ship. Realizing there was no arguing, he gave up. Velkist loomed over him, clearly annoyed, demanding to know what Cadio was staring at. Cadio immediately bolted, yelling that he wasn't looking at anything. Watching the scene unfold, Jenna chuckled and asked if they'd all be coming back. Soon, the team boarded a ship floating in the ocean. Standing on the deck, Han told Cadio they'd be heading toward wherever the compass pointed. Monsters were sure to attack, so they had to stay sharp. Cadio, his hand glowing with mana, said that rowing was pointless. He summoned a propeller onto the vessel, and with a burst of speed, the ship surged forward across the water. Cadio casually explained that he'd just made a basic mana-powered engine. Velkist, grinning, said he felt like a fool for wasting so much energy rowing earlier and joked about tossing the oars overboard. With a deadpan expression, Han told him to just pile the oars in the corner. Suddenly, sharks began tailing the ship. Pulling off his glove, the protagonist said they'd stick to the usual plan. He'd draw the monsters while Jenna provided cover. Before he could act, Cadio reached into the water and sent a current of electricity pulsing through it. The sharks froze mid-chase, then floated to the surface belly up. Shaking the water off his hand, Cadio explained he used a magnetic field to attract them. Sharks were naturally sensitive to electrical signals. Velkis stared at the floating corpses in shock, muttering that they definitely should have brought Cadio along last time. As Cadio stretched and went off to sleep, the protagonist recalled that Cadio was known as a magical engineer, but maybe it was time to see what else he could really do. The group continued sailing. Cadio, now standing on the water, turned and said he was manipulating surface tension. Arms crossed, Han watched him from the boat and remarked that if Cadio had been with him back on the 30th floor, things would have been very different. They could have run up walls instead of risking that climb up the statue's hand. Jenna clenched her fist, clearly annoyed, and snapped that Ialka had plenty of potential too. She'd catch up and learn all. Closing his eyes, Cadio climbed back into the boat and calmly pointed out that elemental mages couldn't pull off that kind of trick. Their mana types were fundamentally different. The protagonist gave Cadio a long, serious look, thinking to himself that time would tell. A ship appeared in the distance. Han checked the compass. It was pointing directly at it. They needed to get closer. The other ship was slicing through the sea. Friasi stood on deck, her hair dancing in the wind. As she adjusted it, she looked ahead in surprise after hearing someone call her name. Spotting the crew, she leaned over and asked what they were doing there. Then she tossed down a rope with a smile, saying they never failed to surprise her. As Cadio laughed, Narissa quickly covered his mouth and told everyone they'd go inside and get some rest. The others watched quietly as Han spoke to Friasis, wondering if she might be uncomfortable with their arrival. After all, things could get complicated for a princess with too many unexpected guests. The protagonist stood before Friasis, clearly irritated. He lowered his head and asked if they could go inside. He was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. Friasis clenched her fists but forced a smile, saying she had a lot of questions, like how he ended up on that boat, how he found them, and what he was after now. Turning away, Han scowled and told her this was their current mission, nothing more. She shouldn't expect him to have all the answers she was hoping for. Facing the puzzled princess, he reminded her that when they first met, she was the one offering money and pleading for help. Now it seemed like she was having second thoughts. Friasis placed a hand over her chest and said quietly that back then, she had no idea how dangerous this journey would be. Too many of his comrades had died. The protagonist's expression darkened. He reminded her again. He'd already said not to worry about that. But Phreases lowered her head, disappointment in her voice. "That's easy for you to say," she whispered. With arms crossed, the protagonist listened as Phreases explained they were somewhere off the southeastern coast of the continent, in the middle of the endless sea. He raised a brow and asked if she was really chasing the key this time. Looking away and holding her hand nervously, Phreases admitted that she was. The protagonist stared at her, unimpressed. "First the desert, now the ocean," he said. "You've been everywhere." Phreases added that she'd managed to gather some funds and planned to hire mercenaries from a nearby island. She glanced at the sailor handling the rope and said she could find the key without their help. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she really thought she'd be fine on her own, even if something like last time happened again. Watching her cough, Hans said flatly that bringing mercenaries would only get more people killed. They'd handle everything themselves. She only needed to guide them. Phreases closed her eyes and gave a soft smile, telling him he was still as stubborn as ever. Her expression shifted as she placed a hand over her chest and, with a worried look, asked, "What if your mission ends up being to kill me?" The protagonist looked her straight in the eye. "Then I'd have to do it," he said, "because if I don't, I die instead." Fear flickered across Phreases' face. She reached for the pouch at her belt, gripping it tightly, then quietly nodded in agreement. Phreases pulled out a pouch of gold, telling them it was everything she had. She wanted to hire them. Han turned away with clear annoyance, telling her to keep it. But a system notification popped up. 10,000 gold received from special NPC Phreases. Taking a single coin from the bag, the protagonist thought to himself that this was barely enough for 2 warhorse statues. Still, Phreases reached out and shook his hand, saying she'd count on them once again, and that he could just call her Phreases. Looking serious now, she said she had something important to tell him about the key. Her voice grew cautious as she explained. Collecting all the keys would open a gateway to the higher dimension. Han turned to her, surprised. He studied her expression, then asked why she wanted that, and what reaching a higher dimension would even do for the continent. Covering his face with a hand, he muttered that a dream is just a dream. It didn't explain much. Then the truth came out. The protagonist revealed that Phreases had been having strange, troubling dreams for about a year. In them, the continent faced total destruction. She believed these visions were showing the future, and she wanted to change it, to save everything before it was too late. He remembered the moment she told him that, sitting quietly and staring at nothing. The girl had seen the end in her sleep, again and again. The protagonist introduced her with a dagger in those dreams, saying she needed the keys to prevent the catastrophe. The same keys that supposedly opened a higher dimension. Oddly enough, every mission in this world seemed to tie back to that one goal. Standing with her on the deck, Han told her he'd just been thinking and asked her to explain more about the dream. Right then, a system window appeared, floor cleared. Best hero, Catio. Looking at his hand with a faint smile, the protagonist said it was time to return to where they came from. He'd complete his mercenary mission next time. Glancing at the disappointed Phreases, he said goodbye as the gate lit up. Back in the room, Velka stood with arms crossed, saying they'd need a new formation, because their newest member would be joining their training starting tomorrow. Catio raised his hand in protest, yelling that overtime training wasn't what the contract said at all. The protagonist, unfazed, told him he had no choice, but once everything was over, he'd get double the vacation time. Velkus grinned behind a flustered guy and said he was enjoying this. The scene shifted to a bustling city square centered around a fountain. As the protagonist strolled along the street, a voice called out to him. Ialka, arms crossed and eyes shut. Ialka said she had just been out for a walk and stopped to rest. Han gave her a concerned look, but she quickly turned away, frowning, and snapped that she could do whatever she wanted. It wasn't any of his business. With a small smile, she raised her hand, energy sparking in her palm. She told him that while they were off on missions, she hadn't been slacking. She'd been training. Controlling the energy with focus, Ialka declared she'd master it soon. Han turned to Isel and asked how many recording stones were left in storage. He told her to hand one over and make a note of it. Placing the stone into Ialka's hand, he explained that it could show footage from past missions, a perfect way to study the mage in action. Ialka lowered her gaze, her expression softening. In front of a glowing portal, Catio extended his hand and released a burst of mana. Their boat surged forward, slicing through the sea as a swarm of electric sharks chased behind. Standing atop the water, Catio grinned. Ialka watched him through a magical screen. Meanwhile, the gate remained sealed. Isel hovered above Han, who sat beneath her, eyes closed. She asked if he really planned on sleeping. This wasn't nap time for kids. Frowning, she crossed her arms and muttered that her only decent spell attribute was power. Otherwise, she felt useless. She thought the boy engineer had her beat. The woman, Ialka, was arrogant too. As she faded into the air, Isel added that Ialka deserved what was coming. Back in the real world, Han sat on a bench in front of the portal, one leg crossed over the other. As the gate began to glow, he turned his head and asked, "What do you think?" Ialka approached, hands stuffed in her pockets. "Still here, huh?" she said. She hadn't even looked at the time. It must have taken hours. Looking down, she smiled and admitted that he was good. At his age, she couldn't do a thing. Life really wasn't fair. Sitting down beside him and closing her eyes, Ialka quietly added that he was still just a kid. If she'd known things would turn out like this, she would have studied much harder. Han turned his gaze away and muttered that he could always switch to another team if he wanted. Ialka's expression hardened as she fired back that she wasn't quitting yet. The other guy folded his arms, watching her in silence. Han mentioned that the same thing had happened with Nate. He too had the option to leave, but chose to stay with the original group. He recalled how Nate broke down, vowing to grow stronger and never again let weakness take over. But now he felt helpless. Ialka stood from the bench, lowered her head, and quietly said she'd still have a chance tomorrow at 7 a.m. They'd see each other then. The guy stayed seated, legs crossed, watching her walk away as the sun climbed over the city skyline. Inside, the walls of the room came into view. Lady tapped away on her tablet, reporting no issues with the lift. Fuel was efficient, and there was no visible damage. It looked ready for missions. Catio, eyes on the monitor, reminded her that until the onboard components and weapons were installed, they didn't even know if the thing could fly. Lady jotted that down, saying since their mission target was the ocean, flight was guaranteed. But she welcomed any extra work on the ship if Catio was up for it. Then, a system notification popped up. The flying ship, Capitalism, was now complete and mission-ready, though not approved for use in all regions. The team stood before it. Catio was on his knees, yelling that he'd been tricked, worked harder here than he ever did in Harura. The system coldly announced that he was complaining and awarded him a warhorse statue. Catio stared at it in disbelief, then tossed it aside with a scowl, demanding how many more of these things they planned to give him. He didn't want them. Another message popped up, confirming his dissatisfaction and noting a drop in loyalty. Han stood beside him, holding the statue. He said Catio had done enough and could take a break. Since the statue had no owner, he'd claim it. He turned to Lady and asked her to scout out any ancient ruins in their sector when she had time. Things were bound to pick up around the 40th floor. The main character walked over to the engineer, who was now standing in front of the ship, listening to its gentle hum, like a butterfly's wings. It wouldn't crash, and it could float on water. Still, it had no weapons or gear yet. That would take time. Meanwhile, Catio was sprawled on the floor, wondering aloud why that sorceress was still hanging around. The team was only 5 people. He remembered Ialka constantly training nearby and noted she was now practicing wind magic out on the field, even though she was a fire mage. The most Ialka could manage was a faint breeze, barely anything. Lying in front of Han with his eyes closed, the guy muttered that elemental mages usually only control a single element. It was unlikely she was one of the rare ones who could handle more. The protagonist's eyes dimmed as he lowered his gaze. The camera pulled back to reveal the entire city. Suddenly, the portal began to activate. The system announced that this was the main dungeon, doors opening in 10 seconds. A glowing message formed across the portal. Climb the tower and save the world. Flying ships are allowed. A blinding light poured out as the gate opened, and a ship's sail came into view. The group stood at the ocean's edge. The system confirmed they were on the 33rd floor and needed to explore the designated area. Phriasis turned, smoothing her hair, and smiled. We're back. A new message flashed on screen. Route update and an extra quest added. The group looked at each other, puzzled. The system clarified. They now had to summon a flying ship as part of this additional mission. Jenna, standing with the others, asked what this new quest was about. Weren't we doing the same thing back in the desert? Han glanced at the princess, unimpressed. You wouldn't get it. The ship sailed over the waves. A prompt from the system asked the protagonist if he wanted the hero's opinion. A screen popped up. Most of the group had no strong feelings either way. Han brought a fist to his lips, deep in thought. This sudden quest to summon a flying ship. It was nothing like anything he'd done before. Despite completing countless missions, this one stood out. He took Phriasis' hand, avoiding her eyes, and asked how long it had been since she left the mainland. He stared out at the endless water. A whole month had passed. They had to be far from shore by now. Suddenly, Catio raised an eyebrow. He heard Isel's voice in his mind. She told him their master had ordered him to summon a flying ship. The look on his face said it all. He knew the consequences of saying no. Han closed his eyes, exhaling. A notification rang out. The leader of the first group was considering abandoning the mission. Jenna turned to him, concerned. Is the ship even ready? The system chimed in. Would she hear him out? The ship kept gliding over the sea. The protagonist stared out and thought aloud. Monsters like mermaids or sharks wouldn't pose a threat to a vessel this size. This mission was more like a short break. He pictured a massive castle beneath the sea and remembered what Phreases had told them. At the edge of the endless sea was an ancient dragon temple. She'd seen it in a dream. Inside that temple, a glowing key was waiting. Jenna lounged in a hammock beside Han, commenting that this mission was surprisingly pleasant. Too bad Ialka wasn't with them. Resting her hands behind her head, she smiled and asked what was on his mind. Eyes closed, she chuckled softly, telling him to relax. This was just a side quest. Nothing serious would happen. They hadn't run into any real danger yet. Then, a system alert popped up. They had entered a special area, a forbidden zone. The protagonist glanced up at the darkened sky, his voice uneasy. He had a bad feeling. Maybe they should turn the ship around. Phreases spoke next, her voice strangely calm. She said they had stepped on a sacred ground with filthy feet, and now thought they could just leave? Her tone shifted. The creature inside her was speaking now, claiming they weren't real heroes at all. The princess's expression hardened. She declared that they wouldn't be prey like the other guardians. They would become hunters instead. They'd answer for violating nature's law. Han scowled and demanded to know who she really was. Phreases smiled back at him, calm, eerie, and unnatural. Then the girl's grin twisted, her voice full of malice. The hunt begins. Possessed Phreases stood in front of the group, still smiling. Suddenly, the princess collapsed, reaching out. The protagonist caught her just in time. Alarms from the system were blaring. She held her head, confused and dazed, asking what was going on. Han helped her to her feet, only for Jenna to call his name sharply as she turned to look behind them. A massive wave rose. From beneath, spiked tentacles burst out. A giant kraken latched onto the ship. With a hardened expression, the main character drew his sword and shouted for everyone to slash anything clinging to the boat. He looked ahead in shock. The monster suddenly released the vessel, shrieking. Han watched as the creature thrashed and was violently pulled under. He admitted he had no idea what was going on. Dark shapes began forming in the water beneath them. Something else was down there. The protagonist rushed to the edge and shouted for Phreases to take the wheel and steer them out. A chilling laugh echoed around them. The princess sprinted toward the helm, yelling that she understood. Another wave crashed upward. From the depths, the kraken's mangled corpse rose into view. Jenna looked up, completely stunned. Han lifted his head, dread filling his eyes. Nerissa stood frozen with the group, whispering that this couldn't be real. Rising from the depths, a monstrous water dragon appeared. Its jaws clenched around the mangled remains of the kraken. The system blared a warning, danger level critical. The protagonist stared at the beast in disbelief. How's a boss showing up now? We're only on the 33rd floor. It looked like some twisted version of the one from the 20th. Then a system prompt popped up. Mission type updated. Escape. Objective. Get out of the danger zone and protect Phreases. Han panicked, waving his hand and yelling that everything had changed. This wasn't about victory anymore. Fighting was pointless. They had to run. As the dragon began to dive, the group questioned how they could escape. The wind was against them. Crates and barrels crashed around them as the ship shook. One of the guys slipped, screaming and reaching out in despair. The dragon slammed into the ship, flipping it with a roar. The system declared, Water Dragon Roar, Divine Protection activated. Even in the chaos, the protagonist clung to one thought. No matter how insane the mission, there had to be a way out. Gripping his sword, Han drove it into the deck for balance and urgently asked Phreases if the ship had any special systems. He crouched nearby, scanning the controls. He confirmed it. This was originally an airship, retrofitted for sea travel. It might still have some functionality left. He grabbed the steering base and activated a hidden system. Suddenly, the ship surged forward as the Nautilus high-speed navigation kicked in. The system confirmed it. Nautilus mode. Engaged. Cadio, watching the sudden burst of speed, frowned. The joy wouldn't last. They needed a backup plan. High above, the dragon let out another ear-splitting cry as the system warned. Rapid climate shift detected. Sha turned his eyes toward the darkened skies. Rain had begun to fall. The dragon was altering the weather itself. Facing the engineer, he said they'd need to stall the beast. It was time to prep the airship. How long will it take? He asked. A notification appeared. The team leader had proposed launching the airship, but the protagonist looked away, his fear rising. 10 minutes? That felt like forever in a moment like this. The system showed the portal's progress, only 3% complete. Cadio clenched his fingers, channeling energy. The dragon's eyes locked on the ship. It let out a furious shriek. You think you can run? Go ahead, lose your minds trying. A warning flashed on the screen. Storm wave had been activated by the dragon. Its offspring surged across the water, and a monstrous voice boomed, declaring the start of a grand hunt. Sea beasts erupted from below as dragons touched down on the deck, brandishing weapons and calling out to the crew. Velkus grinned, unsheathing his sword. Finally, something worth doing. Friasis, steady at the helm, chuckled. Good thing I got the wheel. Beneath the waves, the dragon lurked behind the ship. One of the crew asked how to hit it from above. It was clear the attack would come from underwater. Just then, a danger alert blared. A sailor spotted a gaping hole in the ship and quickly reported it. Gritting his teeth, Han battled the onslaught. This was a setup from the start, he thought bitterly. The moment that special field had triggered, he should have turned the ship around. Next time, I'll act faster. He slashed his sword and called out, "Everyone, stay sharp and guard the portal. Don't let them through." His eyes darted to the half-formed portal. "No way this thing has a future now," he muttered. Suddenly, the dragon snatched a screaming man, hurling his body aside. The deck was littered with the fallen. A system message chimed in. Nautilus high-speed navigation halted. Standing behind a trembling Friasis, the protagonist said calmly, "If you're sticking around, better get used to this." Ahead, the team stared in disbelief. Cadio clenched his fists and shouted for the portal to open. A new notification popped up, portal established. Vehicles, gear, and resources can now be deployed. A glowing gate opened on the battlefield just before the ship. The system asked if they wanted to summon the Capitalism airship. The engineer spotted it appearing overhead and gave the green light. Turning back, he scowled. "I'll go first. Need to get things ready." Han sprinted across the deck, clutching Friasis in his arms. "The ship's going down. Everyone, get to the airship." The dragon surged upward, bursting from the water and slamming into the ship. "I'll destroy you all," it roared. As the vessel splintered beneath the waves, one of the boys dove underwater, raising his hand. The airship hovered over the wreckage, gleaming. The dragon glared at them with fury. "You really think calling in another ship is going to change your fate?" With a smirk, the protagonist raised his middle finger. "That's not just a ship," he said. "That's an airship." As he eyed the spinning turbines above, a system message pinged. Capitalism airship's high-speed navigation engaged. Another alert followed. Subquest completed. Hidden beast hunt unlocked. The airship soared forward, quickly putting distance between them and the monster below. Holding Friasis close, Han breathed a sigh of relief. An airship really is something else. It's on a whole other level compared to what we're used to. Jenna stood tensely at the rail. "What is that long thing?" Narissa dashed over, frowning. "I've heard of creatures like this. It's one of the ancient deep-sea breeds. They called it the Sea God." Nearby, Han listened in silence. "So it's Dragonborn, one of the first from back when the Empire began." Resting a hand on the airship's side, he thought to himself, "We walked right into their trap. But at least now we know the boss's patterns on the 35th floor. With the right prep, we can beat it." As the mission wrapped up, a notice appeared. Level complete. 150,000 gold acquired. Narissa pulled down her hood and told her companion, "We'll need time to get ready. Can't rush this." A new system update popped up. Hidden stage unlocked. The sacred water dragon needs prey. Han's face hardened as he read the latest warning. A window appeared. "Return to room. Denied. You're trapped inside the water deity zone. Capitalism airship designated as temporary base. Mission will auto-start." The message continued. 34th floor. Hunt or be hunted." Eyes wide, Han muttered, "I've never seen anything like this." He pressed his hand to his forehead and shut his eyes. "There's got to be a way. If I piece together the game's mechanics and everything we've experienced, I can figure it out." The airship hovered steadily over the ocean. Looking out across the waves, the protagonist turned to us and said, "Once we cleared that subquest, we were dragged into a hidden mission. And this one plays by a whole different set of rules." Jenna reached out and asked, "So what's this hidden thing that's got us stuck here?" The guy quickly replied, "Jenna, take the princess to the cabin. Cadio's calling for backup." Over at the console, the engineer examined the map. "We got to clear the mission according to these parameters." The black dots mark the locations of hidden items. That red ring? That's the sacred water dragon's detection zone. Han studied the screen. Back in the waiting room, I ran simulations for missions like this. We've probably got the upper hand when it comes to knowing the boss's patterns. A system alert popped up. Capitalism airship has been set as the temporary mission base. Current amenities, none. Expansion required. The protagonist scanned the interface, reading the prompt to select which facilities to build. Behind him, the portal lit up. Isel stepped out, smiling and winking. She tapped her cheek and closed her eyes. "Just like I thought," she said. Folding her arms, she added with a cheerful tone, "Since this place is acting as your base now, I'll stick around and help out." Raising her hand toward the engineer, she said, "Open a portal to area B7 on the 2nd floor. We need to send in supplies for living quarters. The rooms are empty." "What? You're not planning to take care of your people?" A hint appeared on screen. Constructing facilities on the airship requires unique materials, separate from the waiting room inventory. To build a first-level living area, the system listed the requirements: 50 gems, a bed, a table, a low-grade chair, and a buff item. Then it prompted, proceed with construction? As the command was confirmed, furniture materialized through the portal. A message followed: living quarters established in Capitalism Zone B7. Rest efficiency boosted. Beds and a chest of drawers filled the new room. Another notification came through: training center completed in Zone C2. A building formed on the deck, and a crossbow with arrows appeared. Arsenal established in Zone C5. Inside another space, sofas and a table took shape. Bridgehead created in Zone B1. The protagonist looked out at the ocean from the airship and thought, now this isn't just a ship anymore. It's our base of operations, a flying waiting room ready for war. Han stood with his arms crossed, frowning. Once the basics are in place, we'll head out and start securing the outer bases. Not much left to prep, so we move tomorrow. Velkist, standing among the group, folded his arms. Is there even a point in taking those bases? The protagonist held up a glass bottle filled with shimmering liquid. I'm not sure about all the benefits, but I've got a good idea what kind of items we're talking about. Stuff that's impossible to craft right now, like this. He then revealed a card labeled Sparkling Forest. This one lets you breathe underwater, but we'll need to wait a few more days before we can enter the dungeon that drops the required materials. Velkist eyed him warily. Tears of the Merman? You're saying we can actually breathe underwater with that? Han looked at the anxious group. While the airship's in transit, we'll train for underwater combat. He stood firm in front of the uneasy team. You saw how that anchovy attacked. It never surfaced. We're gonna have to go under. The group groaned, remembering their last fiery mission. At least this time, no one needed to set themselves on fire. Walking down a corridor with his hands in his pockets, Han called out, I sell. The fairy fluttered over, cheerful as always. I need to talk to the people in the waiting room, he said. Can that be done? Isel looked puzzled. It's tricky. Time flows differently there. But I'll give a shot. Moonlight gleamed across the airship's sail when a voice crackled through the comms. Adis. You on a mission right now? What's going on over there? Han placed a hand on the railing. We're camping out. I've got something to tell you. Adis caught a flying dagger midair, turning it in her hand. Do we need to train for underwater combat? Han shook his head slightly. No, get used to fighting on the water first, not under it. He glanced away. Once we have the materials ready, the master's going to build the pool. Let the others know. Leaning on the railing, Han turned to Isel. There's still one person left. She gave him a tired look. You're not done yet. Isel threw her arms out, shut her eyes tight, and unleashed a scream infused with fairy magic. The scene shifted to the quiet of night. In the heart of the city, Tilda stirred the contents of a bubbling cauldron while Ialka carefully added ingredients. Glancing at the open book beside her, Ialka muttered that it had already been 3 days since the mission began, and still there was no word from them. Suddenly, Han's voice broke through, asking how their training was coming along. Tilda froze, clutching her stirring stick, startled by his unexpected message. Ialka let out a sly grin and told him to hold on just a bit longer. He'd see what she could do soon enough. Then the protagonist cut in, asking them to stop working on wind magic. Disappointed, the girl questioned whether there was any point in learning other elements at all. She eyed the potion bottle and wondered aloud if it was still necessary, especially since they were crafting a mid-level brew now. Through their link, Han told her to halt that too. Cadio could whip up a complex restoration potion on his own. The girls were stunned. Han continued, saying that all they needed now was to build a magic hall at their temporary base. Ialka placed her hand on the notebook, nodding in agreement. The protagonist, hands at his sides, added that once it was ready, they should pass it on to Cadio, and don't forget to praise the pharmacist. She'd done a solid job. Staring out at the ocean, the guy brought up their tactics from the 20th floor, an internal flame magic blast. Ialka dropped her gaze, discouraged, as Han told her she needed to learn it in under 30 seconds, or boost her firepower. As he continued to gaze at the sea, Han added that wasn't the only requirement. The girl blinked in disbelief when she heard she had to learn how to swim too. Han looked up at the moon, listening to her stunned voice ask if he was kidding. Had someone really dropped out? Standing near the edge, the protagonist replied that this was no laughing matter. He kept his eyes on the ocean, hearing her determined voice say she'd be back. She just needed time to prepare. Ialka gave a bashful smile and thanked him. Han closed his eyes, smiling faintly, then turned and told Isel she did well. The protagonist now faced the fairy, explaining that while only the first group was active for now, the others would need assistance soon. Isel looked at him with worry. Han imagined Cadio asleep somewhere and stated plainly, a mage couldn't pilot the airship and use support spells at the same time. And if an engineer took the helm, they'd be no good in close combat. leaving a critical hole in the frontline team. Isel pressed a finger to her lips and casually remarked that you could still fight while piloting. She glanced at the guy with a flicker of surprise and arched a brow. Turning away, Han slid his hand into his pocket and said he'd forgotten something. Might as well have her call Eads again. The scene shifted once more to the quiet of night. The castle doors loomed in the distance as Roderick stared down at the mug on the table. He recalled how that guy once crafted a cup, mentioning that porters had plenty of downtime, and sculpting had become his pastime. Adis, one hand on her hip, informed Roderick that a message had come in from Han. There wouldn't be time for sentiment in the warehouse anymore. Roderick lowered his gaze, clenched his fist, and told her he understood. He was leaving. Outside, a training dummy stood still. Daika looked over at the group in surprise, confused by the mention of instructor training. Adis stood with her arm extended, explaining they were now selecting and training people across every specialization. Given the times, training quality had to step up. She locked eyes with Daika and added that only a small group was training on the first floor, yet the number had already passed 100. He couldn't handle it solo anymore. Daika stiffened when he realized he'd be joining them on missions. His eyes darted around before he burst out that he couldn't kill anyone. Adis calmly replied that she knew. To move up to the second floor, they just had to get past him. A bead of sweat slid down Daika's cheek as she mentioned she knew about his fight with someone named Gilbert, the one where he'd been beaten. Adis frowned and said bluntly that he was weak. If he wanted to lead others, he needed to level up. That meant joining missions. Someone was going to die either way. She turned and looked over her shoulder at Daika, saying that she and Roderick would handle the main fighting. He only needed to provide cover, at least until they reached higher floors where the lizards came out. Then, he'd have to fight too. With a sharp look, Adis said they were short on time. They had to move before the pool was finished. It wouldn't take long, and once it was done, he could help with training the others. Daika blinked, startled, realizing he didn't need to carry the burden alone. Roderick turned back, his expression firm, and said he wasn't going to die. Daika stared at him, puzzled, then suddenly took off after the group, shouting his agreement. Up above the ocean, the airship hovered steadily. Its turbines spun as the water sparkled below. Through the window, the pool was in full view. Inside, Jenna aimed her bow beneath the surface. She narrowed her eyes and loosed an arrow. The projectile cut through the water, heading straight for the protagonist. Han raised his sword and watched the arrow approach. Moments later, the group surfaced, eyes closed against the sting of the water. Jenna rubbed her temple and shut one eye in frustration, muttering that her arrows were useless underwater. She couldn't get proper positioning, and nothing flew straight. She couldn't fight like this. Frustrated, she swam over and asked if they could use that mage instead. He seemed ready to throw in the towel anyway. Velkus let go of the board and admitted he already knew that. He was completely useless in the water. He popped out of the water beside Han and asked why they weren't just using magic for underwater movement. Velkus dunked his head into the water with a scowl, grumbling that burning his hands might actually be less painful than this. Han looked out over the water, thinking. Jenna's arrows moved painfully slow, and his sword strikes weren't much faster. It was time to try something else. Their eyes turned to the weapons laid out nearby. Han stepped beside Jenna, frowning, and said they'd start by adjusting the equipment. Once the master was linked in, they'd send it through the portal and let the factory handle it. Reduce the tip and fletching, cut the drag. He grabbed a sword hilt and gave a test swing with a modified blade. Holding it up, Han said this was what they needed, a sleek, streamlined design for minimal resistance. Jenna looked at him, surprised, and admitted it was a solid weapon. A notification popped up, download complete. You can now enter the game. The system followed up with a report. First group was in the middle of a long-term mission on the 34th floor. Han looked ahead, thinking he'd finally made it. Then another prompt appeared. Group leader has proposed equipment upgrades. He watched as Isel tossed the weapon into the portal. Underwater combat armor was now in production. Until it arrived, they'd train using the weapons available at the center, and they'd keep at it. Above them, the airship sailed smoothly over the ocean. A notification flashed across the screen. Jenna had officially unlocked the underwater combat skill. She narrowed her eyes and let an arrow fly. At the same moment, the game announced Han had reached level 2 in the Divine Sword Union skill. He swung his blade sharply, cutting through the incoming arrows as he swam ahead of Jenna, deflecting each shot with precision. Then came another system message. Han had now mastered underwater combat as well. Glancing at a passing arrow, he explained that the skills he picked up on the second day of their mission had made underwater movement smoother. Still, it was just the first level. He couldn't move at full speed just yet. Meanwhile, Adis stood by the pool with the others as the training center on the 3rd floor opened up. The pool was complete. The second group, along with Iyalka, had begun their training, following after Adis, who already knew how to swim. Han introduced the enthusiastic squad of Raymen, all geared up in swimming trunks. and noted that this mission was shaping up to be significant. Everyone needed to know how to swim. Since the second floor had no pool, even the fourth and fifth groups joined in on the third floor's training. He glanced at the screen and thought about the limitations. The pool was small, but it couldn't be helped. Unlike simple low-level structures, building something like this required materials, specialists, and time. Even with the help of enhancement gems, the biggest issue was transporting the supplies. As the sun began to rise over the ocean, Catio stood on the deck, pointing forward and declaring that they'd reached the first base. A new notification popped up. Capitalism has arrived at the first base. First item now available. Catio pointed toward an island in the distance. In a cave, the boys stood eyeing a box, suspicious. One of them muttered that it could be a trap, or worse, a water dragon might be lurking nearby. Han glanced at the engineer beside him and said the oversized worm should have noticed them by now. Their objective was the item. Without hesitation, he leapt from the ship, telling them to keep the airship ready for launch at any moment. Sprinting across the water, he reached the cave. Facing the box, Han debated, should he go for it and take the risk, or back off and stay safe? With no more doubts, he kicked open the box. The system chimed in. Item acquired, lowest level water dragon tiers. The protagonist quickly tucked the filled vials into his bag. Han's expression darkened as he heard the trigger activate. His gaze shot toward the dragon rising in the distance. The game notified him. Divine protection applied. He gritted his teeth, eyes fixed ahead. He'd expected this. A system window popped up, Tears of the Waterman, a magic potion that grants underwater breathing. No time to waste, he dashed forward. A girl tossed him a rope. Jump, he called out. Scaling the ship, the high-speed navigation system kicked in. The vessel surged ahead. The monster's eyes followed him, then looked away. Han noticed the increased speed. Faster than last time, he murmured. Jenna, watching the chaos, asked, what's with the emergency signal? The monster had already arrived. Where's the girl? The protagonist asked. She's still in the room. I told her not to leave, Jenna replied. The monster drew in a deep breath. I'll rip you all apart, it growled, eyes fixed on Catio. It's on the left, the protagonist shouted. I know, Catio fired back. Suddenly, the dragon unleashed a massive hydraulic shockwave. A system message flashed, group currently in solo combat. The hero's mind raced. So, that bastard Inning finally joined the fight. But the enemy kept closing in. The gap isn't widening, someone yelled. Another hydraulic shock. A warning followed, group in danger. Summoning weapon recommended. They needed a mage to do it. Isel said. Master requested a weapon. Again, Catio groaned. I'm a bit busy not dying here. The protagonist yelled. I got this. Just leave it to me. Looking down, he muttered. Once the high-speed mode is on, only I can control it. A prompt appeared. Activate manual control, along with a guide. The monster inhaled again. An icon popped up on the ship's console. Without warning, it spread its wings and struck hard. The acceleration gauge shot up. Perfect drift, someone shouted. The creature's eyes glowed. You worthless tadpoles, it sneered, slamming down a triple hydraulic attack. The boost gauge maxed out. The protagonist's eyes widened. The ship launched forward. A thought crossed his mind. Perfect. The flying vessel soared, steady and fast. With eyes shut briefly, the protagonist thought, Phase 1 complete. Catio turned. How the hell is Master handling this so well? He told them to cast auxiliary magic on the deck. She smiled, a bit surprised. Didn't know Master could pilot like that. That gave them a chance to offload. The mage, now visibly drained, muttered, just leave me alone in this group forever. The protagonist placed a hand over his face, sighing. Then someone mentioned he could make advanced potions. Let him whip something up here in a magic hall. No chance, he replied. I haven't even rested, and there are no ingredients. He leaned against the doorframe and added, we'll need to gather them from the daily dungeon. Han suggested, what if we use a few from the warehouse? Isel said she'd instruct the collectors to prioritize advanced potion materials. Got it, she nodded. Staring forward, the protagonist counted. 3 locations left. Holding the flask tightly, he reflected that the Tears of the Waterman were now in hand. A key item for underwater battles. It granted breathing ability, but only for a short time. Eyes closed, he acknowledged it was a basic version. The effect wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. Hopefully, the remaining locations held something more. Turning his head, he thought, if Master's this capable, we should be able to find all 4 items. The ship flew ahead at full speed. No, we have to. Meanwhile, in the daily dungeon, the team began collecting materials for advanced healing potions. Catio's workload doubled. He had to produce enough to supply 5 full teams. Master tried to help, but ended up wasting 6 bottles because of minigame difficulty. Catio was exhausted, nearly collapsing from the effort, but he secretly pushed out a few more. Nearby, Kishasha let out a sharp cry. She crouched low, muttering, "You'd have to be insane to fight like this." Turning to her, Adis asked, "Are beastmen really that hopeless in water? Maybe we should just cut Group 3 entirely," someone suggested. Eyes closed, another girl whispered, "If I blow the mission because of swimming, I won't live it down." Looking down, someone asked, "What's Ialka been doing lately?" Adis answered, "Leave her be. She's been practicing underwater magic." Ialka extended her hands, casting spells. "It's possible," she said. Han had told her try, so she kept at it. Suddenly, she broke the surface with a frustrated look. Adis sighed. Another failure. Looking ahead, she asked, "By the way, how's the lineup for Groups 4 and 5 coming along?" The man replied flatly, "No one wants to join the main mission." She pressed a hand to her face, frustrated. How did the rumors even reach the lower floors? The real issue was obvious. The survival rate was too low. The guy added, "Rooms on the first floor are so packed, people are crammed together. You'd think that discomfort would push them to move up, but it hasn't." A wide shot of the building came into view. Daika's promotion was now official. He had reached 3 stars. His level and skill caps had been raised, and he was now eligible for class change. Clenching his fists, one man muttered, "Is everything really fine? Wasn't this guy already handed over to 5 others?" Another responded, "I heard Master's trying to take control of the first floor. This promotion is part of that plan." Mark cut in, "Let's just watch for now." The man stood silently, and someone commented, "If we keep this up, Master's never going to send us to synthesize. And what's this guy doing solo on the first floor anyway?" "They pamper someone like that, then ship them straight to isolation on the top floor," another scoffed. With a wide grin, one of them said, "Guess I'll start rallying my team. Maybe try finding potential instructors too." Back in the field, the monster opened its jaws wide. Jenna loosed a volley from her bow. Arrows clanged against an invisible barrier. Divine protection triggered, someone noted. The creature was in a state of conditional invincibility. Jenna held out her hand. "How is that even possible?" "Attacks aren't working," came the frustrated response. The protagonist, standing behind her, observed, "He's in a conditionally invulnerable state. We need more intel." Then he added, "Next time you see him, shoot an arrow into the water." She blinked. Into the water? The monster was already moving beneath the surface. Han confirmed, "You saw it too. He's untouchable right now. We'll need a new strategy. I'll tie myself off and dive in. Once I'm done, pull me back immediately." Velkist offered, "I can haul you out." Jenna smirked, "If we got a sturdy enough rope, it should work." She nodded. Her longbow was being modified, so she'd use the short one instead. The protagonist gritted his teeth. "We're both making progress, but too slowly. Don't go out on the deck when he's near. Stick to the training ground for now." The guy responded, saying it sounded pretty bleak. The monster glanced at the ship, and a thought crossed its mind. To lower the danger, they'd have to go all out. But at this pace, they'd burn through the location too quickly. Mastering underwater combat became a priority, skills sharp enough to use anytime. The ship swerved, the acceleration meter filling up. Suddenly, the boost kicked in, and they surged forward. The monster yelled, shocked by their speed, while Han smirked to himself. This was going well. An eye icon appeared. He disagreed. The monster looked straight ahead. Another thought surfaced. What if that anchovy shows up when the others aren't around? Then the water dragon let out a roar. Divine protection activated. It growled. This time, they wouldn't get away. The master switched to manual control, guiding the ship with sharp precision. The dragon roared again, telling them to stop, just as the super boost launched. The protagonist opened a chest. Inside was a small figurine of a sea sailboat. Glancing to the side, he saw the dragon's eyes go wide. Also in the chest, an oxygen supply system, ranked B+. Jenna let loose an arrow from her bow. It zipped past the monster's face. She smirked, saying attacks still worked underwater. Han asked what she meant. She explained, "Divine protection doesn't reach past the water's edge." He looked inside again. A spatial summoning stone appeared. He realized this was how they'd collected all 4 key items. A new notification flashed. The hunt was starting. Despite earlier worries, as the water dragon appeared, Initon logged in and immediately took command. Unlike before, when he'd only log on in the evenings, it seemed the master had enabled push notifications on his phone. Thanks to that, they were at least half prepared for the boss. Sitting at the table, the girl pointed out that most of the mission would need divine protection. Wright said they'd have to find the goddess statue right when things kicked off, just like they did with the giant before. Facing her, the protagonist thought she was close to fully grasping the game's mechanics. She'd make a great leader, too. She asked if they were really going to fight the boss. He replied they were almost ready, but not quite. The master didn't seem ready to trigger the challenge yet. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist declared that once the boss fight starts, Catio would be the one handling the airship. Jenna responded that even so, they'd still have to face the enemy directly. Honestly, it was going to be tough with just 4 of them. He suggested that maybe this mission would require bringing in other groups, splitting the work. A defense team could guard the goddess statue while the attack team pushed forward toward the objective. Han commented that, given how limited the water tiers were, only their group would be on the offensive. One of them would need to carry this spatial summoning stone. Han nodded and said that when a master logs in tomorrow, they'll put it to use. Staring ahead, the girl overheard that summoning new people wasn't possible yet, only swapping. So the plan was to temporarily switch out Ialka with one of them until they reached the 35th floor. Narissa glanced to the side as someone noted that Ialka's magic worked well underwater, making her a valuable pick. She waved a hand and said she'd head to the waiting room. Watching her go, the hero asked if she was really okay with it. She replied that there was something she needed to take care of. Velkist looked over, and the lobby came into view. Raising his hand, a man asked if he had found someone strong enough. Standing behind Raymond, he admitted he'd tried, but no one at the training center had caught his eye, even though their abilities were decent. The man agreed, saying it was the same over in the living quarters. There was so much unused space, he didn't know what to do with it. Looking away, Raymond mentioned hearing that instructor recruitment had been capped at 3. The whole vibe on the first floor felt drained, like people assumed synthesis wouldn't be allowed anymore. Turning to face him, the man asked where Team 5 was. Shouldn't they be out recruiting? Carter replied they claimed they were searching for a woman to round out the squad, but they were probably off somewhere flirting. Quiet houses appeared in the background. It was mentioned that the team actually was serious. They really wanted to join. Looking away, the girl muttered that staying on the first floor was dangerous. The guy laughed, saying no doubt the master could send her be synthesized at any moment. Gritting her teeth, she said that wasn't the problem. It was the people. Their behavior lately was the real danger. The man smirked. Word had it that everyone was rallying under Mark's leadership, but not in a good way. The boy exchanged a glance with the others. The ship moved steadily ahead. The fan lifted. She heard it clearly. Of course. It had to turn out like this. With a smirk, Ialka said she'd just been taking a break. The dazzling comeback of a genius magician. Surely, they now understood how vital she really was. Standing before her, the hero asked if she'd learned how to swim. She tossed the question back at him. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Not only had she learned to swim, she'd also mastered 4th-level fire magic. He reminded her, internal explosion, it could work underwater. Though underwater magic came with consequences, he confirmed it. But Ialka cut him off. Yes, she'd been studying hard nonstop. Turn and go, he said he'd send her back, but Ialka yelled for him to wait. Just give her one more day. He turned and smiled. It was a joke. A statue appeared. Han said that once the mission started, they'd board the airship and immediately search for the goddess statue. The girl asked if that meant activating divine protection. He nodded. With their current numbers, they wouldn't last long otherwise. The longer the delay, the worse their chances. A battle plan appeared. He explained that they had only 5 bottles of water tears. Group 1 would take the offensive, directly facing the anchovy. All other teams would defend the statue. Velkist raised his hand, asking if he could really fight underwater. It wasn't easy. The hero turned to the girl and asked again, could she really use 4th-level fire magic underwater? With her head lowered, she admitted that on land, she could only manage it for 30 seconds. Underwater, standing before her, the hero pressed. He needed a clear answer. She replied firmly, she could. Han folded his arms and said Velkist and Narissa would be on the front lines, facing the anchovies' attacks. Jenna would cover anything near the boss. She was finally part of the attack team. The girl blinked in surprise. She was finally going in? Resting a hand on his hip, the protagonist explained. Since their attacks were weak underwater, she'd use magic when they broke through. Ialka raised an eyebrow, hearing that she could. The girl answered that she understood. Training time was about 20 hours per day. If they were still in the waiting room, they could have adjusted that. But now this was a mission. Ialka had learned the basics of swimming. Yes, but her head lowered again. She admitted she couldn't cast spells underwater. She had to keep her mouth shut. Elemental magic became far harder to use if the previous stages weren't completed. Suddenly, Ialka looked stunned. Closing her eyes tightly, she shouted that she wasn't saying it was impossible, just that she needed time to learn how to cast the spell internally. Warming up, she added that she'd already mastered all the theory. Now it was just about putting it into practice. She could handle it. Han frowned, thinking there was nothing to do but wait for now. Then the dragon appeared, and he reminded them time was running out. The ship was heading straight toward the dragon. This was a covert mission, an operation to hunt down a water deity. Group formations came into view as particles swirled around Ialka. The ship hovered over the ocean, then came to a sudden stop. Outside the window, a vast pool came into view. Underwater, the protagonist and the girl moved through the currents. Jenna had upgraded her underwater combat skill to level 4. The protagonist had done the same. With the boost, diving down to 100 meters now took just 40 seconds. They could stay submerged for 10 full minutes. They trained underwater combat well into the night. At dawn, they switched to weapon drills on land. But a major issue lingered. Under the moonlight, the hero swung his sword down hard, hitting the ground. Frowning, he thought his skills didn't sync. No calculation errors, everything was correct, but still, nothing combined. His card and skill list appeared, 12 skills in total. Even though he had a lot, they all operated independently. When two skills synced perfectly, output could double or even triple. With synergy, it could increase tenfold. That was known as breaking the limit. For low-level heroes lacking raw stats, it was the only way to exceed the power of stronger players. Jenna, nearby, asked if it was really possible to slice the sea with a sword. He glanced at her and said he doubted it. She wasn't asleep, either. She said she couldn't sleep and figured she might as well train more. He replied he was doing the same, training however he could. Jenna grinned wide and asked if that wasn't enough for him. After all, he was already like a living weapon. Raising her arm confidently, she declared she'd tear through with the ballista, thick iron bolts, slicing the sea. If that wasn't a walking weapon, what was? He replied, deadpan, that he didn't slice the sea. Looking at him seriously, she asked, how strong was he going to become? And could he spare a thought for the ones who were following his lead? He responded that this was just part of the job. As the ship pressed on, it was clear something was weighing on him. When asked, he simply said he was too weak. She added, calling him a fraud. But he understood how Nate felt. Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. Staring at the girl, he thought, hold on a second. Jenna hadn't learned peripheral vision in Niflheimer, a skill that mixes rapid fire and pinpoint targeting. A high-tier archery move, it adjusted arrows mid-flight and pierced defenses. The girl just stared at him, confused, while he realized this proved how advanced Jenna's skills really were. The ship continued forward. The girl mentioned that their real issue was their lack of unity. Yawning, she suggested maybe the answer was simpler than they thought. Jenna then lifted her head and said she'd received a fusion, similar to how someone might gain a new skill. So why shouldn't he try as well? He looked up at her, confused. She confirmed it happened back on the 5th floor. Looking straight ahead at the monsters, he charged and attacked without hesitation. Watching him go wild, the girl muttered he must be insane. It felt like they were testing who would fall first. With clenched fists, he confirmed it. She answered, but I don't feel that anymore. He said that's because he now had experience and technique. Pointing to the side, Jenna explained that what once seemed brutal now looked more like calculated tactics. It was about staying cool under pressure. Since the technique was psychological, would it still work if there was no real threat? Grinning, Han wondered if that meant they have to physically recreate danger to trigger it. Then he muttered, it's a tricky question. The girl turned to him and asked why she even bothered helping him. He answered that it's not like she really helped, at least not in any significant way. Hand to his face, he began to wonder. Maybe the surroundings where a skill is acquired influence future awakenings. Then a pool of water formed. The girl stretched out her arms. A dummy appeared. Suddenly, a blast hit it head-on, and it burst apart. Grinning, Ialka asked what he thought. He said it was flawless, even underwater. Watching her closely, he commented that the power seemed low. She explained she'd tone it down on purpose since the dummy was small. It's different during real combat. When he asked about how many times she could use it, Ialka raised her hand and said, up to 3 times. Then, she needed a potion. Han thought to himself, this fire magic felt weaker than he'd expected. The one he saw on the 20th floor had been completely different. The girl's eyes widened. Am I coming with you too? She asked. With a smirk, Han told her he'd drag her along whether she liked it or not, so she shouldn't worry. Their ship came to a stop, docked beside a wall. The protagonist looked ahead and asked what was going on. He was told their own group was doing fine, but Group 3 had run into trouble. What kind of trouble, he asked. It's Kishasha's beastmen, she replied. They're getting seasick constantly, and they still can't swim. He let out a sigh. She explained that she'd heard it was just part of their race. They were supposed to have physical prowess beyond humans. Exactly, he nodded. And yet here we are. From the side, Adis covered her face with her hand. I've been training them non-stop, but they can't even grasp the basics, she said. Kishasha finally learned to dog paddle, but that won't help in real combat. Gritting his teeth, the hero muttered that maybe they should just help them build tolerance to motion sickness instead. I'm already on it, she replied. We build a raft for training. Lowering her head, the girl admitted that, in truth, only Group 2 was ready. Groups 4 and 5 were struggling just to recruit people. A man raised his hand and asked, and what about me? Someone called him a slug stuck in the mud. Mark stepped in, raising his hand calmly. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I was just being honest. The other man snapped. Everyone aiming for the top floor does the same. Didn't you? Is a raid like this really worth it? Carter responded sharply. Then stay here and live off potatoes like a coward. The man's eyes went wide. Who knows which one of us will be dead first? Suddenly, he swung and hit Carter. Idiot. Watching the fight, Isel stepped in. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know fighting between heroes is banned? Carter clenched his fists. Damn it. The girl shut her eyes. Groups 4 and 5 still haven't filled their ranks. And the ones they did find are only 2-star level. The protagonist stared ahead. There's no time left. We'll handle the cleanup on the first floor once the mission's done. The dragon had appeared. Word spread quickly. A battle with a massive water dragon was looming, right in the middle of the ocean. The creature couldn't be harmed from the surface, so fighting it underwater was the only option. Everyone, except for the third group, needed to learn underwater combat. Adis grinned and asked what the 20th floor was like. Someone answered that enemies had begun invading. Han added that it was definitely possible. Staring ahead, a girl stated that this time wouldn't be like before. They'd trained a lot since then. The main character shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them, saying it had been an accident. Leaning against the wall, Han said he was going, and Adis nodded in approval. Aiel let out a deep sigh. The hero mentioned that she had given it her all. The fairy brushed it off, saying it wasn't anything special. She then asked if he could really complete the mission on his first attempt. He clarified. Was she asking if failure meant death? She confirmed, yes, that's exactly what she meant. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The protagonist opened it to find a girl smirking at him. She asked if he was busy. A man holding a bottle commented that it was surprisingly easy to provoke the raid group. Mark, glancing around, asked what they were so worried about. They'd already cornered him. As long as Han didn't do anything rash, there wasn't much to worry about, unless they were scared their actions would reach the master's ears. But even if they did, Mark doubted the master would suddenly decide to deal with them. After all, they'd sharpened their skills enough to climb to the second floor. The man's eyes went wide. He said they were doomed on this mission anyway. Another guy looked stunned. Hadn't they heard this from the collectors? One had been lingering on the 34th floor for days, and other groups had started training and swimming too. It looked like everyone was about to be dragged into the same mission. Mark grinned. Only half the raid group made it back from the 30th floor. How many would survive this one? Someone replied that the first floor had already turned into a dump. Eyes widening again, the man said the door was locked. Mark asked who it was. Why would someone from the third floor come down to a place like this? The girl began unbuttoning her clothes, saying she had a few questions. The man grinned, joking that now he was the one taking his clothes off. Then, suddenly, his eyes shot open in surprise. Mark suddenly yelled out, telling everyone to get out now. The tension exploded. The girl, now fully buttoned up, looked at him and said it seemed like he understood what was going on. Clenching his jaw, the man snapped back, demanding to know what she meant. With a biting tone, she said she'd met plenty of lowlifes like them before, but his talent stood out in a way she couldn't quite grasp. Narissa looked down and reminded them that she was the one asking questions. She demanded to know who he really was. Outside, night had already fallen. Inside, the protagonist sat at the table with the girl, staring ahead. He explained that the true purpose of the mission wasn't to slay the dragon, but to find a key. The dragon was merely in the way. It looked like they'd have to remain on the ship the entire time. The girl shot him a look and said she'd heard that line too many times. Han suggested he just describe the key and its location. They'd go get it themselves. Friasis frowned, lowering her gaze. She said she understood, and she'd place her trust in him again, just this once. As the guys started dozing off, Ialka turned to him. He mumbled that he just wanted to rest. The girl looked straight ahead and said if she was bothering him, he should forgive her. Ped blinked, surprised to hear that she was asking for a moment of his time. Then, a set of system windows appeared. She wanted him to teach her magic. Eyes shut, the guy replied that he used beastman magic, not elemental spells. They were completely different. Why was she asking him about that? Ialka answered that she didn't want lessons, just the secrets behind it. Clenching her fist, she declared that she knew he was a genius, so he should help her out. Cadio, flipping through a magazine, looked up. The guy commented that Cadio really was a genius. Anyone could see that right away. Cadio simply said he hated wasting time. If something isn't done right the first time, you just end up doing it over and over. That's the kind of thing a real genius says. The guy sighed, resting his hand on his head. Ialka's eyes widened when she heard they only had 10 minutes. Meanwhile, a massive synthesis operation was underway in the waiting room. Over 200 people were gathered there, though the first floor alone had more than 130. Out of all of them, only around 40 were actively training. To streamline things, they had to send off the troublemakers to be processed, turn them into soul stones, and then use those to train groups 4 and 5 under backup instructors. Around 50 heroes vanished in the process. In a surprising twist, the blacksmith's assistant from the second floor had been synthesized into a mid-grade soul stone. That shattered the unspoken belief that the second floor was safe. It was a sign. Inning's patience was running thin. Resources were running low. There weren't enough materials to upgrade all the fourth and fifth group members to 3-star status. Yet, somehow, Mark and his group had managed to avoid being pulled into the synthesis process. At the same time, the game server connected. A new update launched. Once complete, the scene shifted to a ship cutting across the ocean. The squad assembled. The protagonist looked around and asked if everyone was ready. Jenna leaned in, asking if they'd done everything they could. Ialka answered with certainty. There were no regrets. Then, glancing to the side, she quietly added, probably. Velkist flashed a grin and teased that if she wasn't confident, she could always stay behind. The girl snapped back, telling him to shut it. The protagonist gave the order. They'd drink the dragon's tears the moment he signaled. Potions floated above their heads, and a system view of the groups opened. The command came. A raid squad needed to be formed. The next mission had started. The system began loading the new level and selecting the field. Teeth clenched. The protagonist muttered that it had begun. Jenna nodded, saying they'd survive and come back. Ialka agreed without hesitation. The water dragon let out a roar and demanded how long they planned to keep running. Its eyes burned with intensity. It declared that the real hunt was on. Danger alerts flooded the screen. A new message popped up. Floor 35. Mission type, capture. Target, unknown. Special target, NPC, Friasis. Objective, survival. The protagonist yelled for everyone to get into position. Velkist charged ahead. The hero moved toward the cannon. Both grabbed their weapons. The monster war had begun. Round 1. The ship started to lift into the air. Eyes locked ahead, Han shouted for everyone to hold on. A towering wave surged in front of them as the monster raised its blade and the cannon fired. The protagonist yelled at him to keep his distance. Cadio, clearly irritated, muttered that he was going to anyway. He couldn't understand how the master had managed to control any of this. The acceleration bar shot up. The ship picked up speed. The girl jumped, clinging tightly to the rope, and fired the weapon. A voice called out, "Forget the water beasts. They were going after the dragons first." The guy responded, they had already decided on that. Suddenly, a creature loomed near the ship. Velkist glanced down, startled. The protagonist's eyes went wide. Without warning, the dragon launched an attack. A display revealed the team lineup. The monster's eyes gleamed. Velkist kept watching. The hero turned to the guy, realizing the attack was coming. The dragon growled that they'd die here. Cadio's eyes widened. The acceleration gauge surged. A blast fired at the dragon. The protagonist, gripping the weapon, scanned the area, asking where she was. Then he spotted something. He had to look closer. The mission had begun. There had to be a statue nearby. The monster glared at the ship, claiming the area as his domain. The acceleration gauge was almost full. Cadio, teeth clenched, barked out. What was it about this airship that had such a hold on him? The controls twitched. The speed bar dipped. Screams rang out. Jenna turned away, shocked. Han grit his teeth. Velkist couldn't believe what he saw. The creature appeared beside the ship again. As shots rang out, the hero shouted about the master, something about seizing control of the airship. A notification flashed. Airship capitalism is launching. An icon shimmered on the sail. The water dragon took a deep breath and declared they couldn't win. Then it struck. The ship dodged with precision, speeding up even more. The dragon glared. The monster was closing in, but the ship soared ahead, accelerating even faster. The water dragon growled in frustration. The super boost kicked in, and the airship surged forward. Friasis clutched her head, confused, collapsing to the floor. The guy insisted they leave the controls to the master. He never wanted to touch them again. The girl pointed and yelled. Something was up ahead. A blinding light appeared. Floating among the waves was the statue of the goddess. The protagonist clenched his jaw. Was this some kind of cruel joke? They had barely escaped that deadly surge, and now the statue had been hidden inside it? Staring at the statue, the protagonist vowed he would retrieve it. Someone questioned if he was going in alone. The ship tore through the waves, gaining speed. A voice called out. She hadn't noticed they were being chased. She needed to cover him. Velkist grinned, saying plenty had already been taken out, but more just kept coming. The protagonist muttered that he never wanted to kill a dragon, even if this one was just a small fry. Still, he added, someone had to deal with it. And he told Cadio to handle the fish. Cadio dashed out as someone called for him to get on deck and give cover. He responded with a quick nod. He got it. Looking off to the side, Cadio said he'd wipe them all out. He'd take down more dragons than anyone else. The protagonist looked at the girl and wished her luck. Then, shimmering particles began to swirl around the guy as he explained that he could now control surface tension. He could dive right into the water. The hero said he'd be right back, then bolted ahead. Han neared the statue. The protagonist slipped seamlessly into the water. A monster lunged forward with a roar. The hero's eyes gleamed. He slashed the creature clean in two. More monsters swam beneath the surface. Jenna raised her bow and took aim. Her arrow locked onto a target, adjusting its flight path. Arrows and shots ripped through the sea creatures. Han's eyes went wide. He realized, even with his peripheral vision, Jinna's arrows were no joke. Charged with piercing force, they hit like ballistic weapons. Underwater, they could even take out something as small as an anchovy with a fatal hit. He grabbed the statue. The protagonist started sprinting. Suddenly, the dragon attacked, just like it had planned. The hero turned his head, startled. Han watched the blast erupt and thought, if that had hit, his head would have been gone. A voice came from a ship. They were back, and he needed to get over there fast. He caught hold of the ladder. Velkus looked over and asked what he'd brought. The protagonist held it up. This, he said, and added that it looked pretty awesome. Rain fell over the statue. They gathered around, saying they should examine it more closely. Something was off. That strange outfit, was it really clothing? Then someone mentioned the goddess had a twin, but now she stood alone. The ship surged ahead. No one knew why, but it was possible another statue was hidden somewhere. Still, there was no need to go hunting for it now. The mission was a success. They'd get out quickly. They secured the goddess statue. As monsters closed in on the ship, someone proposed an idea. They present the statue as a rectangle. Made sense. It would be easier to install it up high. If it went in the center, they'd need to defend it from every side. Han suggested shutting off manual control of the airship. Capitalism. As he did, he thought to himself, maybe he had trained him well after all, since he was actually following orders. Glancing away, Han said he'd take back control of the ship and keep watch from here. Cadio glanced over and asked what he was messing with now. The hero chimed in, saying the master couldn't properly evaluate the ship's malfunctions on his own. The ship surged forward, cutting through the water. A voice rang out. No matter how skilled the pilot was, if he kept handling the airship this recklessly, it wouldn't hold together much longer. They needed to steer it toward the far corner of the map. That's where they'd placed the goddess statue. Suddenly, a massive creature appeared in the distance. The protagonist opened fire, thinking that if they couldn't take it down, at least they could try to escape. Ahead, the dragon laughed. Didn't he already say there was no way they were getting away? A wave of divine energy flared. The monster became immune to damage. The ship slammed into a barrier. A voice confirmed they were stuck. The dragon was closing in fast. Gritting her teeth, the girl stepped forward and reached out her hand. She had a plan. Ialka stared at the dragons and said firmly, I've got this. A golden light pulsed from her bracelet and chest piece. Her eyes gleamed with energy. As she raised her hand, she unleashed the spell, Flare. A blazing beam shot from her palm, striking the dragon. Fusion, she called out. The blast hit, but a system alert appeared. Water God's blessing activated. The target had high resistance to magic. Meanwhile, Han grabbed the goddess statue and leapt into action. As Ialka's magic bought time, he rushed to place the statue. After setting in place, he sprinted back. Notification. Goddess statue installation complete. Field-wide blessing activated. A divine light beamed skyward from the statue, piercing the clouds. On the ship's deck, Jenna watched the sky. Han, the rain stopped, she said. Han responded quickly. Get ready. He pulled out the Dimension Summoning Stone. Activation. Dimension Summoning Stone. Prompt. Summon additional parties to aid the heroes. Selection. Party 2. Confirmed. Adis and her team emerged. She called out, We're just protecting the statue on the ship like we planned yesterday, right? Exactly. Take Freya with you. Han replied. A silver-haired boy added, We'll give it everything we've got. Jenna threw a miniature boat with all her strength. It soared through the air. Notification. Ship figurine used. The tiny model began expanding in midair. A medium-sized ship materialized. Selection. Party 3. Confirmed. Party 3 arrived. Kishasha grumbled, Ugh, I hate water. Everyone in her group was clearly uneasy. King's blessing activated. Fear resistance boost. Kishasha only. Her teammates remained shaken, but she took off running. I heard the situation from the human woman. I'll handle the combat. Han nodded. Got it. Party 4 summoned. Ramon called out, Just survive like we always do. Another voice yelled, Stay close. Don't panic. Party 5 summoned. Narissa, part of Party 5, approached Han. Sorry we're late. Han gave her a calm look. No need to apologize. Narissa immediately merged with Party 1. We'll fight together. Party 5 looked stunned as they saw the threat ahead. A massive dragon hovered above the sea, surrounded by multiple mermaids. Sea monsters churned the waters below. Did we just get dragged into hell? Someone muttered. Han looked at everyone and said, Stay calm. Board the other ship. Raimon gave him a grin. Mr. Farmer, give it your all again. Ialka launched another fire spell at the dragon. Han turned to her. That's enough, Ialka. Jenna walked over. Are you okay? Ialka touched her forehead and mumbled something, clearly drained. The dragon let out a furious roar, charging up another water cannon. The blast slammed into the field's barrier. Han pulled out an oxygen tank from a previous mission and examined it. Time to move. The eyes on the goddess statue began to glow. Oxygen device activated. He took out the mermaid's tears. Party 1 has received the mermaid's blessing. Oxygen capacity boosted to unlimited. Velkist wiped his face. So, we fighting now? Han leaned in and whispered to Cadio. Take the airship to the center. Hover above the surface until we dive. Nearby, 3 girls had their eyes locked on the dragon. Jenna downed her mermaid tear potion. Capitalism acceleration device activated. The team started advancing toward the center of the field. The dragon bellowed. You're not going anywhere. Han glanced back. Good. Keep chasing. Notification. Water Dragon Cat is roaring, gathering Water God's power. Suddenly, the squid monster returned. Monster Wave, Round 1. Cannibalistic Shark, LV, 33x105. Mermaid, LV, 37x80. Baby Water Dragon, LV, 34x53. Water Dragon, LV, 39x74. Kraken, LV, 41. Han looked at the goddess statue. Just as I thought. They're coming from every direction, all aiming for the statue. Adis, they're headed your way. Hold the line. Adis replied, Don't worry, Han. You didn't beat us last time. We'll stop them this time for sure. Party members on board the ship took position. Adis shouted, You're not rookies anymore. Time to prove it. 2 members dashed toward the ballistas. One of them, a black-haired guy, said, I'll handle this one. Anand, the right side's yours. Roderick gave the command. Use your spear techniques now. A girl nodded. Got it. A massive wave of monsters surged toward them. Adis called out, Clear out the weaker ones heading for the ship. Don't hold back. Use your potions if you have to. Ballistas fired into the sea, piercing through the attacking mermaids. One mermaid leaped aboard, lunging toward a new member of Party 5. The girl raised her shield to block. But before the attack could land, Kishasha swooped in, gripping the mermaid's head. She zipped across the deck, cutting down enemies in a blur. One after another, mermaids and water dragons fell. She landed on a mermaid and crushed it like a paper shell, dispatching another with a casual wave of her hand. She turned to the new recruit and said, If even one of us slacks off, we all pay for it. I get that now. So don't freeze up. The girl nodded, eyes wide. Okay, everyone's taking down the mermaids and water dragons. A guy nearby shouted, It's dangerous if you get surrounded. Don't go in solo. We still need intel. Others were busy cutting down enemies, trying to climb aboard. One muttered, If we don't clear them now, we'll be overwhelmed. How are we supposed to gather information in the middle of this mess? A rookie from Party 4 grumbled, I used to catch fish all the time. I was a fisherman. But this, I'm never getting used to this. Another, slashing through an enemy beside him, added, Yeah, I don't think I'll be eating seafood anytime soon. Party 5's leader called out, We'll handle the ones climbing onto the deck. Miguel, keep firing. Miguel, a chubby guy with a bow, aimed carefully. I'll go for the headshots. Makes them drop faster. I've got the rear. Don't be afraid. The girl who had frozen earlier drove her sword into a mermaid. I was terrified back there. Barely escaped the nightmare of the first floor. I have to survive this, or everything I went through means nothing. Another fighter growled as he cut down a mermaid. I'm going to crush those arrogant idiots who mocked us on the first floor. And hey, no one stays hurt with all the healing. This might actually turn into a fun hobby. More mermaids climbed up, and someone yelled, A few are heading for the statue. Take them out. The ballista operator swung around and picked them off one by one, guarding the goddess statue. Then the whole ship lurched violently. Rising before them, massive tentacles. The Kraken had grabbed hold of the ship. Someone shouted, The ship's going to snap in half at this rate. How do we even fight that thing? It's treating us like a toy. Party 3 dashed toward the giant sea beast. One of them landed a brutal kick to its face. Others followed with claw attacks, ripping into it. Kishasha launched into the air. Mid-flight, she transformed, then slashed the Kraken down with her claws. As a monster collapsed, a tidal splash drenched Party 3. They all grimaced. Ugh, Water 1 groaned. Another spat seawater out. It's salty. Adis, watching the chaos settle, smiled faintly. This is going better than last time. Roderick nodded beside her. Yeah, this time, everyone's making it home. A mermaid leapt from the sea onto the ship, screeching, Who human? Spears in hand, several others followed, charging in. Roderick and Adis rushed to meet them, cutting down the attackers with swift, precise strikes. A younger member of Party 3 stumbled back. I feel sick. A Party 2 member glanced at her. Party 3's seasickness is getting worse. Adis yelled, Pull back. Let Party 3 recover before they collapse. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone stood atop the dragon's head, driving his sword into its skull. Another slashed at the neck below. There's no end to these things, one shouted. Watch the jaw, warned the fighter above. Too late. One of their teammates screamed, "My leg," as it got torn open. A comrade dashed over. "Calm down. Use a potion now." Back on the ship, it veered sharply toward the center of the battlefield. The dragon's gaze locked onto them. Han turned to everyone. "Get ready, we're going." Cadio popped up from below deck. "Wait, take this." He tossed a bottle, which Han caught. "It's mermaid tears. I had enough ingredients to make one batch. Just one bottle, though." Han nodded. "Good to have, even if we don't need it." Kato stepped forward, handing over 2 small stones. Notification. Cadio has granted attributes to Party 1. Item consumed. Stamina Reinforcement Magic Stone, Basic. Strength Reinforcement Magic Stone, Basic. All Party 1 members. +5 stamina, +5 strength. The ship sped across the sea's surface, the dragon pursuing closely behind. As the ship neared the center, every member of Party 1 dove into the water. The dragon loomed ahead. Han raised his hand. "It starts now." The dragon surged toward him. The others split off in every direction. Han raised his hand. "It starts now." The dragon surged toward him. The others split off in every direction. Han thought to himself, "Ialka's already casting. We have to stop this thing, no matter what." Now face to face with the beast, he realized just how massive it truly was. Its glowing eyes stared him down. "It's even bigger up close," he thought. Suddenly, Han swerved. Velkist appeared beside him, plunging his blade into the dragon's scale. Blue blood leaked out in streams. All damage counts underwater, Han realized. He raised 2 fingers. Every one attack. Narissa slashed in with her dagger. Velkist followed up with his sword. Jenna loosed an arrow, twisting its path mid-flight to strike hard. The dragon reeled from the assault. Real damage was being dealt. And then, deep inside the creature, Ialka finished her spell. Her magic exploded from within. The dragon burst open. Han eyed the creature and realized it wasn't enough to bring it down. "We'll have to keep pushing until Ialka can fire again," he thought. Raising 2 fingers into the air, Han signaled. Velkist dove forward without hesitation. "We've trained in harsher depths than this," Han reminded himself as Velkist surged ahead. The dragon's eyes locked onto Han, and it began to gather water within its chest. Suddenly, it unleashed a massive beam aimed straight at Ialka. Without thinking, Han sprinted into its path. Using his sword, he split one beam, then deflected another. Velkist jumped in, intercepting a third. But one final blast was still on course for Ialka, until Jenna let her arrow fly. It spun midair and struck the beam off target just in time. Then, from behind, a blinding light erupted, while had cast another spell. "Flare fusion," she shouted. The energy detonated inside the dragon's body, and its tail was severed by the internal blast. Even though Ialka's attack had faded, Han noticed the damage was real. The dragon was stunned, but far from finished. "We have to end this before it regains control," Han thought, bracing for the next phase. The dragon slowly curled in on itself. "What's it doing?" Han wondered. It wasn't reacting, even as Ialka began casting again. Her eyes now glowed intensely. "Fusion," she cried once more. Her spell detonated inside the dragon's gut. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open. It shot upward, heading for the surface. Is it escaping? Han chased after it. Wide above now. As the dragon burst from the water, chaos had already broken out up top. Other forces were engaged in battle. The dragon, flames still flickering inside it, unleashed a massive water cannon. Han's eyes widened. A water cannon? Damn it. "The ship's under fire," he yelled. "All units, switch out. Get the ones on helm some rest. This damn sea monster's going after our ship." Han ordered, "Turn it now. We can dodge the cannon." But something fell off. He stared harder. That's not water. A fiery blast. Ialka's own attack now turned against them, erupted from the dragon's mouth and slammed into the ship. Flames consumed the deck. Crew members screamed, scrambling for safety. Han stood frozen. We never accounted for this, he realized grimly, watching as the dragon reveled in the destruction, its mouth blazing like a furnace. Han stared in disbelief. Who would have thought it had spit out the fire inside its own body? His expression hardened. "I should have been more prepared. What happened to the boat?" he muttered aloud. Velkist looked around, stunned. "What the hell's going on?" "That thing just coughed up Ialka's flame," Han answered grimly. Velkist blinked. "How is that even possible?" If a water cannon works by compressing air and water from its lungs, Han thought, then it makes sense, but I never imagined it could weaponize our own magic. From a ship, Kishasha's voice rang out, panicked and loud. "Han, no one said the ship would catch fire." She held herself together, but the rest of her crew wasn't as strong. "I told you, we can't swim," she shouted. Party 3 was in chaos. The panic had hit hard. Their stats were dropping, cut in half. Then came a young, desperate voice in Han's earpiece, Kishasha's. "No one warned us. The ship's on fire. and we don't know what to do. We can't swim. Everyone's terrified. Some are trying to put the fire out, but they can't. One of us ran off. Someone yelled not to jump in. Said there are monsters in the water waiting to kill us. Kishasha shouted again. What's happening, Dragon Slayer? Han clenched his fists. Where did that damn dragon go? Back into deep water to heal? Under different circumstances, he would have chased it down right away. But right now, the fire and fear on the ship had to be the priority. Cadio Han, he called out. Head to the goddess statue. Help them out. He turned to Velkist and Narissa. Go with him. Narissa looked surprised. Just the three of you will handle the boss. Yes, Han nodded. If we lose the goddess statue, we lose our ability to breathe underwater. We won't stand a chance if that happens. Without hesitation, Velkist and Narissa swam back toward the burning ship. Ialka stepped forward. What about me? Relax. It's not your fault. Just a setback. We'll deal with it, Han said calmly. Meanwhile, Adis was doing everything she could to contain chaos, but things were clearly slipping out of control. What the hell is this? She cried. I'm sorry. It's my mistake. Han responded quietly. What do you mean? She explained. The airship's on its way. Abandon the ship. Get to the airship with Friasis. If you can't hold the statue, let it go. Just survive. Han blinked. Wait, what? I don't. Before he could finish, the communication cut off. Beside him, Ialka looked pale. It's my fault. Jenna lowered her voice. No one could have predicted this, Ialka. No one. No, Ialka didn't do anything wrong, Han said firmly. Giving your best is never a fault. If there's anyone to blame, it's me. I'm the one who decided to put Ialka on the team. I take full responsibility. Ialka shook her head. But I was the one who asked you to bring me. Han, cut her off. I would never place someone on the team unless I truly believed they belonged. Tears welled up in Ialka's eyes. Han looked back at her and said gently, there's still a way through this. Have I ever lied to you? His calm words brought her some peace. Jenna leaned in, smirking. Wow, you two are looking steamy, babe. Ialka jolted, face flushing. Well, what are you talking about? She turned to Jenna. Anyway, what do we do now? Cadio was already steering toward the burning ship. Jenna glanced toward the horizon. The monster dove underwater. It took damage. That's why it didn't strike again above water. It couldn't. It's wounded. The three of them swam steadily along the surface. Han exhaled deeply and said, Adis, Cadio's close to the wreck. Abandon the statue. Move everyone to the airship. Adis hesitated. And you guys, we'll finish the job, Han replied. I'm not letting you all get wiped out because of stubborn pride. Adis stayed silent. Didn't you swear not to lose anyone this time? Han added, you want your team to die like dogs? Fine, she finally answered. Han ended the call. This ends with us. The trio glowed faint green. Ow, Jenna asked. Han pointed ahead. Check your mission window. A display flickered at the edge of his vision. Floor 35. Mission type, plunder. Objective, special objective. Ensure NPC Friasi survives. Plunder or capture, not extermination. Han narrowed his eyes. So we don't need to kill the dragon, just retrieve the key. That dragon's just a mid-boss, guardian of the vault, not the prize. Then we avoid the fight, grab the key, and hand it to Friasis, he said. Jenna nodded. We don't have a choice. Then we move, Han ordered. All three dove into the depths. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shurgan had fallen. His neck, sliced by a mermaid's blade, was the end of his battle. Lilani dropped to her knees. The panic overtook her. Her stats plummeted by half. The ship, now fully ablaze, began to sink. Party 3 members were tossed into the water one after another. Kishasha closed her eyes. Not now, she thought, but the king's power didn't awaken this time. Fear overtook her too. Then she saw her, one of the youngest party members, barely staying afloat. Kishasha surged forward, caught the girl, and pulled her back up to the surface. Is everyone okay? She called out, looking around. The rest of Party 3 struggled to keep above water, surrounded by chaos. And then the monsters came. A girl blinked her eyes open underwater, and all she could see was blood. 3 monsters lunged at the group. Nishaz was the first to fall. She's gone, now in the goddess's embrace. Her courage in battle won't be forgotten. She tried to swim toward the others, but before she could reach them, a spear struck her from behind. Another wave of monsters descended. Nandio, too, fell into chaos. She's joined the goddess now. Her bravery will be remembered always. The last teammate glanced at their fallen friends. She fought back fiercely, but one of the creatures slashed her throat. Lackery screamed, I'm going to die, calling out Kishasha's name over and over. Kishasha tried to calm her. Just breathe. Stay with me. Turning around, Lackery saw 2 others. She begged them, please. I'm the only one who can swim. Errol didn't hesitate. I've got you, she said. Suddenly, a monster charged at her, riding a shark. She raised her shield, blocking the blow, and slashed the monster with her blade. but the shark clamped onto her leg, dragging her underwater. She stared in disbelief. The man beside her just watched. Errol is gone. Another soul returned to the goddess. Her fighting spirit remains in their hearts. A voice rang out, "Fall back to the ship. Everyone, get on board now." From the deck, Cadio yelled, "I'll give you a path across the water. Run, don't stop. I can't hold it for long." Kishasha clutched her injured comrade. "Lackery, pull yourself together. You're a warrior." The monsters had taken over the goddess's domain, breaking the blessing. Rain poured down. Kishasha gently laid Daruma down. She looked around, panic rising. Why isn't she waking up? Why isn't the potion working? Adis looked at her grimly. There's no saving the dead. Daruma had passed. She, too, joined the goddess's embrace. Her warrior's soul would never be forgotten. Kishasha stared in disbelief. No, not like this. She didn't even get to do anything. How can a warrior die like this? Lackery pointed at the enemy. I'll kill every last one of them. Kishasha turned to her. Get a grip. Nearby, Narissa and Velkist were recovering. Velkist groaned. This is a total disaster. Mermaid's tears, someone muttered. The oxygen was at 100%. Beneath the sea, Han swam down swiftly. A time limit? Is it because the monsters took over the statue? He pushed forward through the shimmering blue water. Behind him, Jenna and Ialka followed. At the ocean's floor, a glowing temple awaited, bathed in soft, flickering blue light. Han's mind drifted back to Friasis's warning, just as a massive shadow loomed beneath the surface. The water dragon had arrived, just as predicted. Its once torn chest had started to heal, the wound now halfway closed. Jenna didn't hesitate. She drew her bow the moment it came into view. The dragon let out a roar and surged toward them. Han raised his hand, signaling the others. Ignore it. They understood immediately and picked up their pace. The beast wasn't as quick as before. Its tail and fins were still damaged. Han powered through the water with every ounce of strength. Water Dragon, level 64. Mermaids, level 38 times 32. The sea floor shimmered with that same blue glow. It was clearly visible even from distance. Oxygen concentration, 73%. Han stopped for a moment, eyes locked on the source of the glow. That was it, the temple holding the key. Meanwhile, monsters were closing in on the airship. A notification popped up for the master. Would you like to pilot manually? He hit yes. An ethereal eye appeared on the ship's sail. The master was now in full control. He activated Super Boost, and the ship surged forward. Then came Mega Boost, even faster. Finally, Hell Boost. The ship tore through the air with staggering speed. Adis grinned. This is perfect. We can shake them now. Cadio, shielding his face from the intense wind, cautioned. Master can't monitor the ship's condition like this. If we keep this up, the engine might fail. The boosters flared red hot. A mermaid riding a shark hurled a spear, direct hit. The propulsion unit exploded. Damn it. They hit the engine, someone shouted. Is the ship dead in the water? Another asked. Adis snapped into action. Everyone get ready. They're coming. Cadio leapt into the air, splashing down hard into the sea. I'll handle the sharks. He touched the water. Electricity surged out, stunning every shark in range. Their bodies floated up as mermaids switched to riding sea dragons. Can't you just zap all of them with that? Someone asked. Cadio snapped back. What do you think I am? Unlimited energy? I've got limits. I'm heading to the propulsion. Cover me. Adis nodded. Roderick and I will handle that. The rest of you, stop the climbers. Cadio moved his fingers rapidly, summoning strands of glowing blue energy. Opening a dimension portal. Don't hold back. Use every intermediate healing potion we've got. Adis turned sharply. Form up. If Cadio goes down, we're finished. Guard that portal. The portal opened, a gateway to summon equipment and supplies right on the battlefield. Adis shouted, Party 3, secure the whole deck. Keep them off the ship. Everyone else, take the sides, left and right. Hold the line. A new system alert flashed. Cadio had granted Party 1 a bonus attribute. Items consumed. Mana Stone of Physical Reinforcement. Mana Stone of Strength Reinforcement. Result. All party members gained +5 to stamina and strength. Lilani was trembling. We have to fight them again. I can't do this. The blonde-haired man beside her snapped. Pull yourself together. We're all going to die here, she shouted, panic gripping her. She was spiraling. Another teammate handed her an intermediate potion. You're not alone, the blonde-haired man said gently. We've got your back. You're going to make it. The black-haired man added, drink this. It'll calm your nerves. A woman stepped forward. You going to collapse now? After ditching us to rush to the second floor, Lilani? Ryman chimed in. Been a while since we fought side by side. Everyone positions. The blonde-haired man turned back to Lilani. Lilani, you got our backs, right? Lilani stared at them, eyes wide. Then she took a deep breath, shut her eyes, and said, "Thanks. I'm sorry I keep slowing you down." She downed a mana potion. "I'm good now. Leave it to me." They locked into formation. Ahead of them, a dragon mermaid stood tall. A swarm of mermaids approached. Down below, Han twisted his body just in time. Whoosh! A harpoon sliced through the water, barely missing them. They maneuvered skillfully, diving deeper toward the seafloor. Han reached for the Yalka and swam straight toward the submerged temple. Oxygen concentration, 43%. At last, the colossal temple came into view. Carved in ancient stone, it sat hidden beneath the sea. Han studied it. This must be it, Temple of the Ancient Dragon. The key they needed was known as the Goblet of the Ocean. He spotted a statue of the goddess. Dragons were etched into the massive doors. They must have sealed it to keep water out, he thought. No visible entrance, then we'll make one. Han gestured to Yalka. Without hesitation, Yalka began casting. Part of the temple's roof shattered under the force. Han gave a signal. Yalka went in first, followed by Yalka, then Han and Jenna. Han landed smoothly on the floor inside. Yalka, seal the entrance. She responded instantly, moving her hands in a fluid motion. Stones from the temple's floor floated up and sealed the opening where water had been rushing in. "We got a bit of time," Han said, "but not much." Yalka nodded. Han scanned the area. They were in a vast chamber, big as a sports arena. The interior of the temple was miraculously dry. Oxygen concentration, 28%. Han turned to Jenna. "How bad is it?" She touched her head, still dazed. "It's not that bad." Han snapped. "Don't lie to me, I'm getting pissed." Jenna's left calf was torn open, blood steadily seeping from the wound. Status effect, bleeding. Health will continue to drop. Han stood in front of her, popped open a potion bottle, and let out a quiet sigh. "That harpoon didn't stick, but it carved out a nasty chunk," he muttered. "A potion should fix it fast enough." "It'll only heal if you stop moving around," Han added. "I can still fight," Jenna insisted. Suddenly, boom, the ground shook violently. "How dare you enter without permission?" The voice echoed. "The water dragon." Han lowered Jenna carefully, grabbed a potion and some bandages. He poured the potion over the wound, then wrapped the leg tightly. "Stay put," he said firmly. "I'm not useless." "I can still fight," she protested. "Stop spouting nonsense." Jenna blinked. "You're being weirdly nice." Han tied the bandage and pulled out another potion, this one white and shimmering. "Mermaid's tears," he said, placing it beside her. "Cadio gave this to us. Only use it in an emergency." She stared. She had never seen this side of Han before. Han turned to the others. "Yalka, stay here with them." "I'm not just waiting around," Yalka said. "Then why come at all?" he asked. Yalka placed a hand over her chest. "If this is my fault, I'll take responsibility. That's what it means to be noble. And since you brought me here, act like a gentleman and see this through." Han sighed and pointed toward a gaping hole. "That's the entrance." "Wait here, Jenna. Hold off any monsters that come through." Jenna's eyes widened. "You're seriously leaving me behind?" Turning to the Alula, Han said, "Stay close. I'll come back. Just wait for me," he told Jenna firmly. "System message. This dungeon is designed for a party of 5. Han ignored the warning and pressed forward. Battle shop activated. High-quality glow stick. Support item one-time use. 100 gems. Purchase. Yes/no. Han glanced at the glowing sticks, weighing the options. The tunnel ahead lit up faintly. Time was running out. Thud. A stone chunk fell from the ceiling. The water dragon was bringing the temple down. If it collapsed completely, the key would be lost underwater. Han picked up the pace. Yalka followed close behind, matching his stride. "Listen," he said, turning to her. She met his gaze, visibly tense but trying to stay calm. "There's no one else here. If it comes to a fight, I can't cover you and deal with the enemy. You'll have to hold your own." "Can you do that?" "I get it. I'll protect myself," she replied. "Use fast magic. Prioritize staying alive. And if it gets too dangerous, rely on him." "I'm not relying on you," she shot back. "I'll pull my weight." Han looked at her, ready to respond, but stayed silent. There was no time for debate. A 5-man raid dungeon. They were charging and underprepared, and the water dragon was still alive. But then, a single misstep shattered the plan. Everything began to fall apart. If Han and Yalka failed here, it was over. The mermaid's tears were gone. No time left to hesitate. They moved ahead fast. In the center of the room stood a blue lamp fixed to a pillar. Around them were 5 doors, each one bearing a dragon insignia. Above, a glass mosaic of a dragon shimmered faintly. Han and Yalka stood at the heart of the chamber. 5 paths. 1 door sealed tight. Han figured that was the way forward, but it wouldn't open without meeting some kind of condition. Suddenly, movement. They turned around. Han glanced to the side. "I told you, strike fast. If things go bad, pull back." "Got it," Yalka nodded. A shifting shadow slipped out from behind a pillar. Corrupted merman, level 41 × 5. Their skin was ghostly pale, eyes ruined, posture twisted. Each stood about 3 meters tall, bulkier than any ordinary merman. They carried rusted swords and spears, dragging them across the ground. Han clenched his sword. Come on, then. The corrupted mermen charged, their cries piercing. Clang. Han blocked the swing of a massive axe, the blow rattling through his arms. He pushed back hard, spun around, and slashed clean through. The merman's top half flew into the air, spraying black blood and guts across the floor. Another came charging at Ialka. It slipped mid-step. Drastatus, she shouted. Magic flared. A burst of fire roared from her hands, engulfing the creature in flames. Its screams echoed, limbs twisting in the blaze. Keep your eyes open. Han barked. He launched forward again, blade drawn. One merman was lunging for Ialka. Han's sword met its neck, a clean slice. The head rolled away, severed. Another monster lunged, jaws wide. Han slashed its throat, then leapt into the air, spinning like a cyclone. He came down with precision, sword piercing through the chest of the last standing foe. The 5 corrupted mermen dropped, leaving only silence. But it didn't last. Corrupted mermen, level 42 times 7. More emerged from behind the pillars. Do we really have to wipe out every last one just to open that door? Han thought grimly. There was no shortcut. The dragon's water cannon fired again. A jet of pressure blasted against the temple walls. But the structure held. Nearby, Phriases held the key, calling out, Dear heroes, please. The water dragon turned its gaze toward her. So, it's the goddess's power. These pointless rules are starting to irritate me. It slithered up and coiled around the temple. In the end, it's all the same, the dragon hissed. That power of yours won't last forever. Let's see how long you can cling to hope. The temple was now completely encased. Elsewhere, mermaids scrambled around a shattered ship. They struck at a ruptured hole, trying to break it open. The propulsion system had exploded. Cadio inspected the damage. I can't fix this, she muttered. Even if the other boosters still work, if we go any faster, the mana core will collapse, like blowing into a balloon that's already leaking. A voice rang out. So what? We're just gonna die here. Ramen answered. Party one's handling the raid. Just hang in there. Another person yelled. Why haven't we heard anything from them? Adis replied. They're probably out of range. Don't panic. They're alive. I know it, but the shouting continued. How can we keep fighting like this when we don't even know if they're still breathing? Suddenly, a mermaid lunged and stabbed the man who was yelling. He dropped to the ground. Someone else struck the mermaid from behind and rushed to the fallen man. Hubert, come on, snap out of it. Use a potion. Another fighter, slashing with his sword while guarding himself with a shield, shouted, Roderick, get the injured to the cabins. Then someone came at him from below with a spear. You bastard, he yelled. A girl ran toward them, shouting. Just then, the man got stabbed in the chest with a spear. A dragon swooped down at the girl, but she managed to block the attack with her shield. Her hands were trembling. The deck was chaos. Everyone was battling to stay alive. Nearby, 3 little girls from Party 3 were crying. One of them yelled out, If you don't want to fight, then get out of the way. I'll take them all on myself. Velkis looked over at Nerissa. Didn't that kid use wind magic to speed up before? Nerissa, still fending off a mermaid, snapped. Yeah, on that same ship we were on. Use your brain. Velkis gulped down a potion and grinned. Feels like I've already killed 100 dragons. Good thing we're stocked. Mermaids were closing in on him. Velkis muttered, should have taken Han's sword. Mine's broken 3 times already, but I've still got spares. Nerissa glanced at him. Even if we've got supplies through the dimension portal, we can't keep this pace forever. Not without rest. While slashing a mermaid, Velkis tossed a potion to Kishasha. Catch! Kishasha caught it with one hand, while slaying a mermaid with the other. Rain poured from the sky. Lilani stood in the downpour, staring upward. Her thoughts drifted to a memory. The sun was setting. A cart rattled along a muddy path. She sat beside her father. The back of the cart was filled with apples. We didn't sell much today, Dad, she said softly. He sighed, yeah, we still got a lot left. Not much we can do. The apples spoiled from all this rain. Then he smiled. But thanks to our hard work, we'll still have enough to eat tomorrow. He handed her an apple. Nice weather gives me the drive to keep going, you know? Lilani beamed. I'll help more tomorrow. Her father smiled. Thanks, Lilani. Now, come on, let's get some dinner. Standing behind Velkis, Lilani murmured, The weather's beautiful today. I have to give it my all tomorrow. Her eyes scanned the battlefield. Her party stood around her. For a moment, memories of them flashed through her mind. Memories she wanted to carry into the fight ahead. Snapping back to reality, she whispered, If tomorrow's weather is like this. Her voice cracked. Dad, I'm hungry. Her body, broken and bloodied from the waist down, collapsed. She was gone, returned to the goddess's side. But her resolve, her will to fight, would linger forever. A blond man screamed, voice shaking, You damn black-haired bastard. You killed someone born from life itself. Die. Die! Die! He roared. Ryman stood nearby, watching all. Behind him, Lilani lay motionless. Roderick gripped his spear tight, rage seething inside him. The mermen charged in, their shrieks wild and frenzied. Nerissa cut them down one by one. Get out of our way, you freaks, she snarled. A wounded man sat bleeding, muttering, I'll kill them all, every last one. Beside him, another trembled. I can't keep going. Someone grabbed his shoulder, steadying him. Rest here. We got this. In another corner of the battlefield, a girl from Party 3 was trapped in a merman's grasp, its teeth sunk into her leg. Roderick stood still, memories of fallen comrades flooding back. He remembered one of them, grinning once, saying, What do you think? Not bad, huh? That man was now dead. Another had said, I've been running errands all day as a merchant, but I'm holding up. He was dead too. Then came Lilani's voice from what seemed like long ago, speaking on the 20th floor. Back then, it was Dyron. Now, it's Rosa. She trembled as she spoke. But someone like me still. Roderick narrowed his eyes. And then, he heard her voice again. Thank you, she had said, smiling. It's because you taught me the spear that I'm alive today. But now, her body was torn apart, lying lifeless on the blood-soaked ground. His rage exploded. Mermen surged forward, slashing and stabbing. A member of Part 2 had his arm severed. He collapsed. More mermaids came rushing at him, weapons ready. Roderick let out a roar. His spear flew, cutting through the wave of enemies. Blue blood splattered. He lunged forward, tearing through them all. Lilani's body remained still. Adis and Cadio stood stunned, watching him lose himself in the battle. Roderick kept moving. More enemies fell before him. He gripped his spear tighter, his voice breaking into a cry. Elsewhere, Han and Alula were locked in combat. A merman shrieked, swinging its weapon wildly. Clang! Han parried with his sword. In a flash, he drew his dagger and drove it deep into the creature's eye. He felt it, twisting through the brain. The beast dropped, lifeless. Blood poured from Han's wounds. His health was fading fast. He looked up. Ialka was setting enemies ablaze. Her dress was torn, blood trickling down her side. I'm fine, she yelled back. I told you. If it gets too dangerous, fall back. Han said firmly, I'm on it. Ialka responded, Corrupted Merman, level 43. 10 of them. Third wave incoming. Han tossed a recovery potion to Ialka, and she caught it midair. Are you sure about this? She asked. I still have 2 more. We can manage, Han replied, then asked, What about the mana potions? Only 1 left. Ialka answered. Keep it. We don't know how many more waves are coming, he said, before charging toward the mermaids. The mermaids lunged at him as Ialka unleashed fire magic behind him, setting their path ablaze. Han thought, it would have been easier if the whole party was here, but there's no point in regrets now. He steadied himself, then slashed, beheading a mermaid and taking down 3 in 1 stroke. As he fought, he began recognizing their attack rhythm. There's a pattern. I could take them down using the least effort possible. His body moved instinctively while his mind refined the strategy. But he was covered in cuts, blood pouring from every wound. He gritted his teeth. Now bleeding out, his health was draining. Round 4. Corrupted Merman, level 43. 13 of them. Holes burst open along the walls. More enemies spilled into the chamber. Corpses began stacking at his feet, but so did his injuries. They were already drained from the underwater fight. With just the 2 of them, coordinated tactics were out of the question. And with each round, the enemy count kept climbing. Han considered activating Berserk mode. No, the backlash is brutal. I can only use it 3 times. And if this dungeon resets, we might have to do this 4 more times. Down to his last potion, he hurled the empty bottle at a creature's face. It flinched. Han dashed in and struck it down. He moved to slice another, but was intercepted mid-swing by a spear-wielding merman. Han ducked, narrowly dodging the thrust, then countered, splitting the merman in 2. Another hit him from behind, sending him flying. As he hit the ground, the enemy advanced. He clenched his jaw, blood dripping, an empty mana potion rolling across the floor. Suddenly, flames erupted, engulfing the merman in an inferno. Han shielded his face from the blaze. When the fire cleared, he opened his eyes. All the mermen had burned away. Standing amid the scorched battlefield was Ialka, one hand bloodied, eyes glowing an eerie blue. She was in a state of magical overdrive. Han's eyes widened. Mana surge? Ialka, stop, he shouted, but it was too late. The next wave was already arriving. Round 5. Corrupted Merman, level 45. 18 enemies. A merman's harpoon snapped as Han surged forward. He weaved through the attacks, blade carving through one creature's shoulder and tearing down its body. He leapt into the air, cleaving another clean in half, and slashing across a 3rd shoulder. They were closing in from all sides, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Han raised his sword high into the air. Ialka was barely hanging on, her condition critical, her life slipping away. Enemies charged from all sides, and Han fought through them one by one, cutting them down as he pushed forward. He broke into a sprint toward Ialka. The creatures swarmed like ants, closing in. "Hey, you bastards!" Han roared. "Don't you have any damn conscience?" The final gate had appeared, and now it was nearly fully open. Merman bodies covered the floor, too many to count, and Han stood exhausted among them all. Ialka looked up weakly. "You did it," she said. Han slid his sword back into its scabbard and staggered toward her. His reflection shimmered faintly in the blood on the floor. Ialka's hands were burned, but she smiled. A blade was still lodged in her chest. "Was I helpful?" she asked softly, leaning against the wall, barely upright. Han stepped in front of her, pulling out a potion and uncorking it. Ialka gave him a gentle smile. "It's okay. Isn't that the last one?" He glanced at the broken bottle beside them. "You must be mistaken," he said. "There's still one left." He tried to pour the potion in her mouth, but it spilled onto her lap, soaking her dress. "What a waste," she whispered. "Don't worry," Han said quickly. "There are other ways." Ialka looked down and smiled faintly. "Liar," she said. Han threw the empty bottle aside. Ialka rested her head against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Tears began to fall. "I don't regret it," she whispered. "I was the one who chose to come here." "Don't talk like this is the end," Han replied. "I told you we'll figure it out. Have I ever lied to you?" She tried to lift her head. Blood had soaked into his shoulder. Still, she smiled. Her hand rose shakily. She looked into his eyes. "I was helpful, eh?" Han sat in front of her, his hands trembling. "You were," he said, voice breaking. He looked down, unable to speak, then looked back up. "I'm sorry for all the times I was too hard on you." His voice cracked. He looked like he was about to cry. Ialka smiled through her tears. She lifted her hand again, gently touched his face. "Idiot," she whispered, and just like that, her hand dropped. Her eyes closed forever. She returned to the goddess. Her courage and spirit would be remembered for eternity. Han stood still, expression blank. Then he bit down on his lip, lowered his head, and trembled. Through clenched teeth, he said, "I admit it. I underestimated this world." In Ialka's fading eyes, he was reflected. "I never knew failure. Everything I did always worked." Han gently closed Ialka's eyes with his hand. "I thought it was okay to stray off course since I knew everything, but I was wrong. This wasn't your fault. It was mine." He turned away and started walking. "I brought Ialka into this party out of stubbornness. I forced it. The fire-breathing water dragon, the burning ship, everything up to this moment. It's all on me." The temple ceiling trembled above him. Han gripped the hilt of his sword. He lifted it and unleashed berserk mode. The feeling, I haven't felt it in so long. That emptiness. The way nothing matters anymore. Not even the consequences. All that remained was the need to kill what stood before him. Even in berserk mode, tears ran down his face. A massive wave slammed into the ship. Mermaids clung to its edges. Phreasis, holding the key, lost her balance from the force of the wave. The key slipped from her grip, and as it fell, the goddess, once shining bright, lost her blessing. The dragon looked toward the fading light of the goddess. Mermaids broke into the temple from the same path the heroes had taken earlier. Jenna fired her arrows, eliminating every mermaid that burst through. But more kept coming. She turned to run. Then came a sound. The ceiling cracked apart. The dragon descended, roaring, "Die, all of you!" Jenna sprinted across the floor, the dragon behind her. She screamed Han's name. Suddenly, her injured ankle gave out, but she managed to roll and narrowly dodged the dragon's strike. She drew her bow and aimed at the beast. The arrow snapped on impact. Jenna's eyes widened. Immunity? Is it because there's no water in here? She loosed multiple arrows, each one ineffective. How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing inside the corridor, where its immunity holds? Meanwhile, Han stepped toward the final gate. It stood wide open. Wave 7. Corrupted Merman. Level 47. 27 enemies. Han faced the gate head-on, and the mermaids came charging at him. Han noticed something odd. The enemy forces were growing stronger and more numerous, even though they were deep within another part of the temple. But instead of panicking, he flipped the thought on its head. "It doesn't matter," he muttered, red light gleaming in his eyes. The mermaid screamed and charged at him. Han clenched his jaw. He wasn't going to hesitate anymore. No matter what stands in my way, no matter how many come, I'll wipe them all out. At that moment, chaos had already spread across the teams. Party 1, 2 injured, 1 dead. Party 2, 3 wounded, 1 dead. Party 3, 2 hurt, 3 down. Party 4, just 1 bleeding. Party 5, 2 injured, 2 fallen. That wraps it up for today. Sadly, we've lost our beloved Ialka. It's heartbreaking to see her fall like this. As the mermaids charged at Han, yelling. All of them came at once, but Han stood his ground, blocking every strike. His eyes shone bright red. He stepped forward and swung his blade. Mermaids fell in chunks, one after another. With a series of relentless slashes, he cleared the area. Han spun to the side and growled. Next. Another enemy lunged at him. He slashed its throat clean through. Again, he said, next. Suddenly, one crept up behind him. Han ducked, cut its hands off, and spun around. Another hurled an axe. Han caught it midair and threw it back. The weapon buried itself in the creature's head, black blood spraying everywhere. More kept coming. One snuck up. Han sliced it down in a single strike. Another rushed in. He leaped into the air, vanishing from view. The mermaid looked around in confusion. From above, Han descended like a blade of fury, gripping his sword tight. He struck down in a sweeping arc, eliminating every mermaid in sight with one brutal blow. A system notification flashed. Berserk's skill has exceeded system limits. Adjusting level. Han's appearance twisted into something monstrous. A new message popped up. Skill awakened. Berserk, level up X2. Berserk has reached max level, level 10. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Jenna was sprinting through the massive structure. This place is never-ending, she muttered under her breath. She opened a door and froze. It was the same room where Han and Ialka had fought off the first mermaid wave. Her eyes scanned the battlefield. She whispered, Ialka, as she spotted her lifeless body. Back in the battle-worn chamber, the mermaids were still coming for Han. Blood ran from his wounds, but he kept dodging and pushing forward. Notification. Bleeding has intensified. HP will drop periodically. Han glanced down. The side wound, it's getting worse, he muttered but clenched his teeth. I'm not going down yet. Just then, a system message flashed. Skill awakened. Pain tolerance has leveled up. Now, level 7. A mermaid lunged with a spear. Han sidestepped and darted ahead. Notification. Pain tolerance leveled up. Now level 8. He soared into the air and brought his blade crashing down, slicing the mermaid like it was nothing. Next, limbs. Everything was cut clean. He pushed through, red light blazing in his eyes. Notification. Composure skill limit exceeded. Readjusting level. Skill awakened. Composure leveled up 3 times. Now level 10. Han tore through the swarm, leaving no survivors. Notification. Composure has reached max level. Another wave of mermaids charged. Han sprinted right into them. Leaping high, he crashed down, sword cleaving through every target in range. Skill awakened. Indomitability has leveled up. Now level 4. Fueled by rage, he swept through them all. His sword glowed crimson, sparks flying as he charged the final wave. Elsewhere, in the distant region of Niflheim, a mage paused. Sweat ran down her temple. Master, there was a mermaid, but his eyes were glowing red. Her vision blurred. The mermaid circled Han, but he stood firm. Suddenly, his blade spun in a complete arc. Every mermaid in range dropped instantly. Notification. Master Han's soul is in turbulence. He looked like a monster now. On the outer channel, a voice came through from another room. That was the 3rd chamber. The door leads to the next one. I couldn't find the key. Looks like I have to clear all 5 rooms, no matter which path I choose. They stepped toward the next room. The floor was littered with mermaid corpses. Notification. Pain tolerance leveled up twice. Now, level 10. Pain tolerance has reached max level. Skill evolved. New skill. Battle speed. Level 1. Han took a long breath, worn out, but still standing. Inside the temple's 4th chamber, 3 massive statues loomed. Their torsos were human, but their lower halves twisted into serpentine coils. Glowing stones were embedded in their chests, and each held a deadly spear. Han stepped forward. Notification. Monster Wave, Round 9. Guardian Golems, level 50 times 3. One statue slowly raised its spear, aiming straight at him. Han tightened his grip around his blade, now transformed into a longsword. Notification. Han has entered a state of exhaustion. All stats reduced by 90%. He stood still, face shadowed, not a word spoken. His thoughts drifted back. He remembered standing before Ialka. I know you can use fire magic. What about teleportation? Any support spells? Ialka chuckled, covering her mouth. Support magic? That's for turret mages. What I got is pure firepower. I warned you, if I ever showed you my real magic, you'd all be stunned. The memory dimmed. Another surfaced during training. Ialka and Han are running side by side. This is ridiculous, Ialka complained, gasping. Why is someone of my rank doing this? I use brains, not brawn. Han didn't miss a beat. Then stick to potatoes. Meat's for people who move. Panting, Ialka shot back. Using food as a weapon now? How cheap. Then came the memory of the coat. Han handed it to her with a quiet smile. You said you wanted this, didn't you? Ialka hugged it close. Trying to bribe me? So indecent. Flames flickered as the memory shifted again. Ialka training. A green aura swirled around her hand. While you were off on your mission, she said. I trained too. Lifting her fan with grace, she added, and don't forget, I was only on vacation. The genius mage is back. I bet you noticed something missing while I was gone. The flame around her burst higher. Back in the present, Han activated indomitability and took his stance. Ialka's annoyed expression flashed in his mind. Idiot, she had said. He clenched his teeth. Notification. Skills Berserk and Composure have fused into a new ability. The flames swirled into a perfect circle, then cracked. Notification. Han has unlocked new skill. Exceed level 1. A blue aura erupted around him, power surging like a transformation. Energy wrapped around him in waves. The 3 guardian golems charged all at once. Han didn't back down. His eyes were no longer red. They blazed violet. He shot forward and caught a golem spear with his bare strength. The weapon shattered. The entire arm crumbled into dust. Cracks spread across the golem's body until it collapsed completely. One after another, the giant golems were reduced to rubble. Han stood, sword in hand, surrounded by a glowing blue light. Purple energy pulsed from his wounds, from his chest down to his legs. Every gash radiated with power. He lifted his head. His body was trembling, but he held firm. I won't fall, he growled. Eyes locked forward, his fury burned bright. Notification. Skills Exceed, Indomitability, and Battle Speed are synchronizing. A new effect is being added to Exceed. Light exploded from within him. Han stood in the center of the glow. He thought to himself, I'm almost there. He heard the dragon's voice echo through the chaos. You cowards. Where are you hiding? Han kept moving forward, gritting his teeth. Just a little more. I have to push through this. The dragon roared again. I'll find you. Han crept forward carefully. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship, 3 party members stood frozen. Kishasha and Lackery stared in horror. The severed head of one of their comrades was clenched between a mermaid's teeth. Lackery collapsed to her knees. The mermaid stood before her, their glowing red eyes locked onto the grisly trophy. No! Lackery screamed. Tears streamed down her face as she lunged at the mermaid. Suddenly, a dragon swooped down and clamped its jaws around her. Lackery, Kishasha cried out in terror. The dragon dove into the sea with her. Somebody help her, Kishasha yelled. At that exact moment, Velkis launched himself off the ship and plunged into the water. As he descended, he drew his sword. Blood swirled around him, and then a notification appeared. Lackery has returned to the goddess's embrace. Her warrior spirit shall be honored forever. Velkis clenched his fists. She's gone. A dragon rushed in from behind, but before it could strike, Velkis turned and slashed it to pieces. Another notification flashed. Velkis Savage has reached level 4. New title unlocked, Dragon Slayer. A crimson light burst out from him. Now surrounded by mermaids, sharks, and dragons, Velkis shouted, Fine, I'll take you all down. Back on deck, Roderick was in the middle of battle. He split a mermaid in half with his spear, then spun around. But another mermaid blindsided him, slicing through his legs. He was hurled to the edge of the ship. She grabbed his fallen spear as he stared at her with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, 2 party members leaped in and took her out. We're done here. Ryman shouted. Everyone fall back to the cabin. Another member echoed him. Retreat. Move now. One guy who was healing blinked, confused. What? He looked up and spotted someone hiding nearby. You're already healed. Why are you just sitting there? The fat guy muttered. I'm not going back out there. That'd be suicide. Meanwhile, another wounded party member, his arm severed, ran past. Where's Miguel? He shouted. A bald man replied grimly. He's gone. Miguel's body lay lifeless nearby. They've overrun the deck. Get to the cabin now, the bald man warned. A girl called out. We're all in. Where do we go from here? Suddenly, 3 mermaids crashed down in front of them. Adis and Cadio froze. Cadio quickly backed up, raised a staff, cast a spell to block the incoming spear, and yelled, Head 1 more floor down. Phriasis clutched the key tightly, her thoughts racing. What is happening? Suddenly, a mermaid charged straight at her. But before it could reach her, Adis appeared out of nowhere and sliced off its head. Get back, she yelled to Phriasis. Out of nowhere, a spear struck Adis in the left shoulder. At the entrance, 4 more mermaids stood blocking the way. We're surrounded, the white-haired girl shouted. My weapon's broken, the fat guy panicked. Ryman snapped. Then use your dagger. Throw it, stab with it. Just do something to slow them down. Frustrated, he barked. We need to find a way out. Clear a path. Adis, gripping her dagger. On, what are you doing? Hurry. A notification flashed. Hubert is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. Adis closed her eyes, trying to steady herself. Then another alert appeared. Gerald is bleeding. His health will drop steadily over time. She shouted Han's name again. Another alert. Roderick has returned to the goddess's embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity. Meanwhile, at the temple, a blue glow filled the room. At the top, Nestled among glowing purple crystals sat the second key, a goblet adorned with a brilliant blue gem. Han stood before it. Then, triple warning notification. Danger alert. Han gripped his sword tightly. Monster wave, final round. Ancient Guardian, level 61. He took position. This is the second boss. One shot. That's all I've got left. Suddenly, the temple dome cracked open. A dragon burst through, snarling, "I'll kill you." At the same time, the Guardian stepped forward, ready to strike. Han readied himself, gripping the sword with both hands. This is it. I won't think about what happens next. Blood dripped from his wounds as a purple glow lit up around him. Notification. Han is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. Both the dragon and the Guardian charged in. Another notification appeared. Skill awakening. Han's body, sword unity, and power strike have fused. His eyes lit up with a deep purple hue. New skill acquired. Destructive sword spirit. Level 1. With everything he had, Han swung his sword toward both the dragon and the ancient golem. Now, Han was barely standing. Jenna and Velkist were bleeding out. Ialka was already gone. Cadio was injured. From Party 2, Adis was wounded. Roderick had fallen. 2 more members were badly hurt. Lilani was dead. And in Party 3, only Kishasha remained. All 4 from the first group were gone. In the 4th party, 1 had fallen, and the rest were barely hanging on, bleeding out. Over in the 5th, 2 were down, but still breathing. 3 hadn't made it. Han's sword struck the dragon's scales with a deafening clang, the sound echoing through the cavern. Suddenly, a soft chime rang out. Water God's blessing had triggered. His blow was instantly intercepted by an unseen barrier, and another alert popped up. The monster is immune to specific attacks. Standing firm, sword still raised, Han faced the dragon. His teeth clenched. Blue energy crackled around him, his eyes glowing fiercely. He narrowed his gaze, haunted by echoes of Ryman and the others yelling in his mind. That fury, the helplessness, it all surged at once. With a roar, Han poured everything into his next swing. The blade struck true. The dragon's bones shattered, flesh disintegrating into mist and ash. In mere seconds, the colossal beast crumbled into a pile of remains. A new notification flashed. Water God's blessing bypassed. High-strength barrier ignored. Golem's defense shattered. It was over. The dragon was defeated. Han stood there, gasping for breath. His berserk state faded, and blood spilled from his mouth. He staggered forward, body trembling, eyes dimming. He reached for the goblet, hand shaking, vision warping into a haze. Then darkness took him, and he collapsed, face first into the cold, rippling water. The silence broke with a voice shouting, "Han! Han!" His heavy eyelids flickered open. Jenna was beside him, sobbing, her voice frantic. "Wake up! What are you doing?" Han blinked, struggling to make out her face. "Jenna," he murmured. His voice was barely a breath. He spotted the goblet near her. "You got the key," he said. Jenna nodded through tears. "What about you?" she choked out. Han gave a faint smile. "I don't think I'm going to make it." Her eyes widened, panic rising. "Stop it. Don't talk like that." He met her gaze gently. "I'm sorry for all the lies." Jenna's expression crumpled. She yanked out a healing potion, tried to pour it into his mouth, but his lips wouldn't budge. Her hands shook with frustration. With no choice, she drank it herself, pressed her lips to his, and pushed the potion into him. She pulled back, her face flushed, but her eyes burned with resolve. Wiping her mouth, she growled, "If you die, I'm never forgiving you. You were the one who told me to find the right people if I wanted to survive. So live, Han. Don't quit now." Han's eyes flickered as they locked onto the fabric in Jenna's hands. That's Ialka's dress, he realized. Jenna, focused and resolute, drank from the mermaid tears, desperately trying to keep him alive. Then, without hesitation, she started pushing him upward, fighting to get him to the surface. Below them, the temple sank deeper into the ocean. Han's gaze fell on Ialka's fading silhouette, her body slowly drifting down with the water dragons. His chest tightened. "I knew this could happen," he thought bitterly, "but that doesn't make it easier." Jenna continued to swim, struggling with Han's weight. The oxygen meter ticked down 39%. Han stole one last glance at the vanishing form of Ialka before looking up at Jenna, still clawing toward the surface. This wasn't how I wanted it to end, he thought. The vast, empty sea around him swallowed sound, and he felt the crushing isolation. I may never see her again. Then, Han's eyes shot open. He was back, in a bed, in town. Pain throbbed through his body, but he was alive. He raised his hands, checking for wounds. "I made it," he muttered. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. I wish it had hurt more, he thought grimly. No scars, no marks, nothing to reflect what he'd just lost. The room was cold and silent. Isel passed by with a cart and stopped in her tracks. Oh, Loki, she gasped. You're awake. Thank goodness. I thought you weren't going to make it. Han sat up slowly, each muscle stiff. I'm fine, he replied, voice low and hollow. He had the cart beside her. What's all that? Isel nodded toward it. They're things. The master said to put them in storage. There's not much, just belongings from about 8 people. The rest didn't make it back. Han's stare hardened. How many died? Isel's face fell. Her voice dropped. 13. Han's breath caught. 13. The words felt heavy on his tongue. That many. He turned toward her, expression darkening. More than half the force gone, just like that. Isel gave a small nod, her face pale. Should we take these to the check room? She asked softly. Han didn't answer right away. His eyes lowered to the floor. 13 lives, he thought. And soon, no one will even remember their names. His jaw clenched. Even a check room can only hold so much. A nearby voice cut through the silence. Isn't it unfair? Someone muttered bitterly. Only third-floor members get to store their stuff. Another man stepped forward, eyes sunken with exhaustion. Ryman and I are the only ones left from Party 4. Party 5, barely anyone made it. He stopped, swallowing the lump in his throat. I keep seeing him lying there, motionless on the ship. He looked at Han, his voice thick with grief. He died right at the end. That kid from Party 5. He could have lived if he'd just held on a little longer. The man's voice faltered. He worked harder than anyone. Said he'd become strong enough to win girls over. He gently opened a small pendant. Inside was an old, worn photograph. A smiling couple with a young boy between them. No woman's going to cry for him, he whispered. But when the new ones arrive, I'll tell them about him. About how no one was braver or cooler than that kid. He placed the necklace onto the cart with care, his movements slow and deliberate. I need to hold on to something. If I don't, who else will? His hand lingered on the cart for a moment, heavy with grief. Han turned to Isel. Don't toss anything that doesn't fit. Not yet. Isel looked at him, surprised. But the check room's full. Ask the master to upgrade it, Han said, his voice firm. She raised a brow. An upgrade? That's a waste of resources. Han shook his head. As it is, it's useless. Just a storage box. It should mean more than that. Isel studied him, then gave a quiet nod. All right. As Han began to walk off, he added, you both did well. Since the master saw everything. Party 4 might get access to the 3rd floor too. Ramen watched him go. I used to think he was cold, he murmured. But maybe there's more to him than I thought. The other man managed a weary smile. Come on, let's finish up. I'll handle the cart. Somewhere deeper in the building, for candles flickered in silence. Kishasha from Party 3 leaned against a wall, her shoulders shaking. Her voice trembled. That wasn't how a hero should die, she said. Her hands balled into fists. You all left me behind. Tears streamed freely down her cheeks. Her gaze rose, and there stood Han, alive and whole. I wasn't strong enough, she whispered. They believed in me, and I couldn't protect them. Han opened his mouth, but she started talking. It's okay, she said softly, looking at him through glistening eyes. I don't blame you. You saved who you could. She turned toward the small mementos left behind by her team. I was the one who chose to follow your lead. Her voice faded. Let me stay here for a bit. I want to be with them, even if it's just through what's left behind. Nearby, a coat lay folded, beside an ornate fan and a small fox-shaped trinket. Narissa, Velkist, and Jenna stood near the display. As Han approached, Velkist glanced over. You're up, he said. The others turned. Velkist gave a half-hearted shrug. The archer wants us to hold a funeral, he muttered. I'd rather get back to training. Narissa jabbed him hard with her elbow. You thick-headed fool. Velkist shot Han a blank stare. Why do you look so miserable? You're not a god. People die. He gave a casual shrug. If we let ourselves fall apart every time, we'd never move forward. Then added, honestly, the mage would probably tell us to get stronger instead. Jenna clenched her fist, frustration flickering in her gaze. Just one day. That's all I want. She fought with us, protected us. Doesn't that deserve a day? Velkist faltered, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. I didn't mean it like that. Jenna stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Han's shoulder. Come on. You know she was waiting for you. Velkist muttered, his tone sour. The dead don't wait. Narissa slammed a fist into his gut. You seriously need to shut up. Han's thoughts churned. If I were the master, I could watch her videos, look at her art. But he wasn't. He was just the hero. Han and Jenna stood in front of Yalka's things. It's hard, Jenna said quietly. Now, only her stuff is left. Han nodded. Isel told me. If we max out the check room, we'll be able to watch MVP clips without needing the replay stream. But by then, we might forget what she even looked like. Jenna's gaze sharpened. I won't forget. It's the least I can do, as someone still alive. She handed him a folded letter. This is her will. I think you should read it first. Han hesitated. You sure? I'm sure, Jenna said. She wrote it right before we hit the 20th floor. Han's eyes narrowed. He turned. Isel, you haven't cleared out Yalka's room yet, have you? Of course not, Isel replied instantly. Han stepped inside. The walls were filled with scribbles. Books and scrolls lay in every corner. He looked around in quiet awe. She really gave it her all, studied magic here and in the halls. He stared at the unfamiliar symbols. I couldn't understand any of this before, but her research helped increase the hero's reaction level. Now no hero is left in the dark. He slowly sat down. Ialka, what did you want to show me? He unfolded the letter. Ialka's letter. Can I even call this a will? Wills are for people who plan to die. That's not me. I'm not dying. So this is just stuff. Stuff I wanted to say. Not like anyone's gonna read it. Hey, Han. Han's eyes widened. You stupid jerk. Just go die already. I've hated you since day one. Always breathing down my neck, always nagging. I was raised like a princess, adored, spoiled rotten. And then you come barging in, treating me like a soldier. I swear, one day I'm gonna get back at you. You'll regret ever messing with a genius mage like me. Han's hands trembled. A small laugh slipped out. She really hasn't changed. Still, try to be nice, okay? I'm waiting for you, you clueless idiot. Han whispered, I'm coming. Isel, he called. She appeared silently behind him. Yes. Han stared at the empty bed. Can dead heroes? I already know the answer, he thought. Dead heroes don't come back. I'm a ranker. I know the system too well. Isel looked at him with calm certainty. She can come back, she said. Han froze. His eyes widened. What? Hearing Isel's response, Han turned to her with a puzzled look. What do you mean by that? He asked. Isel gestured toward the path ahead and explained calmly. If you reach the 100th floor, she can come back. That's when the shattered world will be restored. She spread her arms wide and added, the heroes won't remember anything from before, but they'll get to live new lives in that new world. Han stared at her, stunned. You're not joking, are you? He said. Isel nodded. That's what our leader told us. Han paused, silently turning over her words in his head. Maybe, just maybe it was true. Then Isel asked if she could return to her task. Han gave a small nod, and in an instant, she disappeared. Meanwhile, the master logged in to pick me up. A welcome message popped up as he began setting up new structures. A prompt appeared asking him to choose a facility. He selected the check room. Another message followed. Check room level 3 selected. Would he like to place it in the current building? He hit yes. The check room shimmered in a soft blue glow, and a countdown started. A system note appeared. Higher level facilities require more materials, and heroes can't access them while upgrades are underway. At the same time, Han sealed a letter into an envelope, lifting his gaze for a moment. The master then accessed the gift shop. He spent 5,000 gold on a warhorse, 3,000 on a flower crown, and 1,000 on a necklace. Without hesitation, Han combined the 3 items. After confirming the combination, a new statue began to form. The fusion completed. He had received the Morning Warhorse statue as a gift. Adjusting his glasses, Han looked closely at the statue, a faint smile on his lips. He wondered if Morning was a tribute to the game's first generation of heroes. He stepped outside, lost in thought. As Loki, he'd never done anything like this before. Back then, heroes who died were nothing more than broken tools to him. As he passed Yala's room, a voice called out to the master. It was Urnith. I'm here, he replied. She sounded relieved. I'm glad you're safe. Han sighed. Things got a little chaotic, but I did level up. I can feel how much stronger you've become, Urnith said gently. Then she asked him to return to Nibelheimer. She didn't want to see him like that again. Han scoffed. You really think I'm going to run away now? She tried to speak again, but he cut her off sharply. Don't ever say something like that again. Urnith apologized, her voice soft. It's just too dangerous. Han's sword appeared in a flash, as Urnith added that even Bifrost wouldn't be much help now. Despite the mission's outward success, she said it was a failure in truth. If Han had no intention of returning to Nibelheimer, then maybe she offered they could send heroes from there to assist in Tonia. Han's expression hardened at the suggestion. Urnith insisted. Let them handle the tower assault while Han stayed out of harm's way. That's nonsense, Han shot back. Holding up the newly acquired statue, he explained that Tonia wasn't strong enough to support Nibelheimer's heroes. To get 6-star warriors, they need to push into the mid-levels of the tower first. Even so, Urnith countered they could send promising lower-tier recruits, if nothing else. Han frowned. Do you really think my master would just accept help with no strings attached? He set the statue back on the shelf. One mistake is all it takes to die. No second tries. That goes for all 5 of us. Urnith's eyes widened at his words. Han lowered his gaze. None of us has ever failed a mission. Not once. And I'm bound by that same rule. He made it clear. The heroes in Tonia had to grow stronger, even if it meant many wouldn't survive. Still, he swore to them that he'd climb the tower himself. Urnith lowered her head. We'll wait for the day you reach the top. Han told himself he'd lock away his memories, burying them so deep they'd never rise again. Back at the training ground, Velkist was battling a swarm of training dummies. With swift strikes, he hacked off one dummy's head and arm, then tore through another. Breathing hard, he approached Han. "I thought you said I could rest," he said. Still winded, Velkist called it a light workout. He had picked up a new skill, one that could be useful in most situations. It was called Dragon Extinction, a passive ability that raised resistance to all dragon-related status effects. It also gave a +1 boost to all stats and activated automatically during fights against dragons. Han realized Velkist had fused his abilities. "When did that happen?" he asked. Velkist recalled it occurred during an underwater fight against fish-like monsters. In the middle of the chaos, Dragon Slayer and Bleeding Resistance had merged into Dragon Extinction. Han noted that while Velkist had lost bleeding resistance in the process, the trade-off might have made him even harder to kill. The skill was dragon-specific, sure, but Han figured it'd pay off in the future. Just then, Narissa walked up and let Han know the others had arrived. She gave him a quick look and said she had something urgent to share, something about the First Law. But before she could say more, someone called out Han's name. All three turned to see Adis heading their way. She told Han to come with her to Party 2's training hall. As he followed, he called back over his shoulder that he'd return soon. Narissa stood there, arms folded, saying nothing. Velkist glanced at her and said it was nice that every party had its own training hall, but he didn't have enough people to properly train with. He added that he wanted to spar with Han someday. Inside Party 2's hall, Han immediately noticed how empty it felt. Adis stopped and told him morale had been low since Leilani's death. Then, without warning, she drew her dagger and told him to draw his sword. She dropped into a stance, ready for combat, and shouted for him to fight. Han pulled out his sword and motioned toward the ring, suggesting they take it there. Adis shook her head. She knew she'd lose, and she didn't want anyone watching their leader fall. Han told her to take it seriously. If she stepped in already expecting defeat, she'd never win. His stats flickered into view, all maxed out. Adis charged in first. Han caught the attack cleanly and noticed her technique had evolved. It was more complex now, harder to read. She leapt back, pulled out a bow, and fired. Han sliced the arrow out of the air. Her speed and aim were sharper than ever. Then she switched weapons again, wielding a dagger in her left hand as she launched another flurry. Han blocked both strikes at once. That's when it hit him. In terms of base stats, there wasn't a gap between them anymore. She was born a 3-star, and he'd clawed his way up from 1 star, but they stood on equal ground. Adis kept changing her rhythm, adapting mid-fight with skill after skill. She was unpredictable, and it made the duel tough. Then she pushed harder, activating several skills at once and striking with both hands. Han parried again. She called out his past victories, slaying the black dragon on the 20th floor, defeating the water dragon in a recent mission. Han warned her, if she kept going, she might regret it. Steel crashed against steel, sparks bursting with every blow. Then Han activated his Exceed state. His hair turned white, his eyes lit up, and every stat jumped through the roof. Only his stamina remained unreadable. Adis shifted her stance and stepped back. Han didn't hesitate. He pressed forward, remembering how Adis, for all her emotion, always became cold and precise on the battlefield. That mix of instinct and control had kept her alive through it all. As the fight continued, Adis did her best to dodge and defend, barely keeping up with Han's relentless attacks. She was sweating now, pushed her limit. Han could see it clearly. She had grown stronger not because she was gifted, but because she had once been powerless. Her will to survive had driven her to this point. With one powerful strike, Han knocked her dagger clean from her hand. Gripping his blade with both hands, Han activated Destructive Sword Spirit and unleashed a devastating blow. The force of it ripped through the air, sending a shockwave that exploded forward. Adis hit the ground hard, her eyes wide in disbelief as the impact rocked the entire area. A blinding white light flashed behind a nearby building, followed by a deafening crash that left a massive crater in its wake. Dust and debris filled the air. Adis sat near the crater's edge, stunned. She stared at the destruction, overwhelmed, and admitted it. There was no way she could have won. Han remained standing, sword still in hand. Adis trembled, fists clenched tight. She couldn't understand why she'd come up short. She finally spoke, saying she had promised herself she wouldn't lose anyone else. But now she realized such a vow had been nothing more than a desperate hope. Lilani wouldn't be the last. She mentioned Anand and Bennick. Both were devastated, but with time, they'd recover. Roderick, though, he was broken. They had found him in the check room, knees to the ground, hand against the glass. Not a single word since. Adis admitted he was worse off than anyone else, maybe too far gone. Without him, Party 2 was finished. Lowering her head, she confessed she no longer knew what to do. She apologized to Han, knowing none of this was his fault. Sitting there, face to the ground, she admitted that even after losing Ialka, their only elemental mage, she still didn't know who to blame or where to direct the anger. Han turned away. As he walked off, the white in his hair faded back to black. His mind drifted to Ialka's death and the heavy toll it had taken on Party 2. Party 3 was already gone. Those who had shown promise, all wiped out. Then he heard it. The glass encasing the fallen heroes began to crack. Han stopped and looked around. The lobby itself was falling apart. Han looked around and took in a state of the lobby. Since the last raid, the number of members had climbed to 130, new recruits included. But only half of them were actually training. The second floor felt empty, and the third floor squad hadn't raided in a while. The whole place felt drained, barely hanging on. Those who still cared were on the brink of collapse, and the rest? They'd probably walk away soon enough. That's when Isel showed up. She froze, eyes widening at the sight of the blood on Han's clothes. "What kind of training were you doing?" she asked. Han slid his glowing green sword back into its sheath. "You've seen this kind of training before," he replied calmly. Then he looked at her. "What do you have for me?" She got straight to it. Someone had started uploading raid footage online, but nothing from the 35th floor. Han raised an eyebrow. The 35th floor, the place where they'd suffered heavy losses. Any footage from there would cause a stir. Isel raised her hand and summoned a small screen with her fairy magic, opening a YouTube page belonging to someone named Enid. The name alone set Han on edge. As he scrolled through the video thumbnails, his expression darkened. Their missions, their daily struggles, it was all being broadcast. The game didn't care about privacy. It was content now. He figured the master must have been collecting raid feeds or capturing behind-the-scenes moments to make these videos. He continued watching, this time to see what he could learn. The channel had picked up serious momentum. Some clips from the 15th and 20th floor had racked up over 300,000 views. The footage was sharp, full of top-tier heroes and pets, and edited with a surprisingly professional touch, despite clearly being a side project. Isel agreed. She thought the master would be completely useless, but apparently, they weren't half bad at this. Han checked the comments. Reactions were split. Some praised the production, others admired the lobby. A few commenters acted arrogant, claiming they didn't need the master. And then there were the trolls, mocking the master, calling them worthless, even ridiculing the glow stick. Isel scoffed at the hate. "Idiots," she muttered. "They're just jealous they don't have someone like you." Han didn't completely disagree. The master had their flaws, sure, but they weren't always wrong. The real issue was they couldn't intervene in missions. But then again, maybe there were other ways. His mind started working. A blueprint began to form, a tactical post. A small, glowing blue structure that could let the master support them during raids, but only in limited ways. Han understood its power and its danger. A tool like that could help or backfire completely. Isel opened her mouth. "To be honest," she began. But Han wasn't listening. He was already somewhere else, deep in thought. Han pictured it clearly. Heroes huddled around a treasure chest, unaware of the enemies lurking nearby, and a guiding presence, unseen but essential, pointing them toward victory. He knew too well how a careless master could doom an entire raid. That's why he never brought it up before. But now, curiosity got the better of him. He turned to Isel. "What's the deal with the tactical post?" Before she could respond, she hurled a handful of colorful confetti-like sparks right into his face. A system alert flashed across his vision. Han had been promoted. He was now the vice master of Tonia. Isel popped on a pair of ridiculous clown glasses and began cheering like it was a festival. "Congrats, Vice Master Han." The system message elaborated. The vice master held the master's authority in their absence. They were responsible for managing the lobby, commanding raids, and even pushing the system's limits. A second in command with near-complete control. Han calmly brushed the paper scraps off his uniform. "So I'm guessing hero reaction research just hit max level." Isel nodded excitedly. "Yep, that mage kid made it happen. In just 2 days. I still don't get how it was even possible." Another window appeared. Hero reaction research, level 10. Han allowed himself a small smile. He thought of Ialka, who used to spend sleepless nights solving problems like this. It was a rare warm memory in the middle of everything else. Isel clapped. "Well, there you go. Townie is basically yours now. Do whatever you want." Han reached over and tugged her cheeks gently. "You did all this to stop the lobby from falling apart." Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. I was scared you'd leave Tonia." Han froze. She covered her face with both hands, cheeks red from where he'd pulled. In that moment, it hit him. Maybe all of this had been her way of keeping the place from collapsing entirely. He let out a soft sigh and gave her a quiet, understanding smile. Becoming vice master came with weight, with expectations. But he accepted it. He had to. He turned to the others. "Party 1, gather up." Later, inside a small brick house, Party 1 assembled. Narissa offered a calm congratulations. Jenna beamed and teased. "You're officially the strongest one of us now. Glad I'm on your side." Velkus stood with arms crossed, not quite sure why they'd been called together. Isel, still fired up, scolded the group. Hey, show some respect. He outtranks you now. Han's eyes drifted to the blue-haired girl off to the side, rubbing her eyes and mumbling about how early it was. Jenna leaned forward, curiosity in her voice. So what kind of changes are we talking about? Han motioned for everyone to take a seat, then unrolled a large map across the table. This is the lobby's layout, he began. Our numbers are up, but that doesn't mean we're strong. After what happened on the 35th floor, more losses are inevitable. If we want to survive, we need structure. We need to reorganize. Narissa raised a brow. Isn't that the master's job? Han didn't hesitate. It used to be, but the master's overwhelmed. The lobby's grown too fast, too big. They can't handle it alone anymore. He raised his hand and posed a question to the group. What does it take to lead effectively? Velkist narrowed his eyes. So you're saying you recognize the master as our leader? I do, Han answered. Too many heroes have lost the will to fight. We need someone stronger than just me. Ryman and the others in Party 2 are still grieving. Kasha's been wandering the forest, refusing contact. If we want stability, the master has to take a more active role. Velkist stepped forward, his voice sharp. I've heard the rumors that the master sees us as expendable. Sacrificial pawns on a board. If you're choosing to back someone like that, don't count me in. He looked Han dead in the eye. The only reason I'm still alive, maybe you too, is because of our own choices, not theirs. The master sat back and watched as we were thrown into missions that could kill us. He let out a bitter laugh. Maybe I'd follow if you were the master. But them? They're useless. Then the blue-haired girl, still rubbing sleep from her eyes, added her voice. That isn't even the original master. The magic hall's empty. We can't summon new mages. The only reason we're even here is because of this master. We follow orders because we have no choice. Not out of loyalty. Velkis scoffed and threw up his hands. Vice Master, please. That's just a slave polishing his chains and calling it glory. Narissa calmly placed a hand over her heart. Helping the master is the best chance we have. Not just to survive, but to protect what's left. Velkis shook his head. Can't believe anyone would choose to stand by the one who sent them to die. Han didn't flinch. It's not about blind loyalty. It's about survival. If we don't work together, even with the master, we lose everything. Velkis gave a dry chuckle, clearly unconvinced. The tension in the room thickened. Isel, suddenly nervous, jumped in with a forced smile. Hey, can we all just chill for a second? We're supposed to be celebrating Han's promotion, remember? Jenna slowly raised her hand. Can I say something? The room quieted as she stood. Her voice was soft but steady. I don't think the master sees us as pawns. They gave us food, shelter, granted our wishes. And when we lost people, they mourned with us. She glanced at Han. You even turned down a mission once, didn't you? If we were just puppets, that wouldn't have been possible. She paused, then continued. Maybe there's more to all this. A bigger reason behind it all. I'm not saying anyone has to help, but doing so doesn't just help the master. It helps us too. Han smiled quietly. This kind of perspective was why systems like welfare existed in the first place. Support and stability gave people room to think beyond themselves. He nodded. She's right. We can't just ignore the master. None of us are here by accident. If we want to reach the 100th floor, we have to work together. Narissa followed with a firm nod. Helping the master is helping ourselves. Jenna gave a small shrug, laid back as ever. Just saying my piece. You don't have to agree. The blue-haired girl let out a long yawn and stretched. Fine. If it means I get to sleep more, I'm in. Velkist shot her a glare. You want to sleep forever? She squeaked and ducked behind Han. Velkist let out a growl, but eventually sighed. TC fine. I'll help. For now. Han kept his thoughts to himself. Whether they liked the master or not didn't matter anymore. If they wanted to make it to the 100th floor, if they wanted to go home, the master was part of the equation. Always had been. Velkist crossed his arms. So what now? Han looked him in the eye. I'll keep it simple. I'll explain everything step by step. Velkist gave a short nod, this time without resistance. All right, I'll follow. Then came the system's voice. Loading complete. Han looked up. Above Tonia, the master's eye appeared, watching, waiting. It was time to make anything better. Night had blanketed Tonia, stretching deep shadows over the streets. The town was still, the silence broken only by faint whispers in the lobby. A young boy stood in front of Mark, voice shaking as he explained that the raid team had returned, though not in any way they had expected. If things kept going like this, he said, they might all end up synthesized. Mark sighed and rubbed his temples, brushing off the boy's panic. Synthesis wasn't something to get worked up over, especially over something as minor as raiding a storage unit. But then his demeanor shifted. Suddenly, he grabbed the boy's face, fingers pressing into his cheeks, his voice turning harsh. He leaned in and asked coldly, was the boy scared of synthesis, or was he scared of Han? The color drained from the boy's skin. His eyes welled up. He started to cry. Mark scoffed and muttered that real fear wasn't dying. It was knowing death wouldn't save you. Meanwhile, Rodri sat slumped in a decaying bar, staring into his half-finished drink. The room stayed silent until the door groaned open. Adis walked in like she owned the place, set her glass on the table across from him, and sat down without a word. With a mocking tone, she said he still couldn't handle his liquor and wondered out loud if drinking by yourself even counted as having fun. She poured herself a drink, not bothering to ask, eyeing him as he stayed quiet. She mentioned Party 1 was making moves for the master, trying to step up now that the lobby had turned into chaos. And yet here the two of them sat, doing nothing in the dark. Her mind wandered to Lilani. She remembered the look in her eyes, the hesitation in her voice when she spoke about all the people who'd died. Adis had told her then, quiet but firm, that it was okay to grieve and to be grateful they were still alive. That's how mercenaries made it through. Lilani had nodded. Back in the bar, Adis downed her drink and slammed the glass down. She said she'd start moving again tomorrow. Rodri blinked, finally snapping out of it. But before he could say a word, she told him straight. Leave Party 2. At the Grand Fountain, in the center of the plaza, Han stood with Jenna at his side. She told him the crowd had gathered, just as he ordered, gesturing to the uneasy group in front of them. Former civil servants wiped at their brows, confused about why they were called, but smart enough not to challenge the man standing at the top. Han crossed his arms, scanning the group before him. The turnout had exceeded his expectations. He told them that, from now on, they had new duties. It was straightforward. They would track everything. Who was in the lobby, their levels, classes, floor progress, inventory, facilities, dungeon updates, equipment. Everything. He repeated the word, locking eyes with them. Everything. Someone in the crowd, baffled, raised his voice and asked what that even meant. He didn't get to finish. With a heavy thump, Isel landed beside him. She threw her tiny fist in the air and yelled that Han was now the vice master. Talking to the master without permission, that'd get them all killed. So they'd better listen to Han. The man muttered something under his breath about her being a demon fairy, but resistance crumbled fast. The crowd backed down and nodded in reluctant agreement. Jenna leaned toward Han and asked in a low voice what the real goal was here. Han answered plainly. He was adding a fourth job type to the lobby. If things were going to run properly, they needed accurate, thorough records. Isel hovered above, jabbing a finger down, declaring this was their responsibility now. Han let a faint smirk slip through, admitting he'd scared them into falling in line. Jenna looked at him sideways and asked if that was the whole plan. Han shook his head. He wished it was. But this was just the start. In a dark, freezing room far from the plaza, Mark knelt, beaten and bloodied. The tables had turned. Across from him sat Han, Velkist looming silently nearby like a living shadow. Han calmly stated the obvious. They had Mark right where they wanted him. Mark grinned, blood dripping from his mouth, and called Han the infamous one. The guy even a fairy wouldn't mess with. He said he kept an eye on Han's missions, even if Han had never noticed him. He didn't get to finish. Velkist stepped forward and slammed a fist into Mark's face, dropping him to the floor. Velkist's voice cut like a knife. He demanded answers. Han opened a notebook, flipping through pages. Mark had started out as a 2-star. In just 2 months, he'd done a lot. And yet he was still stuck on the first floor. Mark, spitting blood, chuckled weakly. He said synthesis wasn't such a big deal. Velkist's eyes flared a deep red. He said that was enough. Then he pounded Mark with hit after hit, each one heavier than the last. Mark gasped for air, struggling to breathe under the assault. Velkist snarled that Mark needed this and told him not to move. Han said nothing. He just watched. Mark had formed a faction while the master was away. Not that Han even remembered its name. But one thing was clear. Mark was no small-time thug. He was a threat. Velkist landed one last vicious kick. Mark's teeth clattered across the floor, and a dark pool of blood slowly crept outward. Han stepped in, resting a hand on Velkist's shoulder. He asked if Velkist planned to kill him. Velkist just shrugged, voice dry, said it would be fair. Mark was scum. Han knelt beside the crumpled man, voice sharp and cutting. He listed Mark's crimes like reading from a ledger, stealing from the lobby, attacking others, blackmail, robbery. He said Mark had broken every rule. Barely able to speak, Mark choked out that this wasn't how it was supposed to go. Face battered and pride shattered, he pleaded to see Nerissa. But Han's voice turned cold as stone. Whatever arrangement he had with her was irrelevant now. Their decision was final. Mark gave a strained laugh, his face nothing but bruises and blood. He murmured that it was all over for everyone. He hadn't wanted to live like this, surviving on scraps, rotting on potatoes. Velkist sneered, said he didn't know trash could talk. Mark, barely conscious, muttered about the world already being finished. What was the point of fighting it? Why not just enjoy what was left before it all burned? Han's gaze sharpened. Velkist looked over and asked what they were doing with him. Han ordered him locked up, then added, There were more like him out there. Velkus nodded. Most were already in custody, and none were any better than Mark. Han thanked him for the work. Velkus spat and muttered that he'd rather not be asked next time. It was a pain. As Mark faded into unconsciousness, Han paused. The first floor had become a breeding ground for lawlessness while the master was gone. Gangs had thrived, hidden behind the chaos. That time was over. There'd be no more aimless heroes, no more rookies thrown to the wolves. Every summoned warrior would be trained, shaped, and kept in line. A declaration went out. Kill and die. Steal and die. Damage the lobby and die. Tonia would no longer be a playground for the reckless. It would become a machine, run on order and control. And standing at the heart of it all was the master's vice. Velkus grumbled under his breath, annoyed that all this paperwork was eating into his training time. Han wasn't any happier. He wished he could dump the admin load on someone else. Yanking Mark up by the collar, Han noted he hadn't even drawn his sword yet. Though with Mark's healing ability, it was tempting. Barely conscious, Mark muttered that if Han found someone to take his place, he'd step aside. Velkus perked up at that, said he'd welcome the change. Elsewhere, in a space removed from the chaos, the master logged in. He scrolled past Vice Master Han's pending reports without a glance. The system pinged, flagging a request for Mark White's public execution, a new admin class designation, and a proposed policy shift. He didn't bother reading a word. Instead, a notification popped up. He'd received a gift, 10 warhorse statues. They shimmered into the world. Han picked one up unimpressed. He scoffed, asking if that's what he was worth now. Then, without warning, the master triggered construction. Tactical Force, Level 1. 500 gems gone in a flash. The earth split open and a luminous blue building emerged. A system message followed. Tactical Force was now online, allowing limited use personal strategies during missions. Higher levels would unlock more. Inside the new structure, a round table and 2 chairs sat in quiet readiness. Isel wobbled in, struggling with 2 of the massive warhorse statues. She muttered that they were going to mess everything up. Han, flipping through more documents, replied that they wouldn't interfere much. Floating upward with a scowl, Isel said the master only watched from above. He had no clue what actually happened down here. Han paused, considering, then admitted he used to be just like that. Isel looked back at him, her tone softening. She said that wasn't him anymore. He was the one calling the shots now. Han smirked, said it was funny how things turned out. He stood and made his way toward the new tactical force post. Outside, the lobby pulsed with movement. Staff logged reports. Runners dashed between departments. Han watched the flow, thinking, the foundation's been laid. Now it was time for the rest to prove they belonged. He stepped into the building. The table and chairs stood waiting. He placed a hand on the table. No speech, just resolve. A system alert flickered to life. Master Han has proposed a mock battle. The air shimmered. Monsters began to form. The master's eyes flickered. Was it fear or grit? Either way, he accepted the challenge without a word. For Han, this was routine. Just another training exercise. A chance to stretch his strategic muscles and see if the master had any basics worth sharpening. The field lit up, crimson on Han's side, calm blue on the master's. A soft chime echoed. The simulation was live. All decisions would be automated once commands were set. Han spoke aloud, half to himself. Monsters versus heroes, 2 different objectives clashing on a digital battlefield. The tabletop shimmered as stone structures rose, forming a miniaturized terrain. The system labeled it Highlands, a no-frills map with only a handful of monsters. A sidebar tip noted that unlocking higher strategy levels would reveal more maps and extend scouting range. Before the master floated 5 ghostly cards. He was assigned the hero side. The countdown began. Han glanced at his lineup, 27 goblin riders. Not bad. Basic goblins were brainless, but these mounted ones? They could hold formation. The system seemed simple. Position units, assign commands, then watch it play out. But Han knew better. Beneath that simplicity was a tangled web of tactics. Sweat beaded on the master's forehead. Smoke curled across the virtual field as the master tapped a few key points. Han, meanwhile, crunched the numbers, formation spreads, unit blends, diversion tactics. He was beginning to understand why some masters became addicted to this. He went with a clean plan, 9 groups of 3 riders. Each would patrol separately, only stopping if they encountered the enemy. Confidently, Han sent his troops out. If a master tried hiding in the woods, he'd just wear himself out. Han had this. Digital heroes and monsters popped into place. Command cards blinked. Han noticed Jenna's Party 1 was in use. Not bad. He placed his monster token like a veteran. This was, after all, a hands-on session from a former Mock Battle League champ. 3 minutes ticked by in the real world. 10 in the simulation. Han's goblin riders wiped the floor. He slowly brought his hands to his face. His expression unreadable until it hardened. That was way too easy. Then came the switch. Han now led the heroes. The master, the monsters. Han chose Party 7, eyes locked in. Another 10-minute clash. Another clean win. Han blinked, eyes wide, breath catching. Not from exhaustion, but disbelief. This was the master's level? Another match. Just 5 minutes. Another loss. That made 3 in a row, each one more pathetic than the last. Han let out a slow breath, drained. Not from effort, but from how pitiful the strategies had been. He glanced over. The master still sat there, sweating, squinting at the board like a student grasping for answers. But Han? All he felt now was a dull, gnawing disappointment. Isel drifted into view behind him, wearing that familiar smirk. She pointed out that while the master might dominate racing sims, he was hopeless at everything else. Han's shoulders slumped. His expression hardened into something grim. Isel turned away, laughing quietly. Said Han might as well run all the missions himself from now on. Behind his eyes, frustration simmered. Then, a new notification. The master had sent another challenge. Han declined. Another one. He declined again. The master looked stunned, confused. I don't want to play anymore, Han muttered. Without a word, the master reached forward and placed a small warhorse figure on the table. Another gift. Han stared at it, unmoving. His voice dropped, low and tired. Do you really think this changes anything? Still, after a long pause, he sat back down. One more match. The master gave a faint, relieved smile and reset the map. And so, they played again. The warhorse figures began to pile up, one by one, at the edge of the board. 5 more games. 5 more defeats. Then it broke. The master started crying. A system notification popped up. He logged out. Isel stood still, watching. After a beat, she whispered, that was hard to watch. Han said nothing. His eyes stayed fixed on the sparkling row of statues. 13 matches, he said quietly. The master had paid gold for every single one. Han understood the hunger to improve. But this felt all wrong. Maybe the master should have learned under someone else. Someone who wasn't this deep in it. He thought of the team. Velkus would explode. Narissa would tear it apart with one brutal comment. Jenna? She'd probably just say they needed to push harder. But Han knew better. They'd lose confidence in him. In his judgment. Was he seriously expected to train someone this unready? He turned to Isel. For a while, he didn't speak. They had sat through every debriefing, every sim, every mission clip. Had it all gone to waste? His voice, when it came, was even and clear. Pull up the master's mission logs. The screen buzzed to life, its pale light washing over Han and Isel as they leaned in. Han rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing with sharp intent. Isel broke the silence. What are you seeing? Han didn't look away. He's only watching me. The footage made it obvious. Every angle, every pause. The master's focus had been locked on Han alone. Not the battlefield, not the broader strategy. He's not observing the fight, Han said quietly. Just one unit. That's why he doesn't understand tactics. A plan was already taking shape in his mind. I need to get online. Isel tilted her head. You're going to play Loki again? No, Han answered flatly. Just another fan. Loyal. Subscribe. His voice picked up pace as he laid it out. He'd flood the master's feed with analysis disguised as admiration. Raid reviews from floors 5 to 30, seamlessly blended with reminders of core principles, straight from his own documents. It wouldn't be flashy, but it would build a real foundation. Han knew what lay ahead. The system scaled with every level of the tactical post. Early on, there were only 7 commands, simple, manageable. But the higher you went, the steeper the climb. At level 5, a flood of new functions unlocked. Forward bases, enemy general targeting, precision strikes, traps, infiltration, reinforcement timing, even squad coordination and rest plans. From levels 5 to 9, players gained control over active skill timing. No longer just a click-and-watch system. Levels 10 through 14 introduced nuanced tactical control. But real mastery didn't begin until level 15. That was where true command lived. Right now, the master hadn't even reached level 2. Han looked at the pile of warhorse figures off to the side. A quiet sigh escaped. I don't need a miracle, he said. But if he can be ready, even just once, when it matters, that's enough. Meanwhile, out at the training grounds, Daika arrived with a fresh batch of recruits. 10, all handpicked, each with their own specialty. They lined up with precision, offering clean, formal greetings. Han stood with hands in his pockets, taking them in without a word. Daika ran through the lineup, 2 with a sword, 2 with a bow, 2 with spears. The other 4? More versatile. Skills in survival, tracking, infiltration. Han gave a nod. Solid range. The effort showed. Daika admitted the whole process had gone smoother than expected. With the main squad tied up, they'd finally streamlined recruitment. Real talent was easier to spot when things weren't so chaotic. He gestured toward one of the men. Jess, former hunter. Strong potential. Jess stepped forward, voice steady. Said he'd seen Han's battles. Heard a lot about him. Daika added something else. Jess used replay stones. The master had shown him archive missions to help him catch up fast. Han pictured it. The glow of a replay crystal, scenes from past fights playing out. Quietly, he gave the master credit. Thorough, if nothing else. He turned to Daika. Did you go over the hiring criteria? Daika nodded. I made sure of it. Only pick those who can teach. Being skilled wasn't enough. Han started walking away. Good. Now it's time to meet the one who'll lead training from here. Daika paused, confused. We have a head instructor? Footsteps echoed. A voice followed. Been a while. Rodri stepped into view. Daika froze, then broke into a grin. He hadn't expected that. Han remembered what Adis had told him. Rodri wasn't chosen just for his talent, though he had plenty. It was his grief that stood out, the way he carried every loss. Adis said it tore her up watching him crack each time someone died. Rodri had pushed back when they asked him to teach. Adis had spent all night convincing him, and finally, he'd agreed. Rodri wasn't the kind of instructor who talked in classrooms, but on the battlefield, there were few better. And right now, that was what mattered. Rodri and Daika turned toward the new recruits, ready to address them. For Daika, the moment said everything. His time in the front lines might finally be over. Later, Han walked the corridors of their residence. Quiet footsteps, familiar turns. He found Adis in the hallway. She gave a brief nod. You're back, she said. Where are the newcomers? Han asked. In the drawing room, she replied. They've been waiting. Seem excited to meet you. As they walked, a flurry of system alerts echoed in Han's mind. The master had just summoned 2 new heroes, Rain and Main. Then came the shock. A rare synergy had triggered. Fated pair. The bond listed as paired breeze and double harmony of forest. Han froze. Another 3-star fated pair? This kind of luck was unreal. Adis guided him into the drawing room. Inside stood 2 young girls. One with emerald green hair, the other a frosty blue. Each carried a totem, carved with delicate detail and crowned with tiny monster skulls. The green-haired girl stepped forward first. I'm Rain, she said, bright and chipper. I'm Main, the blue-haired one added, voice even and cool. Han motioned to the couch. No need for formality. Have a seat. They sat, back straight, posture calm. Han studied them quietly. You're both mages? Yes, they answered in perfect sync. As Adis poured the tea, she added, Rain uses wind. Main uses ice. They're both elementalists. Not bad, Han said softly. The girls, sitting proudly now, explained that they were known back in the Northern Territories. Adis handed Han a cup and nodded. They've already been evaluated. Scored high. We're expecting great things from them in battle. Wind and ice, paired and in sync. The master had struck gold. Han took a slow sip of tea, eyes fixed on the girls. They waited, quiet and composed, watching for his decision. At last, he spoke. Party 2 will accompany you for now. Help you get adjusted. Until then, you'll be stationed at the Magic Hall. Ko will take command of the airship moving forward. Adis blinked. You're putting both of them in Party 2? Isn't that a little stacked? Han didn't answer right away. He simply tilted his head, calculating. You always talk about balance, Adis said, a note of worry creeping in. Tank, support, magic control. Isn't this overloading one side? Han looked at her, eyes distant, voice quiet but cold. We're shifting tactics. Adis's brow furrowed. What kind of shift? He didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched. Then, with no hint of emotion, Han said it. We're moving to single-use heroes. Adis froze. Han continued, voice steady. Parties 1 and 2 stay as they are. Everyone else, used once, then replaced. His thoughts flickered to Party 3, then 4. Names, faces, all of them. The cost had been too high. Adis didn't move, didn't speak, and Han said nothing more. The new recruits were taken aback by the strategy, prompting Han to elaborate. He clarified that any teams ranked 3rd or lower would be deployed as needed, then discarded. Adis was dumbfounded and pushed back, asking what they'd do when situations demanded more diverse roles, like on the 20th floor. Han didn't entertain the concern for long. He walked off, saying it would be handled. That's why they had magic engineers. He also mentioned that Kishasha had cut herself off from the others, retreating into the forest, and that only 2 members of Party 4 had made it out alive. Those 2, now burdened by the weight of failure, wondered if Kishasha might still be somewhere nearby. Han then turned back to Adis, explaining that only 2 people currently had real experience with boss fights. Most others would be paralyzed by fear if they attempted the 14th floor. He said it takes a fortune and a lot of time to develop fighters ready for that kind of pressure, and even then, it's a steep climb. In the end, he told her that the master had made a call. From now on, Parties 1 and 2 would be the core assault teams. Alone in thought, our hero silently admits he doesn't disagree. If their forces can't be stretched thin, they'll just need more bodies, however many it takes. Turning to the warriors, he tells them flatly, That's why they have to be ready for anything. The scene cuts to the edge of the forest. Han knows Kashasha hasn't left her hiding place for a long time. Party 3 once rivaled Party 1 in strength, but after a disastrous water battle and a string of bad luck, they were shattered. Even if the Master wanted to rebuild them, it would be nearly impossible to find new non-human recruits. As far as Han's concerned, Party 3 is finished. Armor on and prepared, Han steps into the woods. In his mind, he reflects, this world doesn't keep heroes around if they're no longer useful. If things stay like this, Kashasha might not last much longer. Just then, someone brushes past him. It's Velkist. He chuckles, noting how they always seem to cross paths. Han asks why he's here. Velkist shrugs, saying he spotted promise in a rookie and decided to help with training. Then he flips the question back. Han replies that he's looking for Kashasha. Velkist snorts, calling her worthless. What good is power if your mind breaks that easily? Han doesn't argue. He says her condition is partly his fault. Velkist just shakes his head and says Han's gone soft, that he's not the man he used to be. Han didn't get what Velkist meant and didn't bother asking. He just kept moving forward, deeper into the forest. As he walked, old memories pressed in. How he'd once supported Kashasha and the others, those non-human allies who had placed their trust in him. Now he was retracing the steps through the very woods she used to call home. Every corner brought back echoes of the past. He eventually stepped into a wide clearing and called out, his voice carrying through the trees. I can't bring you back. Are you done mourning? Come on, we've got missions to handle. From somewhere beyond the trees, her voice floated back, distant and weary. Missions? What's the point? My people are gone. Why should I lift a finger for humans now? Han replied that if they could make it to the 100th floor, there was still a chance to bring them back. She knew that already. He reminded her. But she snapped back. What proof did he have? How could he be sure? He didn't try to argue the facts. He admitted there was no certainty. But even so, it was something worth believing in. A bitter laugh followed. Her voice wavered as it came from beyond the thick brush. She said she'd thought she could handle it. She told herself she was a warrior, that she'd gone through the rites, and that even the Varian King had recognized her strength. Han tried to speak, to tell her she still was a warrior. But before he could finish, she cut him off. Firm. Final. He stood still. Then she emerged. She looked worn down, broken. Her face was tired, her eyes hollow. She yelled at him to leave, said he had no business coming here, that no one else should, either. It was her fault, everything. Her mistake had killed her people. She had nothing left to give. No fight. No purpose. Han gave it one last shot. He asked if she really understood what it meant to keep shutting the world out like this. She said yes, she understood. And maybe, in the end, that would be okay. Han let out a long breath. He called it what it was, a foolish decision. From behind the tree lean, a clearer view of her came into focus. Her body had changed, twisted. She looked far from what she once was, more beast than person now. Still, Han spoke up. You were radiant when you first walked into these woods. Now, all I see is a hollow version of who you used to be. I'm guessing I'm here to be your synthesis partner. Honestly, that'd be an honor. Then he asked her one last time, is this really how it ends? Are you just going to keep hiding? She said nothing, not a word. Realizing what had to be done, Han drew his blade and declared flatly, that's enough. Without looking back, he slashed behind him with force, shouting, coward. The strike thundered through the forest, a cloud of smoke erupting like a shockwave and swallowing everything in its path. But just as the dust settled, Han froze. His voice dropped. What is this? This is your warning, he said firmly into the haze. Then came her voice, faint but clear. Be careful. She vanished, leaving only that final word behind. Sensing movement, Han gripped his sword tightly and turned to face the shadows at the edge of the woods. He didn't wait. Another strike exploded outward, the blast lighting up the forest in a brilliant flash. From high above, Kashasha's voice rang out. What are you doing? Han's reply was cold and steady. Die right there. Then, with no hesitation, he slammed his sword into the ground once more, sending shockwaves ripping through the earth. Suddenly, Kashasha appeared atop a tree, watching him. Han looked up and asked, didn't think I had it in me, did you? He went on, everything here eventually recovers, but not durability. Once a structure's integrity hits zero, it's gone unless you pour gold into it. He launched another massive strike, tearing through the trees like paper. When the smoke cleared, he spotted her, standing at the edge of the crater his last hit carved out. Are you insane? She yelled. But the crater separated them now. She couldn't get close. Han didn't flinch. I thought you were a warrior. So why are you crying? His voice dropped, more serious now. Come at me. This won't be like before. Snapping, she dropped her cloak of stealth. You've changed, she shouted, eyes blazing as she charged at him. He dashed forward to meet her. Spare me the drama. As she shouted his name and swung her arm forward, he met it with his blade. The collision shook the ground, a blast of force ripping outward as they clashed. Holding his sword firm, he muttered, "So you finally showed up. Been a while." She looked at him, eyes heavy with pain. "Why are you doing this?" Han's voice was calm, almost distant. "Yeah." Addis was the same. Then, with no warning, he drove a punch into her face, sharp and direct, sending her crashing back through the trees. She'll come back, he thought to himself, after she gets knocked around a little. Blood sprayed from Kashasha's mouth, but with a fierce gleam in his eye, the hero muttered, "I held back long enough. You wouldn't shut up." Kashasha wasn't backing down. She spun around, her gaze even sharper. As he lunged with his sword, she flipped away, dodging without breaking a sweat. He pressed forward, relentless. Another swing, another dodge. Then, without warning, he flung both daggers at her like bullets. She ducked under them effortlessly. He wasn't letting up. He rushed her again, forcing her on the defensive. She leapt into the air, and only then did it become clear she was bleeding out. Her HP was ticking down. In a flash, he stabbed a dagger into a tree, breaking the branch beneath her. She landed softly and muttered, "You're a letdown." But the second her feet hit the ground, he attacked again. She caught the blade with her bare hand, and the impact sent a shockwave through the earth. She yelled at him to stop. Unshaken, he growled back, accusing her of slacking off since their last mission. She didn't fight like she used to. He forced her back once more. Enraged, she snapped, said she could end it all with one blow. Suddenly, a blinding beam exploded against his blade. She didn't stop. She went in fast, strike after strike, pushing hard. He held his ground, deflecting each one. She soared into the air, shouting, "You started this, and that's all you've got." She raked at him with clawed strikes. One finally caught his cheek. Blood flew, and he thought, "Guess she upgraded. Lucky this is just a lobby." His HP started to drop, but he kept going, throwing everything into each attack. She moved with insane agility, barely flinching even up close. He didn't slow down, blow after blow, until she suddenly jumped back, and he stood there, wondering, why'd she retreat now? As he patched himself up, he asked why she suddenly pulled back. She answered coolly, it was over, but he wasn't ready to stop. He pushed her, saying she shouldn't quit now, especially since he felt like he was finally close to winning. She turned to him, clearly irritated, and began to say that if it weren't for him, before she could finish, the ground beneath her split open. Power burst from her body as she snapped into full berserk mode, mana crackling around her. She shouted his name, voice furious. "I'm going to kill you." Then she triggered Savage Revelation, boosting her power and speed in an instant. He felt the pressure close in. She's actually serious now. If I slip up once, I'm dead. But he didn't back down. "Bring it on," he yelled. She didn't hesitate. "Gladly," she growled. She blasted forward, tearing through the ground, and landed a crushing kick that launched him skyward. She shot up after him. He twisted midair to dodge, but she was already behind him, claws out for the kill. He barely ducked in time. Her attack missed, but tore a tree in half. Grinding his teeth, he thought, one clean hit and it's game over. But if I track how she starts each move, I can predict her path. I've just got to stay fast. She didn't let up, striking from every side, non-stop. He kept analyzing. She's not as fast as Abyss, but the way she moves is insane. Her skills are brutal. Then her status window popped up. She had a transformation ability and a sealed slot still locked. He activated Mind's Eye, pushing his senses to the edge. He read her next move and countered with a clean sword strike. Then another, quick and sharp, before she could react. She backed off, stunned. "You were hiding your power," she snapped. Blood dripped from his arm, HP ticking down, but he hit back again and shouted, "I didn't hide anything." In that moment, it hit him. Kashasha's base stats were no joke. She could easily rank as a 4-star. Even now, her skill and raw talent were obvious. The lobby couldn't afford to lose someone like her. And if he'd stuck with basic training, he'd already be done for. A sly grin spread across his face as he embraced a simple truth. Fighting dirty meant nothing. What really counted was knowing how to read your opponent. She came at him hard, slashing from every angle, just trying to crack his defense. Then she lunged for a weak spot, fast and brutal. But he reacted in time, flipping his sword underneath to block. Still, her speed punched through, leaving a deep gash in his leg. She paused just long enough to admit he'd gotten stronger. Gritting through the pain, he stepped forward and told her plainly he trained for this. Then he shifted stance, his whole energy changing. Deadly, focused. He called her out, daring her to prove she wasn't done yet. Something clicked in her eyes. Yellow mana lit up around her, and in a split second, she activated her transformation. Her body grew into a massive beast, burning with fire mana. Her power and HP shot through the roof. But he held his ground. He readied himself, only to instantly lose track of her. She moved like a blur, completely vanishing from sight. Then, boom, A devastating blow slammed into him from nowhere, sending him flying through the forest like a rag doll. Dazed and bruised, he spotted her again. She was back in human form, but the energy around her was monstrous. She could shift in and out of that state at will. Wiping blood from his lip, he let out a chuckle. Way better than watching you hide in some forest corner. That set her off. Her fury exploded, more intense than ever. But this time, he didn't hold back either. White mana erupted from his head. He had entered Exceed state. Lock it in, he roared as his aura blazed out. Then came the real weapon, his hidden skill, Destructive Sword Spirit. The forest lit up with massive explosions as their clash hit a whole new level. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.